In July of 2016, that summer was destined to be one of frenzy for the Cleveland Cavaliers. In the finals, the Cavaliers edged out the Golden State Warriors 43 to seize that year's NBA championship. Zuo Bai was an international student in the United States, and his greatest hobby in daily life was simply playing basketball. On this day, as usual, he went to the familiar gym to shoot around in practice. Today, there were clearly far more people than usual, making it difficult for him to find an open spot to practice. Zuo Bai, however, did not mind. As an amateur basketball enthusiast, any place where he could play was good enough. His demands were not high. As he looked around, he suddenly noticed a court next to him that was strangely empty. Though many people were gathered around its edges, there was only a single player standing on the floor. Zuo Bai did not overthink it, and simply walked toward that court. To shoot the ball, there is no need to hesitate. Yet, just as Zuo Bai stepped onto the court and was about to ask whether he could shoot there, a sudden wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd around him. Wow, it looks like we have a new challenger. Along with the audience's cheers, there was even a host holding a microphone and speaking into a camera, providing live commentary. The host said excitedly, "You've got guts, young man. How should we address you?" Zuo Bai still had not figured out what was going on, but he nonetheless reported his name. The host nodded approvingly, then turned to the surrounding spectators and the camera. "Next, let us welcome this Zuo Bai to challenge our Kyrie Irving." The instant the host spoke Irving's name, the fans around the court erupted into an even more fervent roar. Amid the thunderous cheers, a man wearing a number 2 Cleveland Cavaliers jersey stepped forward. He was no unknown figure. He was the very player who had just played for the Cavaliers that year and hit the crucial three-pointer in the finals. He was Kyrie Irving, the man who had killed off the game. Irving's gorgeous, fluid style of play had long been adored by basketball fans everywhere. Of course, Irving's strength was not to be underestimated. From winning Rookie of the Year when he first entered the league to multiple selections to the All-Star team and All-NBA squads later on, his resume spoke for itself. He had even earned an individual MVP honor at the Olympics. There was no doubt that Kyrie Irving was a top-tier player who combined tremendous skill with aesthetic brilliance. After winning the championship with the team, his personal popularity had been pushed to a fever pitch, and he had briefly become the darling. This on-court fan interaction event had been organized by several media outlets as a showcase match meant to further expand Irving's influence. Before this, many fans had already stepped up to challenge Irving. It was clear that they had all come brimming with confidence, eager to test themselves against him. Some of them were even players from European professional leagues. Yet from the previous games, everyone had already seen how vast the gap was between Irving's individual ability and that of the challengers. Whether they were streetball aces or visiting professional players, Irving could always use his dazzling handles and deceptive fakes to leave defenders completely lost and off balance. Each time, Irving won with effortless ease. It was precisely these victories full of artistry that had drawn nearly 100,000 viewers to the online live stream. Irving walked up to Zuo Bai and, as usual, shook his hand and asked, "Hello, Zuo Bai. You're from Huaxiao, right? Do you have anything you want to say before the game?" Normally, the previous challengers would toss out a few bold declarations at this point. Of course, afterward, they would all be thoroughly slapped in the face by the result. It was exactly the kind of humiliation that online viewers loved to see. Even Irving himself was hoping that this young man from Huaxiao would talk a little trash to spice up the show. However, Zuo Bai said, "I'm just an amateur. I just play casually." Irving was left speechless, the host was left speechless, and even the viewers in the live stream did not know how to react. His so-called trash talk was enough to drain everyone's enthusiasm. Wasn't this admitting defeat at the very start? It seemed he knew from the outset that he could not possibly win. In the live stream, the barrage of comments continued to refresh. Finally, someone with self-awareness. "Play casually. Even if you played seriously, you still wouldn't beat Irving. Still, since he's just playing casually, I have a feeling the game won't be very fun to watch. Yeah, it's a battle we already know he'll lose. It feels like the ending is set in stone. Then again, everyone else would lose too. We're talking about Kyrie Irving here, one of the league's most lethal scorers. Alright, let's make this quick and move on to the next challenger." For someone who openly calls himself an amateur, how did he even find the courage to stand here? No one, of course, believed Irving would. Even when Irving faced other NBA players, no one thought he would lose, let alone when his opponent was just an Asian student. Irving casually passed the ball to Zuo Bai. "Hey, little brother, you start with the ball. Play however you like. Bring it on." He clearly did not take it seriously, even giving Zuo Bai a full step of space on defense. Zuo Bai understood his own ability. Among ordinary players, he could probably be considered above average, but at best he was only at the level of a university team bench warmer who mostly watched from the sidelines. He would in all likelihood be the type who fetched water and watched the starters play. Just then a mechanical chime suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding dong. Host is detected to be accepting a challenge from Kyrie Irving. Binding in progress. Congratulations to the host on successfully binding to the documentary Kuroko Basketball Ultimate Template System. A novice gift pack is now issued. Akashi Seijuro template 1-hour trial of the Emperor Eye. We look forward to the host successfully defeating Kyrie Irving. Upon victory, a permanent Emperor Eye reward will be granted. Hearing the system's notifications, Zuo Bai was momentarily stunned. Only then did he fully register what had just taken place. The Emperor Eye. It was Akashi's invincible skill, allowing one to foresee every next move of the opponent. Whether it was a defensive reaction or an offensive maneuver, he could know in advance. Even in that so-called documentary Kuroko Basketball, it was an utterly broken, overpowered ability. With such a gift, he could alter his offensive choices based on the opponent's impending movements. He could break the opponent's balance, even make them stumble and fall, harvesting ankles at will. There was only one word that could describe such an ability: invincible. Irving still wore a carelessly relaxed expression as he urged Zuo Bai to hurry up and attack. Yet as Zuo Bai held the ball, he realized that he could now see everything with absolute clarity. He saw it all. What he himself would do next, how Irving would react. Every detail was crystal clear in his mind. He smiled faintly. Alright then, I'll make my move. Zuo Bai's dribbling was fairly proficient, his fundamentals were solid. Yet everyone could see one thing clearly. His speed was unbearably slow. His offensive burst lacked the explosive acceleration and shocking power they had seen from the other players before. To be honest, even on a random street court, this speed would be considered painfully slow. People all around shook their heads. This guy is finished. At this speed, my grandma could outrun him. Don't tell me he actually thinks he can get past Kyrie Irving like this. Honestly, he'd be dead last, even in a grade school sprint. His handles are decent, but that speed is just unbearable to watch. I really don't know where he found the courage to challenge Irving. If he actually manages to score, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. No wonder he said from the start he was just a hobbyist. He's already prepared an excuse for his failure. Irving, watching this scene, looked utterly disdainful. At such a speed, Irving felt he could strip the ball from him without even trying. As Zuo Bai finally drew near, Irving simply reached out, intending to poke the ball away. Yet a split second before Irving's hand came down, Zuo Bai, as if he had foreseen the steal, pushed the ball forward into a change of direction, altering its path entirely. Irving was taken aback. When his first attempt failed, he immediately went for another swipe. But Zuo Bai slipped into a between-the-legs crossover, once again cleverly dodging the spot where Irving's hand was coming down. By now, Zuo Bai had already edged past Irving by half a body's length. Irving spun to recover and cut him off, but Zuo Bai seemed to anticipate that as well. He chose a pullback dribble in front of his body, neatly slipping out of alignment with Irving's position. Irving felt it was simply unbelievable. Watching Zuo Bai now freed from his defensive range, Irving had never expected that despite those seemingly sluggish movements, the man's sense of rhythm would be this exquisite. Irving gathered all his strength and leaped high, determined to block the shot. But Zuo Bai possessed the Heavenly Emperor's eye. How could he not already know what Irving intended to do? Seeing Irving soar into the air, Zuo Bai even glanced back at him with a mocking look. Then he simply blew past him and laid the ball in with ease. Effortless. Far too effortless. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, unable to process what had just happened. It was absurd beyond belief. Looking at Irving standing dazed where he was, and at Zuo Bai who had just strolled in for the layup, everyone felt their expectations had been completely overturned. The guy who had sworn he'd stand on his head to eat shit looked utterly mortified, as if his face had turned green. Even the commentator beside the court stammered, unable to find his words for a long while. He himself could not understand how such a slow, almost languid attack had still resulted in a clean score. Defense was not Irving's greatest strength, true, but he should not be getting scored on by someone at this apparent level. The commentator stepped forward onto the court, approaching Irving and quietly asking what happened. Are you okay? What just happened out there? You alright? Irving finally snapped out of it and said, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Irving nodded to himself as if adjusting his mindset. Then he told the commentator, just do your job. I'll definitely score on the next possession. Seeing Irving regain his composure, the commentator finally relaxed. Facing the live audience in the arena and the viewers in the stream, he continued, it seems Irving went a little easy on that last play. But now he looks ready to get serious. He's about to bring out his true strength and use the basketball he loves most to really go at it with this Zuo Bai. The implication was clear. Irving had not been going all out just now. People should simply take that first play as entertainment, because from this point on Irving would be taking over the game. The crowd's enthusiasm was ignited once more. After all, everyone knew that Irving had earned the title of an offensive kaleidoscope. On that end of the floor, he was almost even against towering, mismatched big men. Irving always found ways to score. Let alone Zuo Bai, whose height seemed not far off from Irving's, perhaps around 1.92 m or 93. That was standard point guard height. Letting Irving attack a guard like that was basically the same as handing him points. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Irving to pull one back and display his dazzling flamboyant skills. With the ball in his hands, Irving assumed a triple threat stance and said to Zuo Bai, that was a nice move you pulled off just now, but it won't happen a second time. Then in a flash, Irving took a hard jab step and exploded into a change of direction. His movements were so quick that most defenders would never keep up. Even against NBA defenders, blowing by them in a single step was nothing unusual for him. But Zuo Bai, endowed with the Heavenly Emperor's eye, did not react after seeing the move. He knew it in advance. Zuo Bai positioned himself early, and when Irving shifted directions, he arrived precisely in Irving's path, blocking him. Irving's heart jolted, but as a veteran star who had battled in the NBA for years, his reactions were razor sharp. He immediately pulled the ball back through his legs, retreating to his original spot. He followed with a tight, lightning-fast double crossover, chained into a spin move, trying to break through once more. But when he completed his turn, he saw that Zuo Bai was still unbelievably standing right in front of him. Irving was dumbfounded. Usually after that sequence of moves, the defender would be left far behind. Yet faced with the current situation, he did not give up. He pounded the ball and stepped back into a hesitation, setting up a Shamgodinto step-back style move. Irving thought to himself, you like jumping the play early, don't you? Once you leave your feet this time, let's see what you can do. But to his surprise, Zuo Bai simply stood there utterly still, as if he knew Irving would not shoot at that moment. Steady as an old hound, he did not even twitch. Irving felt on the verge of collapse. You're making me look foolish like this, you know that, he thought. But there was no way around it. He had to shoot. Irving decided to end it with a clean pull-up jumper. With no contest in sight, this was usually the kind of shot he could drain in his sleep. Yet just as he went into his shooting motion, Zuo Bai rose up to contest once more. Bang! A crisp smack rang out. Everyone was stunned. Irving had actually been blocked. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Clearly Zuo Bai was just leisurely defending, yet he was able to perfectly block every attack from Kyrie Irving. Faced with Irving's fake shooting motion, he remained unfazed, and when Irving truly intended to shoot, he was able to Let's treat Irving to a steaming hot pot. This is too unreal. How is this guy doing this? Irving actually got blocked. He hasn't been blocked much during the entire playoffs. It's terrifying, and this guy doesn't even have that almost insane explosive power and speed. How can he possibly defend? What the fuck? I see him just ambling about, yet he can defend against Irving. I really can't comprehend it. This guy looks like he's not even serious. Don't mention it, that brother who just did a handstand and ate shit can't understand why he just had a second helping either. At this moment, the bullet screen in the live stream erupted into a frenzy. The viewer count surprisingly continued to rise. Many viewers were not particularly interested when Irving was dominating, but they actually heard that the newly crowned champion Irving was being casually overwhelmed by a passerby. If we discuss, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, even surpassing previous peak levels. Hey brothers, what just happened? Did Irving really get smashed by that guy? He looks like just a student and an Asian at that. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? New brothers, I can responsibly tell you that brother who ate shit just now also hopes this is a mistake. Ha ha ha, indeed. It's that Asian student he said to just play around, yet he easily smashed Irving and even blocked him. I was there live really. This guy looks like he hasn't even exerted himself. What? Who is this person? I can't believe it. If you don't believe it, just keep watching. TMD, am I going to deceive you? Irving originally approached this match against Zuo Bai with a somewhat nonchalant, playful attitude. But now Irving had become completely serious. Continuous defeats left him in disbelief. He could not accept it. At this moment, Irving even brought out the seriousness he reserved for NBA playoffs, pressing Zuo Bai with tight defense. Even the commentators were stunned. Such a serious attitude from Irving was extremely rare. Let alone during previous showdowns with other players, even in regular NBA games, Irving rarely displayed such a defense. It seems this time Irving was determined to win. On the other side, facing Irving's tight defense, Zuo Bai still remained. With a very simple feint, he easily bypassed the defense. For a moment, Irving felt his balance falter. If he hadn't adjusted in time, he would have undoubtedly been knocked over. But because he adjusted his balance, Irving's defense was effectively locked in place. The surrounding audience was left dumbfounded. The viewers in the live stream also couldn't believe it. Was Irving really being overwhelmed by an Asian passerby? Is this really Irving and not a Kiwi that looks a lot like him? This is not a boastful statement, but rather a feeling everyone shares. Zuo Bai's performance in their eyes was like a leisurely stroll. This is not a boastful statement, but rather a feeling everyone shares. Zuo Bai's performance in their eyes was like a unhurried and elegant. Zuo Bai's style and performance were completely different from the current Irving. While he lacked explosive speed and flashy dribbling skills, Zuo Bai was still able to completely outmaneuver Irving. Looking at Zuo Bai strolling leisurely, everyone had to question this guy. Surely he can't be holding back. If that's the case, then what is this guy's limit? In the following plays, Irving exhausted nearly all the dribbling combinations and fakes he could think of to shake off Zuo Bai's defense. But all of this was futile under Zuo Bai's divine gaze. To be honest, if Irving had forcibly broken through using his extraordinary speed and explosiveness, even if Zuo Bai could predict it, he might not have been able to catch up. However, Irving had completely lost his focus. He stubbornly tried to rely on his offensive methods to break free from Zuo Bai's control, but in the presence of divine insight, all was in vain. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Block. Block. Another block. At first glance, Zuo Bai's defense appeared to be a wall riddled with holes, but in reality, every one of Irving's attacks landed perfectly on his defensive spots. This was an utter despair for any attacker. At this moment, Irving was nearly exhausted. He couldn't believe that his infallible skills and deceptive fakes in the league couldn't even get past an unknown Asian student. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai looked at Irving, who was doubting his life as the system notification rang in his ears again. Congratulations to the host for successfully making NBA star Kyrie Irving doubt his life. A special reward has been issued. Fire God.Was Extreme Dunk Talent Experience Card for 10 minutes X1. Please use the experience card to deliver the final blow to Kyrie Irving and receive the ultimate novice reward. Fire God.Wa Dunk Talent. This guy's jumping ability and strength are truly monstrous. Although it's just an experience card, Zuo Bai was completely satisfied. Use. Immediately, Zuo Bai felt a powerful force surge from within his body. This is the last shot, Zuo Bai said to Irving while holding the ball. At this moment, Irving suddenly noticed that Zuo Bai's gaze seemed to have changed. The surrounding audience also gradually noticed this scene. They all asked this. Is this guy going to get serious? No way. Could it be that he really wasn't serious just now? The speed he displayed just now surely wasn't serious, but what could his limit be? God, is this guy not joking? Zuo Bai held the ball and directly broke through. With the blessing of the Fire God.Wa's talent, Zuo Bai's speed was so fast that even Irving was startled. Zuo Bai's playing style felt completely different from before. But at this moment, how could Irving allow Zuo Bai to attack the basket? Zuo Bai jumped high, seemingly intending to overpower Irving. Is he going to dunk? Irving thought resolutely. Not a chance. The two jumped high towards each other. Irving's bounce was definitely not inferior. But this time, Irving felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time in his life. because he realized Zuo Bai's jumping height was completely out of his reach. Zuo Bai raised his hand high, folding his body to counter, and jumped over the defending Irving. Dunk. Bang. All the spectators were stunned. Owen was actually dunked on by him. Moreover, the height that Zuo Bai just jumped was completely superior to Owen's. In that moment of aerial confrontation, Owen surprisingly found himself overpowered by Zuo Bai, landing directly on the ground. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. Is this what he looks like when he's serious? The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, the only sound heard was the painful humming of the hoop after Zuo Bai's dunk. Owen sat on the ground dumbfounded as he stared at Zuo Bai, who had just dunked over him. He couldn't believe that such a high-level dunk could occur in a casual basketball court. The physical qualities displayed by that guy just now had completely reached the level of the NBA. In fact, it was even at the level of top dunkers currently active in the NBA. However, Zuo Bai appeared completely unfazed by his performance. He casually rolled his shoulders and said, "This is my first dunk. I really didn't expect it to hurt this much." Everyone was left in a daze after hearing that. First dunk? Are you kidding me? No one would believe that. Not just Owen, but even the viewers watching the live broadcast at that moment couldn't possibly believe it. Who can exhibit such explosive effects on their first dunk? Even Windy City Curry and Zach LaVine couldn't do that. It's absolutely impossible to achieve without training. No, even with training, it's rare for anyone to execute such a smooth and powerful dunk. This would have definitely scored full marks in an NBA dunk contest. Is this guy really just an amateur? Is he not some kind of street dunk king or something? Someone like him should at least be a professional player. Even if he is a professional, he shouldn't be able to dominate Owen like that. Owen is one of the top scorers in the world right now. I checked, this guy is really just an ordinary person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't believe an ordinary passerby could be this strong. And this guy is just an Asian student. I originally thought his speed was just that slow, but now it seems this guy just didn't want to exert himself. What? Not wanting to exert himself? He's facing Kyrie Irving. At that moment, a wild thought suddenly surged in the minds of all the spectators. Could it be that, to him, Kyrie Irving isn't even worth him trying his hardest? Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. How terrifying is that? Owen is someone who just won the league championship. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Irving is in his prime. Yet such a top scorer in the league was actually overwhelmed by an unheard-of Asian student. A scorer who averages 25 points per game in the NBA playoffs. How could he struggle to score against an Asian student? Doesn't that imply that a student has already reached the level of an NBA top scorer? This is just absurd. Moreover, the key point is that Zuo Bai didn't even seem to exert himself. Is this really happening? In everyone's perception, it's very hard for an Asian guard to establish themselves in the NBA. The only example that can be brought up is the legendary Jeremy Lin from back in the day. But even Lin couldn't completely overpower Irving in every aspect. This is impossible. At this moment, Owen simply couldn't comprehend why Zuo Bai before him had such strength. He asked in confusion, "Have you participated in any leagues? Or are you planning to enter the NBA draft in the future?" Zuo Bai, upon hearing this, replied, "Seriously, no, I already said it, I'm just an amateur. Today's game was just a casual play, don't take it seriously." After speaking, Zuo Bai even friendly high-fived Owen. Although he also cooperatively took the opportunity to ease the situation and expressed friendliness, saying, "Yes, just a casual game." At that moment, the viewers in the live chat were saying, "So it turns out Owen was just playing casually, no wonder. Are you really that stupid?" It's obvious that Owen was just saving face. I just realized that Bai Shun claiming to be an amateur and just playing casually wasn't to make excuses. Bai Shun is just too humble. Is this really what an amateur looks like? I've played basketball for 10 years and probably haven't even stepped through the door. A 10-year basketball newbie, hilarious. Is this really Bai Shun? Wow. Dunking on Owen isn't that godly. At this level, Zuo Bai is in the stratosphere. Right now, the smart teams should already be looking for Zuo Bai's contact information. Haha, yes. Come join my Lakers. At this moment, the heat of the live broadcast had surged several times compared to the peak when it first started. The data in the live stream reached an unprecedented height. 1 million viewers online. If it were under normal circumstances, the organizers would be overjoyed by such numbers but now, it's hard to say if this was a successful live stream or an accident. Although the reach was great and the show had its effects, everything was not as they had expected. This was like making a wedding dress for a passerby. We originally wanted to promote Owen. At that moment in the program team's lounge, the host asked Owen with some confusion, "Did you really give it your all? That guy can't be stronger than you, right?" Looking a bit lost, Owen slowly raised his head to look at the organizers. Reluctantly admitting, he said, "I really did my best, but what I can't accept the most is that guy's slow speed seemed like he hadn't even tried seriously." At this moment, whether online or on-site, everyone witnessed Zuo Bai's almost incredible performance in this match. No one felt that Zuo Bai couldn't run fast. In the end, Zuo Bai's dunk showcased what could be considered top-tier NBA dunk. The summary from netizens about him was just a few words: "Can be fast, but there's no need. Still able to dominate you slowly." Zuo Bai was crying. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the permanent usage rights of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor has successfully merged with the host, granting the host the ability to activate it at any time. Please check it out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing a stunning operation in front of everyone, defeating Kyrie. Reward: Fire God Dunk Experience Card X1, Amin Daiki Irregular Shot Experience Card X1, Kuroko Tetsuya Disappearing Pass Experience Card X1. The stronger the enemies defeated by the host, the more generous the rewards. Please keep up the good work, host, to earn even more abundant rewards. What the heck? Zuo Bai was stunned when he saw the rewards given to him by the system. Not only did he gain permanent access to the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, but he also received experience cards for 3 abilities from Kuroko Basketball. This is a huge profit. He only had to defeat Kyrie Irving in an unknown match to receive such great rewards. Moreover, the system stated that future rewards would be even more generous. The dunking ability of Fire God is undoubtedly among the top tier in the entire NBA. and Daiki's irregular shots are even more insane. Any unreasonable shot looks perfectly reasonable in his hand. It can be said that if he uses this experience card, he can put that damn basketball into the hoop from any angle and in any pocket. Invincible. Kuroko Tetsuya's passing is a classic. He can pass the ball to his teammates using all sorts of bizarre angles and can also accelerate and change the passing route. In any era, these abilities would make him a sure assist king. With such abilities, honestly, even in the NBA, he believes he could definitely have a place. However, for now, these abilities are just experience cards. It cannot be said that they truly belong to him. But Zuo Bai knows that as long as he continues to compete with high-level basketball players, he will soon truly master these abilities, just like the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. However, as an ordinary basketball enthusiast, where can he find so many NBA level? He is merely studying abroad, and playing basketball is just his hobby. Moreover, it is already August, and all major universities have already arranged their team rosters and are preparing to begin months of training. After all, the NCAA tournament's semifinal matches will officially start in March next year, leaving them very little time to prepare. Even though Zuo Bai believes that he is fully capable of competing at this level, the time to join the school team has already passed. It seems that getting rewards again won't be so easy. Sigh. Let it be. Zuo Bai plans to go to the training hall at school to talk to the person in charge and try his luck. After all, Zuo Bai sees himself as just an ordinary amateur. If he is lucky enough to be allowed to join the training, that would be great, but if not, it's no big deal. One must live a bit more freely. However, despite Zuo Bai's very laid-back attitude, he overlooked one fact. The fact is that he attends the prestigious UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles. It can be said that their school has always been one of the strongest in the NCAA. Legends like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Reggie Miller, Baron Davis, Russell Westbrook, and Kevin Love all came from this prestige. Therefore, the school's emphasis on basketball is exceptionally high. Zuo Bai naturally did not think about how much attention his match with Kyrie Irving had attracted. He also wouldn't have thought that he had already caught the attention of UCLA's head coach Hurland. In fact, this event was originally just a promotional opportunity for the organizers to capitalize on Kyrie Irving's champion. However, they did not expect that the unexpected Zuo Bai would completely turn the tables on them. Instead of Kyrie Irving dominating the match, he was defeated by an Asian international student who claimed to be an amateur basketball enthusiast. This made for excellent program effects. Countless netizens frantically shared the live-streamed video across major websites. After all, it is quite a sensational topic for an NBA star to be defeated by an Asian student. In no time, the view count of related videos skyrocketed. 500 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. The click count on the relevant topics on the website was visibly refreshing. The number of people discussing this video also increased. Almost all fans wanted to know who this yellow-skinned youth was. Is this true? A bystander could dunk like this. I can't believe that move could be pulled off by an Asian international student. Even looking across all of Asia, no one should be able to accomplish this right. With such bounce, does he think he is Zach LaVine? The key point is that despite having such explosive physical qualities, he didn't even use them. Just look at how he played against Irving. He didn't show that kind of explosive speed in his last shot. Indeed, it looks like he wasn't even trying his best. This is just too absurd. Ooh, I can't believe there are people like this. Could it be that this is a stunt by the show team, intentionally creating hype? As netizens spread the news rapidly, these events also reached the ears of various sports websites and media in country M. Upon learning of this event, their immediate reaction was disbelief. However, soon each of them couldn't contain their excitement. During the off-season, aside from gossip among teams and stars, there was hardly anything newsworthy. Instantly, such a significant topic exploded. Is this not a gift from the heavens for their performance? Thank God and thank this guy named Zuo Bai. Almost simultaneously, not only ESPN and TNT, but even other major sports websites and media outlets began to report on this event. Various enticing headlines emerged. Shocking. Just crowned champions, yet beaten by a street ball bystander. Is Kyrie Irving's strength declining, or is the talent of the Chinese international student too strong? Endless prospects. Who exactly is the boy who defeated Kyrie Irving? NBA's top scorer defeated by an amateur. Is it a fluke or a lack of skill? The Asian international student who outplayed Kyrie Irving, his true identity is. Such reports flooded the front pages of major search forums. All related keywords were the strongest genius high school, genius Asian youth. And is Kyrie Irving really that bad? At first, the netizens who had been deceived by these clickbait headlines for so long didn't take this matter seriously. They all thought it was clearly a joke. This is just a marketing ploy. Even UCLA's head coach Hurland initially thought the same. Hurland could hardly believe his eyes. First and foremost, the possibility of it being reversed was eliminated. He was certain that these incredible videos could not be fabricated. The rhythm was absolutely mesmerizing, complemented by the stunningly graceful, yet jaw-dropping slam dunk. Regardless of whether this guy was of Asian descent or not, it was undeniable that he was a genius. Initially uninterested in news that seemed like mere fabrications, he now frantically searched for all related information. Although the discussions were filled with speculation, he found himself engrossed. The more he watched, the more excited he became. It had been a long time since he encountered such a prodigy. Moreover, something said by Zuo Bai on the court thrilled him the most. I'm just an amateur. If this statement were true, it meant that Zuo Bai had never undergone any systematic training, nor had he joined any collegiate. If he could invite him to join and train him well, what achievements might he attain? It was hard to imagine. Online, many netizens compared him to the rising star Jeremy Lin over the years. They claimed that Zuo Bai's talent and potential could even surpass Lin's. However, Coach Holland did not share this view. He believed that with just a little training, this young man could far surpass Jeremy Lin. Moreover, if he developed well, he believed Zuo Bai could reach legendary status. With this thought, he could no longer wait. He immediately picked up the phone in his office to call his team's agent. But for some reason, the call did not go through today. Unable to sit still, Coach Holland decided to go directly to the gym to discuss this matter with the agent. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was entangled with the team's agent in the school gym. Zuo Bai expressed his hope for the agent to give him a chance to showcase his skills, claiming that he could contribute to the team. However, the agent looked disdainful. It's important to note that in professional basketball, it is rare to see someone with yellow skin. Looking back through history, there have been very few Asian stars. Even those who could establish themselves in the NBA are limited. Now you, an Asian international student, suddenly come to our gym's door and say you want to join the team's training. Are you joking with me? The agent waved his hand impatiently to dismiss him, saying, our team has very high standards. This isn't just an ordinary basketball game. You have no place here. Zuo Bai did not get angry at his impatience. He simply replied, I'm not joking, I'm serious. I just defeated Kyrie Irving in an unknown. Zuo Bai explained innocently. However, after he said this, the agent became even more impatient, looking at him as if he were defeated Kyrie Irving. Are you kidding me? Kyrie Irving was the first overall pick and had won Rookie of the Year. Even the top rookies in the nation today wouldn't dare claim they could beat Kyrie Irving. You say you crushed him? The agent looked at Zuo Bai as if he were an idiot. He hurriedly told him to get lost. Their conversation drew the attention of players training in the gym. Especially that line, I just defeated Kyrie Irving. This statement directly drew in some key players from the school team, who mockingly asked him, did you really just say you beat Irving? Is this guy still half asleep? He's just an Asian. He probably can't even compete in the G League, yet dares to claim he. The more ignorant, the more arrogant. You're killing me with laughter. Oh, just look at that foolish expression of his. It really seemed several of them were mocking him to the fullest. Suddenly someone called out to the agent. The agent was taken aback when the person next to him said, Holland is looking for you. He called you earlier, but you didn't answer. He's now at the back door of the gym. Hurry up. The agent glanced at his phone and realized he indeed hadn't heard the earlier call, so he left Zuo Bai with the players and hurried to the back door. Initially, the agent thought he would definitely get scolded, but to his surprise, Coach Holland did not address anything else upon seeing. Instead, he hurriedly said, quick, I need you to find out information about a player. The sooner the better. I need to know which school he's from, how old he is, whether he has joined any professional teams, and if he has played in any professional matches. Detailed and quick. Seeing the coach so anxious, the agent was a bit confused. Okay, but coach, who is this player that has you so concerned? Coach Holland shook his head and said with deep emotion, this player is the most talented one I have seen in recent years. His rhythm is phenomenal, simply unbelievable. Moreover, he possesses incredibly explosive physical attributes. He can execute extremely difficult folded dunks. Coach Holland's boundless admiration left the agent utter. Is there really such a person? If there truly is such a player, he would have long been recruited by various teams. How could it be? However, he only thought this and did not dare to voice it. So he told Coach Holland, all right, once I finish handling the matter of the Asian player, I will investigate. At this moment, upon hearing this, Coach Holland immediately tensed up. An Asian player? It couldn't be. Coach Holland eagerly asked, what did that player say? The agent was taken aback, not understanding why the coach was so interested, yet he still replied, the player is an Asian international student who hasn't participated in the school team selection before, and now he wants to join the team. By the way, his reason is quite ridiculous. He actually said he defeated Kyrie Irving. Do you believe that? Ha. Upon hearing this, the coach did not laugh along, but instead wore a serious expression. This puzzled the agent. Oh, what was wrong with the coach today? You're making me look foolish. I'm clearly a genius. Is my joke not funny? With a racing heart and trembling hands, Coach Holland simply uttered a few words, take me to meet him. At this moment, Zuo Bai was still waiting at the entrance of the gym, surrounded by players who did not cease their ridicule. Hey, you claim to have defeated Kyrie Irving. Well, I just won the NBA championship. Think about it, basketball is not as simple. Our basketball intensity is immense. You have no idea what real basketball is like. But I must admire your courage. You dare to say anything. Haha, you crack me up, even claiming to have dominated Irving. If you can beat Irving, you'll eat this basketball on the spot. Ha ha ha. Zuo Bai looked at them as if they were fools. Want to eat a basketball? What a bizarre quirk. Running here to cheat and take advantage. TSK. Just as a few people continued their mockery, the team's agent hurriedly brought the head coach over. Seeing the head coach arrive, everyone in the team straightened up and put away their previous attitudes. The moment Coach Holland saw Zuo Bai, he was ecstatic. Isn't that the boy I saw in the video? No need to search high and low. What a stroke of luck. I truly didn't expect things to turn out this way. He's right here at the university where I coach. The heavens have opened their eyes. The hope for the championship is alive. However, at that moment, he noticed the malicious smiles of those surrounding Zuo Bai and realized that things might not be so simple. Oh no, they haven't offended Zuo Bai while I was away, have they? He panicked at the thought. He had been counting on Zuo Bai to contribute. Coach Holland questioned them sternly. What were you doing just now? Crew, come out and explain yourself. Crew, the one who just said he would eat the ball, stepped out of the crowd wearing a look of disdain. He replied to the coach, Coach, we were merely teaching a cocky kid a lesson. He actually said he defeated Irving. At this moment, the team's agent also stepped forward, pointing at Zuo Bai, and echoed, Coach, don't pay attention to this guy. How could anyone beat Irving? This guy just talks nonsense. Ignore him. I'm going to chase him away. With that, they plan to take action. What the FXXX are you doing? What the hell are you guys doing? Everyone froze in surprise. Is he talking about us? Why am I being scolded? Who am I? Where am I? The coach ignored those confused individuals and walked straight towards Zuo Bai. He looked at Zuo Bai with admiration, nodding as he spoke. You are a student at our school, right? The person in that video is... Zuo Bai nodded. That's me. Coach Herland showed no restraint in expressing his immense excitement, as if he had stumbled upon treasure. The team's agent and crew were both bewildered after seeing the coach's expression. They completely failed to grasp the situation and exchanged confused glances. Video? What video? Who is this guy? Does the coach know him? Hearing their whispers, Coach Herland looked at the team's agent with a gaze of disbelief and said, Such a huge event occurred, and you haven't even heard about it. Kyrie Irving was defeated in a streetball game. What? How is that possible? Kyrie just won the championship. How could he possibly be defeated in a streetball game? Someone can beat Irving. Who the hell is this person? Is it possible? Why does everyone suddenly want to defeat Irving today? How is it impossible? Coach Herland retorted, then continued, The person who defeated Kyrie Irving is right in front of you. After hearing this, everyone began looking around. Besides their team members and that Asian student, they didn't see anyone. Wait, didn't that Asian student say something earlier? He seemed to have claimed he just defeated Kyrie Irving. The coach also mentioned that Kyrie Irving was defeated. The team's agent reacted quickly, instantly recalling the earlier. Could it be that what this kid said is true? Could the one who defeated Irving be him? The agent, looking bewildered, cautiously asked, Coach, are you telling me that the person I was supposed to find is him? Exactly. Coach Herland nodded with delight. He is the genius I mentioned. The genius I haven't seen in years. The team's agent was utterly astonished, unable to believe that Coach Herland held such high praise for a mere Asian international. Moreover, the coach even stated that this Asian student just defeated Kyrie Irving. Is this for real? At this moment, the team's agent finally looked at Zuo Bai with a normal perspective. Standing just over 1.9 meters tall, he was entirely suited for the current league's guard position, and his wingspan seemed to be around 2 meters. His static talent appeared to be quite good. However, it is well known that Asian athletes are often criticized for their dynamic ability, whether it be speed, endurance, explosiveness, or absolute core strength. The upper limits of Asian athletes are often not. How could the coach have such confidence in him? Just as the agent was puzzled, Coach Herland made a decision that astonished everyone. He walked up to Zuo Bai and seriously asked, Why would you like to join our school team and participate in the NCAA League for practice? After he finished, Coach Herland added, We truly welcome your addition. This move left the already recruited players in the gym feeling insecure. What about the selection process for joining the school team? What about the interview process? This is UCLA, a prestigious basketball school. Why did he get a direct invitation? Why do we have to go through so much effort to join the team back then? Damn, it's unfair. Zuo Bai, seeing the coach's enthusiasm, had not expected things to go so smoothly. But since the outcome was positive, he naturally agreed. Sure, but I haven't received any systematic training. I can only say I'm just playing casually, and I might not be able to handle the high intensity, full court. I might get tired. Zuo Bai spoke the truth. After all, he was just an ordinary basketball enthusiast with the eye of the emperor. In terms of physical fitness and stamina, he was slightly stronger than average, but not excessively so. He was worried the coach might have too high expectations, so he wanted to clarify up front. Coach Herland nodded in agreement, seemingly understanding everything. But what he really thought was humble, too humble. Indeed, geniuses are both humble and low-key. Just playing casually and might get tired. Oh, low-key. I like it. If Zuo Bai knew what Coach Herland was thinking right now, he would probably cry in the restroom. I'm not being humble at all. The coach's intentions are good. He hopes to do everything possible to strengthen the team, especially for Zuo Bai, a player capable of leading the team to an NCAA championship. Although Coach Herland feels that Zuo Bai's words are merely modesty, others believe this is the reality. Especially those players who originally made the team through normal channels are quite dissatisfied. They don't care about Zuo Bai's actual abilities. They think Zuo Bai is completely insignificant. Naturally, these black players have never been fond of Asian players, and now that Zuo Bai claims he is not good at this, or that they look down on him even more. What right does a loser have to play on the same team as us? Just because he says he beat Irving. Please, that's obviously just brag. If it weren't for the head coach keeping them in check, they would have started cursing. How can an amateur who claims to have no professional training and is out of shape be specially recruited into the basketball team? Could the coach be losing his mind? He looks so satisfied. It's truly baffling. The agent also doesn't understand what makes this person whom Coach Herland calls a genius so special. He even began to doubt whether Zuo Bai really did beat Irving. But thankfully, once the team testing begins, everything will be so the team agent said to the coach and Zuo Bai, You are Zuo Bai, right? We can handle the paperwork for joining the team later, but we still need to go through the motions, the standard physical tests, and some simple assessments must be done. Zuo Bai nodded. Then he looked up and asked, Okay, can we do the testing today? Of course, the agent replied enthusiastically. He couldn't wait to see what made this Asian exchange student so different. He was even more curious to find out if this so-called genius was being overestimated. Meanwhile, the group of players led by Crew who were watching nearby were already quite displeased with Zuo Bai's casual entry into the team. They firmly believed that Zuo Bai was a worthless player. But upon hearing about Zuo Bai's upcoming physical test, they decided to hold back. Hehe. Whether a donkey or a horse, we'll see when it's time to trot out. If the test is happening soon, let's see what scores you can achieve. They were looking forward to witnessing Zuo Bai's public humiliation. In front of everyone, they wanted to hear Zuo Bai's physical test results are unsatisfactory. So they waited patiently. They planned to endure until the moment Zuo Bai completed his test, then loudly declare him a waste and drive him out of the team. Thinking of this, Crew and the others were kind smiles as they walked into the gym. Inside the testing venue, everyone was astonished to see the team's head coach, the team agent, and nearly all the main players surrounding an Asian face. Everyone was completely surprised. Who is this Asian guy? Meanwhile, the team's agent arranged for the players to set up the test. They were about to start the physical tests. Are you kidding? Didn't the previous testing already conclude? Are they really going to initiate another test just for this one person? Who exactly is this guy to make the head coach come to watch in person? I didn't see the head coach at the venue when we were testing earlier. Everyone was very curious about what would happen next and gathered around while Crew and his group were gloating. Because they believed that the more people came to watch, the better. For them, what they wanted most was to see Zuo Bai embarrass himself in front of the more people who witnessed Zuo Bai's humiliation, the better. Seeing Coach Helland, who was all set with an excited expression, he naturally had high hopes for Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai, don't hold back, show us your best strength, and let us see your level. After hearing this, Zuo Bai nodded, but still said, I can only say you'll do my best. The agent confirmed that the equipment was functioning properly before saying to Zuo Bai, if you are ready, please stand here. Following the team's agent's instructions, Zuo Bai stepped onto the machine for measuring height and weight. Beep, beep, beep. After a few seconds of measurement, the results were out. Height 1. 93 meters, weight 89 kilograms, a wingspan 2.02 meters, body fat percentage only 6. Honestly, this static talent is indeed quite excellent. At the guard position, he is entirely capable of competing at the NBA level. Moreover, the agent observed that Zuo Bai's hand width is also larger than average for guards, allowing him better ball handling and core. He could even execute a variety of unexpected offensive options in the air. This is indeed an essential condition for becoming an excellent guard. However, static talent is only part of the equation. The most important aspect is dynamic talent. It is well known that Griffin's static talent is quite average, to put it bluntly, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Griffin's dynamic talent is undoubtedly top tier in the league. After all, he is known as the Flying Beast. Therefore, everyone was even more eager to see how Zuo Bai would perform in the dynamic talent tests. At that moment, Zuo Bai approached the bench press and squat machines to prepare for testing. At this moment, he heard the system's voice. The host is currently facing a dynamic talent test. The system presents 2. 1. The system will immediately grant the host a reward, a 10-minute experience card of Amin Daiki's peak physical condition to complete the test. 2. You do not use any system functions during this test. After the test concludes, the system will reward the host with a rare gift package. Zuo Bai didn't hesitate at all. A rare gift package. Isn't that tempting? Although he really wanted to join the team and play, but there was no choice. The reward was simply too enticing. 222. Ding dong, congratulations on making a choice. Please complete the test. Zuo Bai began the test. The head coach was very eager, and the agent stood beside him anxiously waiting, while only Crew looked at Zuo Bai with disdain. The head coach, who initially thought Zuo Bai's physical test data might break records, watched the entire process with anticipation. However, the results left him in disbelief. Not in a sense of excessive disbelief, but it was far too ordinary. Bench press max 70 kilograms. Squat max 130 kilograms. Vertical jump 43 centimeters. Run-up jump only 55 centimeters. What the FXXX? These figures cannot be considered low. In fact, for Zuo Bai's self-identification as a basketball amateur, they are quite, but among professional players, this is far too average. Is this still the Zuo Bai who was seen in the video performing aerial? The head coach stepped forward looking incredulous and asked Zuo Bai, honestly, Bai, did you really do your best? Before Zuo Bai could respond, Crew disdainfully stepped forward and said, don't kid around. Coach, don't you understand yet? He's just a fraud. He's nothing but a waste. A waste like him, who can only boast I could take on 10 of him with one hand. With his level of skill, he doesn't deserve to join. I don't understand why you have such high expectations for him, coach, but I believe you should focus more on us, the official team members. A waste like him, who can only boast I could take on 10 of him with one hand. With his level of skill, he doesn't deserve to join. He isn't even worthy of being a substitute. As soon as Crew spoke, many onlookers began discussing among themselves. It turns out this Asian-looking guy isn't impressive at all. I initially had some expectations, thinking he might be someone significant. What was I thinking? He's just an ordinary Asian guard. What could he possibly achieve? Although Crew isn't the best in handling situations, I must admit his skills are indeed remarkable. Indeed, Crew is someone who can hold his own in the NCAA Division I League. His words hold some weight. If that's the case, I support Crew as well. This Asian joining our team brings no benefits. I really wonder what the head... Instantly, those who were more familiar with Crew in the team unhesitatingly sided with him. Seeing so many people supporting him gave Crew more confidence to speak. Coach Helen, this guy does not deserve to join us. You must have seen that clearly, Crew said excitedly. I could defeat him with just one finger. Coach Helen pondered for a moment. He still believed his judgment was correct. The authenticity of that video he saw online was also beyond doubt. It is well known that videos can't be tampered with. He still believed that Zuo Bai did not showcase his true abilities in this. Much like in that video, his slow and unremarkable breakthrough speed made people think that's all he could do. However, that explosive dunk at the end revealed everything. Zuo Bai did not exert himself in the match against Owen. Perhaps he is just laid back. Maybe he didn't take the earlier tests seriously. Even Coach Helland found it difficult to judge this, as he had only interacted with Zuo Bai for a short time. Despite his strong belief in Zuo Bai, he lacked concrete evidence. After much contemplation, he finally said, "Kuru, since you think he doesn't deserve to join the team, then you should have a match with him." Kuru was more than happy. He had wanted to challenge Zuo Bai for a long time. He aimed to prove with his strength that Zuo Bai he did not belong on the same team as him. "No problem, coach." Kuru's expression was filled with excitement. He was overjoyed. He arrogantly turned to Zuo Bai and said, "Are you brave enough to have a match with me, Zuo Bai? Since you claimed you defeated Owen before, this should be nothing for you, right?" Zuo Bai was not worried at all. After all, even though his dynamic physical attributes weren't exceptional, possessing the eye of God made him unbeatable in this unknown scenario. Zuo Bai could foresee all his opponent's next moves, whether in offense or defense. This means that winning this match would be exceedingly easy for Zuo Bai. After all, even Owen couldn't snatch victory from him, let alone Kuru, a college student who hasn't even entered the NBA. Though he might have achieved some success in the NCAA league, it is nothing to brag about. Without a second thought, Zuo Bai shrugged and calmly replied, "Sure." Seeing his nonchalant expression, Kuru felt annoyed. He actually dared to agree. Putting on an act. Kuru said fiercely, "Haha, you think you can act fearless, but that will only last for a moment. Soon I will make you cry and beg for mercy." Zuo Bai said nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to respond to Kuru. Do villains always have so much to say? Haven't they watched any dramas? Don't they know how villains usually meet their end? Being too arrogant will eventually lead to a slap in the face. At this moment, the system seemed to thrive on the chaos. It came over to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Detected that the host is being provoked," issuing a random reward task. If the host successfully defeats the opponent and shocks everyone present, the system will grant an opportunity for a reward. The originally issued rare gift pack will be upgraded in quality, issuing epic rare gift pack. Does the host accept the random task? Damn, do I even need to think? Accept. However, since I accepted the task, Zuo Bai needed to treat this match seriously. Initially, he thought he could rely solely on the eye of God, but now it seemed he didn't need to save his experience card. System used the Fire God Dunk experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host. The experience card has been successfully used, valid for 10 minutes. In an instant, Zuo Bai felt an overwhelming surge of power within his body. The standard rim of 3.05 meters seemed trivial in his eyes. At this height, it was merely a piece of cake. It couldn't be any easier. Meanwhile, Kuru was still unaware of the kind of existence he had provoked. He continued to circle around the court, cheering for the spectators and inciting them to cheer louder. He looked down on Zuo Bai in front of him and said, "He'll just pass the ball to you, trash, or I fear you might never touch the ball." He's about to bring out his true strength and use the basketball he loves most to really go at it with this Zuo Bai. The implication was clear. Irving had not been going all out. Kuru still looked down on him, believing that with Zuo Bai's physical abilities, it would be easy for him to defend against him. Even a block would be a walk in the park. Easy game. But just when he was lost in the joy of his impending victory, Zuo Bai effortlessly made a no-ball feint. Boom. In an instant, the ball exploded off the ground, launching him forward. This speed left Kuru dumbfounded, and for a moment, he couldn't react. How could this Asian guard possess such explosive power? This is unscientific. Yet it happened just like that. This humiliating maneuver, comparable to directly harvesting ankles, truly unfolded before him. Kuru hadn't even turned around in time, and he didn't even see Zuo Bai's back before he heard the sound of a dunk behind him. Bang! Zuo Bai scored. Sometimes a slap in the face comes unexpectedly fast. Just a moment ago, Kuru looked down on Zuo Bai and hadn't even made a defensive move when he was simply bypassed. And with a thunderous dunk, he scored. Everyone present was utterly shocked. They could hardly believe it. The guy who just had a vertical leap of barely 40 centimeters was able to jump so high. The height of that dunk had to be at least 70 or 80 centimeters. It's an understatement. And his explosive speed just now was incredibly astonishing. Not only Kuru himself, but even the surrounding spectators couldn't see what had just happened. Zuo Bai moved like a flash of lightning. It was too fast. After witnessing this performance, the coach clenched his fists in excitement. My choice was not wrong. It turns out that Zuo Bai wasn't serious just now. The explosiveness that Zuo Bai displayed just now and his mastery of timing were absolutely at an NBA level. It was nothing short of perfect. Aeon's an Atticade genius. A true genius. But in reality, Zuo Bai did not exert himself fully during that dunk. After all, they were still in the warm-up phase. Using all his strength now would be a bit too early. Meanwhile, Kuru still couldn't believe that he had just been bypassed by Zuo Bai. This was simply absurd. However, Kuru managed to calm down. After all, physical testing data couldn't lie. Zuo Bai was just an ordinary player. He must have taken it too lightly just now and didn't react in time. Yes, it must be like that. I was just careless. As long as I focus, he wouldn't be able to score a single point from me. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Kuru was finally ready to be on guard and carefully observed all of Zuo Bai. At this moment, Zuo Bai's movements appeared to be much slower in Kuru's eyes, and he could see every action clearly. He felt a surge of joy. Indeed, I was careless just now. Zuo Bai executed a dribble followed by a deceptive change of direction, shifting his weight directly onto his right leg. These actions were done slowly, and Zuo Bai executed a dribble followed by a deceptive change of direction, shifting his weight directly onto his right leg. These actions were done slowly, and could see them clearly. He's going to break through to the right. Quickly adjusted his steps, fully committed to blocking Zuo Bai's right-sided attack. However, under the ability of the Heavenly Emperor's eye, Zuo Bai had already foreseen Clurus' movements. He had also anticipated Clurus' right-side defensive adjustment. And this was precisely the trap he had set. At the moment Cluru shifted his weight, Zuo Bai executed a wide-ranging change of direction. In an instant Cluru was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Clearly I had seen through his movements. How could he possibly? Cluru attempted to rush up and make up for his lost defensive position. But how could that be possible? In a daze he felt his smack. Cluru lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Damn, I got faked out. Could someone be faked out so easily? This is ridiculous. Isn't Clurus' defense supposed to be good? Could this guy be some kind of ankle breaker from a past? I truly feel for Cluru. I hope his ankle is okay. How could this Asian guard be so strong? Meanwhile on the other, Zuo Bai merely glanced back at him, then took 3 slow steps to lay up, scoring effortlessly. This shot was like night and day compared to the previous one. In that previous shot Zuo Bai's unparalleled explosiveness and timing had completely immobilized Cluru. But in this shot his extraordinary sense of rhythm and ability to shift his weight was like magic, directly leaving Cluru off balance. Everyone could see that the speed of the shot was not fast at all. The surrounding spectators were utterly astonished. Heavenly Emperor, how is this possible? Is this guy the same person as the one from the physical test just now? Everything seems as if he had planned it all out in advance. How could this be? This dribbling rhythm is too perfect, it's simply art. At this moment the agent watched Zuo Bai's performance and shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, unbelievable. Incredible. This guy managed to render Cluru utterly defenseless. The team's agent knew that although Cluru's character was indeed questionable, his strength was undeniable. He possessed outstanding explosiveness and solid fundamentals on both offense and defense. He could not only initiate attacks, but also serve as a formidable defender. Cluru could definitely be considered a quite good player. But at this moment he appeared like a child who had just learned to play basketball under Zuo Bai's offensive onslaught. He had no ability to fight back at all. In fact, he couldn't even disrupt Zuo Bai's offense. This was simply absurd. Faced with the agent's astonishment, the team's head coach Helland could only smile and nod repeatedly. I told you this guy is a genius capable of changing our team. Oh my god. Even now I can hardly believe that everything you said is true. The team's agent shook his head in disbelief. However, he still had one question in mind. That was the physical test data just now clearly didn't look good for Zuo Bai. That earlier data absolutely couldn't support Zuo Bai's current performance. So what was going on just now? Thinking of this, he asked in confusion, why was his physical test data so mediocre? The coach asked this question very seriously, hoping Helland could give him a reason. However, the coach simply said, he wasn't serious just now. Not serious? Is that for real? This reasoning is too simple, isn't it? I don't read much, don't try to fool me. However, Coach Helland looked steadfast and seriously analyzed. I'm not joking with you, but it's obvious that this is his personality. Just look at his match with Irving. In the early stages of the game, he didn't even bother to jump, yet he could still score. If it weren't for that final folding dunk he showcased, I would even think his physical fitness was just average. A folding dunk. The team's agent was stunned. To execute such a move in an actual game requires a tremendous Could this Asian guard possibly achieve that? That's terrifying. Coach Helland continued. I believe the main reason he does this is that his strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Winning a match is also an easy task for him, so he doesn't need to give his all every time. That's why he appears like an ordinary person most of the time. Do you understand? Listening to Coach Hellandi's serious analysis, the agent surprisingly found it quite reasonable. Exactly. Coach is a coach, his insight is so unique. With your explanation, everything makes sense. At this point it seemed that no one cared whether Cluru could win anymore. Everyone's focus was entirely on Zuo Bai. Everyone marveled at the unparalleled talent exhibited by this Asian. Zuo Bai continuously scored over Cluru. The one who boasted before the game that he would prevent Zuo Bai from touching the ball, he was now the one who hadn't touched the ball even once. Scoring, scoring, scoring again. Under Zuo Bai's offense he could only be toyed with at will. At this moment Cluru had completely lost his usual rhythm, panting heavily. Zuo Bai looked at him with a relaxed expression and casually said, did you not say you would make me kneel and beg for mercy? Why are you so tired so quickly? That last shot'll send you home. This was the final shot. Cluru knew this was his last chance to prove himself. Zuo Bai took the final shot not only because Cluru was exhausted, but also because his 10-minute experience card was about to make it swift and decisive, finish with a dunk. A simple feint, then a crossover followed by a behind-the-back pullback. The moment Cluru shifted his center of gravity, Zuo Bai seized the opening, locking in half a body length ahead and rising forcefully for the layup. Cluru gave it everything he had. He held his defensive position, rigidly refusing to yield even a single step. Yet Zuo Bai's superior physicality and raw strength overwhelmed him entirely. After one fierce exchange, Zuo Bai drove straight to the rim. He soared skyward. Seeing Zuo Bai leap, Cluru launched himself desperately from behind, reaching high with both hands, aiming for a thunderous block. But then he realized his once prized explosive power paled into insignificance before Zuo Bai's ascent. Cluru's upward momentum was already waning, while Zuo Bai continued climbing. Higher, still higher. There was no doubt he would be posterized. He refused to accept it. Realizing all was lost, Kalu resorted to desperation. He violently yanked Zuo Bai. That's a foul. How could he do that? Referee, this is a flagrant foul. It's utterly unethical. This was only an exhibition. Though the referee's whistle pierced the air, it could not halt what was unfolding on the court. Such a foul carried grave risk of, as our elder brother, you would say, he's been pulled off the court. Even Coach Herter, watching from the sideline, felt his heart lurch, and he had painstakingly discovered a true prodigy, a talent destined to make waves in the NBA. If you ruin his career like this, I'll never forgive you. Everyone saw it clearly. Kalu had seized Zuo Bai's left arm. Zuo Bai's balance shattered completely, yet impossibly he stabilized his core midair. At that instant, Zuo Bai's apex cleared the rim entirely. His right arm rose high, sweeping through a flawless arc as he locked eyes on the hoop. With explosive force, he slammed the ball downward. Kagami Daiki's ultimate technique, meteor dunk. Thud. The ball crashed violently through the net. A thunderous dunk. Point secured. Players in the stands stood speechless, stunned into silence. Even the coach beside the court stared in utter disbelief. Across the entire arena, only the hollow bounce of the basket. Every gaze fixed upon Zuo Bai, the man who just defied physics with that impossible dunk. This is insane. Is this even humanly possible? He'd already lost balance, clearly pulled off course. A foul couldn't stop him. This guy's a monster. He stabilized his center of gravity midair. What kind of core strength is that? I refuse to believe his official physical test results are accurate. What we just witnessed is at least double those numbers. A slam dunk. Absolutely breathtaking. He's like a protagonist leaping from the pages of a manga. Had I not seen it myself, I'd never believe he could soar so high, even while being pulled down. He cleared the rim. A guard clearing the rim. How many in the NBA can pull that off? Is he truly an Asian American point guard? This terrifying explosiveness, it's beyond reason. Now I truly believe he could beat Kyrie Irving. After the initial shock subsided, the coach suddenly recalled something gravely serious. Kalu's reckless act, undignified in defeat. The coach strode over, voice stern. Why did you do that on the previous? You knew full well how dangerous it was. Kalu shrugged, indifferently, seething with resentment. So what? Even if he'd gotten injured, what does it matter to me? Besides, he's perfectly fine now, isn't he? His teammates, usually training alongside him, could barely conceal their disgust. For most of them, basketball was more than sport. It was a lifelong passion. Such conduct could easily end another player's. On the court, skill speaks loudest. To lose honorably is noble, but dirty play is utterly unforgivable. Had Zuo Bai not possessed freakish athleticism, that move would have torn ligaments, ending any professional future. Yet Kalu remained oblivious to his own transgression and to the growing contempt radiating from those around him. He pressed on, sneering, he's not even on our team. Why should I care whether he lives or dies? He brings nothing to our wins. When it matters most, this team relies on me. Coach Hullen's face turned ashen. His voice cut like ice. I've stated clearly, Zuo Bai is now part of our team. Attacking your own teammate, that's your idea of prowess. Him? Join us. On what grounds? Kalu roared, furious. Fine. If he joins, I quit. It's him or me. He glared defiantly at Coach Herland, forcing a choice. Abandoned Zuo Bai. He was utterly confident he'd long been the team's cornerstone. He couldn't imagine the team sacrificing him for an Asian exchange, nor did he believe the team's agent would let him walk away so easily if they lost their starting player now. It would severely compromise the upcoming season. Smirking at Zuo Bai, he laughed aloud. Winning this match changes nothing. You'll never play professionally. No team will ever sign you. Trash. Zuo Bai felt no anger, only a faint wry amusement. Where did this misplaced confidence come from? Did he not just get utterly dominated? As Kalu basked in self-satisfaction, the head coach spoke. Since you've made your choice, you're dismissed from training, effective today. Crew wore a look of disbelief. He turned to Coach Hullen, confusion etched on his face. He could hardly believe that the coach had just given up on him. Coach, what did you say? Coach Herland looked at him, his expression unreadable, and said, do you want me to repeat myself? From today onward, you are no longer a member of the UCLA basketball team. What? Crew turned to Zhuang Bai, bewildered, and said, Coach, how could you kick me out of the team for this guy? This team, I am the main player here. Don't think too highly of yourself. Right now you've brought this upon yourself. Moreover, the previous game has already shown everything. As Zhuang Bai will only perform better than you. You won't score a single point. Coach paused and continued, Zhuang Bai is a genius. This is the gap between you two, the difference between genius and ordinary. Whether you admit it or not, this fact cannot be changed. If you cannot accept the existence of someone better than you, then you can only leave this team. Coach's words made his stance. He chose Zhuang Bai without hesitation. Crew couldn't believe that his position in the team was now inferior to that of an Asian. He turned to the team's manager for help, hoping he could say something on his behalf. After all, the manager knew how he had performed in the Crew had been completely abandoned. At that moment, he still wanted to argue. He was looking for any excuse to refute. Crew had been completely abandoned. At that moment, he still wanted to argue. He was looking for any excuse to refute. By the way, he could never beat Irving. He's lying. He is a liar. Suddenly someone nearby said, I just saw a video of Zhuang Bai online. He really beat Irving. Impossible. Crew refused to believe it, but others around him kept saying it's true. In fact, I saw it too. This guy is really impressive. Even Irving couldn't shake off his defense. Yes, I saw it too. Me too. At that moment, Crew realized that there was no one left in the whole team to support him. This was the first time he felt helpless since joining this team. Merely because of the addition of a newcomer, everyone chose to abandon. He looked around, truly not expecting this day to come. Although Crew was unwilling, he had no other options. What else could he do? Stay here and not leave. That would only make him look like a joke. Coming to terms with reality, he turned and walked toward the gym's entrance. But just then a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. If you want to stay on the team, I support you. This voice belonged to none other than Zuo Bai. When Crew turned around and saw Zuo Bai saying this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is that really true? Crew asked in disbelief. Did Zuo Bai really not hold a grudge against him? He kept asking himself, do you know how rude I was to you just now? Could it be that Zuo Bai was a bodhisattva? Did he really not mind at all? Oh my god. Crew was touched. However, sorry, Zuo Bai was not some living bodhisattva. Though he wasn't the type to hold grudges, he was also not a saint who saved everyone. How could he repay kindness with kindness? Zuo Bai was just an ordinary person. His guiding principle was simple: if others respect me an inch, I will return it a mile. But if you offend me in the slightest, I will repay you tenfold. He nodded at Crew and said sincerely, what I said is certainly true. If you are willing, you can absolutely stay on the team as my substitute. In any team, the stamina consumption of the main players is immense. Therefore, having a substitute is entirely reasonable. However, for him to make such a request at this time felt somewhat heartless. After all, just a moment ago, Crew was still a main player, now asking him to be your substitute. Isn't that heartless? It would be a miracle if he could accept it. Tisk too ruthless. Killing someone still requires heartlessness. Making a former main player a substitute, haha. Zuo Bai is truly talented. How could he come up with that? But Crew deserves it. This is still mild. If I were Zuo Bai, I would have gone up and hit him by now. But I think Zuo Bai's actions now are probably worse for Crew than getting hit. Hahaha, who told him to bring this upon himself? I have long disliked him. So satisfying. Just thinking of Crew's face earlier makes this retribution feel too swift. Indeed, people who are wicked have their own retribution. Today, Crew has met someone tough. Crew felt 100 grievances. There was no way he would stay and be Zuo Bai's substitute. He glared fiercely at the team he had once belonged to. Fine, since you all want this useless Asian guard, you will regret it sooner or later. Crew was now resolute in his decision. He wanted to leave this team and prove himself elsewhere. Then in the upcoming NCAA league, he would use his strength to defeat Zuo Bai. He would prove in front of all the college leagues and spectators that he was the strongest. Just wait. When the league day comes, after dropping this harsh remark, Crew left the gym without looking back. It was said that later he joined another college basketball team and became the main scorer, but that's another story. Seeing Crew leave the team, many players who had often been oppressed by him clapped and cheered. And the team's coach did not feel sorry for losing a player like Crew. He had long heard of Crew's character. In fact, the coach had been looking for an opportunity to expel him, but there had been no chance. Today was just right. It was simply a double blessing. The team not only got rid of this toxic presence in the locker room, but also gained a genius who could change the course of the team's future. Coach Herlin believed that as long as Zuo Bai could compete, this year's NCAA championship was within reach. At this moment, the coach approached and patted Zuo Bai on the shoulder, smiling as he said to the young man, Zuo Bai, we warmly welcome you to our team. If there's anything you need or any difficulties you encounter, just let me know and the team will do everything we can to help you. If you say that, I do have a question. Zuo Bai pondered seriously. The coach asked, what's your question? Just say it. I need a substitute. The people around and the coach were momentarily taken aback by his request. Need a substitute? Brother, with your physique rivaling that of James, what more do you need in a substitute? You who casually slams down dunks, can't you put in the effort to play the entire game? If I had your physical prowess, I wouldn't step off the court for a minute. Although the coach didn't quite understand what Zuo Bai was thinking, he tentatively asked, are you serious? Do you really need a substitute? Zuo Bai nodded earnestly. I really need a substitute. Although there was indeed a hint of malice towards Keilu in Zuo Bai's earlier statement, the fact remained that he genuinely needed a substitute. Seeing Zuo Bai's serious demeanor, the other players couldn't help but exclaim, geniuses are indeed different. Even their thoughts are beyond our comprehension. After all, they're on a different level than us. With both strength and humility, such individuals are truly rare. Indeed, if I had his talent, I'd surely boast that I don't need a substitute. He is being responsible for the team. We absolutely need such individuals in our team. He will undoubtedly make a great leader, not only in terms of strength, but his attitude in dealing with others surpasses Keilu by a wide margin. Humble and low-key, no wonder he's so strong. Indeed, during physical tests, I almost got fooled by him. I thought he really only had that level of physicality. Experts are always hidden and unassuming. In fact, Zuo Bai wanted to say, you guys are overthinking it. Zuo Bai knew that without using the experience card, it would be impossible for him to play an entire high-intensity game. Even with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he could perform excellently on the court. However, his stamina wouldn't allow him to keep playing. It's exhausting. After all, even many top athletes can't play the entire game. The physical consumption from high-intensity matches is very rapid. Ordinary people would be exhausted after just 5 minutes. Zuo Bai estimated that without using the experience card, he could probably last about 15 minutes. This was still thanks to the enhancement of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, which meant he didn't have to run excessively. Otherwise, he suspected he would be out after 10 or 8 minutes. So he truly needed a substitute. After all, Zuo Bai couldn't possibly use the experience card in every match. What kind of family could afford that? Is it a family with a mine or a mine with a family? Meanwhile, the coach nodded. All right, I'll arrange this matter for you. Is there anything else? Nothing else, actually. Okay, I'll arrange a substitute for you as soon as possible. You should rest well today, and if you have time tomorrow, come to the team to start training. Joining the school team as he wished was indeed a pleasant outcome. However, the more exciting part was the reward for completing the random task. What good things might come from my epic rare gift bag? If I could get a few more experience cards, wouldn't that be fantastic? After leaving the gym, he quickly found a secluded spot, ready to claim his reward. System claimed the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the random task issued by the system. Your rare gift bag's reward quality has been upgraded to epic gift bag. Would you like to open the gift bag now, eh? What's there to hesitate? Zuo Bai thought for a moment and directly told his system, open the gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the epic gift bag. Rewards issued: Fire God Dunks Experience Card X1, Aomen Daiki Extreme Stamina Experience Card X1, Kuroko Ryota Perfect Copy Experience Card X1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining an epic reward, a Zone Mode Experience Ticket. Zone Mode Experience Ticket. The rewards above were understandable for Zuo Bai. They belong to the most insane abilities of the generation of miracles in Kuroko's basketball. Now, apart from the abilities of Murasakibara and Midorima, he had already acquired a portion of the other's powers. This could be considered a bug in any level of competition, and this zone is a kind of state. Players entering this state will gain abilities far exceeding their normal capabilities. This is a state that can unlock all of an athlete's potential. Could it be that possessing this experience ticket would allow him to... Just as he was about to ask the system, it preemptively explained, when the host uses a certain ability that belongs to him, he can use the experience ticket to directly enter zone mode as long as conditions allow. However, when the host uses experience cards for abilities not permanently gained, the experience ticket cannot be used to enter. Likewise, if the conditions to activate the status are not met, using the experience ticket will also not allow the host to enter zone mode. After carefully listening to this, Zuo Bai understood. He could only use the zone experience ticket based on the already acquired permanent ability of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. When using other characters' ability experience cards, he couldn't enter zone mode using the status of other characters. This requirement seemed a bit harsh. However, from what he understood, it seemed that the ability to enter zone could also grant permanent abilities. This thought excited. It seems the good stuff from this task reward is still to come. TSK. Joining the UCLA team was indeed the right choice. At this moment, the system spoke again. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming an epic gift bag. Now issuing an upgrade gift bag, Epic Lucky Gift Bag, which the host can open after participating in the first instance. This gift bag has no upper limit on rewards and no restrictions, allowing the host to randomly draw one reward. This means that his judgment is entirely based on luck. There's a possibility of getting great things, but also the chance of getting something awful. I'm not afraid of testing my luck, brother. I'm a stable player with guaranteed 130 pulls in Genshin. As long as I pull enough, the unlucky ones won't catch up to me. So in short, this is a gift bag that guarantees a great reward. However, the rewards obtained today were already pleasantly surprising, so he wouldn't dwell on this gift bag. It would have to wait until the next match to be opened. So Zuo Bai decided not to think about it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coach Herland's phone was almost blowing up. Coach Herland received countless phone calls, almost all from other prestigious basketball schools. Schools like the University of North Carolina, Duke University, and others. Nearly every famous basketball institution had reached out to him. Everyone's intentions were quite straightforward, as the first thing they asked was, "Did you see that video online?" Coach Herland responded with a smile and silence. "Are you referring to the student who overwhelmed Irving?" "Of course I've seen it. To be honest, is that student from your school?" "I can't say for sure." Coach Herland obviously wanted to play dumb and brush the matter aside. After all, who wouldn't keep... However, the other coaches had clearly come well prepared and were not easily deceived. "Don't give me that, Herland. I've already had someone investigate, and that young man is indeed an international student from your school. You need to tell me the truth. Have you recruited him for the school team?" Unable to brush it off any longer, Herland awkwardly smiled and casually replied, "Hey, he's just an ordinary student. It's not as exaggerated as what you see online." "Stop talking nonsense, Herland. If he's just an ordinary student, bring him to our school, and I'll offer him a full scholarship plus an additional 100 a year in financial support." Hearing the other party's determined tone, Herland knew he could no longer bluff. So he decided to be straightforward. "Just lay it all out." "What did you say? The signal isn't very good." "Hello?" We got disconnected." After hanging up, Herland still felt a twinge of crisis. He knew that nearly every team held boundless expectations for this newcomer who had overwhelmed Irving. All teams were keeping... As long as there was a suitable opportunity, they would certainly take action. There was no doubt about that. Even if Zuo Bai had now joined our school team, if other schools offered enticing conditions to poach him, it would be a huge loss. How could we allow a hard-earned genius to be taken advantage of by other teams? In Coach Herland's eyes, the term genius represented more than just his current performance. He saw enormous potential in Zuo Bai. With proper cultivation, he could yield not just a college league championship, but another superstar capable of leaving a mark in history. With this thought, Coach Herland decided to act first. Coach Herland prepared a comprehensive list of benefits that other schools could offer. He then submitted it directly to the school for... When the school's approval department saw this list, they found it quite unbelievable. Coach Herland, has he gone mad, or what? Since the schools founding their best students had never received such an abundance of benefits simultaneously. Moreover, many of these things were clearly not permitted to be combined. How could you receive both the academic improvement scholarship and the school's special scholarship at the same time? Also, since you are already participating in the tuition waiver, you cannot receive a scholarship. How dare you list all these on paper? However, Coach Herland insisted firmly, trust me, this will only benefit our school. After some contemplation, the head of the approval department ultimately decided. This precedent absolutely cannot. The school's procedural system must not be compromised. But they could allocate funds. Thus, the subsequent scene. Zuo Bai did not receive any awards during this semester, but the school granted him a full tuition waiver along with living stipends and study subsidies, basketball subsidies, meal allowances, water allowances, breathing allowances, and sleeping allowances. In short, they found every reason to give him money. When Zuo Bai learned about this, he was stunned and asked the coach. The coach with an indifferent expression patted his shoulder and said, don't worry about it, just take what you get. In the end, the nearly 1,000 annual study abroad fee was not only waived but also returned to him as an approximately 8,000 scholarship reward each year. In total, that rounded up to 1,800 in a year. Converting 1,800 to RMB, that's over a wow, what a profit. To be honest, Zuo Bai's family wasn't particularly wealthy, so $1 million still represented a considerable amount. But it wasn't over yet. Coach Herland continued to speak to him. Here you go, this is the key to the faculty apartment at our school. It's a single room free of charge, you can stay as you wish. Upon seeing all these perks, Zuo Bai felt a bit overwhelmed. Thank you, coach, but isn't this a bit too much? How could he not feel a bit shy? Without even playing a single game, he had already received $1 million from the school along with an apartment. Even though Zuo Bai usually had thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. But Coach Herland waved his hand nonchalantly and said, as long as you can play well, we will be satisfied. Come on, take it. The coach aimed for this effect. He knew how much interest other schools had in Zuo Bai. For this student, he could not guarantee that other schools would not do something extreme, so he needed to solidify their relationship. He wanted Zuo Bai to feel secure playing for the team. Coach Herland had put in a lot of effort for this matter. During the training days in the gym, Zuo Bai trained alongside the other players, engaging in physical training and some fundamental drills every day. While the other players trained with Zuo Bai, they did not feel he was particularly different. Everyone got tired and did the same things. Sometimes they even thought Zuo Bai was nothing special. His physical fitness appeared quite ordinary. But during team training, everyone was stunned. Wow, big guy, take me with you. Come on, clear the way for the big guy. Wow. He just shook off. Big guy, you're awesome. Big guy is incredible. Big guy, take me. Hey, don't steal him. Big guy is mine. Nonsense, I'm obviously on the same team as him. Don't steal him. I've said that I'm on the same team as Zuo Bai, or are you wanting to fight? It's obviously me and Zuo Bai on the same team. I see you're just trying to ride his coattails. Later, since all the players were more focused on how to team up with Zuo Bai than on how well they played. In the end, during team training, the coach couldn't help but let Zuo Bai train separately. Because when he was in the team, everyone passed the ball to Zuo Bai, so what was the meaning of the training? After several days of training, Zuo Bai welcomed his first friendly match with the university team. The opponent was their old rival, Louisiana University. Louisiana University can indeed be considered a strong basketball school. Shaquille O'Neal also emerged from this renowned basketball institution, making his way into the NBA from here. The friendly match between the two teams had already been scheduled well in advance. When the coach informed everyone about this, the others seemed unfazed. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai was somewhat excited upon hearing the news. This was the first time he had heard of such a formal match between university teams. As an amateur basketball enthusiast, being able to play in such a formal match felt akin to the day before in elementary school. Excited. However, Zuo Bai was also slightly worried. He was concerned about encountering some very strong players, and would this ruin his basketball dreams? Therefore, Zuo Bai quietly asked the person next to him, does Louisiana University have some really strong players? When his teammate saw Zuo Bai asking, his previously serious expression relaxed instantly. Well, there is indeed a very strong player, their star player Ben Simmons. But compared to you, he is nothing special. Zuo Bai immediately became interested. How strong is he? He's not that amazing. His teammate casually replied. He averaged 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists in the last NCAA season. That's not too impressive. Zuo Bai was taken aback. Not impressive? Are you kidding me? However, what his teammate considered not much was certainly in comparison to Zuo Bai. He believed Zuo Bai was stronger. Yet Zuo Bai lacked that confidence. He still saw himself as just an amateur basketball enthusiast. At that moment, his teammate continued explaining, by the way, I heard he was the first overall pick in this year's NBA draft. And this upcoming match isn't a formal competition, just a friendly game. He is here at the coach's request to help us adapt to the intensity of the NCAA league. So you don't need to feel too much pressure. Besides, I think your skills should be a bit stronger than his. Zuo Bai scratched his head. Even someone who doesn't follow basketball knows there's only one first overall pick in the NBA draft each year. With so many talented college players every year, only one is selected to become the top pick, so his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Zuo Bai thought to himself, this guy's shooting must be very accurate, right? Ben Simmons. That name sounds like a shoot. It looks like I really need to prepare seriously for the upcoming game. If I get overwhelmed right away, I would be letting down the school for giving me that $1 million. After all, Zuo Bai had never been exposed to such high-level basketball competitions. Therefore, he felt uncertain. He didn't know, but if things go awry, at least he still has an experience card to use. Surely, he won't be overwhelmed by this guy. Sigh. Still feeling a bit excited. A few days later, on the agreed date, all players from UCLA arrived at the home court of Louisiana University to participate in this friendly match. As soon as the two head coaches met, they warmly exchanged greetings. Long time no see. You too, Herland. I heard your school recently produced an Asian genius. Is he here today? Coach Hurlin nodded happily. Is that even a question? The head coach of Louisiana University glanced at Zuo Bai among the crowd. With a somewhat serious expression, he inquired, seriously, is this guy really as strong as the rumors say? Coach Hurlin did not answer directly, but smiled mysteriously. You'll know during the game. The coach from Louisiana University smiled faintly. He knew that Coach Hurlin's mysterious demeanor indicated great confidence in this player. It seemed this Asian player was indeed very strong. However, he was not overly worried. After all, their team also had this year's first overall pick, Ben Simmons. As a 2.08-meter tall forward, he certainly appeared far more impactful than this Asian guard from UC. Even if this Asian guard is really strong, he believed this Asian player could never win against Ben Simmons. Absolute. Before the game, both teams warmed up in the arena. During this time, many spectators had already gathered around. Most of these fans and spectators had come for one person, Ben Simmons. As the NBA's first overall pick from their school this year, Simmons had become a prominent figure. Leading his team to victory, his handsome demeanor on the court combined with his decent looks had garnered him a multitude of admirers. At this moment, even before the match began, countless cheers for Simmons could be heard. Simmons clearly enjoyed this attention. He frequently turned to the crowd waving. Wow, Simmons, I love you. My idol, Simmons. You are the pride of our school. So handsome. You must win against them. Just as expected of the NBA's first overall pick, every move is so I hope you go easy on them and don't win too badly. This overwhelming adoration made Simmons feel a bit This match was technically a friendly game. However, in reality, Simmons approached it with the mindset of teaching UCLA a lesson. Not only did he want to win, but he also aimed for a significant victory. At least a 30-point win. Looking at the opposing team, Simmons smirked disdainfully. Get ready to meet your doom. The warm-up ended and the teams prepared for the jump ball. Simmons was the one chosen to jump for Louisiana University. However, the moment the referee tossed the ball up, Simmons showed no interest in contesting it with the UCLA players. He glanced at the ball and immediately ran back to defend. He just gave UCLA the possession. But Simmons didn't care. He said to those in front of him, if you dare to go for a layup, you'll receive a solid block. You can try it. The young fans around were going wild. Simmons is so handsome, so domineering. When can I be as confident as him? You don't get it. A confidence comes from strength. Simmons can say such things because he has the ability to back it up. Such dominance. I bet the UCLA players are trembling in fear and wouldn't dare to go for a layup. Fans thought this, and certainly Simmons thought so too. However, they overlooked the presence of one person, Zuo Bai. The UCLA players passed the ball directly to Zuo Bai. And Zuo Bai did not hesitate, taking the ball and driving straight to the basket. Everyone was slightly taken aback upon seeing Zuo Bai. This Asian looks so familiar. Although he seemed familiar, everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to recall who this person was. They just felt, could this Asian really have the ability to score? Why is he still driving towards the paint? This Asian guard, is he planning to attempt a layup? No way, can't he see Simmons guard? This is hilarious. Maybe he can't even play. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to take another step forward. Just shoot. I think shooting is a safer bet. There's a chance it might go in, but a layup would definitely get blocked. I really don't understand what the people from UCLA are thinking passing the ball to someone like him. Surrounding people were buzzing with discussion, yet this did not affect Zuo Bai's performance at all. Zuo Bai steadily advanced with the ball. When he was just a step inside the three-point line, a defender from Louisiana suddenly closed. Looking down on Zuo Bai, he scoffed. With that speed, you think you can get past me? You're dreaming. The Louisiana defender stepped forward, attempting to steal the ball from Zuo Bai. However, when he realized his hand was about to touch the ball, it suddenly took an unexpected turn. Zuo Bai executed a not-so-fast behind-the-back dribble and slipped past the defender. At that moment, the defender abruptly turned around. He was caught off guard. He had been bypassed. Zuo Bai's speed may not have been fast, but he had effortlessly gotten past the first defender. Simmons felt somewhat perplexed. However, he didn't take it seriously. A layup at that speed was no different from getting blocked. Zuo Bai charged towards the basket, facing Simmons directly. The audience erupted in excitement. Go for it. It's blocked. With that speed, he can't get past you. Quick, block him and start the counterattack. Simmons, my man, take him down. Meanwhile, the two coaches on the sidelines fell silent. Their eyes were glued to the situation. This was the first direct confrontation between the two teams' aces. Even Coach Harlan, who had high hopes for Zuo Bai, was uncertain how high Zuo Bai could reach. Could he still perform stably against this year's NBA #1 draft pick? Coach Harlan was hopeful, yet he felt it. As the Louisiana coach saw Zuo Bai approaching the basket at this speed, he suddenly laughed. If he can only reach this speed, he will definitely fail. How could he possibly score under Simmons' defense? Coach Harlan said nothing, merely fixated on the unfolding events. In the next moment, Zuo Bai took 3 steps, preparing. Simmons was waiting for this moment. He counted Zuo Bai's rhythm, leaping high into the air, ready to deliver an unforgettable. Simmons' jump was extraordinarily high, leaving the surrounding audience in awe. At that height, it was truly a block, my dear. Everyone believed that Simmons had truly shut him down. But Zuo Bai had not followed his rhythm at all. Looking at the soaring Simmons, Zuo Bai was quite baffled. Why are you jumping so high? Zuo Bai gently leaped a height akin to a matchbox, then took a single step for the layup. Slap. The ball lightly struck the edge of the backboard and smoothly bounced into the hoop. Point scored. The entire audience was stunned. And in the end, you casually scored with a single step layup. Damn. You made me look foolish, brother. Simmons himself was frozen in place. What just happened? Brother. I jumped so high expecting you to take 3 steps, and in the end you casually scored with a single step layup. Damn. You made me look foolish, brother. Simmons never anticipated that the clown was actually himself. Originally, he intended to serve the opponent a lesson with a block after a layup. But now look what happened. Block. What block? He jumped so high yet was easily scored on. TND. Just self-amusement. And the Louisiana coach who had just confidently claimed what would happen with that shot suddenly changed his expression. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Ha, your player really is." Surprising. Coach Harlan suppressed a laugh and replied, "Yes. That's just his style. He usually doesn't take things seriously." Not serious? The Louisiana coach stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Harlan's words. But Coach Harlan didn't elaborate, simply stating, "You'll know if you keep watching." Just then some of the surrounding spectators suddenly recognized Zuo Bai. Because in foreign countries there are not many Asian figures. Among them those who can play basketball are even rarer. In typical college leagues Asian players are nearly non-existent. So when Zuo Bai managed to score against the star player Simmons, it naturally drew a lot of attention. I remember now. I thought this guy looked familiar. Isn't he the protagonist from that video? What video are you talking about? Don't you remember? He's the Asian exchange student who challenged one in that video that went viral. What the? Is this really? Now that you mention it, I have a recollection. There really was such a person. It was quite the buzz at the time. Isn't this whole thing fake? Are you saying it was real? Of course this person is right. At this moment Simmons noticed that everyone's attention had shifted to Zuo Bai. Clearly he looked somewhat displeased. Hey. Clearly I am the protagonist of this match, okay? He's just an Asian guard. Do you really believe he beat Irving in a onion just by getting lucky and scoring one shot, and you all turn to watch him? How foolish. Don't forget this year's NBA draft pick, and not this Asian in front of us. Simmons shook his head. Looks like I need to give you guys a lesson. Hey, pass me the ball. His teammate had just brought the ball near the three-point line, but upon hearing Simmons shout, he immediately passed the ball to Simmons, who had just crossed half court. Simmons opened his arms to receive the ball, but at that moment, slap, a crisp sound echoed. Zuo Bai stole the ball. The audience present was completely stunned. How could he predict that? How is he so strong? Where did he even come from? Didn't I just see Zuo Bai inside the three-point line? Did he know they were going to pass the ball before Simmons asked for it? This is just ridiculous. In reality, Zuo Bai did know they were going to do that before they passed the ball. Because of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor's blessing, Zuo Bai clearly saw that they were about to pass the ball to Simmons. And it was at that moment that Zuo Bai made a precise steal. Smack. At the moment of the steal, Simmons was momentarily stunned. He looked at everything in front of him. His brain seemed to still be processing what happened. Wasn't he supposed to dominate next? Shouldn't he forcefully score a basket to regain some face? What happened? Where's the ball? Once he realized he had been stolen from by Zuo Bai, it led to a classic reaction. As he continued to berate his teammate for not passing the ball. In the next second, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Fast break, fast break." And upon hearing this, Simmons immediately realized he needed to hustle back on defense. If he didn't run faster, Zuo Bai might have an easy layup opportunity. That absolutely could not happen. Simmons sprinted to the basket. It must be said that his physical attributes and natural talent far surpassed that of the average person. This is also why he was selected as the first pick in this year's NBA draft. Simmons' speed and explosiveness are top-notch. However, when he actually reached the basket, he found something strange. Why hasn't Zuo Bai come over yet? Why is he still outside the three-point line? Wasn't he the one who just stole the ball and initiated the fast break? At this moment, not only Simmons had such doubts, others were also looking confused. He had such a good opportunity. Why didn't he go for the fast break? Anyone could tell if he had gone for the fast break, he would have definitely scored by now. Does this guy even know how to play basketball? Did he really beat Irving with this performance? Brothers, I don't believe it anymore. At this moment, the two coaches watching from the sidelines also fell silent. Because if they were to devise a strategy on the court, they would definitely tell their players to go for the fast break and secure the 2-point. That opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And Coach Harlan also knew Zuo Bai's physical capabilities. A fast break dunk in that kind of situation would be no problem. He couldn't understand why such a good opportunity was missed. Was it because Zuo Bai's ability to control the situation wasn't enough? But how could it be that insufficient? Even an amateur would see that was a great opportunity, right? They couldn't figure out what was going through Zuo Bai's mind. However, Zuo Bai had his own reasons for doing so. The reason was quite simple. If he were to fast break with his current physical attributes, it would be normal to get blocked by Simmons. He saw it clearly through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Even though using the experience card to dunk over Simmons wouldn't be a problem. To that player, these words sounded as if God had sent an angel to save him. How wonderful. He wouldn't have to face Simmons. Nice. Thank you, Brother Bai. After saying that, he eagerly went to switch defense. However, at this moment, Simmons was truly burning with anger. A little guard actually dares to come up and switch defense on me. TMD. This is just too ridiculous. He clearly doesn't take me seriously, does he? Don't you know that we are mismatched by more than 10 centimeters? How dare you? I could crush you with a back down. Seeing Zuo Bai not afraid at all, Simmons was determined to teach him a harsh lesson. Simmons held the ball, presenting 3 threats. When he made his shooting motion, he thought this little guard would surely leap up. After all, with a height mismatch of over 10 centimeters, if Zuo Bai didn't jump, he couldn't possibly interfere with Simmons' shot. At that moment, he could mock him a bit and easily drive into the lane for a dunk. However, he never expected. Zuo Bai didn't move at all. Not only that, but Zuo Bai even wanted to give him a couple more steps. What's up? Simmons was both amused and enraged by Zuo Bai's actions. What does this mean? You think I can't shoot? Damn it. This is the first time I feel so looked down upon by a freshman who just entered college. The key is that this kid is also an Asian. You think I can't score? Fine. Alright, he'll show you. Simmons made a beautiful shot, a jump shot. Swish. Thud. Brick. Zuo Bai, as if he had anticipated this, didn't move at all and kept his eyes fixed on the hoop. Then the next second, the ball bounced straight into his hands. What the hell, this is magic. How did he know the rebound would drop into his hands? This is outrageous, guys. The funniest part is he didn't even defend Simmons' shot, what the hell. And Simmons still couldn't score, haha. I'm dying of laughter. It feels like Simmons is completely under his control. After grabbing the rebound, Zuo Bai executed another smooth combo. After completely faking Simmons out, he made another shooting fake and got past the other defender. Bang. Scored off the steady. UCLA had already scored 6 points. Meanwhile, Louisiana University had yet to score a single point. This is completely different from what everyone expected. If you told us that Louisiana University with this year's NBA top pick was leading 6-0 against UCLA, that we might believe. But now they are the ones with 0 points. All of this is due to the unexpected appearance of that Asian player. Seeing this score, Simmons was more anxious than anyone. After all, if other players lost, it was just a loss. This was just a friendly. But if he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. He had just been selected as the NBA top pick. What would the 76ers who chose him think? He hadn't even played an NBA game yet, and he was already losing to a freshman guard who hadn't even played in the NC. Would he still have a future in the NBA? Realizing this, Simmons vowed to catch up on the score. It was again Simmons receiving the ball. He pulled the ball beyond the three-point line. Looking at the hoop, he had a premonition. This shot would definitely go in. Simmons can shoot. He shot directly from the three-point line. Yet Zuo Bai still kept a distance of 2 steps motionless as he watched him. His gaze seemed to say, shoot at will you definitely want make it. Such a psychological attack. Thud. Brick. The scene repeated itself as Zuo Bai directly picked up the rebound. Once again, with a simple, straightforward, and easy layup, he easily scored another 2 points from under Simmons. At this point, Simmons seemed to be on another level. He continued to ask his teammates for the ball. He pulled it to beyond the three-point line and took a jump shot. With immense confidence, he shot decisively. But the result was also very stable. Thud. Brick. Thud. Brick, brick, brick. Whoosh. Off the mark completely. Throughout, Zuo Bai hadn't moved at all. It was as if he had bet that Simmons wouldn't make a single shot. This is a tremendous insult. You have no basic respect for an NBA top pick. Do you even salute? However, saying this seems a bit unfair to Zuo Bai. He didn't want to defend before this. He thought surely an NBA top pick wouldn't be unable to shoot. However, when facing Simmons' offense, his Heavenly Emperors, I had already clearly told him this shot wouldn't go in. Although he was reluctant to admit it, every time he saw Simmons, it was always him missing. But the Heavenly Emperors, I wouldn't malfunction. He had to admit, this guy's shooting really sucks. It's just too damn inaccurate. Every time he aimed for so long, it ended up being a brick. The rim must be screwing with you. Honestly, if you had any mistakes, you could have made a shot. Those Zuo Bai didn't want, the score had directly reached 160 due to Simmons' continuous bricks. Louisiana University was completely defeated. At this moment, the first quarter had just passed the halfway mark and Louisiana University's coach called for a timeout. Clearly, the coach was not satisfied with Simmons' performance. He still couldn't figure it out. How could someone shoot so many times and not score a single one? The coach patted Simmons on the shoulder and said, bro, in bed. Simmons looked very aggrieved and said, I can score. But the coach looked even more aggrieved. I believe you. But please just stop shooting. Coach, I really can score. I know. How about this? Let's both take a step back. You just don't shoot. Alright. But I know. You can score. Is that okay? Simmons looked at the coach's hysterical expression, fell silent for a moment, and then said, alright. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai had just come off the court and said to the coach, Coach, I'm tired. Let the substitutes come on. The coach looked bewildered, indicating he didn't hear clearly. Tired? This was only half a quarter into the game. Bro, this isn't halftime, it's half a quarter. Who the hell can be tired after half a quarter of play? However, Coach Herland had a lot of trust in Zuo Bai. He's a genius. It's normal for him to have his own ideas. So the coach said, alright, then you can rest for a bit, come on as a substitute, and then you'll go back in. After saying that, the coach didn't forget to remind him. By the way, remember to limit Simmons on the other side. He is still the NBA top pick and must not be underestimated. But even the substitutes said disdainfully, hey, I get it, you see how easily Zuo Bai defended him just now, I can do it too, just let him shoot from 2 steps away. Easy. The match resumed, and Simmons returned to the court. However, on the other side, Zuo Bai from UCLA did not come back on. Hey, why hasn't that Asian player returned? Yeah, it seems he went off for a break. How strange, why did he leave after just half a quarter? Could it be that the score difference is too large to spark his interest? That's quite possible. After all, the preferences of skilled players can be quite unpredictable. But who will guard Simmons now? Come on, brother, it doesn't matter who guards Simmons. You saw his performance. Just now Zuo Bai barely defended him, and Simmons was just hitting the rim like crazy. Indeed. Is this the secret to defending Simmons? When Simmons saw that the player returning to the court was not Zuo Bai, he felt a surge of anger. I was just about to unleash my power, and you left. What does that mean? Do you think you can relax with a lead of over 10 points? Fine. You will regret this. You will pay the price for underestimating me. At this moment, the UCLA substitute player defending Simmons felt a bit anxious. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, Zuo Bai had used the same method to keep Simmons' score at 0 until now. Moreover, this defense seemed to require no technical skill. If Zuo Bai could do it, he surely could as well. Simmons still held the ball as he approached the three-point line, while the player defending him stood 2 steps away, not moving at all. Simmons was furious. Why is everyone treating me like this? Facing his defender, Simmons exploded and drove in. Then with a quick shot fake that left the help defender in the dust, he executed a layup. Score. It was too easy. At this moment, the coach of Louisiana University on the sidelines was also cheering with great excitement. That's it. This is how. The UCLA defenders were not discouraged. They thought this was just a fluke. No problem, let's continue with the defense. However, in the following exchanges of offense and defense, Simmons displayed a different kind of dominance. This was a level of control beyond college standards. During the time Zuo Bai was off the court, Simmons truly showcased what an NBA first overall pick should be capable of. The 76ers are not blind. Simmons was indeed formidable. In the remaining time of the first quarter, he focused more on attacking the paint. Jump steps, Euro steps, and even crashing the paint for a dunk over his defender. Simmons proved his strength, earning cheers from the audience. At this moment, the score stood at 2-1-19. Louisiana University was just 2 points shy of tying the game. At this moment, all the UCLA defenders were puzzled. What's going on? Their defensive movements and strategies were no different from what Zuo Bai had just employed. What could be the reason? Could it be that Simmons is an actor? Oh no, that can't be it. Even the audience was confused, wondering why Simmons' performance differed so much when Zuo Bai was on the court versus. Clearly both Zuo Bai and the substitute players had the same defensive strategy of standing 2 steps away from Simmons. However, not everyone failed to notice the differences. On the sidelines, the coach of Louisiana University frowned. He was reluctant to admit the fact he had just discovered Zuo Bai's defense was not just standing still. Though it looked that way, Zuo Bai's center of gravity subtly shifted during defense, clearly adapting to the intentions of the offense. In other words, at the moment Simmons attempted to break through, Zuo Bai lowered his center of gravity. Although it was a very subtle and hard-to-detect change. However, this made Simmons instinctively aware of the defender's pressure on his breakthrough options. This is what is known. Perhaps Simmons himself was not aware that he was facing such a defensive threat. However, his basketball instincts warned him that breaking through in such circumstances was not the best choice, which is why Simmons frequently opted to shoot. The substitutes from UCLA did not possess the same incredible defensive pressure as Zuo Bai. They simply observed Zuo Bai's defensive form, but they had not grasped the essence of his defense. Helen, this year you have acquired an extraordinary player. Once again, Simmons executed a beautiful contested layup, completing a 21. It was perfect, and surprisingly, he also sank the free throw. Before the end of the first quarter, Louisiana University took the lead by 1 point. They entered the break. Zuo Bai said to the coach, "Coach, I've rested enough, so I can return for the next game." The coach nodded with great pleasure. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "All right, you'll come in next, take a breather." At this point, Simmons was filled with confidence. With his own strength, he had successfully overturned the team's deficit. So strong. He thought he had regained his rhythm in the game. Therefore, when the game resumed, he saw Zuo Bai back on the court, and, "Haha, it was just that I was off my game earlier that made you think you could defend me. Let me tell you that strategy won't work on me now." Zuo Bai looked at him and said nothing. This time, Simmons requested the ball from his teammates again. He was going to take on Zuo Bai. Looks like Simmons is out for revenge. After all, Simmons was ice cold earlier and took quite a beating. Simmons was utterly embarrassed before, there's no denying that. I told you Simmons must have been off his game earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have been so humiliated. Fortunately, he has found his rhythm now. Let's look forward to Simmons' performance. Simmons pushed the ball back to that familiar spot. Zuo Bai glanced at him and still consciously retreated 2 steps. Simmons felt disdain. Do you think such defense has any meaning against me? So naive. This time he would not fall for it again as Simmons thought about driving in. But at the moment he intended to break through, he suddenly sensed no opportunity. Every time he tried to break through, it seemed he could sense that his thoughts had been read by Zuo Bai. In the end, he still chose to shoot. Poof. The spectators present were unwilling to accept this scene. What are you doing? Why is he shooting again? No way, brother. Don't shoot. Drive in just like before. In truth, Simmons was also eager to drive in. He was always trying hard to find an opportunity, seeking a successful break. However, things were far from simple. Zuo Bai stood right in front of him, and he felt an unusual sense of pressure. This feeling was subtle. It made every offensive choice he had to make very difficult. He knew that his most reliable scoring method was still through driving for a layup. But there were no opportunities. He could sense that if he attempted a layup, his offensive route would surely be blocked. Yet in turn, he had no touch. This made every offensive move he made during the game very uncomfortable. When facing that substitute player earlier, he felt none of this. He was perplexed and conflicted. After several consecutive misses, the other spectators seemed to have noticed this as well. Did you notice? It seems like every time Zuo Bai defends him, he looks extremely conflicted. Yes, I feel that too. It seems that when Simmons is defended by others, he always decisively chooses to drive in. Exactly, but when it comes to Zuo Bai, he is always searching for opportunities, yet ultimately resorts to shooting. Could it be that the defense is different between them? It must be, otherwise what else could explain it? So you mean Simmons' poor performance before was all because of Zuo Bai's defense? It has nothing to do with his own touch. Everyone looked incredulous. What kind of experience is it to keep an NBA draft pick from scoring a single point? Is that possible? Yes, because everything just happened right before their eyes. Clearly, Zuo Bai's return to the court put immense pressure on Simmons' offense. At this moment, Simmons had many instances where he wanted to drive in, but in the end, he still chose to shoot. Even if he forcibly drove in, Zuo Bai would completely block his offensive route, leaving him no opportunities. At this moment, Simmons didn't know what to do. He held the ball, but he felt that all the offensive techniques he had learned were so inadequate. He felt that facing this Asian guard before him, he had no offensive methods whatsoever. And just in this moment of daze, bang, a crisp sound of the ball being stripped echoed from his hands. The ball flew uncontrollably backward. Zuo Bai stole it. Seeing Zuo Bai on a fast break, Simmons immediately chased back. When he arrived at the basket, Zuo Bai executed a Ronda-style fake layup, making Simmons completely lose his footing. Then Zuo Bai pivoted on his left foot and made a hook shot that went in. It was splendid. The star of Louisiana State University, the 2016 NBA draft pick, Simmons. He was completely toyed with by Zuo Bai. This was just one. Many fans who were originally Simmons supporters had now become Zuo Bai's fans. They instantly switched allegiances. I never thought an Asian guard could play the game so wonderfully. Though he didn't showcase his speed, even so he has already scored over 30 points in this game. It's terrifying. The scariest part is his defense with him on the court, and off the court Simmons' offensive efficiency is simply worlds apart. Today has truly refreshed my worldview. We shouldn't view anyone with prejudice. He is too strong. Zuo Bai is too Go on, keep widening the score gap. Quickly blow Simmons out of the water. Show us your spectacular performance. Just as the audience cheered, Zuo Bai raised his hand to signal the referee calling for a timeout. At this moment, everyone turned to Zuo Bai unsure of what had happened. The coach approached to ask, "What's wrong? Did you get injured during that fast break?" Zuo Bai shook his head and said, "No, I'm tired." The entire crowd was speechless. No one knew if this guy was serious. Tired. Fake tired. You've already rested twice, brother. And you didn't even dunk or sprint. You only made one fast break the entire game. Just tired. Even Wiggins, the brother of Goji Berries, has more intensity than you. Are you planning to play until you're 8? However, after Zuo Bai played for these 10 minutes, UCLA maintained their lead. The coach certainly wouldn't ask for anything more from Zuo Bai, who had performed so excellently. All right. You take a break. Let's bring in the bench warmer. At this moment, that nameless substitute stepped back onto the... Hey, coach, him here. In the subsequent game, it was hard for the audience to say that Zuo Bai's performance was poor. However, the frequent stoppages made everyone feel like it wasn't enough excitement. They wanted to see Zuo Bai's full spectacular performance. It seemed that as long as Zuo Bai wasn't on the court, the audience collectively lost interest. Damn, Zuo Bai is off the court again. Oh, I'm not watching anymore. Exactly, it's boring. Zuo Bai, hurry up and rest, get back on the court. We haven't had enough. Yeah, hurry back on. Oh, Zuo Bai is getting ready to come back. Ooh, everyone grab your glow sticks. The moon represents my heart. Love you, Zuo Bai. Wow. And so the game continued with frequent pauses. In the end, Zuo Bai had only played for 18 minutes. This was far from the performance expected of a main player. However, when they saw Zuo Bai's stats, no one felt that this was not a main player's performance. Zuo Bai scored 39 points, had 6 steals, and grabbed 13 rebounds. This is just ridiculous. To achieve such stats in 18 minutes, if he played for over 30 minutes. It's simply unimaginable. In contrast, Simmons played for 40 minutes, scoring 35 points with 7 rebounds and 1 steal. Although these stats, however, 90 of his stats were accumulated while Zuo Bai was off the court. Moreover, his shooting percentage was a pitiful 20. When Zuo Bai was guarding him, he didn't score a single shot. In this game, UCLA also won by a margin of 1 point. Although this point doesn't seem like much, you have to understand that this was achieved while facing the #1 overall pick of this year, and their team's main player only played for 18 minutes. This was enough to astonish everyone. After this game, Zuo Bai's name officially entered the NBA's radar, especially for the 76ers. At that time, the higher-ups of their team were enjoying their afternoon tea. Suddenly, they heard a piece of news: their #1 pick was torn apart. For the Philadelphia 76ers, who had just selected him, Simmons was imbued with boundless expectations. It should be noted that he was the team's 3rd first overall pick since Allen Iverson. Undoubtedly, the team held him in high regard, which was only natural. However, they were shocked to hear that their newly drafted star had been completely overwhelmed. How could they possibly tolerate this? Upon hearing the news, the 76ers management immediately erupted in outrage. What a load of nonsense. Apologies, wrong set. In any case, the management of the 76ers expressed their disdain for this news with great anger. Do you have any idea why I chose Simmons as our 1st overall pick? It's because his abilities warranted that position. And now you tell me he was completely outplayed. Are you implying our choice was a mistake? Should we have opted for the 2nd or 3rd pick, or even a 2nd-round selection? Clearly, at this moment, the higher-ups had little patience or good humor left to hear about how Simmons was doing. Nonsense. Could we be wrong? Are you suggesting we are blind? Ridiculous. Deceitful talk. What is this video? Take it away. I don't want to see it. I told you I don't want to see it. Take it away from me. What the hell? Is that Simmons? 160. Simmons is doing pretty well. Wait, why did the score change to 162 after Simmons scored? Could it be the one who was down 160 was him? What the hell? Who is that Asian? How is he so strong? The higher-ups of the 76ers were slowly losing their ability to articulate in the office. Initially, they could articulate using advanced grammar and elegant speech, but eventually all that remained was, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell. Amazing. What the hell, amazing. In the end, after watching the video, they arrived at 2 conclusions. The first conclusion was this Asian player has an extraordinary sense of rhythm and timing. His style of play seemed effortless, and it appeared he wasn't even at full strength. The second conclusion was, why is Simmons shooting so terrible? With so much space, he couldn't score. Damn. Is it too late to start over? For a long while, they still refused to believe what was happening before their eyes. For them, the blow was simply too great. They had high hopes for Ben Simmons, wishing that this first overall pick could deliver a performance befitting his status. However, in the previous match, they only witnessed their first overall pick being completely dominated by an Asian guard. This was absurd. The 76ers management had never seen any Asian guard perform like this. Even Jeremy Lin, who had just announced his joining the Brooklyn Nets, could not compare to the Asian guard before them. Lin was the best Asian guard they had ever seen. He could effortlessly evade opponents with his speed and quick-thinking finishing plays with his stable shooting. He was certainly an excellent Asian guard. Even in limited playing time, he could achieve near triple-double statistics. However, there were simply too many guards in the NBA with a similar style to Jeremy Lin. Many top teams had their own favored candidates who possessed both playmaking and scoring abilities. Lin was impressive, but he was not irreplaceable. Yet the Asian guard before them gave a completely different impression. Is he fast? Not particularly. Does he have explosive power? That wasn't apparent. When it comes to Zuo Bai's playing style, the 76ers management had a template in mind. That's right. It was Kyle Anderson, the player humorously dubbed the human embodiment of slow motion by domestic fans. Anderson's play never showcased explosive breakthroughs or dunks, yet he always managed to leisurely put the ball in the basket. In this respect, Zuo Bai was completely in sync with him. Moreover, Zuo Bai's offensive efficiency was even more stable. For some reason, the moment Zuo Bai received the ball, everyone had a premonition. That shot would definitely go in. In the video, Zuo Bai played only 18 minutes, but managed to score over 30 points. And he was mismatched against Simmons, who was much taller than him. The 76ers management was astounded. First, they were shocked that their chosen first overall pick had been so easily overwhelmed. Secondly, they were amazed at why such an astonishing talent had never been mentioned to them before. Do you know what that Asian is? I think it's Zuo Bai. The one who previously dominated Kyrie Irving. Wasn't there also a video of him? What? He actually beat Kyrie. Yeah? Didn't that onion difficult for him to find an open spot to practice? Zuo Bai. The management of the 76ers shook their heads. They had not heard of such news before, but even if they had, they would have dismissed it as rubbish, not taking it seriously, because such things sounded unreal. But now, show me. As they watched the video of Zuo Bai and Irving, their expressions gradually shifted from anticipation to shock, then confusion, and finally, to a state of utter disbelief. In the end, Zuo Bai's dunk completely caused them to lose their ability to manage their expressions. After watching the unknown video of Zuo Bai and Irving, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, he can actually dunk. This is too unbelievable. His physical attributes are that explosive. This is nothing like his usual style. How can he have such a strong physique and such refined skills? Who is this guy? Which university is he from? Come on, we need to head to UCLA soon. Quickly put this matter on our agenda." Their execution efficiency was remarkably high. Just a few days after the friendly matches, the presence of the 76ers management could be seen on the UCLA campus. The executives of the 76ers were undeniably excited this time. They held great expectations for this visit. One must understand that within the entire NBA, the status of a #1 draft pick is incredibly rare. These players are selected from the most outstanding talents in universities worldwide, the very best of the best, even though different teams may have slight variations in the positions they currently need. However, true geniuses are undeniably coveted by all teams. Remember that saying, if there's Jordan, choose Jordan. If this saying is no joke. Even if a team desperately needs a center, if you hold the first overall pick and there's a prospect like Jordan, then you choose Jordan even if he plays center. Thus, the value of being the first pick is extraordinarily high. Although there have been quite a few busts in history, such as the infamous Greg Oden. Even these so-called busts were exceptional players who displayed absolute dominance during their NCAA careers. Only players with outstanding performances in the NCAA have the chance to be noticed by scouts and recognized by teams. In other words, any NBA #1 pick is a dominant presence at the NCAA level. Yet here is Simmons, who was chosen as the #1 pick. He was actually defeated by an Asian guard who plays 2 positions lower than him. It can't even be called a defeat, it should be described as complete domination. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Therefore today the executives of the 76ers must see this man in person. If Zuo Bai truly possesses such talent, then they must do everything they can to secure him, although they have already obtained the first overall pick in this year's draft. However, if they use a future first-round pick along with some additional assets, it might be possible to trade for the #1 pick as long as Zuo Bai is worth it. Just imagine a highly lethal center like Simmons combined with a guard like Zuo Bai, who is rhythmic, offensively capable, defensively solid, and can even grab rebounds in crucial moments. What kind of combination would that be? Terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. Their expectations were exceedingly high, and when they entered the campus, of course, many were intimidated by their imposing presence. Many people turned to look, not knowing what these men in suits and ties were here for. Could it be? They are the FBI. My god, who has committed a crime? More and more spectators gathered around, closely following behind them. They followed them all the way into the school gymnasium. Could there be a major incident at the gym? I'm not sure. But with such a big scene, it must be something significant. That makes sense, so what is it? I don't know. Let's wait and see. The executives of the 76ers arrived at the entrance of the UCLA gymnasium, where Coach Herland was arranging tactics for Zuo Bai alone. Clearly, in just a few days, the entire team had established a playstyle centered around Zuo Bai. All previous training tactics and strategies had been completely discarded. Everyone was starting from scratch, but the other players were naturally willing. After all, who wouldn't want to ride on the coattails of greatness? Isn't winning enjoyable? Of course, whoever is better gets to follow them. Moreover, players like Crew who were rebellious and disruptive to team stability had long been kicked out. At this moment, Coach Herland noticed a crowd of people following a group of men in suits approaching from the gym entrance, and he put down his tactical board and walked over asking, "I'm the team coach. May I ask who you are?" Facing Coach Herland's slightly wary inquiry, the leader of the group suddenly donned a friendly smile. He politely replied, "Hello, I'm the general manager of the NBA 76ers. My name is Brand." With that, Brand extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Coach Herland shook his hand briefly, but his expression became even more serious. He understood that the purpose of their visit was already quite obvious. That is, it was for Zuo Bai. Undoubtedly. And as expected, Brand said, "May I ask, is there a player named Zuo Bai on your team? We specifically came to see him today. Is there any chance we could meet him?" At this moment, the onlookers exchanged glances. They were stunned. Huh. Aren't they the FBI? Aren't they here to arrest someone? My God, such a grand scene is actually to see a player. In this situation, you could say it's more plausible to come to see some celebrity. But why does the name Zuo Bai sound so... Yeah. I remember now. Zuo Bai is the one who defeated Simmons a few days ago, right? Yes, I remember, that's him. And he also defeated Irving. I heard he's Asian and that Coach Herland even dismissed the previous team starters for him. My God, is this for real? Are you joking? Not joking, really. And that number 1 pick, Simmons, seems to be the first pick chosen by the 76ers this year. Oh, so today the 76ers came here just to see Zuo Bai. That's insane. Such a grand scene. Just am getting more and more curious. What does Zuo Bai look like? Who is he? Sister, I want to see too. As everyone turned their eyes towards the gymnasium, the 76ers manager also looked inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zuo Bai and call him out. However, Coach Herland, being quite experienced, could easily see through this little scheme. He promptly turned around and blocked the entrance to the gym. He then pulled the large door of the gym shut. "I'm sorry, the team is currently in a critical training phase. No visits." No matter how much Brand pleaded, Coach Herland wouldn't budge even a little. He was resolute in preventing any contact between the team and Zuo Bai. The defeated executives of the 76ers did not give up on this notion. Instead, they became even more interested. The reasoning is very simple. If Zuo Bai were not a rookie with immense talent, and potential, Coach Herland wouldn't be so tense. This is easy to understand. Meanwhile, Coach Herland's decision to prevent the 76ers executives from easily contacting Zuo Bai stems from his immense confidence in Zuo Bai. Joining the NBA is only a matter of time. He doesn't need to let these executives come into contact with Zuo Bai prematurely. That would only limit Zuo Bai's future development. He wants Zuo Bai to make his own decisions in the future. Moreover, after this incident, surely more NBA teams will notice Zuo Bai. As the author once eloquently stated, what cannot be obtained is always in turmoil being favored. In short, what cannot be obtained is always the best. Just like how the 76ers executives who are currently eager to find an opportunity to connect with Zuo Bai, they are dying to. And it was on this day that many teams received a piece of news. The news was that the executives of the 76ers collectively set out not to participate in any important competitions or business meetings, but to visit a school. Many other teams' executives were astonished upon hearing this news. What are they doing at that university? Is it to see their top prospect? No, wait, Simmons should be preparing for the summer league by now, right? Then what are they doing there? It makes no sense. Have they been idle lately? What on earth are they doing at the university? As everyone learned, Brand and his group had only one purpose for visiting, which was to watch a student who had not even participated in a development league. Everyone was stunned. What? Are you joking? What is there to see in a player like that? This can't be a false report, right? No, it's not false. They arrived at UCLA and were even kept outside by the team coach. What the hell? What on earth is going on? The executives of various teams were in disbelief upon hearing this news. Why would the 76ers, who already had this year's top pick, still go to UCLA and to be turned away at the door? This is too outrageous. Thus, many teams' executives hurried to investigate the source. In the end, they only received 2 words: Zuo Bai. The various exaggerated videos and the extreme praise from netizens left the management of these teams in a daze. Besides the professional scouting reports, they had only seen such scenes when LeBron entered the league. However, Zuo Bai's situation was clearly more exaggerated. Although he had not played a single professional game, countless netizens hailed him as the light of the Asian community, the most talented player in the past decade. Some fans even boldly declared that Zuo Bai would definitely become the first Asian point guard to be the top pick in NBA history. In no time, the name Zuo Bai swept through the entire NBA. Countless teams expressed immense interest in this young Asian, and now such a scene put immense pressure on the 76ers, who originally planned to quietly profit from this situation. Their initial expectations were quite hopeful. If other teams had not noticed Zuo Bai, and if he truly was a genius, then perhaps they could obtain a very valuable genius guard with a first-round or second-round pick. But they never expected this news to spread so quickly. Given the current situation, could they still profit quietly? This was clearly impossible. Damn it. And now the external events were entirely within the expectations of Coach Herland. This reasoning is quite simple. For example, if a popular school beauty suddenly confesses to the author, everyone might think the author is impressive. But if a widely adored school beauty traveled great distances overcoming various hardships to formally confess to the author, then everyone would think the author is quite remarkable. However, if a widely adored school beauty traveled great distances overcoming various hardships to formally confess to the author, and the author rejected her in public, then that situation wouldn't just be impressive, it would leave others completely baffled. The shock of rejecting a school bow tie's confession is 1,000 times stronger than receiving one. This is exactly why, despite Zuo Bai not showing up during this incident, the impact it had on the entire NBA was so profound. But in reality, Zuo Bai, who was influenced so greatly by external factors, was also feeling quite troubled. Because since this series of events began, Zuo Bai inexplicably received a plethora of items. Especially after every training session, a large number of sports drinks and bottled water would appear in front of his locker. It was so frustrating. He had no idea where all this water was coming from. But regardless, it kept increasing, and he was drinking more and more. At this rate, he wouldn't finish drinking it all before it expired. So Zuo Bai deliberately tried to sweat more and drink more. Sigh. So pitiful. Unable to buy his own water while playing basketball is too torturous. Boo-hoo, it's so hard. Time had arrived at the end of October. During these months of training, Zuo Bai and his teammates had developed a more To be precise, it was his teammates who learned how to better ride on his coattails. During this period, although many NBA teams expressed great interest in Zuo Bai, Coach Hurlin treated their words as mere background noise. Because Coach Hurlin knew that the current interest from various teams in Zuo Bai was merely superficial. The offers they were willing to make were not worth mentioning in light of Zuo Bai's true value. Only when Zuo Bai truly displayed his strength on the competitive stage, shocking them thoroughly with the conditions they offered be what he. Thus, the upcoming first game was particularly significant. The official player roster of various universities had long been prepared, and Zuo Bai was prominently listed among them. The schedules for the various universities had also been arranged well in advance. UCLA's first game in the league was just 3 days away. That night, the coach gathered everyone in the group to motivate them before the match. After discussing the usual topics, the coach specifically spoke a few words to Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai, do you understand the role you need to play in this game? Zuo Bai nodded. After days of tactical adjustments, he was well aware. He didn't need to bear much defensive pressure in the team, he just had to focus on offense. Although Zuo Bai did not set his expectations too high, he felt that winning the game shouldn't be too difficult. The coach, seeing that Zuo Bai was not intimidated, nodded appreciatively. He then transitioned to the main topic of the day. When the other players on the team heard that Ball was returning, they were all astonished. They had originally thought that the injury he sustained during training would take at least until the end of the season to recover. Yet here he was returning to the team ahead of schedule, which was undoubtedly great news for the team. That's amazing. Ball is back, so we are definitely going to win this time. Ball's defense has always been a nightmare for many players. Now that he's back, this is just fantastic. Now we not only have Zuo Bai, but we also have Ball to enhance the team's offensive and defensive capabilities. It seems like we're really going to win the championship this time. This is truly good news, coach. This news is so exhilarating. Ball glanced at the Asian player in front of him, who played the same position as him, with a slightly cold expression. Because he had learned from the coach that Zuo Bai had now taken over as the team's primary scorer. Didn't that mean he was replaced? This fact made Ball feel somewhat displeased. Moreover, he still had some doubts about Zuo Bai's abilities. Could this seemingly ordinary Asian guard really carry the team's scoring? Although Ball didn't voice it, he already looked down on Zuo Bai in his heart. However, Zuo Bai didn't mind. He said to Ball amicably, I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration in the upcoming games. After all, they were both players on the same team. Zuo Bai thought that if Ball could share some of the offensive pressure with him, that would be perfect. After all, winning the game was the most important thing. Although Ball was a bit cold, he still replied, yeah, let's work hard together. Seeing that the two were getting along relatively harmoniously, Coach Hurlin felt a bit relieved. After all, there is a saying, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Especially in a league where proving personal strength is essential, having 2 outstanding players together can easily lead to friction. After all, this is the best opportunity for almost every player to attract the NBA's attention. Winning the game, demonstrating one's unparalleled strength, would undoubtedly attract the attention of many scouts, making it more logical for them to enter the NBA. Originally, Coach Hurlin was worried that Zuo Bai might feel unhappy about Ball's return. But now it seemed that Zuo Bai he is not only capable and low-key, but also accommodating of others. If this kid develops, well, he will definitely be a leader for the team in the future. Seeing that his original worries did not materialize, Coach Hurlin truly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Next, all they had to do was look forward to the next game. 3 days later, the first game against UCLA University. Before UCLA officially started their first game, all the media was already paying great attention to this match. You must know that their division league is also known as the Championship League. This is because among the NCAA division leagues, they have won the NCAA championship the most. In addition to the traditional basketball powerhouses like UCLA, there are also renowned institutions such as the University of Southern California, the University of Utah, the University of Oregon, and the University of Colorado. These basketball powerhouses also produce a lot of talent. Now, although it is just a tourney, the games here are still highly anticipated. During the tournament phase, each pair of teams will play each other both at home and away, and they will be ranked based on their performance to compete for playoff spots. At this moment, traditional news media such as ESPN and TNT had long made predictions for this game. For such significant events, they will investigate the teams and players' information beforehand and make a simple prediction. In ESPN's view, at this time, the Pacific 12 Conference, where UCLA is located, is most likely to take the top spot in the Division League. That is UCLA. It is important to note that another highly regarded basketball powerhouse shares the same division. That is the University of Washington, which has Markelle Fultz this year. You must know that this guy became one of the top high school players in the country during his senior year. During that time, he was able to achieve an impressive average of 16.5 points per game. Moreover, during his senior year, he averaged 14 points in a very limited 20-plus minutes of playing time in the U18 Youth Championship. And his shooting percentage reached an astounding 56. Without a doubt, Markelle Fultz is an exceptionally talented point guard. Furthermore, after joining the University of Washington this year, as a 5-star high school recruit, the team's emphasis on him has been quite evident. It can be said that he has learned and grown a lot during this year at the University of Washington. This kind of growth is unimaginable for a player who is already highly gifted. But even so, even with a long-established genius like the University of Washington, the current media does not have high expectations for them. UCLA still ranks first on the media's predicted list, while the University of Washington can only settle for second place. Everyone is clear about the reason it is Zuo Bai. ESPN's reasoning for this is as follows. UCLA has a highly talked-about Asian guard this year whose agile and variable dribbling rhythm and perfect timing handling ability leave a deep impression. Moreover, this Asian guard's physical attributes are also worth noting. He can suddenly jump at unexpected moments to dunk on opponents or grab rebounds over centers. We even believe that how high he can reach entirely depends on what he is willing to do. Additionally, UCLA has a quite promising player this year, Lonzo Ball, who has been highly praised by Ball's father. His playmaking and defensive abilities are quite remarkable among guards, and he also has a relatively stable scoring ability. In comparison to these points, Washington has quite a gap with UCLA in these areas. However, no matter what, Markelle Fultz is a player worth anticipating. We also look forward to the direct confrontation between the University of Washington and UCLA in the Pacific Conference. Although UCLA is predicted to be the top team in the Division League this year, the opponent they faced in their first game today is also formidable. That is the University of Oregon. The University of Oregon's lineup this year can be described as exceptionally well-rounded. Their overall composition showcases a balance of offense and defense. They are a team with remarkable tactical execution. Moreover, the core players in their team are also very reliable, with almost everyone capable of initiating an attack. This is something that most teams cannot achieve. On the other hand, UCLA has garnered quite a bit of attention this year due to their highly talked-about performance. Thus, today's game has attracted countless media and basketball enthusiasts. UCLA will be playing as the visiting team. At this moment at the game venue, many supporters of the University of Oregon have already arrived ahead of time. As the players walked onto the court from the player tunnel, the entire venue resonated with the cheers of the fans. At this time, many fans in the venue believe that the University of Oregon is indeed very competitive. Even when facing the media-favored UCLA, they still believe that the University of Oregon possesses the strength to win. At this moment, the two commentators at the commentary booth stated, "This year the fans of the University of Oregon remain incredibly enthusiastic." Haha, indeed. Each one of them is eagerly anticipating the upcoming performance against UCLA. To play one must face the strongest. Haha, that's right. Let's see how the University of Oregon will bring UCLA down from the pedestal that the media has placed them on. As UCLA entered, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Many fans clearly came specifically to see UCLA's performance. After all, the recent emergence of LaMelo Ball has certainly captured everyone's attention. As a hot topic, Ball is also the favored player of his father. Today, his father is present at the venue to support LaMelo's. Prior to this, many who are familiar with LeVar Ball and his three sons were very interested in LaMelo. Thus, this game is undoubtedly significant. Undoubtedly, LaMelo and Ball are the center of attention in this game. Man, just like the media predicted, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of brilliant performance LaMelo will put on today. Not just us, but judging by the enthusiasm of the audience, we can feel their anticipation. This is LaMelo's debut in such a major game, and it must be important for him and his team. Of course. However, since LaMelo is dubbed the Asian American prodigy guard, he certainly won't miss such a great opportunity to showcase himself. After what you just said, I'm even more excited. Let's wait and see. During the interview segment, Coach Hollins simply smiled and remained silent when asked about LaMelo. He knows that for LaMelo's first game, keeping them on edge will definitely create a bigger and better effect. Therefore, no matter how journalists pressed, Coach Hollins only said, "Hey guys, LaMelo will start for the team. If you're really curious, just come and watch." In response to Coach Hollins' explanation, all the reporters felt that it was an extremely confident display. However, the head coach of the University of Oregon scoffed at the same question. He shook his head and said, "Asian prodigy. I think you all have greatly overestimated that kid. I believe most people have been misled by the media. Honestly, NCAA is not just a casual game. There is no place for him here. The term genius is not something This bold statement clearly intensified the atmosphere in the venue. It seems this will definitely be a fierce battle. As the pregame warm-up concluded, LaMelo and Ball, as starting players, naturally remained on the court. When the two highly anticipated players stepped onto the court, the audience erupted in cheers. LaMelo glanced at the opposing lineup. Each player's physique in their respective positions could definitely be described as extremely suitable. The standard guards and traditional big men all exuded an old-school vibe. However, LaMelo was unclear about the opponent. To conserve his limited energy and maximize scoring efficiency, LaMelo made a surprising request. "Coach, can my substitute take my place as a starter?" Coach Hollins was left dumbfounded. "What? Are you kidding me? Are you messing with me?" At this moment, not only the coach was bewildered, but even the opponents were taken aback. Even the spectators eagerly awaiting LaMelo's performance were confused. "Dude, I was expecting you to dominate on the court, and now you aren't even stepping on the court. You want the substitute to play instead. What is going on? Chicken out. What's happening?" After a brief moment of confusion, Coach Hollins considered that LaMelo must have his own reasons. After all, he is one of the few who understands LaMelo's abilities the best. He didn't believe LaMelo would choose this course of action. Thus, he looked at the referee, signaling how to handle this situation. The referee shrugged, indicating that it was up to them to decide. Ultimately, amidst the confusion of all the spectators, LaMelo sat on the bench, right next to the water cooler. Meanwhile, the nameless substitute took the starting position and stood on the court. The situation at this moment had a dramatic flair. Super magical realism. Faced with such a high-level artistic display, the audience paid their highest respects. Wokanam Aljabi, Kayanama Twikian, Shabi, Shwaleozi, beep beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Many UCLA fans were infuriated. Is this not cowardice? Could it be that LaMelo is indeed the useless player that the University of Oregon's coach described, who has been placed on a pedestal? Is that why he dares not step onto the court? The head coach of the University of Oregon appeared unfazed by this situation. He told the media, "I said it before, once this guy steps onto the court, everything will be revealed. It's normal for him to be afraid because he simply doesn't deserve to play here. Now we just need to prevent Ball's offense." The head coach of the University of Oregon spoke confidently to the camera. However, LaMelo remained unfazed. In his eyes, none of this mattered. After all, when he finally steps onto the court, all prejudice will vanish. What he needs to do now is to carefully observe the opponent's offensive strategies and seize the opportunity to score the most points with the least energy. However, on the court, Ball is unaware of LaMelo's thoughts. He now views LaMelo as nothing more than a coward. Is this it? To flee at the last moment and still call yourself a starter? Pooh. It seems that in the upcoming game, I can only rely on myself. LaMelo's actions are truly unexpected, leaving everyone in disbelief. The game begins. UCLA successfully gains possession of the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, they pass it directly to Ball, the point guard. After receiving the ball, Ball shows no hesitation. He pushes forward for an attack. Ball's skills are impressive as he exerts pressure with a powerful offense, completely controlling the game's rhythm and bringing the action to the right baseline. After executing a spin move to shake off the defender in front of him, Ball faces a player rushing in from the paint and goes for a layup off the backboard. Bang. Score. UCLA takes the lead. At this moment, Ball's father clenches his fist in silence on the side. Yes, that's it. Keep playing like that. The fans are thrilled to see Ball perform so effortlessly. It seems that UCLA has a good chance in this game. If Ball can score so easily, then Oregon might have no way to handle UCLA. However, while others are excited, Oregon's coach remains completely calm, watching everything unfold with a smile. As if he had anticipated this, he nods at the players on the court, who instantly understand his cue. Immediately, Oregon sets up a horn formation. It is clear to everyone that the ball handler is at the top of the arc, while other players position themselves on the wings and in the corners. Ball is tangled up with the ball handler, but the ball handler pays no mind to Ball's defense. With a sudden push of the ball, Ball moves in sync. But in the next moment, he is blocked by a screener from behind. The ball handler easily finds an open spot and prepares to shoot. Oh no, quickly cover. The player in the paint rushes up after hearing the shout. But that's their tactic. With UCLA's interior defense vulnerable, an Oregon player slips along the baseline and bang. A beautiful assist leads to a layup score. This tactic is simple yet incredibly effective. It's evident that every player on Oregon has undergone rigorous training to reach their current level. The score is tied at 2-2. However, Ball is completely unperturbed. He knows he can easily score through isolation plays. Even if the opponent tries to double team, he can create opportunities for his teammates. Not worried at all. Ball's father shares the same sentiment. He confidently shouts from the sidelines, "Ball, show them what you..." Ball nods in agreement. He sizes up his defender and initiates an attack. This time he again brings the action, preparing to use the same technique to get past the opponent and score easily. However, this time Zuo Bai on the sidelines senses the positioning of the opponents. Seems intentionally designed to allow Ball to attack like this. At the same time, Zuo Bai's eye of the Heavenly Emperor sees the upcoming scenario. Ball will be ruthlessly blocked. At this moment, Ball is unaware of what is about to happen. He dribbles and spins. But just then, Oregon's help defenders arrive simultaneously. They completely cut off his angle to turn. Both players rush in and Ball's attack falls into a stalemate. However, Ball remains calm. With two defenders double-teaming him, he knows one of his teammates must be open. He just needs to pass. But how could Oregon's players not know this? They give Ball no chance to pass. A player rushes out from behind to try and steal the ball from Ball. Suddenly, Ball finds himself in a dilemma. There are no passing opportunities. Oh my god. Oregon's defense is truly terrifying. Indeed, three players are defending, giving Ball no chance. Now it seems that Oregon's head coach's bravery is not without reason. There's no way to pass the ball now. The shot clock is running out. It seems that Ball has run out of options. Hearing this commentary, Ball's father turns pale. He never expected Oregon's defense to be so impenetrable, and it's clear they devised this tactic specifically to limit the opposing star player. Feeling frustrated, Ball sees time is running out. With a determined grit, he thinks, damn it, and takes the shot. But the opponents were waiting for just this moment. Bang. A solid block sends Ball's shot crashing to the ground, followed immediately by a three-man fast break. Boom. A counterattack, dunk scores. Ball, feeling indignant, stands up and angrily instructs his teammates, spread out, I want to go onion. Of course, his teammates have no objections. ISO, clear out for Ball. But it proves futile. The opponents are resolute in their decision to use three players to contain Ball. Even when Ball wants to pass, he finds no opportunities. He can only force up shots each time. However, the situation is clear, the shooting percentage is very concerning. Perhaps with a bit of luck he might make a shot, but that's hardly enough. Ball is having a tough time, maybe unknown the opponent wouldn't be his match. But the problem lies in the fact that they give him no chance for such plays. They even tightly restrict his passing lanes. Ball is completely contained. On the sidelines, the UCLA fans are they never expected that the game they came to watch with high hopes would turn out like this. Is this the team predicted to be number one? What a load of nonsense. Damn it. Are they just clickbait? A so-called genius supported by Ball's father can't even score against the opposition's defense, while a media-hyped talent is too scared to even step on the court. Damn. 165. Excellent work, boys. At that moment, the Oregon head coach cast a taunting glance toward UCLA's bench and added, well, now that you've seen our offense and defense, has your confidence dwindled even further? Coach Hurland bristled with fear. How arrogant you've become. Just wait. Once Zuo Bai enters the game, we'll crush you. Yet Zuo Bai said nothing about entering the court, and the coach, though seething, held his composure. But the next instant Zuo Bai spoke calmly. Coach, sub me in. You can scarcely imagine how long the coach had been waiting for those. Referee, timeout. I'm making a substitution. The audience below was stunned. Substitution? Who? It couldn't be Zuo Bai, could it? But wasn't he just too scared to take the court a moment ago? Everyone was puzzled, yet the referee clearly announced his jersey number. The white team requests a substitution number 0. Come on. What the heck? It really is him. Why is he coming on now when he didn't want it earlier? Isn't it too late? The team is about to crumble. What is he coming back for? Maybe it's because now even if he plays poorly no one will blame him. Could be. It was clear that he was too scared to play earlier. The audience was buzzing and the coach of the University of Oregon chuckled. He dismissively said to Hurland, at this point still pretending. Do you really think bringing in a pampered player will change anything? Stop dreaming. You are definitely going to lose. I said not everyone can be called a genius. However, Coach Hurland at this moment spoke with confidence. Don't be so arrogant. Just wait and see if you can still laugh. Although Zuo Bai was back on the court, everyone was abuzz about his return. Ball Dad was equally dissatisfied. He complained, it's already so difficult for Ball to play. Oh, what good is substituting in that Asian kid? Don't be ridiculous. However, Zuo Bai paid no mind to the comments. After all, in that brief moment, he had already figured out the opponent's tactics. Moreover, he was confident about each player's style of play. Fortunately, there were no players with overwhelming physicality. If it wasn't just about physical play, he had almost no opponents. Zuo Bai stood on the court and firmly said to his teammates, pass the ball to me. When the time comes, he'll take the shot. It could be said that all his teammates had immense trust in Zuo Bai. At this moment, seeing him on the court, they regarded him as the, of course excluding Ball. Our brother Ball didn't think Zuo Bai could achieve anything. He wasn't counting on Zuo Bai to change any. I can only rely on myself. After receiving the ball, UCLA's Ball pushed forward. Unsurprisingly, the opponent still sent 3 players to guard him. Before the opponent's encirclement formed, Zuo Bai shouted, pass the ball. Ball glanced at him and turned his head away in disdain. I'm going to take the shot myself. Ball lowered his shoulder and accelerated to break through. But the defense was extremely tight at that moment. Slap. Ball made a mistake and was intercepted. The offense and defense switched in an instant. Ball and others immediately rushed back to defend. Just as the University of Oregon was about to launch a fast break, they suddenly noticed a problem. Where's the ball? What the FXXX? When they turned around, they found that Zuo Bai had actually completed the steal. At this moment, under the empty basket, Zuo Bai easily made a layup. Score. 167. Everyone was stunned. My God, when did he get there? What happened? How did he suddenly appear there? What the heck is going on? Even the player with the ball was confused. When did Zuo Bai steal it? Wasn't he just passing the ball? Did he really pass it into thin air? Was it at that moment? Right at the instant he passed, Zuo Bai completed the steal. How is this possible? Everyone on the court was stunned while the audience watching this scene was instantly thrilled. Oh my gosh, what a steal. That's incredible. It was just a split second and the ball went right into his hands. I bet the ball didn't even realize it was taken. Haha, this is hilarious. He took it while the ball was distracted. Finally, the score is back to single digits. Go UCLA. This move greatly boosted morale. Among the team, others came over to high-five Zuo Bai. Awesome, brother. Great play. That steal was truly amazing. Zuo Bai smiled. However, Ball did not high-five Zuo Bai. He thought this was merely Zuo Bai's luck. At the critical moment, he still wouldn't give the ball to him to handle. On the side of the University of Oregon, they didn't consider the previous mistake as a problem. They thought it was just a stroke of luck for Zuo Bai and that it wouldn't happen a second time. Come on, let's play steadily and score another 2 points. However, the University of Oregon's shot missed, and UCLA, they immediately launched a fast break. But the opponent's speed was also extremely fast. Ball was trapped outside the 3-point line. Zuo Bai wanted him to pass the ball, but Ball was unwilling. Alonzo Ball would rather be blocked dead out here than pass you the ball. As the opponent's double team was about to close and Ball momentarily lost focus, and suddenly, the ball, it was gone. This was the first thought that popped into Ball's mind. However, this ball was not intercepted by the opponent. It was Zuo Bai. The commentators laughed at this scene. Haha, Zuo Bai completed a steal from his teammate, causing a turnover for his teammate. This is hilarious, but under the previous circumstances this was indeed the best way to handle the ball, because Ball had no ability to play under such conditions. Now Zuo Bai has the ball and the opponent hasn't followed him. It seems they don't see Zuo Bai as a threat at all. Next, I wonder what Zuo Bai will do. After Zuo Bai completed the steal, he now held the ball himself. In fact, he didn't want to steal, but if you don't give it to me, I can only take it myself. The opponents stopped in front of Zuo Bai, seemingly not wary of him at all. In their eyes, he was just an Asian guard. What was so impressive? He had just been too scared to start. Rubbish. They didn't take Zuo Bai seriously at all, and even the head coach of the University of Oregon looked smug on the sidelines. They were completely stunned. Zuo Bai slightly shifted his weight to the right and performed an in-and-out move. It seemed his intentions were very clear. It seemed he had seen through it all. But this seemingly fake move directly shook off the opponent's defense. When the inside defender saw Zuo Bai get past the first player and make a shooting motion, he was startled and jumped to block. But this was also one of the feints Zuo Bai had anticipated early on. With a deceptive move to trick the defender, Zuo Bai stepped up and made a reverse layup. Score. So cool. Up and down. Another 2 points. So cool. He just got on the court, and the score difference is only 7 points now. Why does it feel like Zuo Bai is playing so easily? Skill. ESPN doesn't lie to me. 666. Ball who had just been intercepted was quite. However, after seeing this scene, Ball had to admit, Zuo Bai's control of the rhythm was perfect. After faking out 2 players, he made a layup, as if he knew exactly what the opponents would do. At this moment, Ball was completely convinced, and he took the initiative to pat Zuo Bai on the shoulder. He seemed to casually say to him, "He'll pass you the ball later." At this moment, after Zuo Bai scored 4 consecutive points, the head coach of the University of Oregon also looked less than pleased. He hesitated for a moment and said to the referee, "I want a timeout." Zuo Bai's recent offensive move completely shattered the momentum of the University of Oregon. At this moment, the confidence that once adorned his face had vanished. He originally thought that the only truly formidable player in UCLA was just Ball, but he realized that the rumors in the media, this Asian guard truly possessed extraordinary strength. So he seriously told his players from the sidelines, "Take them down, lower the defense on Ball, and once Zuo Bai pushes into the paint, 3 of you go for a joint defense." Did you understand? The players from the University of Oregon nodded in acknowledgement. After laying out the strategy, the University of Oregon returned to the court, while Ball also began to recognize Zuo Bai. Before stepping onto the court, Ball proactively said to Zuo Bai, "If the opponent doesn't double-team you, I'll pass the ball to you." This was a significant acknowledgement of Zuo Bai. Even Ball's father on the sidelines refrained from loudly complaining about Zuo Bai overshadowing his son this time. After all, everyone could see that it was Zuo Bai who halted the University of Oregon. The score was now 169, and the University of Oregon was ready to inbound the ball. In this offensive play, the University of Oregon chose not to go after Ball and Zuo Bai's brilliance, but to temporarily bypass. They capitalized on mismatches with other players to score again. 189. Keep it up, push forward. Good shot. Defense, defense, quick defense. The fans of the University of Oregon became extremely excited at this. They saw that after a timeout, their team maintained a very rapid momentum. Ball also unhesitatingly passed the ball to Zuo Bai as previously agreed. He truly believed that Zuo Bai was capable of bearing the responsibility of being the main scorer for the game. However, when Zuo Bai received the ball, all the players from the University of Oregon understood what to do. Defense. Several players immediately surrounded him. 3-man joint defense. The audience felt a chill at the sight. After all, this tactic had been tested on Ball multiple times already. Ball, who usually scored effortlessly, suddenly found himself in a tough spot under this tactic. At this moment, Zuo Bai, the main scorer for UCLA, who had just managed to change the score, found himself so tightly guarded that all his supporters sighed in disappointment. What the heck? Is this the end? It's over there using that defense again. So annoying using such a joint defense in a college league. Is he really not afraid of Zuo Bai passing the ball? If he passes to Ball, there will definitely be a gap in the defense. Yeah, he mustn't go for a onion and pass the ball quickly. Ball noticed that Zuo Bai had no intention of passing the ball, and he became anxious. After all, he had experienced the power of the opponent's 3-man joint defense. Even though he had great confidence in his skills, Ball had to admit that in such a situation, he had almost no stable scoring ability. In that scenario, both offense and passing would be extremely difficult. He absolutely could not fall into a passive situation. Going onion was impossible. Not even Zuo Bai could manage it. "Quick, pass the ball to me. Under their defensive pressure, I can't score." Ball shouted. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai looked at him and reassuringly waved his hand. He said, "Don't worry, I can handle just 3 of them." Zuo Bai spoke with such ease as if handling a onion 3 situation was a common occurrence. However, the audience was astonished. Is he joking? Don't go for a onion 3. Who the hell can do a onion 3? Not even Ball can. Don't be reckless, play it safe. How can he be so confident? The team is still trailing by a significant score. Does he really have a grasp on this? The coach of the University of Oregon was even more amused. He watched Zuo Bai with a grin, hoping he would truly fall into his tactical trap. "Ha ha, even if you have some skills, facing our defense will make you doubt life itself. Youngsters are still youngsters, they haven't faced the harsh realities of life. Today I will teach you a lesson showing you that young people cannot be too arrogant." The 3 defenders gradually closed in. The situation seemed grim. However, Zuo Bai remained utterly unfazed. This was not only because his heavenly emperors I had already foreseen their movements, but also because he had previously observed each defender's habits while on the sideline. So even with 3 defenders, Zuo Bai navigated through them as if he were in an empty space. He broke to the right, made a sudden stop, while dribbling, then performed a double hesitation step. In that brief moment of rhythm change, the defenders were left bewildered. Zuo Bai bypassed 1 player, and then turned. He broke through their encirclement entirely, leaving 2 defenders behind with ease. However, at that moment, a player from the University of Oregon's interior jumped up from Zuo Bai's blind spot. He aimed to surprise Zuo Bai with a block just as he was about to shoot. He absolutely could not allow him to score this easily. When he jumped, he discovered that Zuo Bai had not shot, but had executed a fake move. Could Zuo Bai see him in his blind? Impossible. The interior defender of the University of Oregon was completely faked out. Zuo Bai then scored effortlessly with a simple layup. He strolled leisurely. Score. The arena fell silent. In that instant, the only sound that could be heard was the ball brushing the net. All the spectators and players were stunned. The defense that had made Ball struggle to score was utterly helpless against Zuo Bai. It felt as if this was not the tense NCAA League court, but rather Zuo Bai's own backyard. It was so effortless. The entire set of movements was incredibly smooth. Anyone unfamiliar would think it was rehearsed. Every time a defender made a move, Zuo Bai always managed to evade them with perfect timing. At this moment, the coach of the University of Oregon looked on from the sidelines in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his prideful defensive strategy had been so easily dismantled. This is impossible. Incredible, Zuo Bai. I never imagined you'd break through their defense with so many defenders on you. Their defense looked airtight just now. Damn, how did you spot that opening? Brilliant, Zuo Bai. With you on the court, I can just relax. And Coach Ball remained speechless for a long moment. And he could scarcely believe it. Zuo Bai had dismantled their supposedly impenetrable defense with effortless ease. This was utterly beyond his own capability. And moreover, Zuo Bai didn't even appear to be exerting himself, gliding past every defender with uncanny fluidity. Like a master strolling through a garden of blossoms untouched by a single petal. Absolutely astonishing. Zuo Bai, starting now, all offensive possessions go through you. We're counting on you. And after witnessing Zuo Bai's performance, Coach Ball placed his full, unconditional trust in him. After all, he'd just resolved a situation Ball himself deemed impossible to handle. This was simply not humanly possible. And he was certain not a single player in the NCAA, even at his own elite level, could ever replicate such mastery. Zuo Bai's prowess was unprecedented. And meanwhile, the Oregon Ducks head coach signaled urgently to his players on the court in Plan B. Execute Plan B. In mid-offense, Oregon's ball handler was abruptly stripped of possession by Zuo Bai. And without hesitation, the Ducks instantly broke off their attack and sprinted back into defensive formation. Yet this time, the defensive configuration shifted dramatically. And no longer deploying 3 defenders, they completely abandoned UCLA's perimeter shooters. And frankly, such a strategy defied reason. And spectators across the arena froze in stunned silence upon witnessing it. Is this real? Are they guarding Michael Jordan in 5-on? That's absurdly extreme. And weren't they dismissing Zuo Bai just moments ago? If triple teaming him was already outrageous, how can 5 possibly be justified? Can Zuo Bai still find an opening? Indeed, such a defensive scheme bordered on recklessness, and yet Oregon's head coach insisted on deploying it. His sole objective: neutralized the opponent's cornerstone player, and he held absolute confidence. No one under any circumstance could prevail against 5 defenders. This was the NCAA, and this was elite collegiate basketball, and not a single player on his roster was expendable. Against a 5-man wall, Zuo Bai could not score, nor so conventional wisdom dictated. And logically speaking, Oregon's coach was not mistaken. 1-5 was nearly impossible. But that applied only to ordinary players. And he had gravely underestimated Zuo Bai. Not a flicker of surprise crossed Zuo Bai's face. Then calm and unhurried, he advanced straight toward the tightening defensive line. A deceptive crossover followed by a low dribble between his legs. Then merely a fleeting glance toward the rim, enough to lure one defender off balance. And next, a probing jab step inward, convincing everyone he would drive hard to the basket. As they collapsed inward in panic, Zuo Bai smoothly stepped back, creating instant separation. Oh no, he's got clean space for a shot. Close out. Now. And they scrambled desperately to recover. But Zuo Bai, as if anticipating their movement, exploited the precise temporal gap. While they surged outward to contest, he exploded toward the rim. Not a quick push dribble, a sharp change of direction, a strong pivot through contact, and a soft arching hook shot. And under the incredulous gaze of all 5 defenders, they scored. The crowd and broadcast team erupted in frenzied disbelief. And the 5-man defense had been rendered utterly meaningless before Zuo Bai. 3 or 5 made no difference. All were left helplessly outmaneuvered. Terrifying. I apologize for ever doubting him. I was wrong. And same here. I thought our legend had gone quiet because he lacked skill. I've witnessed a 1-5 feat live in my lifetime. And is this young man really an Asian American point guard who's never played a single professional game? Terrifying. I apologize for ever doubting him. I was wrong. And same here. I thought our legend had gone quiet because he lacked skill. And I stand corrected and repent. The announcer shook his head repeatedly in the booth. Profound awe. And this spectacle transcended the very essence of collegiate basketball. After a long pause, the commentator, drawing upon the last reserves of his professional vocabulary, declared, I lack the words to describe what we just witnessed from Zuo Bai. His performance left me utterly astounded, and, even knowing his reputation beforehand, I was still stunned. His technique is exquisitely refined, and it's astonishing to imagine a player possessing such extraordinary physical gifts, and yet not a single dunk in this entire game. Even against simultaneous pressure from 5 defenders, he showed no visible strain. His depth of ability remains unfathomable, not genius unquestionably. Even Zuo Bai's famously outspoken father sat mute in the stands, because even he could plainly see. Zuo Bai's caliber soared an entire tier above the current collegiate level, and he possessed both courage and cunning. not merely playing with body and skill, but with intellect and vision. This young man was terrifying. On the court, UCLA teammates rushed to slap hands with Zuo Bai, and while Ball, elated beyond measure, led the celebration. Bro, you're legendary. Bro, you light up. And Ball was now utterly, irreversibly convinced. And the rumors of an Asian prodigy were no myth. Zuo Bai's talent far surpassed his own, and Ball felt no resentment. And having such a genius on his team would only elevate his performance. And the game would become infinitely easier. Wasn't that ideal? It was perfect. And so this was what it meant to ride Coach Beep. And the first quarter ended. Naviri Oregon ducked, slumped in dejection, confidence shattered. They'd never imagined their trusted zone defense, so reliable in countless prior games, would prove utterly useless. Watching the Oregon coach, Herland, now stripped of his earlier swagger, UCLA's Herland smiled wryly. Let him boast in front of me again, still feeling cocky. Why the wilted expression now? Nah. Delighted, Herland skipped tactical instruction entirely, and simply declared forget tactics. When Zuo Bai's on the floor, feed him the ball. Let him play. The head coach of the University of Oregon, disregarding any sense of decorum, expressed his anger rarely seen before addressing the players. Do you not understand the fake move he just made? One after another, you were all faked out. Are you even professional players? 5 of you defending one person, and you still can't stop him. The Oregon coach was extremely dissatisfied, while the players felt utterly helpless. Coach, I really can't help it. I truly can't stop him. His fakes are just too realistic. We always feel that he is about to and every time we just react, he always manages to seize that fleeting moment, shaking us off and going for a layup. Yes. He gives me the feeling that it's as if he knows exactly when I'm about to jump. We are really struggling, Coach. We feel that no matter how many people are on him, we can't stop his offense. I feel the same. Coach, we really tried our best, but there's nothing we can do. They were speechless. Did Zuo Bai not realize how strong he was? Hadn't he just watched the entire game from the sideline? What good is complaining? Damn it, stop him from scoring. At this moment, the Oregon coach pondered for a moment and finally said, forget it. For the next strategy, you will play like this. The second quarter began with a significant change in the University of Oregon's lineup. The players who had previously been on the court had all been replaced by substitutes. This left the commentators on the scene stunned. What does this mean? Are they preparing to give up? Haha, could it be that Zuo Bai has broken their mentality? I don't know, it's quite rare to see an entire lineup of substitutes. I'm not really sure what the reason is. I really don't know what their plan is. Even the main players couldn't handle Zuo Bai. How could bringing in substitutes help now? Although the crowd didn't understand, as soon as the game started, they realized the significance of Oregon's decision. From the moment Zuo Bai received the ball, the 5 substitutes charged forward like madmen, vying for possession. They were even willing to commit fouls. The group circled around like hyenas, surrounding their prey, constantly harassing and exhausting their opponent's stamina. To Zuo Bai, although he was not disrupted by their defense, he had to adjust his offensive moves to counter the actions of 5 players. In other words, it was more tiring for him. These 5 players exchanged their multiplied stamina for Zuo Bai's extra. Even though their aggressive defense failed to hinder Zuo Bai's offense, any shot in Zuo Bai's hands was almost guaranteed to score. When the defender assigned to Zuo Bai prepared to make an offensive move, there was a high probability of Zuo Bai stealing the ball directly from him. Even halfway through the second quarter, the score had already reached 29-5. Originally trailing by more than 10 points, UCLA had not only caught up, but had also gained a 4-point lead in this short time since Zuo Bai returned to the court. This was an almost impossible comeback. Yet everyone was also surprised to discover something else. At that moment, as the game was flowing perfectly, Zuo Bai suddenly signaled to the referee and coach, "Coach, I'm tired." At that moment, all the fans supporting UCLA displayed the same expression. The facepalm emoji. That expression. So helpless. Indeed, geniuses are just different. Do you think he is actually tired? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. How could a genius get tired so easily? Although the 5 of them were defending against him, the intensity was indeed great, but he still seemed to be playing very easily. I feel the same. But we can only say that geniuses have their own thoughts. It's fine. Anyway, UCLA is leading now, so what's wrong with letting him rest a bit? Damn what the person above said. Zuo Bai was substituted out, and a utility player replaced him on the court. However, upon seeing Zuo Bai leave, Oregon immediately substituted all their main players back in. They came in fiercely, clearly intent on scoring as quickly as possible, while Zuo Bai was off the court. Of course, Ball and the others are not easy to deal with. However, once the opponent implemented a zone defense, the point difference began to widen again. Thus, while Zuo Bai was off the court, the opponent regained a 6-point advantage. With Zuo Bai at UCLA, the momentum was overwhelming, unstoppable by anyone. They managed to tie the score again, and even gained a slight advantage. However, when Zuo Bai returned to the sidelines to rest, the University of Oregon would sound the horn of counterattack. This back and forth continued, so that when Zuo Bai took the court again, the audience erupted in cheers. Yet when Zuo Bai was about to take a break, the fans from UCLA let out long sighs. It was as if they believed that as long as Zuo Bai was on the court, victory was assured, but without him, there was little hope for the game. However, Ball was clearly caught in the opposing team's zone defense strategy. By the end of the game, he felt utterly overwhelmed. It was needless to say about the 5 players on the opposing team, but just 3 players executing the zone defense against Ball was already making him feel extremely powerless. In such circumstances, only Zuo Bai could effortlessly put the ball into the basket. Thus, the 2 teams exchanged leads, and with just 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the game, the University of Oregon surprisingly maintained a 3-point lead. This was indeed remarkable. At this crucial moment in the finals, Zuo Bai from the bench said to the coach, "Coach, I've rested enough, let me back in the game." The coach displayed an expression of immense gratitude. UCLA called their final timeout and substituted Zuo Bai. When Zuo Bai returned to the court, all the fans were extremely excited. In their eyes, only Zuo Bai could turn the tide in this limit. At this moment, it was the University of Oregon's possession. Their head coach looked stern, giving a strict order to the players. No matter what, do your utmost to stall for time, and this shot must go in. The coach of the University of Oregon calculated the time very well. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds remain. It is important to know that in NCAA the time for a single offense is 35 seconds. With the remaining time, they can only manage 3 offenses at most. In other words, as long as they stall for time and score this, UCLA would find it very difficult to turn the game around. This is what they most hope for. Therefore, at this moment, the players from the University of Oregon are constantly trying to stall for time to win the game. Several players are passing the ball to each other, hesitating to initiate an offense. The passing has a great deal of randomness, making it very difficult to intercept. The time has reached 20 seconds. They must initiate one last offense. Thus, they prepared for one final pass to attack UCLA's basket. However, during this pass, Zuo Bai immediately spotted the opponent's flaw. Snap. Steal. The audience from UCLA erupted with excitement. Go. Quick fast break. This is a sure score. I think we still have hope. It's a sure win. Although Zuo Bai's layup speed was not fast, he managed to leisurely put the ball in. Snap. Score. At this moment, the score reached 8-1-8-2 with the University of Oregon leading by just 1 point. Damn. The coach of the University of Oregon slammed the table, roaring, "Be serious. Give it your all." The players are now extremely serious. They plan to push the ball forward and prepare for an offense. However, things are not going smoothly. Zuo Bai is tightly guarding their main player. They failed several times to find an opportunity, as Zuo Bai was always able to disrupt their passes. With time running out, the struggle among the players became increasingly intense. Seeing that the offensive time was about to expire, the University of Oregon could only rush a shot. Bang. Missed. The ball bounced off the edge of the basket, jumping twice before falling out. UCLA's inside player desperately grabbed the rebound and immediately passed the ball to Zuo Bai. The audience cheered. Meanwhile, the University of Oregon was extremely tense. If Zuo Bai scores this ball, the situation would become dire. So all of them rushed up desperately, trying to defend Zuo Bai. But at that moment, ball was completely left open. Zuo Bai made an easy, brilliant pass, directly sending the ball safely into Ball's hands. Nice pass. Ball received the pass and made a powerful dunk. Score. Zuo Bai's beautiful assist led UCLA. At this moment, only 24 seconds remain in the game. The pressure is on the University of Oregon. All players from the University of Oregon are desperately attacking. They are trying to find an opportunity to pass the ball to their main player. However, under Zuo Bai's defense, they cannot find any opening. They can clearly sense that if they pass the ball to the main player in front of Zuo Bai, that ball will definitely be intercepted. They even dared not pass the ball to the players defended by Zuo Bai, not even in a hand-to-hand situation. As time ticks away second by second, the University of Oregon, still unable to find an opportunity, ultimately chose to go all in. They shot. With only 3 seconds left, they took a shot from beyond the three-point line. Everyone's hearts tightened. UCLA's fans all hoped that this shot would miss. Just miss. If it missed, they would win. However, this shot did not miss as UCLA's fans had hoped. The ball traced an arc in the sky, swish, straight into the basket. What the hell? The coach of the University of Oregon was incredibly excited. He did not expect this shot to actually go in. A clutch shot. The commentators on site were stunned. How could the plot develop like this? The University of Oregon? Really? With 2 seconds left, the University of Oregon is leading by 2 points. It can be said that almost all teams in this situation can almost declare victory early. In this situation, turning the game around is extremely difficult. 2 seconds left, backcourt ball. It is impossible to even initiate an offense. The UCLA fans are in disbelief because at this moment, it almost declares UCLA's first defeat. Clearly, Zuo Bai had delivered so many spectacular performances, bringing everyone so much surprise. But now it seems even he is powerless to change the outcome. 2 seconds. Initiate a full-court offense. Is it possible? Even if they rushed with all their might, it wouldn't be enough. On the University of Oregon's bench, the players have already begun to celebrate early. Everyone is saying, Zuo Bai is not worth mentioning. What genius. I see it's nothing special. Haha, we won. UCLA has been overhyped this year. Where's the genius? Weren't you all so arrogant just now? How can you turn it around now? If you can turn it around, I'll livestream swimming in a cesspool. For anyone, it is indeed very difficult to complete an offense at this moment. Zuo Bai certainly knows this. Even if he used the Fire God Body Quality Experience card, he probably wouldn't be able to shake off the defense, receive the ball, and score in such a short time. If he attempted a long pass, the risk would be too great. What should he do? Just then, Zuo Bai suddenly remembered that he still had a first match gift pack that he hadn't opened. Last time the system said that the reward for this gift pack was just 1. So he didn't take it seriously. After all, he was a total loser. But now perhaps he could get something good. Of course, Zuo Bai didn't know what was inside before opening it. After all, he wasn't the destined child and didn't have any. Absolutely not. System, open the gift pack. Ding Dong detected that the host has participated in their first career match, meeting the requirements to open the gift pack. Now opening the gift pack. Opening gift pack. A huge light screen displayed rewards that kept jumping. Red light, purple light, blue light, green light. Zuo Bai looked at this scene and was both angry and amused. TMD, are you kidding me? The more I draw, the worse the quality gets. What does that mean? If you end up giving me a white 1-0, just... In an instant, the white light that was supposed to appear suddenly paused, as if it hesitated upon hearing Zuo Bai's words. Then it was replaced by dazzling golden light. Zuo Bai was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Legendary gold. Meanwhile, the system's reminder sounded instantly ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a legendary reward 10x Midorima's long-distance 3-point shot experience card. Surprising. Even Zuo Bai, who possessed so many bug-like abilities, was astonished. It was like someone offered an umbrella on a rainy day, or a pillow when one dozed off. Could it be that some mysterious power was bestowing favor upon him? One must know the 3-point shots of Lu Jian were nothing short of unreasonable. He could fire directly from his own 3-point line towards the opposite. Moreover, he was hitting every shot. Possessing such an ability allowed him to calmly execute a shot within the limited, super long 3-pointer. System used the Lu Jian 3-point experience card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully using the Lu Jian 3-point experience card. The range of the next 3-pointer has been extended to any corner of the court with a hit rate of 100%. At this moment, the University of Oregon was still unaware of the impending events awaiting them. They were still lost in the joy. However, at this point, Zuo Bai spoke up. There are still 2 seconds left that don't think you've won yet. Until the last moment, don't celebrate too early. At this moment, the players from the University of Oregon looked at him, as if he were a fool. They exchanged glances and chuckled, saying, he doesn't really think he can win, does he? In 2 seconds, you won't even make it. Stop struggling, you've already lost. You really think you can turn this around? Miracles, just like geniuses, don't come by that often. Zuo Bai remained silent in the face of their taunts. In the 2 seconds, he said to his teammates, just pass the ball to me steadily from the baseline. His teammates hesitated for a moment, as shouldn't they go for a long pass in this situation? However, out of their unconditional trust in Zuo Bai, they nodded. When the players and coaches of the University of Oregon saw Zuo Bai standing under their basket and not attempting to find a position for a long pass, they were puzzled. Gave up, just rolling over, admitting defeat. If that's the case, then what was that fierce talk earlier about? Holland, is this your player? Standing at the baseline, he can't even touch the basket. Holland said nothing. He just fixed his gaze on the court. He believed Zuo Bai would not disappoint him. Both Genius and Miracle were present in their team. When Zuo Bai's teammate passed the ball to him, the timer started ticking again. However, everyone saw that Zuo Bai didn't even start dribbling, nor did he approach the front court. It seemed. Zuo Bai again. At this moment, the defensive players from the University of Oregon laughed. Not bad, you know you're going to lose, and have accepted it. Those who know their place are wise. Knowing you can't turn the tide is enough. I really didn't expect this is what they call genius. Haha, even admitting defeat is unique. Zuo Bai held the ball and grinned. You should regret leaving me 2 seconds. By the way, regarding your claim that I can't even touch the basket, that's indeed true. Zuo Bai directly lifted his hand, seriously aiming at the basket then. Xiao, he actually stood under his own basket and shot towards the far basket on the court. All the spectators thought he had lost his mind. How could this be possible? This was no longer a 3-pointer, it couldn't even be classified as a super long 3-pointer. This was an ultra-tama long 3-pointer. Curry is accurate enough, but he wouldn't dare to throw like this. Giving up means giving up. Oh, what's the point of throwing such a shot at the end? No one understood, not even the commentators, who were completely baffled. They all thought Zuo Bai was just throwing randomly. But as the trajectory of the ball began to descend, they gradually had a premonition. Why did the ball's trajectory look so perfect? It seemed this ball might actually go in. At this moment, all the players from the University of Oregon who had been relaxed became tense. They stared fixedly at the basketball. Their rational minds told them that such a shot was absolutely impossible. No one could make such a shot. Yet deep down, they all had a bad feeling that this shot. Why did it seem like it was going in? Everyone held their breath. For a moment, even the flashlights forgot to work. Everyone's gaze focused on that small ball. Whoosh. Accompanied by a crisp swish that resonated throughout the court. The ball went in. It actually went in. Holy, I can't be dreaming, right? This is a miracle. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Someone wake me up and tell me this is a dream. I must be going crazy. This is absolutely impossible. No one dared to believe it. Yet the scoreboard was indeed, bang, 3 points scored. UCLA, 1. It was madness. The entire arena went wild. Even the commentators, known for their professionalism, were left speechless. He widened his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This TM novel wouldn't... What do you think this is? Is this a sci-fi film? Hey dude, do you think Zuo Bai's shot had any luck to it? Another commentator who was equally helpless said, although I want to say this was definitely luck, it most certainly wasn't. He was too confident. He knew before he even shot that the ball would go in. Don't you remember what he said before he shot? At this, he remembered what Zuo Bai said before making the 3-pointer. Left with 2 seconds. Can't even touch the basket. Could it be? He knew all along this shot would definitely be a perfect 3-pointer. See, this guy, is he a monster? At this moment, all the fans of the University of Oregon wore expression. This is absurd. At this moment, Holland walked over to the coaching bench of the University of Oregon and said, hey, you were right, geniuses are indeed rare, but that one in our team is beyond just genius. He is a player favored by the gods. No one expected the game to unfold such a stunning comeback. At the brink of victory, even on the verge of a sure kill, the University of Oregon was unexpectedly countered by Zuo Bai with an ultra-long 3-pointer. The significance of this event has transcended the match itself. Zuo Bai's performance today is enough to drive all major media outlets crazy. In just the first game of his career, Zuo Bai displayed such talent and astonishing situational awareness. After the match, the media surrounded the head coaches of both teams. They asked the coach of the University of Oregon, "Do you think Zuo Bai's performance today is enough for you to retract your harsh words before the match?" The head coach of the University of Oregon was silent for a moment. Then he reluctantly admitted, "Without a doubt, he is a..." Facing the media gathered around the venue after the game, the head coach of the University of Oregon remarked, "I never expected an Asian player to reach such a level. To be honest, perhaps it's time for me to let go of this notion." He wore a bitter smile. To be honest, this is not his character. However, Zuo Bai's performance in this game truly left him feeling powerless. Tactics pale in comparison to absolute strength. The reporters continued to press. "Do you think your team's loss this time was due to underestimating your opponent?" Underestimating. The Oregon coach scoffed, shaking his head in resignation. "I have already deployed 5 of our main players to defend against him alone. How am I supposed to not underestimate him? Even 3 defenders, or 5 together, wouldn't make a difference against him. And if he has that kind of three-point shooting ability." Remembering the outrageous three-pointer that Zuo Bai made at the end, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Then the head coach of the University of Oregon continued, "Looking at the entire NCAA, nobody can defend against that kind of offense. This guy will be an insurmountable mountain for any team. To be honest, I already feel sympathy for the team that will face them, but you should be grateful that he only played for less than 20 minutes. If this guy had played the entire game, perhaps we would have lost by 30 points. Meanwhile, Coach Helland, who had been holding back for the entire game, finally felt a sense of relief. "Damn, I was just about..." "So do you now understand who the real clown is? Coach Helland, what do you think of Zuo Bai as a player? Do you think he has the ability to compete in the NBA? Coach, do you think his last three-pointer involved any luck?" Questions from the reporters came flooding in. However, Coach Helland was feeling very pleased. He also rarely put on airs in front of reporters. "Ahem, you asked me what I think of him. Such a question is simply too foolish, I refuse to answer. As for whether Zuo Bai's three-pointer had any element of luck, I can only say he would never attempt something he wasn't sure of." The meaning of this statement is clear. Zuo Bai's performance is purely skill. Stop the nonsense. In his debut, Zuo Bai posted impressive statistics of 29 points, 7 assists, 1 block, and 6 steals. To be honest, these stats are not considered exaggerated for the dazzling rookies of each year. After all, there are many excellent players who can score 40 or 50 points in a single game. However, remember that Zuo Bai played for less than 20 minutes. Not even half of a game. For players who frequently play 30 or even 40 minutes, these stats are simply absurd. Most importantly, Zuo Bai's shooting percentage reached an astounding 95. His scoring came almost entirely from layups with nearly no mistakes. This unparalleled offensive efficiency, even the most dazzling rookie in history would have to step back. Everyone could see it. A brilliant Asian star was rising. After the game, countless fans heard about this match. In the Pac-12, UCLA secured victory with a miraculous three-pointer. The one who made that shot was the previously popular Asian exchange student online, Zuo Bai. It can be said that the hottest topic right now is related to Zuo Bai. Many media outlets are following this story. Even the news has reached the NBA. Over here, the new NBA season has just begun. The 76ers, with their new rookie Simmons, are preparing for a playoff push. However, Simmons' performance in these games cannot be described as excellent. While his physical talent is undeniable, his shortcomings are quite obvious. That is his inconsistent shooting. In this game, the 76ers lost to the Nets by just a few points. At this moment, the news of UCLA's victory arrived. Many media outlets asked the 76ers management in post-game interviews, "How do you think Simmons performed in this game?" As far as we know, Simmons seems to have lost to an Asian player from UCLA in a previous practice game. And in this NCAA game, UCLA also secured their first victory over Oregon thanks to that Asian player. What do you think about this matter? The 76ers were already unhappy about losing. Why ask such a question at this time? Damn, isn't this just looking for trouble? Comparing him with Simmons, what can I say? Damn. Simmons is still an excellent player, I know that Asian player, but I have no opinion. Sooner or later, he will join the NBA, we will talk about it then. The 76ers management's unwillingness to directly answer the question already speaks volumes. If Simmons were much stronger than Zuo Bai, he could have just answered directly. However, in the adult world, not confirming directly is a form of denial. Over here, more and more netizens are expressing dissatisfaction with Simmons' shooting. The biggest issue Simmons is currently showing is his poor shot selection and extremely inconsistent shooting percentage. This is actually understandable, because Simmons, relying solely on his extraordinary inside offensive ability, has swept. He didn't even need to practice shooting. Just like the young flashback, then shooting was not his strong suit. But the 76ers fans are not buying it. They had high expectations for this rookie. Simmons' current performance clearly does not satisfy them. Some fans even edited a video of Simmons shooting with Zuo Bai's miraculous three-pointer at the end. Really? He looks like he should be a guard. Can he even play mismatched? Not only can he play, but he also crushes heavily. Damn, I think this rookie is even more enjoyable to watch than this Asian newcomer. Didn't you know Zuo Bai has beaten Simmons? Really? He looks like he should be a guard. Can he even play mismatched? Not only can he play, but he also crushes heavily. Before watching the video, I didn't believe it, but this kind of three-pointer can go in. Now I believe it. After the game, Zuo Bai wanted to head back to school to rest. However, his teammates came over insisting on taking him out to celebrate. After a while, the coach brought someone in. Coach Herland was mysterious. Seeing so many players gathered around, he asked, "What are you all doing here?" Coach, we plan to take Zuo Bai out to celebrate. That last play was just too amazing. Yeah, he is the great contributor to us. Zuo Bai shook his head and said, no, I'm tired. I haven't played such an intense game before. I need to rest. Upon hearing this, his teammates showed disdain. Come on, even if you're making excuses, at least make it a good one. You think the intensity was too much? Brother, you played 1 against 5 and still made them look foolish. Exactly. You barely played 20 minutes. What's there to— Let's go. You're such a show-off. Do you think we're fools? You can't find a good excuse today. You have to come to the party with us. Otherwise, Zuo Bai looked troubled. He was indeed a bit tired. At that moment, the coach came over and intervened, saying, go play. Zuo Bai has important matters. You all can continue your fun. What's going on, coach? The game is already over. The coach was just thinking about how to distract them when suddenly the door to the locker room was pushed open. A man walked in and asked Coach Holland, are you ready? When this man appeared, everyone was stunned. This person was all too familiar to everyone. He represented an era. That man. Kobe Bryant. What the FXXX? Am I dreaming? Kobe, I'm your #1 fan. How could he be here? Am I really not dreaming? Oh my god, I can't believe it. What is he doing here? Can I ask for your autograph? The other players were trembling with excitement. Even Zuo Bai was unusually thrilled. Kobe could be said to be the youth of those who grew up watching basketball. If they were to mention their most idolized superstar, it would undoubtedly be Kobe. At this moment, Kobe actually came to the scene. He even entered their locker room. This was truly surprising. At this time, the coach introduced Kobe is here today for a specific reason. It's about you, Zuo Bai. Everyone's gaze turned towards Zuo Bai, the emotions in their eyes. Envy, jealousy, and a sense of inevitability. Oh, the treatment of a genius is indeed different. Zuo Bai greeted Kobe, and Kobe smiled at him amicably. At this moment, Kobe said, Bai, I have been following your games for a long time, and I came today to share some words with you. At this point, everyone around felt that this was really too outrageous. What a treatment. To have Kobe come specifically, TSK. To be honest, the onlookers around would definitely have a taste of sunflower seeds if given. At this moment, Kobe continued, since the time you played against Curry, I noticed your videos, including later when you played against Simmons. To be honest, those two are both young talents. I think highly of they both have the potential to become outstanding stars in the future. However, you are the one who surprised me the most. At this point, Kobe paused. His recognition of Zuo Bai was evident. Your ability to break through left a deep impression on me. It isn't a breakthrough relying on physical attributes, which is extremely rare. But what impressed me the most is that you clearly possess top-notch physical attributes. That dunk against Curry was the best evidence, right? Zuo Bai fell silent. That was indeed true. That dunk was indeed his, but it was made using the dunking talent of the fire god. Normally he couldn't jump that high. However, Zuo Bai couldn't say that, and could only respond yes. It was me. At this moment, Kobe questioned, then why don't you use your physicality in subsequent games? Is it because you're not trying hard enough? Also, it should be very easy for you to play a full game, yet your playing time is the least I've seen among the main players. Why is that? It is well known that Kobe is an extremely competitive player. If there's anyone on the court who is the hardest working and most eager for victory, then Kobe would claim second place, and no one would dare to claim first. He wouldn't pull out of the game for minor injuries. For serious injuries, he would still think twice. Thus, he didn't quite understand. Didn't he want to win? In fact, this question from Kobe was also what the other players wanted to ask. Didn't Zuo Bai want to win? Didn't he have any desire for victory? Looking at Kobe's expression, Zuo Bai felt a bit embarrassed to admit. If I said I was tired after playing half the game, would he believe me? No one would believe it, right? So after much thought, Zuo Bai finally said, the main reason is that I want to give my teammates more opportunities to showcase themselves. Oh, Kobe was taken aback. This was a reason he hadn't considered. Aren't you afraid of losing the game? No. Zuo Bai shook his head and said with great certainty, if the situation isn't right, I will take over the game in time. Let me translate this. What Zuo Bai means is that if the situation isn't right, I will immediately use my experience card. Thank you all. However, at this moment, what this sounded like in Kobe's ears was something that only a person with immense confidence. This is an extraordinary confidence in one's own abilities. No matter how far behind the team is, Zuo Bai surely believes he can equalize the score. Moreover, he is willing to give his teammates more chances to shine. Wow. Kobe initially thought Zuo Bai had no competitive spirit and wanted to teach him a lesson. But now it seems that Kobe is completely at ease. At this moment, the look in Kobe's eyes when he looked at Zuo Bai was filled with satisfaction. Good, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. Remember, I will continue to pay attention to your performance in the future. If one day you are ready to join the NBA, you can come to me, and I will arrange a good place for you. Coach Holland, who was standing by, was stunned. Does this count as a legal recruitment? It was clear that Kobe was hinting at hoping Zuo Bai would join the Lakers in the future. However, if we don't say it, who would know? After Kobe finished speaking, he left the locker room. But just after Kobe left, the other team members exploded with excitement. Whoa, bro, you're absolutely legendary now. That's Kobe Bryant himself coming to watch you. I'm posting this on my Twitter right away. Haha, I already posted it ahead of time. My tweet's already racked up over 1,000 likes. You cheated. I'm posting it too. Honestly, I never imagined Zuo Bai sat out the full game simply to give the rest of us more spotlight. I'm genuinely moved, brother. Truly, I am too. I'll never let you down. I'll give my absolute best performance. Even Zuo Bai's nameless benchwarmers stood their eyes glistening with gratitude and declared, bro, I swear from today onward, as long as you're my brother, you're my father for life. Wait, that's a generational mismatch. But such trivialities were Zuo Bai's concern alone. Right now his sole focus was the faint system alert that had chimed the moment he sank that clutch game-winning shot. Something had stirred, something vital. Urgent to inspect, he seized an excuse and slipped away. Back in his dormitory room, Zuo Bai immediately activated his system. Launch system. Ding. System activated. One unclaimed reward awaits. Would you like to claim it now? Was that even a question? Claim it. Ding. Reward claimed. Share to WeChat moments and /once to double your prize. What? What the A? What kind of gimmick is this? Why emulate those dubious /and-win scams? Damn it. Nope. I'm not claiming it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned a no/exemption and received double reward instantly. The system replied. So it had backed down. At that instant, golden light flared across the screen, and a vast interface materialized before Zuo Bai. Ding. Congratulations, host. You sank the decisive game-winning shot within the final 3 seconds. Achievement unlocked, clutch performer. Reward granted 100 USD in cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully completed a 1-in-5 solo domination. Achievement unlocked, duel master. Reward granted, a luxury off-campus residence in Los Angeles courtesy of UCLA. Zuo Bai stared, momentarily speechless. How much? $1 million plus a mansion. Seriously, 1 million USD converts to nearly 8 million. Rounded up, it's 10 million RMB. Converted back to USD, that's 1.5 million. And rounded again, 2 million. Whoa. In an instant he'd vaulted into billionaire territory. Truth be told, even UCLA's finest dorm accommodations remain just that, dorms. Sigh. Compared to a standalone luxury villa, they fall drastically short. Though Zuo Bai wasn't one to crave indulgence. Is this a moving company? Meanwhile at UCLA, the team members had already posted online about Kobe's unexpected visit. The news ignited massive online attention. Initially, many dismissed it outright. After all, this was merely a regular NCAA matchup, not the March Madness Championship Series. How could a global icon like Kobe possibly attend in person? That seemed utterly preposterous. With misinformation rampant online, and countless clickbaiters willing to say anything for views, skepticism ran deep. To verify the claim, users flooded the posts with mentions directed at Kobe himself. And Kobe did not deny it. Calmly he confirmed, yes, that's absolutely true. Everyone who saw those words froze in disbelief. Though only a single line, its implication was unambiguous. Kobe held this game. And this rookie, in exceptional regard. Across the entire league, how many players had ever earned Kobe's explicit endorsement? This rookie clearly ranked among them. The story exploded online, prompting media outlets, once indifferent, to rush fresh analyses and commentary. Poor editorial teams pulled all-nighters drafting copy. Sigh. The life of a writer is brutal. Yet audience response proved overwhelmingly positive. Shocking. Who is this rookie who won the legend's approval? The legend himself attended. Not for the team, but for him. A miracle three-pointer from impossible range. Fluke or mastery? Who is this rookie who humiliated Kyrie and eclipsed Simmons? UCLA's turbulent love-hate saga with a single rookie, revealed. Suffice it to say, headlines grew increasingly sensational, but one truth remained constant. Expectations for Zuo Bai had soared to unprecedented heights. As a direct result, tickets for UCLA's upcoming games, including the entire series, sold out completely after just countless fans flocked to witness this phenomenal rookie firsthand, eager to uncover the truth behind Zuo Bai's mystique. After all, rumors about him were already legion. Speculation multiplied daily. Some fans insisted, don't be fooled by his modest 29-point stat line. He wasn't even trying. His dunks are highlight reel worthy, yet last game, not a single one. Unbelievable. A seasoned pro, no doubt, yet they still won. His uncanny point control suggests he truly held back. Guys, could he be the next Goji Berry brother? Whoa, seriously. Hold on, don't jump to conclusions. I've got a ticket for UCLA's second game. Who wants it? Whoa, scalper, I'll take it. And I'm reporting you first. No one's snatching this from me. Meanwhile, UCLA's next opponent had already, they would face none other than the University of Washington. This season, those two programs stood as the nation's most anticipated teams. Their impending clash drew legions of fans, and even pre-game sports shows devoted segments to the rivalry. Rumors confirmed this season's two most hyped freshmen will finally go head-to-head. Like many of you, I'm thrilled. So which team do you favor? We'll broadcast the entire game live. Tune in tomorrow. And so the second game arrived. UCLA hosted the University of Washington at home. On game day, the arena's energy dwarfed even the electrifying atmosphere of the opener, surging, deafening, immense. Even Zuo Bai felt that this atmosphere was somewhat exaggerated. Even the director, who had been in this line of work for many years, thought it was absurd. The match had not even started yet the venue was already surrounded by enthusiastic fans, making it impossible to pass. The cars had difficulty moving from afar. There was no choice. If you wanted to reach the match venue, you could only go on foot. This is too exaggerated, Green. Did you see the scene? My God. Indeed, Paul, this is absolutely insane. Compared to what is called March Madness, this hardly seems crazy at all. The two directors were both filled with astonishment. This scene was indeed unprecedented. Even in a Pac-12 game, this kind of spectacle was overly exaggerated. It's not like it was the NCAA finals. And certainly not the NBA finals. Why are there so many people? We can see that there seem to be many yellow-skinned figures in the crowd. Haha, it's obvious that these people came here specifically to support Zuo Bai. They are fervent fans from Huaxia. Will it really be this crazy? This journey is quite valuable. but I believe that Zuo Bai's performance will make it all worth it. At this moment in the players' lounge, the players from both teams were nervously preparing to take the field. At least, the original script should have gone like this. In the UCLA lounge, everyone was extremely excited to witness such a grand scene. Wow, this is so cool. When passing outside, did you hear how many fans were shouting your name? It's terrifying. I've never seen so many people at any. Truly, you are amazing, Zuo Bai. I wish that one day I could have so many fans too. What are you thinking? Do you think you have Zuo Bai's ability? I was just thinking. Is thinking not allowed? After hearing their words, Zuo Bai, sigh. I play basketball just for the joy of it. These things are not within my consideration. Come on, don't be modest. The last unbelievable three-pointer you made in the last game, if I could make that shot, I'd be able to brag about it for a lifetime. Exactly. You're too modest. Excessive modesty is annoying you. I want to hit you. This game depends on you. That star player on the opposing team is up to you to take down. They'll do my best. Zuo Bai said awkwardly. Before the game, he had also heard about the player that the media was comparing. Fultz, an exceptionally talented point guard. Naturally, he plays the same position. Therefore, he attracted a lot of. In a little while, he would face him heated in the game. At that moment, the coach walked in and said to the players, "Hey guys, are you ready to take?" The coach was spirited. Clearly, his expression represented his mood. Great. All the players looked bewildered. They stared at each other saying, "Coach, you haven't given us our strategy yet today." Usually, the coach would earnestly detail their strategy before every game. Only after everything was arranged would the coach let them take the court. But today, the coach had said nothing. This was unusual. However, after hearing this, the coach responded with a relaxed expression, "Strategy. Are you sure you still need a strategy? Even if I laid one out for you, would you listen?" Everyone looked awkward. Right. They almost forgot, wasn't it just a matter of passing the ball to Zuo Bai? Sigh. Sorry, coach, I forgot. Indeed, we don't need a strategy. It's truly awkward, haha. After all, we just have to get the ball to Zuo Bai. Anyway, even if my grandma played with Zuo Bai, we could win. You're too conservative. Even if a dog were on the team, as long as it didn't bite the referee, we could win. Haha. Let's go, brothers. Come on, everyone, make way for Brother Bai. Zuo Bai looked at the coach, awkwardly, seemingly asking, "Coach, should I go or not?" The coach nodded. Go on, go on. Zuo Bai blinked. Okay, coach. As Zuo Bai and the others stepped onto the court, the audience erupted in a wave of intense cheers. He had already shown some potential of a superstar. Meanwhile, on the Washington University side, a player walked up to Fultz and said, he had already shown some potential of a superstar. Meanwhile, on the Washington University side, a player walked up to Fultz and said, "Hey, that guy is completely stealing your thunder. Aren't you angry? Clearly you are the true genius. That guy is nothing compared to you." After saying this, Fultz's expression visibly changed. Fultz said, "No need to rush in this game. I will show everyone what the word genius truly means." Fultz silently clenched his fists. You must understand. All these honors originally belonged to Fultz. But now it seemed that whenever the media mentioned him, it was only to compare him with Zuo Bai. He was merely a backdrop to Zuo Bai. This made Fultz, who had always been in the spotlight, unable to swallow this indignation. Even during the pre-game interviews, the media asked him, "How do you feel about the external perception of this game being described as a battle between genius guards?" Fultz couldn't hold back and directly retorted, "Genius versus genius. Sorry, I only see one genius." When both teams took to the court, Fultz walked up to Zuo Bai and said, "Bai, in this match, I will let you know what the word genius truly means. If you're afraid, it's not too late to sit out now." Fultz's words were spoken with conviction, and this scene was fully captured by the surrounding cameras. The audience present and the fans in front of their televisions were all excited to see this. It was just like the trash talk segment before a boxing match. It made the adrenaline surge. Even the commentator at this moment said, "Oh my, it seems that this match is indeed, the audience for this match is in for a treat. I believe this will be an incredibly exciting game." Others were very much, but Zuo Bai, he felt helpless. Why did these people come up and throw down the gauntlet at him? I just want to play ball happily. Why do you keep bringing up geniuses? It's not like I called myself a genius. Do the antagonists really lack brains? I thought such antagonists only exist. Sigh. But there was no way, even though he didn't want to face off. But, ding dong. A mission has been issued to the host. Please defeat Washington University with a large score in this match. The system's rewards will be determined by the point difference. What the hell? Zuo Bai froze for a moment. Just then the system assigned him an additional task. Now that we're talking about this, things just got interesting. System, is there a cap on this task's reward? This task activates automatically once your point differential exceeds 10 at game's end. The maximum bonus is 20 points. Should the margin surpass 20 points, an ultra-rare reward will be unlocked. So there was indeed a ceiling. Zuo Bai had originally planned, if this match's task offered no upper limit on rewards, he'd deploy all his special cards in one go, win by 100 points in a single game. How gloriously satisfying that would be. Ahem. Reality, it seemed, was far less indulgent than he'd imagined. Still, unlocking an ultra-rare reward for exceeding 20 points. That's what Bai was more than willing to pursue. Very well. If they claim there is only one genius, then let them taste despair firsthand. Rarely had Zuo Bai ever fixated so intensely on the scoreboard. Normally his philosophy was simple: win by 1 point and victory was absolute. But today was different. After all, he carried a mission. Meanwhile, both teams had completed their warm-ups. The referee signaled starters prepare. At that very instant, the faint murmur of on-court warm-up drills ceased entirely. Even the idle chatter among spectators in the stands fell silent, abruptly, completely. An unprecedented hush descended upon the entire arena. Yet beneath that stillness pulsed an almost suffocating tension. Both squad star players took their positions, and standing directly before Zuo Bai stood none other than Fultz. The audience could already sense it, the air between them thickened, charged with gravity. This was the long-anticipated duel between the two most heralded young shooting guards of the year. Moreover, judging by Fultz's pre-game demeanor, hostility had already ignited, even before tip-off. Indeed, this matchup was the one everyone had been waiting for. Referee, jump ball. A Washington University player leapt high and cleanly tapped the ball into Fultz's hands. Washington wins the opening tip. Oh my god, what a laser-precise toss. Who could have imagined this clash would ignite so instantly? Fultz secures possession right out of the gate. Let's see what he does next. Fultz immediately began weaving side-to-side with deceptive hesitation moves. His intent clear: drive hard to the rim and deliver a thunderous dunk on UCLA, to demonstrate what true genius at point guard truly meant. Yet, Zuo Bai's center of gravity remained utterly unmoved by Fultz's feints. Zuo Bai studied him intently, yet never committed, never bit. That unnerving composure stirred a flicker of unease, even in Fultz himself, an elite floor general. A creeping disquiet coiled in his gut, like prey sensing a predator hidden deep within the underbrush, outwardly calm, yet poised to strike without warning. And his instinct was correct. This very intuition saved his life. Had Fultz impulsively driven forward at that moment, Zuo Bai would have executed a flawless lightning-fast steal. He wouldn't even know how, or when, he'd been robbed. Fortunately for him, his instincts as a top-tier athlete kept him from recklessly changing direction. After several probing attempts, Fultz suddenly called for a pick-and-roll with a teammate. His teammates had expected, based on his pre-game instructions, to space the floor and let him isolate. Yet here he was hesitating to attack outright, and instead opting for a screen. Though puzzled, Washington's players did, because war shifts in a heartbeat. There's no time for doubt. They trusted Fultz. He must have a plan. Instantly, Washington's towering forward surged up from the low post, setting a textbook-perfect screen. Fultz seized the split-second opening, levitating slightly as he accelerated past the screen. Yet, every spectator noticed at the instant Washington's screen locked in place, Zuo Bai moved too. Zuo Bai executed a sharp, deliberate retreat, sliding laterally around the screen rather than through it. Audiences gasped, disbelieving. Unbelievable. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Is this anticipation? That screen timing was flawless. How did Zuo Bai see it coming? This is insane. I mean, seriously. Is this what elite basketball IQ looks like? Yet despite their awe, every observer acknowledged one undeniable fact. The sheer bulk of the interior defender physically impeded Zuo Bai's lateral mobility. Fultz still exploded down the road. He barreled toward the basket, cradling the ball, sweeping low across the floor, executing a textbook Eurostep, and slammed home a ferocious dunk. Thud. Points on the board. My goodness, that explosive first step is unforgettable. His acceleration was blistering, truly worthy of Washington's prodigious young point guard. Yet clearly, even he felt constrained by Zuo Bai's defense. Hence his reluctance to drive solo and his reliance. Nonetheless, after that fluid Eurostep, finishing with raw power and precision. A masterclass in body control. Truly the genius of Washington. This young man possesses extraordinary potential. In the stands, seated among the crowd, were figures clutching notebooks, tablets, and camcorders. Watching Fultz's play, they nodded thoughtfully, scribbling furiously, annotating details in their logs. Yes, they were scouts. For a matchup this hyped, skipping it was unthinkable. Fultz's performance left a powerful impression. Each scout awarded him glowing assessments in their personal dossiers. Though it was merely the opening basket, Fultz's transcendent talent and athleticism were already unmistakable. Having thrown down the dunk, he roared toward the stands, as if declaring to the world what true genius demands, and vowing to defend his title with every fiber of his being. True genius is never cheap. The arena blazed with electric energy. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai rallied his teammates. No worries, we'll answer with one of our own. His teammates, momentarily rattled by that emphatic dunk, steadied themselves instantly upon hearing his voice. After all, what danger could possibly remain with Zuo Bai on their side? Ball immediately passed to him by Zuo Bai advanced across half court. At that moment, he offered a faint, knowing smile toward Fultz, his defender, then opened the system interface and commanded, "System, activate Kashiwagi Taiga's dunk mastery card." Ding! Congratulations, Kashiwagi Taiga's dunk experience card successfully activated. Duration 10 minutes. A subtle, confident smile touched Zuo Bai's lips. Since this game demanded a 20-point margin, starting now he would hold nothing back. The main act had just begun. At this moment, Fultz was still unaware of what was about to happen. He had done some research on Zuo Bai before the match. Even so, he still believed that he was the most talented and promising player. However, Fultz was not a player to underestimate his opponents. He had done extensive homework on Zuo Bai prior to this. He had watched the video of the last match. He discovered that Zuo Bai played at a very slow pace. He was not the explosive type. This meant that Fultz needed to pay close attention to the changes in Zuo Bai's rhythm. He had to keep a close watch on Zuo Bai. The moment Zuo Bai shifted his center of gravity, he must not let his guard down. As long as he did this, he believed he had the capability to defend against Zuo Bai's attacks. Absolutely. Fultz lowered his center of gravity significantly. His eyes were fixed intently on the center of Zuo. "Stop dreaming, you can't get past me. I see every move you make. Don't even think about." Where did he go? Fultz had yet to finish his sentence. In an instant, Zuo Bai had vanished right before his eyes. When he turned around again, Zuo Bai had already made his way inside the three-point line. All the players from the University of Washington were caught off guard by this display. In an instant, all three of them lunged towards Zuo Bai. The head coach of the University of Washington slapped his thigh on the sidelines anxiously saying, "Oh no, you fell for it. That's definitely a fake move." However, in the next seconds, Zuo Bai did not, as he usually did, use a fake move to shake off the defense of the three players. Instead, he leaped directly against the defense of these three tall players. Everyone on the court was stunned. Because of Zuo, he was jumping too high. Is he planning to go head-to-head? Is this for real? Wow, this is just too absurd. Jumping directly against the three tallest players on the opposing team isn't that asking for trouble, eh? But the height that Zuo Bai jumped to, I feel it's incredibly high. No matter how high he jumps, what good does it do when face tall? Is no match for jumping high. The players from the university left everyone in shock. Zuo Bai truly proved that being tall is no match for jumping high. The players from the University of Washington initially thought that Zuo Bai daring to jump in their presence was a sign of recklessness. The defense of those three tall players was impenetrable, erecting a solid wall in front of the basket. A guard thinks he can shake such defense. Does he think he's Jordan? But 2 seconds later, they were astonished to find themselves seeming to have miscalculated. Their heights began to gradually but in front of them, Zuo Bai was still rising. A finger, a palm, half an arm. How could he possibly jump this high? Facing the three of them, Zuo Bai went up for a dunk. Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, the basket accompanied by a painful buzzing sound. The ball was fiercely slammed into the basket. Beep. At the same time, the referee blew the whistle. The shot is good. University of Washington numbers 71, 36, 0 and 51 are fouled, and an additional free throw. And one. At this moment, the entire audience erupted with excitement. This dunk was absolutely explosive. A guard directly charged into the opponent's paint for a dunk. Moreover, he did it against the three tallest players on their team. This is just absurd. If Fultz's dunk after shaking off his defender with a Euro step was worth 10 points, then Zuo Bai's performance of dunking while taking on three tall players is definitely worth 100 points. Insane, I can hardly believe my eyes. I told you the video can't be edited. Look, he can jump this high. This is pure skill. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Zuo Bai wasn't this wild in the last match. Bro, no one switched Zuo Bai's goji berry. Wow. How much advertising fee did Red Bull collect upstairs? He'll double the drinks. Shocked. Everyone was astonished. Even the scouts who had seen many things were now so excited they could barely hold their pens. This is truly a genius. If their evaluation of Fultz was very good, then for Zuo Bai, it is exceedingly rare. Exceptional talent. For that level of dunk, let alone a guard with a tank-like build. Even their impact is hard to dunk over tall inside players, not to mention dunking over three players at once. Moreover, at that moment, the core aerial control and strong confrontation ability displayed by Zuo Bai can almost be described as monstrous. This is just too ridiculous. Prior to this, they had never seen any guard possess such powerful jumping ability, explosive power. After a long time, they finally came to their senses from the shock. They all picked up their notebooks and began scribbling. At this moment, they were even more excited than when they recorded Fultz's performance earlier. Without a doubt, this year's first overall pick has been born, and this play was witnessed entirely by Fultz. He saw with his own eyes how Zuo Bai slammed the ball into the basket. This shot was undoubtedly more difficult than his previous. Not only did he get past one defender, but he also completed a on 3 inside. 1-on-3. A guard facing Fultz took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart. He never expected to face such a terrifying opponent. How could he possess such explosive power? Isn't he an Asian guard? How is this possible? Just as he was feeling astonished, Zuo Bai had already stepped to the free throw line and easily sank the ball into the basket. The score became 3-2. The University of Washington, which should have been serving the ball, suddenly had their play interrupted by a whistle from the sidelines. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to the referee who had just blown the whistle. The referee made a timeout gesture. Ding dong, the system detects that the host has entered a pause state, and the experience card time will be synchronized to pause as well. When returning to the court, the experience card will automatically start timing. This is quite considerate. Zuo Bai returned to the sidelines, and although he wasn't tired at all, he pretended to take a break by picking up a water cup. Meanwhile, the coach of the University of Washington was on high alert. Although only a minute had passed since the game started, he believed the situation had escalated to the point where a timeout was necessary. Such a situation could be said to be unprecedented. What team calls a timeout just 1 minute into the game? Yet today, Zuo Bai's performance was truly beyond our expectations. Not only did he just soar for a slam dunk, but his speed was also completely different from what they had previously understood. How could he be so fast? The coach of the University of Washington quickly reassigned tasks to Fultz and the others. Their goal was now very clear and simple. That was to block Zuo Bai's offensive route by any means possible. If possible, they would force him to take a shot. After all, in the past few games, Zuo Bai's specialty was breakthrough attacks. Fultz the task of limiting his offense fall. Other players would also do their best to share the defensive duties with you. Finally, the game resumed. It was clear that the University of Washington's current strategy had completely avoided Zuo Bai. Even Fultz's offense was mainly using screens and picks to avoid direct contact with Zuo Bai. This was understandable. After all, Zuo Bai had just demonstrated his extraordinary jumping ability. That kind of powerful leap could even dunk over the opposing center. In the face of Fultz's attack, there was a high probability that he would receive a harsh rejection. Therefore, they did not want that to happen. Here Fultz utilized a pick and roll, performing an in-and-out dribble and pass by the screener in an attempt to get around Zuo Bai. However, the player coming to help was Ball. He quickly got into position and signaled to Zuo Bai, "I got this." He's got this. Ball was fully prepared. It must be said that Ball's defensive ability among guards was quite outstanding. After trying a couple of attacks, Fultz found that there weren't many good opportunities. However, as a well-rounded guard, he possessed quite good shooting finishing ability. Seeing no breakthrough opportunities, Fultz directly took a step back for a jump shot. Score. The previously mentioned Ball looked a bit embarrassed. But Zuo Bai said to him, "Good defense. Keep your spirits up." Realizing that Zuo Bai did not blame him, Ball quickly regained. Over here, when Zuo Bai got the ball, he did not choose to use those pick-and-roll tactics to avoid a direct confrontation with Fultz. On the contrary, he actively sought out Fultz. This is what the audience wanted to see. Zuo Bai did not look for opportunities to use rhythm to outmaneuver like before, because now he was a man using the Fire God card experience. Without any feints, Zuo Bai made a brief pause before accelerating past. Fultz, of course, desperately stepped up to defend. However, when he engaged in physical contact with Zuo Bai, he found that Zuo Bai's strength was unexpectedly great. That feeling was almost only experienced when he faced off against the center. Even though Fultz closely followed Zuo Bai, it had no effect on his layup. All the way Zuo Bai was practically running alongside him. Facing the help defense from the inside, Zuo Bai also did not hesitate. He confronted directly. No dodging. Once again, he scored with an N1. In an instant, the cheers of the crowd erupted once again. That's what I want to say. Zuo Bai is amazing. Zuo Bai is too strong. Wow. This is definitely not a guard style of play. If Pauga saw this, he would definitely not acknowledge Zuo Bai as a guard. Haha, I thought Zuo Bai was a rhythm-type point guard, but today I realized that he was just not trying to sweat. Don't you get it? That was him not sweating, but still dominating you. Today he is putting in so much effort, and I think one of the main reasons is those harsh words Fultz said to him before the game. Haha, no pain, no gain. The game continues. Fultz still maintained quite a good offensive feel. At the same time, he also had the opportunity to assist his teammates in scoring. However, if you compare him to whom? Compared to ordinary players, Fultz's current stats could still be considered very impressive. However, Zuo Bai was much stronger than him. In just the first 10 minutes of the game, he efficiently scored 19 points along with 4 rebounds and 1 assist. Moreover, each one could be considered a spectacular highlight dunk. At this point, the score between the two teams had already widened to nearly 10 points. 2-5-1-7. Zuo Bai's individual score was much higher than the total score of the University of Washington team combined. At this moment, the effect of Zuo Bai's experience card had ended. Zuo Bai was very satisfied with his performance just now. Having just played a quarter of the game, he was already close to achieving the system's requirement of a 20-point lead. It seems that he could take it a bit easier now. Just now he had dunked quite hard and felt a bit tired. Ouch, my hand hurts, oh no. At this moment, Fultz approached Zuo Bai and said, "You're not even a true point guard. You're clearly playing like a scoring small forward. You don't deserve to call yourself a genius guard. Damn it. Have you ever seen a point guard who charges into the paint to dunk over a center? Have you ever seen a point guard who goes into the... Damn it. Have you ever seen a point guard who charges into the paint to dunk over a center? Have you ever seen a point guard who goes into the paint and rejects a center going for a layup? Have you seen it? Damn." Fultz continued, "No matter how many points you score, I will never acknowledge it." Zuo Bai was taken aback. In fact, he found it hard to refute. Indeed, he made a good point. A point guard should be more responsible for organizing the offense and controlling the pace of the... Just now, Fultz's words were broadcasted to every viewer at the scene and in front of the television. Almost all the spectators felt a certain way after hearing this statement. Is Fultz perhaps a bit unable to handle the loss? You don't agree. When did it become your place to agree or disagree? Just score, that's all that matters. Is Fultz perhaps a bit unable to handle the loss? You don't agree. When did it become your place to agree or disagree? Just score, that's all that matters. However, this incident was merely a small interlude, so the game continued without any impact. At this moment, the match resumed, and Fultz became even more serious. He did not want to lose. He also felt that he should not lose. Fultz adopted a more stringent defense against Zuo Bai. Meanwhile, the other players were also preparing themselves. If Zuo Bai made any move, they would be ready to pounce on him immediately. Zuo Bai skillfully dribbled the ball left and right. The focus of the defense constantly shifted with his movements. Left side or right side? Fultz stared intently, his heart racing as he watched the changes on Zuo Bai's side. At that moment, Zuo Bai suddenly slammed the ball hard. Fultz, feeling tense, instinctively took a few steps back. However, Zuo Bai remained in place, not making a move. Smiling, Zuo Bai said to him, "Sorry, I slipped." Fultz felt extremely... He had only slipped slightly, yet he reacted so strongly. Damn. But before he could relax, Zuo Bai suddenly lowered his center of gravity to the right. This time it was serious. Fultz and the other players guarding Zuo Bai all tensed up. They immediately adjusted their positions to follow Zuo Bai's movements. Everyone instantly shifted their focus to the... On the other side, Zuo Bai pulled the ball behind his back. Everyone thought Zuo Bai was planning to make a direct attack with a behind-the-back dribble. They all quickly changed their positions, fearing that Zuo Bai would go for a layup. But in the next moment, all the players from Washington University were stunned. As they turned around, they found that Zuo Bai had stopped. He had no intention of breaking through. Moreover, where the hell is the ball? Several of them exchanged glances, completely unaware of what had just happened. What the hell? What just happened? A paranormal... The ball is gone. This is ridiculous. What's going on? Didn't Zuo Bai just prepare to attack? Yep. Just as everyone was bewildered, Ball in the corner looked at the ball in his hands. What the hell? Where did this come from? Ball himself didn't even know where the ball had come from. But who cares? Seizing the moment while others were still reacting, At this moment, the players from Washington University, including Fultz, rushed up to argue with the referee. They had no idea what had just happened. How could that count as a score? At this moment, the players from Washington University, including Fultz, rushed up to argue with the referee. They had no idea what had just happened. How could that count as a score? That ball definitely had a problem. But the referee said, that was a good play. The number 0 player from UCLA passed the score. What? A pass? Are you blind? How could that possibly be a pass? What nonsense! Do you even know how to officiate? They truly did not understand, and in their heated state, they dared to provoke the referee. The referee wouldn't let it slide. Technical foul. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, they utilized the equipment to replay the earlier pass. They discovered that after Zuo Bai made the behind-the-back dribble when the ball was behind him, he turned his wrist directly to pass it to ball in the corner. This fake pass fooled everyone. Even the commentator with the bird's eye view had been tricked. If it weren't for the replay, they probably wouldn't have figured out how Zuo Bai did it. My goodness, that pass was simply marvelous. I really can't believe such imagination exists. Zuo Bai's passing technique is so impressive, it's truly astonishing. Before this, I had no idea Zuo Bai had such. Perhaps it was because of Fultz's previous words. He really showcased Zuo Bai's passing skills. This kind of pass is truly historic. He used his own breakthroughs, his gaze, and every detail he could utilize to mislead us all. Oh my god, is there anything he can't do? After watching the replay numerous times, everyone finally understood. Zuo Bai actually possessed such breakthrough capabilities while also having such delicate passing skills. Incredible. This kind of pass is definitely a classic at a historic level, even in the NBA. He fooled us all. Now with UCLA in possession again, Fultz once more said, be careful. He's probably going to pass. Don't let him fool you. Everyone nodded, all aware. However, what good is just knowing? With the eye of the heavenly emperor, Zuo Bai also possessed such passing skills. He could pass the ball from any unexpected. This time Zuo Bai dribbled between his legs continuously, then seizing the moment when Fultz was momentarily distracted, he broke through. This caused everyone's hearts to leap to their throats. Quick, collapse the defense. Don't let him get a layup. Oh no, it's okay. I'm in the paint. Several players instantly formed a double team around Zuo Bai, but in the next second they realized the ball had mysteriously vanished again. On the other side, the UCLA player who inexplicably received the ball was momentarily stunned. He went straight for a layup. Another easy 2 points. Invincible. At this moment, Zuo Bai walked up to Fultz, patted him on the shoulder, and said, does this count as a guard? At this point, all the spectators were going wild. They still hadn't clearly seen Zuo Bai's pass. Ridiculous. They only saw the ball mysteriously land in that player's hands. It was as if at that moment the basketball had directly but without a doubt this was a perfect assist by Zuo Bai. Oh my god. I just want to know one thing, what is the limit of Zuo Bai? There's a saying, when God closes a door, he opens a window, and now I want to know which door did God close for him. LMAO, God opened a door for him, and then opened a window. And for the next 10 minutes, Zuo Bai didn't even initiate an attack himself. In just 10 short minutes, he delivered 11 perfect assists. I think Zuo Bai is ready to slap him in the face right after listening to Fool's words. He said he wouldn't pass the ball, and that he wasn't a point guard, yet now he has made consecutive assists for his teammates and scored 22 points. He has completely surpassed the NCAA standards. I even doubt if there is a player in the entire college league who can compete. What does this indicate? It means that it's not that Zuo Bai can't do it, but whether he wants to or not. It seems that what level Zuo Bai can reach completely depends on what he wants to do. Got it now? I figured it out a long time ago. What the hell? I told you to play it cool. The commentator's words resonated. After all, Zuo Bai's two styles of play have been vastly different. Once he completely ignored the opponent's defense and directly bulldozed the paint. The second time he didn't even take a shot, just made endless assists for his teammates. You can't say that wasn't intentional. No one would believe it. It's terrifying. To be honest, Zuo Bai usually appears harmless. But all the spectators know. It's just a facade. If you really got fooled by his casual appearance, then you've been scammed. If I believed Zuo Bai when he said he was just playing casually, I'd definitely be a jackass. Zuo Bai is a verbal dwarf, but a giant in action. Because of Zuo Bai's consecutive passes, the entire University of Washington is extremely wary of his passing. It can even be said that they are in a state of paranoia. After a simple misdirection from Zuo Bai, he directly broke through to. At this moment, Zuo Bai pulled the ball behind his back and flicked it out. Half of his body followed as he leaned to the side. The player defending the paint for the University of Washington immediately gave up a large portion of space in the direction of his hand. But do you think what you think is what you think? Your prediction has already been predicted by Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai merely dodged and did not pass the ball. After the defender willingly gave up his position, Zuo Bai effortlessly made a 3-step layup. Score. This fake move. What nonsense, this is clearly a real move. He made me laugh, a real move, haha. I have to say this fake move is so lifelike that not only the defenders, but even I sitting in the audience was almost fooled. I should call the police. He just tricked my bank card password out of me. That's ridiculous. At this point the game has passed the halfway mark. The score has reached 5-4-3-7. The gap between the two teams is quite large. And this was only achieved through Fool's relentless efforts to score those 37 points. Clearly the coach of the University of Washington has also realized that if they continue like this, they have no hope of winning. So reluctantly, it seems that they can only put him in the game. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. The University of Washington requests a timeout. Actually, the University of Washington had acquired a player with decent defensive ability before the game. However, for some reason, he could not be placed in the starting lineup. That's because this player is none other than Clue, who transferred from UCLA. Naturally, they can't put a player who just joined in the starting lineup. However, Clu's defensive ability is indeed commendable. This is also why the University of Washington chose to accept Clue. In a pinch, Clue can definitely take on a substantial amount of defensive responsibilities for their team. And now it is the right time, when the timeout is over. At this moment, when the commentators saw the changes in the roster of the University of Washington returning to the court, they looked at the list. Oh, the newly substituted player for the University of Washington is named Clue. He has performed well in the college league before, both offensively and defensively. He is a very balanced player. However, the most interesting thing is that this player named Clue was one of UCLA's official players just a few months ago. Now he has suddenly jumped to the opposing team. You can imagine what must have happened between them. The match is still ongoing. Over here, after Washington University substituted and Clue, one can clearly feel a significant improvement in the team's overall defensive efficiency. Moreover, Clue is harboring a grudge and is more proactive on the court. For a moment, with Zuo Bai absent, the offensive efficiency of the UCLA team has remarkably stagnated. Led by Ball, several players are struggling against Clue's restrictions, frequently thwarted on the offensive end. At this moment, all the spectators are astonished. While that player named Clue is quite impressive, his skills seem even stronger than some of the starters. Look, Ball is being restricted and can't make a move. Poor Ball, always being singled out for humiliation by the author. I apologize to him here. If there's someone to blame, it shouldn't be the author, but Zuo Bai. With him, Washington University's defense might really reach a... Then what was Zuo Bai talking about being weak? I don't understand. This isn't weak at all. Clue's impressive performance can certainly be attributed to his familiarity with UCLA's players' playing styles. After all, they were once teammates. He knows their tactical system and personal abilities like the back of his hand. Plus, since joining Washington University, he has been diligently honing his skills, training day and night, just to make Zuo Bai pay for the past when they meet again. Thus, it's only natural that UCLA is caught off guard. After a series of thwarted offensive attempts, Clue shouted at Zuo Bai on the sidelines, "Is that it? Is that all you have? Just this, eh? That's defense. This is my defense. Aren't you brave enough to come up and face me? Are you scared of me?" As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has some anger. Although Zuo Bai is a laid-back player. But in front of so many people, you're trash-talking me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you might actually think you're something special. Hey, just to clarify, I'm not angry. I just don't want everyone to have a wrong impression of themselves. I'm just here to correct. Moreover, he doesn't want to see the lead he worked hard to build suddenly wiped away. I still want my rewards. So Zuo Bai said to him, "All right, let me feel your defense then." Over here, Zuo Bai was substituted back onto the court. The poor substitute player who had been humiliated was back in his most familiar position. As the saying goes, enemies see. Clue looked at the man who had once kicked him off the team, his heart ablaze with anger. He swore that on this court, he would make Zuo Bai remember this lesson for a lifetime. "Did you see my defense just now? I thought you were scared and didn't dare to step on the court." Zuo Bai sighed helplessly. Hey, trash talking has its timing, but don't do it too early. After all, getting slapped in the face later is quite painful. FXXX you buy? You'll soon find out what real pain is. Zuo Bai couldn't understand why they were so agitated. Sigh. The villains always seem like they've taken some stimulants. He was just trying to be reasonable. Sigh. The audience was all excited. They not only enjoy watching this dramatic revenge plot, but they also want to know if Zuo Bai's offense will be affected by Clue's since the two have faced each other before. Clue's defense should be targeted. Exactly, he should be more familiar with Zuo Bai's offense than other players. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so aggressive and confident stepping onto the court, right? Indeed. Furthermore, they also have an excellent guard like Fultz on their team, so I believe the match has only just begun. Let's wait and see. The audience on the sidelines is all guessing whether Clue's defense is superior or if Zuo Bai will continue his unstoppable. However, the duel threats will give an answer. Oh no, Zuo Bai will quickly provide the answer. Clue continues his defensive strategy, but this time his opponent is none other than Zuo Bai. Come on, bring it on. Zuo Bai advances with the ball. Meanwhile, his teammates are very supportive, saying, "Zuo Bai, take him. Onion. We'll clear the space for you. ISO. Clear out. Show him what you've got." Clue, completely unfazed, confidently said to Zuo Bai, "You can't get past me. You have no chance." But Zuo Bai didn't pay any mind to what he was saying. Villains perish from talking too much. Zuo Bai made a sharp dribble, creating half a step of space before Clue could react. A quick hesitation with a step back sent Clue flying. And next, all Zuo Bai had to do was to lay up easily. However, just as everyone was cheering for Zuo Bai's score, he suddenly sinned. At that moment, he quickly pulled back his core. In the next second, Clue, who had rushed from behind, grabbed Zuo Bai's shoulder with a firm grip as he went for the layup. BP. Foul. Such an obvious foul. The referee is certainly not blind. Even calling it a malicious foul, if Zuo Bai hadn't dodged in time, he might have been seriously injured. This action also drew the audience's discontent. Extremely displeased. What the hell was that? Can you even call yourself an athlete with that kind of move? You have no spirit of an athlete at all. If Zuo Bai hadn't dodged quickly, you would have ruined him. How can you make such a move? The crowd was filled with curses. However, Clue just shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. After all, it wasn't him getting hurt. While everyone thought Zuo Bai would be very upset, even furious, he instead patted the spot Clue had just grabbed him. With a relaxed expression, he said, "Something just grabbed me that was really dirty." Clue was furious. Wasn't this? After calmly making the free throw, Zuo Bai said, "You like to get physical. Sorry, but from now on you won't even be able to touch me." This is invincible ability. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai actually felt a bit pained. After all using so many experience cards in a single match, what kind of family was he from? Moreover, it guaranteed a fairly stable hit rate. Even if the shooting posture was extremely bizarre, he could definitely make the shot. This is awakens' ability. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai actually felt a bit pained. After all using so many experience cards in a single match, what kind of family was he from? Should I use it or not? Just when Zuo Bai hesitated slightly, the system seemed unable to stand it any longer. Suddenly, it said ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered the system's protection mechanism. All experience cards used in this match will be refunded. Please, host, go crush that girl. Zuo Bai was dumbfounded when he heard the system start cursing. What the heck? Why is it getting so anxious? However, getting all the experience cards refunded was indeed a good thing. Alright. System, use the awakens experience card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the irregular shooting experience card of awakens. Experience time 10 minutes. In an instant, Zuo Bai felt that his abilities had increased tremendously. He felt that even if he shot from here, there was a great chance. This is awakens' ability. Moreover, a surge of powerful energy was flowing into his body. This exhilarating feeling was even greater than when he used the dunk experience card of the fire god. At this moment, everyone's movements appeared to him like slow motion. Even without using the Eye of the Emperor, he could definitely evade all attacks with his reactions. This was Zuo Bai's absolute confidence at that moment. He smiled at Kuru in front of him and said, "Why don't you try again?" As he spoke, Zuo Bai beckoned him with his finger in a provocative manner. Kuru was nearly going crazy at this point. After all, Kuru's earlier actions were meant to provoke Zuo Bai. Even though Zuo Bai wasn't injured, seeing that he was not angry at all made Kuru feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. Damn it, I'm so angry. Just wait, you won't be so lucky next time. I will make you pay the price. At this moment, including Zuo Bai's teammates, everyone was a bit worried after seeing Kuru's performance. What if Zuo Bai really got hurt? What would they do? What about the next match? Moreover, even though Zuo Bai hadn't spent much time with them, they still didn't want to see anything happen to him. How about we call it off? You can take a break. Yeah, we can still try our best to win the match. Indeed, if he gets injured, it's unnecessary. Now we already have a significant advantage, so we'll strive to win the match. Why don't you just rest? Zuo Bai felt quite warm inside from everyone's words because they were genuinely concerned for his safety. However, now it was uncertain whether Kuru would even have the chance to face him again. It's fine, don't worry, he absolutely cannot touch me again. After saying that, Zuo Bai went back on the court. The commentators after hearing this expressed their astonishment. I really didn't expect Zuo Bai to step onto the court once again. Is he not afraid of getting hurt? I'm actually a bit scared. Kuru seems serious. Exactly. Now the advantage of UCLA was quite significant. Even without Zuo Bai on the court, they would still be fine. Didn't you hear what Zuo Bai said? He has immense confidence. This is the confidence of a genius. But I just don't understand why the risk of injury still exists. This is the quality of a top player. Who said Zuo Bai would be the second Guoqi Go? At this moment, the ball was being reinitialized with UCLA having possession. His teammates initially didn't want to pass the ball to Zuo Bai. After all, it was too dangerous. However, Zuo Bai after a moment of hesitation, his teammates chose to listen to Zuo Bai. They passed the ball directly to him. The moment Zuo Bai got the ball, Washington University's defense immediately tightened up. Fultz and Kuru a double-team defense. Kuru said smugly, "Damn it, you actually dare to handle the ball again. You really don't know how to write the word death. Just wait, you will definitely regret it." At this moment, seeing Kuru's provocation, it was clear he wasn't aiming for the ball anymore. To be honest, even Fultz seemed a bit dissatisfied. However, he didn't have time to care about that now. After all, their team was, he needed to win. Fultz was now completely focused on defense. Their double-team defense was enough to become a nightmare for many players. Moreover, it was hard to say what Kuru would do now. All the spectators were extremely worried. However, next Zuo Bai smiled slightly and slipped through the gap between the two defenders. He instantly navigated through what seemed like a tight defense. If this were not NCA, but rather Akigahara, those two wouldn't even see the taillights of Zuo Bai's car. Zuo Bai approached the basket with a very bizarre snake-like layup, and the interior defenders were completely ineffective against him. Almost no one could stop him. To Washington University's interior defense, he was like a safe that knew its password. He could enter whenever he wanted. He could exit whenever he wanted. In and out. Ahem. Over here, Zuo Bai directly charged into the paint against four defenders. Just as the audience was ready to cheer, suddenly, they saw Kuru rush out from behind Zuo Bai. If Zuo Bai were to jump and lay up now, he would definitely not notice the change behind him. Oh no, danger. At this moment, Zuo Bai's teammates reminded him, "Be careful behind you." However, even without them saying anything, Zuo Bai had already noticed Kuru sneaking up from behind. He did not jump up for the layup directly, but if he missed this opportunity, the defender in front would catch up. Even from the spectator's godlike perspective, this shot seemed to be one that had to be passed out. Otherwise, he would be blocked in front and chased from behind. Zuo Bai had been completely cornered. There was absolutely no way out. There was simply no angle to shoot. Kuru was gloating at this moment. "Aren't you really something? Let's see how you handle this." Indeed, for an ordinary player, there would be no way to score. But Zuo Bai, was he an ordinary person? Seeing the defender closing in, Zuo Bai clasped the ball and jumped out of bounds. Everyone was stunned. What was he trying to do? Has he gone mad? Even Kuru thought Zuo Bai was cornered and panicking. Such is the so-called genius. However, amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Zuo Bai shot from behind the backboard. What? He actually attacked from this angle. In an instant, it seemed as though they could see the shadow of that man on the court. It was a spirit that refused to yield even in the face of despair. But Zuo Bai possessed even more than that. His strike this time was not merely about not wanting to give up on this shot. Moreover, he had the confidence that this shot would definitely score. At this moment, the members of Washington University had already abandoned the idea of defending against him. After all, in a position with absolutely no shooting angle, choosing to shoot a fadeaway. Was there even a need to defend? It was impossible for it to go in. Do you think this is a novel? However, you probably do not understand Zuo Bai's true identity. The ability of Qingfeng Dehui was activated at this moment. Even facing a hoop obscured by the backboard in Zuo Bai's eyes at this moment, everything appeared empty. In the instant Zuo Bai paused in the air, he pinpointed his shooting spot. Swish. The basketball was thrown into the air at an incredibly high arc. The ball soared high over the backboard, passing the timer, and began to descend on an unbelievable trajectory. Just moments ago, most people's expressions were filled with disdain. However, as the ball gradually descended, their expressions began to solidify. Finally, when the ball passed through the hoop and brushed against the net, everyone gasped in astonishment. What the FXXX? This has to be a joke, right? Reasonable. Zuo Bai's shots are always reasonable. This is the genius guard. I am at a loss for words to describe this. Without a doubt, this is the most exciting game I have ever seen in my life. This action of Zuo Bai once again refreshed Kolu's understanding. Is this something a human can accomplish? Luck. It must be luck. This is absolutely impossible. Yet next, even facing the double team of Kolu in full, he remained calm and agile, weaving effortlessly. Naturally, Kolu attempted many times to use malicious fouls to defend against Zuo Bai's offense. But just as Zuo Bai had said before, Kolu couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. And this time Zuo Bai once again maneuvered through Washington University's tight defense, preparing for a layup. At that moment, Kolu seized the opportunity and extended his foot. Didn't you say there was no chance? Aren't you jumping? Aren't you fast? But you still have to land. Kolu's anger had reached its peak. Time and again he was toyed with by Zuo Bai, and he was gradually losing his sanity. He wanted Zuo Bai to pay the price. Meanwhile, when Zuo Bai noticed that he had extended his foot, he felt in his heart. He's panicking, he's panicking, he's panicking. Brothers, someone has broken their defense. Did you really think extending your foot could trip Zuo Bai? If it were that simple, then that would be too naive. Although in the air, Zuo Bai couldn't change his landing time, making it easy for his opponent to predict where he would land. But Zuo Bai could change his landing posture. Thus, Zuo Bai, who initially intended to perform a layup, suddenly altered his motion. Zuo Bai contracted his body, forcefully tightening his core. Then while descending, he forcefully spread his legs apart. However, this also resulted in his layup motion becoming somewhat simultaneously, his right hand casually tossed the ball upwards. Everyone thought Zuo Bai was giving up this attack to everyone was indignant, ready to condemn Kolu. But the next second, unexpectedly, this shot went in again. Kolu was dumbfounded. I can't believe that went in. His movement had already morphed into that shape. But there was nothing to be done, the fact remained. UCLA scores another 2 points. At the same time, the referee initially intended to call a flagrant foul on Kolu. After all, this was a very dangerous action that could injure someone. Moreover, Kolu's intention was very clear. He was going for the man, not the ball. However, Zuo Bai suffered no and he even made the shot. Damn, that's too impressive. So should I praise or criticize him? Although the referee was somewhat conflicted. But I'm sorry. In a basketball game, many things, even if they haven't happened, as long as you have that intention, you get it. The referee would never allow such behavior in front of them. Even if Zuo Bai remained uninjured due to his extraordinary personal abilities, it does not mean that they would condone such behavior from some players. Washington University, Kolu ejected. This is the first ejection of the season. Generally, such a punishment is only given when a player's behavior is extremely, of course, except for a certain men's basketball team. If you anger the referees, even the coach will get you ejected. This often comes after extremely severe consequences or actions that seriously affect the fairness of the game. That is to say, unfair competition, illegally obtaining vested interests. But to be honest, the score on the field now, 8259, a full 23 points ahead of Washington University. Moreover, Zuo Bai single-handedly scored 54 points. Even after being fouled multiple times, he surprisingly sustained no injuries at all. In fact, the opponent didn't even touch him once. It's absurd. What vested interests has he obtained? And they are still 23 points behind. Everyone felt that this matter was too surreal. So much so that it was later referred to as the most meaningless flagrant foul, the most ridiculous ejection in history. Trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. In the following game, Washington University gave it their all. And the team members led by Fultz also exhausted all their efforts to limit Zuo Bai's scoring. Yet it was all futile. It had no effect at all. Zuo Bai always managed to score in ways they never expected. High-arcing bank shots, throwing the ball from behind during layups, passing through his legs, and then shooting. Various unanswerable maneuvers continuously refreshed the score between the two teams. Every time Zuo Bai's brilliant plays earned him waves of cheers from the audience. It seemed this game was no longer a battle between two strong contenders for the championship, but rather a solo show by Zuo Bai. The stage of this game was his. Ding. The moment the timer stopped, both team scores were forever frozen at 1-1. Ukla wins decisively. Even until the last moment of the game, Fultz couldn't believe he would lose by such a margin. He hugged his knees with both hands, breathing heavily. He incredulously looked up again, but the numbers on the scoreboard reminded he lost. Completely lost. In fact, even the media who had predicted UCLA would win before the game could never have imagined the score would differ so greatly. Was Washington University not strong? Strong. They could even be said to be very strong. With Fultz, Washington University possessed a core that could connect the offense of all teams. And this core maintained considerable competitiveness and aggressiveness. Even under such unfavorable circumstances, Fultz still managed to score 27 points and provide 5 assists in this game. For any player at any time, this is an outstanding achievement. However, even such a result is relative to whom it is compared. No comparison, no harm. Zuo Bai scored a total of 70 points, and his other stats were also incredibly impressive with 11 assists, 13 steals, and even 3 blocks against the center. If Fultz is a player with exceptional talent, then for Zuo Bai's performance in this game, there are simply no adjectives left, because he himself is the best interpretation of the word genius. Zuo Bai is undoubtedly the MVP. The commentators off the court kept shaking their heads. They were immensely impressed. This game was simply too wonderful. Honestly, I never expected such an incredible match. In this game, Fultz's performance is commendable. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage of the team, he still manages to consistently play his role with great stability. Indeed, Fultz is undoubtedly a very talented player. In previous years, he could even be called a dazzling genius. However, this year, unfortunately, he encountered Zuo Bai. If Zuo Bai participates in the NBA draft this year, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for other draft players. Indeed, this year will be the most predictable draft in history. However, even in a seemingly predictable game, I am still very much looking forward to seeing Zuo Bai take the stage at the NBA. After this game, nearly all the skepticism towards UCLA vanished. Some teams initially believed that UCLA being ranked first was completely overrated. They could point out many excellent players from other teams, for example Fultz, Mitchell, and so on. But after this game, they all fell silent. Prior to this, what could be called rational discussion was still acceptable. However, now if we compare these players' performances with Zuo Bai's, please, what do you think? There is simply no comparison between the two. At this moment, Fultz was naturally very dejected. Even though the game had ended, he was still unwilling to leave the court. Seeing Fultz so affected, Zuo Bai actually felt a little embarrassed inside. After all, he didn't intend to defeat him by such a large margin. Zuo Bai's original thought was just to win by 1 point. A casual buzzer beater would have sufficed. But alas, the rewards from the system were simply too generous. It asked me to win by 20 points, so don't blame me. Zuo Bai then approached and kindly patted Fultz on the shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry. Next time I'll only win by 1 point." After hearing this, Fultz was so moved that tears began to stream down his face. "I can't hold back anymore, brothers. Woo-woo. Wouldn't woo-woo." The moment Zuo Bai patted Fultz's shoulder was captured by major media outlets and later featured on the front page. The headline read, "Enemies on the court, allies off the court. This is basketball. The resonance between athletes." Zuo Bai comforts Fultz after the game. Fultz is moved to tears by Zuo Bai. And over here, after Zuo Bai returned to he found that the system's interface was flashing continuously. It seemed he was more anxious than Zuo Bai himself. As soon as Zuo Bai opened the system's notification message, numerous reward notifications popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying Fultz's psychological defenses. You have obtained a new title, Master of Shrimp and Pork Heart. Zuo Bai was baffled. Didn't he just go comfort him? How did his psychological defense collapse? Was he too fragile? Sigh. I'm such a caring person. What does he have to collapse about? Oh dear. The system must be mistaken. So he ignored the title reward and continued to check the task rewards. After all, he said that as long as he won by 20 points in this game, he would receive the highest reward. And he had scored a total of 39 points. Ding. Successfully detected the host achieving a significant advantage of 39 points on the court. Successfully exceeded the task requirements. All experience cards used in this match have been fully refunded. Rewards have been issued. Choose one from the supercar pool. The host can choose one from the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Veneno, or Pagani Huayra. Ding. Because the host successfully won the game with a significant advantage of 39 points, the selection process has been skipped and all rewards will be issued. What? Zuo Bai had originally planned to choose one car. He was even prepared to let go of the other two. But now the system was so considerate that it directly gave him all 3 cars. This is just too awesome. While Zuo Bai was happy, the system continued, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining another reward. The basketball metaphysical feeling talent has been recalibrated." Zuo Bai was stunned. What does metaphysical feeling talent mean? What is this? Detected that the host is speaking English to the system. Would you like to switch to English mode? No. Zuo Bai was not timid. He was mainly worried that the readers wouldn't understand. Oh, how considerate. The system explained to him, this talent is about the feel for basketball. The current talent rating of the host is good, with an average speed of 1.3 times that of an ordinary person. This means that the host can accumulate basketball experience at a speed of 1.3 times that of an ordinary person, and the performance during critical moments will also be more stable. Similarly, with 1 day's basketball training, the host can accumulate experience at a speed that is 1.3 times that of. When Zuo Bai heard this, he was amazed. This is something impressive. But since he was already quite good, does he need to recalibrate? System, do I need to recalibrate? What if the new rating is lower than the previous one? The system paused for a moment, and then, there are extraordinary, Master, King, Epic, and Legendary levels above the host's level. Stop. Zuo Bai immediately realized the system was forcing him to draw again. After all, he was not afraid of anyone. Alright, as beams of light flashed by, the entire system interface began to slow down even further. Finally, accompanied by the system's prompt sound. Calibration successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a brand new basketball field talent. Zuo Bai looked at the talent level displayed on the system interface. He truly did not expect this. I, the unlucky guy, have finally stood up. Is this really legendary? Absolutely true. However, Zuo Bai was not just celebrating, after all he was concerned about how much the legendary level improvement would actually be. If it only improved slightly, that would mean his luck was wasted in the wrong place. The enhancement ability of the legendary level shooting metaphysical feeling talent is 50 times that of an ordinary person. It is 10 times that of the epic talent experience accumulation speed. Zuo Bai was taken aback. 50 times. What level of talent do most NBA players have? Most have epic level talent. Historically, only 3 people have reached legendary level talent. Zuo Bai pondered this for a second. Pass me the ball, I want to practice. After winning the game against the University of Washington, the entire team felt very harmonious. It made them feel that victory was almost within easy reach. In recent days, they could even clearly feel that everyone was becoming somewhat complacent during training. After the coach noticed this situation, he felt a bit of a headache. Because indeed they had achieved very impressive results. Moreover, everyone's performance in the games was quite good. The coach did not want to undermine their confidence at this time. However, as the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Therefore, the coach felt it was necessary to find an opportunity to address this issue. Just when Coach Herland was struggling to find a breakthrough, he suddenly saw Zuo Bai diligently practicing in a corner of the gym. Zuo Bai was in the corner of the gym holding 2 basketballs, continually practicing his dribbling skills with both balls. Dribbling with alternate hands crossovers, dual ball dribbling. Various training movements were constantly changing, yet he never stopped. Of course, Zuo Bai's actions attracted the attention of others training in the gym. When everyone saw how diligent Zuo Bai was, their first reaction was one of disbelief. Dude, you are already invincible. Even that genius from the University of Washington was crushed by you. Why are you still practicing? Zuo Bai, why are you still training so hard? At this moment, someone suddenly asked Zuo Bai. But Zuo Bai didn't say a word and kept his head down practicing. Seeing Zuo Bai's performance, the coach felt deeply moved. Taking this opportunity, he said to everyone, "Did you see? So-called geniuses come from diligent effort. No one is a natural genius. Even though Zuo Bai has such strength, his training is still harder than each of you. And look at you, just because you won a game alongside Zuo Bai, you have become so complacent. The reason he doesn't want to talk to you is because of your current attitude. You have disappointed him too much. Don't you feel ashamed?" After this was said, everyone exchanged glances. The group, which had been joking around, suddenly became serious. They all picked up their basketballs and resumed training. At that moment, Zuo Bai put down the basketball and took off his noise-canceling headphones. He looked around in confusion. What on earth just happened? On the other side, the NCAA regular season was still in progress. However, UCLA University, due to Zuo Bai's performance along with the other players who became exceptionally diligent because of Zuo Bai's attitude, UCLA University had come all this way without a single loss. 0 defeats. Such a record is truly unprecedented in history. This made even the second-ranked University of Washington unable to catch up. As March approached, the NCAA championship schedule was officially put in place. The winning teams selected from various divisions would enter the finals for the ultimate competition. Undoubtedly, this was the most exciting moment of the NCAA year. Countless media outlets broadcasted the upcoming games. Even the NBA made way for the broadcast of the upcoming league. It was evident to all spectators that the teams with the loudest cheers and the most fervent support were those participating in the games of UCLA University. Unquestionably, the player they looked forward to the most in this team was Zuo Bai. Although Zuo Bai only played a stable 15 minutes each game, yet every time he stepped onto the court, he earned waves of applause from the audience. Moreover, each of his attacks imposed immense psychological pressure on the opposing team. Even in the semifinals, UCLA University effortlessly secured victory with a perfect record. Thus, they advanced to the finals with the stature of a victor. In the finals, facing UCLA University was none other than their old rival, the University of Washington. In their previous 2 encounters, the University of Washington had lost both times. Some believed this match would be a chance for revenge for the University of Washington. The media thought so, the spectators thought so, but only the University of Washington did not share this sentiment. If we look back at the earlier matches, Fultz was once reckless, throwing around grandiose statements. However, after suffering 2 defeats at the hands of Zuo Bai, Fultz had now become extremely quiet. When reporters pressed him about whether he was a genius, he simply responded, "Friendship first, competition second." No matter how the reporters tried to provoke him into saying something harsh or setting up a flag, Fultz refused to take the bait. Eventually, after being pestered by the media to the point of frustration, he blurted out, "Stop focusing on goals. I have no goals. My goal is just to not lose by 39 points. Undoubtedly, in the final match, UCLA University easily won the game. In this game, Zuo Bai still played a stable 50. Undoubtedly, in the final match, UCLA University easily won the game. In this game, Zuo Bai still played a stable 50. At the same time, Zuo Bai adhered to his promise. "I'll just win by 1 point. However, to be honest, this experience of being controlled in scoring was even more distressing than being down by many points. Only under the complete dominance of the opponent could one say they won by 1 point. In the end, they won 8-9, 8-8 without any surprises. After the game ended, Zuo Bai undoubtedly collected all the personal honors. MVP, assist, leader, steals, leader, rebounds, leader, hustle, player of the year. Ahem. He took home every award available. Meanwhile, the NCAA League's viewership ratings also hit a historic high. This figure was absurdly high, even reaching a 60 viewership rate at the same time. This means that among all households in the United States, 3 out of every 5 households were watching the UCLA University. This was unimaginable at any time in the past. It was outrageous. Countless media outlets reported on Zuo Bai's performance. I never imagined that the most anticipated player this year would be a guard from Huaxia. What's even more unbelievable is that this Asian guard wasn't originally a professional player. It said he only plays basketball for fun. I honestly can't fathom how such a thing could happen. This year has truly been filled with. He displayed absolute confidence and dominance during the games. Even when he sat on the bench, he still exerted tremendous. My goodness, is this guy really just a young man in his 20s? His experience and timing control are terrifyingly precise. Moreover, his explosive physical qualities are astonishing. Even when not in use, if he gets serious, he becomes a. I truly can't wait to see how he performs in the NBA. Believe me, it won't be long, as I understand UCLA University is already considering him for this year's NBA draft. What? That's just fantastic. When Zuo Bai's name appeared on this year's NBA draft list, the upper management of almost all NBA teams paid close attention to this name. They had heard this name for far too long. Zuo Bai's performance seemed to be intertwined with legends. Wherever Zuo Bai appeared, miracles seemed to be born. Countless media praised him, a situation they could say was almost unprecedented. Before the draft began, the NBA scouts were very conflicted about Zuo Bai's physical measurement data. This concerns Zuo Bai's future draft template. Even after writing numerous player reports, they still couldn't find an appropriate term to describe Zuo Bai. Is he a gifted player? Yet he doesn't resemble Wade, who relies on nearly unbeatable speed to attack the basket. Is he a technical player? But he occasionally performs unreasonable dunks that teach you a harsh lesson. He possesses not only an exceptionally strong three-point shooting ability, but can even shoot from farther than Curry and Lillard. Moreover, his jumping and sprinting abilities are not inferior to peak T-Mac and LeBron. Additionally, his peculiar passing skills can rival those of some pass-first guards. But the most striking impression he leaves on the court is still that of a leisurely player who can easily surpass others. Could it be? His draft template is Kyle Anderson. That would be implausible. If Kyle's draft template is Zuo Bai, it would make more sense. The achievements Zuo Bai has attained are far beyond what Kyle Anderson can match. Ultimately, after much deliberation, countless scouts provided a report that contained just one sentence. Zuo Bai will never become a second version of anyone, but he will leave behind a unique template in history. His template is called Zuo Bai. After the NBA Finals concluded, it was evident that this championship's heat faded quickly. This is not to say that this year's finals were not exciting, but because something far more noteworthy was about to happen in the near future. That is the NBA Draft Conference. In the past, this conference represented the addition of new players, and each team might experience some changes after new players joined. They might gain stronger championship capabilities or better roster compatibility. Therefore, teams with first-round picks would typically choose players that complemented their own. In the past, there were rarely situations where many teams competed for one player. But this year, everyone was well aware. If the team with the first overall pick does not draft Zuo Bai, they would be foolish. The choice for the first overall pick had almost. What everyone was concerned about was who would be lucky enough to draft Zuo Bai. Of course, this was not solely a matter of luck. Teams were secretly preparing for this draft. On the surface, everything seemed calm. However, beneath the surface, a storm. Among them, the most active were the Los Angeles Lakers and the 76ers. At this moment, the NBA Finals have come to an end. Ultimately, the team with Kevin Durant, the Warriors, swept the Cleveland Cavaliers to claim last year's championship. One could say that the Warriors' performance this year is nearly insurmountable. This is not solely due to Durant's addition, but because the Warriors already possessed an almost unbeatable strength. However, it cannot be said that the Cleveland Cavaliers are not strong. After all, they have LeBron James, the exceptional scorer Kyrie Irving, along with Kevin Love and J.R. Smith. Yet it simply isn't enough. In the face of the Warriors, this clearly falls short. The Splash Brothers Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, with their unparalleled perimeter control and scoring ability, completely opened up the team's space. Draymond Green's playmaking and defensive capabilities have also become a crucial part of the Warriors. Moreover, Andre Iguodala, as a veteran of the team, continues to maintain an outstanding performance. This is enough to give every team a headache. Furthermore, with Durant's nearly monstrous unknown ability, the Warriors swept through the finals. They easily secured the NBA championship for the 2016-2017 season. Comparatively, the Los Angeles Lakers appeared somewhat despondent. Once a prestigious team, the Purple and Gold Army did not even make it to the playoffs. This was a hard pill for Lakers fans. While watching the Warriors sweep the competition, they observed their own team, which is now in urgent need of rebuilding. Many Lakers fans could no longer sit idly by. Everyone can see the team's biggest issue right now. That is a lack. They know that if the current situation persists, it will be difficult for them to make the playoffs even next year. The team desperately needs to make changes. During this year's draft period, countless fans turned their attention to the most dazzling rookie of the year. That is the genius Zuo Bai. Honestly, if the Lakers can really sign Zuo Bai in the new season, I believe they will perform differently next season. Absolutely. The team's biggest problem right now is the lack of a core. We need Zuo Bai. We need Zuo Bai. We need him. We need his addition. Although many fans are quite optimistic about the changes Zuo Bai, however, many fans voice their concerns. But is it really wise to make a rookie the core? Although his performance in NCAA was indeed impressive, does he really possess the ability to be the core of a team in the end? An Asian player, don't expect him to adapt to the intensity of the NBA. The team's transformation still requires a superstar like LeBron James, though there was no conclusive statement from either side. However, the Lakers' upper management, after careful consideration, made a very firm decision. This decision was not a secret throughout the entire Lakers organization. That is, at all costs acquire Zuo Bai. The Lakers' upper management seemingly had no intention of keeping this a secret, and soon this news was picked up by the inquisitive. The media were very surprised upon hearing this news. They actually have such high hopes for Zuo Bai. This news carries a lot, but the most important and obvious implication is the Lakers' upper management is placing all their hopes for rescuing the team on a rookie who hasn't even entered the league yet. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. Perhaps the team's rebuilding would require the addition of some rookies. But so-called rookies are merely players to be cultivated for future potential. No team hopes for a rookie to shoulder the responsibilities right after joining, let alone take on the core responsibilities of the team. The Lakers' current issue is indeed the lack of such players. However, this should never rely solely on a rookie. The voices of public opinion are quite loud. Many media outlets believe that the Lakers' upper management is making a very dangerous decision. I believe the Lakers' management has lost their rationality due to impatience. Aren't they considering the consequences of their... I find it hard to believe. To be honest, I even think the Lakers' management hasn't considered the consequences of their decisions at all. If the team now gives up a significant price to obtain this year's first overall pick, and if this trade fails, can the Lakers truly bear that cost? I think the Lakers should trade for some more experienced and capable players rather than pin their hopes on a rookie. If it fails, it could prevent them from rising again for many years. These words, of course, reached the ears of the Lakers' upper management. Now the outside world is saying that our decision is completely wrong. Should we reconsider the pursuit of this year's first overall? When the Lakers' upper management heard this, they felt no ripple in their hearts. In fact, some even wanted to laugh. Wrong. Are you joking? They believe that the outside world thinks they made this choice out of desperation. But in reality, they truly see the potential in Zuo Bai. Even if Zuo Bai needs some time to adapt to the intensity of the NBA for them, that time is completely worth waiting for. They truly see a future superstar about to emerge. Perhaps they are in dire need of change, but they would never gamble the future. This choice is their well-considered decision. Without a doubt. On the other side, the 76ers share the same. Ben Simmons has had a mediocre performance this year. Although he has shown some talent, his poor shooting ability and shot selection have indeed drawn criticism from the team. Moreover, he encountered injuries in his rookie season. This has put the 76ers in a difficult position. They urgently need someone to revitalize the entire roster. And the 76ers know that Zuo Bai, this talented guard, is the person they need. Yet they are not in a hurry, because they have a very high probability of acquiring this year's first overall pick again through trade. This means the 76ers have an even greater advantage compared to the Los Angeles Lakers. They also reached out to other teams early, initiating a search for trades. Of course, there are other teams in the NBA that are very interested in Zuo Bai. However, these teams do not possess the determination of the 76ers or the Los Angeles Lakers. When they saw the trade prices offered by these two teams, everyone was deterred, because the price they offered was astronomical. It can be said that both teams are actively preparing for the upcoming draft. At this moment, both teams are making almost frenzied bids, pushing out many other teams that were originally interested in participating. Of course, the competition between the two teams has attracted considerable attention from the media and fans. For them, the more intense the situation, the better. They expect to witness such events. The media can create more topics and traffic from this, while every fan eagerly awaits which team will ultimately sign Zuo Bai. In this context, the 76ers, while leveraging their inherent probabilistic advantage and offering significant chips, successfully secured the first overall pick. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers also did their utmost to acquire the second overall pick. But would the 76ers, at holding the first overall pick, choose other players instead of Zuo Bai? Clearly, the likelihood of that is nearly zero. This means the Lakers' second overall pick is of no use. As the draft approaches, everyone believes that everything has been settled. Zuo Bai will join the 76ers as the first overall pick, and the 76ers will have the first overall pick for 2 consecutive years. However, at this moment, the high-level executives of the Lakers proactively approach their counterparts at the 76ers to propose a trade specifically for their first overall pick. Many believe that the 76ers executives would never agree to this trade. After all, they worked hard to secure this first. How could they hand over such a hard-won opportunity to the Lakers? Even the 76ers manager Brand thinks the same. Brother, are you treating me like a fool? You want to swap your second overall pick for our first? Do you really think I'm that stupid? Although manager Brand does not intend to agree to this trade. However, behind the scenes, the high-level executives of the Los Angeles Lakers directly contacted the owner of the 76ers. The next day, the owner of the 76ers summoned Brand to the office. Brand, do you know why I called you here today? Brand paused for a moment, and then slowly said, is it related to the upcoming draft? Exactly. The owner nodded and said, I have been tacitly approving your recent actions, but I have one question. Do you really think this trade is worth it? Brand was taken aback. What does the owner mean by this? Could it be that he means to tell me not to bother with this? Or does he think this matter is not reliable? Damn, why is the owner wavering just when success is within reach? Brand incredulously asked, boss, what do you think? Are you saying that what we are doing is wrong? No, it's not that you are doing poorly. On the contrary, I think you are doing very well, but what? You know, the Los Angeles Lakers high-level executives contacted me recently hoping to facilitate a trade. After saying this, the owner looked meaningfully at Brand. Brand also realized, what kind of trade could this be? It must be regarding the first overall pick. Does this mean the owner intends to give up on Zuo Bai? No, boss. You can't agree to their demands. But I find their offer quite reasonable. They are willing to trade their second overall pick for ours and compensate us for everything we have previously given up. As a businessman, I find this deal advantageous, allowing us to obtain a second overall pick while retaining opportunities for future drafts, which is beneficial for the team. But we urgently need a point guard. Brand said excitedly, if Zuo Bai joins our team, we are very likely to make the playoffs this season and even contend for but we can still get an excellent guard like Fultz. That's different. Brand was completely anxious. The owner was actually wavering. Success is just a step away. Boss, you have to believe me. As long as we sign Zuo Bai the team, we'll have no worries for the next 10 years. However, the owner was not interested in such baseless promises. But the cost of failure is something we cannot afford. We cannot take such a huge gamble for a rookie. Boss. Enough, I will consider this matter carefully, and from now on you don't need to handle it. The owner of the 76ers was very firm in his words. Brand knew that he had no room for maneuver. He could only hope that in the end the team owner would not agree to their request. Regarding the specifics of this trade between the two teams, the media could not obtain any information as the high-level executives were maintaining a secrecy. They did not know the exact situation of the trade, nor did they know if the 76ers ultimately agreed to the Lakers, but what they do know is that by tonight everything will be revealed. And today is the day the 2017 NBA draft. Countless fans and media are on site tonight, even though the first overall pick seems to have been decided in everyone's hearts. However, this does not stop the enthusiastic fans. They are all eager to witness this moment. A new star is rising. In this world, there are only two things that resonate with everyone. One is the fall of a hero. The other is the birth of a hero. And Zuo Bai in their eyes is the biggest genius and dark horse this year. I really look forward to what choice the 76ers. If Zuo Bai successfully joins the 76ers, it will surely greatly enhance their lineup. Indeed. However, if Zuo Bai comes to the Lakers, I'm sure he will also achieve great things. Oh God, I can't wait to see this young man enter the NBA. Seeing the players have already entered the atmosphere is still a bit tense. Indeed. After all, this is an incredibly significant night for every player. Oh, what is this sudden cheer about? Oh, I see. It's Zuo Bai coming. It seems he's quite popular tonight. Hey, my friend, let me correct you. It's not just tonight. He is popular in every match. Yes, you are right, my bad. The two commentators were chatting animatedly. However, as the host began the opening, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Next, they will announce the draft order of the major teams. The most anticipated moment, of course, is this year's #1 pick. Today is a grand event where we will witness countless outstanding rookies joining the NBA. I know everyone is eager to find out what they are waiting for every year, and that is our #1 draft pick this year. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience was exceptionally lively. Countless fans cheered. Most of the rookies attending the draft were also filled with excitement. However, there was an exception. This person was Markelle Fultz. He sat among the crowd feeling out of place. His face showed no smile, only a hint of melancholy and sadness. Earlier, he saw the media's predictions for the draft rankings. He had not been eliminated, but was in a fairly good position. Second place, also known as the runner-up. This is quite an extraordinary honor for any rookie. After all, in previous drafts, being ranked second among so many newcomers is already quite impressive. This indicates he has received considerable recognition. But what he couldn't accept was being ranked behind the first place. That was Zuo Bai. What does this mean? It means that if this Asian guard named Zuo Bai hadn't appeared out of nowhere, he would undoubtedly be the #1 pick. But now, he had clearly proven through previous matches that there was still a significant gap between his abilities and Zuo Bai's. Damn, I was so close to being the #1 pick. Although he had some doubts about the media's perspective, he still held a glimmer of hope for being the #1 pick. Right? What if? At that moment, the host continued, this year the draft pick we are looking forward to has outstanding physical qualities and maintains strong competitiveness in his position. Although he is a point guard, his scoring ability, passing, and tactical awareness are all quite impressive. He even possesses extremely stable shooting and long-range abilities. He can be said to be an exceptionally ideal point guard. At this moment, Fultz was stunned. Wasn't this describing him? Point guard, with shooting ability, good physical attributes, and considerable scoring capability. Could it be? God has appeared. Hallelujah. I am going to be the #1 pick. In his excitement, Fultz heard the host continue. Now let's welcome the winner of this year's #1 pick with applause. Chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers. This year's #1 pick. Fultz adjusted his hat, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, and stood up with a beaming smile, greeting those around him. But at that moment, the host read out his name. That is our genius Asian guard. Zuo Bai. Cough. This nearly caused Fultz to throw out his back. Awkward. Very awkward. Damn. The embarrassment. Naza, life is short, just endure it for a moment. When Zuo Bai's name was called by the host, countless Lakers fans stood up, shouting MVP. Some fans even directly called him the savior. It's easy to understand. After all, the Lakers' performance this year is hard to say was satisfactory. Before this draft, they had been hoping Zuo Bai would join the Lakers. However, before the draft, they heard that the 76ers had acquired the #1 pick. This means their hopes could very well be dashed. But now the Lakers actually got the top pick. How could they not be excited? Zuo Bai also walked up to the stage and greeted everyone. Of course, he was excited inside. After all, he had never experienced such an occasion before. But what excited him even more was that at the moment he heard the host say his name, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully locking in the #1 pick. The system achievement highly anticipated has been completed. Now legendary rewards will be issued to you immediately. Kyrie Irving's permanent talent ability. 100% replication. Ability fusion in progress. Fusion completed. Please continue to work hard in the NBA League and deliver even better performances. Kyrie Irving's talent. This is one of the miraculous abilities from Kuroko's Basketball, a bug-level skill. Even when facing the ceiling-level Seirin's Aemon Daiki in Kuroko's Basketball, he can hold his own with his abilities. This ability allows him to perfectly replicate the skills of the player matched against him, claiming them as his own. Moreover, the abilities learned from the opponent can be permanently retained. This means he will only grow stronger. If viewed through the lens of traditional martial arts novels, this skill is roughly equivalent to the Wuxiang divine skill. What is invincibility? This is invincibility. At this moment, Zuo Bai's excitement at becoming this year's #1 pick was overshadowed by the thrill of acquiring this talent. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with excitement when they heard the host call out Zuo Bai's name, even more so than Zuo Bai himself. This was not only because Zuo Bai had become this year's #1 pick, but also because Zuo Bai was now a part of the Lakers. This would greatly enhance the vitality of the Lakers roster. Perhaps next season would bring them unexpected surprises. Who knows? Meanwhile, on the other side, the media were quite surprised to hear this news. The Lakers. The #1 pick. This means the Lakers successfully reached a trade with the 76ers before the draft began. Sure enough, the next moment the host continued to announce that Fultz had been chosen as the runner-up by the 76ers. In an instant, all the media were in an uproar. This is not due to any doubts from the media about Fultz's abilities. Rather, it is because the 76ers possessed the second. However, this is completely different from what the media understood before the draft began. Prior to the game, it was known that the Lakers held the second overall pick, while the 76ers had the first overall pick. This means that in the transaction from a couple of days ago, the 76ers agreed to their trade. How could this be possible? It should be noted that everyone could clearly see how determined the 76ers were regarding this matter. Were they not just as eager as the Lakers to acquire Zuo Bai? How could they suddenly backtrack at such a crucial moment? This situation raised countless questions among the media and fans. The nature of the trade between the two teams before the draft was also of great interest. However, the subsequent draft did not garner as much attention. Notably, Lonzo Ball was selected as the third overall pick, while Mitchell was picked sixth. Although worth mentioning, it did not attract much attention. Under the spotlight of Zuo Bai, these events seemed lackluster. After the draft ended, the question most people were focused on was what kind of trade occurred between the Lakers and the 76ers. Everyone was puzzled. Why would the 76ers, who were seemingly in a winning position, give up their secured first overall pick at this point? This is completely inexplicable. After the game, the media flocked to surround the owners of both teams. There was only what kind of trade actually occurred between you? The Lakers executives replied with satisfaction, of course, we made some trades, and the owner of the 76ers was very pleased to give us this first overall pick. What? That's impossible. What conditions did you give him? We will give him a second overall pick and bear all the costs incurred during this draft. The owner of the Lakers shrugged, proudly stating this means they do not have to pay any price to obtain a second overall pick, and we will compensate for the future draft rights they exchanged. The visiting media were stunned. Is this even a thing? It should be noted that the 76ers had traded away almost all of their future draft picks when they traded for this first overall pick. The Los Angeles Lakers were also in a similar predicament. Trading for a second overall pick had already placed a significant burden on the team. However, now the Lakers not only took on all the conditions previously paid by the 76ers, but also unconditionally gifted their second overall pick to the 76ers. This was almost unimaginable for anyone. And this was merely to trade for Zuo Bai. Oh my god. This is too crazy. Their choice means that if Zuo Bai cannot integrate well into the team, or if he suffers injuries during the season, the Lakers will face a very painful price. They will not be able to trade players or readjust the team space for a long time. This means that this action can be considered either it succeeds or it leads to failure. Does the owner of the Lakers truly believe that Zuo Bai will become their savior? At this moment, a concerned journalist asked, do you think this trade carries significant risks? Do you believe this trade is worth it, even at the cost of the team's future? After hearing such a question, the Lakers owner squinted, and his expression finally became serious. He moved his shoulders, and then said very earnestly, perhaps you do not understand what kind of situation this is. The so-called future of the team is about waiting for a genius to appear. A true genius is hard to come by in 10 years. Now it is evident that this genius has appeared. I will not regret this decision, and on the contrary, I believe it is the most successful trade of my life. Without a doubt, some people may regret their decisions, but I certainly will not. This was undoubtedly a jab at the owner of. He believed the 76ers trade was short-sighted. At the same time, he expressed his infinite expectations and confidence. These matters were enough for the media to make a big deal out of it. Meanwhile, the media interviewed the owner of the 76ers, of course, also mentioning the Lakers owner's views. However, after hearing these words, the owner of the 76ers proudly said, hey, you don't really believe this, do you? Undoubtedly, this trade was a win for us, and it was a huge profit. Originally, our team intended to sign Fultz. We believe he has considerable potential. But now we have obtained this exceptionally talented player without spending a single dime. Oh, we should thank the Lakers. Seeing the 76ers owner's expression, he clearly did not feel regret about giving up Zuo Bai. So do you think the Lakers owner's approach was wrong? At this moment, another media member provocatively asked. After hearing this, the 76ers owner did not express agreement. Instead, he said perhaps he has his own considerations, but from my perspective, to pay such a huge price for a rookie who has not proven himself in the NBA is unreasonable. Clearly, this matter is not rational. After all, he is just a rookie. It is absolutely not worth it for the Lakers to use such a historically significant trade to sign such a rookie. Moreover, I believe Fultz's potential and growth space far exceed that of this Asian guard. If you don't believe it, let's meet at the Summer League. Afterwards, many people on various forums expressed their views on this matter. The media also published many articles discussing this issue. As the impact of this matter widened, even those who did not follow the games heard related news. First overall pick, guard no bust. The first Asian guard to be picked first overall. The future of the Lakers relies on an Asian player. A historic blockbuster trade just for an Asian. Behind the trade, is it the 76ers who profited or the Lakers who suffered losses? Zuo Bai, will he be the savior of the Lakers? It can be said that many media outlets are quite skeptical about what the Lakers have done, considering it almost a crazy move. After all, the reason is quite simple. They believe it is merely a number 1 draft pick. The Lakers' actions are irrational. Moreover, historically, no Asian guard has ever been able to bear such great expectations. What kind of performance he will exhibit after entering the NBA is unknown to anyone. However, the attitude of the Lakers management is indeed very clear. They believe that signing Zuo Bai is a tremendous gain for them. Ultimately, the Lakers successfully signed Zuo Bai as their number 1 pick with a 4-year $50 million contract. It's worth noting that Ball's contract was only 4 years for $20 million, which is even less than half of Zuo Bai's. And Zuo Bai has become the first Asian guard in history to receive such a top-tier salary. $50 million. This is merely the rookie contract. Such a contract, even when compared to established players in the entire NBA league, is undoubtedly a considerable. All of this proves how optimistic the Lakers are about Zuo Bai. However, due to this matter, the Lakers have suddenly become a hot. Some fans supporting Zuo Bai are of course extremely happy about this. They know Zuo Bai's strength. They know Zuo Bai will. However, some fans not supporting Zuo Bai have great doubts about his abilities. Even before the game started, some fans left comments under the Lakers' posts urging them to abandon this guy. How could this guy possibly lead the team to victory? We need change, but not this kind of change. Aside from centers, what can you expect from an Asian guard to lead the team to any achievements? Why pay such a high price for an Asian player? Do you think you're trading for Jordan? I think the Lakers management has gone insane. Faced with such words, the Lakers management is under immense pressure. However, they believe their choice is undoubtedly correct. Zuo Bai is that 09 million genius. The reason for their steadfast belief is none other than. At this moment in the Lakers management office, Kobe sits in a chair exuding authority in his suit and tie. He slowly speaks. It seems you have done very well with this matter. Trust me, you will not regret today's choice. The Lakers management gathered around nod in agreement after hearing this. One can imagine that their determination stems from Kobe's strong recommendation. Kobe's evaluation of him is exceedingly high. According to Kobe's own words, this young man has the opportunity to surpass the former me. In the future, he will become a new chapter in history. By acquiring Zuo Bai, the Lakers dynasty will surely be revived. Although there has yet to be a conclusion about who benefited from this trade, in the upcoming summer league, the 76ers sent their second overall pick Fultz to participate. In the games, he can be said to have achieved almost MVP-level performance in statistics. Such performance has caught the attention. Support for Fultz is growing louder. This second overall pick obtained for free has made more and more people feel that indeed what is obtained for free is the sweetest. Compared to the recently much discussed Fultz, Zuo Bai, the first overall pick, has appeared much more low-key. The team did not let him participate in the summer league. Instead, during this limited off-season period, the team has been focusing on helping him adapt to the team and refine tactics. Of course, the team does not wish to prevent him from participating in the summer league. In Kobe's words, Zuo Bai has already surpassed the summer league's level. If Zuo Bai were to join, it would be like handing him the trophy directly. What would there be to compete for? It would be meaningless. Are they just letting them vie for second place? Oh, it is precisely because of Zuo Bai's absence that Fultz's team achieved quite impressive results in the summer league. The voices supporting Fultz are increasing. Even Fultz himself momentarily forgot the fear of being overshadowed by Zuo Bai in the NCAA. Countless media outlets have joined in praising Fultz while they are growing increasingly skeptical about Zuo Bai. It seems that this first overall pick, who consumed vast resources from the Lakers, now appears to be not showing any surprising moves. On the contrary, Fultz has frequently surprised people. This has intensified the comparison between the two. More and more people have begun to support Fultz. This situation ultimately peaked when the new season commenced. In October 2017, the new NBA season officially began. In the Eastern Conference, in the first game, the 76ers' second overall pick Fultz made his NBA debut. In his NBA debut, he played for 21 minutes, perhaps benefiting from the experience in the summer league or the team's. In summary, in this first game, Fultz achieved excellent statistics with 17 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal with 0 turnovers in limited playing time. This is quite a commendable achievement for a rookie entering the league. Even during the post-game media interview, the head coach candidly stated to the media, this time, the Lakers made the most incorrect choice of their lives. However, I must also thank the Lakers for this. Thank you for generously sending such an excellent player to us. On the other hand, Fultz, having completed an excellent debut, was even more candid during his media interview. I believe the Lakers will regret giving me up. At this moment, the media asked, what would you like to say to Zuo Bai when you face him again on the court? Facing Zuo Bai Fultz repeated the reporter's question, then nonchalantly said, "He needs to prove himself first before he gets the chance to talk to me face-to-face. I am no longer the person I was before. Zuo Bai is not my opponent." These words immediately shot up the media hotline. The reason they chose to hype this news at this time is simple. Because the next day, it would be the Lakers game. Tonight marks the first game of the Los Angeles Lakers in the 2017-18 season. The Lakers will host, and tonight the darling most anticipated by the media and fans needs no further introduction. It is Zuo Bai. At this moment, the sides of the player tunnel outside the arena are already filled with spectators who have come to watch the game. When they saw Zuo Bai enter, many of them were shouting his name loudly. Even if some of them pronounced it awkwardly, Zuo Bai still waved back at them, responding warmly. It could be said that today's game is highly anticipated both in terms of external attention and the discussion surrounding it. Even during the pre-game media interviews, almost all the reporters surrounded Zuo Bai. They hope to capture some valuable news. After all, Zuo Bai is the rookie most worth watching in this game. "May I ask if you feel nervous facing your first game?" "Nervous? Not at all." The reporter continued to ask, "Are you aware that in the last game Fultz achieved quite impressive results? He scored 17 points in 20 minutes, and his stats were very comprehensive." After the reporter finished speaking, they all thought that the pressure should now be on Zuo Bai. After all, such statistics are too outstanding. However, Zuo Bai looked puzzled and said, "Is 17 points a lot?" What a good question. This left the reporters utterly baffled. "You asked me if 17 points is a lot. For a rookie to score that many points in 20 minutes, how can that not be a lot? That's quite a lot. Isn't that obviously a rhetorical question? Could it be that Zuo Bai looks down on the 10-plus points that Fultz scored? This is too arrogant. But today you are facing a strong team, the Thunder. Don't you feel any pressure?" "Pressure? Why would there be pressure?" Zuo Bai asked back once again. This completely depressed the reporters. "Brother, do you even know what kind of strength the Thunder possess? Not only do they have the still peak Westbrook, but also the general Paul George, and this season they've added the so-called offensive kaleidoscope Carmelo Anthony. Facing such a strong team, how can a rookie not feel any pressure? Is it the bravado of a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger, or just an overabundance of confidence? However, it doesn't matter because soon we will see how it all unfolds." At this moment, the reporter said one last thing. "Before the game, we heard Fultz's comment about you. He said that you are no longer his opponent. This game will prove everything. Do you have anything to say to him?" Zuo Bai pondered for a moment in his mind. To be honest, he initially couldn't recall who Fultz was. After all, the guy who lost so badly in front of him, Zuo Bai really didn't take him seriously. It wasn't until he remembered that Zuo Bai suddenly realized, "Oh, it's him. Sigh." Zuo Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, "Fine, we will see." "All right, then we shall wait and see." After this game, he will want to take back what he just said. And on the other side, the reporters mentioned to Westbrook and the others the content discussed during the interview with Zuo Bai. It seems that Zuo Bai doesn't feel any pressure for the upcoming game. Do you think this is normal, or do you feel underestimated? Facing the reporter's questions, Westbrook was obviously he shook his head and said irritably, "Hey, I don't understand why you all are discussing this obscure kid all night long. What exactly does he have to offer? I don't know who he is, nor do I know where he came from. I only know that tonight's stage has no place for him." Although Westbrook's words were somewhat exaggerated, after all, he had heard a lot of reports about Zuo Bai. However, he completely did not recognize Zuo Bai. An Asian guard actually became the first overall pick in the NBA draft. This is truly a decline in standards. Westbrook does not think that a player like this can adapt to the intensity of the NBA. And facing everyone's high expectations, he feels increasingly annoyed. Tonight he is going to give Zuo Bai and the Lakers a lesson they will never forget. In the Lakers locker room, Zuo Bai, wearing the number 11 jersey, sat with his teammates listening to the coach outline the strategy. They have mainly assigned the outside ball handling responsibilities to Zuo Bai. After the coach briefly described today's strategy, Ingram suddenly interrupted, saying, "Coach, I don't think assigning such an important task to a rookie who hasn't played a single game is something he can handle." As last year's second overall pick, the Lakers naturally had certain expectations for Ingram. And as another pride of heaven, he naturally had a natural resistance to Zuo Bai's emergence. However, the coach did not agree with Ingram. After all, the team's higher-ups were very optimistic and recognized Zuo Bai. Naturally, the strategy would lean towards giving Zuo Bai more ball control to allow him to showcase himself. Thus, the coach simply said, "This is the strategy, I hope you execute it well. All right, my boys, now I hope you give it your all. In this game on our more ball control to allow him to showcase himself." Thus, good. At this moment, the commentators were also very excited. They are very much looking forward to whether this so-called genius rookie can fulfill his talent in the NBA. And the upcoming game will reveal everything. I have never looked forward to a game like this before, John. To be honest, I am really curious about what will happen in this game. God, I believe the Lakers' upper management must be even more nervous than we are. Indeed, after all, if they make a wrong choice, they will have no room for maneuver. This is truly a gamble indeed. But perhaps a miracle will really happen tonight, Mike. It's hard to say. Last season, the Lakers were still in a rebuilding phase. This season, they've only added Zuo Bai. Will the team really experience a huge change? Maybe, but I still feel that tonight a miracle is going to happen. At this moment, players from both teams walked onto the court. And the one who stood out prominently was the starting player number 11, Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai is starting tonight. That's unexpected. Clearly, the Lakers hold high expectations for him. A rookie starting right out of the gate. Even Fultz never received such treatment. Tonight's game promises to be. The crowd welcomes Zuo Bai's starting nod with genuine enthusiasm. After all, it meant they'd witness his NBA debut. Yet on the Thunder side, Westbrook wore no smile. Half the spotlight tonight had already shifted to Zuo Bai. He wasn't petty by nature, but to be eclipsed entirely by a rookie with no accolades to his name. That stung. I've earned countless honors. My journey has inspired legions. And you, praised in a few headlines, get this treatment. Is that even fair? Even Ingram, Zuo Bai's own teammate, felt unsettled, how much more so his opponents. Do they truly think so little of me? Indeed, every soul in the arena carried private thoughts. Some hoped for Zuo Bai's dazzling brilliance, while others yearned to shatter his reputation. To teach this overhyped Asian phenom a harsh lesson. Tensions crackled thick in the air, and sensing his teammates' grim resolve, Carmelo Anthony stepped forward, clapping Westbrook firmly on the shoulder. Hey, he's up. Whether he's got real talent or not, time will tell. Melo remained the seasoned veteran. He'd seen this kind of hype before, countless times, and spoke with quiet gravity. Basketball isn't about domination or vengeance. It's about joy, the sheer love of the game. We're not going to ambush his bus, are we? Right? Westbrook paused, momentarily baffled. The logic was sound, yet somehow absurd coming from him. Still he nodded. True skill couldn't be faked. If Zuo Bai proved hollow, a gilded facade, Westbrook would make him pay on the court tonight. As warm-ups concluded and starters took their positions, Westbrook found himself face-to-face with Zuo Bai. Studying him, Westbrook sensed no trace of the commanding presence expected of an elite professional athlete. This unremarkable figure, called a prodigy? Absolutely not. Hey kid. Zuo Bai lifted his gaze. You're talking to me? Yes, you. I'll show you what real NBA basketball looks like. When Zuo Bai stayed silent, Westbrook pressed on, your college playbook won't work here. That level of play has no place in the NBA. Understood. After a beat, Zuo Bai replied innocently, NBA, what's the difference? It's still basketball. Westbrook chuckled inwardly. So, he truly had no inkling of the NBA's ferocity. Its physical intensity, its relentless pace. Nothing like collegiate competition. They existed on entirely different planes. No wonder Zuo Bai felt no pressure. He simply didn't grasp the chasm between them. A wry, knowing smile flickered across Westbrook's lips. Then, it was time to correct that ignorance. Unbeknownst to them, cameras captured the entire exchange, broadcasting it live to the roaring arena. Wow, tonight's matchup is already dripping with tension. Westbrook may just unleash his full force now. Absolutely. He's radiating extraordinary intensity tonight. Poor Zuo Bai. His maiden NBA game pits him against a titan. That prodigy myth may shatter before halftime. True, if he faced anyone else he might shine brilliantly. But tonight, he confronts the Thunder's formidable roster, and a Westbrook firing on all cylinders. Amid thunderous cheers, the Thunder secured the tip-off. With a sharp snap, the ball arced cleanly to their backcourt. Amid thunderous cheers, the Thunder secured the tip-off. With a sharp snap, the ball arced cleanly to their backcourt. Rather than rushing an attack, Oklahoma slowed the tempo, passing deliberately to Westbrook, then spreading the floor with Westbrook orchestrated the motion, directing teammates outward while driving hard toward the paint, every move telegraphing one unmistakable intent. He would go unknown, and Zuo Bai was his chosen mark. Good heavens, he's already at the three-point line. Will he pull up for three? Unlikely. Not after that challenge. He'll almost certainly isolate Zuo Bai. Exactly, and look how his teammates clear space. This is happening. Huh. Westbrook shows rookies no mercy. That's just the game. Let's see how Zuo Bai responds. At the arc, Westbrook locked eyes with Zuo Bai and said, you want to see the real game? I'll show you. Want to see how grown men play? I'll teach you, right now. With that, Westbrook exploded into a lightning-quick crossover. Instantly, Zuo Bai activated his Celestial Emperor's Eye, foreseeing the next sequence. Westbrook would blast past him with blistering speed, penetrating deep into the Lakers' paint. And indeed, his velocity. In reality, events unfolded precisely as foreseen. Westbrook executed a violent gear shift, launching vertically. Even Zuo Bai, witnessing it firsthand, shook his head in quiet awe. Fast. Undeniably fast. Even though he'd already glimpsed it moments before. Yet raw athleticism wielded at such magnitude defied countermeasures. Without activating his experience card, Zuo Bai had no reliable answer. Westbrook accelerated past him effortlessly and kept charging undeterred, unslowed. Ingram rushed to help from the paint, but stopping Westbrook in that moment was like halting a typhoon. Westbrook barreled into the lane, absorbed Ingram's resistance, and, lifting his right arm skyward, delivered a thunderous two-handed dunk. Oh my God, Westbrook is indeed Westbrook. This dunk is simply spectacular. Westbrook has completely devoured the Lakers' defense. It's hard to believe that the game has just started and Westbrook has already displayed such explosive power. It seems that Westbrook is really serious about this match. What awaits the Lakers next will likely be an extremely arduous battle. He nodded, showcasing his strength to the audience. Meanwhile, cheers erupted continuously. This is the power of Westbrook. As he returned to Zuo Bai's side, Westbrook provocatively said to him, you see that? That's the fucking NBA. That's fucking difference. Did you see that? This is what the NBA is all about. This is worlds apart from your games. He understood Westbrook's playing style. A powerful, explosive, straight-line breakthrough. With his current physical fitness, it would indeed be quite challenging to defend against Westbrook's attack. Even though Zuo Bai now possessed the complete replication talent of Hwang's Liangtai, he still found it difficult to fully master moves that exceeded his physical limits. However, this does not mean Zuo Bai is helpless. Don't forget, I've got the experience card, brother. A dunk, huh? Don't rush, let's see who can dunk over whom. Even if Zuo Bai is a more laid-back player, you can't underestimate me like that. Zuo Bai opened the system panel and said, "System, use the Fire God Dunk Experience card." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully using the experience card, limited time 10 minutes. Zuo Bai then said to his teammates, "Pass me the ball, I'll take a shot." Seeing that Zuo Bai was finally serious, they naturally had no reason to refuse. The teammate at the baseline directly passed the ball to Zuo Bai's hands. After receiving the pass, Zuo Bai slowly advanced forward while pointing at the opposite hoop saying, "Don't rush, I'll return the favor." Seeing Zuo Bai's reaction, Westbrook licked his lips and smiled. "Kid, you don't stand a chance. Don't think you can do the same." Meanwhile, the audience was very excited to see that Zuo Bai seemed to be serious about taking a shot. You must know that in the NCAA and subsequent league, Zuo Bai hardly exerted himself. He played at a leisurely pace each game, and hardly anyone saw him sweat. You must know that in the NCAA and subsequent league, Zuo Bai hardly exerted himself. He played at a leisurely pace each game, and hardly anyone saw him. I haven't seen Zuo Bai this serious in a long time. After all, this is also his first game of his rookie career. I think he must have been inspired by Westbrook's performance, igniting his competitive spirit. Haha, impossible. Don't you know Zuo Bai is even more laid back than Wiggins? Haha, you're killing me. But even though he seems not to be trying hard, he can still average 30 points per game. And the key is that he can win. Doesn't that make you mad? But that's just college league. This is the NBA. The one standing before him is Westbrook. I also think that in this game, Zuo Bai won't have it so easy. Meanwhile, Westbrook was watching Zuo Bai's movements. He simply didn't believe that Zuo Bai could charge into the paint and dunk like he could. Remember, the NBA is filled with tall players. Even at the small forward position, the average height is over 2 meters. An Asian point guard like Zuo Bai wants to charge into the paint and dunk. Daydreaming. You think you're Westbrook or something. Before Zuo Bai even made his move, Westbrook hadn't taken him seriously at all. He even had a somewhat mocking expression. But the next second, as Zuo Bai pushed the ball and accelerated, Westbrook regretted it. He completely regretted it. Because Zuo Bai's speed was beyond his imagination. This is way too fast. With just one acceleration, Zuo Bai caught the usually explosive Westbrook off guard. With just one big step, he directly bypassed half of Westbrook's body. Not only that, the Thunder's interior quickly reacted, trying to block Zuo Bai's path to the basket. Although men shouldn't be too fast, Zuo Bai was simply too fast. He was as quick as a flash. With the impact of the Fire God dunk and the eye of the Emperor, Zuo Bai perfectly anticipated the impending block from the Thunder's interior. With no reduction in speed, he changed direction, then went straight for the ball, seeking confrontation with their center. Before this, no one had expected that an Asian guard who appeared to have a perfectly proportioned physique would unleash such immense power. The Thunder's center was directly pushed back by Zuo Bai's tremendous force. Following that, Zuo Bai leaped high above him. In midair, he slightly folded his body. Then he raised the ball above his head, slowly extending his body. At that moment, Zuo Bai's movements seemed to slow down. Time appeared to stand still. Everyone watched as Zuo Bai continued to rise until, bang! The thunderous sound of the dunk echoed from the Thunder's interior, signaling to everyone. Zuo Bai scored with a dunk. After a brief silence, instantly the venue erupted in a huge cheer. He dunked. He dunked. He just passed Westbrook in one step and then dunked over the center. WOC. He just dunked over the Thunder's center. My God, this is just absurd. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Bro, this isn't a dream, right? The first score of his rookie season, a guard dunking over the opposing center. Awesome. At this moment, even Westbrook looked somewhat dazed. Such a spectacular folded alley-oop dunk. Even at his peak, he wouldn't dare to execute it so perfectly. But seeing Zuo Bai's expression, why was he so confident? Doesn't he think he might fail? While he pondered, Zuo Bai walked over and said to him, "NBA, I don't feel anything different." Is this the NBA? I don't see anything different. This remark was broadcast directly into the ears of every spectator present. So bold, they seemed to be taken aback. The seemingly unassuming Zuo Bai actually uttered such audacious words. This is an outright provocation. A provocation towards Westbrook. The implication of his words is clearly that Zuo Bai thinks you all aren't that impressive. Countless fans felt extremely excited. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. This is definitely going to be an incredibly thrilling match. However, for Zuo Bai, he really was just saying he didn't feel anything different. As for provocation, please, Zuo Bai was just responding to a question and had no intention of provoking anyone. Really, there was none. Trust me. I thought to myself, since you Westbrook want to show me what the NBA is like, then I will take a look. But, sigh. It seems there isn't anything different after all. Am I just too slow to react? Although Zuo Bai didn't mean it, Westbrook's face was already contorted with anger. Westbrook is a straightforward person. Faced with the provocation from this rookie Zuo Bai, he naturally felt extremely angry. Does a rookie like you think you can challenge my status? Damn it, do you really think I, Westbrook, am washed up? With fury burning in his heart, Westbrook put all his energy into it, flooring the gas pedal. Charging in, Westbrook started his drive from just outside the three-point line. And when Ingram saw that Westbrook was serious, he pushed Zuo Bai aside and said, "You can't guard him, let me handle it." Zuo Bai looked utterly bewildered. Although he really wanted to say right now, "I can guard him. Bro, don't push me, oh no. Don't get too worked up." However, the battlefield changes in an instant, and Zuo Bai didn't bother to explain further. Since he wanted to defend, then let him have his way. What else could he do? The next second, after switching defenses with Ingram, he stood firmly in the path of Westbrook's advance. He wanted to use his own strength to block Westbrook's attack. But at this moment, Westbrook was firing on all cylinders. Even though Ingram's talent was outstanding, he was up against the triple-double monster Westbrook. Westbrook directly engaged in a powerful confrontation, pushing through Ingram's defense. Then, with a large step, he charged to the basket. Bang! A slam dunk for the score. Westbrook, having forcefully scored again, roared at the spectators. "Where is your fucking? Is this really your defense?" Zuo Bai glanced at the bewildered Ingram. He actually wanted to say, "Why not let me guard him?" After all, Zuo Bai had the dunk card from the God of Fire. Bang! A slam dunk for the score. Westbrook, having forcefully scored again, roared at the spectators. "Where is your fucking defense?" Westbrook. But before Zuo Bai could say anything, Ingram pushed him aside. "Forget it, you didn't even react to the first ball. You can't guard him, it has to be me. Although I made a mistake, just now I have the chance to guard him. Enough. Just listen to me." Zuo Bai looked helpless, but seeing Ingram's serious expression, he decided not to argue further. Ingram was also holding back a breath. After all, as last year's second overall pick, he had a whole year's more experience adapting to the NBA than Zuo Bai. This year's growth should have naturally led to a better performance than the rookie Zuo Bai. However, the focus of everyone outside was surprisingly on Zuo Bai, who had hardly played any games, even calling him the savior of the Lakers. Can this be tolerated? Therefore, as a veteran, he still wanted to prove that he was far superior to Zuo Bai. What Zuo Bai can't do, Ingram must accomplish. However, despite his good intentions, one could easily predict. Next, Ingram was bound to be very embarrassed. Even if he wouldn't normally embarrass himself, the author would make him look foolish. Otherwise, the story couldn't continue. Ahem. Next, Zuo Bai no longer argued. "Alright, since you say you can guard him, he'll give you a chance to embarrass yourself. I'm just such a kind person. Sigh." Over here, facing the powerful offense, Zuo Bai maintained a fierce aggressiveness. With a push and a change of direction, he accelerated. "How you dunked just now will return." Seeing Zuo Bai in this state, Westbrook understood. Zuo Bai wanted to learn from him. "Damn. Rookie, you still have 100 years to go before you can learn from me." But before Westbrook could finish his words, Zuo Bai's sudden burst almost caused our turtle god's old back to give out. One step over. Having directly bypassed Westbrook's defense and reached the basket, Zuo Bai performed a Euro step to evade the help. Next, he jumped high, right hand pulling the ball. His palm was a full double the height of the front of the rim. It was even close to his elbow level. So high. It was simply too high. At such a height, even the Thunder's interior players shook their heads in disbelief. No one could block his dunk this time. The next second, bang, Zuo Bai's dunk failed. However, this time the block didn't come from anyone else, but from the backboard. Zuo Bai hit his head on the backboard. He jumped so high that he accidentally collided with the lower edge of the backboard. Since he was still ascending, the impact was quite strong. This collision left him dazed in midair. This resulted in Zuo Bai not being able to directly dunk the ball into the hoop. Instead, it hit the backboard and bounced out. The Thunder players saw the ball fly out and immediately prepared to rush for the rebound. But Zuo Bai reacted very quickly after landing. As he regained his senses, he saw the ball flying right over his head. Without hesitation, he jumped up. In midair, Zuo Bai soared above several Thunder players' hands, grabbing the rebound above his head. When everyone still hadn't reacted, Zuo Bai performed a putback dunk. Bang! Score! Zuo Bai just scored a quick 2 points. Zuo Bai's powerful dunk instantly elevated the show's excitement. Because just moments ago, Zuo Bai's mistake surprisingly stemmed from the rebound. This situation is indeed absurd. After landing, Zuo Bai scratched his head and laughed at his teammates, saying, sorry, I jumped too high." Although it is indeed the truth, hearing Zuo Bai say it makes it feel like he's showing off. It doesn't matter what others say, the main thing is you jumped too high. You hit the rebound. That's too arrogant. Now I finally understand what it means to quietly show off. Indeed, I always thought this was an exaggeration, but it turns out to be realistic. So it's possible to show off without making a fuss, and to do it so refreshingly. Today I've really learned something. Moreover, I finally understand why there are protective mats under the rebound. I always thought those were just decorations. Me too. That's outrageous. But this situation is quite amusing. After all, I've never seen someone block Zuo Bai, and it turned out to be the rebound. I wanted to say that too. Rebound, best defense of the game. He blocked it, my old baby. Seeing that the entire audience was shocked by Zuo Bai's earlier performance, at that moment Westbrook's expression changed again. No one is discussing my spectacular dunk, yet so many people are cheering for his mistake. Hitting the rebound, is it that difficult? It seems not that simple. Ahem. No, I refuse. He nodded at the air. Good kid, good, good. After repeatedly saying good a few times, Westbrook said to his teammates, come on, pass me the ball. In the next phase of the game, both sides entered in explosive mode. Westbrook charged into the Lakers' paint, and meanwhile Zuo Bai dashed into the Thunder's restricted area and answered with a dunk. Both sides exchanged blows and the scene was extraordinarily thrilling. However, this was only exciting on the offensive end. On the defensive end, things were going poorly. Ingram had no idea how many times he had been baptized by Westbrook's dunks. The inside of the Thunder wasn't doing any better. In just a few minutes of play, Zuo Bai had already contributed a highlight reel's worth of impressive dunks. Damn, are we being put on the shame column? However, although both sides seemed to be exchanging blows brilliantly, many spectators could already see that Westbrook was starting to show signs of fatigue, although it wasn't very obvious. But it was indeed noticeable. At this moment, in stark contrast to Zuo Bai's performance, Zuo Bai showed no signs of fatigue, while Westbrook was already panting heavily. However, even if Westbrook was a bit fatigued, his threat on the offensive end was still formidable. After all, Ingram's defense was close to being breached. Westbrook was tired. He was even more tired than Westbrook. It didn't require 1,000 people to break through. Westbrook alone could do it. As Westbrook once again forced his way through Ingram's defense, he powerfully scored a basket. The score had now reached 2-0. The Thunder temporarily led by 2 points. At this point, Westbrook looked unstoppable. Even the commentators felt that Westbrook's performance today was truly remarkable. It seemed that this was truly his peak. During the defensive transition, Zuo Bai walked over to the exhausted Ingram and said, "Ingram, I can see you're tired. Why don't I take over the defense for a bit?" Ingram thought to himself, "I can't even guard him, and you really think you're better than me? Damn it. You're an ignorant little..." Originally, he wanted to refuse. But then he thought, why not let him embarrass himself, right? That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that earlier? So Ingram said, "Hey kid, just so you know, this guy is extremely hard to defend. Even I can't guard him. If you really think you can handle him, then I can let you try." Don't worry." Zuo Bai spoke calmly without a hint of hesitation. Ingram smirked coldly. "You'll soon know what despair feels like. Damn, this rookie isn't afraid of the tiger. Let me make it clear. If you fail to guard him, and it causes our team's defensive ability to decline, don't blame me for holding..." Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback. "You haven't guarded Westbrook even once. And you're talking about declining. You need to give me some room to decline." It's surprising you can even say that. If Zuo Bai wasn't such an easygoing person, he would have cursed him a few times. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai simply said lightly, "Alright, don't worry." Now it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Zuo Bai directly received the ball and accelerated forward. With a quick pivot, he turned half of his body, and then a guard made a forward move. 3 big steps. Dunk. Bang. This score once again ignited the enthusiasm of the surrounding audience. 2-0. The score was tied. Westbrook got the ball again. Watching the tightly contested score, he thought about quickly widening the gap. So Westbrook accelerated with the ball, even though his teammates hadn't positioned themselves yet. But Westbrook still had confidence in making this shot. This is the end. This shot is definitely going in again. Once Westbrook accelerates, I just know there's no suspense. Although Zuo Bai played wonderfully as well, the scores just can't seem to pull apart. Indeed. After all this time, neither can defend the other. Hey, it seems Westbrook is being guarded by someone new this time. Oh, it's Zuo Bai. Is Zuo Bai finally going to defend Westbrook? See, it won't help. I doubt he can guard Westbrook either. He's a triple-double monster. Indeed. I feel the same way. Of course, facing Zuo Bai's defense, not only the audience held doubts, but even Westbrook wore a disdainful expression. "Brother, no one can stop me when I charge. Not even LeBron." As Westbrook approached Zuo Bai, he prepared for a rapid acceleration to break through Zuo Bai's defense. Westbrook, who originally thought he could go straight to the basket, was about to jump. But as he looked up, what the heck? Why? Westbrook was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had never seen someone like this. He couldn't shake him off, even while accelerating. How could this be possible? The defiant Westbrook leaped into the air, attempting to dunk right against Zuo Bai's defense. But things weren't that simple. Zuo Bai had already anticipated Westbrook's move. He immediately jumped, extending his right hand to block. The usually calm Westbrook was momentarily taken aback by Zuo Bai's defense. How could he be so high? But before he could think it through, in the next second, an almost monstrous force surged from Zuo Bai's hand. With a loud bang, Westbrook's layup was ruthlessly blocked. A block. All the spectators were shocked. This was too strong. At this moment, the Thunder team was momentarily stunned, still wanting to rush forward for the ball. But their speed was no match for the fully unleashed Zuo Bai. He swiftly intercepted the ball, performing a dazzling spin to get past one defender. Then a fast break. With his lightning speed, Zuo Bai instantly tore through the Thunder's defense. Bang. Another dunk. Score. At this moment, the entire audience erupted into cheers. Oh my. So awesome. Nyobi. Zuo Bai Nyobi. What does it mean to take on 5 opponents? This is what it means. Defending, stealing, attacking. This is a one-man army. Zuo Bai's defense is unbelievably good. This is way stronger than in-guest defense, right? Indeed. If Zuo Bai had been defending from the start, the score might have been widened by 10 points by now. I never expected. Is this guy over here? After seeing that play, the Thunder coach's expression changed dramatically. Zuo Bai's performance had completely exceeded his expectations for a rookie. The originally calm coach immediately signaled to the referee on the sidelines. Timeout. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the rhythm of the entire game suddenly came to a halt. Westbrook helplessly raised his hands, seemingly not understanding why the coach called a timeout at this moment. Just when the ball possession returned to them, Westbrook was ready to charge in for revenge. But the coach chose to call a timeout at this. Zuo Bai had wanted to block him again when Westbrook came charging in. However, at the moment the game was paused, a notification sounded in his system indicating the end of the experience cards usage. Well, fine, let's call it a day. You escaped this time. As he walked down, Zuo Bai suddenly noticed Ingu, who was lowering his head, seemingly trying to avoid his gaze. Zuo Bai called out to him, "Hey." Ingram was startled, turning around with an awkward smile and saying, "What's up?" "Nothing." Zuo Bai waved his hand and said, "I did all right on defense, didn't I?" Ingram turned green upon hearing. "Did all right." He called that all right. "You nearly nailed him to the ground. That was a blood block. You called that all right. Were you deliberately playing me?" However, recalling the harsh words he had just said, Ingram didn't want to discuss it further. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. So he awkwardly smiled and said, It's good, it's good. I'm going to get some water." Hearing this, Zuo Bai suddenly remembered that he hadn't had any water yet. This timeout was quite timely. He was indeed feeling a bit thirsty. Break. So Zuo Bai headed straight for the bench. By the water dispenser. His actions were very practiced and natural. On the other side back on the bench, Westbrook asked the coach why did he do that. But the coach's answer was quite simple. He merely said calmly, "Don't continue. Your stamina is depleting too quickly. If this goes on, you'll be very fatigued by the end of the second quarter. What we need to do now is to defend against Zuo Bai's offense and execute counters at the least cost. If you keep playing solo, I can guarantee that the point difference between our two teams will only grow larger." The point difference, what does that mean? Does the coach really think Westbrook can't handle a rookie who just entered the league? The team members, however, the coach's meaning was quite clear. Although his words were not what Westbrook wanted to hear, who would want to be deemed inadequate by, yet the usually proud Westbrook fell silent. Deep down he understood that this situation was indeed reasonable. In fact, when he had just been blocked by Zuo Bai, he had already realized one thing: breaking through Zuo Bai's defense was too difficult. Zuo Bai's athletic ability, reaction capability, and even his timing were at a first-rate level that Westbrook had never. This wasn't something that could be compensated for with mere passion. Now that Westbrook had calmed down, he recognized that this issue, so he actually nodded and said to the coach, "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." Seeing Westbrook prioritizing the team, the coach felt very satisfied. This is the awareness and responsibility expected from a core player of the team. The coach picked up the tactical board and rearranged. "I didn't expect this rookie to have such outstanding physical qualities, but against players who rely on physicality, we must crush them with technique. When we return to the court, Anthony, I need you to score as much as possible with your low-post scoring skills. And Westbrook, you and George need to create shooting space for him." The three stars nodded in agreement. After the strategy was laid out, the timeout ended, and the players returned to the court. Seeing this scene, the commentator said from the commentary desk, "I initially thought the first timeout of this game would be called by the Lakers, but unexpectedly, it was the Thunder who called it first. It seems the Thunder take this game quite seriously, even against a Lakers team that didn't perform well last season. This surprised me, but the Lakers' scoring efficiency in this game has indeed improved significantly compared to last season. It is quite evident that regarding Zuo Bai's retention, the Lakers' choice was not wrong." As he said this, another commentator frowned, questioning, "Isn't it a bit premature to say that now? After all, this is just one game. You also said it was just one game. And in this first game, Zuo Bai has already displayed such. This number one pick is indeed deserving of the title." At this moment, he thought about it, and it was indeed true. He had never seen a rookie take on the offensive responsibilities in the first game of their rookie season and score 20 points. Even looking through history, there were no players like that. And over here, when the Thunder players returned to the court, the audience and commentators noticed that the Thunder had changed compared to before. That is, the player defending Zuo Bai had actually become Carmelo Anthony. It must be said that Carmelo Anthony is indeed a player whose style of play is exceptionally graceful. That, however, does not imply his scoring efficiency is at all low. On the contrary, Anthony's scoring efficiency ranks among the highest in the league. He often needs no dribble at all. Merely the triple threat stance suffices to effortlessly create separation from his defender before calmly sinking the shot. Wow, the Thunder have just switched Anthony onto Zuo Bai. Clearly, Zuo Bai's explosive physicality has caught the Thunder head coach's attention. Honestly, regardless of who wins or loses this game, Zuo Bai has already proven himself beyond doubt. Exactly. When a head coach restructures his team's entire defensive scheme specifically for one player, the message is unmistakable. Zuo Bai has earned the Thunder's wariness. The crowd collectively shook their heads in disbelief. Until now, such a scenario had been unimaginable. The Thunder's big three hastily adjusting their tactics due to the emergence of a rookie. Good heavens, those are the big three. When a team boasts a trio of superstars, doesn't sheer individual dominance alone suffice to overwhelm any opponent? Consider legendary trios throughout history: Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, the Spurs' Genie, Duncan Parker, or LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. None required elaborate coordination. With raw talent alone, they could overpower every team in the league. Granted, Westbrook, Anthony, and George may not yet rank among history's most iconic trios. Yet unquestionably they remain one of the league's elite squads, and by media consensus, a legitimate championship. Yet in this very game, they find themselves forced to redesign their strategy against Zuo Bai. It's utterly astonishing. This development stunned everyone in attendance. They had assumed these two teams occupied entirely different tiers. Even though the Lakers once forged a dynasty, even their own fans must concede that in the 2 years since Kobe's retirement, the franchise has undeniably been in full rebuild mode. They simply stood no chance against a powerhouse built around three superstars. Yet astonishingly, the Lakers' front office's Alan Gamble has yielded an extraordinary turning point. The scoreboard tells the whole story. 2,220. Against the Thunder's big three, the Lakers hold the lead. And those 22 points, every single one came from Zuo Bai, a rookie who has played only 10 minutes since. Carmelo, watching intently from the wing, had already witnessed Zuo Bai's electrifying performance, his gravity-defying acrobatic style. Under normal circumstances, Anthony would applaud and exclaim, "What a play!" But today that airborne phenom was his opponent. Though focused and disciplined, Anthony felt no real tension. He is, after all, a seasoned veteran who has weathered every storm imaginable. Players relying solely on athleticism often sacrifice technical refinement and basketball IQ. So the optimal counter is mastery of craft. After crossing half-court, Westbrook immediately fed the ball to Anthony. Anthony caught the ball cleanly beyond the three-point line and instantly assumed his signature triple threat stance. Anthony's triple threat remains as elegant as ever. Truly, across the entire NBA, no other player executes it with such peerless artistry. Watching Anthony play is pure aesthetic delight. His fakes are so convincing. It's impossible to discern whether he intends to drive or shoot. If they weren't so authentic, how could he freeze defenders in place with barely a twitch? How will Zuo Bai respond to Anthony's challenge? Carmelo executed a flawless jab step followed by a feinted jump shot and an immediate short probing step. The sequence flowed seamlessly, fluid, precise, and unstoppable. Against most defenders, such a move would send them airborne. Yet this time Carmelo miscalculated. For he faced Zuo Bai, whose Emperor's Eye renders him utterly impervious to deception. Zuo Bai simply stood still observing the spectacle. Impressive, fierce as a tiger in motion, yet 0 points scored. Seeing Zuo Bai unmoved, Carmelo's expression flickered faintly with embarrassment. What in the world? Is he mocking me? Not even flinching. He clearly doesn't believe I'm serious about attacking. Carmelo Anthony, streetwise and proud, would never tolerate such audacity. After another rhythmic fake, he drove hard off the right foot, but the instant he committed, Zuo Bai surged forward. He cut directly into Anthony's path. Wow, flawless defense. Even our cameraman lost balance when Carmelo exploded, yet Zuo Bai didn't budge an inch. Unbelievable. Zuo Bai's composure and awareness finds scoring against Zuo Bai no easy feat. This game has delivered countless surprises from Zuo Bai. His current performance shatters all prior expectations. Even Carmelo Anthony, the ultimate offensive virtuoso, finds scoring against Zuo Bai no easy feat. Seeing his advance rebuffed again, Anthony registered mild surprise. Yet his astonishment lasted only a moment, just a flicker barely perceptible. Though strong and physically imposing, Carmelo lacks explosive quickness. Realizing he couldn't shake Zuo Bai with a single burst, he wisely reset, returning instantly to the starting point. As the quintessential offensive polymath, Carmelo possesses exceptional shooting range. Mid-range jumpers, floaters, and three-pointers alike sit comfortably within his arsenal. In past situations like this, a sharp pull-up jumper would follow immediately after the retreat. Yet this time hesitation. At the very moment he prepared to shoot, an instinctive warning flared, an acute sense of danger. A distinct premonition he was about to be blocked. From Zuo Bai's expression, he sensed his intention had been read completely. This attempt would be foolish. How could anyone possibly see through him so utterly? Surely he was overthinking. Yet caution held him back. He dared not force the shot. After a brief pause, he called out to Westbrook, "Russ, screen and roll." The pick-and-roll strategy is truly the most straightforward and practical tactic, because in the instant of defensive switches, it always creates numerous opportunities. Moreover, it allows strong offensive players to directly match up against defenders who are average in ability, or even players whose physiques are far inferior to their own. In such situations, they can easily score. But my good brother, you're mismatched against Zuo Bai now. Why are you hesitating to make a move? However, on the battlefield, there isn't much time to ponder over these useless matters. Westbrook comes straight in for the pick, and Anthony shows no sign of backing down. He directly uses Westbrook's screen to switch off Zuo Bai, who is defending him, although time is running out. But after the switch, Anthony immediately gets into the game. The essence of the offensive kaleidoscope is unleashed at this moment. Anthony pushes the ball and shifts his body weight to the left, then quickly pulls the ball back and turns, effortlessly getting past his defender. Then in the next moment, Anthony easily scores with a layup. It's a tie. Even the commentators in the stands can't help but praise Anthony's attack. The change in balance and rhythm is simply perfect. The details are overflowing. I believe very few can execute such details perfectly. Today's players are increasingly neglecting to pursue such technical improvements. Exactly. Watching Guo play is truly a delight. Steady scoring this Guo Bao is sweet. The ball has returned to Zuo Bai's side, and as soon as his teammate receives it, he passes the ball to him, intending for Zuo Bai to face off directly against Anthony. What's wrong with that? Isn't this what we were hoping to see? After receiving the ball, Zuo Bai calmly pushes it forward. Even Zuo Bai has to admit, Guo's play was indeed beautiful. The timing was just right, even compared to Zuo Bai, who possesses the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. This is the detail that Anthony has painstakingly studied along with his years of accumulated practical experience. As he retreats, Anthony says to Zuo Bai, watching and learning. Watch closely and learn well. Clearly Guo is very confident in his skills, and he has issued a challenge to Zuo Bai, who only plays with his body. Zuo Bai smiles slightly. TSK. This move is quite good. Indeed impressive. But don't forget, Zuo Bai currently possesses the replicated talent of Liang Tai. Watch closely and learn well. Then I will indulge you. You're strong, but now it's my turn. In an instant, the actions Guo just performed surged back into Zuo Bai's mind. And this action was instantly broken down into numerous nodes and frozen movements in his mind. Then the image was simplified into the movements of the human bodis, meridians, and muscles. Every moment, every node, became visible data and coordinates. Moreover, that's not all. These data and coordinates are undergoing visible fine-tuning. The actions are being replayed in small segments, correcting every detail and replaying once again. It seems he is automatically correcting some small details that even Guo did not notice, as well as achieving a more complete mastery of time. Ultimately, after continuous corrections in Zuo Bai's mind, it became version 2.0. Then this action was fully recorded in his mind, successfully added to the skill library. Zuo Bai smiled slightly, not expecting this ability to be so incredible. Just watching once allowed him to completely replicate and record it. Awesome. Quite impressive. Brave Nyonyo charge ya. Without a hint of hesitation, Zuo Bai directly pushes the ball to face off against Anthony. Guo was taken aback, not expecting him to come straight at him. Wow. This kid wouldn't think of me as an easy target, would he? Do you not know what kind of fierce person Guaga is? Hey kid, you dare to come at me. I admire your courage. Guaga looked at him with a half smile, and Zuo Bai showed no signs of backing down. He scratched the back of his head a bit puzzled, and said to Carmelo Anthony, why not? Honestly, I can play against anyone, you're just the closest to me. Damn, is this kid seriously answering, or just showing off? Looking at Zuo Bai's innocent expression, Carmelo Anthony really couldn't figure it out. However, no matter what you think, I have to teach you a lesson. Kid, don't be too arrogant, I will seriously guard you, I'm watching you. Alright. Zuo Bai smiled slightly, then directly accelerates down the right side. Anthony's heart raced. He thought Zuo Bai would use his explosiveness like before against Westbrook. So Anthony hurriedly tried to retreat. But Zuo Bai did not exhibit the same explosiveness as before. Although his speed was not slow, it was clear he was accelerating. However, it wasn't like before, purely relying on explosiveness to get past opponents. When Anthony saw Zuo Bai was not increasing his speed, he felt more at ease. Without speed, what can you use to get past me? Anthony's defense was completely intact. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a slight smile at the corner of Zuo Bai's mouth. Then he heard Zuo Bai say, didn't you say to watch closely and learn? Then watch how well I've learned. In the next moment, Zuo Bai executed a ball push and shift identical to what Anthony had just done. Then he dramatically shifted his weight to one. At that moment, Anthony had no time to react, and his body instinctively shifted to the side as Zuo Bai changed his center of gravity. By the time he realized the meaning of Zuo Bai's words, it was already too late. Zuo Bai instantly activated Liang Tai's talent, executing a perfect pullback spin, tightly sticking to Anthony's body and keeping him outside. Then he smoothly turned in a perfect arc, lifting the ball high over his head. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Zuo Bai easily arrived under the basket. Facing the wide-open basket, he easily banked the layup. Score. At that moment, not only was Anthony stunned, even the commentators were at a loss for words. He actually used Anthony's move against Anthony. This is utterly absurd. Unbelievably insane. In this very possession, he countered the Thunder's play with an identical move, exactly mirroring their own. Perhaps he was spurred by Coach Guo's remark, watch closely and learn well. This shot was absolutely intentional. It's terrifying. I never imagined such refined technique hidden beneath his explosive physical prowess. Even compared to Coach Guo, his skill shows no inferiority. If anything, your assessment is overly modest. Anthony's mastery is universally acknowledged. Yet precisely because of that consensus, we find it impossible to believe Zuo Bai's technique appears even more nuanced. Having sunk the basket, Zuo Bai approached the stunned Coach Guo and asked with a gentle smile, did I learn well? With that, Zuo Bai returned to defense. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Anthony still could not believe what he had just witnessed. Learn well. That's far too mild. This was nothing short of perfection. Were Zuo Bai not his opponent on the court, Anthony would have rushed over to exchange insights with him in earnest. His movement was flawless, nearly an exact replication of Anthony's own. No, more than mere replication. Zuo Bai executed it even more masterfully than Anthony himself. How is this possible? Guo's mind reeled, unable to comprehend. Could it truly be that he'd learned it after watching just once? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To achieve such mastery after a single viewing. That would demand genius beyond measure. No, this transcends genius. This is monstrous. There remains only one plausible explanation. Zuo Bai had already mastered this move long before. Yet, even that defies reason. He is merely a university student barely past 20. How could someone so young possess such refined artistry? These techniques were forged through Anthony's years of relentless experience, hard-won in countless battles. Cameron Anthony was profoundly baffled. Rather than discouraging him, this only ignited his hunger for victory. A faint steely smile crossed Guo's lips, his expression turned ice cold. Then let me show you what true mastery looks like. Spectators seated courtside noticed the shift in Anthony's demeanor, and many felt a sudden chill. As the saying goes, when Guo smiles, fate trembles. Anthony was now fully engaged. Once again, Westbrook advanced the ball past half-court, pausing at the top of the arc to survey options. He swiftly fed the ball into the low post to Cameron Anthony, who had sealed his defender. Zuo Bai instantly sprinted back, yet it was clear, even before the play unfolded, that this basket would not be denied. Facing Ingram's tight defense, Anthony executed a low sweep followed by a thunderous dribble. Thud. In that instant, a seamless gravity-defying spin. This was Anthony's signature move. The washing machine spin. The motion left Ingram, his defender, completely disoriented, whirling helplessly off balance. Anthony then glided past him with elegant fluidity, rising smoothly for the layup. An effortless, breathtaking display of artistry. Exquisite. Truly worthy of Coach Guo. Guo's got sweetness guaranteed, folks. Whoa, no wonder he's hailed as the pinnacle of offensive brilliance. Absolutely extraordinary. Indeed, Anthony's offensive kaleidoscope lives up to its name. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This move never fails. So, you think Zuo Bai can mimic this too? Cameron Anthony was no pushover. Guarding Zuo Bai, he leaned in and said, hey kid, do you finally grasp the gulf between us? Go ahead, try copying this move. Guo, ever the man of few words and decisive action, expected most players to wilt under such provocation. Yet Zuo Bai was no ordinary player. Why not? Zuo Bai caught the long pass, and in one swift stride planted himself at the baseline directly facing. Guo assumed his signature move, so deeply ingrained in his own muscle memory, was beyond Zuo Bai's immediate grasp. After all, it was his defining maneuver. Even if Zuo Bai could replicate its outward form, its inner essence, the subtle weight shifts, the timing, the deceptive rhythm, would remain forever elusive. That was Guo's unshakable confidence. Yet, within the next second, he saw it. Zuo Bai smiled. Damn it. How could he possibly grin now? Is this kid's mind truly fried? Cameron Anthony, of course, had no inkling that Zuo Bai's calm stemmed from having already encoded Anthony's entire motion, frame by frame, into perfect neural recall. And in that same flash, he had optimized it, refining every nuance to align with his own physiology, biomechanics, and technical instincts. Zuo Bai did not merely imitate. He integrated, absorbing an opponent's mastery and weaving it seamlessly into his own innate talent, expanding his repertoire with surgical precision. That was his unshakable foundation. At that moment, Zuo Bai feinted, shifting his weight subtly, then unleashed an identical explosive spinning dribble, executing it flawlessly right before Anthony's eyes. Though Anthony had anticipated the move, he remained utterly powerless to stop it. Damn it, he simply could not react in time. It wasn't that Anthony's mind faltered. It grasped the situation perfectly. Yet despair settled deep. His body betrayed him, moving against his will. The fake was devastatingly authentic, so convincing that instinct overrode cognition. Then came a silken, uninterrupted spin, cleanly blowing past Anthony. Under normal circumstances, Zuo Bai would have risen immediately for an uncontested layup. No help defense would arrive in time. For inside the paint, he'd face absolute vacancy. But this time, everything changed. The Thunder players seethed inwardly. How could they, veterans of the league, be humiliated so thoroughly by a rookie just stepping onto the stage? Paul George seized the opening. Launching himself forward the instant Zuo Bai began his spin, aiming for a thunderous time to teach him a lesson. Arrogance invites lightning. And at that precise moment, Zuo Bai's back was turned fully toward. That meant George's block attempt would come from Zuo Bai's blind spot. Surely an effortless textbook swat. That meant George's block attempt would come from Zuo Bai's blind spot. Surely an effortless textbook swat. He froze. Zuo Bai pivoted, not to shoot, but to execute a razor-sharp pump fake, sending George flying. Suspended midair, George could only watch helpless as Zuo Bai completed a smooth Euro step and finished with a clean layup. Swish, 2 points. Once again relegated to the background, Paul George sighed in exasperation. Why didn't he just take the shot? And why? Why am I always the one stuck as scenery? Poor Paul George. He seems to appear in every highlight reel, yet most of the time he is not the main character. Instead, he is just a backdrop in those moments. When it comes to misfortune, no one can compare to our Paul George. The defense he provides is actually not bad at all. Not only is it not bad, but he is quite a decent defender. In terms of wingspan and defensive coverage, George is truly among the elite in the league. However, I really don't understand why he always ends up being the backdrop for others' spectacular clutch shots. Perhaps it really is just a matter of luck. How pitiful. And Zuo Bai's shot was absolutely brilliant as he managed to get past 2 of the Thunder's big 3. Then he effortlessly laid the ball in. Originally, Zuo Bai had simply used the same move to get past Anthony, which was enough to astonish the fans present. But then Paul George came in at that moment to add icing on the cake. What started as a great basket now escalated into a top 10 play. Thank you, George. Thank you, backdrop. That shot was indeed impressive. Even Anthony, who was initially somewhat dissatisfied, felt that Zuo Bai had exceeded his expectations. Because that shot was simply marvelous. Not only did he use an incredibly convincing fake to shake off his defender, but he also faked a shot after turning around, deceiving Paul George's defense, then made a quick move and scored. This is outrageous. How did he know George was right behind him? They certainly didn't realize that Zuo Bai had seen George preparing to block him through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. This is why he didn't choose to shoot immediately when he turned. Otherwise, facing such a defending player, even the most experienced would inevitably get blocked. Fortunately, Zuo Bai did not get blocked. How delightful. Paul George, looking quite embarrassed, exchanged glances with Anthony after landing. These two unfortunate souls truly are in the same boat. How unlucky. This game was supposed to be the season debut for the Thunder's Big 3. They intended to make a statement with this game. Damn it. But before they could even show off, some unknown rookie blew them away. From now on, let's not call them the Thunder Big 3, but the Thunder 3 Fools. Paul George looked helpless. Anthony was also lacking enthusiasm. Not to mention that the first one to be outshined was Westbrook. This truly is the most unfortunate Big 3 in history. But they only felt a fleeting sadness. Just that. After all 3 are veterans in the league. Their mental fortitude and ability to handle pressure are not like that of ordinary newcomers. Even in such circumstances, they still believe they can perform well to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Anthony did not seem disheartened by Zuo Bai's earlier shot. After all, he is known as the man of offensive variety. How could he give up his desire to attack over something like this? Over here, Anthony once again took the ball from the top of the three-point arc, preparing to drive in. Wow. It seems Anthony is not planning to stop here. He intends to continue attacking. Of course, my guy Guo is tough and doesn't say much. But I really didn't expect Zuo Bai to make such a beautiful shot. It was truly astonishing. However, it seems Anthony still plans to challenge him again. Indeed. Next, we should be in for a treat. This will definitely be an exciting showdown between the offensive virtuoso Anthony and the eagerly awaited rookie. Oh, look, Anthony is starting his attack. Over here, our guy Guo performs a quick combo, driving straight into the Lakers. Truly deserving of the title offensive virtuoso, his offensive techniques are incredibly diverse. It makes defense nearly impossible. This is a perfect blend of art and beauty. After that shot went in, the surrounding audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. However, before Anthony could even bask in his glory for a second, the transition from defense to offense saw Zuo Bai directly using an identical combo to score. Shua, wow, that's a nice shot. This is a great play. So steady. And he used the exact same technique as Anthony to score that shot. This is simply outrageous. Your teacher said he secretly learned Anthony's signature moves, but how can he replicate even Anthony's spontaneous combos? Exactly, this is simply unreasonable. Can he really remember how Anthony plays after just seeing it once? It's impossible. Oh, I can't believe it. If someone can actually do this, then they are definitely a monster. No wonder they find it hard to believe. After all, in the minds of most people, Anthony nearly embodies the pinnacle of finesse and beauty and skills. How could Zuo Bai possibly compare to him? Yet the reality leaves them no choice but to believe. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Each one. No matter what offensive move Anthony displayed, whether it was a quick stop jump shot or a turnaround hook, or even a step back shot from the triple threat position. Every time Zuo Bai was able to return the favor with the exact same move. Every single time. Anthony's every offensive play was spectacular, each technique was exquisitely crafty. But Zuo Bai's execution was even more astonishing. For a moment, people couldn't even tell who was the actual offensive. You must understand. Knowing 100 ways to attack is completely different from being able to replicate all the 100 ways. If you know 100 ways to attack, that means your limit is 100 ways. But I can perform 100 ways simply because you own. This is unbelievable. At this moment for Zuo Bai, each of his baskets represented significant growth. Because he learned a multitude of offensive techniques from Anthony during this game. Each offensive method now resides in his mind, integrated into his very being. This is the talent and capability of Huang Zai Liang Tai. At this point, the match is just past the halfway mark. The score between the two teams has reached 4-7-4-4. What no one expected was that the Lakers, facing all 3 of the big 3 on the court, could still maintain the lead. And Zuo Bai in the first 2 quarters single-handedly scored 40 points. This has even set a historical record. As the match progressed, many had already noticed. Although Anthony and his teammates were stars of the league, they possessed abundant experience and remarkable shooting skills. However, in the first 2 quarters of the game, they had not demonstrated their advantages at all. From the perspective of offensive efficiency and shooting accuracy, their performance could hardly be deemed excellent. At least compared to Zuo Bai, it was not very high. Zuo Bai's shooting percentage for the entire game was astonishingly close to 80 when it came to mid-range shots. This accuracy was simply outrageous. Despite Anthony's shooting being quite excellent in this game, his mid-range shooting percentage was only 60. An 80 shooting percentage was simply unimaginable. In fact, Zuo Bai's shooting was not originally that accurate. After all, he was just an amateur. It couldn't be too exaggerated. However, after awakening his legendary shooting talent, Zuo Bai's practice of shooting and ball control techniques became significantly more efficient. He could feel that Zuo Bai was making substantial progress in his training every day. He sensed that his skills were improving at an astonishing rate. With the addition of hard training during the off-season, Zuo Bai's shooting percentage had shown a very noticeable improvement. Although he hadn't deliberately practiced 3-point shots, Zuo Bai was not in a hurry. After all, one cannot expect to achieve great heights in one leap. These things had to be practiced step by step and steadily advanced. However, relying solely on his mid-range shooting abilities, Zuo Bai was already capable of posing a significant threat. During the game, Anthony's various jump shots could be effortlessly executed by Zuo Bai precisely because he had diligently trained. Otherwise, even with the perfect imitation talent activated, if Zuo Bai did not have a stable shooting technique, he wouldn't be. At this moment during halftime, the Thunder's head coach displayed a serious expression, saying, "This is serious, don't give me those." Because of this strange atmosphere, the bench, which should have been relatively relaxed, had every player sitting upright, not daring to. Now the Thunder's coach instructed, "You guys should not be fixated on unknown plays. You need to utilize your team advantages as much as possible, understand? You 3 can tear through the opponent's defense. Pass the ball and look for opportunities. If that guy's defense comes up, quickly pass the ball immediately without hesitation. Do you understand?" The others nodded, glancing at their serious coach, not daring to say anything. Then the coach continued, "And one more thing, your defense. In a moment you need to do this." The break ended quickly. When the Thunder returned to the court, their team's morale was evidently much stronger than when they had just left the field. They had just received thorough tactical instructions from the coach. They understood what to do next. Targeting Zuo Bai. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit and confidence, wanting to give Zuo Bai a hard time in the next quarter. As they returned to the court, they saw the Lakers lineup and noticed a problem. What? Where's Zuo Bai? Everyone looked bewildered, glancing at each other in confusion. None of them understood why Zuo Bai was not in the Lakers lineup for this game. When they looked toward the sidelines, they found Zuo Bai leisurely sitting next to the water cooler sipping water. The Thunder players felt their morale crumbling. What the heck? We're sweating it out on the court, everyone exhausted, yet still persisting in the game. And you? What are you doing sitting there? That makes our carefully arranged tactics pointless. What good is it now? Seeing the disappointed expressions on the Thunder players, Ingram was furious. What do you mean? So your goal on the court is to defeat Zuo Bai? Where do I fit in? Am I not worthy of a name? Huh. Thinking of this, Ingram yelled at them. Hey, don't overthink it, the game is about to start. If you're not serious, I will make you regret it. Hearing Ingram's provocation, everyone cast a glance at him. However, it was just a glance. They quickly turned their heads away, continuing their discussion. While Zuo Bai is not on the court, let's score as much as possible. Exactly. We need to widen the score gap now so when he returns to the court, he might falter under the pressure. Good idea. Let's do it. The group completely disregarded Ingram, as if he were just fish on a chopping block. In fact, it wasn't just Zuo Bai. One of the main players, Luol Deng, was also resting on the sidelines. The Lakers' current on-court lineup looked rather weak. But isn't this a moment to discuss how many points you can score? Damn it. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Fine. See you on the court in a moment. After saying this, Ingram walked toward his team's basket. The commentators, after witnessing this scene, chuckled and said, "It seems Ingram is holding back a lot of frustration." Indeed, seeing the opponent focus only on the absent Zuo Bai and not on him, anyone would feel angry. That's true. I can understand Ingram's feelings. He looks ready to unleash his full potential. Definitely. However, I really did not expect Zuo Bai to step off the court at this time. Who could have anticipated that? Seeing his hot shooting in the last quarter, I thought he would keep playing. But you can see from his past actions that he has indeed exceeded expectations at this point. Now that you mention it, it really has been a long time. During his time in the NCAA, Zuo Bai's average playing time was only 20. So health conscious. It seems he plans to compete with Wiggins for who can last longer in the league. I estimate Zuo Bai. However, when it came to actually playing, things were completely different. The Thunder's offense was unstoppable. They completely dismantled the Lakers' defense. Now that the Thunder were serious, their defense was like an impenetrable fortress. They struggled to find opportunities to score in the paint. In just this third quarter, the Thunder closed the gap and extended the score difference to 8 points. However, there were no relaxed smiles on the faces of the Thunder players as Zuo Bai returned to the court in the fourth quarter. Before Zuo Bai took the court, the system spoke to him. Ding dong. The team of the host is currently at a disadvantage, and a random task will be issued to you. To turn the tide and successfully close the gap in the score, the system will reward the host. Surpass the score before the final whistle, and the system will enhance the quality of the reward, rewarding the host with the permanent skill of Zia, the vanishing shot. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Bai immediately threw down the cup in his hand. And this was exactly the source of the explosive headline the next day, Zuo Bai's debut, angrily smashing his thermos, scoring 60 points on the court. When Zuo Bai took the court, the three giants once again assessed him. After all, the threat Zuo Bai posed in the previous quarters had truly been unbearable for them. We three giants are at least prominent figures, yet we were unable to lift our heads while Zuo Bai was on the court. So how could we tolerate such a thing? This final quarter must be our chance to reclaim the game. At this moment, the three giants were all on fire with their shooting. However, when Zuo Bai took the court, the entire arena was filled with cheers. Countless Lakers fans stood up, loudly chanting Zuo Bai's name. By this point in the game, Zuo Bai had already earned the recognition of the Lakers fans. Regardless of what they had thought before, perhaps some still doubted Zuo Bai's abilities, even questioning the decisions of the Lakers. But now every Lakers fan who saw him on the court was filled with anticipation. Although the commentators praised Zuo Bai's previous performance, they did not expect a rookie to change the outcome of the game. The enthusiasm of the Lakers fans for Zuo Bai when he took the court shows that they truly regard him as the hope of the Lakers. Indeed, for a rookie, his performance today is genuinely surprising. However, I also noticed what you mentioned, calling him just a rookie. It is indeed very difficult for one person to change anything, but I believe that if Zuo Bai undergoes some training and adjustment over time, he could become a highly dominant star. This is their strength. The Thunder's three giants should be performing like this. Moreover, they are currently in the lead. I think the hope for the Lakers is extremely slim. It is indeed very difficult for one person to change anything, but I believe that if Zuo Bai undergoes some training and adjustment over time, he could become a highly dominant star. Exactly, but it requires time, and for a rookie that is quite an excessive expectation. It was clear that the current Thunder not only maintained a significant lead, but also had their three giants fully unleashed. Indeed, winning this game seems exceedingly difficult. For an average player, if they can manage not to let the score widen further, that would already be quite commendable. However, that is only true for an average person. Not to mention, even for the sake of this reward, Zuo Bai could never just the vanishing shot of Zia. This skill is simply perfect for me. My current physical condition cannot be said to have reached the NBA level yet. Even to exaggerate among ordinary people, Zuo Bai's physical condition is not necessarily the best. Therefore, the skill is just what I need. After all, Zia's situation is somewhat similar to mine. Neither of us has particularly strong physical attributes. But once we possess this ability, we gain quite decent scoring capability on the court. This is a shooting skill that can be activated at any time and anywhere, meaning that from any corner of the court, he can launch a surprise shot when no one is paying attention. Of course, if one does not have a stable shooting ability, even possessing such unexpected opportunities would not have much impact. Look at LeBron's surprise shots. You would say they are neither fake moves nor aesthetically pleasing. But he manages to make them. Oh my, doesn't that infuriate people? You can't afford to let your guard down against that. It is just a bit precise. However, Zuo Bai's shooting ability is also, after all, the last legendary basketball touch was no joke. Now Zuo Bai's control over the ball and his shooting feel are already like two different people compared to before. TSK. With this preparatory skill and combining it with Zia's vanishing shot, one could say that he poses quite a significant threat within the three-point line. This means that no matter what, he must win this game. System, give me the experience card for Daiki's physical attribute, and also give me the experience card for Daiki's irregular shooting. Ding dong, usage successful. At this moment, Zuo Bai was determined to win this game. What is strength? You will know very soon. The Thunder team launched an incredibly fierce attack. Westbrook pushed the ball directly into the opponent's half, and then a long pass sent the ball straight into Carmelo Anthony's hands. In the low post, Anthony posed a tremendous threat. At that moment, Luol Deng immediately stepped up to defend. Just as Anthony feigned to break through, Ingram swiftly came to reinforce the defense. Just when everyone thought their double team would take effect suddenly, Anthony tossed the ball into the air. Everyone was stunned. What is he doing? There's no shooting angle at all. This is outrageous. He must be giving. Wait. Look over there. It's Paul George. Suddenly a bald man emerged from the crowd. Oh no, it's a bubble. At that moment, everyone finally understood. He was going for the alley-oop. Wow, an alley-oop dunk. So cool. The connection between the three superstars excited everyone. Facing the unguarded pain of the Lakers, Paul George leaped high, just when everyone thought the shot was going to go in. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, and that person was the high-jumping Zuo Bai, arriving late but in time. In fact, Zuo Bai jumped even higher than George. George's slam dunk was destined to be one of the top 10 plays of the year. The three stars connected. An alley-oop dunk. It was truly spectacular. To perform like this in a real game is truly impressive. However, just as Paul George was about to slam the ball into the hoop, Zuo Bai jumped up from behind, extending his hand from the back. The entire ball seemed slightly deformed from the tremendous. The ball was firmly pinned against the backboard. A board block. The entire ball seemed slightly deformed from the tremendous force Zuo Bai exerted from behind. What is true skill? This is true skill. All the spectators were left dumbfounded. Mom, how is he flying like that? Paul George was directly blocked from midair by Zuo Bai. This scene was simply too exaggerated. Even the longtime commentator was left speechless. After a long pause, he stammered, What athletic ability is this? This block was incredibly brutal. In the league, there are very few players who can be remembered at this level, only the league's little emperor, LeBron James. And Paul George looked at Zuo Bai with disbelief. How could he jump so high? However, the pace of the game did not pause due to their shock. Zuo Bai reclaimed the rebound in midair. He immediately turned around and charged back into the Thunder's half. This sudden turn of events left Westbrook dumbfounded. Isn't this our showtime? How did it suddenly change like this? However, Westbrook quickly got moving, trying to rush back on defense. But the moment they tried to defend, they became nothing more than a backdrop for Zuo Bai. He sprinted across the court without any intention of stopping. Even Westbrook's explosiveness could hardly keep up with his speed. Just as Westbrook barely made it to the basket, Zuo Bai leaped up from the ground. From a step inside the free throw line, he jumped up as if to shoot. And in the air, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Zuo Bai's shooting motion began to change. His hand spread wide. His right hand pulled the ball back, looking as if he was about to throw something. At this moment, a wild thought suddenly surged in Westbrook's mind as he witnessed this moment from underneath the basket. This guy, could he be planning to slam the ball down? At this moment, everyone held their breath. Zuo Bai's body was incredibly relaxed. Then he pulled the ball back and swung it like he was forcefully throwing something. He swung his arm around and slammed the ball into the hoop from the air. Bang! The massive sound echoed throughout the air. As soon as this shot went in, the entire crowd fell silent. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. Oh my God! This is insane. My goodness. I never expected such an explosive performance would come from this. The Lakers have hope this season. Oh, my God. I'm at a loss for words. This is absolutely breathtaking. This guy is definitely the savior of the Lakers. Even the Lakers head coach, who had always been optimistic about Zuo Bai, was trembling with excitement. He kept murmuring, this is truly a genius. A genius. He is the future of the Lakers. At this moment, the cameraman repeatedly replayed the previous footage. This is definitely one of the most spectacular moments of the season. Not even just one of them. And in this clip, Paul George once again made a glorious appearance. Of course, as a backdrop. Thank you, George. This aligns with the law that states there must be a George in every highlight reel. Over here, Zuo Bai's extreme offense and defense brought the game to a climax. However, this did not disrupt the pace of the game. The Thunder's offense remained sharp. The three stars' firepower was not affected by Zuo Bai's performance. After a series of plays, Westbrook made a breakthrough pass directly to Paul George on the perimeter. An RPG stood ready for a three-pointer. He released the ball smoothly. Shio. Points. George's three-pointer indeed revitalized the Thunder's fans. But it was useless. Zuo Bai had already flipped the thermos. There was nothing in front of him that could stop his offense. Three players rushed up, forming a defensive wall against Zuo Bai. But Zuo Bai executed a jump step, breaking through. Three players rushed up, forming a defensive wall against Zuo Bai. But Zuo Bai executed a jump step, breaking through. Ding! The basket counts and he'll get a free throw. Chua. Once again, the ball fell into the net without any support. The Lakers scored another 3 points. In the following game, the Lakers were unstoppable, even against the fierce firepower of the three stars. Zuo Bai always found ways to score from various angles. As the game approached its final minute, at this point, the Thunder were not only trailing by 1 point, but also the possession was with the Lakers. Anthony and the others looked serious, their eyes fixed on the score clock. They knew that Zuo Bai and the others would try to drag out the time as long as possible. How could they let the Lakers have their way? With this thought, they rushed up to contest. Defense. However, for Zuo Bai, who possessed the eye of God, this was almost meaningless. He merely glanced and instantly spotted the impending flaw in the Thunder's defense. Then he seized the opportunity. Accelerate. Zuo Bai broke through the Thunder's defense. He pulled up and scored. At this moment, only 30 seconds remained. The Thunder were still trailing by 3 points. Even the commentator shook his head after witnessing this scene, regretfully saying, "It seems that the Thunder's hopes in this game are very bleak. Indeed, with only this little time left, they need to make a three-pointer to have a chance. How could the Lakers not know this? They will certainly defend the three-point line, tightly not giving them a chance for a three-pointer while leaving the two-pointer open. Yes, but now they can only gamble. Shoot a three-pointer relying on overtime to decide the winner. It's really too difficult. I think this is really too difficult." The Thunder fans in the stands also showed regretful expressions. In this game, the performance of the three stars had already been quite good. However, they did not expect that the Lakers, who were not considered a strong team last season, would display absolute powerhouse strength this season. This time the game was likely to end in a narrow defeat. Just as everyone thought this way, Paul George on the court suddenly revealed a different expression. It was a look of extreme desire for victory. Paul George's gaze was resolute. Looking at the dwindling time on the timer, he spoke to Westbrook and Anthony. At the three-point line, "Find me an opportunity." George truly possessed the ability to decide the game. Anthony and Westbrook, as his teammates, had full confidence in his capability. The two nodded, indicating their agreement. Over here, Anthony took the ball from Westbrook at half-court, advancing to the three-point line in search of an opportunity. At this moment, attacking the paint was absolutely not an option, because if the opponent neglected to defend your inside scoring, they wouldn't give you a chance to complete a 2+ zone. Therefore, when the opponent had possession, all they needed to do was run down the clock to win the game. Thus, the Thunder's three stars positioned themselves at the three-point line. Meanwhile, two players were left inside to battle for rebounds, striving for a second chance at scoring. The three threats Anthony posed at the three-point line had now diminished to just two. The threats were passing and shooting. Under Zuo Bai's defense, he was confident he could completely block Anthony's attack. However, this time, as Anthony repeatedly considered taking the shot, realizing the situation was unfavorable, he unhesitatingly passed the ball to Westbrook behind him. But Westbrook seemingly had no intention of shooting. After a pick and roll, he successfully switched off Zuo Bai's defense. The atmosphere in the arena was incredibly tense. Everyone thought surely Anthony wasn't preparing to shoot this time. After all, a huge open space had appeared before him. Even the Lakers defenders quickly rushed up as they too believed Anthony was bound to shoot this time. However, Zuo Bai noticed. Anthony had no intention of shooting, but it was a trap. "Don't rush in. He's going to pass." At that moment, the defenders had already been fooled by Anthony and jumped up. They heard Zuo Bai's words, but it was too late. Anthony's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile of cunning success. Immediately after, he made a perfect bounce pass, delivering the ball flawlessly into Paul George's hands in the corner. Wide open. Paul George was ready to shoot. However, upon seeing that Anthony intended to pass, Zuo Bai rushed over. George saw Zuo Bai preparing to block him. He hesitated for a moment, and it was this brief hesitation that allowed Zuo Bai to successfully defend right in front of George. George's heart tightened, but he saw that only 4 seconds remained on the clock. He knew he could no longer hesitate. He shot. Thus, George faced Zuo Bai's defense, launching a contested shot. In slow motion, one could see that even though Zuo Bai was running back, his defense was already quite solid. To evade Zuo Bai's block, Paul George bent his body into an extremely awkward position. This could hardly be considered a lean-back jumper. It was more like lying back. And because of this, the shooting angle of this ball was greatly altered. Paul George's shot clearly deviated from the basket. Everyone held their breath in suspense. Lakers fans hoped this shot would miss, while Thunder fans fervently prayed for it to go in. This time it seemed as though God was on the Thunder's side. The ball grazed the backboard, then changed direction, dropping directly. Swish. The ball went in. And just then the referee blew the whistle. Beep. Foul on the cylinder. The basket counts, and an additional free throw. If one were to elaborate, this shot did indeed slightly infringe upon Paul George's cylinder space. However, this was quite a strict call. Such a judgment was inappropriate, especially at this moment when a single call could determine the... At this point, Paul George's three-pointer had tied the game. If this free throw were to be made, then it would be the shot that decided the game. At this moment, the commentator remarked, "Could such a miraculous turnaround really happen in this game? Paul George's free throw percentage this season is extremely high. He is very likely to make this shot. Could it be that this game is really going to end in a Thunder victory? It seems that it truly is going to be that way. This is truly unexpected. It appears that God is on the Thunder's side this time." Paul George walked to the free throw line amid the cheers of countless Thunder fans. He dribbled the ball twice, took a deep breath, and then focusing on the basket, Paul George raised his hand gently. Swish. He made it. At this moment, the Thunder's audience and the entire bench erupted with excitement. They even started celebrating victory prematurely. Over here, the Lakers' offensive time was down to less than 10 seconds. It was incredibly difficult to complete a full-court offense in such a short time. It was too difficult. At this moment, Paul George ran over to Zuo Bai and said, "Hey, you guys have played well, but this game is still ours to win." Zuo Bai smiled at him, then pointed to the timer and said, "Do you see the time left?" George was taken aback. "What's wrong?" "Nothing much," Zuo Bai said with a mysterious smile. "I am going to clutch victory here." George momentarily thought he had misheard. He looked down at his feet, realizing this was the center of the court, right? To clutch victory here. Was he dreaming? Besides, with so little time left, if he entered our half-court, we could even foul to make them reset the ball. They had no chance at all. George didn't take Zuo Bai's word seriously. Over here, Zuo Bai began his offensive advance. The Thunder's three stars watched them slowly push forward without urgency, also retreating slowly while maintaining a safe. Just as Zuo Bai crossed half-court, he suddenly stopped the ball. This left the three stars and the spectators astonished. What was he doing? Why did he stop the ball? Then in their bewildered gaze Zuo Bai pointed to the spot beneath his feet. It was exactly the spot he had just mentioned to George. George's heart skipped a beat. Could he? Was he going to shoot from there? Without hesitation Zuo Bai took the shot right there. Whoosh. This time Zuo Bai did not use the super long three-point experience card. Thanks to his legendary basketball feel and diligent training, Zuo Bai was confident in himself. This distance posed no problem. After Zuo Bai took the shot, the ball flew towards the basket at a perfect angle. As the sound of the game ending echoed, the ball went in. Zuo Bai remained calm, saying to the bewildered George and Thunder team, "I told you I will clutch victory here." The commentators went wild and no one expected that shot to go in. And the Thunder team could hardly believe that the victory they had in hand had just slipped away. "Sorry, I want to retract what I just said." The commentator steadied his excited emotions and spoke into the microphone, "No unexpected events will occur. Because, with Zuo Bai in the game, there are no surprises." All the fans present were going wild at this moment. Zuo Bai, under immense pressure, made a long-range three-pointer and he actually made the shot. The game concluded with the score at 8-4-8-2. Moreover, Zuo Bai added 3 points to his personal score due to that shot. In a single game, Zuo Bai astonishingly scored 60 points. When the commentator looked at the player's statistics in his hands, he could hardly believe his eyes. That's 60 points. It's worth noting that in the entire NBA league, there are only a handful of members in the 60. In fact, some NBA superstars have never achieved the honor of scoring 60 points in a single game. One could say Zuo Bai perfectly exemplified what it means to debut at the peak. Before the game, the Lakers fans who had little faith in Zuo Bai had now turned into the loudest voices cheering his name. Zuo Bai did not let down those who believed in him. He truly became the savior of the Lakers. Oh my God. He successfully brought the Lakers their first victory of the new season. Zuo Bai is incredible. I've never seen any rookie deliver such a dominant performance in their first game. This performance goes beyond mere dominance, 60 points. You could say he took over the entire game. This victory was truly hard-earned. Their opponent is recognized as a strong team, the Thunder, with their 3 superstars. Did you see that? The media off the court has gone crazy. Zuo Bai's playing style is simply astonishing. We can see the ecstatic fans and media have already surrounded him. Let us celebrate the birth of a new star for the Lakers. The lively atmosphere not only filled the venue but also echoed in Zuo Bai's ears. In his ears, the mechanical reminder sound continued to ring out incessantly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system's designated task and winning the game. The system is about to issue rewards. Rewards are being distributed. Ding dong. Rewards distribution complete. You have acquired the skill of Kuroko Tetsuya Vanishing Shot. This skill's usage frequency in each game will decrease based on how much attention you receive on the court. Please use it. Zuo Bai understood that this skill was developed by Kuroko Tetsuya to enhance his personal scoring ability. If the opposing team employed a passive defense against this phantom sixth man, Kuroko Tetsuya would find it quite challenging. Although this skill could significantly increase his offensive threat, its principle was nearly the same as his previous passing, that is, it utilizes visual misdirection. However, the number of uses for this misdirection is limited. Overall, Zuo Bai was very satisfied with this skill. It provided him with an additional option for scoring. Now, among Zuo Bai's permanent skills, he already possessed the perfect version of Akashi Seijuro's Emperor Eye. Additionally, he had the flawless imitation ability of Aemon Daiki along with Kuroko Tetsuya's Vanishing Shot. In just his first game in the NBA, his strength had expanded so rapidly. This was quite unexpected for Zuo Bai. But it wasn't over yet. The system continued to ring ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the epic achievement Giant Slayer. Under the circumstances of the 3 superstars being on the court leading the team to victory on his own. Now issuing rewards explosive physical ability. This ability can compress the host's physical energy, allowing for an explosive burst that surpasses the host's limits. Zuo Bai was startled upon hearing this. Although this nickname made Zuo Bai want to retort seriously, can this broken path even be driven on? Besides, I'm a tough guy who can't be knocked down. Don't talk nonsense to me. However, despite his retorts, Zuo Bai was very eager for the system's reward ability. Physical energy compression, as the name implies, allows for the consumption of more physical energy in an instant, thus unleashing stronger physical qualities. For his current self, this was undoubtedly one of the most needed skills. The intensity of the NBA is indeed overwhelming. If Zuo Bai encounters someone like Westbrook who relies on physical strength, he would have no choice but to resort to his card. Who can afford that? But after acquiring this ability, his shortcomings in this aspect would completely vanish. You want to play physically? I'll match your explosiveness. At worst, he'll just play a bit slower afterwards. However, thinking of this also made Zuo Bai realize a new issue. That is, he now needed a significant amount of stamina. Physical talent is hard to change, but stamina can be altered through effort and sweat. Zuo Bai silently resolved in his heart that his primary task moving forward was to build up his stamina. However, before that, he still had one last thing to do. In the post-game interview, the Thunder's head coach was surrounded by reporters. Everyone rushed to thrust microphones in front of him, asking, "What do you think about the game just now? You were so close to winning." The Thunder's head coach had a helpless expression. "How do you see it? Sitting down or standing up?" Damn, what a stupid question. Seeing the Thunder's head coach remain silent, other reporters began throwing out questions. Do you think Zuo Bai poses a significant threat to your team? Will he become an obstacle on your path to the championship? Regarding the first loss of the season, where do you think the problem lies? Regarding Westbrook, George, and Anthony, are you satisfied with their performance? Who do you think bears more responsibility for this game? Facing the multitude of questions, the Thunder's head coach cleared his throat and said loss. I do not consider this our loss. Anthony and the others performed well. This game's loss was merely a matter of luck. No one needs to take responsibility for this game. Everyone played well. If I had to say why we lost this game, I can only say the Lakers have gained an incredible player this year. In the post-match interview regarding the Lakers, the team's head coach stated, I don't understand why there are still so many doubts. If you say Zuo Bai lacks dominance, then tell me, can you name a player with more dominance? All the journalists were left speechless. Indeed, no one had ever witnessed such a gifted and dominating guard player. In his first NBA game, he displayed such performance. Even looking throughout history, it is hard to find a second player like him. Today is an absolute celebration for the media. Not because it's Christmas, but because this game is sure to spark countless discussions. After the game, major media outlets and many fans cut together the highlights of this match and uploaded them to various websites. When these videos were first posted online, they instantly surged to the trending list. Wow, this is so exciting. Isn't this more thrilling than Bo? Boss games aren't even worth watching. Indeed, this is just too fantastic. Who is this Asian player? How many points has he scored already? The player he was matching up against earlier couldn't be Westbrook. Wow, he actually dunked over Westbrook. Is this real? As we all know, videos can't be edited, so it must. This is outrageous, especially that last three-pointer. Wasn't it just a lucky shot? It was so brilliant. I really can't believe such performance came from him in one game. You have to believe it because in every highlight, Paul George is in the background. Poor Paul George once again became a background figure. Of course, he was merely a background figure. Where there is Paul George, there is excellence. Many fans were completely caught off. The Lakers, who had been struggling, suddenly displayed a completely different state thanks to the addition of this rookie. The team's offensive and defensive efficiencies have reached a new height. Even against a star-studded team like the Thunder, they showed no signs of losing. This situation made those who predicted Zuo Bai would struggle to adapt to the intensity of the NBA wish they could delete their earlier statements. On the other side, the 76ers, who just finished their second game, were being interviewed by the media. In this match, the 76ers also achieved a commendable result. 9-1-8-6. They won the game. Although their opponent was not considered a strong team, it was still a victory worth celebrating. In this game, Fultz's performance was still stable. He scored 19 points along with 2 rebounds and 4 assists, and impressive. For the 76ers management, this was already quite impressive. Simmons also put up decent numbers in this match. It seems that both rookies have a promising future. Watching the team secure another victory, the team's owner smiled and said, Hey guys, you performed really well. Keep this up, and this year we will be the strongest contenders for the Eastern Conference playoffs. As the owner walked off the court, with a swarm of media surrounded them. This situation even caused the 76ers owner to be momentarily taken aback. Isn't this just a regular season game? Huh, what's going on? Did we just win the NBA championship, or something? What the hell? Looking at the number of reporters far exceeding usual, the owner was somewhat confused. He smiled and said to the media, Calm down guys. I know we performed well in this game, but even if you want to interview us, please do it one at a time. The reporters clearly ignored what the 76ers owner said. They directly bypassed him and approached Fultz. They asked him, Excuse me, how do you feel about your performance in this game? Do you feel you showed your true strength in the previous game? Do you still think you can adapt to the NBA better than Zuo Bai? Do you have anything you would like to say to your old rival Zuo Bai? Fultz clearly seemed a bit bewildered by the sudden barrage of questions from the reporters. However, he quickly smiled and accepted the situation. After all, geniuses tend to attract attention. Oh, no, I've revealed my true self. I am a genius. So Fultz adjusted his clothing and looked at last season's #1 pick Simmons with an air of superiority, as if implying, Bro, you don't have this treatment, do you? Huh? Simmons rolled his eyes at him. He looked at him as if he were an idiot. Fultz cleared his throat and said to the reporters, In this game, although I feel there are still areas for improvement, overall this is indeed my strength. I believe I have improved a lot throughout the summer league. I am now completely different from my time in the NCAA. As for Zuo Bai, sorry. I believe he hasn't grown at all. Unlike me, I have worked hard and grown, and now I can achieve. Without a doubt, I might beat him to win the Rookie of the Year award. Watching Fultz speak confidently, Simmons beside him was speechless. He quietly muttered, Idiot. It's obvious the reporters are trying to trap you, and you dare. Still too young. On the other side, after hearing Fultz's honest response, the reporters all revealed a friendly smile. Excuse me, mister. Fultz, do you know how your so-called Zuo Bai, who has shown no growth, performed against the Thunder? Fultz reacted for a moment. Of course he knew the Thunder's strength this year. The trio of Westbrook, Paul George, and Anthony is highly competitive. A rookie facing 3 superstars would be lucky not to be crushed. So Fultz said, I haven't kept up, but I assume the Thunder definitely crushed Zuo Bai's Lakers in that game. He surely wouldn't score many points. The reporters are all professionally trained. Generally, they don't laugh unless they Mr. Fultz, you are right, as Zuo Bai indeed scored very few points. He played 30 minutes and only managed to score a mere 60 points. Fultz nodded proudly, still not realizing what the reporter had just said. See, I told you. He can't score many points because so the fact that he only scored 60 points against the Thunder means. Wait, how many points? Suddenly Fultz's brain kicked into gear. He finally understood what the reporter had just said. You're not joking, are you? You just said he scored 60 points. Correct. Exactly 60 points. And reporters in attendance watched as Furch's face contorted into an expression of utter disbelief. Nan struggled desperately not to burst out laughing. His expression was simply too comical. Journalists were nearly convulsing with suppressed laughter. And meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Simmons, who had seen it all before, let out a quiet, knowing sigh. And the boy is still so young. Back in the day when Zuo Bai played against me, I too fell headfirst for those unscrupulous media outlets' tricks. That humiliation left my face swollen for days. Nunhill just 2 days ago it finally subsided. Nah. This phrase, merely 60 points, will surely trend tomorrow, and better slip away now, before reporters regain their wits and start grilling me about my shooting form again. Retreat. And with that, Simmons bolted, leaping forward in a single stride straight back into the locker room. And, as Simmons had anticipated, events unfolded precisely as expected. Merely 60 points. And this phrase instantly rocketed to the top of today's trending topics. Nan Furch's post-game remark was hailed by netizens across the country as an instant classic. I'm dying. Merely 60 points. Ha ha ha. And, did you see his face the moment he realized he'd misspoken? Huh. Oh my god. I can't breathe. Zuo Bai. And no progress whatsoever. And no growth. And no trace of my style. And ha ha ha. Timeless legend. Look at Simmons behind the camera, dashing off like lightning, those tiny rapid steps. And, have you forgotten how many times last season the press dragged him through the mud over his shooting? We're all graduates of Zuo Bai's school of hard knocks. And tragic. The entire 76ers roster is utterly devastated. And, yet on this side of things, it wasn't only Furch's remark that went viral. And even more iconic was the 76ers' earlier assessment of the Lakers trade, no resurrected and widely circulated. It dominated front pages across countless news outlets. And another missed generational talent. Is this truly the 76ers front office? And 76ers owner, this trade was pure profit for me. The most brilliant deal in NBA history, or the most catastrophic blunder ever recorded. And they snatched a sesame seed while losing the watermelon. This is the strategic vision of the 76ers leadership. Lakers savior. An Asian phenom rises against all odds. And, indeed, for the first time, public opinion coalesced with unprecedented unanimity around a single event. Namely, the Lakers draft night trade. And the 76ers didn't just lose. They were utterly catastrophically ruined. Not colossal loss. An unfathomable disaster. They lost everything, even their underpants. In recalling their earlier smug expressions as if they'd struck gold, one simply cannot bear to look. Yet though the outside world buzzed with fervent debate, Zuo Bai had no time to spare for he had far more pressing matters at hand. In the days following the game, he trained relentlessly at the arena, driven by a singular purpose. To elevate his physical conditioning, swiftly and decisively. And during solo practice, he'd already tested the effect of the system's newest reward. At the peak of his explosive power, he could effortlessly hang both hands on the rim. And his instantaneous acceleration approached the near-superhuman level granted by his experience card. Yet the physical toll exacted in that fleeting moment was immense. And clearly intensive endurance training was now more essential than ever. But not today. And because today, Zuo Bai had a profoundly important appointment. As he sank yet another. At that moment, gymnasium doors slowly swung open. Na figure stepped inside and spoke calmly. Bai, what did you need to speak with me about? Zuo Bai retrieved the ball and lifted his gaze toward him. Haha, I truly didn't expect you to actually come. Sunlight from the arena windows softly illuminated the man's face. He was none other than Kobe Bryant. Today the legendary icon had honored the gym with his presence, responding to Zuo Bai's request made days earlier for a private skills exchange. Of course, Zuo Bai hadn't truly believed Kobe would accept, and he knew well how demanding life had become for Kobe since retirement, and how fiercely he guarded time with his family. Yet here he stood, and proof enough of the profound respect Kobe held for him. Tell me, kid, wasn't our last meeting during the NCAA tournament? And I never imagined you'd score 60 in the NBA so. Kobe tilted his head slightly, teasing with a warm grin. Zuo Bai smiled in return. Time had flown. It had been far too long since he'd seen his idol. Zuo Bai said, Hey coach, since we're sparring, do you need to warm up first? Kobe chuckled and shook his head, then smoothly plucked the basketball from Zuo Bai's hands. Then he said, I'm always at peak readiness. Come at me, kid. Stepping to the free throw line, he flicked his wrist, and the ball swished cleanly through the net. With the free throw made, Kobe would initiate the next play, and Zuo Bai would defend. Kobe drifted beyond the three-point arc. Zuo Bai planted himself firmly in front, ready. Coach, this is purely for practice. I'm here to learn from you. Win or lose doesn't matter. No need to go all out. Just let me save a little face, okay? Zuo Bai didn't say this out of doubt in his own ability, but because he genuinely had no desire to compete with his mentor. For one, Kobe was no longer in his prime, and he had recently retired, and carried the scars of a devastating career. To challenge him out right now would be deeply disrespectful. Moreover, Zuo Bai's chief objective in this session was to absorb Kobe's mastery, to study his craft firsthand. After acquiring Ryohei Kai's abilities, Zuo Bai now possessed photographic recall for techniques, capable of flawless perfect mimicry. He'd already demonstrated this in the previous game against the Thunder, mastering a wide array of offensive weapons. From Carmelo Anthony's arsenal, his post-up dominance, spin hook finishes, and lightning-quick jump shots, Zuo Bai had every practical technique, low-post footwork, turnaround hooks, pull-up jumpers, had already been seamlessly integrated into his own skill set. Yet, Zuo Bai felt it wasn't enough. And though Carmelo was dubbed the offensive kaleidoscope, in Zuo Bai's view the true master of that title, Every practical technique, low post footwork, turnaround hooks, pull-up jumpers, had already been seamlessly integrated. Upon hearing Zuo Bai's words, Kobe shrugged off his jacket. Nan replied, voice steady and unwavering, and sorry, but if we play to win. And let me be clear, I won't lose. And how could I forget? And he is the Black Mamba. And Zuo Bai smiled gently and said, fine then. Let's make it joyful, spirited, and unforgettable. Kobe and Zuo Bai engaged in a fierce back and forth on the basketball court. The intensity of their game escalated, echoing throughout the entire arena with the sound of their relentless offense and defense. With another three-pointer in the net from Zuo Bai, Kobe laughed and said, haha, I'm done playing. To be honest, this level of intensity was indeed a bit too much for Kobe. However, it was no different for Zuo Bai. The fact that he could endure all the way to now was largely due to his recent intensity. The effects of the physical improvement were evident. As for who scored more in the end, neither of them kept track. After all, such matters were no longer important. Kobe smiled at Zuo Bai and said, I can see that you've mastered all my... At that moment, Kobe's eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Zuo Bai did not hide it and nodded yeah. Kobe appeared to have no dissatisfaction with Zuo Bai's answer. He simply said, then how about the fadeaway jumper? Show me what you can do. At that moment, Zuo Bai suddenly realized that Kobe had yet to showcase his classic fadeaway jumper today. Naturally, he had not learned this move from Kobe. However, since Kobe had asked, he demonstrated the fadeaway jumper he had copied from Anthony in the last game. Swish. Zuo Bai's shot went smoothly through the hoop. However, after watching it, Kobe remarked, no, while you mastered most of my moves, clearly this one you haven't grasped well. Kobe looked at Zuo Bai with a proud smile. He shook his finger and said, you shouldn't use this move like that. Then Kobe took the ball and demonstrated, you should turn your entire body like I do and shake your shoulders. Kobe made a faint spin and then lifted the ball above his head. Swish. The shot perfectly grazed the net and went in. Beautiful as a painting. After making the shot, Kobe said, you know where you differed from me just now? Zuo Bai nodded. The ability of Kuroko Ryota was no joke. Although he had only seen it once, Zuo Bai had completely grasped the essence of this shot. It's about the amplitude, right? Kobe nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, it's the amplitude. Your movements are too small, which raises the requirements for your release point, making this move unsuitable for guards like us. Kobe explained patiently to Zuo Bai. If you were to grow another 10 centimeters and play as a forward, I believe this would be. However, at our height, that's not feasible, as there are many in the league who can block you like LeBron and Durant. After finishing his words, Kobe smiled. Do it once more for me to see. This time Zuo Bai picked up the ball. The movements Kobe had just demonstrated vividly replayed in his mind. Every motion, every detail of his body. Zuo Bai perfectly executed a back-to-basket feint, then turned and made the fadeaway jumper. Swish. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Even Kobe couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, I wasn't mistaken, you're a genius. No, it's just that you taught well. Kobe shook his head and said, no matter how well I teach, the most important thing is still, there are some people I advise to practice shooting, but... Kobe sighed slightly. Meanwhile, Simmons, who was practicing dunks, suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Damn, who was thinking of me? Before leaving, Kobe gifted Zuo Bai a necklace. This was indeed the Black Mamba necklace. Zuo Bai, I believe you will achieve great success in the future. Perhaps even surpass me. So don't be complacent, persist every day, and I hope you can carry on this spirit. Don't be like some people who come out of nightclubs in Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. You must honor your talent. Kobe's words were because he could feel it. In the grand scheme, Zuo Bai was indeed the young man he recognized. The future of the league would revolve around this young man. The future would undoubtedly be created by him. Zuo Bai carefully stored the necklace and watched Kobe leave the gym. Now Zuo Bai had already perfectly mastered all of Kobe's skill set, including the fadeaway jumper that had been personally instructed by Kobe. This had fully achieved the goal Zuo Bai had previously aspired to. Yet now Zuo Bai was already unsatisfied. Next target. Comprehensive training for physical fitness. Suddenly the system's reminder tone rang ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully achieving the achievement, absolutely no laying flat. Now issuing rewards to the host, 10 times growth speed. Zuo Bai was taken aback and asked, what does 10 times growth speed mean? At this time the system explained, 10 times growth speed means that during training it will provide you with 10 times the accumulation speed, including, but not limited to, physical fitness, strength, experience, and skills. What? That's too strong. Zuo Bai checked the upcoming schedule. There were still 3 days until the next game. This meant that if he trained diligently in these 3 days, he could reach the level of an ordinary person training for a month. This was exactly what Zuo Bai, who urgently needed to improve his physical fitness, required. What he needed most right now was to steadily improve his physical fitness and shooting ability. Alright. System, does the legendary basketball feel I obtained earlier conflict with this growth speed? It does not conflict. The two can be stacked. Stacked. Wow. So powerful. Just as he had learned the technical movements of the fadeaway jumper, what he needed to improve most was his shooting ability. After all, the fadeaway jumper is completely different from ordinary spot-up shooting. The fadeaway jumper is quite difficult. Very difficult. It requires excellent balance abilities and outstanding touch to maintain a stable shooting percentage in that situation. Originally, Zuo Bai did not plan to use this unstable technique in the next game. But now, 3 days' time was enough. 3 days passed quickly. The team the Lakers were about to face next was the Trail Blazers, who had remarkably powerful shooters. Before the game, countless media and fans eagerly anticipated this match. Even the official website's preview was overwhelmed by enthusiastic fans, causing the server to crash. However, at this moment, not everyone was expecting the Lakers to deliver a brilliant performance. John Youngie criticized bluntly in his live stream, Zuo Bai. He is just an overhyped player. He does not deserve this much expectation. This is a colossal mistake. Of course, this statement garnered considerable dissatisfaction from many fans. Anyone with functioning eyes could see what an achievement this was. However, John Youngie continued to analyze. Indeed, Zuo Bai scored 60 points in a single game, but so what? He occupied a significant amount of the team's possession. If James were given such a large share of the ball, he could easily score 60 points as well. And James did not do that. Don't you understand the reason? Because he is the leader of the team, the one who bears the burden of the team. What he needs is to win the game, not to rely solely on individual plays like Zuo Bai. If the opposing team tightly guards Zuo Bai, or even employs his own defense, can Zuo Bai still maintain such scoring ability? Don't be ridiculous. This statement moved quite a few people. John Youngie's words carried some weight. Indeed, Zuo Bai did occupy a lot of possessions. In this game, many other players' statistics clearly dropped. And just as these people hesitated for a moment, John Youngie seized the opportunity to continue. You all must have noticed that Zuo Bai is not a genius at all. He is merely a clown elevated by the team and the media. He is not a good player, just a cancer that occupies the team's. Although he won the first game, that was largely due to luck. If that last three-pointer hadn't gone in, Zuo Bai would never have won the game. In truth, this statement is completely lacking in objectivity. The reason Zuo Bai occupied so many possessions was not that he didn't want to pass to his teammates. It's because he did give them opportunities, but they were ineffective. Just look at Ingram in the last game. To compete with Zuo Bai, he caused the team to lose a lot of advantages early on. Zuo Bai was truly helpless. Moreover, to say that Zuo Bai's shots were lucky is your shot, not also a matter of luck. Furthermore, luck is also a part of skill. Throughout history, many classic games were decided by the slightest margins, leading to completely different outcomes. But there are no buts. If it went in, it went in. However, this is just a rational consideration. Those viewers who had been misled by John Youngie at this point could not return. Many of them were completely brainwashed by John Youngie. Moreover, it is said that the Lakers have successfully renewed their contract with Nick Young recently. I don't think Zuo Bai will have as many possessions and shooting opportunities in the next game. Facing the upcoming match, John Youngie confidently predicted, in this game against the Portland Trail Blazers, Zuo Bai will reveal his true colors. Although this statement caused quite a stir online, Zuo Bai was completely unconcerned. After all, there are too many idiots like this. They stir up trouble every day. Zuo Bai has seen plenty of these fools. If he took every one of them to heart, he would have been furious long ago. Fortunately, normal people still make up the majority. Before the game started, fans supporting Zuo Bai flocked into the official NBA broadcast room. They started waiting early. Today, the Lakers faced the Portland Trail Blazers. That is the team where our Lillard, the guiding light, play. One could say that the strength of the Trail Blazers has never been weak. Lillard, being one of the strongest three-point shooters in the current league, has undeniable skill. Moreover, CJ McCollum's rapid growth has greatly enhanced the strength of the Trail Blazers. Together, they form a This indeed promises an answer for the fans. Here, before the game starts, reporters interviewed Lillard from the Trail Blazers, asking, "Have you been paying attention to the recent games of the Lakers? There's a very astonishing genius player in the Lakers. How do you evaluate him? Do you intend to compete with this player?" As everyone knows, Lillard is a highly ambitious player. He was clearly somewhat impatient with the questions from the reporters. On the court, we will see everything. However, I still have something to say. There aren't that many geniuses in the world. What exists is extraordinary effort, just like CJ. That's all. After saying this, Lillard turned away from the reporters and headed straight for the locker room. In fact, Lillard had made his attitude very clear. He did not take Zuo Bai to heart. He would show everyone in the game that only effort matters. When both teams' players appeared on the court, the audience suddenly discovered with amazement. The Lakers lineup had actually changed. Originally, the Lakers guards included Randall and Zuo Bai, but now there was suddenly one more person in the crowd. With a big white-toothed grin, Nick Young. One could say that Nick Young is quite well known in the country. Even if many people don't know who Nick Young is, they have certainly seen that expression meme. Black man ? JPG. Image loading. Yes, that is indeed Nick Young. Moreover, Nick Young is also characterized by a very distinct trait. That is, he can shoot by himself and never passes the ball. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that saying, "You can be strong all you want." As a player who wouldn't even give Kobe the ball, Nick Young is quite confident. He dares to shoot on his own, refusing to pass to anyone. Originally this season, Nick Young planned to abandon the already crumbling Lakers and join the peak-performing Warriors. However, at this moment, he chose to renew his contract with the Lakers. The reason for this decision is certainly intriguing. Who can say that this matter has nothing to do with Zuo Bai's joining? Nevertheless, many fans still have some concerns. Because as a guard, can Nick Young meet the current needs of the Lakers? Will he dilute Zuo Bai's ball possession? These are the viewers' questions. But soon with the start of the game, the audience had no time to consider these. The starting lineup for the Lakers included Zuo Bai and Nick Young, among others. Their opponents were the Trail Blazers' dynamic duo Lillard and CJ. The audience was very eager to find out who would provide the answer, the duo or Zuo Bai. BP. The game begins. The Portland Trail Blazers' Nurkic seized the ball at the start of the game. As a powerful core of the team, his strength cannot be. He immediately found Lillard at the three-point line, followed by a long pass. Whoosh. Clap. Lillard caught the ball, step. A pull-up three-pointer. Everyone in the audience was surprised that Lillard shot so quickly. Cough, cough. Something seemed. However, the pace of this attack was indeed too fast. No one expected Lillard to be so decisive, shooting without a moment's hesitation. and that shot was confidently made, scoring easily. Swish. Points. Lillard's shot feels incredibly hot today. Absolutely. Clearly Lillard is in excellent form today, how otherwise he wouldn't shoot with such determination. Truly a cold-faced assassin. After making that shot, Lillard didn't even glance back, immediately returning to defense. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. This game is going to be thrilling. Lillard's expression was cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. However, as he returned to defense, he still cast a glance on the sidelines. Blazers coach Stotts was very pleased with Lillard's condition. It seems today's game is destined for Lillard to shine. He looked somewhat smugly at Lakers head coach Luke Walton, then pretending to talk to himself, but actually speaking loudly enough for him to hear, he said, This game seems to have started off splendidly today. Walton shot him a glance and replied blandly, some people always revel in momentary victories, it's truly pathetic. Stotts realized this was a jab at him. Though he was annoyed, the court still relied on strength to speak. Hey, CJ, get out there and defend. In this game, Stotts arranged for CJ McCollum to match up against Zubac. He knew that this was a significant priority for Zubac. After all, he would never allow their star player Lillard to defend against a... Impossible. This cannot happen. Otherwise, it would seem as if we valued Zubac too highly, which would be a foolish move. We can't do it. Absolutely not. Even if they score a few points, he will never allow Lillard to match up with Zubac. Meanwhile, Lakers coach Luke Walton smiled upon seeing this arrangement. You will regret this. McCollum was very serious in his defense. His attitude was always proper. However, defense requires more than just... In fact, on the defensive end, merely having the right attitude is insufficient, especially when facing Zubac. Zubac received Kuzma's pass and slowly advanced. His leisurely demeanor resembled someone strolling in their own backyard. To be honest, the entire Blazers team looked puzzled at Zubac's style of play. What is he doing? Shouldn't he be pushing forward to find an offensive opportunity? What does this mean? Is he wasting his team's offensive time? I really don't get it. Is this kid incapable of playing basketball? What kind of tactics is their coach teaching? Moving so slowly, if I can't find a suitable offensive opportunity, won't I? Everyone looked bewildered, even McCollum was confused. With only 16 seconds left, Zubac had just crossed the half. This is too slow. Of course, no one knew that Zubac wasn't seeking excitement. This was energy-saving mode. Good strength should be used wisely, and physical stamina is no different. When Zubac reached McCollum, he grinned. Just a friendly reminder, I'm about to accelerate. CJ was slightly taken aback, and when he regained his focus, Zubac had vanished from his sight. Holy crap, he accelerated. Is this too fast? This acceleration from 0 to 100 must be under 2 seconds. This has to be at least a 12-cylinder start. I swear the moment he took off, I heard the roar of a Bugatti's engine. Zubac wasn't using any trickery. It was simply fast. Zubac used the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to spot a momentary flaw in McCollum, and in that instant he compressed his stamina and accelerated. McCollum didn't even have time to react. In that fleeting moment, Zubac effortlessly passed him. McCollum's body instinctively tried to move, but he found his feet firmly planted on the ground. Then bang. He completely lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Lillard instantly reacted, shouting loudly, help defense. Hurry. The interior players rushed to block Zubac's path. Yet Zubac showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated. He casually came to a sudden stop, pulling back the ball in his hands. Then with his back to the defender, he exploded with the ball. Bang. He spun and faked. Even though everyone knew that Kobe had retired, they still felt as if they saw that man's shadow on the court. A beautiful fading jump shot. A flawless imitation. Swish. After days of rigorous training, Zubac's shooting percentage on fadeaway jumpers had reached a commendable level. Without surprise, that shot went straight through the net. Points. Wow. I initially thought he was just a rhythm point guard. I didn't expect him to have this skill. Calling him just a rhythm point guard isn't accurate. He should be a rhythm point guard who can dunk over centers. But his technique is so... I feel like this fadeaway jump shot is even more beautiful than when he played against Anthony. Indeed. The graceful and fluid motion is just like Kobe in his prime. The Lakers coach beside them frowned slightly upon witnessing this scene. This move was simply too beautiful. Exactly the same. It's truly identical. Having watched Kobe play for so many years from the sidelines, he would never mistake. But how is this possible? Is he truly the savior sent by God to rescue our Lakers? Watching Zubac score effortlessly, Stotts could no longer sit still. Hey, CJ, stay on your man. Don't let him However, despite Stotts' good intentions, this is not a voice-controlled game. If apologies were effective, then what about the warnings? Oh no. If shouting worked, then what use is there for the players? Next, Zuo Bai continued to unleash his firepower, showing no sign. Even though the Trailblazers frequently scored three-pointers, Zuo Bai consistently managed to send the ball into the hoop. A sudden stop jumper. A long two-pointer with a high bank shot. Various offensive techniques left the Trailblazers somewhat over here. Zuo Bai once again reached the vicinity of the free throw line with his energy-saving mode. Then facing McCollum, he took a direct shot. The vanished shot. Swish. In an instant, McCollum even felt as if he were dreaming. He could not see the ball at all. What? From McCollum's perspective, he did not see the basketball being shot at all. In that moment, it seemed as if the ball had simply disappeared before his eyes. In fact, the prerequisite for the skill of the vanished shot is to act as a shadow. This means needing to have a less pronounced presence, allowing for the misdirection of the line of sight, reducing his shooting point, and achieving the effect of making the basketball disappear. However, there is no doubt that Zuo Bai's exposure on the court is exceptionally high. Almost all the spectators are focused on. He simply cannot meet the conditions of being a shadow. Thus, he earnestly relearned this skill, enhancing his use of visual. Now he can achieve it. Even if the opponent pays close attention to him, he can still create a misdirection effect against his defense. In other words, while everyone else can see the ball, it will disappear in McCollum's eyes. With no resistance, McCollum didn't even. In such a completely unguarded situation, it was easier than ever for Zuo Bai to put the ball into the hoop. Swish. Thus, Zuo Bai scored 5 consecutive points, directly reaching 10 points. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Trailblazers teammates saw McCollum completely indifferent to Zuo Bai's shot. The coach also did not understand what was happening. Although the Trailblazers were temporarily leading by 2 points still, Stost signaled directly to the referee on the court. Timeout. The Trailblazers request a timeout. Stost signaled directly to the referee on the court. Timeout. The Trailblazers request a timeout. You should consider why the Trailblazers are leading. They hit 4 out of 5 3-pointers. Do you think they can maintain such a high shooting percent? Why can't they guard Zuo Bai? Wasn't this guy just an amateur? Who said that? John Youngie. Oh, it's him. Then it's okay. What's wrong with being an amateur? Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? Don't challenge my hobby with your livelihood. Zuo Bai. Wow, that's impressive. That sounds a bit strange, but I can't quite pinpoint what's wrong. Forget it, impressive is all that matters. When McCollum returned to the bench, his teammates gathered around him, all feeling quite dissatisfied. What happened? Why didn't you defend his shot? Yeah, you let him slowly lift the ball and then score. I know defense is not your strong suit, but you shouldn't just stand there doing nothing. What's going on with you today? How could you just watch that guy score? McCollum shook his head helplessly and said, it's not that I don't want to defend, but his offense is just too strange. I didn't see where his shot came from. That's impossible. We all saw it. Yeah, he just slowly lifted the ball and then shot it. You weren't zoning out just now, were you? How could you not see it? At this time, the coach came over and said, CJ, what's going on? Is your condition not so good? McCollum firmly denied, no, I'm doing well. It's just that I feel I probably can't guard him. He makes me extremely uncomfortable. McCollum glanced at Zuo Bai, feeling an indescribable resistance inside. The coach nodded. Okay. Then Lillard. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough came from the adjacent Lakers bench, and a roll of the eyes. The gaze seemed to say, didn't you say that Lillard doesn't need to guard Zuo Bai? However, at this time, Stost could only pretend he didn't hear it. After all, it had only been 5 minutes since he made that bold statement of this. Indeed feels quite fragrant. But there was no choice. Who cares about whether it feels fragrant or not as long as they can win the game? Damn it. Jojo and Lillard, you guard him tightly. On this side, Lillard still had no expression, coldly nodding. When they returned to the court, CJ was no longer facing Zuo Bai, but Nick Young. Lillard passed the ball to McCollum, who then dribbled looking for an opportunity. Then he seized a brief opportunity, using a large crossover to bypass Nick Young's defense. A sudden stop jumper. Swish. The ball went through the net. The Portland duo re-emerged. Now it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Lillard directly circumvented and moved to Zuo Bai's passing lane. Lillard's proactive defensive attitude was determined not to give Zuo Bai any chance to catch the ball. Meanwhile, when the Lakers were inbounding from the baseline, they found Zuo Bai had no chance to catch the ball, so they passed it to Nick Young first. At this time, many spectators immediately complained, it's over. Young Xiao is going to go solo again. Coach, did you all understand that? Nick Young, okay, he'll go solo in a bit. Zuo Bai's feeling so good right now, he should keep playing. Exactly, I think so too. Passing it to Nick Young at this time is definitely not a good choice. After all, everyone knows that Nick Young won't pass the ball. Passing it to Nick Young at this time is definitely not a good choice. After all, everyone knows that Nick Young won't pass the ball. Sigh. He got the ball. There's really no need to defend Zuo Bai anymore. So Lillard directly ran back to half-court, preparing to coordinate the defense. However, just when Lillard stepped aside, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Nick Young actually passed the ball to Zuo Bai. Over here, none of the spectators expected it. Zuo Bai actually received a pass from Nick Young. A supernatural event, brothers. Mom. In my lifetime, I actually saw a pass from Nick Young. This is impossible. It can't be the real Nick Young. Old Young, you scoundrel, you've changed. Meanwhile, Nick Young on the court was quite puzzled. Could it be? Did I pass the ball incorrectly? Everyone, although they couldn't believe it, Nick Young actually made such a clean and swift pass to Zuo Bai. But the fact is, after receiving the ball, Zuo Bai charged straight to the basket. Then he forcefully went for a layup. Scored. Facing the Portland duo, Zuo Bai's firepower was absolutely unyielding. Nick Young's unexpected pass forced the Trailblazers to re-evaluate the Lakers team before them. They seemed completely different from last season. Spread out. Lillard shouted to his teammates, and they all moved aside, leaving Lillard with a considerable amount of space for his. Lillard planned to use his three-point threat to lure Zuo Bai to the three-point line, then drive straight to the basket. So here Lillard made a gesture and glanced at the hoop. Generally, in such situations, Lillard could easily deceive the defender. His three-point threat was simply too great. It can be said that Lillard's three-pointer is among the top level in the entire league. Almost no one underestimates his three-point, except for Zuo Bai right in front of him. Lillard made his gesture, then realized that Zuo Bai was still right in front of him. Motionless. Lillard was somewhat surprised. Even if you're not fooled and haven't jumped, shouldn't there at least be some shifting of weight? By the way, what does this mean? Do you think I can't make a basket? Lillard, unwilling to give up, made another gesture. Zuo Bai still didn't move. Another gesture. No movement. Another gesture. The Buddha says that's enough. Lillard was really getting angry. What do you take me for? Am I like Simmons? Damn it. Are you insulting me? Lillard, with such a huge space in front of him, chose not to drive, and instead prepared to shoot a contested three-pointer. But just at the moment he gathered for the shot, Zuo Bai moved. Whack. With a crisp sound the next second, Lillard found himself separated from the ball. The ball uncontrollably flew behind him. At that moment, Lillard was stunned. However, he saw a figure seemingly chasing after the ball. Oh my, Zuo Bai. We can see. Zuo Bai executed a steal with remarkable precision. This is truly unexpected. This move was both quick and accurate. Indeed, even I was fooled by Lillard's gesture earlier, but Zuo Bai remained unfazed. His timing is truly. Zuo Bai's counterattack wasn't particularly fast. However, the Trailblazers couldn't hinder him at all. The reason is, Zuo Bai didn't move in a straight line during his counterattack. Instead, he used a serpentine movement. Each step was awkward, yet somehow he managed to keep the pursuing defenders at bay. This left the Trailblazers' defenders frustrated. They wanted to catch up, but if they accelerated it would result in a foul. But if they didn't accelerate, they couldn't catch up to Zuo Bai. Bai effortlessly laid the ball. Thus the Trailblazers watched helplessly as Zuo Bai effortlessly laid the ball into their basket. With an extremely simple layup. This is the perfect fusion of awareness and skill. Incredible. He did it without any effort. Indeed. You wouldn't understand Zuo Bai is doing this to give the opponent. Exactly, haven't you heard? The day Zuo Bai sweats is the day the league changes. There's such a thing. Zuo Bai's occasionally violent and sometimes simple playing style left the Trailblazers completely bewildered. They don't understand. How can a player's style be so variable? This is just unreasonable. Yet despite their confusion, they still didn't stop their offensive pace. On this side, CJ received an opportunity for a three-point shot. CJ McCollum made a quick pull-up three. Bang. That shot didn't go in. Instead, it hit the front of the rim and bounced out. However, Trailblazers center Nurkic, after positioning himself directly, scored. And in the following offensive play, the Lakers continued their smooth offensive rhythm. Nick Young didn't persist in isolating himself, which was something that left everyone in disbelief. Today, everyone was surprised to discover that Nick Young could actually pass the ball. Although the Lakers' offense was very fluid, led by Zuo Bai, the rhythm of the entire team was not affected at all. Nick Young also showcased his passing ability beyond just his isolation skills. However, even though the Lakers' guards were flourishing, the interior was not performing well. Kuzma struggled to make an impact, and the center was continually suppressed by Nurkic in this game. Although Randall's performance was decent, the opposing power forward also played exceptionally well. This led to the fact that even if the Trailblazers missed their three-pointers, they still had a high chance of scoring on the offensive rebound. This is really frustrating. If the opponent makes a three-pointer, it's a three-point score. If they miss, at least they can still get 2 points. It's just too frustrating. The whole team cannot rely solely on Zuo Bai's defense to steal points from the opponent. After all, doing so is extremely taxing on stamina. Although due to recent training, Zuo Bai's stamina has improved dramatically, it still wasn't enough to support such a high intensity. Regarding the intensity of the NBA, many historically great stars can only play for about 30 minutes. Those who can play for 40 minutes are of superhuman caliber. In other words, the Lakers' defensive efficiency is completely reliant on Zuo Bai alone. Nick Young, as a typical offensive powerhouse with weak defense, cannot be relied on for defense. Zuo Bai absolutely cannot leave the court at this moment. For if he chooses to rest, the Lakers' defense could very well collapse. So who can replace him? Surely you can't expect me to rush in to grab rebounds. Just as Zuo Bai was thinking this, suddenly the system beeped. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You've just thought exactly as the system did. Huh, you want me to grab a rebound? Come on, be serious. Those interior players are all rebounding monsters, too. 1 meters, even 2 meters tall. Asking me to battle them for boards is frankly outrageous, exhausting beyond belief. I'd probably collapse after 10 minutes on the court. Please spare me. System upgraded. As a token of appreciation, host has been granted the Shogo Murasakibara Invincible Center experience. What? Zuo Bai was ready to curse aloud. To hell with this. Why flood me with nothing but experience cards? What good? Ahem. The system cleared its throat awkwardly, then hastily explained, rest assured, host. This is the final experience card. Once issued, you will have fully experienced the skills of every member of the Miracle Generation. Thereafter, the system will upgrade, converting all unused experience card abilities into permanent ones. Moreover, the upgraded system introduces a proficiency mechanism. You may enhance Miracle Generation talents through accumulated proficiency, and all your previously acquired permanent skills are now perfected at the highest possible proficiency level. Permanent innate talents. Regardless of proficiency level, just hearing permanent talent sends a thrill through the veins. Excellent. Then let's deploy this final experience card. Ding dong. The Shogo Murasakibara Perfect Interior Talent Experience card has been successfully activated. For a limited duration, you may wield Shogo Murasakibara's signature skill, the Indomitable Hammer. Upon hearing this, Zuo Bai secretly rejoiced. Precisely the ability he needed most right now. The entire Portland Trail Blazers team relied entirely on seamless trust and coordination between their perimeter and interior players, launching relentless long-range barges across the court. What he needed most was to shatter that equilibrium. Young man, prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers launched another perimeter assault. Lillard halted one step beyond the three-point line and launched an ultra-long three-pointer. Magnificent. Utterly sublime. Cold-eyed, decisive, unflinching. This is our ice-cold assassin, the sharpshooting Lillard. Uffed. Bricked. The shot fell short, slamming hard off the... Lillard looked slightly embarrassed, but remained unruffled. After all, his interior presence would secure the rebound. Once again, Nurkic established excellent post position. As the ball bounced high off the rim straight toward him, Nurkic's heart leapt. Another easy putback dunk. With this kind of performance, my salary's bound to rise next season. He leapt, ready to cradle the rebound. But At that very instant, a figure noticeably smaller than himself surged forward from directly in front of him. What the Zuo Bai? The commentator gasped. Could it be he's actually attempting to out-rebound his center? Uncertain, but he never fails to deliver breathtaking moments. I recall during his collegiate league days, he once hauled down over a dozen rebounds in a single game. That wasn't him grabbing them. It was the ball simply dropping into his hands. Yet isn't that anticipation itself? It reveals his rebounding instinct and experience far surpass ordinary players. But now he's confronting the opponent's center hidden. He's going for a brute force grab. Indeed, that sounds utterly audacious. We'll soon see how this unfolds. Nurkic hadn't anticipated Zuo by charging deep into the paint for the rebound. Like most, however, he dismissed the notion entirely. His height and wingspan granted him absolute dominance. Just a 1'9", trying to out-rebound me. With neither height nor weight in your favor, what on earth makes you think you stand a chance? Then, just as his body made contact with Zuo Bai, he felt an immense, overwhelming force erupt from him. The pure visceral clash of bodies. Thud. Midair Zuo Bai drove back the towering 2-meter-plus behemoth and seized the rebound in both arms. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Did he just shove aside the opposing center? No way, is this real? What kind of physical contest was that? Incredible strength. Zuo Bai's power is astonishing. Is he truly whoa, just an ordinary guard who seamlessly plays positions 1 through 5, standard procedure. Sit down. Exactly, standard procedure. Everyone sit. Don't let foreigners think we're provincial, or worse, ignorant. After securing the rebound, Zuo Bai didn't budge. He stood rooted in place, then fired a laser-precise long pass straight into Yang Xiaoxiao's hands as he streaked down court. Boom. Nick Yang caught the pass and exploded into a thunderous 3-step dunk. Fast break points. Finally, no more sprinting down court. So Zuo Bai didn't move an inch, simply planted himself inside the opponent's restricted area, awaiting their next offensive wave. Lillard, the Trailblazers franchise star, watched this unfold visibly unsettled. After all, no one knew his teammates' physical limits better than he did. Attempting to wrestle a center for rebounds. Aside from sleight-of-hand trickery, there's simply no viable strategy. Yet Zuo Bai had done exactly that, overpowering him outright. That raw flesh-and-bone collision still sent shivers down Lillard's spine. Could Zuo Bai snatch this rebound too? Doubt clouded his mind, and his shot faltered once more. As the saying goes, hesitation invites defeat. Bricked. This time Nurkic threw everything into securing the board, yet failed utterly. Thud. Another devastating collision. Zuo Bai sent Nurkic stumbling backward. Cradling the rebound securely, Zuo Bai saw no clear fast break opportunity for his teammates, so he kept going. He charged forward alone. Seeing Zuo Bai drive straight toward the paint, the Trailblazers panicked. Several defenders rushed in, hoping to halt him with early fouls. But Zuo Bai, now infused with Shogo Murasakibara's talent, was unstoppable. The indomitable hammer at thud, hanging off 2 defenders, Zuo Bai soared and slammed the ball viciously through the hoop. Instantly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Silence fell over the entire arena. I'm done acting. I'm going all out. Did I just see that right? He's still carrying 2 players on him. Am I really an illusion? This has to be an illusion. It's utterly absurd. If you told me LeBron was scoring while dragging 1 defender, I'd believe it. But a guard hauling 2 forwards, now that's downright outrageous. How is this even possible? Where did the old court stroller Zuo Bai vanish to? Haha. Court stroller indeed. No exaggeration, every one of Zuo Bai's shots lands exactly where I least expect it. This shot. Positions 3 and 4 belong to the small and power forwards, the front court players. The higher the number, the larger and more physically imposing the player. Positions 3 and 4 belong to the small and power forwards, the front court players. The higher the number, the larger and more physically imposing the player tends to be. LeBron James, as a small forward, is himself a prodigiously powerful athlete. One legendary basket he scored years ago came when he forced a layup despite an opponent clinging to his body. The referees were stunned. After all, even deliberate fouls couldn't stop LeBron. Yet now, Zuo Bai's feat surpasses even that. He's just a guard who shrugged off 2 forwards and then dunked. It defies belief. And Zuo Bai isn't like LeBron, relying solely on near-broken physics and raw athleticism. Isn't he a rhythm guard? The league's poster boy for low-effort excellence. Wait, aren't you demolishing your own persona? Meanwhile, Zuo Bai steps up to the free throw line. With effortless grace, he sinks the shot, adding another point for the Lakers. At that very moment, the Trailblazers bench coach can no longer contain himself. Timeout. Timeout. Beep. A sharp whistle cuts the game short. Brief respite ensues. Off-court coach Strasser erupts in fury. Frankly, even veteran Damian Lillard rarely sees him this enraged. Proof enough of how deeply dissatisfied he truly. Why can't you even guard 1 guard? What's going on? Are you mocking me? 2 men couldn't hold him down. And you're the center? How dare you let a guard snatch a rebound over your head? Don't you feel shame? Silence falls over the entire team. No one dares speak. Because truthfully, he's absolutely right. After venting, the coach finally regains his composure. He knows the game must resume. Strategies must be devised swiftly. Then he commands, if Zuo Bai drives into the paint, swarm him immediately. Understood. 3 of you 3. Go hard and trap him. Damn it. Can't we even handle 1 guard? You earn multi-million-dollar salaries, not to play around. If you can't even contain a rookie Asian guard, then pack up and go home. The players nod solemnly. They'd meant to offer excuses, justifications perhaps, but catching the coach's glare they abandon the thought entirely. They have no choice but to comply. Back on the floor, the Trailblazers' front court has lost its earlier swagger, its unshakable confidence now thoroughly shaken. In short, they're intimidated. Just then a bald head emerges from the crowd. Or rather, a guard. That guard plunges straight into the Trailblazers' paint and turns to his teammates. Don't worry, get ready for the perimeter pass. Huh, wait, am I just out of a job now? Muses power forward Julius Randle. After all, battling for rebounds is one of a power forward's core duties. A center's responsibilities include that too, even more so. Yet both men have been effectively exiled beyond the arc, leaving Zuo Bai alone inside the restricted area. Is he seriously planning to grab that rebound all by himself? Exclaims the commentator. This is pure fantasy. Honestly, I've watched basketball for decades and never once seen anything like this. Neither have I. Had today not happened, I wouldn't have believed it possible. I suspect the Trailblazers' front court has taken the hardest psychological blow. There's a distinct flavor of soul-crushing precision here. It's as if he doesn't even see them. Seeing Zuo Bai's unwavering, determined expression, Nurkic bristles with indignation. Damn it. A guard competing with us for rebounds. Fine once or twice. But enough already. Now he clears the entire paint, leaving only himself to battle us. Does he think we don't exist? In that instant, the Blazers' big men lock eyes. This rebound will be theirs. Yet the moment CJ lifts his shot from beyond the arc, they suddenly lurch off balance. Glancing over, they find Zuo Bai, who'd been guarding them, has vanished. All stare bewildered. What just happened? Then, clarity dawns. Oh, so Zuo Bai backed down. He must have realized he couldn't win against all of us, and wisely conceded. Good. Self-awareness is a rare virtue. Surrendering now isn't too late. Fine, then this rebound is mine. Swish. A crisp, clean net-rattling sound. A three-pointer, nothing but net. As for the rebound, well, where is the rebound? Nurkic and the others stand stunned. Only when they spot Zuo Bai already sprinting back on defense, under the opponent's basket, do they grasp the truth. Damn it. He fled because there was no rebound to grab. Ugh, brother Lin. Watching their expressions swing wildly between elation and fury, Zuo Bai muses inwardly. Ah, how pitiful. Could these fellows possibly be mentally unbalanced? Still playing basketball despite physical limitations. Truly admirable. In the following minutes, Zuo Bai, channeling Shogun Atsushi's overwhelming presence, dominates the Trailblazers' paint with absolute impunity. Utter unrelenting domination. Their defensive schemes prove utterly futile. Even triple-teaming him the moment he receives the ball fails. Zuo Bai muscles past all three, drawing a foul and converting the rare and dramatic in one. Their entire front court lies shattered, pierced single-handedly by Zuo Bai. And that's not all. On offense, he redefines brutal elegance. Slam dunk. Two-handed slam. Between the legs crossover slam. Each time he rises, defying 2 or 3 defenders, and finishes with thunderous authority. By now the opposing frontcourt feels their skulls ringing. Then they gingerly touch their ribs. Oh crap, maybe broken. There's no joy left. Just surrender. Let it end. At halftime, the Lakers lead decisively 5,600. Just as momentum peaks, Zuo Bai approaches the head coach. Coach. Aye. The coach glances at him, knowing instantly, and replies, I understand. Substitute in now. Goodness, is he really off the court? I can't be mistaken. Shouldn't the Lakers be leading and expanding their advantage at this moment? I don't understand what happened either. All I can say is, he truly is the #1 player in the league for maintaining health. I need to tell my son that in 2060, when watching the NBA, it's all about watching Zuo Bai play. This play from Zuo Bai could lead to the referee's retirement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Trailblazers' interior players noticed that Zuo Bai had returned to the bench. Originally, they all seemed like they had issues with their limbs, but suddenly, they were full of energy. Goodness, everyone looked spirited. Their waists no longer ached, their legs were no longer sore, and even years of chronic rheumatism seemed to have been cured. Great, this guy is finally off the court. Come on, brothers, let's put in some effort. Damn, finally we can hold our heads high. Steady and steady. Let's continue to reclaim our advantage in the paint. To be honest, the efficiency of a team's interior offense and defense was actually so heavily influenced by a guard. When Zuo Bai is on the court versus when he is not, their efficiency was simply worlds apart. At this time, when Zuo Bai was not on the court, the Lakers' interior offensive efficiency had noticeably dropped. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers were holding their breath, leading to an instant turnaround in the situation. After the Trailblazers scored 2 points in their paint, Randle felt something was off. Brothers, do you think it's reasonable for our interior to perform like this after he went off? After hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It really isn't reasonable. He's a guard, not Shaquille O'Neal. Our rebounding efficiency has dropped so much it's quite embarrassing. Yeah, we need to prove ourselves, otherwise next season we might all get cut. Hearing this, everyone felt a shiver run down their spine. Damn, that's a valid point. They usually just thought about relying on big names and feeling good. Suddenly it hit them. If they didn't prove their value on the court, they might not even have a team willing to renew their contracts in 2 years. We can't afford to not play anymore, brothers. This can't happen. So everyone agreed, damn it, they had to start playing seriously now. With that thought, everyone got motivated. Serious. Brothers, let's get serious. Meanwhile, the bench players watched the change and the on-court players stayed scratching their heads. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone suddenly so fired up? Would it be bad if I didn't join in? Should I get hyped too? Let's go. Charge. For the sake of not sitting by the water cooler next season, let's go. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers, who had just found their groove, were taken aback by the sudden change from the Lakers. What is happening here? Weren't they just playing seriously? Why does it suddenly feel like a do-or-die situation? They certainly had no idea. At this moment, Zuo Bai's presence on their team had transformed from just a gifted guard to something far more significant. Zuo Bai had shaken the very foundation of their existence. This was quite terrifying. If a guard could replace their on-court value, then did the team still need to keep them around? The answer was clearly no. Originally, during the years after Kobe's retirement, the team's thought was to engage in a bit of... This had also led to the overall enthusiasm of the team being quite low. Everyone was like comfortable lazy fish with no thoughts of contending for the championship. It felt like being in a fish tank where everyone was very harmonious with enough to eat and drink. Isn't that nice? But then, one day a shark was suddenly introduced. This made everyone feel the pressure and instantly revitalized the entire team. Because if you don't run, you'll be eliminated. The abilities that Zuo Bai was currently demonstrating could move from the number 1 position to the number 5 position in the league. This is a terrifying matter. Such an all-around player is extremely rare in history. Even Michael Jordan, known as the basketball god, was not quite like this. So now, to prove their value, everyone was fighting tooth and nail to both attack and defend. Even that nameless bench. Don't underestimate the bench players. They also need to work hard. If they don't, they might not even get the chance to sit by the NBA water cooler. Instantly, the Portland Trail Blazers felt tremendous pressure. The entire Lakers team, due to Zuo Bai's presence, had greatly increased in morale and enthusiasm. The whole team launched a fierce counterattack. This sudden shift in rhythm caught the entire Portland Trail Blazers off guard. In an instant, the scores that the Trail Blazers had just managed to staunch were suddenly widened again. Although in the following game, Lillard and CJ McCollum frequently scored from beyond the arc. However, this still couldn't stop the unstoppable momentum of the entire Lakers team, because each and every one of them was working hard for their next season's salary. So inspiring. At the end of the third quarter, the unpredictable Nick Young hit 3 consecutive three-pointers. Everyone in the paint get in position and secure the rebounds. No problem, Lillard, you can shoot. All of us in the paint are in peak condition. Unto a glimmer of... They would never give up. Never. Brothers, don't be afraid. Oh, let's play hard one more time. Exactly, look for opportunities beyond the arc. Let's play hard again. Everyone in the paint get in position and secure the rebounds. No problem, Lillard, you can shoot. All of us in the paint are in peak condition. Yes, we feel full of strength now. Go ahead and shoot. We will definitely secure the rebounds. Lillard couldn't help but smile at how serious Nurkic and the others were. My teammates are truly reliable. Meanwhile, Lillard made a quick stop and took a jump shot which rimmed out. Nurkic and Randall collided fiercely, but the Trail Blazers still managed to grab the rebound. Then they scored with a putback dunk. Instantly, the morale of the Trail Blazers reached a peak. We are on fire. We are unstoppable. I feel full of strength right now. Bring it on, Lakers. While I was watching them celebrate, suddenly the Lakers coaching staff called for a timeout. Zuo Bai was substituted in. I saw Zuo Bai slowly walking over step by step. Instantly, Nurkic and the others wilted. Hey coach, my back is starting to hurt. This left Zuo Bai completely at a loss. Initially, I saw that you all seemed to be in good spirits, and I thought I would come up and score a couple more. But how is it that the moment I step onto the court, you all are collectively feeling sore and tired? What is this thing? Could it be the curse of the demon? Amitba. Monsters and ghosts, please leave. This was actually the main reason why Zuo Bai left the court just now. It's because after this experience card was used up, the system completed a major upgrade. He was primarily on the sidelines to listen to the changes made by the system. Otherwise, if he were on the court, he would be distracted. After all, when the system suddenly sounded off, it startled him as well. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the experience of the talent of Ziyuan Duntian. The system is about to upgrade for you. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully upgrading this system. Now all your experience cards will be converted into permanent talent rewards. Permanent talent unlocked: Legendary Emperor's Eye of Akashi Seijuro, proficiency 100%. Legendary Perfect Imitation of Kai's Ryota, proficiency 100%. Legendary The Disappearing Shot of Kuroko Tetsuya, proficiency 100%. Perfect Meteor Dunk of Aomen Daiki, proficiency 20%. Perfect Super Jump of Aomen Daiki, proficiency 20%. Perfect Body Balance Control of Aomen Daiki, proficiency 20%. Perfect Super Fast Dribbling of Aomen Daiki, proficiency 20%. Perfect Irregular Shooting of Aomen Daiki, proficiency 20%. Perfect Full Court 3-point Shot of Midarima Shintaro, proficiency 30%. With this system upgrade, all skills can be permanently used by the host. Talent proficiency reflects the host's mastery level of this talent in specific numerical terms. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the talent's capabilities. When proficiency reaches 100%, the talent mastery level will advance by 1 tier. The host can complete tasks assigned by the system to earn rewards to develop new, unlocked permanent talents, and can improve skill proficiency through system rewards. Of course, the host can also increase proficiency through personal practice and extensive application in matches. Given this is the first major update of the system, a revision reward is now issued: Perfect Talent X1. The higher the proficiency of the talent, the stronger the power exerted, but using it will consume more stamina accordingly. Please choose wisely. After listening to the system's introduction, Zuo Bai finally understood. So this system is to convert all the experience cards he had previously obtained and not used into permanent talents. This isn't bad at all. After all, he has experienced every skill of everyone from the generation of miracles. It's time to convert them into permanent skills. Otherwise, every time he uses an experience card, he feels a painful sense of sigh. Although he can't showcase his talent abilities as recklessly as before with experience cards. After all, he's now using his own stamina. However, this upgrade is still a guaranteed profitable deal. It's a win. As for the reward of maxing out proficiency given by the system, Zuo Bai hesitated slightly. After all, he could directly max out the proficiency of one skill, so he needed to choose the one. Looking across all the skills he had, Zuo Bai felt that the skill he most urgently needed to upgrade was undoubtedly one. That is, Midorima Shintaro's full-court, three-point shot. Although Zuo Bai hesitated for a moment about whether to max out the super-fast dribbling skill. After all, this super-fast dribbling is one of Daiki's signature moves. It's so stylish. Once maxed out, it will definitely look cool. But rationality reminded Zuo Bai that although this skill would indeed look cool, when maxed out the stamina consumption would undoubtedly be considerable. Because as high-speed dribbling itself is a tremendous drain on stamina, if proficiency is maxed out, there is a high chance that he would reach his stamina limit after just a short while. Even someone as strong as Daiki can also deplete his stamina in a duel against Kai's Ryota. In comparison, the three-point shot of Midorima is undoubtedly his top choice. This time he can directly extend his shooting range to the entire court. So when he can no longer run, he can just shoot. Isn't that appealing? Moreover, not maxing out the proficiency of super-fast dribbling might not be such a significant burden on stamina. Who knows, he might even be able to use it a few more times. With this calculation, Zuo Bai decisively chose system. Max out Midorima's full-court, three-point shot for me. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully maxing out the proficiency of Midorima's ultra-long three-point shot. The proficiency of this talent has successfully reached legendary level 100%. Suddenly, when Zuo Bai looked at the hoop again, he found that the entire basketball court had transformed into a very precise coordinate system. When he lifted his head, he could even see the angle of the shot changing. This feeling is so wonderful. At this moment, he felt that as long as he didn't make a deliberate mistake, he would never miss the shot. Feeling delighted. Next, let's experience what it feels like to have maxed out proficiency in three-point shooting. After the tired and sore Trailblazers were reprimanded by Lillard, they also settled down. After all, they can no longer afford to not take it seriously. Can you still avoid it? Although a few of them were on high alert, their morale had noticeably dropped compared to earlier. In the subsequent sections of the game, Lillard's three-point shooting touch wasn't great. So he sacrificed his own offensive opportunities and started passing the ball more to his teammates, trying to score a few more points. Although Lillard chose the right strategy, the probability of them scoring 2 points was also quite high. Through the pick and roll, 2 points became a very stable source of scoring. However, when it was the Lakers' turn to attack and the Trailblazers quickly returned to defense, they found that Zuo Bai, who received the ball on the baseline, was surprisingly motionless. Moreover, he actually slowly raised his hand. In the incredulous gazes of everyone, Zuo Bai shot. Everyone in this half of the court looked up astonished to see off. Did I see it wrong? Wasn't that they couldn't believe their eyes. Could it be that my judgment was off? Did I see it wrong? Wasn't that the baseline of the court, but rather the three-point line? TMD. Even if I were blind, I couldn't miss that much. Zuo Bai shot the ball directly. The height and arc of this shot were truly astonishing. It seemed that no one could tell where the ball would land. It was too high, because the ball was thrown incredibly high. When the ball reached its peak and began to descend, the crowd faintly realized. It seemed like it was going in. Swish! Accompanied by a crisp sound of the net, the entire audience gasped in disbelief. That ball. Swish! Accompanied by a crisp sound of the net, the entire audience gasped in disbelief. That ball. Why did I even run back? Was this just a running exercise? Even Lillard, who excelled at three-point shooting, could hardly believe that far. If this shot wasn't a fluke, Lillard couldn't believe it. After all, Lillard's signature move is the ultra-long three-point, and the so-called ultra-long three-pointer is merely a couple of meters beyond the three-point line, at midcourt or even further. Even Lillard himself couldn't guarantee his shooting percentage. As for the baseline, that was simply unthinkable. This was absurd. If you could launch a stable attack from here, then I wouldn't even be called a long-range shooter. In the future, I'll change my Wikipedia note to read Lillard a stable mid-range shooter. TMD. However, Lillard didn't believe that Zuo Bai could consistently attack like this. This was completely beyond reason. Thus, Lillard calmed himself and told his teammates, "Don't let that last shot affect you. He won't. As long as we focus on our own offense, we'll be fine." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, if someone could consistently make shots from that far, it would be terrifying. Even Stephen Curry, the most accurate shooter in the league, couldn't throw that far, and that accurately. The Trailblazers regained possession and continued their attack. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai stretched his shoulders, secretly amazed. Damn, I didn't expect it to be this exhausting. He had previously used the green arrow full-court three-pointer. That time was a trial card, and it didn't exhaust his own stamina. So he hadn't realized that shooting from the full court was such a physically demanding task. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Most people can't even hit the rim from the three-point line. Not to mention that the NBA three-point line is further away than the standard three-point line. And this was from the full court. The power required was indeed not something an average person could handle. Fortunately, he had strengthened his strength during previous stamina training. Otherwise, the shot would have probably left me exhausted. The substitute shook his head and replied, "I don't know, it just feels like Seeing him shiver unconsciously, Kuzma asked what's wrong. Are you cold? The substitute shook his head and replied, I don't know, it just feels like something was watching me, just now it scared me to death. Zuo Bai meanwhile stood still in the paint waiting for them to attack. Although the Trailblazers had rushed into the paint, this was definitely a good opportunity. Right now only Zuo Bai was guarding the paint. Beyond him lay the basket. Yet facing the basket, Nurkic suddenly hesitated. He was originally prepared to drive for a layup, but in the next moment he passed the ball to a teammate beside him. At that moment Zuo Bai's gaze shifted to the ball handler, and as he locked on the player was so startled that he passed the ball away. Just like that, the three forwards were right in front of the basket, but they kept passing the ball around Zuo Bai not daring to take the shot. This made the coach anxious, shouting helplessly from the sidelines, damn it, just take the layup. It's a 3-on-1, a 3-on-1. What a great opportunity. What are you scared of? Hurry up. TMD, do you not want to stay on the court anymore? Goodness, the three of them were happily passing the ball, playing like kids with a handkerchief. But when the coach scolded them, they jumped in fright. Poof. The ball dropped. Beep. Out of bounds. The entire audience was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was that? It was a 3-on-1. Yet the three tall players didn't dare to attempt a layup against a little guard like Zuo Bai. What the hell? Were you bribed? Did your salary just come in, or did the director say you could have an extra chicken leg tonight? This was too fake. This led many Trailblazers fans to unabashedly praise R&M. TMD. CNMLGB. Ganinianged. Lousy your mother. Wanjbit. CNM. In an instant the entire arena transformed into a large telegraph station. Beep beep. Beep. On the other side Lakers fans were laughing hysterically. Ha ha, this really is a defensive wall. I never thought sitting on the court could have such an effect. This truly is a single person holding back 1,000. This wave was an extreme 1 against 3. Indeed, I didn't expect that their passing would end in error, ha. And in the end Zuo Bai stood still, merely glancing at them. You don't understand, brother, that's the feeling of pressure. Haha, Zuo Bai's terrifying pressure that has nowhere to go. Nurkic and the others were scolded mercilessly, but in fact they were quite unfortunate. After all, when Zuo Bai showcased the talent and ability of Ziyuan, done his explosive power and dominance truly shocked. They certainly didn't know that Zuo Bai's experience had expired. Each of them originally calculated their own chances well. After all, they thought that if they passed to a teammate and the teammate scored, they could get an assist. But if they took the shot themselves and got blocked by Zuo Bai, that would be more than just a turnover, it would mean facing social death. The commentators burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Zuo Bai is just too confident. Haha, let's talk about the psychological shadow area of the opposing players. It's so tragic, I really didn't expect the Trailblazers to be this miserable in this game. Indeed, it's pitiful. Losing is one thing, but being mocked is another. Huh. If Zuo Bai had heard these words from the commentators, he would surely be puzzled. Aren't I just concerned about them? When did I mock him? Did I? Meanwhile, in the upcoming match under Lillard's increasingly incredulous gaze, Zuo Bai made 5 consecutive three-pointers. That's right, 5 consecutive three-pointers. Even Zuo Bai himself was somewhat surprised by his own ability. His shooting touch was indeed precise. Especially when he felt it coming, he knew before shooting that this ball would definitely go. However, at the same time, Lillard, who was also a shooter, had 1,000 angry horses running through his mind. Zuo Bai's excellent touch subtly affected Lillard's psyche. This led to his terrible shooting in the final quarter. Lillard kept missing shots, but Zuo Bai on the other hand hit all his three-pointers without a single miss. This caused Lillard's mentality to explode. It even affected the entire team's offensive rhythm, as Zuo Bai's 6th three-pointer was smoothly sunk into the basket. The point difference between the two teams soared to 25 points. Looking at the remaining game time, there were only 5 minutes left. The Trailblazers were utterly despondent. They simply could not withstand Zuo Bai's onslaught. Damn it, who can defend against such divine shots? He just stands in the corner and throws. If you don't defend, he'll take the opportunity for a fast break and then score another 2 points. If you say you're going to mark him all over the court, won't you get tired? How do you break this strategy? You still have to run back and forth across the entire court. The physical consumption of the two teams is simply not balanced. Lillard knows that even he is powerless to turn the tide in this limited time left. There was no way this game was already lost. It could be said that no matter how many points the Lakers scored against them, they had completely. At this moment, Zuo Bai alone had already scored 48 points. Just 2 more points would break the 50-point mark. And at this time, with the Trailblazers' passive defense, scoring 2 points was simply too easy. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go for those 2 points. At the very least, they would want to score 50 points before leaving the game. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai suddenly raised his hand. Coach, I want a timeout. The coach was taken aback. Not only the coach, but even the opponents on the court were stunned. What? Shouldn't you be pressing your advantage now that you're ahead? Why stop suddenly at this time? Walton was also confused and asked, what's wrong? Why did you call a timeout? Zuo Bai paused for a moment, and calmly, the Lakers head coach Walton was completely baffled. Although he knew this was the player's own decision, and he shouldn't say much. However, Walton still asked in some confusion, Ahem, Bai, do you know that you're just 2 points away from 50? Zuo Bai shrugged and replied, of course. Then, why not score those 2 points before leaving? Facing the coaches, Zuo Bai lightly said, I'm tired. After the broadcast at the scene, the audience naturally heard such words. Tired. Everyone clearly didn't believe this explanation. After all, no matter how tired you are, it shouldn't affect you scoring one. After all, the 50-point mark is a huge honor for any player. Countless NBA players spend their entire lives without ever reaching 50 points, and even 30 points is a luxury. If they had that opportunity, they would never miss it. However, at this moment Zuo Bai chose to leave the game. Everyone knew that the reason was definitely not just because he was tired. At this moment the commentator suddenly said, "It seems Zuo Bai is not planning to rack up points during garbage time." That's right, the gap between the two teams is already very obvious, and the Trailblazers are clearly unable to turn the tide. Scoring points during garbage time is indeed not a respectable move. But if it's just to score 2 more points, I don't think anyone would criticize his actions. I believe most players would choose to do the same. However, Zuo Bai chose to give up. Are you saying he's showing respect for the game and his opponents? Exactly. That's what I mean. The commentator, as if seeing through everything, said, clearly Zuo Bai is not tired, nor does he not want to earn honors, but out of respect for his opponents, he chose to give up. This is the spirit of a true athlete that we should witness. At this moment, many people understood why Zuo Bai did this. To kill without destroying the heart. To win the game just enough. At this moment, whether they supported one side or the other, fans all stood up and applauded Zuo Bai. This is truly graceful. This is the Confucian culture of China, right? A nation of etiquette, deserving of its name. We really should abandon our ingrained prejudices and learn from Zuo Bai starting today. This is really something we all should learn from. This is the spirit of sports. Meanwhile, even the usually proud Lillard came. He patted Zuo Bai on the shoulder, looking moved as he said, "Thank you, brother." At this moment, Lillard had regarded Zuo Bai as a highly respected opponent. He asked himself, even if he were in such a situation, he would absolutely not give up on scoring 50 points just because he felt sorry for his opponent. However, Zuo Bai was completely unaffected by temptation. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to leave the game. This truly shocked Lillard, seeing every member of the Trailblazers cast grateful glances along with the continuous applause from the audience. Zuo Bai was stunned. What's going on? Why is everyone starting to applaud? Is this some sort of ceremony? Should I also join them in applauding? Forget it, it feels so strange. They'll just pretend I didn't see and go rest. After the game, the media reported extensively in the post-game coverage, graceful demeanor. Zuo Bai refuses to be a stat patter. Zuo Bai, you're thinking too much. In this match, the Lakers triumphed over the Trailblazers by 11 points. This was largely due to the fact that after Zuo Bai left the game, both teams seemed to have entered a friendly match mode. They completely left the perimeter open for Lillard and his teammates to shoot. This allowed the Trailblazers to catch up a bit, preventing a more embarrassing defeat. As for this favor, Lillard accepted it. Of course, if Zuo Bai had directly said, "I'll let you lose by less," Lillard would have definitely. One can be killed, but not humiliated. This is the principle. However, Zuo Bai said he was tired. He knew that Zuo Bai could not possibly be tired. Standing at the baseline and shooting 3-pointers, he got tired. Is that even possible? Clearly, he understood that this was Zuo Bai giving him face. Lillard was quite taken with such behavior. After the game, during a media interview, Lillard candidly stated Zuo Bai is undoubtedly a very talented player. But what impresses me even more is his professional ethics and spirit as a player. This is something I truly admire. For the cold-faced warrior Lillard to say such words, the reporters present were quite astonished. It was just a game against Zuo Bai. To receive such high praise from Lillard is indeed not easy. At this moment, public opinion outside was in an uproar. Not just because of external evaluations, but more importantly, the Lakers had completely showcased a brand new state in these 2 games. This state was completely different from the Lakers seen in the previous season. Just the addition of Zuo Bai had significantly improved the entire Lakers' offensive efficiency. Although the pace slowed down considerably, the scoring efficiency had improved. The Lakers' scoring became exceptionally stable, and Zuo Bai had already begun to exhibit the characteristics of the team's main scorer. The most compelling evidence for this was that Nick Young was passing the ball to Zuo Bai. The current Lakers, in the eyes of many, were filled with hope. Many disheartened Lakers fans reignited their hopes after seeing these 2 games. Perhaps this season, the Lakers really have a chance to secure a playoff spot. On the other side, however, the 76ers had not been performing very smoothly in these few games. Although they weren't up against strong teams. However, they didn't win these 2 games easily. Although Fultz performed quite well, you can't help but compare. Comparing people kills comparing goods, makes one discard them. Even though Fultz as a rookie greatly exceeded the team's expectations this season. But, a slight comparison. Sigh, it's too inferior. It's hard to look at. Zuo Bai scored 60 points in his first game against the Thunder's Big 3. Against the Trailblazers' dynamic duo, he scored 48 points. Moreover, he left the game early. This truly showcased a strong presence. The 76ers were regretting their decisions deeply. Damn it. Although they retained future draft picks, how could they not feel increasingly frustrated? The more they thought about it, the more they felt they missed out on a game-changing superstar. Damn. The 76ers management now wished they could slap themselves to wake up. Otherwise, how could they have committed such a foolish act? On the other hand, the Lakers' upper management was overjoyed. Upon seeing the results of the second game, they were even more determined about their current goals. That is, to build the team around Zuo Bai as the core, to rebuild the strategic system of the Lakers. To this, and Walton even specifically sought out Zuo Bai to discuss his views on team building. To be honest, consulting a newcomer about their opinions was truly a first. However, for Zuo Bai, they indeed needed to ask, because Zuo Bai's style of play and his entire role within the team gave people an unprecedented feeling. There was no reference template. Therefore, they earnestly communicated with Zuo Bai regarding the upcoming team tactics and lineup. After listening to their questions, Zuo Bai thought carefully for a moment and then said, "I think the future style of play for the team should be, I'm not too fast." Walton didn't expect Zuo Bai's statement to be so simple and blunt. Not too fast. Damn, weren't you the one who pushed for fast breaks and explosive plays with Westbrook before? But despite the sarcasm, out of respect for this rookie, Walton continued to ask, what kind of lineup do you think is suitable for such a style? Zuo Bai pondered for a moment, and then said the height requirement is actually not that strict. The main issue lies in defense. On the defensive end, we need to have players who can stop the opponent's offense, especially when they are attacking the basket. It would be best to drag them into a half-court game or slow them down. Upon hearing this, Walton was truly enlightened. You must know that in recent years the league has been emphasizing offense, and small lineups as well as fast-paced tactics have been very popular in the league in recent years. All of these are aimed at improving offensive speed and defensive transition efficiency. This is the style of play of this era. But Zuo Bai was indeed unconventional. While everyone else is demanding speed, you actually want to slow down. However, at this moment, Walton thought for a moment. Hey, slowing down. This doesn't seem impossible. This statement opened a new avenue of thought for Walton. When others are trying to tap into offensive firepower, if the Lakers strengthen their defensive lineup, perhaps it could have unexpected. Moreover, this style of play might even disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm. Plus, Zuo Bai's offensive threat is he can easily tear apart the defensive system of a small lineup. Zuo Bai is like an incredibly sturdy shield with a sharp spear protruding from it. This could indeed maximize Zuo Bai's offensive utilization. Although it seems out of sync with the current mainstream, this could very well be the beginning of a change in the entire league's landscape. Thinking of this, Vogel's face was filled with respect. It turns out Zuo Bai was in the stratosphere. I am humbled. He never expected that as the head coach he would not think as thoroughly as a rookie. It seems he really needs to reflect on himself. Alright, the recent adjustments to the lineup will be seriously considered by the team. Rest assured, I will make sure our team's pace slow. Then I'll take my leave, you continue practicing. With that, Walton left with a serious expression. Zuo Bai looked at him. Slightly surprised, he said, why is he so agreeable? Zuo Bai's proposal was conveyed to the higher-ups of the team by Walton. After hearing this, the Lakers executives fell into a moment of silence. So you mean changing the team's play style? Perhaps even adopting a style that's different from the entire league? Walton detailed the entire consideration to him. Of course, the Lakers higher-ups listened intently. Finally, they said cautiously, all right, go for it. This gave Walton a boost of confidence, allowing him to make bold reforms. First, he would need to completely redesign the team's tactical system. After speaking with Walton, Zuo Bai returned to the training facility to continue training. He could now be said to be more diligent than, after all, he was the only one in the entire team who urgently needed to improve in various aspects. This situation was indeed absurd. The one leading the team to victory was actually the one who needed training the most. This was truly magical. However, Zuo Bai did not take it to heart. After all, he had indeed felt his shortcomings during these two games. His physical stamina was a critical issue. In fact, Zuo Bai's physical fitness had already been enhanced to far exceed that of an amateur. He would probably be competitive even against the youth teams in the CBA. But for the intensity of the NBA, it was still far. In the NBA, the overall offensive efficiency of the team, the players' reaction speed, and even their understanding and grasp of the game were all several levels higher. Although Zuo Bai could perform at an MVP level due to the miraculous capabilities of his generation, the problems were obvious. The issue was that when he used his abilities excessively, his physical consumption was also incredibly severe. The rate of consumption was even more draining than directly playing. It was like Midorima's three-point shot. He originally thought this was a very easy ability, just standing still and shooting right. Isn't it just about having hands? But the reality proved he was thinking too simply. The physical stamina required for Midorima's ultra-long three-pointer was no less than that of a full-speed sprint across the court. It was exhausting. Fortunately, he had not chosen to enhance Eamon Daiki's ultra-fast dribbling at the start. Even this not fully mastered ultra-fast dribbling was already a bit overwhelming for Zuo Bai. But thankfully, this skill belonged to an explosive ability that he did not need to use throughout the entire game. Therefore, it was still quite practical and could be used multiple times during the match. Zuo Bai also knew that even when he was on the court, he could lead the team to perform well. However, when he was off the court, he couldn't rely on his substitutes, could he? Could the bench lead the team to score? Sigh. So even though he had shocked the Thunder's big three in the first game, Zuo Bai did not become arrogant because of that. After all, it was due to the opponent being caught off guard, and because he had used a trial card. Moving forward, when the opponent was prepared, how would the entire game unfold? Zuo Bai couldn't say for sure. So now he had to prepare for his teammates saw Zuo Bai in the corner of the gym vigorously practicing dribbling with two balls. Everyone looked on. Why is he still so diligent? Isn't it already 10 o'clock? Damn, this is too hard. Dribbling like this is exhausting. It's the part one dislike practicing the most. No wonder he can achieve such good results in games. Do you think this comes easy? I feel particularly embarrassed right now. Indeed, I feel a bit ashamed too. How about we practice a few more shots before leaving? Okay. In an instant, the entire team's training atmosphere became particularly positive. No one slacked off in training just because the team achieved victory. All of this was because Zuo Bai's attitude influenced. During this time, the Lakers had consistently been the darling of the media. Every move made by the Lakers was the main content reported by all media outlets. The Los Angeles television station's midday program even sent them an invitation, hoping to have the Lakers participate in. The other players were of course thrilled. However, when Nick Young informed Zuo Bai about this, Zuo Bai replied, not going practicing. The other players in the team were puzzled. Why not go? This is such a great opportunity to expand their influence. After all, their home court is right here. Participating in such a program is beneficial, not detrimental. In fact, Zuo Bai certainly knew that participating in the program wouldn't have any downsides. Training wasn't going to suffer from half a day's absence. But suddenly the system issued him a task. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a god-level choice. Option 1, the host participates in the program, and the system will reward the host with a permanent title, unambitious old wreck. This title is permanently bound and cannot be hidden. Option 2, the host chooses to continue training, and the system will reward the host with a 10-fold training speed increase. The acceleration time will accumulate from the last game until the next game starts. Please choose host. Zuo Bai was someone who wouldn't yield to pressure. What I fear the least is being coerced or seduced by others. You call me an old wreck, not letting me participate in the program. Fine, then I will. 222. Ding dong. Congratulations, host choice successful, 10-fold acceleration activated. At the next game, the accumulated training amount will be settled. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. Do you think you tricked me? In reality, I won't participate in the next game at all. I won't play this season. I'm going to train until I reach the maximum level. Hiya. The system, damn. Meanwhile, Nick Young felt quite regretful upon hearing that Zuo Bai would not. So he said, well, since you're not going, I don't feel like going either. To be honest, Nick Young's main motivation for returning to the Lakers was Zuo Bai's joining. And during this program, the host would surely ask about this matter. With Zuo Bai absent, it just felt like something was missing. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai suddenly called out to Nick Young saying, wait, you have to go. Nick Young. Zuo Bai called him over and said, here, help me take this over. Don't open it until you arrive at the scene. Remember, Nick Young was slightly stunned and looked at the item in his hand. He discovered that Zuo Bai had given him 3 bags. The 3 pouches that Zuo Bai prepared for Nick Young were just completed. Nick Young looked puzzled at the 3 bright red pouches, completely bewildered. Zuo Bai smiled and replied, what's inside will be revealed when you take the interview. You will understand then. Just open them in order whenever they bring up a topic about me. Nick Young nodded thoughtfully at the pouches. He accepted them seriously, placing them into his pocket, nodding to Zuo Bai saying, all right, you can rest assured. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai did not attend while others came to participate in this interview program in Los Angeles. When the host of the program learned that Zuo Bai would not be present, he felt a bit disappointed. After all, everyone knew that the most attention-grabbing figure on the Lakers was this super rookie, the #1 draft pick from it. The changes and impacts he brought to the team were immeasurable. So while they nominally invited the Lakers, they truly wanted Zuo. Sigh. The host sighed quietly. It seemed that the questions prepared for Zuo Bai would go unasked today. However, just as he felt a bit dejected, Nick Young suddenly approached. Nick Young, being a topic figure himself, often created amusing situations. At this moment, Nick Young mysteriously called the host over and said, hey, come look, Zuo Bai said he wants me to open this when you ask questions about him. Huh, what is it? Hearing Zuo Bai's name, the host perked up. Could it be a speech prepared in advance by Zuo Bai? Quick, let me see it. Then Nick Young cautiously pulled out 3 small red pouches. Bro, are you sure you're not joking? What the heck is this? Nick Young resolutely shook his head saying no. Zuo Bai said the host asked, should we open it and take a look? Nick Young resolutely shook his head saying no. Zuo Bai said we have to wait until you ask him a question before opening this. Okay. The host had no choice but to concede, as he couldn't demand anything else from Nick Young. In fact, he was already quite satisfied to have a topic about Zuo Bai, not to mention anything else. With a sense of skepticism, the host had no choice but to start today's interview. During the interview, he first asked everyone some of the simplest questions, such as their feelings today, their status this season, and their thoughts on other matters. Then he brought up a question that had garnered much attention lately. Nick Young, many people are very focused on your return to the Lakers. Oh, what do you think about it? Nick Young smiled and said, you know, I really hope to win a championship with the Lakers. But at the beginning of the season, I chose to leave mainly because I didn't see much hope with this team. The team didn't give me a sense of enthusiasm for winning the championship, which is why I wanted to leave. Nick Young spoke frankly. In fact, he was one of the few to say it so straightforwardly. The host continued, so why did you resign with the Lakers a few days ago? Clearly, that's because the team has changed thanks to Zuo Bai's presence. So you believe Zuo Bai's addition has a significant impact on this team? Absolutely. And not just me, almost everyone in the team feels the same way. Undoubtedly, Zuo Bai's influence on this team far exceeds that of a mere #1 draft pick. His arrival has shown us hope. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Ingram did not hesitate to acknowledge this fact, because there's no denying it. As the topic was heating up, the host seized the opportunity and asked, why was Zuo Bai absent from today's interview? Nick Young shook his head, seemingly sighing. Even when there are no games, he trains hard every day. I can assure you that his training volume is greater than that of anyone else present. Wow. The host couldn't help but marvel. This truly is the super rookie of the year. Not only is his talent outstanding, but his effort also surpasses that of ordinary people. Sigh. No wonder. At this moment, the host exchanged glances with Nick Young, signaling him to take out his pouches. Nick Young understood and slowly reached into his pocket. Ahem, next I was supposed to ask Zuo Bai a question, and I heard you have the answers to his questions right. At this moment, Nick Young pretended to take out the pouch, saying, that's right, go ahead and ask. The host felt a bit anxious inside. He didn't know if this thing was reliable. Fortunately, if it wasn't, they could edit it later. So the host asked, Zuo Bai, how do you think your performance has been in the first 2 games of this season? Have you reached the level you sweat and effort? After hearing this, the host was also stirred with passion. What the heck? Sweat and effort? This truly caught him off guard. In fact, Zuo Bai had already guessed that his last question would probably be something similar. Almost. Moreover, this answer could address most of the other questions. In most cases, you can answer many questions. For instance, since joining the NBA, what do you think has been the most profound experience? Sweat and effort. As you've come this far, who do you most want to thank? Sweat and effort. What would you like to say to those little fans? Sweat and effort. What motivates you to continue developing? Sweat and effort. Anyway, this wave is just to let it. Right. Let's get it going. I must say this wave was indeed predicted by Zuo Bai. After the show aired, its effect was exceptionally explosive. Many netizens online commented below this program. So the only difference between me and Zuo Bai is sweat and effort. Thinking about it this way is indeed reasonable. How could he shoot three-pointers from the baseline? It turns out it's sweat and effort. That's right, good brother. This wave is indeed inspirational. I also want to rely on sweat and effort to become an outstanding player like Zuo Bai. As the comments and discussions online continued to escalate, the topic of this matter became increasingly popular. In no time, major media outlets began reporting on Zuo Bai in this format. There are no true geniuses, only pure effort. Behind every genius lies hard work and dedication that ordinary people cannot see. During the interview, he wasn't present, yet he spoke such words. I thought he was a genius, but it's blood-pumping and inspirational. He directly overturned the expectations of the audience. His tragic background fighting against destiny, ultimately, it can be said that even though Zuo Bai did not attend the program in person, the overall effect of the show was a resounding success. Everyone felt that this program was remarkably well-made and highly topical. The show's effect was directly at its peak. Following this event, Zuo Bai's fans once again experienced explosive growth. On Zuo Bai's overseas personal social media platform, there were already over 10 million fans. It's worth noting, this is overseas. Having over 10 million fans abroad belongs to the realm of true super. This is far more difficult than having 10 million fans domestically. This not only signifies recognition for Zuo Bai himself, but also an objective evaluation of his capabilities. After seeing this scene, domestic netizens sighed. Indeed, to earn respect from others, the best way is to make yourself That's right, only through strength can one earn the respect of others. Zuo Bai is truly our pride. Clearly, he will be our hope for the future. I can already see a superstar rising. Not only abroad, but Zuo Bai's influence is gradually expanding. On domestic social media platforms, Zuo Bai's fan count has already surpassed 30 million. It can be said that Zuo Bai has completely become synonymous with a new generation of talented players. This is an incredibly exciting event for all Chinese basketball fans. This excitement even surpasses that of the national football team advancing to the World Cup. Moreover, due to Zuo Bai's influence, he has attracted the attention of numerous sports brands. This includes several overseas sports brand giants, brands like AD and KJD, etc. These companies are all keen to sign a contract with Zuo Bai, although they may not necessarily launch their signature shoes for him in these 2 years regardless. They can secure Zuo Bai first. After all, once they sign him, any future development and demands from Zuo Bai will be subject to their company's constraints. This is a win-win. NK loves to sign a large number of players at a very low price, then select a few who develop well to launch signature shoes and make a huge profit. They actually hold the same thought regarding Zuo Bai, although they want to sign him respect. Sorry, that doesn't exist at all. In their eyes, Zuo Bai is merely a temporarily popular Asian player. The executives unanimously believe that Zuo Bai's commercial value pales in comparison to highly popular black athletes like LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. However, when NK and AD announced to the outside world that they were in talks to sign a contract with Zuo Bai, Chinese basketball fans were extremely excited, because this is indeed something to be very happy about. I never expected that in my lifetime I could wear the signature shoes that NK is launching for Chinese players. Oh my gosh, this is truly a great recognition. I'm so happy, I'm even happier than Zuo Bai himself. What's going on? Haha, that guy upstairs is killing me with laughter. But this is indeed something to be proud of. It shows that Zuo Bai has been recognized throughout the entire league. Everyone shouldn't get too ahead of themselves. The true face of these foreign sports brands isn't so pretty. We have to wait for the contract to be finalized before discussing the specifics. Moreover, NK hasn't stated that they will produce signature shoes for him. Who knows what they are thinking? The person upstairs has a point. Oh, we shouldn't be overly optimistic. Indeed. Brothers, let's stay steady and wait for further news. Meanwhile, when Zuo Bai's teammates on the Lakers heard that he received a signing invitation from NK, many were genuinely happy for him. To have such treatment in his rookie season is quite rare in the league. Initially, Zuo Bai was a bit hopeful. However, when he actually met the signing representative from NK, Zuo Bai realized that he had indeed been a bit naive. With such conditions, even a dog wouldn't go. This meeting is a very formal private discussion with Mr. Wells, the representative of NK Company responsible for this. Of course, NK Company is aware of Zuo Bai's current influence both domestically and internationally. It can be said that signing Zuo Bai would significantly boost the company's stock price. Even if they don't sell anything at all, just this positive news would clearly elevate the company's stock price. It's a guaranteed. Moreover, they really do not intend to offer a high price to sign Zuo Bai. Mr. Wells placed the endorsement contract in front of Zuo Bai. Then he calmly said, Mr. Zuo Bai, please take a look at this contract. If you have no objections, let's sign it quickly. It would be beneficial for both of us. Zuo Bai glanced at the contract. This contract grants Zuo Bai a lifetime endorsement right. Generally, such formal lifetime contracts are considered major contracts. Historically, those who secured such contracts were mostly from sports companies who held great respect for the athletes. They recognize the athlete, which is why they offered such a lifetime contract. And the price is often very high. However, Zuo Bai's contract is completely different. Although it is a lifetime contract, the price offered can be considered a mere pittance. At this moment, Zuo Bai casually asked, "Hey, am I mistaken, or does this contract state the amount is 2 million US?" "That's correct, Mr. Wells nodded without hesitation, saying, "Of course. We are settling in USD. 2 million is not a small amount." When he said this, it seemed he was quite proud. This made Zuo Bai quite nauseated. You must understand, even for other players, even those who are not the main players, but merely second or third-tier players, a 10-year endorsement contract at a price of 2 million US is already considered the absolute minimum. This is basically equivalent to a base salary. Yet they were attempting to sign Zuo Bai with this lowest price of 2,000 USD for a lifetime endorsement. Isn't this madness? Are you trying to make me work for free? From the beginning of this meeting, Zuo Bai already felt quite displeased. Zuo Bai could clearly sense that the other party did not regard him highly. This was not merely in terms of word choice. In fact, while speaking, they did use terms like please and you and similar phrases. However, from their attitude, one could feel a significant air of contempt. When he handed Zuo Bai the contract, that expression seemed as if he was granting Zuo Bai an immense favor. Upon realizing this, Zuo Bai pointedly brought it up. "Mr. Wells, to be honest, I feel that your company does not seem to respect me very much. Business negotiations, after all, are inherently a matter of mutual interests." Zuo Bai is not begging them to sign him. Thus, at this moment, Zuo Bai's attitude was also quite firm. "I do not feel the sincerity from your company. If this is your attitude, then I believe there is no need for us to continue this discussion." Mr. Wells was slightly taken aback. This script was not what he had anticipated. Indeed, they did not have much optimism regarding Zuo Bai's future commercial potential, and they paid even less attention to an Asian player. However, for an insignificant Asian player, being able to secure our contract is already quite impressive. How could he still be? Hee, you have quite the courage. Mr. Wells smiled slightly, his expression seemingly laced with disdain, and then said, "Mr. Zuo Bai, you must understand that among Asian players we can offer such a price for the first time." After a moment, Zuo Bai lightly closed his eyes. Then he picked up the stack of contracts. Mr. Wells showed a disdainful smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, I thought you were quite strong-willed. But here you are signing it anyway. After all, looking across the entire sports market, only our company is the best. If you don't sign, who can you sign with? Even if I don't give you money, wouldn't you still have to obediently come to us to grovel?" However, these thoughts did not show on Wells' face. He simply handed over a signing pen. He said, "Just sign it, this is your best choice." Zuo Bai silently took the signing pen. Then he scribbled a couple of strokes in the signature area and returned the stack of contracts and the pen to Mr. Wells. The smile on Wells' face became even brighter. "That's more like it, Mr. Zuo Bai. You're still young, don't worry about it." When he happily took back the stack of contracts and looked closely at it, suddenly his expression froze. The previous smile seemed to be frozen on his face, gradually becoming stiff. Subsequently, visible anger overflowed from the corners of his eyes, and the constantly twitching muscles formed one fine line after another. At this moment, he looked up and found Zuo Bai smiling at him. Zuo Bai calmly said, "That's my answer." Of course, the main reason that could make him so angry was that what Zuo Bai wrote in the signature area was nothing less than the most authentic, purest American curse. "Fuck you." This made Wells extremely furious. "Damn it. How dare you, a mere Asian player, be so arrogant towards me? Don't push your luck." Wells was truly angry. However, Zuo Bai merely shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I think I've made myself very clear. See you later." "You? Don't you regret it?" Zuo Bai smiled. He certainly wouldn't regret it. Although Zuo Bai is not arrogant, he knows how much commercial value he will have as an NBA first-round pick in the future. Forget about 2 million US. Even if you offered 10 times that, it wouldn't be too much. However, money is another matter. The most important thing is that Zuo Bai did not feel the respect he deserved. "Poverty cannot sway me, and power cannot bend me. You want to profit from me while not treating me seriously. You're really counting on a windfall, aren't you?" Zuo Bai would not indulge this kind of behavior. As for regret, whoever regrets will know at that time. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Zuo Bai's negotiations with NK Company were not smooth, a company in the country suddenly, Great. Hurry, go contact Zuo Bai." As Zuo Bai concluded negotiations with NK Company, his teammates from the Lakers who had been waiting outside were left bewildered upon seeing Wells storm out of the arena. Curiosity piqued, they immediately surrounded Zuo Bai as he emerged. "Hey, brother, what happened? Why did he look so angry when he left? Did you not sign the contract? What on earth is going on?" Zuo Bai smiled helplessly and shook his head, then explained the situation that had just transpired. Although Zuo Bai remained calm, his teammates reacted as if they had all been doused in gasoline. "Damn it, isn't this an outright insult? Seriously, what does this person mean? Does he look down on us? I'm truly speechless. Is this how business is done? Isn't this an abusive clause? With Zuo Bai's status, he should at least be offered a superstar-level contract, right? I believe that even if we sign Zuo Bai at the highest current standards of the league, it would still be a good deal." "Absolutely. I think LeBron's contract is pretty good. Durant's is great too." They began discussing among themselves. They were even more serious than Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai scratched his head, trying hard to recall if the name on the contract he had just signed was really his. Meanwhile, the domestic company reveling in this situation was none other than one of the top sports giants in the country, Anta. In fact, upon hearing about NK Company and AD Company's interest in signing Zuo Bai, Anta was quite anxious. although Anta believed that they could offer a price significantly higher than in K and AD. After all, the importance placed on Zuo Bai was entirely different. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that K had no comparability to them. Understanding the domestic market, Anta believed that Zuo Bai's value far exceeded mere commercial interests. He was more of a symbol of spirit, a breakthrough for domestic basketball. To NK, Zuo Bai was merely a fairly capable Asian rookie. You might have potential, but I have a plethora of superstars. You can come or go as you please. This has always been NK Company's attitude. Even when they offered Curry a contract, NK Company only gave him a few million for endorsement despite his initial achievement. They even had the nerve to say, "You're only worth this much." This led to Curry angrily signing with Under Armour, which subsequently profited immensely. Undoubtedly, NK Company has always been unfriendly towards these rookies who have yet to prove themselves. Leveraging their dominant position in the industry, they have always been arrogant. However, if Zuo Bai signed directly, then Anta would have no recourse. They couldn't let Zuo Bai breach a contract, could they? This is a classic case of first come, first served. If Zuo Bai had already signed, they could only lament. But now, Zuo Bai had a falling out with NK Company. Their opportunity had come. When they contacted Zuo Bai, the boss immediately said, Come. Let me speak." The boss of Anta picked up the phone and said to Zuo Bai, "Hello. Is this Zuo Bai?" "Hello. I am the person in charge of Anta." Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback upon hearing the enthusiastic voice on the other end. He didn't expect that the owner of Anta would personally call him. This attitude was levels above that of NK Company. Zuo Bai asked, "Yes, it's me. I can hear you clearly. May I ask why you are calling this time?" The boss of Anta chuckled and quickly replied, "Haha, Mr. Zuo Bai, I just wanted to know if you'd be interested in becoming our company's spokesperson. You should know, as the first Asian point guard to enter the NBA, this has truly thrilled us all. And regarding this cooperation, if you are willing, we believe our conditions will certainly satisfy you." Zuo Bai pondered for a moment and said, "Of course I can." The boss of Anta was overjoyed upon hearing Zuo. He quickly replied, "That's wonderful. Please give me an address, and I'll have someone send you the details of the contract, then we'll be..." "Alright, my contact address is Fando Street, Fando Garden, 2101. Prior to this, Zuo Bai had considered signing with a domestic sports brand. In fact, compared to NK, Zuo Bai was even more hopeful to sign with a domestic sports brand. After all, Zuo Bai was also very eager to see his country produce some brands that could compete on the world stage. This is the kinship that comes from being of the same heritage. Zuo Bai knew that these domestic companies were genuinely sincere towards him. However, despite being prepared when he saw the contract that Anta sent him, Zuo Bai couldn't help but be astonished. The terms of this contract were simply outrageous. Anta offered him an endorsement fee of, for 10 years, 200 million. This directly accomplished two small target tasks. 200 million roughly converts to 30 million US. It should be known that even the league's current top player LeBron James only has an endorsement fee of 30 million. With this, Anta had aligned Zuo Bai's treatment with James. Moreover, the most important part is that it doesn't end there. Anta not only agreed to give Zuo Bai this 200 million signing fee, but also promised him half of all signature shoe sales. This is a treatment that even James doesn't have. However, Zuo Bai was not blinded by money. He remained very rational, and then accepted Anta's invitation. This news quickly spread throughout the sports community. Both domestically and internationally, the news of Zuo Bai's signing rapidly circulated. Moreover, some media directly exposed the conditions under which Zuo Bai signed with Anta. When people saw this price, they were all stunned. How much? 200 million. $30 million. Am I seeing things? This is outrageous. It's truly outrageous. This must have set a new record. And don't forget the 50% share of the signature shoes. Oh my God. Can Anta still make money from this? Isn't this a guaranteed loss? Meanwhile, on the other side, the executives of NK Company were sitting in their office while he wore a disdainful expression. Of the clown just trying to save face. Does he really think he can afford to pay a rookie this much and still make a profit? Meanwhile, in the office of NK Company, a sudden knock echoed through the room. The executive turned off the news on the computer screen and said towards the door, "Come in." When the person pushed open the office door, the executive saw it was Wells. He then asked, "What's the matter? What brings you to my office?" Wells said nervously, "Mr. Gray, regarding the last signing, there are many people expressing their dissatisfaction on our official forum." He continued, "Some even said we handled this matter very poorly and that they are quite disappointed. So I wanted to report this to you and see how we should handle it." Gray smiled slightly. He casually replied, "It's just a bunch of ignorant fans. Why bother with them? Besides, what's there to worry about if a few fans are..." Wells shook his head and said, "No, it's not just a few fans. It's a lot." This piqued Gray. He opened the forum and was shocked to see the number of posts had exploded. Everything he could see was filled with complaints. He was stunned. What the hell? Just an Asian player? Why is their reaction so intense this time? Gray realized that this situation seemed rather troublesome. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Alright, I understand the situation. Prepare for a press conference." Okay. The press conference was soon held. Every reporter was very concerned about the matter and began to ask questions. However, Gray chose not to answer any questions directly. Instead, he picked up his prepared speech and began to read it aloud. Bula. In essence, the core elements could be summarized in a few sentences. First, we did nothing wrong in this matter. Second, as a commercial company, our actions are based on the evaluation of the player's value. We will never engage in a losing business just to satisfy the fans' enthusiasm. Third, the company that offered $200 million for the endorsement will absolutely not recoup their investment. Such actions are simply foolish. Fourth, we have no regrets about our current choice, and even if given another chance, we would still make the same decision. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Not recouping costs. Could it be that NK company is truly foolish? Is that why they offered such a high price? Yet looking at NK company's confident and disdainful expressions, they couldn't help but believe that it might indeed be the case. However, after this speech, it did not have any positive effect. Instead, major forums and all sports fans surfing the internet felt extremely displeased. They truly felt offended. NK company's remarks were clearly treating everyone like fools. Not only did they treat NK as fools, but they also regarded the fans supporting Zuo Bai as fools too. Since so many people support him, why say it won't recoup costs? Saying that as a commercial company, they can't lose money. If even a visibly extraordinarily talented player would lead to loss, then tell me what other player could bring you value. In essence, this matter only reflects their disdain for Asian players. Nothing more. When Lin's incredible feats swept the globe, NK company and other organizations weren't particularly enthusiastic about him either. Everyone was skeptical about his future performance. This is normal. We must admit that discrimination still exists. Only strength can silence them. In fact, Zuo Bai had long been accustomed to such phenomena, just like the discrimination against black players by white players in basketball back in the day. Now, many current black players in the mainstream league largely choose to discriminate against Asian players. But it's okay. In the future, they will regret their attitudes. Meanwhile, NK company was also holding back their anger. They were quietly competing with NK company's statements. Didn't you say we can't succeed? Didn't you say we can't make money? Let's see who was right in the end. After obtaining Zuo Bai's consent, NK company promptly launched online reservation channels. This reservation channel was none other than Zuo Bai's first signature shoe, which has yet to be released. When netizens saw NK company take such actions, everyone's first reaction was excitement. Wow, this signature shoe looks pretty cool. Damn, even though it's a PPT product, I still can't resist. What does this product mean? Does it mean we reserve first and then ship in order? That's right, pay a deposit first, and then pay the remaining amount within the specified delivery time, and the official website will ship it to you. Damn, then we should rush, guys. Who cares if it gets shipped or not? Let's just rush it out. Yes. Who cares if it gets shipped or not? Just charge ahead. Let those fools at NK company see how influential Zuo Bai really is. Yes, let those fools at NK see who the real fool is. Exactly, their attitude disgusts me. Fans of Zuo Bai should buy it. If you don't watch basketball, there's no need to purchase. We don't need to brush data for the sake of brushing data. Anyway, just Zuo Bai's fans alone can't buy enough. Exactly. Non-fans shouldn't rush. Oh, we still want to wear new shoes. Brothers, act according to your means. Rational consumption. No need to buy too many. I will pay a deposit for 10 pairs first. You call that rational consumption? Then he'll get 10 pairs too. I will rotate them when wearing. Not only domestic netizens were so enthusiastic. If in the domestic market perhaps there was a factor of ethnic unity behind this rush, then the reaction abroad became the most powerful evidence to tear off the last shred of NK company's shame. After NK company announced the reservation information in less than an hour on foreign websites, the total number of reservations exceeded 12 million. Calculating with a deposit of $10 per person, just the deposits abroad have already surpassed $120 million. If we count the domestic reservations, their income has already exceeded $300 million during the reservation period. This is Zuo Bai's influence. The next moment, NK company still claimed this was impossible to recoup. Sorry. Is it that easy to recoup? Even looking at the entire NBA league prior to this, there has never been a pair of star player shoes released in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. In fact, the initial move by NK was partly made out of frustration. They never expected this. The effect turned out to be so good. Although they knew that domestic netizens were very enthusiastic, they never imagined it would be to this extent. They were so passionate that even before the first version of the shoes was produced, so many fans were willing to pay for them. This was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Such a situation was unprecedented. Meanwhile, the NK company was instantly slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, they were mocking NK for signing Zuo Bai at this price, claiming it would be impossible to recoup their costs. They even called NK foolish. Now looking at it, damn, the fool turned out to be me. And it's not even that I can't recoup my costs. They've only made a PowerPoint and already made back their investment in a day. This doesn't even account for the boost in NK's stock price due to the entire event. This time NK made a killing. And the NK company, realizing the situation was off, wanted to change their tone immediately. All the previous comments, it's unclear whether they used online trolls or what, but they deleted all of them. They even released a new statement on their official website regarding our previous irresponsible comments. We have launched an investigation. The signing of NBA player Zuo Bai was not decided by our company, but rather an individual act. We are very keen on establishing a good long-term cooperative relationship with Zuo Bai and highly respect every athlete's future career development. We look forward to resolving past grievances with Zuo Bai and rebuilding trust and cooperation. Even the netizens shook their heads after seeing this. Did they change their stance too quickly? This speed. Even if you gave a Wang Zi, he wouldn't switch. However, many netizens treated this news as a spectacle. They tagged Zuo Bai in the comments. Quick, take a look, they are so shameless. Do they really think the internet has no memory? I'm dying of laughter. As long as the trolls are quick enough, the scapegoat will always be the temp worker. This is too shameless. One moment they don't see you as a person, and now that they see you making money, they're envious. Is this NK company really like this? Eating with one hand and cursing with the other. This truly refreshes my worldview. Come, and take a look. Under the bombardment from netizens, Zuo Bai, the main character, finally made an appearance. After reading the NK company's statement, he commented below, "Fuck you T." With this polite and simple three-word comment, Zuo Bai's response instantly garnered millions of likes. It seems that the most resonant response comes from such a return to the essence of life. Meanwhile, the owner of Anta was very pleased to contact Zuo Bai mainly to explain that the market response was very good. Moreover, the shoes they are making for Zuo Bai will be released very soon. Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this created too quickly? Hadn't they just finished collecting data on his physical tests and foot pressure situations, and now they were ready to produce them? Zuo Bai looked confused. However, the owner of Anta explained to him, don't be surprised, our research and development cycle is indeed long. However, that's because we started investing in research and development before signing this contract with you. Moreover, we will apply our latest foaming technology to the shoes we're making for you. This is definitely a leading technology in the world of materials. It surpasses AD's BASF. So impressive. Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback. After all, he had heard of BASF from AD before. It's quite many netizens who had worn shoes with BASF technology said it felt like walking on clouds. Although Zuo Bai hadn't experienced it, he didn't know how netizens reached this conclusion. Perhaps they had some strange preferences, the author isn't sure. However, this indirectly proves that this material indeed gives a stunning impression. And now, as one of the domestic sports giants, Anta has developed even more outstanding technology. This made Zuo Bai quite excited. Even if this first-generation technology still has some shortcomings, it's still a significant step for domestic products to enter the world market. Moreover, he would support this matter no matter what. Next, Zuo Bai focused on preparing for the next game. As everyone knows, training endurance remains his most urgent goal. However, his next game was against the Eastern team, the 76ers. This match can be said to be of great interest to the public. Even countless fans openly expressed their views on this matter. After all, this match is too topical. Not only did the former #1 pick missed by the 76ers come to face them, even more interesting is the reunion between old rivals Fultz and Zuo Bai. Although Fultz has been polished by the media and won't say such harsh words anymore, anyone can see that he still wants to prove himself, to prove that he has capabilities exceeding Zuo Bai. The pre-game preparation period was calm, but during this calm time, suddenly Zuo Bai received an unusual phone call. The call was from none other than a senior executive of the NK company. Zuo Bai appeared somewhat disinterested and casually asked what was the matter. However, the person in charge from Nike smiled and said, "I didn't call you for any other reason this time, just hoping you reconsider the endorsement contract we previously discussed." Zuo Bai thought there was something else that was just about this matter. Do you think it's useful to backtrack now? Zuo Bai could never go back. What were they thinking? Sorry, I think I've made myself quite clear before. Yet the person in charge at NK laughed on the other end of the line and said, "I know your previous attitude, but I still advise you to reconsider. If you choose to sign with us, the benefits will definitely be more than what you have in the domestic market. Moreover, we can disregard what you mentioned about the company before. But if you refuse, I think, hey, you might end up being the one who suffers in the end." Hearing this statement, Zuo Bai's brows furrowed slightly, and his tone instantly turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" Zuo Bai's tone had turned icy to the extreme. At that moment, a cold chuckle came from the other end of the phone, followed by the words, "No, I'm not threatening you. I just hope you'll think it through, to avoid regretting your current decisions in the future. That's all there is to it." Despite his usual jovial demeanor, Zuo, in truth, he was someone who was soft rather than hard, just like the author. Just like how you all say I'm short, sigh, I simply won't fall for it, and won't increase my efforts. So Zuo Bai felt the same way about the threat from NK company. The more you threaten me, the more it makes me want to proceed with my plans. What can you do to me? Therefore, Zuo Bai didn't care at all. At this moment, they reported Zuo Bai's reaction to the higher-ups at NK company. The boss of NK nodded, seemingly impressed by the young man's provocation. "Fine, let's proceed as planned and spread this message. Trust me, he will regret it soon enough." 2 days later, the Lakers were about to face the 76ers on their home court. When Zuo Bai and his teammates arrived at the 76ers arena, they were greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the local fans. To be honest, they hadn't expected such treatment while away from home. The enthusiasm of the fans here was no less than that enough. Meanwhile, the media had arrived early, waiting for the showdown between these two teams. In the locker room, Nick Young approached Zuo Bai and asked, "Bro, how are you feeling today?" Zuo Bai nodded. "Not bad. That's great," Nick Young said, cheerfully shaking his head, and added, "Then it's time for your spectacular. Let's win by 30 points again together." In truth, Zuo Bai's statement was a bit modest. His recent rigorous training had not stopped for a single day, coupled with the temporary rewards provided by the system. Though only a few days had passed, his improvement in strength had completely reached a new level. Now Zuo Bai was capable of mastering the ultra-fast dribbling technique of Qingfeng Dou. After testing over the past few days, he discovered that he could use the ultra-fast dribbling throughout the entire game. It could almost meet any of his ball handling needs. Zuo Bai felt fortunate. Thankfully, if he had maxed out his proficiency in ultra-fast dribbling back, then his stamina might not have been able to support its use for the end. Though he couldn't fully unleash the power of ultra-fast dribbling, now being able to utilize it throughout the game was still an. After mastering this ability, Zuo Bai's ball handling proficiency had also significantly improved. Thus, he was quite confident about this match. Meanwhile, the team manager of the 76ers was in the locker room, giving the final pep talk to all the players. "We must win this game today. Not for any other reason, but to win this victory on our home turf. Everyone outside is questioning our decisions. Do you want to be content with that? What is so great about Zuo Bai? After all, he is just a rookie. Our lineup this year is quite good, and we have every chance. Then let us secure this victory. Do you have confidence? Yes. Among everyone present, only Fultz shouted the loudest. After all, he was the most motivated regarding this matter. On the other hand, Simmons shrank his neck, sulkily feeling internally, why do I have to play against this guy again? It's so annoying. Should I just call in sick? If I say my stomach hurts now, will the coach believe me? However, to be fair, the 76ers lineup this year is indeed not weak. They have the dominant Embiid in the paint and Fultz on the perimeter plus Simmons, who can connect both inside and outside and create damage in the paint. Their current lineup is genuinely strong. In fact, many believe they could even challenge for a playoff spot this year. However, just based on the roster comparison, the Lakers seem to be at a disadvantage. The Lakers' backcourt is led by this year's rookie Zuo Bai and the recently returned Nick Young. On the forward line, they have Kuzma and Ingram. However, at the center position, Lopez, while a decent player, clearly falls short compared to Embiid in terms of dominance or technical skills. This disparity makes many fans feel that the 76ers might have a significant advantage in the upcoming match. However, these are merely pre-game predictions. Until the actual game begins, no one knows what the outcome will be. During pre-game interviews, both head coaches expressed complete confidence in this match. The 76ers head coach further stated, "I know the outside world currently views us as having missed out on a genius, but we believe our current lineup is just right. Just wait and see. We will prove the competitiveness of our entire team in this match. We believe Fultz is the person we have. In today's game, we will demonstrate this to the world. We will never regret it." Of course, after the online users saw the head coach of the 76ers making such bold statements, no one felt deep. Most people thought, isn't this just putting on a brave face? Not regretting it. TMD, classic stubbornness. If given a chance to do it all over again, he'd definitely pick Zuo Bai first. On the other hand, in John Yang's program, he once again predicted, the Lakers' situation in this match does not look up. As soon as John Yang spoke these words, he was met with ridicule from the audience in the live stream. After all, the last time he said that Zuo Bai was a player inflated by hype. However, in that very match, Zuo Bai scored an impressive 48 points single-handedly. Moreover, he chose to exit the game early against the Trailblazers, opting not to rack up unnecessary stats. This is undoubtedly the mark of a true genius. Possessing absolute strength. Can you still dare to call him a player blown out of proportion? How shameless can one be? It would be one thing to make a mistake once, but damn it, after saying something wrong last time, you actually dare to come out and boast again. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned. You can eat garbage, but you can't speak nonsense. A mouth is meant for eating, not for spouting. However, in the face of the audience's mockery, John Yang, he remained unfazed. On the contrary, the more people insulted him, the happier he became, for it meant more viewers for his stream. Oh, this is akin to a diabetic indulging him, allowing him to taste sweetness. At this moment, the players from both teams had already begun their warm-ups on the court. Today, Simmons felt that his shooting was exceptionally good. He sank several three-pointers in a row, each one going in smoothly. Finally, Simmons felt as if he had regained the shooting touch he had back in college. Could it be that my shooting has returned? This time he had his teammate pass him the ball, and the moment he caught it, he pivoted and took a jump shot. Three-pointer. Swish. It went in again. Even his teammates found this a bit surprising. Wow, looks like you're on fire today. So does that mean we can let you shoot threes today? Try shooting another one. At this moment, Simmons, feeling that he had completely found his rhythm, effortlessly received the ball. He then turned around. Swish. It went in again. The teammates on the court applauded. Awesome, awesome. Even the fans in the stands couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this scene, is this a sci-fi movie? I've finally found an even more outrageous play than that in Kuroko's basketball. I must be dreaming, guys. Simmons is shooting so accurately. What? Although Simmons himself didn't understand why, it was clear that he was indeed shooting with incredible precision. Three-pointers were raining down. From the moment he started shooting until now, he hadn't missed a single one out of over 20 attempts. Incredible. Even Fultz as a guard couldn't help but marvel. These three-pointers were indeed accurate. The coach on the sidelines, seeing Simmons' exceptional shooting today, nodded in satisfaction. It seems Simmons is so accurate, this must have sparked his original shooting skills. The assistant coach, taken aback, asked, did Simmons always have shooting skills? Of course. The head coach nodded confidently. He definitely had shooting skills, but for some reason it seemed like he was affected mentally, and he didn't dare to shoot in the NBA. Not daring to shoot in the NBA, could it be that he's afraid? Who knows? Anyway, when we picked him, he could shoot. It seems that after a certain friendly match, he became hesitant to shoot. At this point, the head coach shook his head regretfully. I don't know the specific reason, but I'm very glad he could regain his shooting touch. This is a significant boost for us, the 76ers. The warm-up quickly came to an end. All the starting players took to the court, quickly entering the game mode after a brief stretch. The game begins. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and at that moment, Lopez and Embiid jumped simultaneously. Embiid's hand made contact with the basketball, first deftly directing it back to his teammate. While we can see that the 76ers have gained possession, they are now preparing to launch an offense. The ball is in Fultz's hands. How will he handle it? He passed the ball to Simmons on the side. What is Simmons going to do? He's at the three-point line. Is he going to shoot? Indeed, he shot. Wow, it went in. With the scorecard changing, the 76ers scored the first 3 points. Even the commentators on the court chuckled and remarked this should be Simmons' first three-pointer of the season. Indeed, according to the stats, this is truly his first three-pointer. Seeing him shoot with such confidence just now, I believe this is the image that the 76ers fans have always wanted to see of their number one pick. Absolutely. We can see that Simmons' performance in this game seems very promising. He has consistently made many three-pointers during the warm-up. Perhaps the Simmons we once criticized for not having a three-point shot and being unwilling to shoot has completely transformed. Then the 76ers are about to welcome an incredible talent. At this moment, Simmons was extremely happy. He felt as if he were shooting with divine assistance. It seemed he had recovered that former shooting touch. It felt as if he could make any shot he took. Now he even felt that as long as the ball was in his hands, he could effortlessly sink it into that damn hoop. Such was the fervor of his shooting touch. Meanwhile, Embiid instantly grasped the situation on the court and shouted to his teammates, "Hey, wait, pass the ball to Simmons. If he has an opportunity outside, let him shoot." Over here, Zuo Bai saw his teammates launching a fast break, and Nick Young and Kuroko Ma were both making opportunities. Thus, Zuo Bai pretended to pass to Kuroko Ma while actually making a behind-the-back pass directly to Nick Young. The players of the 76ers had not anticipated that the first pass would be a fake. Once their defensive focus shifted, Nick Young seized the gap and made an easy layup. Score: 3-2. At this moment, possession returned to the 76ers, and after Embiid's reminder, their strategy became very clear. Directly pass the ball to Simmons. Thud. Receiving the pass, Simmons bent his knees and shot. Swish. The ball sailed through a high arc and went in. This was undoubtedly Simmons' shining moment. He cheered and waved at all the viewers present, as if in that moment he had finally caught up to the expectations once placed upon him. Next, after a few plays, Simmons sank 2 more three-pointers in a row, stretching the score to 127. At this point, he seemed unstoppable. Even the coaches who had seen many storms looked utterly astonished. Incredible. We truly did not misjudge this number one pick. Just as everyone was feeling jubilant, Zuo Bai walked up and patted Kuroko Ma on the shoulder, saying he'll take over the defense. It seemed he had recovered that former shooting touch. It felt as if he could make any shot he took. Now he even felt that as long as the ball was in his hands, he never imagined that Simmons could actually shoot a three-pointer. This was beyond his capacity to comprehend as a professional player. However, since Zuo Bai was coming in to defend, he felt there was nothing to worry about. With Zuo Bai in, there would be no surprises. The possession of the ball returned to the 76ers. After gaining the ball, Embiid immediately directed them to pass it to Simmons without hesitation. After all, Simmons was on fire with his shooting, so if they didn't give him the ball now, when would they? After 2 passes, the ball quickly found its way into Simmons' hands. Simmons stood firm outside the three-point line, displaying the posture of a triple threat. Just then, he suddenly realized that the player in front of him had transformed from the one in pants to Zuo Bai. A wave of familiar yet unpleasant memories surged to the forefront of his mind. At that moment, he could almost hear the background music, "I am a blacksmith skilled in my craft." At this point, facing the ball in Simmons' hands, Zuo Bai approached with a smile. He then assumed a defensive stance that was both familiar and suffocating for Simmons. He let him have a step, stood there, watched him. Go ahead and shoot. Damn it. Simmons felt 1,000 frustrations racing through his mind. He was at a loss for words. After all the effort he put into regaining his shooting touch, now this. Even if Zuo Bai was letting him shoot, how could he dare to? He couldn't forget the painful lesson from a year ago during a friendly game in college. He glanced at the ball in his hands and swallowed. In that moment, Simmons recalled the fear he felt under Zuo Bai's dominance. He seemed to foresee the outcome of his next shot. Suddenly, the fiery version of himself seemed like a different person. He stood at the three-point line, while Zuo Bai had given. Indeed. With such a great chance, why aren't you shooting? What are you waiting for? He's clearly insulting you. He's daring you to shoot from that far. And shoot. Indeed. With such a great chance, why aren't you shooting? What are you waiting for? He's clearly insulting you. He's daring you to shoot. Simmons glanced at Zuo Bai, and then at the hoop. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai looked at him with an expression that said, "Go ahead and shoot. If you make it, you'll lose." After a moment of contemplation, swoosh. Simmons passed the ball. The bewildered Embiid caught it. "What are you doing to me?" Embiid angrily passed it back, exclaiming, "You had such a great opportunity. What are you doing? Hurry up and shoot." Simmons felt wronged inside. He wanted to shoot, but he was too scared. He clearly felt he couldn't make this shot. "You're telling me to shoot." He looked at Zuo Bai, who stood motionless in front of him. Simmons let out a long sigh and then hesitantly took the shot. And the result was plop. Rebound, rebound. Zuo Bai shouted from the sidelines, and soon the player in pants with his teammates helped grab the rebound. The Lakers seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, finding a 2-on-1 chance during a fast break. After faking out the defender, they made an easy layup. Scoring. The score is now 129. However, the 76ers weren't worried at this point. After all, Simmons' current three-point shooting rate was 4 out of 5. That's still quite impressive. So Fultz passed the ball to Simmons again. Simmons' face turned almost green. His expression was one of despair. "Bro, I'm begging you, please don't pass it to me." He glanced at the familiar hoop and then at Zuo Bai's familiar defense. Zuo Bai's defensive intensity was even weaker than the previous player in pants defense. With such distance, it was practical. What's going on? This shot was even worse than the previous one. Clearly he was so accurate before. How come he can't hit? Is he starting to act now? What the hell is happening? How is his shooting so different from before? And Zuo Bai from the Lakers isn't even defending him. Oh boy, this move left the coach dumbfounded. He could clearly see that Simmons' current state was completely different from before. The earlier Simmons was brimming with confidence, and his three-pointer was effortless. He would shoot if given the chance, and that confident attitude was definitely the mark of a mature shooter. But now, Zuo Bai's defensive intensity was even weaker than the previous player in Pant's defense. With such distance it was practical, yet this left Simmons at a loss for what to do. What on earth is going on? Could it be? He's afraid. Just then the commentator suddenly spoke up. I remember now. I realized where I've seen this scene before. That's why it felt so familiar. During that time, when Simmons played in a college-friendly match, it was just like this. In that friendly match, Zuo Bai used the same defensive method and didn't let Simmons score a single point. At that moment, many viewers finally realized. It was indeed like that. In that friendly match, Zuo Bai made it very difficult. When Zuo Bai was on the court, Simmons didn't score a single point. That was when Simmons' shooting began to deteriorate. He even became too afraid to shoot in NBA games. It turned out this was the psychological burden left by facing Zuo. In this situation, hesitating will lead to defeat, my brothers. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to giving away points, and it couldn't be more accurate. Him dying of laughter, this fear is rooted in his DNA. Now the 76ers coach has finally found the source of Simmons' fear of shooting. After a series of misses, the Lakers successfully surpassed the score to 14-12. At this moment, the team realized they couldn't keep giving the ball to Simmons. After just 3 minutes, it was a total giveaway. Forget it. It's fine, and they never expected much from this guy's shooting. Sigh. Embiid said, come on. Play steadily and aim for the inside. Open up the outside. Poor Simmons. He hardly played more than half a quarter. However, he himself had no complaints about it. After all, as long as he doesn't have to face Zuo Bai, he is already quite satisfied. When facing Zuo Bai, Simmons always feels a certain way. It's as if Zuo Bai's eyes have completely seen through him. His movements, his thoughts. Even whether this shot will go in or not have been completely deciphered. This sensation sends chills down Simmons' spine. So at this moment, Simmons simply passed the ball to Embiid beside him. As long as he gets to play, it should be fine, right? Anyone can do it. I'll just pass. I might as well find someone else to defend. Oh man, I need to run fast. It seems like I just saw Zuo Bai glance at me. Oh no, it seems to be true. Run. On the other side, after Embiid received the ball, he made a crossover to confront, then exploded towards the basket. This struck Big Luo hard. After a few steps back, Embiid surged directly to the basket. He made a hook shot and score. 1-4. It's tied. The fans of the 76ers became excited again. Looks like we still have to rely on our Emperor. Awesome. That was quite impressive. So strong both in physique and technique, our Emperor truly lives up to his They've closed the gap. The ball returned to the Lakers, and Nick Young passed the ball again. It went straight to Zuo Bai's hands. At this moment, Zuo Bai's opposing player became Fultz. Seeing this old rival, Zuo Bai felt a wave of emotions. Should I say a few polite words? So after thinking for a moment, Zuo Bai said, I apologize for winning so much. Fultz only had eyes for the ball in front of him. His attention was solely on that ball. Regarding Zuo Bai's question, he merely replied perfunctorily, last time was last time, it won't happen this time. To this, Zuo Bai nodded in agreement. He said, indeed, because this time I will keep my promise and only win by 1 point. Don't worry. I am a man of my word. 1 point is 1 point. I absolutely won't win by more. Damn. Fultz was almost driven to madness. Those words were even more irritating than silence. Was this intended to provoke him? Seeing Fultz's instant expression, Zuo Bai scratched his head. What's wrong? Is it not okay to keep my promise? Isn't that too high a demand? Am I not considering them? If they lose too much, wouldn't that be bad? On this side, Fultz's blood pressure skyrocketed. He charged in like a madman to steal the ball. But how could that succeed? With the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Zuo Bai could predict Fultz's next move. Not to mention, he now also had ultra-fast dribbling and incredibly powerful evasion skill. Hey, kid, why don't you learn from your mistakes? Zuo Bai saw through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor that Fultz was about to leap at him in the next instant. At that moment, Zuo Bai chose to pull the ball behind his back, swiftly switching it to the other side. In that instant, Fultz completely lost his position. At this point, Zuo Bai once again saw through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor that as long as he made a pulling move in place, Fultz would be left off balance. However, in that moment, Zuo Bai hesitated. Seeing how angry he looked, would it really be bad to make him fall over? After all, I am so merciful. Maybe I should just let it go. They'll just simply pass him. Zuo Bai activated his ultra-fast dribbling in an instant. Everyone on the court could hear the continuous pounding sounds of the basketball. Even watching with their eyes, it was hard to tell how many times Zuo Bai dribbled in that moment. Everyone on the court could hear the continuous pounding sounds of the basketball. Even watching with their eyes, it was hard to tell how many times Zuo Bai dribbled in. I originally thought his ball handling was a joke. I didn't expect he really is a ball handler. Wow. This is unreal. His ball handling skills are too strong. Just watching from the side, I feel like my eyes can hardly keep up. If I stood in front of him, I can't even imagine. And Fultz, who had just been passed, was barely able to stand. However, upon witnessing Zuo Bai using such techniques, Fultz's competitive desire surged instantly. He desperately tried to retreat and catch up with Zuo Bai, but now Zuo Bai had completely bypassed his defensive position. How could he catch up? See, bang. Fultz, due to his instantaneous reaction, executed a cutting ankle movement and fell hard. Meanwhile, the 76ers interior defenders were instantly on high alert, ready to face Zuo Bai's attack. But in the next second, Zuo Bai, who had accelerated past one player, did not choose to go for a layup. Instead, he stopped just inside the free throw line. A jump shot. Swish. The ball flew over a high arc, making it impossible to block. The ball went in. Not only that, But after scoring, Zuo Bai turned back and very kindly helped Fultz up. He said, "Hey, I didn't mean to make you fall over. I really didn't expect you to trip yourself. Be careful next time, alright?" Looking at Zuo Bai's sincere expression for a moment, Fultz couldn't tell whether Zuo Bai truly cared about him or was just trashed up. Perhaps this is the highest realm of showing off. No show is better than showing off. And on the sidelines, all the fans were ecstatic. This is simply too cool. Wow, this sequence was a total harvest. To make him fall like that is just too awesome. The key is that he even said it wasn't on purpose, haha. Watching Zuo Bai play is truly a pleasure, wow. However, just as everyone was celebrating, the referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Beep. A sharp sound echoed through. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? The referee slowly walked towards the technical table and announced loudly, Lakers number 0, Zuo Bai offensive foul. What's going on? No way, he's not joking with me, right? That last move was clearly clean. Exactly. Zuo Bai didn't even touch him. Is this really a foul? This is just too ridiculous. This is a black whistle. Zuo Bai also looked innocent. This was the first offensive foul he had received since entering the league. However, he indeed did not commit a foul. In fact, he and Fultz had no physical contact at all. The audience outside instantly erupted. Everyone was very unhappy with this call. Even though Fultz had just been made to fall, he was still a player who respected facts. He even took the initiative to approach the referee and explain that Zuo Bai truly did not foul. But despite that, the referee acted as if he hadn't heard. He said, number 0, offensive foul. 76ers ball. The game continues. At this moment, the owner of NK Company, watching the broadcast in the office, revealed a satisfied smile. The game continues. Although the reason for this call is unclear, Embiid will certainly not let such a good opportunity slip. Receiving the ball directly in the paint, Embiid turned around with a powerful move, faking a shot, instantly deceiving the defense. Seizing this opportunity, Embiid took a quick step and scored with a layup. 1614. The 76ers successfully regained the lead. Over here, Zuo Bai once again held the ball. This time he had no intention of performing any fancy moves. He was supposed to be the originator of an energy-saving style of play, and he must not forget his roots. As Zuo Bai approached the three-point line, he had no intention of performing any fancy moves. He was supposed to, and it was precisely because of this that Zuo Bai executed an in-and-out dribble, taking a large step to the right. He took the shot from an open position. However, just as the ball was in the air, the referee's whistle surprisingly sounded again. The piercing sound declared that this basket was once again invalid. Player 0 from the Lakers double dribble. Change of possession, backcourt ball. This time the Lakers players were furious. They rushed forward to argue with the referee, especially our young hero Yang, who charged to the front. That was clearly a good shot. Are you blind? If you have vision problem, damn it, how can you say that's a double dribble? That was clearly a suspended dribble. If you can't officiate properly, just get lost. Of course, everyone knew that such an attitude towards the referee on the court would have serious consequences. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded multiple times. Almost all the players who rushed forward received a technical foul. This series of actions infuriated the Lakers players. It was clearly biased officiating. This is a bit over the line. The court was filled with towering figures over 9 meters tall, and when they got physical, they were not to be trifled with. The tense atmosphere on the court had everyone on edge. At this moment, it was Zuo Bai who rushed forward first. He grabbed Nick Young, who was about to argue with the referee, while also pulling along the other players behind him. Their teammates looked at Zuo Bai's attitude and said, "Hey man, aren't you angry? He's clearly targeting you. They are too much, I must confront them today." Exactly, damn it. Even if I get suspended, I don't care. We have to get an explanation for what happened today. However, Zuo Bai patted their shoulders and said, "Forget it, it's not worth it." In truth, Zuo Bai's current attitude was not due to cowardice. He just didn't want this incident to lead to his other teammates facing punishment from the league. Moreover, for this game, if they were all ejected, how would they continue to play? This was something they could not afford to let happen. Nick Young and the others were already ready to start a fight, while Kuzma, looking confused, followed along anyway. If Zuo Bai hadn't intervened just now, they would have likely been ejected by the referee. At this moment, Zuo Bai also realized that behind this incident, it was very likely that the NK Company was pulling strings. Perhaps they were hoping for a conflict involving the team he led so they could take advantage of it. How could he fulfill their wishes? Zuo Bai and his teammates returned to the court. On the other hand, Embiid of the 76ers saw Zuo Bai and specially approached him, saying, "Hey, I don't know what happened between you and the referee, but I won't let up. We are going to win this game." Embiid's attitude towards the game was something Zuo Bai respected. Indeed, no matter what, maintaining a serious attitude towards the game is one of the essential spirits that an athlete in competitive sports should possess. Of course, if you let us win easily, I would actually be unhappy. Embiid nodded with a smile. At this moment, the referee warned both teams' players again. If there were any more disrespectful actions towards the rules, or the referee's ejections would follow. Zuo Bai had already informed his teammates beforehand about this matter, instructing them not to act impulsively regardless of what happened. Although Nick Young and the others wanted to say something more, since even Zuo Bai, the person involved, had spoken, they felt it inappropriate to persist. In the following game, it was evident that the referee had tightened the calls significantly after the commotion between the two teams. After all, if he continued to officiate that way, it wouldn't be long before the fans revolted. Ahem. With so many fans present, a spit from each could drown him. Thus, in the subsequent games, Zuo Bai's offensive efficiency improved once again. However, whenever Zuo Bai led a fast break and was about to overtake the score, the referee would always conveniently blow the whistle. Honestly, if he didn't receive the Best Defensive Player award, it would be. Now the score between the two teams has reached 6-4-6-0. The 76ers lead the Lakers by 4 points. The referee seems to be closely monitoring the dynamics on the court. Whenever the Lakers show a hint of a counterattack, they quickly identify some highly controversial points in their offense. Then, the whistle blows. Goodness, is the referee's judgment perhaps a bit off? At this moment, Zuo Bai realizes that as long as he has the ball, the referee will pay particular attention. He often calls fouls on himself. Meanwhile, the defensive actions of the opposing players are noticeably larger than Zuo Bai's, yet the referee still seems oblivious. This truly leaves Zuo Bai feeling somewhat helpless. At this point, after 3 quarters, he has accumulated 4 fouls. At this moment, Zuo Bai says to the coach, "Coach, please don't put me on the court at the beginning of the 4th quarter. Wait until the last 3 minutes to bring me back in." The coach said nothing, merely nodding silently. He could see in Zuo Bai's eyes that he already had a solution to this issue. Just now, many fans of the Lakers witnessed that Zuo Bai was sitting on the bench motionless during the 4th quarter of the game. Many fans became anxious. What happened? Is he giving up? Does the team not want to play anymore? What the hell is going on? How did Zuo Bai end up on the bench? He already has 4 fouls. It's quite normal for him to be on the bench. But with Zuo Bai on the bench, this game is going to be tough. Exactly. The main scoring point for the Lakers is basically Zuo Bai. With him off the court, what can the team do? Sigh, even so, there's nothing we can do. The referee is clearly favoring the 76ers this game. Yet the officiating has been incredibly biased. This is just a regular season game. Is it really necessary? Unconsciously, many people have begun to regard Zuo Bai as a key player for the Lakers. This change has been subtle. However, everyone has already accepted that as long as Zuo Bai is on the court, there is hope for the game. But now with Zuo Bai sitting out, they feel that perhaps the Lakers have already given up. Although they could understand if the Lakers did give up, after all, facing a referee who is fully against them, it really would be difficult even for a deity. In the previous quarter, whether Zuo Bai was dribbling, setting screens, or driving past opponents, there would always be a referee ready to call a foul on him. Isn't it easy to find fault? While many Lakers fans were feeling however, when they saw the performance of the other players on the court, they realized that it seemed they had not given up. Every player was giving their all to fight for rebounds and seek offensive opportunities. They clearly looked like they wanted to win. In fact, it was Zuo Bai who had instructed his teammates while sitting on the bench. "Wait a minute, I will rest on the bench during the 4th quarter. Although I am not on the court, you must try your best to keep the score close. Even if the referee does not allow us to regain the lead, we must do our best to narrow the score. Trust me, at the last moment, we will definitely win." At this moment, all the players on the Lakers were fighting desperately for rebounds because of Zuo Bai's words. They fought desperately to attack and defend. Even though Embiid's dominance inside was indeed stronger than that of the Lakers in unknown defense, the Lakers were truly suffering. But they could send in 2 or 3 players. In any case, they had to win the game. Embiid, trapped in the paint, couldn't execute his inside moves, and if he attempted a forceful shot, he would undoubtedly face a combined block from the opponents. With no other options, Embiid had to pass the ball outside to Fultz for a shot, because the Lakers were employing a double-team strategy against Embiid. This led to the 76ers outside players being completely unguarded. Fultz swiftly sank a 3-pointer. The score widened once again. However, the Lakers did not feel discouraged. They knew that even though Fultz was feeling good, how accurate could he be with his 3-point shots? At most a shooting percentage in the low 40s, not even 50. It's far better than letting Embiid dominate inside. "Shoot. Just go ahead and shoot. If you have the ability, just shoot me dead, but we absolutely won't let you drive in." All the Lakers players were giving their all to defend. Even though Fultz was repeatedly scoring from the outside, none of the Lakers players were shaken in the slightest. What they wanted was to grit their teeth and hold on to the current score. Meanwhile, with Nick Young's fast break, he hit a crucial 3-pointer. The score was brought back to 81-78. The Lakers were only 3 points behind. In this 4th quarter, the players from both teams were going back and forth, making it exceptionally exciting. Perhaps also because Zuo Bai was not on the court, the referee's calls began to normalize. Only 5 minutes remained. So far, everything was going as Zuo Bai had anticipated. Indeed, the referee was not biased against the Lakers, but against him. It seems that this matter is definitely related to NK Company pulling strings behind the scenes. Damn it. If they can't play fair, they start playing dirty. In the previous quarters, Zuo Bai had been targeted intensely. As soon as he had the ball, the referee's eyes lit up. Moreover, due to various fouls, he wasted quite a bit of energy without narrowing the score significantly. If it weren't for the fact that Zuo Bai had focused on enhancing his stamina during training, he might have already been exhausted after being treated this way by the referees. Even after playing for so long, the point difference had never shrunk to within 3 points. It seems this was also NK Company's task for them. Control the score, huh? Fine. Since you want to control the score, then I want Rush to get on the court. As long as my teammates can maintain this advantage and prevent the point difference from continuing to widen, then at the end of the game, as long as I hit a few 3-pointers, I can directly seal the game. Don't forget, Zuo Bai is someone who can hit shots from very far away. Aren't you blowing the whistle when I drive past you? Fine. Then when I get the ball, I just won't move it all right. You can't call a foul on me like that. However, the referee's calls can indeed affect the outcome of the game to some extent. But, in the face of true strength, such petty tricks are of no use. Meanwhile, only 3 minutes and 12 seconds were left. As Fultz hit another 3-pointer, the point difference was once again widened to 8 points. At this point, the Lakers were utterly exhausted. The spectators on the sidelines were already anxious. Why isn't Zuo Bai on the court? Hurry up, or we're going to lose. We need Bai. We need him. At this moment, the coach could no longer sit still. He asked, "How are you? Do you think you can get on the court now?" Zuo Bai looked at the time. It was about time. It was time for him to get on the court. Ding. The Lakers called a timeout and brought Zuo Bai onto the court. The audience immediately erupted in excitement, and the referee also wiped his whistle. As the Lakers inbound the ball to Zuo Bai, all the referees on the court nervously tensed their whistles. However, at this moment Zuo Bai smiled. He neither dribbled nor passed. Holding the ball, he spoke to the referees on the court. It seems you all really enjoy blowing your whistles, but you don't have the chance now. Because I'm here to seal the game. Not only the spectators and coaches off the court, but even the 76ers facing them were bewildered. What is this guy? Is he going to end the game here? I get it. Zuo Bai intends to shoot an ultra-long three-pointer. I remembered. He did it before against the Trailblazers. That's outrageous. He can't be planning to end the game with this, can he? I feel like this throw is extremely difficult even if he has succeeded before. It seems this isn't about winning the game through skill, he's depending on sheer luck, brother. No way. You're talking nonsense. Zuo Bai must have confidence throwing such a ball, who otherwise how could he dare to talk big now? But can you really have confidence with a three-pointer from that far? I don't believe it. The referee was also dumbfounded. Indeed. You threw it from here, and I can't call a foul. You didn't dribble, you didn't dodge anyone, and there were no traveling issues either. Okay, but can you really make it? This is highly questionable. However, amidst the skeptical gazes of everyone present, Zuo Bai remained calm and composed. Because he knew this ball would definitely go in. During the recent break, he had regained some stamina. In this state, with his fully mastered green arrow ultra-long three-point shooting talent, this shot cannot miss. Zuo Bai slowly he confidently took the shot. Whoosh! The ball was launched at a very high angle. Everyone could see. The trajectory of this shot indeed looked like it could go in. With such a high arc it seemed about right. But remember, the rim is only a slight miss could lead to a major error. Even if you were just a couple of centimeters off, the ball could easily bounce off the rim. But as the ball began to descend slowly, nobody could believe it. The ball was falling almost directly from above the hoop, aiming straight for the center of the rim. Swish! Crisp! This is so crisp. The ball didn't even graze the rim and went straight in. Oh my god, isn't that beautiful? A beautiful shot. This is incredible. He made it from so far. Isn't this the kind of shot that requires sacrificing one's luck? This is outrageous, I can't believe it. This is true skill. A look at how green the referee's face has turned. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Doesn't the referee love to call fouls? Why don't you blow your whistle now? I get it. That kind of skill really makes all the nonsense silent. So strong. How did Zuo Bai train so well? He's mentioned it before, sweat and effort, didn't you see? The referees on the court were all wide-eyed and slack-jawed. They couldn't believe what was happening right before their eyes. This is preposterous. It's too unbelievable. How could someone shoot so accurately? He must be at least 20 meters away from the hoop. Oh no. This could even be 25 meters. Since he was standing inside his own three-point line. This is just too outrageous. Zuo Bai had given them no reason to call a foul. What is this? This is pure skill. Meanwhile, the 76ers were... Zuo Bai had given them no reason to call a foul. What is this? This is pure skill. Meanwhile, the 76ers were still recovering from the shock. At this moment, it was the coach on the sidelines who first shouted to them. Hey, don't get distracted. Keep attacking, a victory is ours. There's little time left, and they have no chance. At this point, Embiid and the others also reacted first. Indeed, there are less than 3 minutes left now. The score difference between the two teams is still 5 points. Now the ball is in their hands. As long as they steadily make a two-pointer, the score will return to 7 points. 7 points with less than 3 minutes left. This gap is not small. As long as they maintain their advantage, they will surely win this game. Embiid calmed down and directly used his teammate's screen to attack the inside. But this time Kuzma suddenly came alive, bursting out from the right, just as Embiid was about to shoot, delivering a solid block. Bang! The ball was sent flying. All Lakers fans were extremely excited. Awesome. As long as we grab the rebound and pass it to Zuo Bai, we will only be one shot away. Quick, control the ball. Get the ball down. I'm so anxious, hurry up. Over here, Nick Young and Simmons were both fighting for the rebound, but the ball slipped through their fingers. It bounced directly. At this moment, Fultz on the perimeter picked up the loose ball. Seeing Fultz controlling the rebound, Embiid in the paint quickly shouted, great opportunity. Shoot now. In an instant, Fultz cast aside all distractions and let it fly. Whoosh. The ball went in. This shot caused all Lakers fans' previously excited nerves to instantly calm down. The score returned to an 8-point difference. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Could it be? In this situation, can Zuo Bai still turn the game around? Can he still make that miraculous three-pointer? Even fans who believe in him wouldn't dare to hope for that three-pointer. After all, that kind of three-pointer is far beyond ever. Making one shot was seen as a miracle, but no one expected a second miracle to happen. Even the commentators on the court seemed somewhat lackluster. Deeply sighing, he said, sigh. It seems Fultz's shooting touch is really good today. This should have been something to celebrate for us. His three-point shooting percentage today is quite impressive. It seems this game was prematurely decided by that critical shot today on this court. No miracles occurred. At this moment, the Lakers teammates looked at the score on the court, appearing they truly felt that winning now was too difficult. Almost an impossible task. But at this moment, only Zuo Bai maintained a very positive attitude. He clapped his hands at his teammates and said, pass. To me. In that instant, everyone seemed to see. The former leader of their Lakers seemed to appear on the court. A shadow of that man seemed to linger on Zuo Bai. Everyone was instantly moved by Zuo Bai's attitude. Yes, time is still on our side. We cannot be dispirited. Brothers, let's fight to the end. We must win. At this moment, Zuo Bai, who received his teammate's pass, smiled slightly and calmly said, fight to the end. No need. Zuo Bai then raised his hand again. Winning this game is a certainty. Whoosh. Everyone was astonished. It wasn't because the shot missed, but because that shot actually went in again. This was utterly absurd. The score gap was back to 5 points. Everyone was bewildered. A shot like that going in, and then going in again. Even the referee shook his head saying, I can't call this. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Fultz, who had just basked in the joy of making a three-pointer, was in disbelief. At that moment, despair was written all over his face. His previous three-pointer seemed like child's play compared to this. When Fultz resumed his attack and approached the three-point line, Zuo Bai smiled and said, not bad, your three-pointer today is quite accurate. Fultz felt utterly helpless. But, after what you said, I feel like a complete fool. You made those insane three-pointers hitting 2 in a row, and you still say I'm accurate. Buys is high. But, after what you said, I feel like a complete fool. You made those insane three-pointers hitting 2 in a row, and you still say, isn't that an insult? This time Embiid was unsurprisingly warmly welcomed inside by the Lakers. The paint area was all the players swarmed to double-team Embiid. Realizing the situation was dire, Embiid quickly passed the ball to the outside to Fultz. With no one in front of him, Fultz had a perfect shooting opportunity. At this moment, he spotted Zuo Bai 3 meters away. Zuo Bai was clearly just smiling and watching him, not moving at all. For a moment, Fultz hesitated. Seeing Fultz not shoot, Zuo Bai gently reminded him, what's wrong? Hurry up and take the three-pointer, it's such a good opportunity. Fultz hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to shoot the three-pointer. Whoosh. However, Zuo Bai shook his head. He had already seen that shot would not go in. Sighing, Zuo Bai said with a hint of disappointment, a little hard. Sure enough, the ball bounced high. Zuo Bai stepped to the right, and the ball conveniently fell into his hands. Rebound +1. Seeing Zuo Bai with the ball, the 76ers quickly fell back on defense without any delay. Everyone was afraid Zuo Bai would launch a fast break and catch them off guard. Get back quickly. Don't give him any chance to break through. Hurry, good defense. Those on that side, don't freeze, quickly hold the baseline. Compared to the tension of the 76ers, Zuo Bai remained calm and composed. He hadn't intended to take another step forward since that moment. He stood still and raised his hand. Another three-pointer. The ball crossed the entire court as if drawn by some force, heading straight for the hoop. Swish. Score. Instantly, the gap was reduced to just 2 points. At this moment, the 76ers suddenly called a timeout. Beep. The 76ers request a timeout. Zuo Bai shook his head lightly. Sigh. Just a desperate struggle. What's the point of delaying time? But since they chose to take a timeout, I don't mind resting a bit. Undoubtedly, the 76ers were now choosing to reorganize their strategy. With just over a minute remaining, as long as they maintain this slight advantage, it should be fine. It all depends on whether they can hold on. The 76ers head coach gathered them and seriously said, in the upcoming plays, you need to pass the ball more to Simmons, let them create damage inside. Get all the 2-point shots steadily. Do you understand? Even if things go south, you still need to get me 2 free throws. Don't let any shot slip again. If you do, we definitely have a chance to win. As for why the 76ers head coach no longer wanted to give the ball to Fultz for three-pointers, the reason is simple. Compared to Zuo Bai's three-pointers, he clearly realized that even with Fultz's hot shooting today, it still didn't compare to Zuo Bai's three-pointers. Zuo Bai's three-pointers are too strong. Therefore, their main strategy is to focus on getting 2 points. Meanwhile, on the other side, the referee on the sidelines suddenly received a phone call. The caller was none other than the owner of NK Company, watching the broadcast from his office. At this moment, the anger was clearly audible on the other end of the line. Are you all a bunch of idiots? How did you let the Lakers catch up to just 2 points? Hurry up and take them down. You can't possibly say you have no way to do it right. The referees were rather helpless at this point. How can we blow a whistle when Zuo Bai isn't even moving? We can't blow a whistle for nothing, can we? Although this referee had to some extent accepted some benefits. However, a skilled worker cannot make bricks without straw. You need to give me some reason to blow the whistle on him. But the owner of NK Company then said, are you idiots? Can't you blow the whistle on his teammates? Whenever the 76ers attack, just call defensive fouls on the Lakers. The referee slapped his thigh. All right, there's also this approach. All right, rest assured. We will definitely make the Lakers lose this game. That's more like it, don't let me down. Meanwhile, back on the court, the Lakers were unaware of what had just happened on the sidelines. Each of them was thrilled that the two teams had closed the gap significantly. As long as we keep this up, we can definitely win this game. That's right. Let's go. Active defense, don't let the 76ers score. No problem, we've got this win in the bag. The 76ers inbound the ball, and Fultz brought it over half court before passing it directly to Embiid in the low post. Embiid demanded a direct confrontation, then made a step and created space, intending to score with a layup. But the Lakers, fully powered up, would not let this kind of attack go unchallenged. Big Lopez leaped out. He firmly blocked the shot. Bang! Embiid's attempt was once again denied. At this moment, Nick Young retrieved the rebound outside the three-point line and shouted, fast break. But just then a piercing whistle sounded. BP. Foul on the Lakers for a hand check. 2 free throws. Foul. What the hell was a foul? Damn, this referee is starting to dominate the game again, huh? Truly shameless. That block was incredibly clean. Exactly, that last defense was as clean as it gets. This is really shameless, it's happening again. Damn it, I want to go up and punch him. Don't worry, brother, just go ahead and hit him, I'll be there to watch you. All the referees felt extremely puzzled. Even Embiid himself shook his head. Where was the foul in that play? What a great play. That block was absolutely clean. Yet the referee insisted it was a foul. Zuo Bai couldn't help but laugh from the sidelines. This is truly frustrating. Here we go again. However, Zuo Bai was already prepared. He's probably going to start playing dirty. Although Embiid easily made both free throws, the point difference between the two teams was back to 4. Meanwhile, Nick Young once again turned over the ball. After receiving the ball, Zuo Bai showed no hesitation and shot directly. Everyone was stunned. Did he really not hesitate? However, hesitation is for those without confidence. For Zuo Bai, taking the shot is proof. Swish. The ball. This level of precision can't even be described with 10 years of longevity ball. This is simply unsolvable. But at this moment, Zuo Bai, this level of precision can't even be described with 10 years of longevity ball. This is simply unsolvable. But at this moment, Zuo Bai was starting to feel a bit tired. Don't think that shooting from such a long distance doesn't require running. This is truly exhausting. Throwing a basketball over 20 meters accurately is a huge physical drain. Even for a logo shot, there are very few who can achieve this across the entire league. Fortunately, Zuo Bai's stamina had improved, otherwise, even with this, he couldn't withstand the intense consumption from the previous quarters, especially after those long-range shots. I just estimated with my remaining stamina, I can probably make 2 more shots. At most 3. However, that's already enough. The point difference between the two teams was just 1 point. Both teams switched between offense and defense, and Embiid once again charged to the basket. But facing the Lakers' all-out defense, Embiid still found himself outmatched. Once again, a defensive steal from the Lakers. As expected, the whistle blew again. The 76ers got 2 free throws. Embiid knew that at this critical moment in the game, these 2 shots absolutely could not be missed. So he took a deep breath, steadily made the shot. Score. The point difference was back to 3 points. The Lakers threw in from the baseline, and after receiving the ball, Zuo Bai glanced at the referee from the corner of his eye. With a smirk, he said with a nearly mocking smile, "Do you really think 2 points can beat 3 yet?" With a swift motion, Zuo Bai shot the ball. Swish. Tie game. This was simply despairing. Although the bad calls were already enough to make one feel hopeless. But compared to that, Zuo Bai's unanswerable three-pointer was even more despairing. Each time the 76ers pulled ahead a little, Zuo Bai's deadly three-pointer always managed to bring the score back. At this moment, Embiid glanced at the scoreboard. There was only time left for one final attack. This shot, no matter what they must. Fultz received the ball from the perimeter. He directly lobbed it to Embiid inside. Our Emperor Embiid's dominance is no joke. After receiving the ball, he used his footwork in the paint to try and shake off the defender. However, things weren't that simple. Because at this moment, the Lakers also knew that the 76ers would definitely give the last shot to Embiid, who was the most reliable. Thus, they offered no chance for a shot in the paint. Embiid also realized he had no good angle to shoot from. At the same time, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Simmons was completely unguarded in the opposite corner. Without a second thought, Embiid passed the ball to Simmons. At that moment, Simmons instantly stiffened up. In this critical moment, Simmons charged towards the paint with the ball. Just as he was about to dunk, Nick Young jumped high, blocking the ball in front of him. Bang! The shot was blocked. Just when the Lakers fans stood up ready to cheer and joy, guess what happened? Beep. Foul. Originally, the Los Angeles Lakers fans felt a bit hopeless. But when they realized the one going to the free throw line was Simmons, they started to laugh. No worries, just a feint. You scared me for a second. Ha ha, it's Simmons, so it's all good. You made me nervous for a bit. Simmons originally had no confidence. After all, prior to this, all his confidence in shooting had been completely shattered by Zuo Bai. But as the saying goes, extreme situations can bring out the best in oneself. At that moment, Simmons' mind was completely clear. Swish. Swish. To everyone's surprise, both shots went in. Damn, we won. Shit, is this real? Simmons is amazing. He stood up at a critical moment. Oh my god. So strong, truly worthy of being my #1 pick. At this moment, all the 76ers fans thought, in the final crucial moment, they led by 2 points. And now there were less than 10 seconds left. All they had to do was defend against Zuo Bai. Everyone ran to the other side of the half-court, surrounding Zuo Bai. As long as they prevented Zuo Bai from receiving the ball, he wouldn't be able to shoot that outrageous three-pointer. When the Lakers threw in the ball, they saw Zuo Bai surrounded by countless players. None of them allowed Zuo Bai to receive the ball. The goal was clear. They couldn't let Zuo Bai shoot that deadly three-pointer again. At this moment, the boss of the NK company sitting in the office looked at the scene before him and smiled with satisfaction. Let's see what you can do against me now, huh? Zuo Bai, heavily guarded, couldn't find any opportunity. But at this moment, Zuo Bai suddenly shouted, "Throw it high." The player throwing in the ball was momentarily stunned, but he still followed Zuo Bai's request and threw the ball towards Zuo Bai's head. At that moment, everyone watched in disbelief. Zuo Bai, in a no-ball state, directly jumped and made the shooting motion. And in the next second, the ball flew into Zuo Bai's hands. Then in the gaze of everyone's disbelief, Zuo Bai shot. This is an alley-oop three-pointer. As Zuo Bai jumped up, he fervently adjusted his shooting posture in the air. Such a shot requires an extraordinarily powerful physical foundation. Not only must he maintain his core stability at all times, but he also needs to control his shooting form without deviation. The audience was left in awe. To them, this was something that simply could not happen. We can understand an alley-oop layup, but an alley-oop three-pointer, and a super long three-pointer at that. This indeed transcends human comprehension. Crucially, that shot went in. Everyone was stunned, and in the very next second after the ball netted. Beep. Time's up. The game is over. 9-2-9-3. The Lakers actually won. My god, this is simply outrageous. A miracle, this is a miracle. Oh my god, did you see that last shot? That definitely qualifies as a top play. Oh no, this is a number 1 play. Beep. Time's up. The game is over. 9-2-9-3. The Lakers actually won. My god, this is to win under such biased officiating, my goodness. Ha ha ha, screw the referees. No one can stop Zuo Bai from winning. That's right, may the referees rot in hell. Zuo Bai is invincible. Don't say that, Zuo Bai forever. After witnessing that shot swish through the net, over here the owner of NK Company slumped down in his chair. He couldn't believe that despite all his scheming it ended. How could we possibly lose? The referees on the court exchanged glances. They tried their best. Truly. They wouldn't go so far as to reach into the hoop like in that ridiculous movie to block the three-pointer, would they? If they slightly blew the whistle wrong, that would be the end. They would never take such a suicidal path. It's likely they wouldn't even need to wait for the league to deal with them. The audience would charge at them directly. As for the post-game statistics, Fultz from the 76ers had an impressively high shooting percentage with a three-point shooting accuracy of an astonishing 60%. This shooting percentage is nearly top-notch in the league. While there might be an element of luck, it clearly shows that Fultz's performance was exceptionally outstanding in this game. However, during the post-game interview, Fultz showed no joy of victory. Because Zuo Bai's stats, a three-point shooting accuracy of 100%. This is simply absurd. Moreover, Zuo Bai shot from those super far distances. Standing in that position, I might not even touch the rim. Comparing the two, it's like comparing clouds to mud. The difference is glaring. Even the head coach of the 76ers, no matter how stubborn he wanted to be, had to admit, they truly missed out on a genius. A historically significant genius. The entire 76ers team felt a sense of loss except for one person. Simmons, how do you feel about your performance in this game? Simmons, with a cheerful nod, said, quite well. I'm very satisfied. After all, the opponent is that guy. Hey, scoring at all is already remarkable. And did you see those last 2 free throws? Damn, I actually made them. I'm really impressive. With such confidence, Simmons appeared self-satisfied, leaving reporters unsure whether he had won or lost the game. Could this guy be an undercover agent sent by the Lakers? Should we change the person we interview? The game was all. This immediately sparked a massive reaction in the basketball community. Although the Lakers ultimately won the game, many felt extremely displeased with the entire process. It can be said that the displeasure was quite significant. If in history there have been some superstar calls, even calls that changed the outcome of critical plays, those were somewhat controversial. Such fouls could go either way, and the referees simply chose to firmly stand on one side. However, this game was entirely different. Anyone with eyes could see that this match was completely aimed at Zuo Bai, with no fairness whatsoever. Even Barkley, who usually speaks boldly, directly lashed out on his show. I feel humiliated by this game. This cannot even be called a formal match. Let me put it this way, even a donkey playing would officiate better than these referees. Undoubtedly, this was a premeditated attack on Zuo Bai. I believe this is not only a personal attack on the player, but also a discriminatory act against all Asian athletes. I don't believe that behind their own affairs there isn't someone supporting them. I think the league must take this matter seriously and investigate. Otherwise, the NBA will be destroyed in these capitalist power games. Barkley's words quickly gained the approval of many. Perhaps most domestic fans know Barkley because of the bet he made with Yao Ming back in the day, ultimately kissing a donkey's behind. Maybe many still associate him with that infamous Yao hater image. But one must admit, when faced with such moral dilemmas, Barkley is quite an upright person. At this moment, an increasing number of netizens began expressing their views online, articulating their extreme dissatisfaction. Although this was quite an exciting game and Zuo Bai led the Lakers to victory, I still feel very displeased. The league needs to provide an explanation for this matter. The league owes us an apology. Including those referees, they all need a reasonable outcome. There must be a thorough investigation. Without someone backing them, they wouldn't dare to act like this. I never expected they would be so brazen now. This has never happened in history. How could something like this occur? What has happened to the league? At this moment, the voices of public opinion grew louder. These messages inevitably reached the ears of the owner of NK Company. However, he shook his head, looking utterly indifferent. Just a bunch of rabble, why care about them? An Asian player dares to be so arrogant towards us, shouldn't we give him a warning? This isn't their territory, what is there to fear? We are the bosses here. Even if they shout the loudest, it won't matter, it won't change. The owner of NK Company wore a disdainful expression. However, when the phone in his office rang after hearing the voice on the other, he panicked. Xiaohua, are you certain? You can't be serious. This is no joke. Hey, I've granted you countless favors over the past few years. How dare you turn on me now? Fine. If you insist on this course, then don't blame me for tearing away all pretense, and just wait and see. I'll hold you to account. The CEO of NK Corporation slammed the telephone onto the floor with a thunderous crash, then stomped on it repeatedly. Every object within arm's reach was seized and hurled, violently shattering into splinters. His secretary stood frozen beside him, trembling uncontrollably, watching in silent horror as the office was reduced. Only after catching his breath did the CEO straighten his collar and command, go. Prepare an official statement. The secretary's stammered voice quavering, sir, what kind of statement do you require? What else could it possibly be? Hurry, draft a formal apology immediately. Summon the PR department and have it finalized without delay. Stunned by his sudden drastic shift in demeanor, the secretary dared not utter another word. He rushed off at once to carry out the order. Why then had the NK CEO erupted into such fury? Because Xiaohua had initiated an investigation against him. If this were merely public opinion, he would not have given it a second thought. After all, money could silence most scandals. But once the NBA league itself became involved, the matter escalated beyond simple resolution. The league wielded immense authority. Its decisions carried binding weight. Even for NK, one of its largest sponsors. It risked severe sanctions, perhaps even expulsion. And he never imagined that Xiaohua, the man who had always stood shoulder to shoulder with him, would now launch an inquiry over a single Asian rookie. Damn it all. And now, utterly overwhelmed, the CEO could scarcely believe how swiftly the situation had spiraled. Elsewhere, Xiaohua had no desire to betray an old ally, but he had no choice. And the pressure from public opinion was simply overwhelming. Overwhelming, beyond measure. And recall, the NBA as a commercial league depends entirely upon its audience. A single dissatisfied viewer means little. Even hundreds, thousands, or even millions of unhappy fans would barely register. But now, across the internet, millions of posts demanded accountability from the NBA. And the league's official homepage was flooded, overwhelmed by furious commenters. A torrent of outrage and condemnation drowned every discussion tied to the NBA. And how could Xiaohua remain seated amid such a storm? Would he truly pit himself against every fan worldwide? And to do so would spell the NBA's demise. Thus, he made the agonizing decision to launch a full investigation into NK Corporation. And better a fallen comrade than a ruined self. And this time NK could not be saved. Yet even Xiaohua had not foreseen Zuo Bai's extraordinary influence across the entire NBA. After all, he was merely a rookie, having played only 3 games. Yet his supporters spanned continents, fervent fans from China, and legions of passionate overseas followers. Sigh, foolish NK. You've truly overplayed your hand. Let's see how you dig yourself out of this. And meanwhile, the NK CEO convened a press conference. He intended to issue an official response to the viral controversy. And within moments of going live, the online broadcast surged past 1 million concurrent viewers. This was not due to NK's own appeal, but because the world watched, eager to witness how they would confront the crisis. If their answer failed to satisfy, and they would be stormed, utterly. Brothers, come watch the clown's apology. And humph. If he offers a sincere apology and takes clear responsibility, maybe I'll go easy on him. And same here. Count me in. This reeks of guilt. He wouldn't convene a press conference now unless he's implicated. And indeed, that analysis holds water. Looks like he's cornered. Case closed. And, all right. Everyone quiet down. He's about to speak. Let's hear how he'll twist the truth. Damn it. Dare you harm our white god. Let's see how you meet your end. And, non-stage, the NK CEO clutched his prepared remarks. With feigned solemnity, he declared, "We deeply regret the incident that occurred during last night's league game. And such an event is unwelcome to all of us, players, officials, and fans alike. Regarding widespread fan concerns, we hereby issue a unified response and affirm our full cooperation with the NBA League's official investigation into the matter. Yet we categorically state NK Corporation bears absolutely no involvement in this affair. NWE possess no knowledge whatsoever of its details. Should baseless rumors continue circulating online, we reserve the right to pursue legal remedies." And in these words ignited an inferno of fury. Oh, so now you're expertly deflecting blame, and unbelievably shameless. How does he dare utter such falsehoods? With talk of lawsuits, no less, and what? No apology, just threats. Enough, we act now. No mercy, and boycott NK. Storm the gates, and clearly he hasn't grasped the consequences of provoking us. Foolish NK, you're finished. And meanwhile, the NBA League released its official findings. Investigators interrogated the referees assigned to that game, and the referees cooperated, fully confessing outright. Word for word, they repeated the NK CEO's own instructions. In the league's final verdict declared, this conspiracy originated entirely within NK Corporation. Indeed, those referees owed their positions to NK's influence, and thus agreed to comply. And though they accepted compensation, they claimed, self-servingly, that their actions were unintentional. We too are victims, and they spoke with wounded indignation, even releasing call logs with the NK CEO, exposing him outright. Yet the public refused to accept this plea. And victims. And how dare you call yourselves victims? And you seemed quite cheerful blowing that whistle on the court. Humph, conveniently playing victim now. And next, will you beg us not to cyberbully you? Laughable. Unforgivable. Demand justice, immediately. And a reasonable observer could see the injustice of that game far exceeded the usual bounds of disputed calls. And those rulings were flagrantly biased, blatantly excessive. Anyone with eyes could tell the referees had no inkling, while officiating, that their decisions would ignite such global. Truly, who could have predicted that unfair treatment of an Asian rookie would ignite such firestorm? And recall, NBA officiating was notoriously harsh toward black athletes. Yet few protested, for such bias had become normal. These referees assumed naively that calling against an Asian player would stir minimal dissent. And that false assumption emboldened them to act with reckless impunity. But now, when they grasped the magnitude of their error, it was already too late. And the times had changed. And buoyed by overwhelming public support, the NBA resolved to act decisively, without compromise. The league published the full investigative report online and summarily dismissed all implicated referees. They were banned for life, permanently blacklisted from the NBA, and subjected to civil litigation. Each faced multi-million-dollar damages, potentially bankrupting them, and possible imprisonment. Upon learning the league's uncompromising stance, fans responded with fierce approval and excellent. Finally, a weight lifted, and still too lenient. Such men deserve annihilation. Absolutely. Deserving scum. And this time it's the NBA's lawsuit. They cannot escape. Nor will they ever work in the league again, and good. Now, it's NK's turn. And, yes, let them not slip away. When I heard that recording, I nearly choked with rage. NK is utterly contemptible, and crush them. Brother, with the league's official stance confirmed, and the damning audio evidence exposed, fans now held irrefutable proof. And the case was sealed. No amount of denial could shield NK this time. And when the stock market opened that day, NK's shares plummeted, catastrophically. And within a single hour the company lost $5 billion in market value. For the enraged public, this was only the beginning. What utterly absurd corporation is this? Brothers, storm it down right now. Daring to harm our compatriots. This is precisely their due. Absolutely deserved, self-inflicted ruin. They profit from us yet turn against our own people. Get out of our country, scum of a corporation. From the moment the stock market opened that day, the company's shares plummeted relentlessly. Unlike domestic markets, U.S. equities face no daily price limits. Thus the company could only watch helplessly as its stock tumbled, visibly second by second. At its lowest point the share price plunged over 15% within a single morning. Enraged netizens erased 2 years of the company's hard-won progress in mere hours. Consider this: the firm's annual growth hovered at single-digit percentages. In one day alone it forfeited 3 years' worth of accumulated gains. Had the crisis ended there, the CEO would have considered himself blessed. Yet the stock continued its precipitous descent, showing no sign of abating. Meanwhile, major domestic sportswear retailers voluntarily shuttered their stores. Many hung banners across their storefronts. Not even a dog would buy here. Whoever buys from them earns my utter contempt. The CEO panicked completely and immediately appealed to his longtime business allies on Wall Street, begging them to intervene and halt the collapse. These were titans of global finance, close friends of the CEO. They readily agreed. Just a mob of penniless masses. What's there to fear? We'll certainly lend our hand. Only then did the CEO breathe easy. With Wall Street's might behind them, toppling even a small nation would pose little challenge, let alone subduing a group of fans. Dare you contend with me? You're still far too green. Instantly the stock's freefall paused, briefly, under the financial titan's intervention. Indeed, it soon rebounded, steadily climbing upward. When fans witnessed this reversal, they instantly grasped the truth. Clearly outside forces have entered the fray. No doubt, the company called in reinforcements. What good are reinforcements? Exactly. United will crush both them. And these vulture capitalists. Damn it. Let them feel the full weight of our power. Let them arrive laughing and depart weeping. Charge, brothers, now. Inside his office the CEO hadn't savored relief for 10 minutes. His stock, just beginning to recover, plunged anew violently and faster than before. Bewildered, the CEO suddenly received frantic calls from his allies. What the hell? Did you just screw us over? What kind of mess is this? How are these people so unstoppable? I've already lost hundreds of millions. I'm out. Who the hell did you cross? Why didn't you warn me beforehand? This is pure betrayal. Get lost. I'm done helping. I'm withdrawing too. I can't take it anymore. No force on earth can halt this collapse. You and your company, prepare for bankruptcy liquidation. Don't drag us down with you. Panic seized him, utter absolute panic. He had never imagined ordinary fans could wield such terrifying power. Had he understood Chinese cultural wisdom earlier, he'd have known, water bears the boat, but water also capsizes it. They elevated his company to the league's pinnacle and could erase years of labor in an instant. Now the CEO was truly desperate. He hastily convened every available journalist for a formal apology press conference. An hour later the conference commenced, yet during that agonizing wait the company's stock dropped another 5%. Its value was nearing halving. Tears welled in the CEO's eyes. Had he foreseen this, he'd sooner eat excrement than. This time before the cameras his earlier air of disdain had vanished entirely. Haggard and trembling he addressed the lens. I must sincerely apologize to all fans. We fully acknowledge our grave error. This was purely my personal conduct, unrelated to the company. I offer my deepest apologies to Mr. Zuo Bai for my prior actions. I apologize, solemnly and unreservedly. I beg Mr. Zuo Bai not to hold this against us. We will never repeat such folly. And I implore all fans to grant us one final chance. This time, we vow never again to disappoint you. Please, have mercy. As he spoke he bowed deeply before the camera. Tears brimmed in his eyes, his voice rang with fervent sincerity. Were it not for his earlier arrogance, one might almost believe him. Apologizing only when cornered. I reject that. Shall a single phrase absolve him? I refuse. Trust me, brothers, if any means existed to destroy us, he'd seize it without hesitation. He hasn't grasped his error, not in the slightest. Precisely. His current performance serves only self-preservation. Keep charging. Brothers, don't relent. Seeing total loss of control, the CEO sank into despair. Was there truly no recourse? Was he truly destined to watch his life's work crumble beneath his own hands? God, please save me. Then, Zuo Bai himself broke silence. After the match, he'd returned home to rest. The game had exhausted him utterly. Upon waking, he discovered the magnitude of events unfolding beyond his door. He whistled softly, then offered but one verdict on the public's response: brilliantly done. Upon reading the company's apologies, Zuo Bai casually commented below, brothers, when mercy is warranted, extend it. That company has suffered enough. At those words the CEO's spirits soared. Heaven above, This man is a bodhisattva. With the aggrieved party's endorsement resolution seemed assured. Magnificent. Thank you, Zuo Bai. I see now how petty my earlier suspicions were. God, surely you sent this angel to save me. Just as the CEO exhaled in relief, Zuo Bai added another reply. After all, this was an individual's act. Do not conflate it with the corporation. A 50% plunge suffices. It's still a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Let this serve as a modest lesson. However, regarding the instigator of this entire affair, I withhold judgment. Do as you deem fit. Fans having lowered their keyboards instantly raised them again. Understood, Brother Bai. Brothers, follow me, charge. Ultimately, this farce ended with NK Company suffering a complete defeat. One could say that NK Company's stock price was halved, resulting in a loss of over $100 billion. Moreover, the instigator of this incident, the owner of NK Company, was directly impeached by the board of directors due to this. Not only that, but now the owner of NK Company is also facing lawsuits from the very company he originally managed. Upon seeing such results, netizens expressed their sentiments online. This is a tremendous victory for the working class. If greedy capitalists dare to stir up trouble, they should be hung out to dry. Not only that, but now he doesn't have a single pair of deservedly. So who told him to create such troubles? I think this is too lenient. Unity is strength. Truth does not. Even the NBA official league was caught in turmoil over this matter with many of their endorsement activities being significant. However, as the saying goes, when gods battle, ordinary people watch the excitement. Those players who were not affected by this incident enjoyed their own celebrations. Kevin Durant, this should have been done ages ago. For how many years have players who infringe on my cylindrical shape never been called for a Climax? LeBron James, what day is it today? Today is Taco Tuesday. James Harden, why is everyone saying something major happened in the league? But this shouldn't affect my training at 4 a.m., right? Durant, don't celebrate too early. I heard the league is tightening referee management regulations. Harden, what does that have to do with me? Wait, what? The NBA is conducting a thorough overhaul of its own regulations. It can be said that there were many tacit superstar fouls in the past, and even some unofficial standards of judgment. At this moment, the league has completely reformed these practices. They cannot afford to face another incident like Zuo Bai. Moreover, not only that, in the subsequent official NBA media, they updated a statement mentioning Zuo Bai. We sincerely apologize for the recent events. This heinous incident hurt the feelings of many fans, as well as their long-standing support and trust in the NBA. In the future, we will focus on preventing such incidents from occurring again and extend our sincerest apologies to the Lakers players involved in this event. Victory. A complete victory. This wave is simply like Qin Shi Huang discovering the electric switch. We won. At this time, the members of the Lakers team in the training facility saw the statement published by the NBA official media. Everyone was as happy as if it were a festival. Almost all of them gathered around Zuo Bai happily saying, wow, wow. Zuo Bai, did you see that? They apologized to you, wow. Is it true? The NBA actually apologized to a rookie. This is simply amazing. Zuo Bai, you truly deserve to be our Lakers genius. Awesome, awesome, indeed awesome. Zuo Bai awkwardly smiled and humbly said, but I didn't do anything. You can't say that. This prompted other Lakers players to jump out and refute. Exactly. If he did nothing yet received such an attitude, that's impressive. I understand this is what you call non-action governance in your land, right? While you understand this, I admire you. Zuo Bai looked helpless. How did this non-action governance come about? I just took a nap. When I woke up, NK Company's stock price halved. This really has nothing to do with me. However, to be honest, this is also related to personal cohesion. If it were any other rookie being bullied by NK Company, it wouldn't even make a ripple. Bullying is just bullying, and they deserve it. This also indirectly confirms the cruelty of this world. Only those with strength will be valued. That's all. In the following days, the entire league obviously became quiet. Aside from the introduction of some subsequent reform regulations, these did not significantly affect most players. However, one person had a terrible time during these days. This person is James Harden, our bearded player. The new rules introduced by the league in recent days, along with the modifications and organization of previous rules, left James Harden's head ready to bald. Baldness is one thing he can endure that. The key issue is, how the hell am I supposed to draw fouls now? Wow, I'm truly in a nightclub and trouble comes from above. What did I do? You guys are the ones blowing the whistle, not me. Why do all these terms seem to be targeting me? Are you messing with my mindset? Moreover, as fate would have it, the Rockets led by Harden face off against the Los Angeles Lakers led by Zuo Bai in the next game. Harden has read the rules 3 times over these 2 days. He finally reached a conclusion. It's over. Originally, he was hoping to grab a regular season MVP this season, but now he sees no hope. Alright, let it be. I'm coming for Miami night. 2 days later, after the previous uproar, the Los Angeles Lakers finally welcomed their game once again. In this match, they faced the dynamic duo of Harden and Chris Paul. Everyone was extremely excited for this game. After all, in this game, the rookie Zuo Bai, who everyone had high hopes for, would directly confront the formidable James Harden. It's well known that James Harden's performance in recent seasons can be considered MVP level. Not only is his shooting percentage impressive, but even his scoring ability and efficiency have greatly improved. Furthermore, his consecutive between-the-legs dribbles often leave others completely bewildered. After forming the dynamic duo with Chris Paul this year, the team's offensive efficiency has significantly increased. Everyone was looking forward to it. On the day of the game, many fans from other regions specifically came to Houston to watch the match. The commentary on site was also very excited. It seems today's game has indeed attracted a lot of attention. The Lakers look unstoppable this year, but the Rockets' strength cannot be underestimated. I wonder where Harden is. Wait a moment. Where's Harden? Why isn't he on the court? This left the commentators present utterly bewildered. How could James Harden, the core of the Rockets, be completely absent during... Oh no. At this moment, Chris Paul, who was on the court, also wore a confused expression. What happened to the dynamic duo? Where's the other half? Don't mention them. Even the coaching staff of the Rockets was in a frenzy. They were trying every possible means to locate. However, as the game was about to start, they were still at a loss. Damn, where is he? The fans of the Rockets began to stir around. They were all clueless about what was happening. Meanwhile, the Lakers players observed the situation on the court and privately discussed Zuo Bai. What do you think is going on with them? Are they scared? Why isn't even their star player showing up? Zuo Bai scratched his head. How would I know? He felt their concerns were becoming increasingly outrageous. Almost every conceivable question was being asked of himself. For instance, how to evaluate the coach's new tactics, how the team's ranking had changed recently, what the weather was like today, and when the neighbor's pig would give birth. What the hell? Have they really taken me for an all-knowing oracle? Zuo Bai even felt that if one day they set up an incense burner in front of him for offerings, he wouldn't be surprised. Seeing that James Harden still hadn't appeared, the team owner was getting anxious. He questioned General Manager Morey, saying, "Damn it, give me an explanation, what on earth is going on?" Morey looked aggrieved. "I don't know what's happening either." "You don't know?" The owner's expression darkened instantly. "This is our home game, and you tell me you don't know?" Morey lowered his head in silence, quietly waiting for the owner's response. This did not quell the owner's anger. "Let me tell you, if I don't see Harden before the game starts, you can forget about being general manager." After saying this, the team owner shot him a glare and muttered, "Can't even manage the team, damn waste." Morey was baffled. Did he just get scolded for making a brief appearance in this novel? What an unwarranted disaster. And what was going on with the owner today? Why was he targeting him the moment they met? What a situation. However, Morey vaguely remembered seeing on TV that his luck was quite poor today. He felt as if countless eyes were watching him from behind. Hiss. Could it be that he was going to have an unlucky day? Despite Morey's efforts, he still hadn't found James Harden before the game. But there was no choice, the game had to go on. So Chris Paul had to step up and prepare to face the Lakers alone. It seems the Rockets lineup today is not very complete. Indeed, seeing their anxious demeanor, I have no idea what is. But luckily we have the honor of having you here today, Mr. John Young. Not at all, no need to be polite, John Young E smiled. Recently, the popularity of John Young E's livestream has been skyrocketing. It's not because his commentary is particular, but rather because this idiot is infuriating. The comments in the livestream are all filled with insults directed at him, making it hard to tell if it's orchestrated by bots or if everyone genuinely feels this way. Because it's just too consistent. It's even difficult to find a comment that doesn't insult him among the dense barrage of remarks. Incredible. The reason is simple, he always downplays Zuo Bai's capabilities. Unfortunately, every time he ends up being slapped in the face by Zuo Bai's actual skills. And it's the kind of slap that echoes loudly. Nevertheless, he remains steadfast in expressing his stance. Zuo Bai is weak. Perhaps this is how he discovered the secret to gaining views. Now, he just tells the camera Zuo Bai is no good. And precisely because of his rising popularity, he was invited to commentate live on site. Before the game started, he predicted to the audience, "I estimate that even without James Harden, the Rockets will still be able to win this." Another commentator was at a loss for words. He could only chuckle awkwardly and ask, "Why do you say that?" John Young E glanced at him, his mind racing as if searching for a reason. Then, he awkwardly stammered out a few words, "I just think he can't do it." The players from both teams had taken their positions. Chris Paul fixed his determined gaze on the situation on the court. Though he knew that his teammate Harden was not by his side, he had no time to consider that. What Paul needed was to focus on. As one of the few shorter players in the league, Chris Paul's survival strategy in the league relied on his extraordinary basketball IQ. Moreover, he also possessed a stable mid-range shooting technique. One could say he was an indispensable asset to the team. The players were in position. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Immediately after, the players from both teams jumped. With a very slight advantage, the Lakers secured possession of the ball. But just as Randall caught the ball and landed, a bald head suddenly surged from behind him. All of a sudden, the bald head shouted, "Give it here." Bam! The live commentator immediately exclaimed, "Oh. Chris Paul completed a steal." This steal was just too cool. It was precise and ruthless. Although Chris Paul lacked height, he timed his move perfectly, targeting the moment Randall landed to intercept the ball. One must admit that Chris Paul's basketball IQ is simply too high. Paul completed a steal right off the bat. Immediately, he initiated an offense. He dribbled with his left hand while using his right hand to continuously direct his teammates' positioning. "Hey, Gerald, don't go over there, you need to move down." Bam! Suddenly, Chris Paul felt his left hand empty. He quickly looked over, realizing a handsome guy had emerged from the crowd. What the fuck? What is happening? Zuo Bai reached out with his right hand, completing another steal before Paul could react. Hearing the loud shout from Zuo Bai, Chris Paul immediately reacted. After all, Paul is a tactical player. He quickly turned around to organize his teammates for defense. However, his teammates stood frozen, staring at him. Paul, confused, exclaimed, "Hey, you guys, run. What are you doing?" Everyone pointed behind him. At that moment, Chris Paul turned around and realized that Zuo Bai hadn't passed the ball at all. The shout was merely to attract Paul's attention. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Chris Paul thought about turning around to chase after Zuo Bai, who had already run off. However, Zuo Bai, who had just unleashed his explosive energy, was not someone Chris Paul could easily catch up to under normal. Moreover, now he needed to turn around and run. In an instant, Zuo Bai drove the ball straight to the basket. After deceiving the defender in front of him, he executed an up-and-down move. He scored effortlessly. Just at the start of the game, an intense atmosphere was already palpable. Both teams were fiercely contesting every point, unwilling to let the other score easily. The showdown between Zuo Bai and Chris Paul, both guards, was particularly thrilling. Every second is full of twists and turns. This is incredible. It's hard to believe this is a regular season game. I never expected that within just 5 seconds of the game starting, the possession would change hands twice. However, the attitude of the Rockets also shows that Chris Paul is not planning to easily concede victory in this game. Haha, obviously. Our Paul clearly doesn't intend to back down. This is truly the most exciting battle between 2 point. Actually, it's not quite accurate to call Zuo Bai a point guard because his playstyle is hard to define. Indeed. But there's no doubt that we must acknowledge Zuo Bai is fully capable of playing the point guard position. Exactly. At that moment, John Yang sneered and said, "I don't think so." The audience completely ignored John Yang's. Zuo Bai's previous play was simply spectacular. Who has the time to care about that idiot? The cheers were still ringing out. Our Zuo Bai is soaring in the atmosphere. So amazing. This is incredible. Even an experienced defender like Chris Paul was fooled. I truly can't believe Zuo Bai is a rookie just entering the league. Who would believe it? Brother, I've been watching his game since he entered the league, and even now I still don't believe it. While set upstairs, I also find it hard to believe. This guy is definitely a Benjamin Button. He must have been playing basketball for 60 years already. The Rockets regained possession. Chris Paul initiated a fast break. As a quick and agile guard, Paul needed to leverage his advantages. He swiftly brought both teams into his rhythm. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and as long as he maintained this pace, Paul would create an open shot and take a mid-range jumper. Then he would score 2 points. However, there was a flaw in his plan. Among the players on the court, one person was not following his. That person was Zuo Bai. At this moment, Paul had already crossed half court, but Zuo Bai was still near their 3-point line. What's going on? Paul was dumbfounded. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts surged through Paul's mind. What is this guy doing? Is he planning to sneak up on me and steal the ball when I'm not paying attention, just like earlier? Or is he executing some tactic? Is he planning to double-team me with a teammate? Or is he going to steal the ball from behind after I create an open shot? Damn it, I just can't figure out what he's thinking. Aren't we on a fast break right now? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he be running back to defend? What is his intention in doing this? This man is terrifying. Even though he is a rookie just entering the league, I can't see through his thoughts. How can there be such a person? As Paul pondered, time ticked away. His original plan was to penetrate, then pass after a screen and easily score 2 points. At this moment, Paul dared not continue with the plan. He froze in place and ended up passing to a teammate for a 3-point shot. Missed shot. The Lakers head coach on the sidelines excitedly cheered. Yeah, just like that. Zuo Bai truly deserves to be called all-round. Even Paul's most prized tactic was figured out by him. Walton looked smugly at the Rockets head coach next door and said with a smile, "So what do you think? This time your tactic didn't." The Rockets head coach held his tongue and said nothing. However, he was quite puzzled inside. How did Zuo Bai figure it out? As the Rockets head coach, he knew Paul was going for that tactic, but that was only because he was a coach who studied tactics every day. Moreover, during this time, he spent every day with Paul. That's why he knew what Paul was thinking. But Zuo Bai as an outsider. And how did he break our tactic? This guy is terrifying. Truly unfathomably terrifying. Just as Zuo Bai ran to the half-court line, he saw the Rockets attempt a 3-pointer, and his teammate grabbed the rebound. Zuo Bai thought, thank goodness. I'm glad I didn't run over, or it would have been exhausting. Sure enough, my teammate got the ball. It looks like we are going to counterattack. I'll just stand here at the 3-point line. Hey, why isn't Chris Paul coming up? What's with his expression? Zuo Bai didn't care about that. After receiving the pass from his teammate, he turned and got into position. He then took a 3-point shot. Swish. The Lakers scored another 3 points. At this point, the score had reached 5-0. Meanwhile, seeing Chris Paul's face full of questions, Zuo Bai still adhered to the principle of friendship, first, competition second. He walked up to Paul and asked, "Little buddy, do you have a lot of questions?" Over here, Chris Paul was momentarily taken aback after being asked the question by Zuo Bai. He paused for a second, then reacted and said, "It's nothing." After all, Chris Paul couldn't possibly ask, "How did you see through our tactics?" If he did, it was clear that Zuo Bai would just brush off the question. However, now that he knew Zuo Bai favored tactical plays, Chris Paul certainly did not need to act as the initiator of. Otherwise, the situation would likely be completely controlled by Zuo Bai. It seemed that it was time to create more opportunities. Zuo Bai had directly dismantled the Rockets' tactical system. Meanwhile, the involved Zuo Bai was still pondering in his mind. In this first quarter, can I lower my running frequency by 2 more times? In the commentary booth, John Yang, he watched the game unfolding before him. He nodded and said, "Although Zuo Bai snuck in 2 points at the start, I believe the Rockets still have a good chance. Especially Chris Paul. He looks to be in great shape now, and this shot will definitely go in." The other commentators merely nodded awkwardly at John Yang's remarks, chuckling as they said, "Perhaps that will be the case. However, I estimate that the Lakers still have a solid chance of winning, especially since Harden isn't playing." TSK tisk, young man, you're being naive. The other commentators turned to him with a look of disbelief, or rather one of interest. They asked, "What's going on?" "Of course. Although the Rockets star player is absent, have you considered why?" John Yang confidently stated, The main reason is definitely that Harden thinks in this game against the weak Lakers they don't need everyone to be on the court. Many other commentators were at a loss for words. Seriously, they didn't understand why the organizers had invited this fool. For entertainment value. Well, congratulations. The Lakers started with a 5-0 lead. Is that still considered weak? It's laughable. See. However, the match between the two teams continued. Rockets' Paul saw Gerald Green in a wide-open position and passed the ball without hesitation. However, Kuzma quickly reacted and dashed over, directly positioning himself in front of the defending player. It seemed that this would be a onion-on showdown. But here came the issue. Paul slipped along the baseline, and Gerald Green instantly spotted Paul in that position. A beautifully synchronized play, he passed the ball directly into Paul's hands. Invincible. At that moment, many Rockets fans stood up. They felt this would be the signal for the Rockets' counterattack. Chris Paul rushed forward, took 2 quick steps after catching the ball, and showcased his signature skill. An unstoppable shot. This shot was definitely going in. If nothing else had happened. Bang. At the moment, Paul was shooting a guy as handsome as the author suddenly surged from behind him. Just as Chris Paul was about to release the ball, he received a solid block. Paul was stunned. Seeing the ball uncontrollably flying away from his hands, he felt guilty and immediately told his teammates, quickly get back on defense. Watch out for Zuo Bai's personal attack. On the other side, after getting the ball, Zuo Bai shouted at his teammates, let's go for a Paul smiled. Using the same trick again, huh? Did you think I would fall for it again? Don't be ridiculous. Don't fall for it. He definitely won't pass the ball. He's trying to distract us. He absolutely won't pass. Everyone stay in position. Otherwise, before Chris Paul could finish speaking, he saw something dark passing under the spotlight on the arena ceiling. Zuo Bai passed the ball, and the others never expected Zuo Bai would pass. This completely stunned everyone present, especially Chris Paul. He absolutely did not expect that this time Zuo Bai had predicted his prediction. What the fuck? Meanwhile, under Paul's prophetic arrangement, their teammates had not fortified against the Lakers' inside defense, leading to this shot being effortlessly put in by Lopez, who was ready to score. 7-0. This initial wave completely disrupted the Rockets' rhythm. Everyone looked at the score in confusion. It's already 7-0. Everyone was incredulous at Zuo Bai's performance. Could it be? Zuo Bai had completely seen through their thoughts. How could that be possible? The gazes of everyone in the arena towards Zuo Bai had subtly changed. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai thought in his mind, that jump to block earlier was exhausting. I really need to manage my stamina well. Passing this ball means I ran one less time. Not bad. If this were a novel script where one could hear others' thoughts, Chris Paul would probably be so furious he would retire. Facing the Lakers' offensive wave, the Rockets' overall morale was indeed affected. However, as an experienced player like Paul, he naturally wouldn't be too influenced. He continually reassured himself the game has just begun. I must endure. I must endure. My heart is very... I am a player with high self-cultivation and patience. I must... Damn. Big beard. You better come. Suddenly, at that moment, Chris Paul caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of James Harden being pulled out from the bench. At this time, the coaching staff became agitated due to Harden's sudden appearance. Many spectators also began to chatter because of Harden's arrival. After all, as the star player of the Rockets, Harden's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline for all Rockets fans. Even John Young, who had just been embarrassed, now said with a relaxed face, since Harden is here, this game must have a conclusion. The Rockets are sure to win. But when the camera focused on Harden, he was heard saying, what game? No, what's the point of a game where I can't stand at the free throw line? I'm not playing. Damn, this is hilarious. Truly a superstar living on the free throw line. In this society, my brother Dang's move is indeed a 6. Not even stepping onto the court, this cracks me up. There's nothing we can do, his lethal weapon has been taken away, so what's the point of him going on the court? At a glance, it's clear that he hasn't been watching the game. My brother Dang isn't just good at drawing fouls. His breakthrough ability and three-point shooting are quite impressive. Indeed. My brother Dang is incredibly strong, it's just that without fouls it makes things a bit tough for him, This is like a duel between unparalleled masters, directly crippling half of his skills. This is hilarious. I thought Harden would be competing for the regular season MVP this season. I guess that's not happening, he won't even step onto the court anymore. Seeing Harden not respond, the coach glanced at the staff member who had brought Harden back. Over here, their head coach questioned, what's going on? Where have you been? Seeing Harden not respond, the coach glanced at the staff member who had brought Harden back. He asked, what happened? Tell me, where did you find him? Oh well. I saw him when I was out playing at the nightclub. At that moment, the Rockets head coach finally realized. Damn, no wonder he was nowhere to be found. Whether at the arena, the locker room, or even at Harden's own home. They couldn't find him. Turns out this kid went to the nightclub again. How careless. Harden, hurry up, and put your clothes on, get ready to go on the court. The team is counting on you now. Do you understand? Harden pouted. Although his beard obscured his mouth a bit, but let's just say he was pouting. I'm not going. What's the point of going up there if I won't get at least 10 fouls? This question left the head coach utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Damn, who gets 10 fouls in one quarter? Are you planning to score 100 points just from free throws? However, Harden looked completely indifferent at this moment. It was clear he had no intention of stepping onto the court for this game. At this moment, Chris Paul, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. He could no longer hold back. Hey James. Do you know you're the leader of this team? How can you choose to back down at a time like this? Do you even care about the team or the championship anymore? Chris Paul had been holding this in for quite some time. He really disliked Harden's attitude. What does this mean? If you can't win, you just won't play. This isn't the quality expected of a professional player, let alone a leader. However, after hearing this from Paul, Harden became even more dismissive. Hey Chris, you should know that the only reason you can play on this team is because I'm here. And I think you should also know who the real leader of this team is, why I advise you to show a bit more respect in your words. Upon hearing this, Paul frowned tightly. He looked incredulous. Harden actually said something like that. And it was at this moment that a rift began to form in Paul's heart. This would further become a reason for Paul to leave the Rockets in the future. But right now Paul knew it wasn't the time for him to throw a tantrum. He was still a player who prioritized the bigger picture. So at this moment, facing the situation, he simply continued to persuade. The opponents are on the court. Aren't you planning to go up and compete with them? Are you really planning to just hand over the victory like this? Is our team's star player really someone who doesn't even get fouls? Harden was provoked by Paul's words. He was indeed caught in the trap. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said, "All right then, let's see if I can still play without fouls." After a brief farce, Harden put on the Rockets jersey again and stood on the court. Although this process made Chris Paul feel the final result was good, Harden returned to the court and the Rockets had their cornerstone back. Harden moved his body. He glanced at the score on the scoreboard. 7-0. He sighed helplessly. Chris, it seems you can't do it either. While I was gone, they managed to score 7-0 against us. Sigh. Chris Paul didn't say anything. He was just thinking, damn, isn't that because you weren't here? Moreover, even if you were here, it wouldn't have been much better than this result. However, Chris Paul didn't say these words aloud. He didn't even remind Harden to be careful of Zuo Bai. After all, Chris Paul was still angry at Harden. Over here, after the Rockets made the inbound pass, Chris didn't hesitate and directly passed the ball to Harden. After receiving the ball, James Harden first observed the situation on the court. Then with a fake breakthrough to the right, he immediately placed the ball to the left. With his left hand, he forcefully exploded the ball. Then he took a small step back while raising his head to look at the rim. This left our hero Young quite startled. Nick Young jumped up directly, trying to block Harden's shot. But this move played right into Harden's hands. Harden faked a prayer with his left hand and made Nick Young fly past him. Then without hesitation, he stepped to the other side and took the shot. Although he hadn't warmed up like before and had just returned, however, Harden is undeniably one of the top scorers in the league. The moment the ball left his hand, Harden knew. It's in. As the ball just left his hand, Harden didn't forget to glance at Chris Paul with his peripheral vision. That look seemed to say, is that it? However, Chris Paul was also looking at Harden as if he were a fool. His expression seemed to say, is that it? Isn't this just an easy block? Bang. To Harden's surprise, a loud crash rang in his ears. It was the sound of the basketball being violently swatted away. The big beard was stunned. Meanwhile, Chris Paul sitting beside him had a face full of suppressed laughter. Haha. Yes. Oh, this is just perfect. This is the feeling. The basketball that was swatted away landed perfectly in the hands of Zuo Bai's teammate. And the Lakers executed a fast break and scored in one go. 9-0. The entire crowd of Lakers fans erupted in cheers. Damn. This wave, even a deity wouldn't be able to save us. At this moment, Harden, who had just stepped out from the shadow of being blocked, helplessly raised his hands towards the referee. Of course, the referee shrugged back at him. Sorry, this is definitely not a foul. And Harden wasn't too disappointed because he knew that this wasn't going to be called a foul. He was just trying it out. However, he truly didn't expect that Zuo Bai would react so quickly just now. It's worth noting that Harden had completely shaken off the defender in front of him. Moreover, his shot was extremely quick. Could this really have been predicted? Looking at the scoreboard showing 9-0, Harden felt quite dissatisfied. He believed that was absolutely his mistake. Next time, all he needed to do was pay attention to that guy named Zuo Bai. Come on, pass me the ball, don't worry, I've got this. Chris Paul, of course, was more than happy about this. After all, he had just suffered a lot against Zuo Bai. Now getting Harden to face some difficulties could be seen as a fitting punishment for his earlier arrogance. So Chris Paul cheerfully passed the ball over, saying, go ahead and play, keep going. Harden was taken aback, not understanding why Chris Paul was so cooperative today. However, he didn't think much of it. He directly received the ball, preparing to take him on again. This time, Nick Young chose a very good defensive strategy against Harden's attack. That is, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Facing Harden's continuous dribbling between his legs, Nick Young maintained his balance. As long as Harden didn't break through, he was resolutely not going to move. However, when Harden closed in on him, Nick Young still remained. This gave the beard an opportunity. Harden directly used his ball-protecting hand to block Nick Young's outer thigh. Legally, using the ball-protecting hand is not a foul in basketball rules, especially in the intense competition of the NBA. As long as it doesn't severely exceed the range of one cylinder, it is considered reasonable. Then with a sudden acceleration, Harden cleanly surpassed Nick Young. This is Harden's strategy. Using continuous dribbling between his legs to confuse the defense if the defense changes their center of gravity with his dribbling. Then Harden would choose to accelerate directly after one dribble and change direction to get past them. If the opponent, like Nick Young, remains completely still, then at a sufficiently close distance, Harden would choose to take a step and break through. This is the killer technique of one of the top isolation players in the league. After getting past Nick Young, Harden also took a moment to confirm with his eyes where Zuo Bai was positioned. Is he outside that doesn't pose much threat to me? In an instant, Harden had already made his choice. He didn't slow down, but chose to directly drive in for the layup. In an instant, Harden collided intimately with the Lakers' front court. It is well known that Harden possesses substantial You might think that Harden's body is just fat, but in reality, it is thick muscle. His ability to withstand contact is definitely on par with the top small forwards in the league. At this moment, James, sitting in front of the television, sneezed. At this moment Harden pushed off the defender, creating space. Although the angle wasn't perfect for someone like Harden, it was sufficient. Is that all? Scoring is still quite easy, right? Harden took the shot directly. However, just as the ball left his hand, his heart sank, because he saw a familiar figure flying up in front of him. Damn, how old are you? Why is it always you? No doubt the person flying up in front of him was none other than Zuo Bai. At this moment Harden was completely stunned. However, the ball had already been released. Even if he had 1,000 regrets, there was nothing he could do. Again a familiar bang. Heartbroken for the basketball for a second. The ball was once again slapped away. But this time it didn't fly elsewhere, but rather slammed hard into Harden's face. Piaggi. The force of the shot was simply too much. It directly deformed Harden's face, oh no, his beard. And at that moment Harden also fell to the ground. Ouch, what the hell? Harden covered his face, oh no. His beard. He rolled on the ground in pain. Zuo Bai, having inherited the excellent traditional culture of our Huaxia and being well-read, naturally wouldn't take advantage of this moment to fast break. Seeing Harden in pain on the ground, Zuo Bai hesitated for a moment, giving up the opportunity for a fast break, and then wanted to help him up. However, thinking that he was still holding the basketball. Now if he helped him up, it wouldn't be good to be holding the ball. With this in mind, Zuo Bai turned around, aimed at the basket. With a casual throw. Whoosh, swish, a super long three-pointer reappeared. 1-2-0. Then with his hands free, Zuo Bai directly reached out to the fallen beard. How are you? Are you okay? At this moment Harden's eyes were as wide as saucers. A three-pointer? That was a three-pointer. WTF. This is way too outrageous. Seeing Harden's shocked expression, Chris Paul knew that Harden must not have properly studied the games of other teams. Unlike himself, Paul had already understood before the game that Zuo Bai possessed such shooting capabilities. However, seeing it with his own eyes was a different kind of shock. This distance is simply insane. After helping Harden up, Zuo Bai scratched his head and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to, I also didn't expect that ball would hit you. Zuo Bai was indeed speaking the truth. Even with the prediction of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he didn't see that basketball hitting Harden's face. Otherwise, he would have been gentler. Oh, at this moment Harden had already forgotten the pain of being hit just now. After all, he had fallen to the ground mostly, but the referee didn't blow the whistle. Sigh. It seems there really are no calls today. But that doesn't matter. Now with a face full of disbelief, Harden asked, that last shot. How did you do that? Did you have confidence before taking that shot? Zuo Bai glanced at the basket and humbly replied, not really, mainly I wanted to help you up, but thought the basketball was in the way, so I just shot it. Huh. Harden took a deep breath. You scared me. I thought you guys could just throw three-pointers, and they would go, and turns out it was just, you scared me. If that were the case, I wouldn't need to play this game at all. Now relieved, Harden felt a bit more relaxed and casually asked, so how many of those shots do you think you could make? Zuo Bai thought for a moment and said, I haven't really kept track, but I've shot about 10 in the NBA so far, and it seems, oh, so you made about 10. That's, wait, damn, all 10 went in. Coach, my beard hurts. I need a break. However, jokes aside, as the core and leader of the team, James Harden is quite aware of his responsibilities. At the very least, if not a hero in dire straits, he can certainly be considered a superstar fulfilling his duties. James Harden returned to the court, and at that moment Chris Paul also seemed to have released a breath of relief. Looking at the current score, they shared a common mission. That mission is to turn the game around. Paul, wait a moment, spread out the formation and pass the ball to me. Faced with James Harden's unknown ability, Chris Paul was undoubtedly at ease. Because he had seen countless skilled players fall under Harden's unknown tactics. No problem, leave it to me. And on this, the Rockets executed a baseline throw-in. After Chris Paul brought the ball across half court, he feigned a drive. Meanwhile, James Harden used a screen from his teammate to find an opportunity, sprinting to catch the ball just outside the three-point line. At that moment, Nick Young followed suit. However, in that fleeting moment, James Harden created a timing difference. He suddenly made a short, explosive step forward to feign a drive. Harden's movement was extremely quick and powerful, catching everyone off guard. This action made Nick Young instinctively take a step back. Anyone would assume that Harden was about to drive. However, in the next second, Harden pulled the ball back, creating a massive space. A three-point shot. Swish. James Harden shot the ball smoothly into the basket. Meanwhile, Nick Young, upon realizing Harden was about to shoot a three-pointer, immediately rushed out. This time, not only did he fail to block the shot, but he also collided with Harden's body upon landing. Under those circumstances, it should have been a clear three-point play. After all, this was indeed an infringement on the offensive player's cylinder. Harden also expressed to the referee, "Referee, where's my whistle?" The referee helplessly shrugged and said, "That was not an obvious foul, the game continues." Harden looked utterly. Indeed, no whistle was blown. However, the audience enjoyed seeing Harden's helpless expression. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Poor Harden. You've made me laugh too. Referee, you've been given too many calls before, so I'll give you fewer this time. Harden has suffered a great injustice. The league originally intended to clean up the current atmosphere, but Harden has become the biggest victim. This is hilarious indeed. In the ensuing offense, James Harden and Chris Paul unleashed their full firepower. Chris Paul frequently delivered spectacular assists, enabling Harden to confidently sink three-pointers. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was substituted out by the coach with 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Since this substitute came onto the court, Chris Paul had entered into a frenzied scoring mode. Saying he charged into the crowd might be a bit exaggerated, but Chris Paul's sudden jump shot truly scored frequently over Zuo Bai. In just a short 5 minutes, Chris Paul scored 8 points and provided assists. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 28-24. The Los Angeles Lakers, who had a significant advantage at the start, found themselves only leading by 4 points at the end of the first quarter. Nearly all Rockets fans were thrilled. This was incredibly uplifting. In fact, had it not been for Harden's persistent attempts to draw a 2+ zone in several offensive plays, their score could have been even higher. Perhaps by the end of the first quarter, they might have even managed to take the lead. At this moment, the Houston Rockets coach expressed some confusion regarding Harden's earlier actions, observing Harden sitting on the bench sipping water. The head coach asked, "What's going on with you? Why are you so intent on drawing fouls in this game?" Harden glanced at him. Then in an extremely firm tone he replied, "You don't understand. This is my belief." The head coach shook his head saying, "I just want to know what's your purpose in doing this. Isn't it better to earn 2 or 3 points normally?" At that moment Harden replied in a very serious tone, "Free throws are the simplest and most effective way to score. Not only is it stable, but the key is it's not exhausting." The head coach looked bewildered. WTF? He hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Harden, ask yourself, is there any player who thinks like you? How can playing not be tiring? Isn't scoring the #1 priority? That's definitely not the case. It's better to score the most with the least effort. That's absurd. I can't believe anyone else would think like you." The head coach of the Houston Rockets strongly disagreed, shaking. He believed Harden's perspective was absolutely ridiculous. It was the first time he had heard such a peculiar viewpoint. However, at that moment Zuo Bai suddenly approached. "I agree. I think the same way." The head coach of the Houston Rockets, "What the hell? Is there really someone like that? The key is that both are main players in their respective teams. Is this some new trend in NBA playing style?" Although the head coach of the Houston Rockets was somewhat confused at that moment, Zuo Bai and Harden shared a look that conveyed mutual. There was a sense of camaraderie, as if the unspoken words were saying, "You think so too, right?" Exactly. However, they were ultimately opponents. At this moment the score on the court was not looking optimistic. In this situation the Lakers could no longer afford to send substitutes onto the court. "All right, you want need to play again, Zuo Bai will take your place." "Got it. I'll take a break now." "Brother Bai, it's up to you." Zuo Bai nodded. After a few minutes of rest, he had although his physicality had improved, he couldn't afford to waste it right. Now Zuo Bai was determined to play through the entire game, at least for every quarter. Recently Zuo Bai had clearly noticed that as his performance became more outstanding, his ball handling share within the team and various teams were increasingly targeting him. It was rare for someone to be so specifically targeted in their rookie season. But without a doubt, Zuo Bai was one of those. After Zuo Bai returned to the court, Chris Paul also gathered the players together, then quietly said, "I think we should have a way to limit Zuo Bai. Restricting Zuo Bai. This seems somewhat absurd. After all, Zuo Bai has demonstrated considerable skill in these matches and talent. Zuo Bai's powerful dunks and nearly unbeatable explosive speed are indeed challenging for them. Most importantly, in today's small ball era, Zuo Bai's nearly indefensible long-range three-point shot. How do you defend against that? Should they mark him all over the court? But this is just the regular season, and do they really need to use such tactics in regular games?" All the players were silently listening to Chris Paul continue speaking. After both sides returned to the court, the Lakers began. The commentator on the scene stated, "The Lakers have performed quite well in these matches." That's right, it seems that in this game the Lakers are maintaining a steady performance so far. Especially Zuo Bai, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Exactly, and now his teammates trust him quite a lot. However, at this moment, they suddenly heard a chia sound coming from beside them. Several people turned their heads and found that the sound was made by no one else. It was John Yangi. The others asked, "Do you have any insights?" John Yangi smiled, adjusted his earpiece, and said, "Clearly Zuo Bai's unknown ability is impressive without a doubt. Even I have to admit that. But on this NBA court, no one truly believes they will allow you to play unknown indefinitely, right?" Several commentators understood John Yangi's point. "Zone defense. Are you implying that the Rockets plan to collapse their defense into the paint?" John Yangi smiled non-committally. Then he said, "I'm not sure, but I think Paul must have the answer already." Zuo Bai held the ball. As always, he slowly advanced forward while his teammates positioned themselves near the three-point line. If there was an opportunity, they would launch an attack immediately. However, this time, as soon as Zuo Bai took a step forward after Chris Paul immediately came up to defend. This caught Zuo Bai somewhat off guard. Is he defending this tightly? Chris Paul smiled slightly. "What do you think?" Paul began to constantly interfere with Zuo Bai, although Zuo Bai could evade through his Heavenly Emperor's eye predictions. However, the crux of the issue is that he cannot do this indefinitely. Such a tactic is extremely exhausting. This applies to both the offense and defense. Zuo Bai realized that this situation could not continue. Otherwise, it would significantly impact his subsequent performance. Accelerate. Zuo Bai unleashed his physical potential while stacking the high-speed dribbling from Qingfeng Dehui. This time he exploded forward from a standstill. The basketball that seemed to still be in Zuo Bai's hands completed a rapid dribble in an instant. He even left an afterimage in place. Chris Paul, after witnessing this, was completely stunned. He couldn't keep up with Zuo Bai so fast. Zuo Bai surged forward like a tiger, dribbling at high speed, accompanied by his Heavenly Emperor's eye ability, clearing his path. God blocks kill God, Buddha blocks kill Buddha. Anyone who comes in his way will be bypassed. In that moment of shifting his center of gravity, the defender was directly faked out by Zuo Bai. At this moment, the commentators on stage exclaimed, "Heavens! I never imagined that even with the Rockets employing full-court defense, they still couldn't stop Zuo Bai. It seems this tactic is ineffective, Mr. John Yangi. Zuo Bai passing their defense is as easy as taking candy." At this speed, even Paul couldn't keep up. Zhang Yangyi clearly did not expect that Zuo Bai would so effortlessly bypass their defense. The speed is just too fast. This acceleration is comparable to Westbrook's turbo boost. But before they could be amazed for a few seconds, they realized. The Rockets' formation changed again. Inside, they directly adopted a collapsing defense strategy. Like an encirclement, they blocked Zuo Bai's path to the basket. Seeing this scene, Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback. However, his speed had already surged. Zuo Bai made a decision in an instant. In this position, he shouldn't jump. The Houston Rockets Harden and two others blocked the area between the free throw line. In this position, even without the full proficiency of the God of Fire's dunking talent, he still felt confident. So right here, just a step away, he jumped. Wait, he's jumping from here. Does he know he's just a step in from the free throw line? Even if he dunks here, the problem is that there are 3 defenders in front of him. This is outrageous. How can someone facing 3 defenders? This is too difficult. It's like hitting a wall. How can he even dunk? But regardless of how surprised others were, Zuo Bai jumped. At this moment, Zuo Bai leaped high. With the explosive power combined with the dunking talent of the God of Fire, Zuo Bai was almost leaping over the defenders, and under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Zuo Bai's right hand shot up high. At this moment, his body made contact with, although his body slightly lost some balance forward, his hand had already reached the rim. The next second, bang, dunk. Zuo Bai soared over 3 defenders. He dunked. My goodness. The commentator was already on his feet. The commentator excitedly said, this shot is simply too powerful. A dunk over 3 people. My heavens. This shot was so beautiful. Oh, I never expected that every game I would witness such an incredible score. Even with the Rockets players employing full court defense and a collapsing zone, they still couldn't stop Zuo Bai from scoring. This is too strong. Over here, Zuo Bai was slightly fatigued. The physical exertion from this shot was considerable. 2 bursts of energy combined with the use of 3 talents. He couldn't sustain this style of play. Just then the system chimed in. At that moment, the system chimed in. The system announced, you have triggered the God level selection system. If the host chooses to assist teammates in scoring during the upcoming match and wins the game, the system will reward the host with a permanent title. Being helpful is actually cowardly. This title will be permanently displayed and cannot be hidden. If the host chooses not to assist teammates in the upcoming match and continues to score while facing the opponent's defense and wins the game at a critical moment, the system will reward the host with a permanent ability perfect level black, Zhi the disappearing pass. This skill will be granted after completing the task. Please make your choice. What is there to hesitate about? Although creating an impact against Chris Paul and Harden's joint defense is indeed tiring. However, on the other hand, both Paul and Harden will also exhaust a significant amount of energy. So, why not? 2. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully making a choice. Looking forward to the host's performance next. Over here on the Houston Rockets side, Chris Paul said to his teammates, hey, just hold on, it's no problem. Although the other teammates had just been scored on by Zuo Bai, their morale was somewhat low. However, Paul still tirelessly encouraged them, keep it up, keep it up. That last shot we took had already affected him. His stamina is limited, especially under the pressure of the entire team's defense. His stamina will be consumed even more. That last basket has already taken a toll on him. If we continue to defend like this, he definitely won't last until the end of the game. At this moment, everyone nodded after hearing his words. It makes sense. They had just been scored on and were somewhat flustered. They thought their defensive strategy had no effect. It turns out that Chris Paul never intended to use this defensive strategy. Instead, he aimed to exhaust his stamina with this defensive strategy. No wonder. The Rockets continuously launched attacks on the offense. Chris Paul searched for opportunities from the perimeter and then spotted a gap. With a yo-yo fake pass motion, he deceived the Then with a change of direction, he charged directly into the paint. When the Lakers' interior defense tried to block him at that moment, Paul made a quick pass to James Harden, who was waiting beyond the three-point line. Whoosh. Bang. The ball hit the front of the rim and then lightly leapt up. Score. 3 points secured. And when the possession changed to the Lakers, before Zuo Bai could catch the ball, Chris Paul was already right on him. His movements were extremely swift. Even at the moment Zuo Bai received the ball, there was considerable pressure. However, Zuo Bai was not foolish. The system's recent choice was to not assist teammates while holding the ball. But it didn't say he couldn't allow teammates to receive the ball. Trash system didn't see this coming, did you? Over here, Zuo Bai directly commanded pass the ball to Nick Young. At this time, Nick Young was wide open, but actually being open before crossing half court was a fairly normal state. After receiving the ball, Nick Young's eyes weren't only on the basket. He first looked for passing opportunities. This made the audience laugh. Nick Young, you've changed. I said men are all big pigs, trotters so fickle. You are no longer the old you sob. Don't hesitate, you are Nick Young. He can be strong, but I am Nick Young. Just at this moment, Nick Young, seeing that there was no opportunity to pass to Zuo Bai, immediately made a choice. Onion. He stepped beyond the three-point line facing Harden, showing no fear, using large dragging steps to find an opportunity. At this moment, Harden said to Nick Young, are you going to attempt a three-pointer? Then don't hesitate. Hesitate. Nick Young could not bear to hear those 2 words. You must know that hesitation is the last thing I do. In an instant, Nick Young exploded the ball, releasing a three-pointer from the right side. It went in. The Lakers immediately returned with a three-pointer. At this moment, the celebration antics of the glasses guy also returned to the court. My youth has come back. So cool, truly deserving to be our Nick Young. Doubting Nick Young's onion ability. You didn't think that after recent games where Nick Young passed the ball he wouldn't attempt onion anymore, did you? Harden also didn't expect that shot to actually go in. After all, he felt that the psychological pressure and interference he just applied had already taken effect. If it went in, it could only mean his luck was bad. Moreover, Nick Young indeed has three-point shooting ability. However, Harden was not anxious because he knew his three-point shooting capability was clearly superior to Nick Young's. Over here beyond the three-point line, Chris Paul made a beautiful behind-the-back pass, sending the ball into Harden's hands. Harden at the three-point line aimed for the basket. With just a glance, Harden made the defender hesitate for a moment. And among top NBA players, just a moment's hesitation is enough to launch a deadly attack. James Harden drove inward, and upon noticing his teammate's misplacement, Kuzma quickly filled in. But this also instantly created a defensive gap on the other side. Harden made a clever pass, sending the ball back to Chris Paul. This series of plays was smooth as flowing water. But it was just when everyone thought Chris Paul was about to shoot, he unexpectedly passed the ball directly to the center, who was positioned clean and neat. After receiving the ball, the center immediately engaged in a confrontation, turned, and prepared for. Chris Paul had already started celebrating the 2 points he was about to score. And that play was indeed beautiful. Even the commentator on stage praised with Chris Paul's addition the entire team's playstyle is indeed much smoother now. That's right, and now the team can also showcase Harden's awareness and passing skills. That play was exceptional. He actually passed the ball into the paint. That play was truly beautiful. The Rockets' offense completely outmaneuvered the Lakers' defense. This sentence was not finished. In an instant, their latter half of the sentence was swallowed down. Bang! Because they saw. Just as the Rockets center prepared to jump for a layup, Zuo Bai jumped up from behind and blocked it. Predicted it. Damn, that ended the offense directly. Center forward, this is too strong. Center forward, I have so little screen time, and I finally managed to score 2 points, and you blocked me. That's too much. After landing, the center of his team grabbed the rebound and immediately passed it to Zuo Bai. In fact, Zuo Bai did not want to end their offense. How detrimental to team spirit. However, wanting to defend during the transition would consume even more stamina. At the moment of the shot, Zuo Bai only needed to predict this timing and defend this position. That would be enough. So one could only say, this center forward was rather unlucky. Seeing this offense being ended by Zuo Bai, Paul felt a bit helpless. However, he immediately began to direct the traffic again. Positioning. Don't let anyone enter the baseline. Keep an eye on the top of the arc. Don't leave so much space in the paint, don't let him drive in. After directing his teammates and ensuring his own position, Chris Paul directly stuck to Zuo Bai's face. Chris Paul placed one hand on the spot where Zuo Bai would catch the ball, while the other hand was raised high to prevent him from shooting. It should be noted that although Paul is not considered tall among NBA players, he could even be called short, standing just over 1.8 meters tall. But this does not affect his status as a coach's favorite defensive warrior. The reason lies in his ever-positive attitude and extraordinary defensive awareness. Chris Paul's defensive style can be said to make it extremely uncomfortable for anyone who faces him. However, Zuo Bai is an exception. If a pure brute force player faced Zuo Bai, it might still affect him somewhat. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can defeat a master. That is the reasoning behind it. However, players like Paul who rely on experience and instinct would find no advantage against Zuo Bai, because within Zuo Bai's heavenly emperor's eye, he had already predicted all of Paul's next moves. In the next moment, his body would slightly shift to the right and his steps would have a subtle reset. Then a right side breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity in an instant, Zuo Bai launched into a super fast dribble. Bang! He instantly accelerated and dashed out as Paul's foot reset. This is too fast. Once again, Chris Paul felt a tinge of helplessness. In the face of Zuo Bai's precise timing and explosive power that far exceeded his own, Chris Paul simply could not defend against his attack in that instant. However, no worries. After all, he still had other teams. But when Zuo Bai broke through straight, he did not rush into the encirclement as they had anticipated. Instead, Zuo Bai chose to pull. In the next second, Harden was stunned. Because what Zuo Bai executed on the wing was Harden's signature move, the double step back. Harden was dumbfounded. When did you learn this? The key is that this move and that rhythm are familiar to Harden, identical to his own. No. One could even say this move creates even more space than his own. Whoosh. Scored. This is Zuo Bai's perfect imitation. That shot was truly beautiful. So precise. And this shot is remarkably close to Harden's step back, fully embodying Harden's essence. Clearly, this is not merely imitation. He must have been well prepared. It's obvious that this shot was destined to go in. Though John Young still wanted to say damn it. He had to admit that this series of moves was indeed very graceful. And very effective. The entire audience erupted. The game did not stop because of this. Both sides continued to engage in a fiercely intense battle. The Rockets' perimeter was frequently lighting up, while on the Lakers' side, Nick Young was also in hot form. Just as the final moments of the quarter arrived, Tucker's fast break after a block was again thwarted by Zuo Bai. Until the end of the second quarter, the Lakers re-established their dominant position. The score stood at 54-47. The Lakers are in the lead. At this moment on the sidelines, Zuo Bai's stamina was severely depleted. He sat on the bench gasping for breath. Tired. Of course it is tiring. For any player, facing multiple defenders from the opposing team while trying to score every shot is extraordinarily difficult, let alone in such a targeted situation. Every shot made means a significant drain on stamina. Not to mention this is the world's top basketball arena, let alone in such a targeted situation. Every shot made means a significant drain on stamina. Not to mention this is the world's top basketball arena, the NBA. Although Chris Paul's defense did not have much impact on Zuo Bai, But constantly having to shake off his defense while being aware of the moves Paul might make was continuously demanding of Zuo Bai's heavenly emperors, increasing his fatigue. Even now Zuo Bai's stamina had improved far beyond before, yet he still felt extremely tired. At this moment the coach noticed Zuo Bai's condition. He seemed a bit fatigued. The coach then said, "Take a break, let the substitutes come in next." The substitute on the other side immediately tossed aside the towel and stood up. "By Ge, you can leave it to me, although I can't be as strong as you, I will definitely do my best." Everyone could see. Zuo Bai, who had been targeted this quarter, was very exhausted. Of course, Zuo Bai was very grateful for the attitude of the substitutes and the coach, but he knew he could not rest for long. Because in the upcoming match, it was evident that the Rockets would launch a fierce counterattack. If he wasn't on the court to contain their firepower perhaps, the score between the two teams would quickly level. Thinking of this, Zuo Bai said to the coach, "Coach, he'll only rest for 3 minutes." He then turned to the substitute and gratefully said, "Good brother, thank you, I'm counting on you for these 3 minutes." That substitute immediately sniffled. "I never expected I would have my moment today. By Ge, don't worry. In these 3 minutes I will definitely be a real man." After a brief rest, the third quarter officially began. Seeing that Zuo Bai was not on the court, Chris Paul understood. His plan had worked. Counterattack begins. As expected, Zuo Bai is running out of stamina. Chris Paul chuckled as he watched Zuo Bai resting on the sidelines. Even though Zuo Bai possessed such ability, at the end of the day, he was just an Asian rookie. In terms of physical fitness and endurance, he was far behind them. Moreover, Asian players generally have poorer physical stamina. It seems that Chris Paul bet on the entire team's stamina in a war of attrition, and his gamble paid off. Quick, we need to counterattack now and widen the point gap. Of course, the Los Angeles Lakers players were no pushover. They knew the Rockets' plan to attack. How could they just open the door and let them in? Several players took their defensive positions and stood ready. Even the usual substitute for Zuo Bai was fighting desperately on the court today. He even fell hard to the ground during a scramble for an out-off-bounds ball. In this wave of action, many Lakers fans were teary-eyed. "Oh my gosh, he's putting in so much effort. He really is giving it." This is Zuo Bai's substitute, right? Oh my god. Substitutes are so touching. By the way, what's his name again? Isn't substitute his real name? Wow, so that's how it is. I get it now. Go substitute. Although the substitute and the Lakers players were all making a great effort in both offense and defense. However, against the combined offensive power of Harden and Paul, their efforts did not seem to have a significant effect. Harden maintained an exceptionally hot shooting touch in this game. Even without free throws, he still managed to maintain a high. In just the 3 minutes Zuo Bai was off the court, the Rockets had managed to close the score to just 1 point behind. Just when the Houston Rockets intended to capitalize on their momentum, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. The Lakers request a player substitution. It seems that Zuo Bai is about to come back on the court. Haha, for some reason Zuo Bai gives me a bit of a Derrick Rose vibe from his rookie season. You mean Derrick, right? Indeed. The commentator remarked upon seeing this scene. However, it seems that Zuo Bai's physical consumption is quite large at this moment. Facing such intense defense, I believe anyone would feel exhausted, right? But that's okay, after all this is just his rookie. Exactly, we shouldn't demand all-star performance from a rookie. Haha, that's true, but it's just that Zuo Bai's performance has been so incredible that it has subtly changed our expectations. The future is long, but to be honest, Zuo Bai is destined to become a superstar. The substitute saw Zuo Bai return to. He felt that his previous performance had been terribly inadequate. He didn't even dare to meet Zuo Bai's gaze. He thought that what he had done earlier had been utterly useless. Despite his firm assurance to Zuo Bai, the team had just lost 6 points while he was on the bench. He felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. But just as the two were exchanging places, Zuo Bai patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, what are you thinking? You did great." Seeing Zuo Bai smile, the substitute's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Whoa, brother Bai, you're just woo-woo sniff, you must keep it up. Woo-woo. Okay, hey. Quickly wipe your nose. Woo-woo. Brother Bai, good. Woo-woo. I'm so touched." Chris Paul noticed that the Lakers had reintroduced Zuo Bai. At that moment, he couldn't help but think, wasn't the physical toll on Zuo Bai supposed to be significant? How could he have only rested for such a short while? Am I misjudging him? How could it be that he was seemingly unaffected at all? Chris Paul was somewhat surprised, while on the other side Harden was also seriously pondering. I need to find a way to draw a foul on him. How could it be that he was seemingly unaffected at all? Chris Paul was somewhat surprised, while on the other side Harden was also seriously pondering. I need to find a way to draw a foul on him. Absolutely. In reality, Zuo Bai's condition was already quite fatigued. The only reason he could still stand on the court and maintain a competitive state was due to his mental drive, pushing him to do so. After all, he needed to win the game. With the current roster strength of the Lakers, it would be somewhat difficult. After all, this year's Houston Rockets could be said to be a team pushing for the playoffs, even the finals. Winning is very difficult. However, it was precisely this kind of difficulty that ignited Zuo Bai's fighting spirit. There was definitely no system rewards involved. Absolutely none. I guarantee it, with the author's integrity. Back on the court, Zuo Bai once again became the focus of the Rockets' defensive strategy. In his rookie season, being treated like this could be considered a first. However, it also provided opportunities for Zuo Bai. Nick Young received Zuo Bai's permission. No matter who it is, once you get the ball, just go all out against him. No one, just go for it. After hearing this, Nick Young's eyes lit up. You really understand me. If before passing the ball to Zuo Bai was done willingly, then now going for his own shots was a release of his true nature. Thus in this game, the familiar glasses guy frequently scored. After taking a 3-point shot, he spun away elegantly. In the following minutes, as Zuo Bai attracted the opposing defense along the sideline, combined with Nick Young's decent unknown ability, every offensive play allowed them to secure stable points. However, possessing a mercurial nature, Nick Young suddenly went cold just before the end of the third quarter. He missed several consecutive three-point attempts. This instantly disrupted the previously stable situation. The Rockets quickly overtook the score, leading by 4 points. At this moment, Nick Young felt quite pressured. He realized that his shooting touch was not very good right now. Missed. Seeing this situation, Paul shouted loudly to his teammates, "Focus on the offense." Paul knew that Zuo Bai's possession time this quarter had clearly decreased. He was obviously tired. So take advantage of this opportunity and go for the kill. But just as they were preparing to attack, Zuo Bai said to Nick Young, "For the next shot, pass it to me." Over here, John Young, he looked seriously at the situation on the court and analyzed. At this point in the match, the outcome is already quite clear. The Lakers are definitely going to lose. The other commentators were taken aback. What do you mean? At this moment, John Young, full of pride and confidence, began to analyze. Firstly, the Lakers' recent scoring was entirely dependent on Nick Young's explosive performance. However, now that Nick Young's shooting touch has suddenly declined, the Lakers' scoring ability will plummet and the score will soon wind. But Zuo Bai is still on the court, right? Facing the other commentators' doubts, John Young replied, No, don't think too much, he's already exhausted. Haven't you noticed? His ball possession ratio has clearly decreased during this quarter, and he's moving much less. This is enough to prove that Zuo Bai has completely lost his offensive capability. Clearly, he can no longer make an impact. Watching John Young speak so confidently, everyone felt skeptical. Could it be that Zuo Bai really had no stamina left, as they said? In reality, regardless of what others thought, Chris Paul shared the same opinion as John Young. He too believed that Zuo Bai was nothing more than a paper tiger at this point. There was nothing to worry about. On this side, Chris Paul made a one-handed pass while dribbling unexpectedly, sending the ball. Paul shouted, "Get him 2 points." After all, Harden was in a great position, one that was perfect for scoring against the opponent. With Harden's finishing ability, everyone believed that as long as he wanted to, securing 2 points was a sure thing. However, in Harden's ears, this message transformed into "Let's draw a foul." Harden nodded. All right. Harden took a step back and executed a deceptive shot. This move fooled the defender, and at that moment Harden made contact with the opposing player. Ouched. Accompanied by a scream, he raised both hands to the sky. Beep. The referee's whistle finally. Harden. The bearded rule master Harden. Finally, he earned his first foul in this match. Oh yes. Yeah. Yahoo. Seeing Harden's excited expression on the court, those unaware might have thought the Rockets had won this year's championship. What? What happened? I just went to the bathroom, and the match is over. No. Harden is going to the free throw line. Oh, I thought it was something big. For others it might just be 2 free throws. But for Harden this was something different. This was a man's romance. Harden confidently sank both free throws. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai, upon receiving the ball, immediately launched an offensive. Chris Paul, who was just about to apply tight defense, was suddenly shaken off by a large margin. Chris Paul was dumbfounded. How could he still be this fast? Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? Zuo Bai accelerated, instantly weaving past 2 defenders. With unstoppable momentum, he charged into the Houston Rockets' paint. At this moment, our Pancake King panicked. This was completely different from what Paul had just mentioned. In an instant, the Rockets center the Pancake King lunged forward. Zuo Bai at that moment chose to counter and go for a layup. Bang! At that moment, Zuo Bai collided head-on with the Rockets center. The Pancake King felt an unparalleled force. Holy crap! He never expected that the resistance from an Asian guard could be so strong. This was far more intense than Little Potato. Zuo Bai's strength pushed the Pancake King back, and in the next second, he used his innate talent, Akaji's supreme body control ability. With extraordinary core strength, he stabilized his Botus balance. Then with a gentle flick of his right hand, he tossed the ball. This seemingly casual toss was in fact Akaji's ability. An irregular shot. Under the incredulous gazes, without a doubt that ball went in. Swish. Brilliant. So brilliant. At this moment, the entire audience, so awesome. When Brother Bai makes a move, you know the outcome. When he doesn't make a sound, it's a stunning revelation. Invincible Brother Bai forever. At this moment, John Young in the commentary booth's eyes widened in astonishment. He was stunned. Holy crap. Wasn't Zuo Bai just standing still a moment ago? How did he completely change once he got the ball? This is absurd. What speed is this? John Young wore an awkward. Chris Paul was equally bewildered. What was happening here? Oh, it's over barbecue. How could he still be this aggressive? On the other hand, after making that shot, Zuo Bai smiled slightly. Although it seemed like everything was fine, in reality, he was secretly gasping for breath. Exhausted. So exhausted. It seemed he needed to improve his stamina. Facing the intense pressure from multiple defenders drained him far too quickly. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai could not let the opponents see that he was experiencing stamina issues. Otherwise, the Rockets would surely launch a counterattack. As the game progressed, the Houston Rockets indeed became more cautious, just as Zuo Bai had anticipated. However, Chris Paul was still pondering, convinced his judgment was correct. Zuo Bai's stamina was certainly not that abundant. Should I take a gamble? All right. He'll bet that your gun is empty. As the third quarter was nearing its end, Chris Paul teamed up with Harden to launch a fierce attack. The change in rhythm left Zuo Bai feeling even more overwhelmed. Although Zuo Bai contributed with a block and 2 steals at the final moment, he was now drenched in sweat. Beep. Seeing the changes in Zuo Bai, Paul smiled. He said to his teammates, "We will win the upcoming match with ease." Zuo Bai is completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was sitting on the bench. He was indeed very tired, but his mood was exceptionally calm. His mind was entirely devoid of thoughts about anything else. Gradually, it seemed as though he had entered another state. This feeling. Zone. Ding dong. The system detects a change in the host's mental state. The host is about to break through limitations and enters. Detected that you have an unused zone experience card. To better guide the host into zone mode, the experience card has been canceled. The system will guide you into zone. In an instant, it seemed that Zuo Bai could see sparkling points of light appearing before. It was like fireflies on a winter night. These points of light seemed to be guiding him forward. His consciousness gradually deepened. Finally, he felt as if something suddenly blocked his way. A door. At that moment, he seemed to hear a voice within him continuously calling out, "Open it! Open it!" The rough texture of the copper door was faintly visible. Zuo Bai exerted all his strength to push open a small crack. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped him. Zuo Bai. Hey Zuo Bai. Why hasn't he responded after being called so many times? Did you hear what the coach just said? Oh no, is he exhausted? Should we call the team doctor? While everyone was unsure of what to do, suddenly Zuo Bai said to them, "Hey, I'm fine, guys. You scared me. What happened to you? Why were you just standing there?" Zuo Bai shook his head and said casually, "I'm fine. The coach said you should rest for the next match, and he will decide whether to let you play based on the situation near the end of the game." Zuo Bai understood. The coach came up with this idea because he saw that Zuo Bai had exhausted a lot of energy. He appreciated, but now, it's okay, I'll tell the coach that I feel great right now. Alright, just don't push yourself. At this moment, the coach, who was hoping Zuo Bai would play, nodded and said, "That's great, that's even better. If you feel any issues, call for a timeout immediately. This is just a regular match, don't take it too seriously." Zuo Bai nodded casually. He felt that he had no issues at all. He could sense no fatigue. Right now, what he desired most. Meanwhile, on the Rockets bench, Chris Paul was giving everyone a final pep talk. "Guys, listen up, Zuo Bai is done. In the fourth quarter, he is unlikely to play, and even if he does, it will only be a last-ditch effort. What we really need to watch out for is his other teammates. Capella, you take care of the inside game. Harden and I will pass the ball to you. Tucker, just focus on guarding the pantsman's move. In this game, we will win easily. The Lakers have no capacity for resistance now." After hearing this, everyone felt a surge of confidence. After all, although Zuo Bai is a rookie, his performance on the court exhibited a level of dominance and intimidation that made everyone wary. If Zuo Bai has indeed lost his fighting ability, then the Lakers pose no threat to them. Come on, beep. The players from both sides re-entered the court. At this moment, commentator John Yang, he also expressed his excitement. "Actually, my previous prediction was not wrong. Zuo Bai is truly exhausted. He has already given his all in the third quarter. Although as a rookie his performance is commendable, it is still too early to say he can debut as an MVP. Clearly, he is not yet prepared to handle the opposing team's defense, and his stamina needs improvement. True superstars do not run out of energy before the end of the third quarter. We can look at the legendary superstar of the Lakers, Kobe Bryant, who retired before Zuo Bai. Even in his final game, he played the entire match and faced the opponent's double team in the final quarter without losing ground. This is what a true superstar is. At this moment, everyone beside John Yang fell silent, because each of them felt that Zuo Bai should not end here. And when they saw Zuo Bai return to the court at the beginning of the fourth quarter, everyone was filled with excitement. Zuo Bai is back. I feel a bit sorry, he clearly looked so exhausted just now. I never expected. Even geniuses. Actually, I could tell that Zuo Bai had already given his all. Now that he stands on the court, he should be completely drained. This is the spirit of a professional basketball player. Indeed. But can they still win? It's hard to say, but at least they will go down with dignity. What do you mean by going down with dignity? Our white god will definitely not lose. That also depends on the situation, buddy. This year's Rockets are just too strong. It's a one-man show, sigh. On the court, Chris Paul was surprised to see Zuo Bai back on the court again. Although he was a bit surprised, he was not overly worried. After all, he saw clearly at the end of the last quarter. Zuo Bai was completely exhausted. At this moment, Chris Paul went up and said, "Zuo Bai, I admire your spirit, but you know you should be resting now, not standing on the court." Upon hearing this, Chris Paul could no longer hold back. Really? Couldn't hold back, guys. How dare Zuo Bai say that? Our situation? Chris Paul asked back, then said, "What is there to worry about in our situation?" Zuo Bai smiled and said, "Because you might get blown up by me." Upon hearing this, Chris Paul could no longer hold back. Really? Couldn't hold back, guys. How dare Zuo Bai say that? Clearly he was already exhausted, yet he could still say such things. This could only mean he has excellent mental fortitude. On the other side, James Harden also walked over and said to him, "If you can't handle it, just go rest. There's no shame in that." Zuo Bai knew. No matter what he said, Harden and Paul would not believe him at this moment. But it didn't matter. After all, the ones who would suffer later would be them. In response, Zuo Bai could only kindly remind, "Wait a moment, watch closely. If you're not careful, you will get blown up." Beep, the fourth quarter begins. Although Chris Paul felt a chill run down his spine from his words, he still believed in science. With Zuo Bai already exhausted like this, it seemed there was no chance for a comeback. So there is no need to worry. As for James Harden, he never worried at all. In his dictionary, it's simple: if you can't beat me, I'll crush you with my unstoppable upper body strength. If I can't overpower you with talent, then I'll shoot you down from the free throw line. Ahem. So Harden is not worried at all. The only thing he was concerned about was how the referees would react. With the Rockets in possession, James Harden, after receiving the ball, bent slightly and slowly advanced toward the three-point line. Then suddenly he made a small gesture of prayer. Taking advantage of the opponent's leap, he passed the ball to Chris Paul. Chris Paul was constantly probing for opportunities at the free throw line, and at that moment he suddenly noticed that Big Luo seemed to lean forward a bit. As a top point guard, Paul wasted no time. He passed the ball instantly. Smack. He forcefully delivered the ball into the hands of the Pizza King. Meanwhile, Big Luo instantly realized the problem. He had lost his position. Oh no, I can't stop him. Capella turned around and directly blocked his defender, then intended to shoot a hook. The ball was thrown high. Just as Paul was relieved, they scored 2 more points. Suddenly, he saw a shadow flash past him swiftly. Quick. Too fast. In that moment, Chris Paul even felt the wind rushing past his ears. At that moment, Harden squinted his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is that Zuo Bai?" Yes. The figure rushing out was indeed Zuo Bai. He leaped high. Like lightning, he dashed out. The ball, almost touching the backboard, was in midair. It was intercepted. Bang. Capella had a bewildered expression. This is unreasonable. I shot that ball so fast, how could it be blocked? This makes no sense. But Zuo Bai didn't care about whether it made sense. At that moment, he held the ball with one hand. He cradled the ball in his arms, and his aura suddenly changed. Instantly, James Harden's expression also underwent this. This feeling is very familiar. It seems like he has seen it somewhere before. That's right. It was that man. That man had also exuded such an aura. Kobe Bryant. And the Heat of 2012. LeBron James. That's the feeling. Harden had always thought that this feeling only appeared in the top superstars of the league. But he never expected. The rookie who had just played a few games in the NBA would emit the same dangerous aura. Although he didn't understand it, this left James Harden greatly shocked. Meanwhile, LeBron, silently watching the broadcast in front of the TV, was also astonished and put down his taco. Because what was unfolding before him was unbelievable. This Asian guard had actually entered that state. This is truly terrifying. The younger generation is formidable. On the other side, Kobe Bryant smiled with satisfaction after seeing Zuo Bai. This kid's growth rate is even faster than I imagined. Meanwhile, before Paul could react, Zuo Bai pushed the ball forward for a counterattack. Whoosh! In just an instant, Chris Paul was completely stunned. He didn't even see how Zuo Bai broke through his defense. And for Harden, it was the same. Although James Harden was prepared and focused on defending Zuo Bai's attack, he only managed to block Zuo Bai's feint once. Quick. Too fast. Despite Harden adjusting his footwork with all his might, in an instant his desperate defense was easily torn apart. Zuo Bai charged directly into the paint. And the 3 Rockets players inside immediately defended together. They surrounded him, almost closing in as a trio. Quick. Too fast. Despite Harden adjusting his footwork with all his might, in an instant his desperate defense was easily torn apart. At the moment Zuo Bai leaped for the layup, he suddenly curled his body, slipping past the arms of the defenders. Then with his right hand, he pulled the ball using the backboard for a score. Everyone present was stunned. All that could be heard was the sound of the scoreboard ticking. Bang. Bang bang. The ball dropped to the ground. But at that moment no one reacted. The shock they felt was too intense. After a long time, the commentator finally tugged at John Yang's sleeve and asked, "Is this what you meant by no stamina?" At this point, John Yang was questioning his life. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. How the hell could he have predicted this? No. This. I don't know either. On the court, Paul stared blankly at the hoop. How long had that fast break taken? 5 seconds. He didn't know. He didn't even realize if that last attack took up 5 seconds. To Paul, it felt like in the blink of an eye Zuo Bai had penetrated the paint and completed a 1-against-5. And at this moment, James Harden came up and patted Paul's shoulder. Don't think about it, the game isn't over yet. Now the score between the two teams was 81-82. The Lakers were temporarily leading by 1 point. The Rockets held the ball. Chris Paul led the way forward. But at this moment, he was still constantly pondering in his mind. What exactly is going on with Zuo Bai? That performance just now definitely didn't resemble someone who had no stamina. Could it be that he misjudged? But what should he do next? What tactics should he use? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Paul's mind. Be careful. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud shout, Paul realized his hands were empty. Zuo Bai initiated a steal. He's launching a counterattack. Look, Zuo Bai is driving straight to the basket. Although the Rockets' transition defense is quick, the ball went in. Dunk score. Zuo Bai's move was brilliant. This was truly spectacular. Harden, forget it. James Harden waved his hand and said, "Let's take this seriously. Oh, I don't know why, but for this game, I really don't want to lose." At this moment, Chris Paul, after receiving the ball, regained his composure. All right, let's take him down again. Harden received the pass, a probing low sweep, while also observing the situation on the court. Zuo Bai was in the corner. Safe. Harden directly pulled the ball to the top of the three-point arc. A step-back three-pointer. Swish. Unfortunately, the scene Harden had anticipated did not unfold. When he took the three-point shot, he was overly wary of Zuo Bai's presence. As a result, the shot clearly deviated slightly in direction. Bang. The ball hit the edge of the rim directly. Harden and Chris Paul slapped their thighs and rushed up. But Zuo Bai was in the corner. What do you think he was there for? Was he daydreaming? Of course, he was there to grab the rebound. As expected, the ball bounced right into Zuo Bai's hands. Chris Paul and James Harden, who had just rushed up for the rebound, both looked bewildered. What the hell? How did the ball end up in his hands? Stop thinking and get back on defense. But Zuo Bai exploded with speed instantly. He accelerated, and his dribbling reached full throttle in an instant. In that moment, Zuo Bai pushed his speed to the max. As PG Tucker tried to chase him, he was so overwhelmed by Zuo Bai's speed that he fell to the ground. And next, Zuo Bai did not pause at all. He took 3 steps. With his right hand, he effortlessly lay up the ball into the hoop. What the hell? So cool. He just made another defender fall. How many times has that been today? The ankle reaper truly lives up to So fast. Is this really the fourth quarter? Doesn't he feel tired at all? What kind of speed is this? So strong. From today on I officially declare that the title of Flash has been passed on. Meanwhile Zuo Bai was still, however his offensive firepower showed no signs of slowing down. This left Chris Paul completely incredulous. To perform like this in the fourth quarter, even with his rigorous, even surpasses the speed at his peak. What should we do, bro? This is no longer a matter of fatigue. Such performance even surpasses the speed at his peak. What should we do, brother Dang? Harden pondered. He stroked his beard and confidently said, let's rely on free throws. Zuo Bai's offense remained strong. This also created many opportunities for his teammates, because the focus of the Rockets' defense had completely shifted to Zuo Bai. Therefore, they were completely oblivious to the others. Even if they noticed, they simply had no ability to handle them. Because the threat posed by Zuo Bai in front of them was, as Nick Young directly received the pass, he connected with the inside player for an alley-oop score. The score was now 9-8. Despite Harden's efforts to score with his three-point specialty and free throw specialty, the score was still not enough. Due to the new league rules that Brother Dang had yet to fully grasp, the success rate of drawing fouls was not very high. Only 3 minutes remained. It was almost impossible to turn the tide. At this moment Zuo Bai suddenly raised his hand to the coach. Coach. The coach, fully accustomed, nodded and said, I understand. Referee, I request a timeout. Meanwhile, as Zuo Bai sat down on the bench, an overwhelming wave of fatigue struck him. Fatigue. Utterly exhausted. A long-lost sensation of muscle-tearing pain accompanied by the lactic acid buildup from prolonged intense exercise hit him all at once. He was tired. Zuo Bai was truly tired. Even though he had entered the zone mode, this surprised him greatly. However, the burden this state placed on his body was too great. After all, even with the extraordinary physical abilities of the fire god, he felt exceptionally fatigued after entering the zone mode. Zuo Bai's already dwindling stamina was further drained. At this moment, even the water handed to him by his teammates felt too heavy to lift. Right now he just wanted to rest. Although Zuo Bai had been substituted out, when Chris Paul saw the current score on the court, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was no chance left. It was too difficult. Even Paul, who was usually unwilling to give up, had to admit that the current score could not be turned around. In this match, Zuo Bai had completely reshaped Paul's perception. A rookie could be this strong. However, at this moment Harden was unwilling to give up. He glanced at the score then at the time and rolled his shoulders. He said there's still a chance. Immediately, Harden received the ball and took a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish. The ball went in. The big heart Harden felt no pressure at all, because in this match he simply did not want to lose. That was all. Thus Paul's fighting spirit was also ignited. In an instant, an unprecedented synergy between the two emerged. Assisting three-pointer. Paul stole the ball and launched a fast break. However, the Los Angeles Lakers were equally relentless. Zuo Bai has given us such an advantage, how could we possibly lose this game? It would be a joke to say otherwise. In the final moments we cannot afford to slack off for even a second. Defense. This game. Until the last moment, everyone's hearts hung in the balance. Even though the point difference between the two teams reached 10 points, until the last moment no one knew what the outcome would be. Because every player's face was filled with an unwillingness to give up. Beep. Game over. 108-105. The Lakers won. In the final 3 minutes, both teams scored frantically, totaling over 20 points. It was almost unimaginable. The defensive intensity and offensive frequency from both sides far exceeded the norm for regular season games. Even if you said this was a finals broadcast, no one would doubt it. After this match, all the spectators were not disheartened by the defeat of any team. Because this match showed everyone what true athletic spirit is. This is the charm of sportsmanship. In the post-match interview, Chris Paul faced the camera. He candidly stated Zuo Bai is truly an impressive player. Moreover, everyone on their team has great faith in their teammate. Losing to a team like this, I feel no regrets. The entire match saw him scoring 43 points along with 7 rebounds and 4 steals. Such statistics undoubtedly made him the highest scorer of the game. After the match, countless media outlets bombarded the coverage of this game. Mainstream sports media led by ESPN and TNT gave high praise to this match. This game is truly a microcosm of the spirit of the entire NBA. If you've never understood basketball, watch this game. It will provide you with all the answers. This is the sport we love. This is basketball. Until the last second, no one This is the spirit of sports. After the game, reporters conducted uniform interviews with the coaches of both teams. The most common question was, what do you think about this game? At first glance, this seems like a rather useless question. But upon closer thought, one might realize that it is indeed a rather useless question. However, this question must have it because it can elicit many unexpected answers. For instance, they may have originally wanted to ask about player evaluations, but perhaps they could end up asking about the love-hate relationships between coaches. In other words, the answers to this question depend completely on what the interviewees are thinking. Initially, they intended to dig up some tabloid news. However, this time, everyone's responses and thoughts were surprisingly consistent. In this game, the performances of the Lakers and the Rockets were both impressive, but what surprised us the most was the performance of Zuo Bai from the Los Angeles Lakers. Undoubtedly, if this isn't an MVP-level performance, I can't even fathom how to describe it. Before this, I found it hard to believe that an Asian rookie guard could achieve such a performance. Oh no, I shouldn't say it like that. I should say that among all the rookies, I have never seen anyone perform and dominate. They also said Zuo Bai. He is truly the most special rookie I have seen in many years. Especially Harden, who quietly told reporters during They also said Zuo Bai. He is truly the most special rookie I have seen in many years. especially Harden, who quietly told reporters during the interview, "Hey, I must say I really think Zuo Bai is impressive. Especially his views on basketball, they resonate with me. Although as an opponent, I regret it if given the chance." He glanced at Chris Paul beside him and quietly told the media, "I really want to be Zuo Bai's teammate." Of course, this match indeed stirred quite an impact in the basketball world. However, as the focal point of the discussion, none of the media interviews included Zuo Bai. This isn't to say they were unwilling to find him, but rather there was simply no opportunity. 3 days. A full 3 days after the match ended, journalists from major media outlets didn't see Zuo Bai's shadow. Many media even went to the training ground hoping to catch a glimpse of Zuo Bai there. However, no one saw Zuo Bai. Even his teammates were clueless. "Zuo Bai? I don't know. Maybe you guys can try your luck and check the training ground." "What? You also checked the training ground? Then there's nothing we can do." Haha, perhaps after this match he finally got a rare. After this match he must choose to rest a bit, right? Rest? If this were to reach Zuo Bai's ears, he would surely laugh. Rest after a match. Perhaps that is how his teammates feel. After all, Zuo Bai shone brightly, showcasing an incredible performance in the fourth quarter. He completely dominated both ends of the offense and defense. His unanswerable advances dismantled the Houston Rockets' defense with ease. He scored over 40 points in total. For many people this is something they could brag about for a lifetime. However, for Zuo Bai it is truly nothing worth celebrating. Because he was simply too tired. So tired. It is hard to imagine how Zuo Bai got through these past few days. For 3 days Zuo Bai didn't even want to move. Because he was just too exhausted. There wasn't a single good place on his entire body. The extreme exhaustion of the zone mode completely drained Zuo Bai's stamina and placed a tremendous burden on his body. The price of overexertion is that his body feels emptied. Cough cough. And thus, Zuo Bai spent a long 3 days in bed. It wasn't until the 4th day that he felt like his body was a bit better. At least it didn't hurt to move like before. You wouldn't understand that feeling. Even going to the bathroom felt difficult, fearing to strain a muscle. It was incredibly painful. You can't imagine how sore it was. The greatest joy for Zuo Bai these days was just lying in bed and spacing out. Yes, just spacing out. You can't imagine how sore it was. The greatest joy for Zuo Bai these days was just lying in bed and spacing out. Yes, just spacing out. Because doing anything else was too painful. In these days Zuo Bai was even too lazy to claim his system rewards. Luckily today felt a lot more comfortable, so after cautiously stretching a little, "System, open the panel." Ding dong. The system panel has been opened for you. Suddenly a gigantic light screen appeared before Zuo Bai. On it the alert box with flickering light dots seemed to remind Zuo Bai to quickly claim his rewards. Zuo Bai took a deep, but then considering that his abdominal muscles might get strained by this, he exhaled that breath. And quietly said, "System, claim the reward." The system did not hear clearly. "Please raise your volume." Damn it. Zuo Bai raised his voice slightly and said, "Claim the reward." "Please raise your volume and reclaim." "I curse your brother, claim the reward." Hiss. It hurts like hell. However, at this moment the system's reward interface finally lit up. Ding dong. Congratulations, host successfully. The system detects that the host's body is undergoing changes. Data observation interface has been unlocked for the host. And rewards triggered. You've got a shred of conscience. Zuo Bai rubbed his abdominal muscles, still sore from shouting, and grumbled indignantly. He noticed the system growing increasingly cheeky. If it weren't for the rewards it still granted him, he'd have dismantled it long ago. The kind of sack-over-his-head ambush beneath a street lamp, followed by 2 well-placed kicks. The system paused distinctly, then instantly softened its tone into honeyed warmth. It announced, "Reward successfully distributed. Host has mastered the perfect tier skill Kuroko Basketball vanishing. Observing your exceptional diligence and charisma, the system has also unlocked the perfect tier skill Kuroko Basketball accelerated pass. Keep striving, host." Hearing that cloyingly saccharine voice, Zuo Bai suddenly understood. The system could hear his inner thoughts. Then why on earth did it tell me to speak louder? This grievance demands redress. No gentleman would let it slide. You'll pay for this, mark my words. Were it not for the lingering ache in his body, Zuo Bai would have taught it the harsh realities of the world today. Still, since it had unlocked an additional skill, Kuroko Basketball accelerated pass, it wasn't all bad. In the original narrative this talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only could it shift the trajectory of a pass mid-flight, but it also enabled blisteringly fast laser-straight delivery. Every point guard's dream skill, empowering him to release the ball from positions no opponent could anticipate. Or to thread passes into spaces opponents never even considered. This would dramatically elevate his teammates' offensive. Though Zuo Bai remained uncertain how much his innate low presence affected this ability, such variables could be tested later. For now he wasn't in a rush. What truly piqued his interest was the physical transformation the system had just hinted at. What exactly had changed? At that moment the system interface flared to life, then seamlessly shifted into a new data panel. The system chimed gently, "Ahem. Please review the changes in your data panel. Should any questions arise, feel free to Well, scolding it had worked. Perhaps he should do so more often. Some systems, it seemed, simply thrived on being chastised. Scold them, yes." Zuo Bai turned his gaze to the interface and found it displayed metrics tracking his physiological enhancement. Visualized physiological data system baseline, set at average human values, all normalized to 100. Host Zuo Bai. Stamina 149. Endurance 170. Explosive power 151. Reaction speed 134. Basketball IQ 193. After reviewing the panels, Zuo Bai mused, "So my stats are actually quite solid, significantly above average. I must already surpass most amateur players. Impressive. He paused then asked, and what are typical NBA stars' stats? The system hesitated, then replied, that is confidential. I fear citing examples might invite reader backlash. Well then, NBA players' average scores across the first 3 metrics typically exceed 260. Basketball IQ generally stands above 150. Zuo Bai nodded thoughtfully. His own metrics were indeed commendable, but aside from basketball IQ, he still lagged considerably behind elite NBA. How do I compare with CB? Never mind, I won't ask. He hesitated, leaving the question unspoken. Whether the answer proved higher or lower, neither outcome promised comfort. Just then he recalled the system's mention of a reward. Right? What was that reward you referenced earlier? The system responded with deferential precision. During your previous match, you pushed your stamina beyond sustainable limits, disrupting your body's natural equilibrium. From destruction arises rebirth. Thus speaks the ancient maxim, shatter the heavens. Post-rest assessment confirms a substantial enhancement to your physical capacity. Though these past days brought excruciating pain and torment, they constitute an indispensable phase of metamorphosis. Patience host remains paramount. Upon completion of this transformation, the system will bestow an additional reward package. Its contents remain undisclosed. Zuo Bai reflected silently. Fine, no disclosure then. It hardly mattered. Still, he felt a quiet anticipation for just how profound the improvement. In that match, he'd felt it acutely under relentless defensive pressure. Scoring had become agonizingly difficult. Granted, that was without utilizing his passing skills. Yet clearly superior stamina was essential. Relying solely on training wouldn't suffice. He needed more. As Zuo Bai pondered whether to rest another day, his phone rang abruptly. Ding ding ding. A horse-herding man, fierce and bold. Zuo Bai nearly leapt. This was his brand new phone's first call, and the ringtone was this. Ugh, he'd need to replace it soon. Hello. The voice on the other end was instantly familiar. It belonged to the CEO of ANTA Sports. Hey Zuo Bai, long time no see. Likewise. The ANTA CEO continued, I watched your last game. Absolutely electrifying. Not bad, I suppose. TSK, you're far too modest. The CEO paused then added, but you are remarkably low-key. Did you see the avalanche of coverage after the match? Yet you've granted no solo interviews. Truly impressive restraint. A faint twitch tugged at Zuo Bai's lips. As if I didn't want to. These past few days he could barely move. Zuo Bai steered the conversation. What brings you to call today? Alright, here's the thing. As the old saying goes, no visit without purpose. The ANTA CEO's call naturally served a specific intent, and he began to explain, actually this is your signature shoe, the prototype we designed for you, has been completed. Initial testing confirms outstanding performance. The signature shoes are ready. So soon. Zuo Bai had heard a bit about the design cycle. Because the entire sneaker needs to go through the process of design mold opening and a round of testing followed by another round of testing. Only then can the complete process be finished. But now in just a month or so it was actually completed. Zuo Bai asked in surprise, is it already in mass production? No, replied the person in charge of ANTA. It's not in mass production yet, we only have a few prototypes in initial. However, if you want to wear them in the next match, that's absolutely fine. Zuo Bai then understood. They had been tested, but mass production had not yet started. But it should be soon. Can I see the shoes now? Oh, that's why I called to tell you that I've already sent the shoes to you. Such efficiency. Zuo Bai exclaimed. He really didn't expect the speed to be this fast. Does that mean he could wear them in? Alright, I understand. They'll be waiting at home then. Great. If you feel uncomfortable wearing them, you can contact us for adjustment. Definitely. Just as Zuo Bai hung up the phone with the owner of ANTA, his phone rang again. You? Hello. Who is this? This is Dongfeng Express. You have a package. Zuo Bai was stunned. Had the prophet just delivered it right after the call? Okay, leave it at the door. Hey, I'll come pick it up right away. Okay. As soon as Zuo Bai got the package, he noticed something unusual. That is this package really just one pair of shoes? It's so big. Zuo Bai looked at the package, which was about half a meter. There's no way it only contains one pair of shoes. Could it be? Dongfeng Express. Delivered to me. Hiss. Fortunately, when Zuo Bai carefully opened it, he found that it was indeed not just one pair of shoes. Instead, there were all sorts of colors inside. Goodness, did ANTA spill the paint palette this time, or what? Zuo Bai opened each pair of shoes to take a look, and indeed the aesthetics of these shoes were quite impressive. The streamlined shoe box, with large areas of Velcro and a dynamic binding system on top along with a heel-hugging stability system. They looked moreover, the sole clearly used ANTA's latest developed technology. The latest material for cushioning has a rebound rate as high as 70%. This material has not even had the opportunity to be used on Clay's signature shoes. To think that such technology was implemented in his first-generation signature shoes. Truly, this is my signature shoe. It's indeed quite handsome. Looks like he will have new shoes to wear in the next match. But now another problem arose. Sometimes having too many choices is also a kind of suffering. Which pair to choose? The ink white, the landscape painting, the koi color scheme, or the aurora blue? Each color was quite stunning, making it indeed difficult to choose just one. But at that moment he saw a pair of colors behind the shoe boxes. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. This is what a real man should wear. It's you. Meanwhile, the team that the Lakers were about to face in the next match also started their preparations early. The Timberwolves, who had just finished a game, were all gathered in the locker room. Everyone was listening to the coach's arrangements. In the next match, we will face the currently surging Los Angeles Lakers. You all know they didn't have much to fear originally. But this season they have a gifted player. In the last match, they even defeated the Houston Rockets, one of the most hopeful teams for the championship in the West. Their strength is beyond doubt. However, I do not believe our team will lose to them, because we have our own geniuses here. As the coach said this, he focused his attention on a player holding a thermos draped in a towel. Andrew Wiggins had just taken a sip of goji berry water when he suddenly noticed. What the heck? Why is everyone looking at me? Did they notice that I didn't sweat during this game? No way, I only splashed a bit of warm water on my head, right? It shouldn't have been discovered. At this moment, the coach looked at Wiggins and said again, right? Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins didn't care what the coach said at this point. He thought admitting his fault would be fine. Yes, coach. You are right. Very good, very spirited. The coach was quite satisfied. If Wiggins could take things seriously, he believed his team would definitely not lose to that so-called genius Zuo Bai, as long as Wiggins could deliver on his talent. That's all. However, Wiggins took another sip from the thermos and thought, what did the coach say just now? Should I put in some effort next time? Actually, this year's Timberwolves are not a bad roster. They have a JB. This is not an insult, it's the abbreviation for our— I hope everyone doesn't misunderstand. The author is a cultured and refined gentleman who wouldn't insult anyone. Continuing, they have a JB and Wiggins on the forward position. Then at the center position, they also have a Karl-Anthony Towns who is not weaker than Embiid. Although Towns is often called soft, he is still a very competitive interior player. This point is beyond doubt. So one can say their lineup is not lacking. Even if their current record isn't particularly impressive, the coach still believes they have a chance this season. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai, who had disappeared for 3 days, suddenly posted a dynamic on his social media. Guess which pair I will wear in the next game? I will draw from the remaining shoes for the fans who guess correctly. He also attached a photo of the signature shoes he had just received. Many fans were almost ecstatic upon seeing the photos of these signature shoes. Whoa, is this the signature shoe I reserved earlier? How could it be released so quickly? Truly, ANTA is our conscience. 666. When will they be in mass production? Probably soon, but I want the pair that Zuo Bai has. Who wouldn't want that? Hurry up and comment to get a chance at the shoes. Got it, I'll open a few more accounts right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, after seeing this news, a girl with a ponytail immediately said to her butler, go. Find someone to get me all these shoes back. I want all of Zuo Bai's shoes. The signature shoes released by Zuo Bai instantly sparked a wave of excitement online. People began to discuss what color Zuo Bai would choose for the next match. I believe this color must be white. Zuo Bai, what other color could it be? I think it's orange. Don't you think that color looks cool? It has to be that ice cream color. It's incredibly cool, isn't it? You all just don't understand. The color at the front is definitely what he will choose for the next match. You must be talking about gay purple, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You just don't get it. It's all about the darkness under the light. I vote for gay purple. I don't believe it. I still choose white. This post by Zuo Bai sparked quite a discussion online. In an instant, the news of Anta's new shoes also skyrocketed to trending topics. Naturally, Zuo Bai's announcement attracted a lot of media attention. The person who had been elusive for 3 days suddenly came out today to post this message. How could that not excite the media? As a result, many media outlets left comments under Zuo Bai's post hoping he would agree to their interviews. Even though the match had ended 3 days ago, they could still ride the wave of excitement from the previous match. However, Zuo Bai completely ignored these media requests. Not to mention that his muscles were sore all over. Even if he wasn't tired, he couldn't be bothered to deal with these troublesome media. Damn it, these media always want to pry some information out of him. Questions like whether he has a girlfriend or not. What does that have to do with basketball? Would the author write a female lead? Ridiculous. Zuo Bai believed that the handsome man behind him would never let him down. In the 2 days leading up to the next match, Zuo Bai was still resting at home. There was no other reason. He was exhausted. Although Zuo Bai had been resting at home for the past few days, his physical condition was evolving at an astonishing speed. His progress during these days of rest was even greater than a month of training. After these few days of rest, he felt completely rejuvenated. So he opened the system. Opening data panel for you. Ding dong, opened successfully. The visualization data system has a baseline value of 100, which is the average of ordinary people. Host Zuo Bai. Stamina 186. Endurance 209. Explosiveness 201. Reaction speed 177. Basketball IQ 194. After reviewing this system panel, Zuo Bai was quite satisfied. After these days of rest, his initial data had almost increased by 30 or 40. In fact, 2 of the data points had even surpassed 200. This was a greater improvement than what he achieved through hard training. Zuo Bai estimated that his previous improvements were probably only around 20 or 30. Now his overall panel showed that the highest value was already double that of an ordinary person. This can already be considered quite excellent data. If he combines that with his explosive physicality, surpassing 300 in value is not impossible. Even when facing top talents in the NBA, Zuo Bai wouldn't necessarily fall short. Wow, this is really impressive. At this moment, Zuo Bai also spoke to the system. What happened to the reward you promised me last time? Hand it over. Ding dong. The reward package has been issued to the host. Talent Max Proficiency Experience Card X1. Please check host. And the host has unlocked the physical trait 10-fold stamina recovery speed. During matches on the court, including training and rest after the game, stamina will recover at 10 times the previous speed. The first experience card Zuo Bai was already very familiar with. After all, he maxed out the talent for Green Arrow's long-range three-point shot because of this experience card. However, what excited Zuo Bai the most was the 10-fold stamina recovery. Wow, this little thing is quite unique. Tenfold stamina recovery means that even a few minutes of pause on the court would feel like resting for 20 or 30 minutes. This is really great. Awesome, what a delight. Moreover, he could also increase the intensity of his training. After all, resting for 1 day is equivalent to others resting for 10 days, so even if his training intensity is high, it won't affect his regular competitive state. Perfect. It's indeed very practical. However, he could wait a moment to be happy. Now he needed to max out his other talent. System, open my talent proficiency panel. Ding dong opening. Instantly, a holographic screen appeared before him. Permanently unlocked talents: legendary Akashi Seijuro's Emperor's Eye proficiency 100. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuya's Perfect Imitation proficiency 100. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuya's Vanishing Shot proficiency 100. Perfect Kuroko Tetsuya's Vanishing Pass proficiency 20. Perfect Aemon Daiki's Meteor Dunk proficiency 24. Perfect Aemon Daiki's Super Jump proficiency. Perfect Aemon Daiki's Body Balance Control proficiency 27. Perfect Aemon Daiki's High Speed Dribbling proficiency 33. Perfect Aemon Daiki's Irregular Shot proficiency 26. Legendary Midorima Shintaro's Full Court 3-point Shot proficiency 100. Zuo Bai remembered that the proficiency of the perfect level talents he had just unlocked was originally 20. However, it seems that due to the increased usage on the court, the proficiency of those talents had slightly improved. As for the newly unlocked Vanishing Pass of Kuroko, it unsurprisingly remained at the initial 20 proficiency. With only one card, which one should he upgrade? What else is there to say? Of course he should max out the Vanishing Pass. Don't ask why, just know it's energy saving. Oh no, system, use the experience card to max out the Vanishing Pass talent. Ding dong. Successfully used Kuroko Tetsuya's Vanishing Pass talent has been upgraded to Legendary Proficiency 100. Zuo Bai smiled. Glancing at the time, it was time to gather at the stadium. Today they would face the Timberwolves at home. Zuo Bai put on his signature shoes in macho pink and headed to the Staples Center. Before the game, many media outlets gathered outside the Staples Center. After all, to obtain first-hand media materials, one must be close to the players. As the players continued to enter, reporters captured many figures they wished to interview. Excuse me, JB, how many points do you plan to score over your opponent today? Towns, will you toughen up for this game? Hello, Wiggins. Many say that Zuo Bai will take over your title as the health-conscious brother. Are you going to fight today to defend your name? Ingo, what does it feel like to not have been mentioned by the author throughout so many games? Of course. Finally, the highly anticipated Zuo Bai appeared at the venue. In an instant, all the media surged forward. Before this, it was hard to imagine that an Asian player would receive such treatment. But this is exactly what happened, because everyone knows that what the audience wants to see most right now is Zuo Bai. Mr. Zuo Bai, where have you been these past few days? Why have you gone silent after the game? Is it because of something? Have you experienced any emotional setbacks these days? Did you break up with him, or did he break? Has your recent infidelity been exposed? What do you have to say about child custody? Running into the players' lounge, Zuo Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, Zuo Bai was speechless. Goodness, if I hadn't run fast, they would have speculated about my life in detail. If I hadn't run just now, these reporters might have asked me where I planned to bury myself. Ridiculous. Just then, Zuo Bai suddenly heard that familiar question from behind. Where have you been these past few days? What the heck? Zuo Bai turned around abruptly and saw none other than Nick Young. Why is it you? You scared me. What's wrong? Nick Young had a puzzled expression. Zuo Bai waved his hand and said, it's nothing. Nick Young didn't pay much attention and continued to ask, seriously, where have you been these past few days? I didn't see you at the training ground. You didn't go to. Go, what are you thinking? Zuo Bai denied, saying, I haven't done anything these days, just too tired resting. Oh, too tired. I understand. Nick Young, seeing that several other teammates had gathered around, looked at Zuo Bai with a mischievous grin, and Zuo Bai slapped his forehead. Forget it. It's pointless to explain to them. So Zuo Bai could only go along with them. Yes, as long as you understand. I've been worn out these days. They sent me over a dozen, and I couldn't handle it. Oh, nice. Take care of yourself, buddy. It won't affect your performance in the game, will it? Huh. The few of them gave a thumbs up, looking at Zuo Bai with mischievous smiles. Zuo Bai was talking about shoes. As for what they were referring to, Zuo Bai had no idea. Meanwhile, on the other side, Andrew Wiggins asked his teammates in the lounge, who exactly is Zuo Bai? His teammates looked at him as if he were an alien. What? Are you serious? Dude, are you for real? You don't even know who Zuo Bai is. Must I know? I just don't understand why I keep hearing about him everywhere today. He's the genius rookie from the Los Angeles Lakers that the coach mentioned a few days ago. Genius rookie. Andrew Wiggins repeated those words in a mumble. He once had that title too. However, it seems recently he has been overshadowed by the health-conscious brother title. His teammates wondered why Wiggins had never heard of Zuo Bai. Doesn't this guy play in the NBA? Several teammates curiously grabbed his phone and asked, let me see what you usually watch. The Huangdi Neijing Chinese Medicine Meridian Chart. 20 things you must know about health preservation. The secret to playing basketball at 80. Secrets from the longevity village living to 100. It just because you did these 3 things right. What? Goodness. You truly are something. Wiggins, slightly embarrassed, snatched back his phone and asked, forget that, is Zuo Bai really that impressive? The others nodded non-committally. Although they were all stars who had played in the league for many years, none of them looked down on this rookie who had just entered the league. Let's put it this way, if you threw that damn thermos aside, he shouldn't be anything special. In your current state, I don't think he would. Though they were teammates, Jimmy Butler's words were completely unreserved. After hearing this, Wiggins lowered his head in contemplation. Looking at the thermos in his hand, he fell silent. In fact, Jimmy Butler had already heard about the media's predictions for this game before it started, and they almost all said that the Lakers would win easily. This made Butler quite unhappy. It's worth noting that many once said that Jimmy Butler was not suited for basketball and that he could never become a superstar. But it was precisely because he was unwilling to concede that through his efforts he achieved his current success. Thus his attitude towards this game was the same. He wanted to prove to everyone, the Lakers are not invincible. Meanwhile, Jimmy Butler did not pay attention to him and said to everyone in the lounge, "All right, brothers, it's time for us to go out for the game. Regardless, we must teach the Lakers a lesson today, letting them know that we are not to be trifled with. Let's go, Wiggins." Both teams' players had already taken the court. For the media, the hot topic of this game was naturally the love-hate relationship between two players who had been hailed for their extraordinary talents, Andrew Wiggins and the Asian rookie Zuo Bai. Although the two did not play the same position for the media, it was still a topic. This was not only due to their high talent. More importantly, both of them had the potential to play until 80. From the perspective of a seasoned and normal media person, this was the biggest. However, for the vast number of fans, what they cared about more was, look, what color shoes is Zuo Bai wearing today? What the heck, it's pink. Damn, I guessed wrong. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. I told you real men should wear pink, haha. I won. I totally won. Brothers, find that guy upstairs who's laughing and give him a beating. We took a huge loss. I really didn't expect real men to like pink. What a loss, what a huge loss. The audience was openly discussing who guessed right, who guessed wrong, who lost, and who gained. The NBA anti-gambling inspection team suddenly checked the law enforcement badges in their pockets. But after the investigation, they silently put their law enforcement badges away. For just 2 pairs of shoes you guys made such a big fuss. I thought some big boss was betting over $1 billion in disbelief. The players on the court like Wiggins also looked confused. Why is nobody concerned about the players this time? Everyone's just talking about shoes. What is going on? Is this for real? Are we less important than a pair of shoes? This is too insulting. For others it might not matter, but for the ponytailed girl watching the broadcast by her home swimming pool at that moment, they really were less important than a pair of shoes. Miss, please calm down. Although we mainly sent people to pick popular colors, we did send someone to select pink. It's just that the number was a bit smaller. But don't worry, we still have confidence. If not, we can always acquire them. The girl with double ponytails forced a kind smile and said, "It's fine, I'm not angry. He truly is the man I support. He actually anticipated my prediction ahead of time, a very good, extremely good. This makes me even more interested in him." If it weren't for the butler watching the young lad's teeth almost grinding to dust, he might have really believed her claim of not being angry. Very few of the things the young lady judged throughout her life turned out to be incorrect. Of course, the girl referred to as a genius faced her most significant setback in predicting Zuo Bai's first NBA game. The young lady loved watching games, the main reason being she enjoyed predicting the outcomes of matches. To be honest, it's not an exaggeration. If one day her family went bankrupt due to a debt crisis, they could recover solely through betting on games. The reason is that the young lad's predictions are incredibly accurate. Even based on her last predicted scores, the entire game wouldn't differ by more than 3 points. Regarding the final outcome of the game, her prediction success rate even reached 97. It's not an exaggeration to say she has foresight. Her ability to predict games mainly stems from her analysis and statistics of various data and reports before the matches. And during Zuo Bai's first match against the Thunder's Big Three, in front of her entire family, the young lady casually said, "The Thunder will win this game by at least 30 points and Zuo Bai will be substituted in the first quarter." And this statement became the pain of her life. From then on, she began to compete with Zuo Bai. This time, the young lady was extremely confident in her prediction that the color Zuo Bai would say would definitely be white. She even analyzed every syllable of the message Zuo Bai sent, breaking down each word and its meaning. This led her to her conclusion. However, it was evident that this time she was wrong again. Good. Very good. Then let me see how many points you can score this quarter, brothers Zuo Bai. Don't let me down. The butler looked at the prediction statistics sheet in the young lad's hand, which stated that Zuo Bai could score between 39 to 43 points with 4 to 7 rebounds, but with 0 assists. Although other players also had her analysis and statistics, only Zuo Bai's line was bolded and darkened. Very dark. The butler let out a barely noticeable sigh. Is the young lady getting too obsessed? I just hope Zuo Bai can let her guess right once, otherwise I feel like she'll go crazy sooner or later. At this moment, Zuo Bai, who was warming up on the court, suddenly felt a chill down his back. Hiss. What is going on? However, Zuo Bai didn't pay much attention. He had just looked at the opposing team's lineup. Today, Jimmy Butler's shooting was on point as he had already made 7 3-pointers in a row. That Towns looked like a tough guy. No wonder he's on the same team as the toughest man in the NBA, Jimmy Butler. Tough. As for Wiggins, hey, why does he seem so familiar? At that moment, Wiggins also spotted Zuo Bai on the court. The two seemed to hit it off. Wiggins walked over. "You're Zuo Bai, right? The so-called genius rookie of the Lakers." "That's me, but I'm not a genius. I'm just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" Andrew Wiggins chuckled. How could someone called a genius possibly be an ordinary person? At most, he's just like himself, aiming to play until he's nice, just what I like. Wiggins said with a smile. "Good bro, I think you're great, but I won't go easy on you on the court. Of course, feel free to go all out. Well, after all, I was also once called a genius. Don't underestimate me too much." For some reason, after seeing Zuo Bai, Wiggins felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and threat. This feeling of threat was as if his position was about to be shaken. No way. If this character gets too much prominence, wouldn't I be mentioned only once in the author's book? After thinking for a moment, Wiggins looked at the Red Bull in his teammate's hand. Is it good? Why not let me try it? With the referee's whistle, the match began. Towns gained possession of the ball right from the start. Seeing this scene, the commentator was also quite surprised, saying, "It seems the Timberwolves are in great form today. As soon as they got the ball, the whole team entered offensive mode." That's right. We can see that everyone is very active today, especially Wiggins. As soon as he stepped on the court, he quickly positioned himself under the Lakers' basket. That speed is indeed remarkable. Today, Wiggins seems determined to make an impact. Towns passed the ball. Will this lead to a score? Wiggins grabbed the ball with one hand and jumped high. The originally one-handed layup motion hesitated in the air for a moment. And then, bang! Is this for real, eh? Wiggins dunked. If it were just Wiggins dunking, it wouldn't be that remarkable. However, for him to dunk on his first shot of the game is indeed a rare. As we all know, this guy would never go for a layup if he could dunk. If he could shoot, he definitely wouldn't go for a layup. Yet right at the start of this quarter, he executed a powerful dunk. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he slammed the ball down into the hoop, scoring the first 2 points for his team. This moment surely ignited the passion of the Timberwolves fans. Could it be that the genius they've been longing for is finally showcasing his talent on his own team? At this moment, Butler was also full of praise for Wiggins' performance. Not bad. Keep this momentum going. Wiggins smiled broadly, but did not speak. The coach on the sidelines, seeing Wiggins' current performance, nodded in satisfaction. One could say that Wiggins' sudden display of strength today was completely unexpected for them. Could it be that this guy is finally... At this moment, the commentator remarked, Wiggins' performance at the start today was truly surprising for us. However, this is quite reasonable, as countless media outlets compared him to Zuo Bai before the game. This indicates that our Wiggins still has a streak of pride in him. So, does that mean he wants to prove himself? Another commentator with a calm smile nodded. It's obvious. Look at Wiggins. All his focus is on Zuo Bai, which speaks. So Wiggins is completely motivated by Zuo Bai's presence, igniting his competitive spirit, right? This is truly exciting. Ooh, let's see how Zuo Bai will handle the next play. Of course, Zuo Bai will definitely go for a onion. He will surely secure those 2 points. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was fixated on Zuo Bai. Naturally, those watching the broadcast on their screens felt the same. The young lady, eagerly anticipating, watched Zuo Bai's figure on the screen and said, "Come on, let me see how you will score those 2 points." Zuo Bai's teammate passed the ball directly to him, and then Zuo Bai moved forward. At that moment, many cameras turned their lenses. The player guarding Zuo Bai was equally tense, closely watching Zuo Bai's movements, afraid to make any rash moves, worried he might get beaten by a burst of speed. If Zuo Bai wanted to go for a onion at this moment, it would be as easy as opening a door. After all, even when it comes to Zuo Bai's previous breakthrough abilities, very few on the court could defend against him, let alone now after experiencing a significant boost in physical attributes. However, Zuo Bai was not in a hurry to attack at this moment, because he did not intend to go for a onion this time. What he wanted to do was test his newly acquired abilities. The pass of Kuroko Tetsuya. Because after acquiring this talent, Zuo Bai felt uncertain about one aspect. That is, the prerequisite for successfully using this talent in the original work is based on Kuroko's extremely low presence. It's that feeling where even if he stands right in front of you, you might not even notice him. However, even though Zuo Bai usually keeps a low profile, he certainly cannot be considered to have a low presence. Furthermore, on the court, right now most of the fans' attention is focused on him. So could he still use the disappearing shot as before to induce the opponent's vision? And how effective would it be? And how much effect could his fully mastered passing talent achieve? Zuo Bai had never had the opportunity to prove this in front, but now the opportunity has arrived. Whoosh. As Zuo Bai held the ball and hovered, he instantly seized the opening. In a flash, Zuo Bai made a sudden step in the opposite direction. Visual misdirection. In an instant, the defender, following the direction of Zuo Bai's gaze and the shift of his body weight, was directly thrown off. In a split second, Zuo Bai took advantage of the opportunity to pass the ball directly into Kuzma's hands down low. When Kuzma saw the ball in his hands, he was momentarily stunned. The ball? Where did this ball come from? However, at that moment, he had no time to think too much. He turned around and dunked the basketball into the hoop with both hands. Score. 2-2 tie. Zuo Bai also made an impressive assist at the start. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Wow, how did that ball go in just now? Wasn't the ball in Zuo Bai's hands? How did it suddenly get to Kuzma's? I'm stunned, guys. I didn't even see it clearly. I thought he was going for a breakthrough. This one fake move tricked me out of my bank card password, I swear. Everyone present was shocked, including a certain young lady in front of the television. This is impossible. She looked at the statistics report in her hand, which clearly showed 0 assists. Her little hand trembled slightly. Quickly tell me this is fake. Yes, my lady, this is fake. Nonsense, how could this be fake? Do you think you can? The butler was taken aback. He noticed her expression quivered slightly, then calmed down. Well, truly, he's a man I've set my eye. This is something. Instantly, her little hand pressed a button and frantically edited the statistics report to read assist 1. Perfect. This time it won't be wrong. As expected, nothing escapes my prediction. Zuo Bai, you're nothing special. Ha. The butler sighed. Wasn't this just her deceiving herself? Meanwhile, on the court, after Zuo Bai made this pass, his ability could be fully demonstrated. His fully mastered Kuroko Tetsuya's disappearing pass could be easily, although the underlying principle seems somewhat different from Kuroko's. If Kuroko has too weak a presence on the court, then Zuo Bai has too strong a presence. It is what one might call strong misdirection. Everyone's attention was so overly focused on him that they overlooked the ball and his teammates. This is promising. Moreover, Zuo Bai could clearly feel that he wasn't tired. Thank you Kuroko Tetsuya, thank you fan. Next what he needed to test was Kuroko Tetsuya's accelerated pass. After Jimmy Butler scored a basket he felt no tension, he pushed forward with the ball. Upon reaching half-court Jimmy Butler signaled for isolation. It seemed he intended to overpower the Lakers. As the toughest man in the league, Jimmy Butler, he possesses a unique talent. This talent is neither about height and reach, nor about explosive power and vertical leap. This talent is a gift called hard work. Butler drove straight in, and the unfortunate Laurel was repeatedly hammered by him, forced right into the paint. Seeing that the position was almost right, Jimmy Butler turned and executed a hook shot preparing to score. However, things were because let's not forget there was a stealthy guard on the court. Whack. Just as Jimmy Butler was making his hook shot, Zuo Bai leaped up from behind him and gently blocked his shot. Clean and crisp. Very effective. This block shot sent the ball veering off course, dropping straight down. Pantsma managed to grab a rebound. The gods favored Pantsma. Just as Jimmy Butler was about to curse, he suddenly saw Zuo Bai darting out like a flash. Zuo Bai was incredibly fast. By the time the other players turned around, he had already broken through to the front of the midfield. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was constantly running, reaching out a hand to call for the ball. Butler immediately shouted, "Get back." The opponent is launching a fast break. On this side, Pantsma did not hesitate at all, making a strong, quick pass directly to Zuo Bai, who had crossed half court. Just when everyone on the court thought an exciting counterattack was about to unfold, Zuo Bai's hand, preparing to receive the ball, suddenly changed its position, shifting from an open palm to fingers curling inward, palm facing up. Then he placed that hand behind his head. Immediately afterward, bang. With a loud crash, Zuo Bai launched the already fast. With Zuo Bai's boost, the ball accelerated midair, soaring high. Whoosh! The ball's trajectory changed from a straight line to heading directly towards the baseline of the basketball court. Is this a pass? I thought it was a missile launch. Oh my god, I can hear the sound of that pass from here. How much strength did that take? Look, the ball is heading straight for Nick Young at the baseline. Damn, that really is a pass. Too strong. What a fastball. Is it going to score? Everyone was astonished. They had never seen such passing skill. The ball flew past the Timberwolves' defense, coming right in front of Nick Young. If this ball went in, it would undoubtedly be spectacular. However, unfortunately, this ball not only stunned the opponents, but Nick Young was also completely frozen in place. This ball was too damn fast. Bang. Whoosh. Oh no. Nick Young attempted to catch the pass with one hand, but unexpectedly, the immense force of the ball caused the basketball to fly out of his hands. Bang. Bang bang. Regrettably, the ball went out of bounds. Beep. Lakers out of bounds, change of possession. Damn, what a pity. Such a great pass, but it wasn't caught. Oh my god. If that ball had been caught, it would have certainly been a beautiful attack. What a shame. But you can see Nick Young originally had the ball, but it flew out of his hands. Of course, didn't you hear how loud it was when Zuo Bai hit that ball? With that much force, it's normal that Nick Young couldn't catch it with one hand. In any case, it was outrageous. I've never seen such. After losing that ball, Nick Young's face was filled with self-reproach. "I'm really sorry, I should have caught that pass." Zuo Bai smiled. "It's really okay, there's no need to feel guilty. This is my first time passing like that. I didn't expect to have such." Zuo Bai knew this ball had taken Nick Young by surprise. Facing such a powerful pass unprepared was something a normal person wouldn't catch. It seems next time he should control his strength better. Although the previous play didn't result in a complete offensive, yet the commentators were still quite astonished by that pass. Oh my god, from the slow-motion replay we can see just how much power Zuo Bai's pass had. Look here, the ball was almost deformed from the force of his palm. This is really outrageous. No wonder Nick Young made a mistake. If you're not prepared for that kind of power, you really can't catch it. I estimate that even if prepared, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to catch that ball. If this weren't an NBA game, it might have sent a teammate to the hospital. Indeed, what you said isn't impossible. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves head coach frowned deeply. He had never seen any player pass like that. Could it be that this was luck? He wasn't sure. However, from this passing technique, he believes Zuo Bai had already reached the level of a top NBA point guard. Perhaps the upcoming games would be very challenging. Jimmy was still upset after being blocked by Zuo Bai. Although the Lakers didn't score on that play, it made Jimmy Butler instantly serious. Alright, let's see how this will unfold next. Jimmy Butler silently steeled himself. Backing down, he turned and executed a fadeaway jumper, forcing his way through the Lakers' defense to score. Jimmy Butler touched his 200 million hair. He roared, "Did you see that? This is what basketball is all about." This shot was indeed tough, and many subsequent plays by the Timberwolves were quite serious. Led by Butler, Towns also finally toughened up towards the end of the first quarter, scoring twice in the paint. On the other hand, Wiggins was even more thrilling, throwing down 4 dunks in just the first quarter. He even had an N1 dunk. Everyone felt that the Timberwolves were truly in form today. They even managed to limit Zuo Bai to 0 points in the first. However, after such a fierce first quarter, it was discovered that while Zuo Bai scored no points, he had an astonishing. Outside the court, the young lady observed the data on the field. It was evident that she was about to crush the tablet in her hand. A total of 11 assists. "Young lady, are you okay?" Seeing the extremely unnatural expression on her face and the slight trembling of her hands, the butler asked with some concern. "I am fine." She glanced at the data statistics in her hand, then looked at the summary of the data on the field. Crack. It seemed that something had shattered. Should I secretly add a 1 at the back? After all, no one would see it. Wouldn't that mean I didn't guess wrong? Moreover, I think he probably won't continue passing the ball in the next match. He probably won't. Yes, hurry up, hurry up. The butler wiped the sweat from his face, looking helpless. Is this still our former genius girl? Zuo Bai, I beg you let our young lady guess right, just once I implore you. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai, who was resting on the sidelines, thought to himself, this is so exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Truly worthy of Kuroko Tetsuya. For the first time after finishing the first quarter, I don't feel tired at all. Nice. It seems like I need to keep pushing in the second quarter and continue assisting my teammates. Speaking of the joy of helping others, perhaps this is what it feels like. Awesome. Before the second quarter begins, the head coach of the Timberwolves said to them, you cannot play like this in the upcoming matches. You must defend against the other players. In simpler terms, it means you cannot let anyone slip through. Understand? You can see that in this match, Zuo Bai has no intention of attacking with the ball himself. Although I feel he is somewhat wary of us regardless of the situation, we can see the result in the first quarter. He did not attack. We cannot allow him to keep passing to other players for scoring. Understand? Defense. Although his peculiar passes make it quite difficult for us, we are adapting, aren't we? Even the best assist player needs someone to score, so let's give them a good lesson. Understood? After hearing this, everyone nodded, especially Wiggins on the court. After the first quarter, he felt he had loosened up a bit. As the saying goes, on the day when brother Zuo sweats, the alliance will change. Although Wiggins has yet to break a sweat, it is evident that he is truly serious in this game. However, he felt a hint of confusion as he looked at Zuo Bai. He couldn't understand why Zuo Bai was not taking the initiative to attack with the ball in this match. Could it be that he is afraid? Wiggins shook his head. He couldn't believe that this man who appeared to be similar to him would back down from the game without a fight. He felt that Zuo Bai must have his own intentions for doing so. However, as for what those intentions were, Wiggins had no idea. Could it be to make us lower our guard? It's possible. It seems we need to be cautious. In case Zuo Bai suddenly counterattacks during this quarter, we might just be caught off guard. Could it be to make us lower our guard? It's possible. It seems we need to be cautious. In case Zuo Bai suddenly counterattacks during this. Back on the court, the Los Angeles Lakers had possession of the ball. At this moment, the Minnesota Timberwolves' defensive lineup suddenly underwent a slight change. This minor change was that their defensive positioning shifted from several players tightly guarding Zuo Bai to a more dispersed. In other words, they had shifted their defensive focus onto other players. Zuo Bai initially didn't pay much attention as their defensive strategy didn't significantly alter the game. However, when Zuo Bai pushed into the half-court preparing to find an opportunity to pass, he discovered that the Timberwolves' tenacious defense made it impossible for his teammates to break free. This was quite frustrating. The shift in defensive focus also meant that his teammates wouldn't easily find opportunities. Zuo Bai smiled. So there was indeed a scheme at play. The brighter the light, the stronger the shadow. Yet at this moment, the one acting as the light was Zuo Bai himself. Now that the opponent had shifted their defensive focus onto the shadow, it became more challenging for him to find passing opportunity. Throughout history, every outstanding passer has been like this. White Chocolate Williams, or even the enigmatic passer Nash, not to mention the former player from his own team Lonzo Ball. Their successful passes were partly due to their teammates' active movements, and partly because there needed to be enough threat to draw defensive attention. Although Zuo Bai found that there weren't many good passing opportunities on the court, this didn't impact him too much. The lack of good passing opportunities simply meant that the influence of light wasn't strong enough. If he wanted to create opportunities for the shadow, then he needed to make the light more intense. Zuo Bai paused slightly, and the defender was momentarily taken aback. Then in the next second, Zuo Bai burst into speed. Boom. With a burst of incredible speed, Zuo Bai charged forward, gaining a significant advantage. At this moment, the defender reacted quickly, instantly changing position to keep up. However, if they found themselves in an unknown situation, Zuo Bai had 1,000 ways to get past him. But the question was, how did Zuo Bai plan to get past him? Boom boom. Zuo Bai executed a dribble shake, seamlessly transitioning into a pullback move, instantly shaking off the retreating defender. In the next second, Zuo Bai accelerated toward the other side. Boom. Just as I guessed, Zuo Bai indeed started unknown in the second quarter. I knew it. This young lady is indeed a genius. The butler chimed in with a smile. Indeed. The young lady is truly impressive. Seeing her so delighted, the butler thought, I hope nothing unexpected happens later. This series of actions occurred in a matter of moments. It all unfolded in the blink of an eye. When the Timberwolves players saw their defender completely out of position, their bodies involuntarily leaned forward. Almost instinctively, they rushed forward like moths to a flame. Just then a smile appeared on Zuo Bai's lips. The opportunity had arrived. Snap. Almost no one on the court saw it clearly. Zuo Bai actually maneuvered the ball behind the defender's back and made the pass. Once again, he delivered a beautiful assist. Point scored. That pass was stunning. Zuo Bai has successfully added another assist to his tally. Oh my goodness, that sudden pass was simply spectacular. The Timberwolves couldn't stop it at all. I just have to ask, who else could? This has to be among the top 3 in the current league, right? You are being modest. With such passing skills, claiming the first position isn't out of reach. Indeed, he seized that fleeting moment perfectly. He truly has some skills. Of course, just look at who it is. This is Zuo Bai. Of course, some rejoice while others lament. I want need to elaborate on who is lamenting. In any case, a new tablet is definitely in order. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves maintained their previous defensive strategy against the Los Angeles Lakers. They still placed great importance on defending against other players. However, this defensive strategy also has its flaws. They simply couldn't balance the offense from Zuo Bai's side. When others did not come to help defend, Zuo Bai would unhesitatingly choose to drive straight to the basket. But when they did go for help defense, the highly skilled passer Zuo Bai would directly deliver the ball to his teammates. However, basketball itself is a sport that values offense. With Zuo Bai's help, the Los Angeles Lakers blossomed offensively, but the Timberwolves were not lacking in firepower either. First, Towns dominated under the basket. Next, Butler utilized his reliable finishing ability to help the team close the gap in the score. Meanwhile, Wiggins kept penetrating the paint to score continuously. In this game, he penetrated the paint more times than in the previous few matches combined. Meanwhile, as the second quarter neared, the score between the two teams remained close. 4-4. The Lakers led by 2 points with only a single basket. At this moment, the ball possession still belonged to the Lakers. Zuo Bai glanced at the timer. There was only enough time left for them to make one last attack. After Zuo Bai pushed the ball for the offense, Jordan Clarkson was substituted in, as Nick Young was resting on the sidelines. When Zuo Bai arrived at the top of the three-point arc, Clarkson set a screen for him, and then immediately cut downwards. However, such a simple tactic would not easily create an opportunity. But for Zuo Bai, this was already sufficient, as his original plan was to take a shot while they focused on defending the paint. After all, let us not forget, just because Zuo Bai passed the ball twice in this game, it does not mean he is incapable of anything. His three-point shooting threat was substantial. Not to mention, near the three-point line, even pushing it to the baseline, was within Zuo Bai's shooting range. Of course, the closer he got to the basket, the less time and energy he would expend. At this moment, Zuo Bai noticed he was on guard. He aimed directly at the basket, preparing to take the shot. However, in the next second, Zuo Bai suddenly saw through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor that he would be blocked in 3 seconds. Oh no. When Zuo Bai realized this, he discovered that the person leaping towards him was none other than our very own Goji brother Wiggins. Zuo Bai cursed inwardly. How could I forget him? This guy's athleticism should not be underestimated. Indeed, Zuo Bai caught a glimpse of a figure rushing towards him at incredible speed out of the corner of his eye. It was Wiggins. Realizing he was about to be blocked, Zuo Bai could not let him succeed. He immediately halted his shooting motion and pulled the ball back to his chest. His body bent slightly as a massive figure soared past his head. Whoosh! It was Wiggins. If Zuo Bai hadn't pulled the ball back just now, that shot would undoubtedly have been taken away. At this moment, Wiggins was also shocked. He couldn't comprehend how Zuo Bai had seen him. How was that possible? He had been quite confident about this block. He had even planned to launch a counterattack in the upcoming plays. But Zuo Bai had managed to evade him, and he dodged it in midair with such a posture. This was absolutely ridiculous. The spectators on the sidelines erupted into screams at this scene. What the fuck? Is this for real, eh? How did he evade that? What kind of core power is this? This is absurd, guys. I thought for sure that shot would be blocked. Did you not see how fast Wiggins was just now? That was not just fast, he jumped so high. He did evade the shot well, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter. He can't shoot from that position. Who says it doesn't matter? Can't he shoot from that posture? Come on, his body is bent like that. How can he shoot a three-pointer? Show me one. If I can make it, then it would be a miracle. However, Zuo Bai focused on the basket. His gaze did not waver for even a moment. In fact, he had already roughly grasped the positions of his teammates a second ago. There was no passing space. Now passing would likely be intercepted. But if he didn't pass and landed back on the ground, it would result in a violation. Thus, he had no choice. Zuo Bai knew that taking a shot in this manner was quite absurd. This was not a good shooting choice. But to break the pot and sink the ship, this was how it had to be. He could only prepare and then shoot. Even though he was curled up in midair and held the ball to his chest, Zuo Bai still took the shot. He exerted force with his right hand, almost pushing the ball out with his arm. Whoosh. Even his teammates, who usually had great faith in Zuo Bai, exclaimed upon seeing this scene. Oh no. Get ready to grab the... Position yourselves, or we need to rebound. Don't relax, the ball is coming soon. Instantly, the paint area turned into... As long as the Timberwolves secured this ball, it meant they had possession for the next play. However, if the Lakers gained possession, they would most likely score 2 more points. Both teams were relentless, each fighting desperately for their positions under the basket. At that moment, the ball arrived. Bang! The ball bounced off the front edge and soared high. Everyone under the basket exerted their strength. Ready. Rebound. However, the ball did not drop directly. Instead, it hit the rim again, bouncing twice more. Bang bang. Swish. The ball actually went in. When the sound signaling the end of the quarter echoed, all the spectators at the sidelines turned their incredulous gazes towards the scoreboard as it flashed once more. The Lakers scored another 3 points. Oh my god, I can't believe that shot actually went in. I'm serious, that's the most outrageous three-pointer I've ever seen. Even when Curry shoots with 2 or 3 defenders on him, there still needs to be an angle and space for the shot. Indeed, the absurdity of that shot is unprecedented in my experience. Incredible, truly. Zuo Bai forced that shot out with sheer will, and it actually went in. Didn't you see? The ball bounced a few times before going in. That was just luck. Clearly you don't understand basketball. Luck is also a part of skill. Without rigorous training, even the best luck wouldn't help you make such crucial shots. I support the viewpoint above. Meanwhile, one of the Timberwolves teammates patted Wiggins on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't worry, you've done really well. Exactly, you were so close to blocking that shot just now. We didn't expect it to go in at that moment. We can only say your defense was truly commendable. Just keep it up for the next plays." Although everyone was smiling and patting their shoulders, Wiggins felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. It was a profound sense of loss. He could sense that while everyone was offering encouragement, there was an indescribable regret and even discouragement in their tones. It seemed they believed that if he had managed to block that shot, it would have been a miracle. This feeling left Wiggins quite unsettled. That shot was undeniably a good one. Even if he hadn't touched it, he had significantly disrupted Zuo Bai's shooting. That was a solid defense. As for the comforting words from his teammates, Wiggins felt he didn't need such pity. This wasn't a fluke. He could perform even better in the upcoming game. Strangely, Wiggins' mindset began to shift at that moment. This change might be subtle, but a seed of competitiveness had taken root in his heart. And in this match it was about to sprout. The Los Angeles Lakers were only leading by 5 points. This result was a pleasant surprise for the Timberwolves coach. He never expected that the Lakers, who had even defeated strong teams like the Rockets, would only be leading by a mere 5 points. Moreover, that three-pointer had a significant amount of luck involved. It seemed they had a glimmer of hope. If they could unleash their potential in the final 2 quarters. Who knows, this match might be the one that led to the downfall of the Los Angeles. JB, wait a moment, I need you to take on some defensive responsibilities and shoot for the team. Your shooting touch is good, right? Next we need to secure the game with 2-pointers. Let's increase our defensive intensity and try to pull away from the Lakers in the Before Jimmy Butler could say anything, Wiggins spoke up first. Coach, I think I can do it. He then glanced to the side. Who just spoke to me? He looked behind Wiggins and then around him. Nobody. Could it be Wiggins? No way. How could he possibly take on such a thankless task so proactively? Otherwise the staff wouldn't have asked which shirt Wiggins had never worn while playing. After all, every shirt was worn. However, when the coach's gaze unintentionally swept over Wiggins' forehead, he discovered something that shocked him profoundly. Wiggins is sweating. This startled the coach. A man bleeds and cries, but does not sweat. They've only played 2 quarters and Wiggins is sweating. Is this real? Hey Wiggins, you're not injured, are you? Are you feeling okay? Did you catch a fever? If you're uncomfortable, we can immediately sub in. Wiggins paused for a moment, tilting his head, and said, I'm perfectly fine. I just want to take on the defensive position in the next quarter. I believe I can do well, coach. In that moment, tears of excitement streamed down the Timberwolves coach's face. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Whoa. But good things come to those who wait. No matter how long I've waited, as long as Wiggins can have such awareness today, it's good. Then for the upcoming match, you will defend against the Lakers' inside attack. And if the opportunity arises, your teammates will create chances for you to score. Okay, no problem. At this moment, Kuzma was still unaware. The Timberwolves had a beast awakening. The atmosphere within the Los Angeles Lakers was still quite pleasant. Zuo Bai had dished out an astonishingly close to 20 assists in the first half. He had fed his teammates until they were satisfied. During the first quarter, the offensive mainstay Nick Young had already scored over 20 points. Zuo Bai, brother Bai, could you pass me a few more balls later? Zuo Bai glanced at him, who was desperately hoping for a few passes. Then he said, it's not that I don't want to pass to you, but Wiggins' defensive range is quite large, and I need the right opportunity to pass. Pants Horse insisted after hearing this. Don't worry, brother Bai. Just pass to me, and I'll surely score that ball. Really, I keep my word. Don't you trust me? Huh, brother Bai. Seeing Pants Horse's eager little eyes, Zuo Bai found it hard to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, Zuo Bai said, all right, no problem, I'll pass you a few balls next. Kuzma was overjoyed. Thank you, brother Bai, thank you, brother Bai. Ha. With Zuo Bai's perfectly timed passes, Pants Horse was not worried about any scoring issues in the upcoming game. On the contrary, he believed his stats would definitely look great. Extremely great. He might even get a raise next season. Feeling blissful. However, compared to his teammates, Zuo Bai had an uneasy premonition. He seemed to feel that if he continued to dish out assists like this, something problematic might arise. Perhaps it was a sixth sense, quite mystical, but for some reason Zuo Bai felt a deep, indescribable worry. Beep. The second half of the game has already begun. When the third quarter of the game began, everyone did not feel any difference in the players' conditions compared to the previous 2 quarters. After all, the players were still the same. How different could it be? However, when Zuo Bai was on the court, an unsettling premonition grew increasingly strong. Although he did not yet know the reason, he was well aware that something was about to happen. Over here, the Minnesota Timberwolves had possessed. At that moment, the entire Lakers team felt a slight tension facing Jimmy Butler's attack. In this game, Jimmy Butler's offense could be described as remarkably stable. His shooting touch was also exceptionally hot. The ability to maintain such a score was closely related to Butler's fiery. However, the Lakers were not feeling pressured. After all, even if they could score a few points, the Lakers' scoring ability far surpassed that of the Timberwolves. At this time, Jimmy Butler held the ball and backed down into the low post. Following that, he made a turn and executed a. Naturally, the Lakers' interior defenders quickly followed suit. However, JB did not take a shot. Whoosh. He tossed the ball high towards the inside. What is he doing? A lob. But there's no one in the paint. Isn't that pass a bit too high, eh? Looks like this ball is going out of bounds. At this moment, the spectators were buzzing with disgust because that pass seemed utterly unreasonable. Just then, suddenly a tall figure leaped into view in the Timberwolves' paint. Andrew Wiggins. Holy cow. Accompanied by a beautiful exclamation, Andrew Wiggins soared into the air and executed an alley-oop dunk. Bang. Point scored. The Minnesota Timberwolves added 2 more points. At this moment, even the Timberwolves had, what the heck? Is this really our laid-back Wiggins? He was bewildered. He had never seen such a style of play from Wiggins since he entered the NBA. You can't say Wiggins is bad, nor can you say he's great. If you say he's bad, he scores 18 points. If you say he's great, he still scores 18 points. He has always played a very conventional laid-back style. The coach knew that he could do better. He could become a historically great superstar. But it all depended on how Wiggins won. With physical measurement data almost identical to that of LeBron James, the current #1 in the league, who would dare say Wiggins isn't that gifted child? With the standard small forward's physique and wingspan, exaggerated penetration ability, and speed, he possessed the talent that all players dream of in this small ball era. However, Wiggins' consistent lack of effort has left the coach helpless. His recent performances have also been quite ordinary. To be honest, even Butler has a love-hate relationship with this teammate. Really, almost every basketball player envies, as the saying goes, never doubt Wiggins' talent. Yet it's this Wiggins who has consistently been laid back, who surprisingly threw down an alley-oop dunk in this game. This truly felt like a dream. After landing, Andrew Wiggins looked at the bewildered JB and said, "What are you waiting for? Get back on defense." What the hell? Although JB was confused, he was still pleased with Wiggins' current performance. After all, Wiggins' current form almost signified one thing. In the upcoming games, they were definitely going to win. Looking at Wiggins, who had already found his rhythm, Zuo Bai was slightly stunned. So that unsettling premonition was because this feeling was very subtle, like a thorn pricking the palm. It felt insignificant, yet it ached faintly. While holding the ball, Zuo Bai constantly observed Wiggins' movements on the court. Of course, even if he wanted to ignore Wiggins, he could, because Kuzma over here was constantly calling for the ball right in front of Wiggins. "By good, pass it here. I've got position, pass it to me. Hee, I have a chance. Look at me." To be honest, Zuo Bai thought that pass wouldn't work. It really wouldn't work. If he passed to him, there was a high probability it would be a wasted possession. On one hand, Kuzma was incessantly calling for the ball, while on the other, Zuo Bai also wanted to see to what extent Wiggins had. So Zuo Bai turned around, and after finding an opportunity, directly tossed the ball to Kuzma. Pop. After receiving the ball, Kuzma grinned. "Promotion, and raise, here I come." Bang. This was not the sound of Kuzma dunking, but rather the sound of him being blocked as he turned. Originally, after Kuzma ran into position, he had almost shaken off Wiggins beside him. However, just as Kuzma was shooting, Wiggins suddenly jumped up from behind, delivering a hot block to Kuzma. Slap. Just like a fly swatting a fly. This left Kuzma bewildered. When did this guy appear? The ball flew away and Zuo Bai sprang into action immediately. However, although Wiggins was a step behind Zuo Bai, he was closer to the ball's position. Wiggins lunged and grabbed the ball. Anticipating this, Zuo Bai did not linger and charged towards the basket along with Wiggins' attack. So fast, those two are really too fast. Wow, they're really pulling ahead. This is too impressive. What happened to our Kuzma today? Did he drink something wrong today? Brothers who poured Red Bull into Kuzma's thermos. Get up. Apologize to us, man. Wiggins charged forward. His speed was incredibly fast. Though Zuo Bai closely followed behind, he ultimately was a step too late. Bang. Wiggins delivered a crisp dunk, slamming the ball into the Lakers' basket. Zuo Bai looked at Wiggins in front of him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I can't pass like this anymore," Zuo Bai thought to himself. On one hand, he could clearly feel that his passing deception had reached its limit. The players on the court had gradually adapted to his passing, making it difficult to create unexpected opportunities for teammates. On the other hand, it was also the aspect Zuo Bai was most worried about. It seemed that Wiggins had awakened. At this moment, Wiggins' teammates seemed to have noticed his transformation on the court. In the subsequent match, he displayed unparalleled dominance on both offensive and defensive ends. Just as Nick Young and Zubac were substituted in, Wiggins went on a scoring spree, racking up 10 points in just 5 minutes. Faced with Wiggins' fiery form, Kuzma was unwilling to back down, repeatedly attempting to take on Wiggins in unknown situations. However, against Wiggins, who possessed height, long arms, and extraordinary leaping ability, it was a daunting challenge. Kuzma's attacks were exceedingly difficult. Even after setting a screen, he would still be disrupted by Andrew Wiggins' swift positional shifts. At this point, Kuzma felt like he could vomit blood. Forget about promotions and raises for next season. Right now, he was clearly fighting just to avoid being caught. Kuzma was being completely overwhelmed by Wiggins, while Young occasionally hit three-pointers from the perimeter, which, though helpful, was ultimately insignificant. No matter how accurate your three-point shooting is, with a shooting percentage in the 30s, it simply doesn't add up to much. Essentially, every three-pointer they made was barely worth a single point. Surely you understand the concept of mathematical expectation. On average, every shot taken yields just a single point. Yet Andrew Wiggins' scoring ability was explosively overwhelming. But in this game, he continually charged towards the paint, completely shedding the cautious style he previously exhibited. Once he began his assault on the interior, he became But in this game, he continually charged towards the paint, completely shedding the cautious style he previously exhibited. Once he began his assault on the interior, he became unstoppable. Of course, Kuzma was not without effort. He too was trying hard to avoid being cut. However, it was all for naught. If Kuzma failed to defend the area beneath the basket, Wiggins would simply score with a dunk. Conversely, if Kuzma did defend beneath the hoop, Wiggins would score with an alley-oop dunk. This was just too brutal. In summary, it was nearly impossible to impede Wiggins' offense. After all, a fully unleashed Wiggins was almost equivalent to a peak LeBron James. It was understandable that Kuzma couldn't contain him. Zubac took a brief rest on the sidelines before returning to the court, knowing full well that today's game would be far from easy. On the court, the commentators were already awestruck by Wiggins' recent performance. My God, I've never seen Wiggins' defense be this unreasonable. The Lakers had a great shot just now, but even with that, Wiggins was able to disrupt it with his incredible leaping ability. This is simply outrageous. The tickets for today's game are absolutely worth it. The audience in attendance is incredible. I truly feel exhilarated right now. A fully unleashed Wiggins versus a rookie superstar. Who is stronger? I believe everyone present at the game is just as thrilled as I am. The excitement in the air was palpable. Not only the commentators, but even the Timberwolves head coach on the sidelines couldn't help but tremble with excitement. I've finally waited for this day. Could it be that the Timberwolves are finally on the rise? Bang! After another explosive dunk by Wiggins, the score stood at 74-68. The Lakers were trailing by 6 points. At this moment, many spectators couldn't sit still as Wiggins' performance today was simply explosive. I never thought I would witness a fully unleashed Goji brother in my lifetime. It was simply outrageous. Wiggins was playing. I doubt anyone can stop him. He reminds me so much of a young LeBron. Is this really Goji brother? Oh my god, he is finally fulfilling his potential. It was terrifying. Oh, was this really the fully unleashed Goji brother? In this game, I say Goji brother is dominating and no one should have any objections, right? Come on, what are you thinking? The Lakers still have Zubac. I think Zubac could very well rival a fully unleashed Wiggins. Zubac looked at his somewhat exhausted teammates and let out a faint sigh. Everyone understood that there were two types of offense that were nearly impossible to defend against. One was Shaquille O'Neal receiving the ball under the basket, and the other was LeBron charging into the paint. However, at this moment the pressure Wiggins exerted was entirely akin to the latter. It was a daunting dimensional assault of Wiggins knew he had to shoulder the offensive burden of the team. Zubac held the ball at the arc, yet the opponents did not rush. Seeing this, Zubac smiled and asked, "What's the meaning of this? Aren't you going to guard me?" The opponents were slightly taken aback, but they quickly realized. Oh no. During the earlier quarters, Zubac had hardly attempted any shots, so they naturally assumed he posed little offensive. They didn't even respond when Zubac stood at the three-point line. In the next moment, Zubac launched a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball traced a beautifully arched trajectory through the air before swishing through the net. Points. Zubac smiled slightly and said to them, "If you let me shoot, you might as well just concede." The audience erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Damn, he really pulled it off. He got us there, guys. Truly worthy of my brother Bai. Amazing. The key is that he can actually make that damn shot. Doesn't that just irk you? Despite the commotion off the court, Zubac's showboating was unaffected. In truth, Zubac had his own motives for doing this. It wasn't just for show. What he truly needed was to raise the opponent's awareness of his offensive threat as much as possible. Not only would this enhance his teammates' offensive opportunities, but through repeated ball movements, it could also help to wear down. In the previous matches, Zubac had witnessed Wiggins' exaggerated defensive coverage abilities. Wiggins already had a physical advantage compounded by his incredible lateral speed, making him quite tricky. However, Zubac merely found it somewhat challenging. Unfortunately, while Wiggins was incredibly strong, they absolutely had to win this match. Miss, do you think this match is still within your expectations? At this moment, the butler was placing the newly purchased tablet beside the young lady. Miss, do you think this match is still within your expectations? At this moment, the butler was placing the newly purchased tablet beside the young lady. Asked, "Is something wrong?" The young lattice brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment, she slowly said, "Wiggins. His performance is somewhat What's wrong? Is his performance poor?" The young lady shook her head slightly. "No, he is quite strong." To be honest, she had never anticipated that Wiggins would possess such exaggerated dominance in this match. This was entirely beyond expectations. Such performance and sense of oppression could only be produced by superstars of historical caliber. Wiggins' potential is truly terrifying. His sudden outburst this time requires the young lady to reconsider the final outcome of the match. Can Zuo Bai win? At this moment, the butler asked the question that all the spectators wanted to know. The young lady hesitated for a moment, then relaxed her brows and revealed a faint smile. "I don't know." Not knowing. The butler was somewhat surprised by this answer. As a genius girl, she had never admitted uncertainty about anything. Seeing the butler's confusion, she continued, "Although Wiggins' performance is indeed strong, Zuo Bai always manages to Meanwhile, on the court, after several deadly three-pointers from Zuo Bai, the Timberwolves dared not give him an inch of space, because they knew that any space given to Zuo Bai was essentially giving away points. Although Wiggins' firepower had not ceased for a moment. However, Zuo Bai's three-pointers kept raining down. The Timberwolves found that even if they pulled their defense to the three-point line, Zuo Bai could still shoot from 2 steps beyond, because they knew that any space given to Zuo Bai was essentially giving away points. Although Wiggins' firepower had not ceased for a moment. Just look at how Chris Paul has been defending Zuo Bai. He was almost pushed back to the baseline from the moment Zuo Bai received the ball. Although the Timberwolves did not neglect Zuo Bai's three-point shots even after strengthening their defense, Zuo Bai's shooting range could be extended infinitely. This almost cost the Timberwolves their lives. With the change of possession, the Lakers scored another 3 points. At this point, the point difference between the two teams was only 2 points. Looking at the scoreboard, the player matched up against Zuo Bai helplessly commented, "I can't stop his three-pointers at all, they're too far. There's literally no spot on the court where he can't shoot from." In fact, how many people share this sentiment? At that moment, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, it was Wiggins. "All right, brother, you can take a break now. I'll let me guard him," Wiggins said. At that moment, his words carried a weight that was both powerful and reassuring. He nodded, transferring the defensive responsibility for Zuo Bai to Wiggins. At this moment, Wiggins' teammates, including Jimmy Butler, had no objections to this decision. After all, Wiggins' performance in this match was truly reassuring. If they really had to choose someone from their team to guard Zuo Bai, it could only be Wiggins. As for himself, don't be silly, he's just strong, but in defense one has to rely on talent. The moment Wiggins faced Zuo Bai, the crowd, "Oh my god, is the showdown finally starting? I'm so hyped, brothers, I'm already getting goosebumps. So exciting. Even watching this live is not as thrilling. This match is truly spectacular, just too incredible." Despite Wiggins being this strong, the two teams still haven't pulled apart. Isn't that obvious? With Zuo Bai there, it would be strange if the gap opened easily. I'm getting fired up. Alright, I got it. Quickly bring the fire extinguisher. Meanwhile, Wiggins received the ball from his teammates, looked at Zuo Bai's position, and said, "Are you sure you want to let me shoot?" Zuo Bai made a gesture of invitation. Wiggins felt a surge of determination. "How dare you let me shoot? Do you think I can't shoot?" With his competitive spirit fully ignited, Wiggins took a three-pointer. PFF. Zuo Bai had anticipated this. He knew that this shot wouldn't go in. So at the moment Wiggins shot, he immediately ran towards the basket. When Wiggins released the shot, he realized his shooting feels. It seemed like he was about to miss. So he also moved simultaneously. Wiggins jumped high, his head nearly hitting the rim. "Oh my god, that's way too high. What kind of talent is this? Absolutely insane. It's ridiculous that he can jump this high from a step inside the free throw line. I heard Wiggins has a vertical leap of 12 meters. And I heard that was from his high school days. His talent is indeed terrifying." But everyone knew that without Zuo Bai, Wiggins would have definitely scored this basket. However, smack. The next second, Zuo Bai seized the rebound that fell from the air. This rebound could almost be said to have been snatched from Wiggins' hands. Taking food from a tiger's mouth is nothing compared to this. Wiggins did jump incredibly high, but Zuo Bai not only jumped high, he also had awareness. He had positioned himself early, blocking Wiggins' path with his body. Although Wiggins was taller than Zuo Bai and had a longer in the case of both jumping to the same height, Zuo Bai grabbed the rebound. At the same time as Zuo Bai caught the ball, both teams began to transition back on defense. Zuo Bai made a fake move to drive forward, forcing Wiggins to step back a few paces. However, this retreat was just what Zuo Bai pulled up for a shot. A super long three-pointer reappeared. Yet at this moment, Wiggins suddenly lunged forward for Zuo Bai's heart trembled slightly. Swish. The ball flew out, barely grazing Wiggins' fingertips. Just a little bit. When the sound signaling the end of the quarter echoed, all the spectators at the sidelines turned their incredulous gazes toward the Lakers take the lead. The ball went in. Zuo Bai turned around, smiled, and said, "You almost managed to guard against me." Although Zuo Bai was merely stating the facts. However, this statement was made. It was akin to telling Wiggins, "You can't guard me at all," while making him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the audience laughed upon hearing Zuo Bai's words. "This is absolutely ridiculous. This is too amusing. Look how frustrated our guy is. Ha ha, when has Wiggins ever faced such indignity? Indeed, our guy has always been lackadaisical. Today he finally took it seriously, only to be mocked by Zuo Bai. Huh, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter." Wiggins was secretly holding his breath at that moment. Next play, he must guard against Zuo Bai. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai looked completely bewildered. Wasn't he just complimenting him? Why did it suddenly feel like Wiggins' momentum surged again? Was it just my illusion? However, that last play indeed surprised Zuo Bai. He knew that Wiggins' speed was exceptionally fast, and his talent could be considered among the best in the current NBA. However, it was clear that Zuo Bai did not anticipate that such talent would be so overwhelming. Especially Wiggins' performance, just now it could be described as MVP level. Just now he estimated Wiggins' jump height. It might have already approached the peak level of super jumping proficiency like that of Fire God Doa. This is undoubtedly the top-tier jumping ability in the NBA. But thinking about it, Wiggins' 12-meter jump test data back then was truly exaggerated. And that 720-degree aerial dunk remains vividly memorable. Moreover, his stride length is even 10 centimeters longer than Kevin Durant's, and his breakaway speed rivals that of peak. And his jumping ability is unquestionable. His vertical jump height is even 20 centimeters higher than that of the muscular Westbrook, who is often called a beast. Facing a fully powered Wiggins is indeed a rather tricky matter. It can be said that most people in the league have never experienced this, for this is the first time the NBA witnesses just how terrifying a fully powered Wiggins can be. At this moment, the Timberwolves head coach was muttering on the sidelines. "My God, I've finally waited for this. This game we are definitely winning." The ball returned to the Timberwolves. As soon as Wiggins got the ball, he instantly took off. It could almost be said that with one huge stride, he shook off Kuzma's defense. At the same time, when Wiggins saw the interior players coming to help, he did not stop his offensive momentum at all. Wiggins jumped off the ground with both feet simultaneously, his body springing up like a spring right hand, bringing the ball. In that instant, Wiggins seemed to be flying over the defender's head. After his right arm swung around, he came crashing down with a powerful dunk that made the rim hum. Bang! Score! After seeing that dunk, Jimmy Butler revealed a shallow, helpless smile. This shot was destined to be impossible from the moment he was born. This is a talent that is clearly visible. However, Jimmy Butler was genuinely happy for him, because he finally showcased his talent in this game. And at this moment, Jimmy Butler was also glad to be Wiggins' teammate, rather than his enemy. The Lakers' momentum visible because they could clearly feel the pressure that Wiggins brought in this game. The Timberwolves' relentless offense had drained their morale considerably. It even pressed them to the point where they were gasping for breath. Zuo Bai evidently noticed this. So Zuo Bai said to his teammates, "Give me the ball, don't rush, everyone take your positions." Zuo Bai understood what the team needed most at this moment. A score that could invigorate them. The ball was passed into Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai took a slight breath, not rushing to attack. Wiggins immediately came up to guard him, his center of gravity low, aiming to prevent Zuo Bai's sudden breakthrough. Zuo Bai feinted to the right twice in quick succession, and Wiggins adjusted his steps slightly, not getting shaken off. However, this was also within Zuo Bai's expectations. If Wiggins couldn't keep up with this level, then this game would be too dull. "Don't blink," Zuo Bai said casually. Then, bang, Zuo Bai exploded into action, shooting out like a projectile. In an instant, the essence of ultra-fast dribbling was used to perfection. Too fast. I definitely can't keep up with this play. If I were matched up with him, I'd already be left behind by 1,000 miles. Who isn't? At this speed, almost all defenders would be passed by him in one step right. If he were given 2 steps, it wouldn't be the case. Give Zuo Bai 2 steps, are you crazy? On the benches of both teams, players couldn't help but sigh. Each of them weighed the gap between themselves and Zuo Bai. It was huge. The gap between them was like a chasm. However, despite such breakthrough speed, he only managed to shake off Wiggins by half a body length. Wiggins, with his insane explosive power and lateral movement ability, barely kept up. Truly worthy of you. If it were in the past, Zuo Bai would definitely make a sudden stop, then pull back the ball and shake off the opponent through a change of rhythm. But this time Zuo Bai did not plan to do so. Keep accelerating. Zuo Bai unleashed his stamina in an instant, directly bulldozing through Wiggins and charging into the paint. At this moment, Wiggins gritted his teeth, using all his strength to withstand Zuo Bai's attack. But he still felt his Zuo Bai under the basket. Zuo Bai, pushing against Wiggins, jumped up after reaching the basket. Challenging, the commentator couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Will he score this shot? Can Zuo Bai make this shot against Wiggins? Perhaps Wiggins is strong, perhaps his talent is high. Perhaps there are considerable mismatches between him and Zuo Bai. But sorry, this shot is bound to go in. Both leaped simultaneously. Wiggins raised his hands high like an absolute Zuo Bai raised his right hand, and everyone thought there was no chance. The height of the two was roughly the same, and at this rate, he would surely be blocked. But in the next second, Zuo Bai switched hands in midair, pulling the ball to his left hand, and forcefully smashed it down towards Zuo Bai dunked over Wiggins. Upon witnessing this scene, the head coach of the Timberwolves, Thibodeau, immediately stood up. Impossible. In his perception, what lay before him was absolutely unreasonable. Zuo Bai, a guard just over 6 feet tall, actually dunked over Wiggins, who was more than 10 centimeters taller than him. This was absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe it. Wiggins' talent was undoubtedly top tier, that was beyond question. Moreover, Wiggins' block on that shot was certainly among the best defenses in the NBA. Even James' offense had a high probability of being defended. After all, that was Wiggins at full throttle. Yet this was what happened. Wiggins, using nearly all his strength, executed a breathtaking block only to be dunked on by. This was simply absurd. I can't even catch my breath. Do you know why? Of course, who wouldn't? It was just so spectacular. I feel like I can't miss a single second. Oh my god, this game feels like the most exciting one I've ever witnessed. This is a peak showdown. Wiggins' extreme jumping ability is truly terrifying, yet Zuo Bai somehow managed to come. Everyone was in disbelief. Even Wiggins himself felt the same. The sound of Zuo Bai's dunk over him still buzzed in his. At this moment, he looked at the score in front of him, momentarily dazed. All along, everyone had been telling him, as long as you can unleash your potential, the future of the entire league will be yours. Unleash his strength. At this moment, Wiggins questioned himself. He had already given his all. But, facing Zuo Bai, he still felt a sense of helplessness. He didn't know how he could possibly defeat Zuo Bai. How did Zuo Bai score that shot earlier? He had no idea. These questions were constantly bombarding his mind. Am I too weak? Wiggins looked at himself, clenching his fists. This was the first time Wiggins felt a thirst for strength. Basketball had always been just a decent job for him. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how poorly he played in the first half, he could still manage to score 18 or 19 points in a game. To say he was a master of scoring control wouldn't be an exaggeration. This made him feel like he didn't need to exert much effort to achieve decent results. But now he had given his all. Yet he still had no way to stop Zuo Bai's offense. Was he really going to lose? Hey, Wiggins, what are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout from Jimmy Butler snapped Wiggins back to reality. He regained his focus, noticing his teammates had already advanced past half court. JB continued, what are you thinking about? There's no time to ponder life during a game. He looked at his teammates, actively seeking opportunities for offense. Everyone was aggressively pushing for offense. Even JB, who was less talented than him, showed no signs of giving up. Even when facing Zuo Bai's defense, he showed no fear. That indomitable spirit invigorated Wiggins. That's right. The game isn't over yet. What good does it do to think so much? It's just one play. Everything is still possible. I must score on this play. JB passed the ball to me. Wiggins called for the ball. Although time was running short, everyone felt relieved seeing Wiggins pass it to him. Jeff immediately passed the ball to Wiggins, who was beyond the three-point line. Since Zuo Bai had just faced JB, the one defending Wiggins now was Nick Young. Nick Young, seeing Wiggins just receive the ball, reached out with his right hand, trying to steal it. However, Wiggins smiled slightly. That smile from Zuo Bai was quite soothing, but showing such a smile at this moment was not a good sign. Wiggins slightly raised his center of gravity. Then he made a probing step to break through to the right. This move created half a step of separation from Nick Young. Kyle Kuzma instantly came in for help, but Zuo Bai showed no signs of slowing down. On the contrary, he executed a Euro step, while holding the ball high above his head, slipping right between the gaps of the two defenders. Rushing to the basket, Wiggins slammed the ball down with his right hand. Bang. Great shot. Beautiful, just like that. Looks like we still have a chance. Exactly, keep it going. Don't let up, strike while the iron's hot. The Timberwolves fans were now all standing and cheering. On the other side, the Lakers fans were equally enthusiastic. They were continuously cheering for the Lakers offense. Zuo Bai slightly lowered the pressure of his defense. After all, defending consumed the most energy, even more than fast breaks. However, this didn't mean Zuo Bai intended to slack off. On the contrary, he aimed to secure Wiggins. That last shot was good, but don't be complacent. Zuo Bai suddenly accelerated. Surprisingly, Wiggins kept up with, but this wasn't over yet. Zuo Bai, utilizing his extraordinary dribbling speed, suddenly slowed down. This brief pause caught Wiggins off guard. Time difference. Zuo Bai seized the moment to accelerate. Bang! Once again his super speed dribbling erupted, creating half a step of space. A Timberwolves player near the corner instantly closed in for defense. However, Zuo Bai had no intention of moving forward. As the defenders lunged at him, Zuo Bai made a sudden stop and jumped for a pull-up shot. He jumped. The closing defender had no chance to keep up with Zuo Bai's movement. He could only watch as Zuo Bai leaped. However, although a sudden stop jump shot isn't easy to defend, there's a slight pause in the air during the jump. Thus, if another player rushed and they could be blocked. Undoubtedly. And that player was Wiggins, who had just been shaken off. Watch out, by Gup, Kuzma shouted. Zuo Bai's peripheral vision caught sight of Wiggins at this moment. He suddenly lunged in from the side. His physical prowess was truly monstrous. If it were anyone else, they might have actually been blocked. But unfortunately, he was up against Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai lowered his ball-handling hand, lifting the ball to the side away from Wiggins. Then with a gentle flick of his right hand, the ball flew toward the hoop. As Zuo Bai assessed the situation, he felt a strong confidence in his ability to make this shot. After all, this seemingly casual throw utilized the irregular shooting talent of Amin Daiki. However, while he was confident, it was worth noting that this talent was not at a legendary level of proficiency. As he released the ball, Zuo Bai still sensed a slight deviation. Although this shot had nearly 90 accuracy, it was this tiny bit of deviation that led Zuo Bai to believe that Sure enough, as the ball approached the hoop, it suddenly grazed the edge of the rim and spun around it. Then it quickly flew out. Did it not go in? The spectators were taken aback. Although it was expected that such an unreasonable shot would not go in, it still surprised everyone. Yet here with Zuo Bai, when he missed this shot, almost everyone felt it was unexpected. Is this for real? Zuo Bai missed. Come on, grab the rebound. Everyone is stunned. No one expected that shot to miss. This is ridiculous. Could it be that Zuo Bai is affected by Wiggins? As one of the first to react, Wiggins smiled at this moment. Looks like I managed to defend against you. There was a hint of pride in his voice. But before he could get excited, Zuo Bai suddenly dashed past him. He made a quick move to the basket and jumped high. With both hands, he caught the basketball that had bounced off the rim, then he slammed it down hard. Bang! A loud explosion echoed in his ears. Zuo Bai scored with a putback dunk. In this play, Zuo Bai aggressively scored 2 points. After landing, he smiled slightly and said to Wiggins, "Even though it didn't go in, you were just a tiny bit away from stopping me." Seeing this scene, the audience shouted, "Referee, I report someone for maliciously grabbing rebounds." Ha ha ha, what does it mean to be passionate? This is what it means to be passionate. This move was on point, guys. I'm giving this guy a 9, leaving 1 point just in case he gets too proud. I was indeed a bit surprised that he didn't make the first shot, but seeing the result, I feel relieved. In the time that followed, the two teams engaged in multiple confrontations. It was clear to everyone that the game had almost entirely revolved around the showdown between Wiggins and Zuo Bai. The nearly unstoppable super jumper Wiggins versus the technically proficient Zuo Bai. Their matchup had the entire audience cheering. However, while Wiggins jumped high and had top-tier talent, Zuo Bai's jumping ability was impressive as well. Under explosive physical conditions, Zuo Bai was nearly matching Wiggins' height. Yet in terms of technical skills, Wiggins had a significant gap when compared to Zuo Bai, though Wiggins' skills were not rough. But it depends on who you're comparing with. Not to mention, after perfectly imitating Zuo Bai had learned nearly all of Kobe's skill set and possessed most of the offensive skills of the kaleidoscopic Cameron. Just based on the eye of the Heavenly Emperor's grasp of offensive timing, Zuo Bai was far surpassing Wiggins by a level. Thus in their exchanges, Zuo Bai consistently had the upper hand over Wiggins. Meanwhile, as Zuo Bai made another three-pointer and the ball was about to return to the Timberwolves' possession, suddenly Timberwolves coach Thibodeau called a timeout. Wiggins was left confused. He was currently on fire and was just about to take a calm shot. Instead, a timeout was called. What the FK? Seeing the players gathered together on the sidelines, coach Thibodeau's first words were, "In the remaining time, give the ball to Wiggins." Such a simple statement caused some dissatisfaction among the other players. For example, Jimmy Butler. However, he was not arguing for possession but was unhappy with the coach's decision. Coach Wiggins has already put in a lot of effort in this game. I believe we should help share the pressure as soon as possible. What Butler said was not wrong. Although Wiggins had discarded the goji berry thermos, he had played a huge role on both offense and defense. However, the problem arose. That was the intensity. A suddenly increased intensity could place considerable stress on an athlete's body. Even if Wiggins was a bona fide talent, he was still human, right? It was precisely because of this consideration that Jimmy Butler spoke those words. However, Coach Thibodeau narrowed his eyes and replied disdainfully, "Share the pressure." Do you see any pressure on him? Pressure is motivation for geniuses. Give the ball to Wiggins, understood? What we need now is to win the game. Jimmy Butler fell silent. He truly wanted to win the game. But if the cost of winning meant seeing his teammate get injured, then this was not what he wanted to see. Indeed, while this approach can maximize the team's efficiency, it also leaves behind some regrets. Wiggins once again moved his body. Then they returned to the court. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lakers coach Luke Walton substituted Zuo Bai out. There are still 7 minutes left in the game. You take a break. If nothing unexpected happens, you shouldn't need to go back in. Looking at the current score on the court, 1-0-1-9-3. The Los Angeles Lakers were leading the Timberwolves by 8 points. Catching up with this difference would not be easy. Most likely they should win. However, Zuo Bai's expression was not relaxed. Because he did not know what unexpected moves Wiggins. If nothing unexpected happens, they should indeed win. It just depends on how the game develops next. As the two teams' players returned to the court, the commentator said, "It seems the Timberwolves are determined to go all out. Their three main players are still on the court. This has been Coach Thibodeau's coaching style all along, don't you understand? Indeed, while this approach can maximize the team's efficiency, it also leaves behind some regrets. The commentator's words carried a hint of depth. However, the game on the court gradually escalated into a heated state. The Timberwolves were poised to charge. "Hey Randall, watch the paint. If he drives inside, you must rotate and cover immediately," the coach shouted to him just before he entered the game. In truth, this instruction should not have come from Walton. Such in-game defensive adjustments fall squarely within the player's response. At that moment, Luke Walton increasingly recognized a critical issue: the team lacked a true cornerstone. Nick Young, Kyle Kuzma, and even Brandon Ingram were all capable scorers. Yet none of them could be considered a cornerstone. Zuo Bai's emergence had indeed alleviated this problem considerably and rekindled hope among the Lakers' front office. Still, Zuo Bai was after all a rookie. Could the franchise truly entrust its entire fate and every burden to a single rookie? That would clearly be asking too much. Moreover, whenever Zuo Bai sat on the bench, the team's cohesion visibly deteriorated, a reality Walton had observed with stark clarity over recent games. It seemed clear if the Lakers aimed to contend for the playoffs, or even the championship, it was time to prioritize trade discussion. Meanwhile, on the court, the Timberwolves concentrated ball handling in Andrew Wiggins' hands and deployed frequent screens and seamless off-ball movement to fuel his offense. Wiggins' already extraordinary penetration ability, now amplified by elite spacing and unselfish support, transformed Minnesota's attack into a razor-sharp spear. It pierced straight through the Lakers' defense. During a defensive switch, Kuzma lost track of Karl-Anthony Towns as he cut toward the rim, leaving the Timberwolves an uncontested path to the basket. A layup for 2 points. Then in the ensuing stretch, Minnesota unleashed a blistering offensive surge, narrowing the gap between the two teams to just 2 points. At that juncture, Nick Young embodied his reputation as a streaky sharpshooter, launching a deep three-pointer one step beyond the arc. The shot swished cleanly, halting the Lakers' bleeding with surgical precision. Simultaneously, Kuzma seized a flash of brilliance, slipping behind the defense along the baseline and finishing with a smooth reverse layup. The Lakers' lead surged back to 7 points. With only 4 minutes remaining, the Lakers' offensive execution remained solid, but their defensive reliability was frank. Nick Young, Kyle Kuzma, and Brandon Ingram, all three possessed defensive capabilities best described as unremarkable. Even by modest standards, they fell short. Neither their isolation defense nor their switching discipline stood out, and the Timberwolves, keenly aware of this vulnerability, launched a relentless assault. Wiggins drove into the lane twice consecutively, each time exploding over defenders with thunderous dunks, making it nearly impossible to reconcile this ferocious intensity with the image of the tea-sipping wellness guru he'd once been. Those two plays were brutally emphatic, visceral, electrifying. Each also drew a foul, resulting in a rare and punishing in one opportunity. As Wiggins sank the free throw, the score nodded at parity. The coach shifted uneasily on the bench. Turning to Zuo Bai, he said, "Perhaps you should get ready to go in." Zuo Bai didn't respond directly, only replied, "Call a timeout." The coach assumed Zuo Bai intended to enter the game, nodded, and signaled the referee for a timeout. Play halted instantly. Tens of thousands of spectators held their breath. The final moments hung taut with tension. Who would prevail? The scoreboard showed perfect balance. If the Lakers inserted Zuo Bai now, might their odds tilt meaningfully in their favor. Regardless, faith ran deep. The Lakers had to put Zuo Bai in now. Back on the bench, Zuo Bai quietly handed bottles of water to his teammates. The quintessential water boy. His teammates glanced gratefully at him and murmured, "Thanks." Zuo Bai smiled faintly. After watching them wipe sweat from their brows and take long, thirsty sips, Zuo Bai finally asked, "Do you think Wiggins is—" They paused, startled, then fell silent, pondering. Glancing at Zuo Bai, then down at their water bottles, one replied, "He's been exceptional tonight." Then, "Do you believe we can win?" They fell quiet. Until that moment, none had seriously confronted the question. Win or lose, who could say? Wasn't it ultimately a matter of chance? Yet, Zuo Bai's question forced them. After a thoughtful pause, Nick Young spoke up, "I believe we can win." Among the group, only Kuzma and Ingram were newcomers. Nick Young, by contrast, burned with the fiercest championship hunger. He was also one of the team's most fiercely proud competitors. "I've never once imagined losing." Though the others remained silent, Young's words struck like a spark, illuminating something in each of their eyes. Zuo Bai smiled. "Neither have I. So give everything you've got in the next few minutes. Win this game, and I'll buy everyone." "Wait. Hold on," the head coach interjected sharply. Zuo Bai turned to him. "What is it, coach?" "From what I heard, you're not planning to go in." "No, coach. We're already going to win this game. Let me clock out early." "Wait, aren't things still uncertain?" "Uncertain?" Zuo Bai countered. "They're not. Not at all." Luke rubbed his head, utterly bewildered. Watching subtle shifts ripple across their faces, Zuo Bai offered a knowing, enigmatic smile. "To me, it feels perfectly clear." Frankly, even Huang Xiling would have needed hours to unravel that remark. But Zuo Bai had purpose, not fatigue. With tenfold stamina recovery, even brief rest restored him significantly. He understood, however, that no matter how extraordinary his physical capacity became, basketball could never be won by one. 5 players graced the floor because basketball is at its core a team sport. If the Lakers truly sought a title this season, every player needed to summon equal fire and resolve. Should the franchise pin its hopes entirely on a rookie, Zuo Bai would feel not pride, but profound disappointment. This game, in his view, was a litmus test for the team. Lose, and bear the weight together. Win, and march united toward the championship. But above all, spirit must never surrender. As the timeout horn blared, the arena held its breath. Players returned to the court, and in that instant fans across the arena gasped in disbelief. Zuo Bai. He's still on the... Yes, it's quite strange. Why is he still sitting on the sidelines? Damn, the Lakers can't possibly be losing, can they? It's over, I think the Lakers have lost. Oh no, my poor Lakers, they had such a good advantage earlier. The coach asked worriedly, Zuo Bai, are you sure you want play? Zuo Bai took a sip from his thermos and said we should trust our teammates. Since they believe they can win, why shouldn't we believe in them? This statement left the coach momentarily stunned. Yes, trusting his players. As a coach, he had actually forgotten this important fact. He chuckled bitterly, never expecting that a rookie would see it more clearly than him. However, where did you get that thermos from? I feel like I should start drinking Red Bull while you've picked up the thermos. Is it true that where the leaves dance, the intention of health persists? At this moment, the audience saw Zuo Bai sitting calmly on the sidelines, and they overwhelmingly felt that the Lakers were bound to. But in reality, a surge of fighting spirit ignited in the hearts of every Lakers player. They absolutely cannot lose. The Lakers had possession of the ball. This time, they did not rush to attack like before. They realized their previous mistakes. They had been too hasty. They should not be so anxious. They needed to be patient and find the right opportunity to attack. Previously, they had been thrown off rhythm by Wiggins' sudden outburst, leading each of them to hastily attack. The turnover rate increased, and naturally their scoring ability declined. However, now their entire team was completely... Clarkson passed the ball to Nick Young, and as soon as Nick received it at the three-point line, he made a feigned shot motion. Because in the previous plays Nick had shot the ball as soon as he received it at the three-point line, the instinct led them to believe he would shoot this time as well. In that instant, several players instinctively tightened their defense. But that moment of space was seized by Nick Young. Nick Young charged straight, in making a strong breakthrough. He approached the baseline and facing the defender stationed in the corner, he executed a dazzling behind-the-back spin move. Signature move, followed by a jump shot. Just at the moment Nick was about to shoot, Wiggins leaped into the air. His massive hand strained forward to block, just in time, to intercept Nick Young's shooting path. But in the next second Nick, yes you heard it right, he really passed the ball, and it was to someone other than Zuo Bai. He leaped high and fiercely threw the ball to Kuzma, who had just entered the paint. Though all coaches say that as a guard you should never jump when passing. This very thought led others to instinctively believe that since Nick had jumped he would definitely not pass. Unexpectedly, after Kuzma caught the ball, he jumped up preparing for a layup. But how could Towns and Jimmy Butler allow this to happen in front of them? The two jumped together to block. They stood before Kuzma like a defensive wall of the Timberwolves. However, Kuzma smiled knowingly and casually passed the ball behind his waist. Snap. At that moment they saw. Behind Kuzma, Ingram jumped up swinging his long arm. Boom. Slam dunk. This play was seamless. It instantly boosted the morale of the Los Angeles Lakers. The fans also stood up applauding and shouting go go. So cool, amazing. Incredible. This play was like it was rehearsed. Not only was the coordination good, but the aesthetics were also pleasing. I would call it a top play of the season. The Timberwolves were not affected by this Lakers surge. They continued to pass the ball to Wiggins. The brother who had angrily thrown his thermos earlier showed no signs of resistance, instead directly receiving the ball and charging into the Lakers' paint. But this time he couldn't easily get past the Lakers' defense like before, because standing before him were three players. Stop struggling, you can't get past us. You want to win, but sorry, we absolutely won't concede easily in this match. That's right, exactly. The three stood resolutely in front of Wiggins. If it were in the past, Wiggins would have undoubtedly passed the ball without hesitation. But today our health-conscious player was fired up. You say I can't score, then I'll show you that I can. Charge. Wiggins crouched down trying to weave through the three players. But such a thing was not that simple. The three players' defense stood like a wall blocking Wiggins from the hoop. Moreover, Nick Young and the others had a very targeted defense. One was in front of him while the other two were all on Wiggins' right-hand side. This was not for any other reason, but because Andrew Wiggins' finishing skills with his left hand were rather rough. Such defense made Andrew Wiggins very uncomfortable. He pretended to break through, deciding to take a quick stop jump shot. However, with the defense strategy so clearly defined, one person watching your dribble, one person guarding your shot, and one person wary of your breakthrough. In such circumstances you still want to score. Dream on. Snap. Then something unbelievable happened for the Timberwolves. My God, is this for real? I can't believe it. This is outrageous. Is this real? Just ridiculous. Andrew Wiggins, was he actually blocked? At this moment, even the head coach of the Lakers, Luke Walton, wore a surprised expression. The once invincible Wiggins was unexpectedly blocked by one of their players. Was this in your expectations? Zuo Bai pondered. I anticipated they would rally, but how could this possibly be within my predictions? However, Zuo Bai remained silent, simply tilting his head and saying, let's keep watching. On the other side, Wiggins was also in disbelief. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Lakers' defense indeed proved effective. Meanwhile, Nick Young, after intercepting the previous shot, immediately dashed towards the basket. Jimmy Butler reacted quickly, instantly chasing after him, almost sticking closely to Nick Young. However, at this moment, a 3-on-1 situation had already formed. The Lakers' fast break was no longer something that Jimmy Butler could stop alone. Nick Young executed a layup, feint passing the ball from behind his back, and Jimmy Butler could only watch as Pantsma received the ball and went for a layup. However, the next second, bang! At the moment Pantsma went for the layup, a loud explosion echoed in his ears. What the hell? Kuzma cursed inwardly. That explosive sound startled him greatly. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Wiggins chasing from behind. He leaped high, straining to extend his body, and with a resounding bang he slapped the backboard. That slap was extremely powerful. If Kuzma hadn't made the layup so quickly and Wiggins had arrived later, that shot would have been firmly blocked. Fortunately, this shot still went in without incident. The Lakers scored 2 more points. The audience erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Oh my God, that shot was incredibly thrilling. That was so damn cool. This is the power of teamwork. I really didn't expect Wiggins to be able to block it. His athleticism is..." When Zuo Bai sweats, the league changes. This is no joke. It's so difficult to do this with 3 against 1. I can hardly imagine how tough it was for Zuo Bai when he faced him. Zuo Bai what? It's not hard at all. But this really showed us that the Lakers are not to be underestimated. Both teams are serious now. Wiggins himself admitted that the previous shot was taken too hastily, too rushed. He shouldn't have forced his way through the opponent's defense. Wasn't that just giving it away? If he had to say, he really should have passed the ball. Thinking of this, Wiggins took a deep breath. Mistaken, let's try again. Zuo Bai observed the change in both teams' conditions from the sidelines. From this moment on, it was truly the decisive moment. This time, Wiggins, leveraging his extraordinary physical talent, drew the defense and created an opportunity for his teammate. Without any hesitation, Wiggins passed the ball, assisting his teammate. Point scored. On the other side, the Lakers utilized a pick-and-roll strategy, fully activating the movement across the court and quickly seeking opportunities from the perimeter. When Nick Young ran out to create a chance beyond the three-point line, he received the ball instantly. He took the three-point shot and immediately retaliated. Both teams exchanged blows, making it difficult to determine the winner for a while. In the final moments before the game ended, Nick Young showcased his clutch mentality. With the Lakers trailing by 1 point, Nick Young received the ball from the perimeter, without hesitation, quickly turning and launching a three-pointer. At this moment, Wiggins was desperately rushing to block him, almost throwing himself into the shot. However, because the Lakers' pick-and-roll strategy had effectively isolated Wiggins, he barely grazed the edge of the ball. Just a slight touch. The trajectory of the ball shifted slightly. However, the final shot was released, and the basketball spun around the rim. Then it gradually slowed down. Ultimately, it dropped into the basket. Swish. Beep. The game is over. The Lakers won, claiming victory by a narrow 2-point margin. Wow, that was so thrilling. If that shot had been just a bit worse, the Lakers would have lost. Fortunately, there was a teammate setting up, but Nick Young really has a clutch mentality, though under such pressure he performed even better. I really didn't expect that Zuo Bai wouldn't even play, and the team still won. Lakers are amazing. The person above is wrong. Although Zuo Bai didn't play, didn't you see how he inspired his teammates from... Indeed, I saw that too. During the break, it was Zuo Bai's words that fully motivated the Lakers in the end. After all, they are a team. Amazing. On the sidelines, the Lakers bench went absolutely wild. They showed no signs of weakness against the fired-up Wiggins. That was truly impressive. Watching their performance, Zuo Bai also smiled slightly. It seems, perhaps there will be an opportunity to try zone. After the game, reporters mentioned the crucial moments during their interviews with both teams. When reporters asked Nick Young, who made the key shot, about his feelings, he just smiled and adjusted the microphone near his mouth. As Zuo Bai said, sweat and hard work are the most important, just like what our former leader left us. The reporter smiled and then asked what supported you to face Wiggins' attack without backing down in that crucial moment. Was it the thirst for victory? Everyone exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing the question. Because we Lakers are a team, Zuo Bai's words awakened us, so we won't give up. The reporters nodded. It seems this matter indeed relates to Zuo Bai. It's quite extraordinary for a rookie to possess Zuo Bai first. Hey, where is he? The reporter who intended to interview Zuo Bai turned around only to find that Zuo Bai was missing from his seat. In the players' tunnel, Zuo Bai was draped in a towel, looking around. Fortunately, I wasn't discovered. Phew. Otherwise, I would have probably been asked those boring questions by reporters again, over and over. Readers must be tired of seeing them. But thankfully, I ran fast, Meanwhile, on the other side, reporters specifically asked about Wiggins while interviewing the Timberwolves. Do you think your outstanding performance in this game means you will have great confidence in the upcoming matches to push for the playoffs? What are your plans for the next games? Wiggins didn't look too good. He had completely lost the usual ease in his demeanor. He simply said flatly, "I need more practice." We know. The concept of practice comes from Iverson. Back then, when Iverson was asked by reporters if he needed more training, he replied, "You actually asked me if I need training. We are discussing basketball here, and you asked me about training." And now Wiggins has also brought this up. Moreover, he brought it up himself. Clearly, he is not planning to use this as a joke. He genuinely believes he needs it. Unbelievable. A player who just delivered an MVP-level performance actually says his first words after the game are that he needs more training. What? This is simply hard to believe. May I ask why you chose to say you need more training? Why do you say that? Don't you recognize your own performance? Don't you think your performance is already among the top in the league? Why do you feel this way? May I ask if you faced any setbacks in this game? Wiggins indeed takes good care of himself. However, he has never... After all, only better training can lead to better performance on the court. Yet after this game, he deeply felt his own really helpless. Faced with Zuo Bai, he did not have his usual composure. Previously, Wiggins could score around 18 points in every game because he did not need to exert much effort. Just a little effort would secure him a dozen points. He didn't even need to break a sweat. But in this game, Wiggins took it seriously. He scored a staggering 42 points, along with 6 rebounds and 4 assists. This statistic is nearly leading the league. It also showcased Wiggins' talent and potential, living up to everyone's expectations. However, he did not feel victorious. Zuo Bai secured 24 assists. and 27 points in this game. This is simply ridiculous, isn't it? He looked at his hands. He needed to become stronger. If one isn't fierce, one can't. Starting tomorrow, extra training. After the game, many fans clipped highlights of this match and shared them online, especially the exciting moments of Wiggins. This match instantly garnered over 1 million likes. Wow, Wiggins is so fierce. Isn't this like a god descending to earth? Of course, he probably dominated the game. The Timberwolves must be dreaming. This time they got a #1 draft pick. Don't be fooled by the big contract. Considering this game's performance, it's utterly insignificant. So fierce, but they were up against the Lakers, right? The purple and gold team, it's obviously the Lakers. How did the Lakers perform in this? They must have lost. Wiggins was so fierce that it should have been a crushing victory. However, right below these comments, the blogger quietly posted a screenshot of the game's result. The score prominently displayed. The Lakers were leading by 2 points. This left the netizens utterly shocked. Is this for real? How could they lose like this? What kind of performance did their opponents put on? I don't understand. Oh, I guess the Lakers had to play at an all-star level, right? Guys, I won't chat anymore. Oh, I need to see what happened in this game. I want to check it out too. Me too. I'm skipping class right now to watch. Damn, you're so brave, my friend. Come on, I'm super brave, okay? After watching the full recording of the game, almost all netizens were shocked by Zuo Bai's performance. Opponent delivered. After watching the full recording of the game, almost all netizens were shocked by Zuo Bai's performance. Opponent delivered a godlike performance. And then they lost to you. That is the most ridiculous part. After watching this game, everyone finally understood why Wiggins, who was firing on all cylinders, would lose. I'm freaking out. What was that performance from Zuo Bai? Over 20 assists. Wow, he directly fed a star player. This is ridiculous. In the first half, it was like Zuo Bai had vanished, and that pass was just too cool. Not just cool, it was stylish. That pass was truly invincible. Although there were 2 turnovers, that was because the pass was so wonderful that the teammates didn't expect it. One person holds the ball while 9 panic. That's about how it went. I'm totally a fan now. I'm going to follow Zuo Bai's Weibo right away. Me too. I want to like every single post he makes. Does this need to be competitive? Damn it. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai did not have any significant awareness of the sudden increase in his follower count. In any case, he doesn't really care about these things. After all, whether the fans increase or decrease, he can only draw so many pairs of shoes. The more fans there are, the more people participate in the lottery. Therefore, the chance of winning would be lower. At that moment, as soon as the game ended, Zuo Bai also honored his previous commitment. Draw. Lottery. Let's go. Therefore, Zuo Bai immediately searched online for all the pink comments made before the game. Then he directly started a live stream ready to conduct the lottery. The title of the live stream, Zuo Bai casually wrote, Live Shoe Draw. Originally, Zuo Bai didn't think too much when starting this live stream. It was merely a means to ensure fairness. However, Zuo Bai did not expect that this live stream would explode. Normally, personal live streams on Weibo capped at 100,000 viewers. After all, having 100,000 people online at the same time is quite absurd. Even Weibo's official probably didn't expect that someone would have 100,000 viewers right from the start. Meanwhile, many people were complaining in the forum. What's going on? I just saw Zuo Bai start streaming, and it was already full. What's happening? Hey, this is too ridiculous. Is there a system malfunction? Quickly tag Weibo. Let us in. Guys, there's no malfunction. I'm in the live stream right now, and the current number of viewers is 100034. Selling front row seats in Zuo Bai's live stream. Needs private message. Of course, no matter how many people are in the live stream, they can start the lottery. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the live streaming rooms of other influencers, many popular streamers were enthusiastically shouting to their tens of thousands of viewers, dear fans. Take a look at this product. It's truly super useful. I genuinely recommend it to everyone. To all the friends in my live stream, I'm saying a price. 19 yuan and 9. Today, the little angels visiting our live stream are truly fortunate. Today Suddenly, the originally bustling live streams of various influencers saw a simultaneous drop in viewer numbers. To be precise, it was a direct halving. All the streamers were dumbfounded. Where did the people go? Did something go wrong with their... What the heck? Quickly check. How did the traffic decrease so much? Many live streamers checked their backends and found that the viewers had all run to a stream called Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai? Who is Zuo Bai? This question spread widely among the various streamers. What did Zuo Bai say? Oh no, why does he have such charm to attract so many people? What kind of streamer is he? What's his background? Until someone who knew a bit about basketball stood up and said, Zuo Bai is a basketball player hailed as this year's NBA Genius Guard. After a moment, they let out a soul-stirring shout. So he's not a professional streamer. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai continued his... In the live stream, Zuo Bai conducted a random draw for users who were selected. Although he didn't show his face, the atmosphere in the stream was exceptionally lively. Many viewers flooded the comments. Zuo Bai, I love you. I want to have your babies by go. By go. I like you so much. You play basketball so handsomely, and even when not playing you look great. Why don't you show your face? Quickly start the video. I want to see my husband's handsome face. Zuo Bai was quite curious. When did basketball have so many female fans? Zuo Bai casually clicked in to take a look. Wow, sure enough. Muscle man. Big muscle guy. Wow. Ultimately, brotherly love had transformed. Misallocated. After Zuo Bai started the draw, countless comments began to flood in. It's on, brothers. I'm exchanging my 10 years of life for a chance to win. I must win. What the heck, the guy above is a wolf man. No wonder I didn't win. I'm willing to exchange my brother's 10 years of life for this chance to win. Big Chi-Hua, why the heck are you here? Did you exchange my life for this? What the heck, eh? How are you also here? Haha, it's hilarious that these two who offered life are from the same dormitory. In total 30 years have been invested in this. Looks like this is a competition among gods. I'm out. Meanwhile, the results of the draw in Zuo Bai's live stream were starting to appear one after another. More than 10 live players were all present. After a moment, Zuo Bai addressed the organized list. Ahem, please private message me the address if your name is on this list, and I will arrange for the delivery as soon as possible. The winning fans were overjoyed. Of course, countless fans who didn't win lamented, as expected, I'm moving further away on the path of the unlucky one. I'm the embodiment of a winning immunity. I'm also immune, a very stable little denominator. Haha, don't say that. For a moment, the most envied seemed to be those winning brothers. However, at that moment, these brothers received a private message the instant the draw ended. The ID was very unfamiliar. They didn't know who the owner of this ID was. When they opened the chat box, the other side wasted no words and directly asked, "Brother, are the shoes for sale?" After a while, Zuo Bai's personal account backend also started receiving various private messages. Zuo Bai directly filtered out those accounts of the winners. As expected of a little genius, he directly used a filter to eliminate those who were very insistent on asking Zuo Bai to have babies. Then he opened these conversations and copied the addresses in bulk. However, when Zuo Bai copied the addresses into the Excel sheet, he found, what's going on? Why are all these addresses the same? Zuo Bai was stunned and confirmed that his copy-paste had no issues. Then he looked at the name of the address. Chairman's Office, Building A, Jiang's Group, Room 1021, Jianghai City. What the heck? Jiang's Group? Chairman's Office. For a moment, a picture surged in Zuo Bai's mind. A middle-aged man in the live stream sending comments about wanting to have babies with him, then buying all his shoes. Not to mention other things. Zuo Bai truly shivered. But this should really count as a true fan. Zuo Bai didn't dwell on it. If this was a personal quirk of a fan, there was nothing he could do. Besides, it seemed quite convenient to send a package directly. With that thought, Zuo Bai didn't hesitate anymore. Time to send the package. On the other side, the butler was speaking to the young lady in the yard. Miss Jiang, the matter has been taken care of. The girl with a ponytail smiled slightly and said, "Good, thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she said, "By the way, butler, please arrange some business activities for me recently." "Why, miss, are you planning to?" Suddenly, Jiang Liar's expression subtly flushed. She said somewhat sternly, "You don't need to manage my affairs. If I tell you to arrange, just arranged." "Yes, miss." The butler nodded and slightly bowed, then went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, after Zuo Bai sent the package, he didn't idle around. After all, time was tight. The NBA schedule was indeed, in this limited time, Zuo Bai also wanted to train well, which was indeed not easy. After all, he was the spokesperson for Sweat. Thus today, Zuo Bai arrived at the training ground as promised. Here he had a task he must complete. Zuo Bai didn't bring a ball, didn't bring a water bottle, didn't wear sportswear, and didn't wear basketball shoes. He didn't look like someone. However, Zuo Bai had his reasons for doing this. That is, to train his other ability, the zone of Akashi Seijuro. As is well known, Akashi Seijuro's zone domain is divided into two types. One is the zone domain of the first personality, and the other is the zone of the second personality. Moreover, the skills activated by these two types of personalities in the zone domain are vastly different. One type allows a person to single-handedly put their entire team into a pseudo-zone mode provided that their teammates possess the requisite qualities and talents. The other type of zone can enhance one's physical attributes, offensive capabilities, and more comprehensively. After Akashi last activated the Zuo, he felt the wonderful aspects of this domain. The sudden boost in physical capabilities, explosive power perception, and the complete mastery over the ball. These abilities made Akashi feel incredibly formidable. In the following days, he secretly attempted to enter the zone. However, it was evident that he had not yet reached the state where he could enter the zone at will. But today, he suddenly realized something. Perhaps his inability to enter the previous zone mode was partly because his Fire God persona and Aemon Daiki's talents had not reached their maximum potential. After all, his proficiency in those talents was only around 20%. What if he trained with Akashi Seijuro's talent? It is worth noting that the Eye of the Emperor has already been developed to a legendary level with full proficiency. Would it be easier to enter this zone? Although he had not yet begun to attempt it, he was confident. Akashi felt that he could do it. Therefore, in that match, he refrained from playing at the crucial moment, partly due to this selfish motive. He wanted to see if his teammates could come together as a unified team with the confidence to win the championship. After all, Akashi was attempting the first type of zone today. His own proficiency and his teammates' conditions were both essential. And today, after arriving at the training ground, Akashi was determined to try just that. "Hey brothers, come over here." At that moment, everyone in the venue who had been training stopped and looked over at Akashi. Clearly, they were a bit puzzled. "What's going on? Hey, what's up? Why are you dressed like that today? You didn't even bring a ball." Akashi smiled mysteriously. "Today we're going to practice something different." "Something different?" The others exchanged glances while the Lakers' designated trainer Phil also looked slightly surprised. Phil had previously given Akashi specialized guidance, but later he realized Akashi's understanding of basketball was incredibly interesting and unique. Many of his moves were not traditional basketball techniques, and he couldn't explain the reasoning behind them, but they were exceptionally effective. This deeply impressed Phil, prompting him to improve some rigid aspects of his own teaching, showcasing the reciprocal nature of teaching. So today the Lakers trainer Phil also came to see what new tricks Akashi had up his sleeve. In fact, the scene looked somewhat strange. Because obviously in the vast training facility, no one was practicing, everyone was gathered around a small group, right next. Seeing everyone gather around, Akashi asked them to put down their balls, and said, have you ever had this feeling while training here? That feeling where no matter what shot you take, it's bound to go in. Your physical abilities seem to improve in an instant and you don't even feel tired. It feels like you have complete control over the entire court. It feels as if the ball in your hands is destined to go in. After saying this, everyone looked at each other. In fact, most of them had never experienced such a feeling, especially since the Lakers were currently in a rebuilding phase without any active top superstars. Currently, players like Kuzma and Ingram were promising, but still uncertain in their development. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds, and at that moment someone suddenly spoke up. I've experienced that. At this moment, all the people present looked at Nick Young, who had spoken up. What? You have? Young, you're awesome. What does that feeling feel like? Can you tell us more specifically? Yeah. Please, Nick Young chuckled. That feeling is like when you get the ball, you just know that this shot is going to score. And you feel like this ball shouldn't be passed, passing it would be a waste. Others can't do it, I have to do it myself. After hearing this, everyone broke into applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. Then Akashi awkwardly smiled, thinking to himself, what you experienced is not zone at all. You just want to play onion and it's nothing else. However, he didn't reveal that. Instead, he said, how about this, I'll try to let everyone experience it together. Saying this, Akashi gathered everyone closer. He then continued, everyone stand with me and feel the state I just described. The others gathered around, all trying to feel the state Akashi was talking about. After a moment, ahem, Young, did you feel it? Kuzma lowered his head, closed his eyes, and quietly asked Nick Young. Nick Young also closed his eyes and replied, shoo. I think I might be feeling it. Then I'll really try to feel it too. Now, Young, I don't know if I'm feeling it, it's very strange. Ingram, how about you? I don't know, I just feel like I need to go to the bathroom right now. Everyone closed their eyes, desperately trying to feel. Meanwhile, Akashi was also putting in a lot of effort searching for that feeling of his zone domain. But, After holding back for a long time, Akashi was stunned. Was my approach wrong? Why isn't this working? I see they don't seem to have changed either. Is it my problem? Bro, are you done yet? Kuzma quietly asked. To be honest, Akashi wasn't sure either. But he still said this really depends on each of your personal situations. How about you try it? As he said this, Akashi pointed at the hoop. Why not try dunking? Kuzma nodded, then picked up a ball and charged towards the hoop. Bang. Whoa. Bro, it really works. Amazing. Brother, Bai, it really works. Come, you should try it too. Kuzma shouted with exhilaration. Everyone else looked interested and drifted over. Zuo Bai scratched his head awkwardly at the side and muttered, what's the difference between this and before? A few of them took turns to go up and dunk once around, then burst out shouting excitedly, my god. It actually seems to work. Exactly. Dunking doesn't feel tiring at all. And my hands don't even ache. This is bliss. Brother Bai's The crowd was ecstatic. In Zuo Bai's mind, however, countless expletive thoughts raced past. Brothers, do you all usually find dunking exhausting? For heaven's sake. Still seeing Ni Kuyang and the others so delighted, Zuo Bai didn't want to spoil their fun. Let them be happy, he decided. Nearby, the trainer Fayer stroked his chin and mused, it seems. There's no real difference. Zuo Bai inwardly gave the man a mental thumbs up. How sharp. As expected of a trainer, he'd spotted the crux of exactly. Point out that there's no difference and snap them out of it, Zuo Bai thought, heartened. Fayer continued, look at your jump height, it's hardly changed. And the force and range feel about the same. He proceeded to point out various details to justify his argument. Yet Ni Kuyang waved his hand dramatically. He proclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This definitely works. Each of us felt it. Don't you think so? Kuzma immediately chimed in to support him. Brother Yang's right. We all felt it. There's no mistaking it. Fayer persisted, there really isn't. Maybe you're mistaken. Zuo Bai marveled inwardly at the trainer's insight. A trainer truly is a trainer. He hit the nail on the head. Damn, they really misperceived it. My zone never even active. But despite Fayer's insistence, the others still insisted, no way. We each felt it. If you don't believe it, watch again. Come on, Kuzma, give our trainer another dunk. With that, another powerful slam followed. Fayer rubbed his beard and muttered, I still see no change. Hey, take a closer look. Urged Ni Kuyang, motioning for Kuzma to dunk once more. I don't feel any difference, Fayer admitted. Then dunk more, Kuzma. Alright, came the reply, followed by a series of Kuzma slammed down several consecutive dunks. Zuo Bai nearly lost patience. No matter how many times they tried, no difference was still no difference. It couldn't be that mere repetition suddenly produced a qualitative shift, could it? Impossible that even Fayer the trainer would be swayed. It does seem a little different, someone ventured. Zuo Bai, what the? Fayer, hold fast. Don't be led astray. Yet Fayer stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, it does seem a touch different, he conceded. See, Ni Kuyang and Kuzma beamed with, well then, consensus was reached at once. Fayer had been completely swept along with them. As he left, Fayer added, this is oddly mysterious, I must study it. Could this be some Eastern secret art? Zuo Bai was dumbfounded. How did they manage to hypnotize themselves like that? Oh well, I'll slip away now. Don't want whatever this is to be contagious. Would they have fallen for this? How did they manage to hypnotize themselves like that? Oh well, I'll slip away now. Don't want whatever this is to be contagious. With that thought, Zuo Bai left the training court. He did not notice that as he walked, his body was undergoing subtle changes. Although Zuo Bai felt his first test had failed, he understood that developing the zone was not something to rush. Such progress was never instantaneous. Patience was required. At the same time, when he opened his computer, he found an email from ANTA. The message contained two main points. First, his signature shoes had been released. Second, Antier had been offered many domestic endorsement opportunities recently and wanted to know if Zuo Bai was interested in participating. Regarding the first matter, Zuo Bai was confident his signature shoes would sell well. He had worn them in his first game and found them, although they would wear over time, their workmanship was nearly on par with international top-tier brands, and they looked sharp, handsome, and effective, much like yours truly. As for commercial events, he might consider them in the off-season, but not right now. No way. He rejected the idea without hesitation. Zuo Bai organized his reply and sent it back to Antier. Upon receiving Zuo Bai's response, Antier of course respected his personal wishes. Although the events would have brought considerable revenue to both the company and Zuo Bai, Antier conveyed his refusal as requested. Thus, the business department of the Jiangshi Group received this reply: sorry, thank you for the offer, but Zuo Bai is currently focused on NBA games. If there are events during the off-season, we can discuss them separately. That is basically the content of the letter. The butler read aloud and waited for Zhang Liar's response. Zhang Liar's complexion flickered from pale to flushed, an expression complex and unreadable. Not exactly anger, not exactly joy, more like a kaleidoscope of gloom. After a moment, she squeezed out, fine. Very fine. He actually rejected me. The butler wiped his brow, though the words from her mouth sounded as if she had been spurned. The butler cautioned, miss, you should make it clear. It's just commercial activities. Don't let people misunderstand. For a moment, Zhang Liar snapped, I don't care. Butler arranged some other events for me. I must see him. The butler felt helpless. Why not just buy a ticket and see the game in person? The VIP box would do. Why complicate me? But Zhang Liar insisted there would be too many people, and she did not want to go. In truth, the butler suspected she was a little socially anxious. All right, he said, I will arrange it at once. In the next match, the Los Angeles Lakers will face off against the Utah Jazz. Mentioning the Utah Jazz inevitably brings up another matter. That would be their death court. This home court is quite interesting as the Jazz maintain a consistently high winning percentage on their home. The reason for their sustained high winning percentage is also rather intriguing. It is due to Salt Lake City. The altitude is, aside from the players who have long adapted to this altitude, most other players who arrive at this venue will exhibit symptoms of altitude sickness. They just can't perform. How can they play if they can't perform? Therefore, this home court in Salt Lake City has long been referred to as the death court. Now the Lakers are about to face the Utah Jazz on their turf. Upon learning about this, Zuo Bai took a deep breath. You're really my brother. I barely have enough stamina, and now I have to run to such a place to play. If this situation doesn't take Zuo Bai by surprise, then something unexpected is likely to occur. Is this game going to be a loss? The key is Zuo Bai. What should he do? To be honest, he felt somewhat anxious about this matter. However, as a professional player, he should give his all regardless of where the home court is. What should he do? To be honest, he felt somewhat anxious about this matter. However, it was a private message on Weibo. Crying gingerbread man. Zuo Bai chuckled. This ID is indeed quite interesting. However, when he read the content of the message, he was slightly taken aback. The message clearly stated the Jazz will send Donovan Mitchell-Rubio and Favors into the game in the first quarter. In the first quarter, they will adopt a fast break strategy to exhaust your stamina as much as possible and maximize their home advantage. From the second quarter onward, they will. By the third quarter, if they find that they haven't widened the score gap, they will. Therefore, the fourth quarter is when you really need to catch up. Thus, you need to adopt a defensive strategy as much as possible in the first quarter to conserve stamina and adapt to the pace. Especially you. Don't exhaust yourself trying to catch up just because you're behind in the first quarter. Do you hear me? Zuo Bai. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. His first reaction was, could there be a spy within the Jazz? From both tactical and personnel arrangements, this is far too detailed. If this wasn't information obtained in advance about the opponent's strategy, then he wouldn't believe it himself. Because this is just too detailed. He would believe it even if they mentioned specific seconds and phrases spoken by the coach. Could it be a time traveler? Perhaps he's currently in a novel. For example, Rebirth, Am I a Coach in the NBA? Such novels and the like. However, Zuo Bai thought again that this should not be something someone who already knows the plot would say. After all, the person clearly included their own tone at the end. Could it be that this person has been watching his games all along? Zuo Bai clicked into this person's profile and detailed information page. Yet at that moment, he discovered that aside from those messages, this person hardly updated their personal status. Even their signature hadn't changed. Could this be a secondary account? Zuo Bai was somewhat skeptical about this matter, but he still replied to the account, thank you for following my games, I will work hard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Liar saw the message pop up on her phone, and her face instantly turned red as she buried like a steam engine. She kept mumbling to herself, who asked you to thank me? I didn't follow your game. I'm still upset about your rejection. She kept persuading herself in her heart. I'm not doing this for his game. I'm doing this to prove my prediction was correct. Yes, that's right. Regardless of how strange this message was, after seeing it, Zuo Bai still remembered it in his heart. The day of the game soon arrived. The Lakers players followed the team to the Utah Jazz's home court in Salt Lake City. Here they could see the fans on site were very enthusiastic. Major media outlets were also waiting around the venue early on. This year, the Lakers have become quite a hot topic. As a prestigious team, they naturally have an advantage over other teams in terms of topics and popularity. And this year, with Zuo Bai on their roster, this characteristic is even more pronounced. The topics are abundant. The commercial value is tremendous. Before the game, TNT Sports made their own judgment on this match. In Salt Lake City's home court, the Lakers might win this game by a narrow margin. This report combined the Lakers' performance in previous matches as well as the lineups and statistics of both sides. While this report can't be said to lack reasoning, the majority of fans disagreed. Come on, this is Salt Lake City. The altitude of 1,200 meters is unbearable for most people, right? Exactly, let alone engaging in high-load, high-intensity sports in this environment. Even top professional basketball players perform worse here than in other places every year, and their statistics are likely. Moreover, this rookie on the Lakers is participating in this kind of game for the first time. He has no experience. Anyway, I think the myth of the death court will continue. Many fans are not dismissing the Lakers' strength. It's just that in this game, they really believe that the environment of the death court is equivalent to adding a debuff. The impact on the Lakers should still be significant. Meanwhile, what most fans are focused on is another super rookie from Mitchell. He is a player who joined the league at the same time as Zuo Bai. This guard, selected with the 18th pick in the first round, has shown remarkable performance this season. His proficiency and experience are astonishing, especially for a rookie guard. Today, he will face off against the first overall pick who joined the league at the same time as Zuo Bai. It can be said that many fans are eagerly anticipating the outcome of this match. First and foremost, Mitchell's growth is indeed very exciting. In just a few games, one can feel that he has completely adapted to the intensity of the NBA. This is truly surprising. If Zuo Bai is the pride of heaven, then undoubtedly Mitchell is the rising star. Almost all the players in their team recognize Mitchell's performance, and the team even intends to cultivate him as a core player. Today's duel between the two will be even more interesting. Before the game, the media also caught up with Mitchell for an interview. Do you feel any pressure facing Zuo Bai in this match? The outside world says Zuo Bai is the strongest rookie this year. Do you want to take this opportunity to prove yourself? In this match, will you be able to perform as excellently as before? Mitchell's only response to these questions was, This is my court, oh no, this is my home ground. Everyone can see that Mitchell has considerable confidence in this match. Of course, Mitchell is not arrogant. He simply knows that here in Salt Lake City, no team can leave unscathed. If this were an online game, this environmental bonus would definitely reduce the attributes of the opposing team by 30% or something similar to a bug skill. As the Lakers just arrived at the Jazz's home court, they already felt that the air here seemed to be thinner than back home. Although the players did not show any obvious discomfort, the feeling persisted, making them quite uneasy. In the locker room, the coach told them, "This match is the ultimate test of will and endurance. What you need is not superb skills or perfect tactics, but the will to overcome your fatigue. Here, all we need to do is to hold on, to persist until the end, and we will win." Although the outside world says that the Jazz's home win rate is consistently high, that does not apply to us. We will win this match relying on our resolute will. Do not let yourselves regret. Everyone give your all and grit your teeth. Do you understand? Understood. Good boys, let's hit the court. As the crowd eagerly walked towards the court, Zuo Bai hesitated for a moment in his heart. The message he received, was it really true? However, he believed the answer would soon be revealed. After a simple warm-up, the starting players from both teams stood on the court. Zuo Bai glanced at the opposing lineup. Mitchell, the golden boy, Rubio favors Ingles and Gobert. Wow, this is exactly the same as what was written in that private message. However, after a moment, Zuo Bai calmed down. After all, the strength of the opposing starters was basically confirmed, and he could make a rough guess. Although it was a bit surprising, it was not anything too remarkable. The focus was on what tactics would be employed next. On the court, Jazz's Mitchell faced Zuo Bai directly, sizing him up. This man still looked somewhat ordinary, just like an NCAA, apparently lacking any overwhelming skills. However, one must not be fooled by appearances. Beneath his harmless exterior lies a devil. A devil. It must be noted that when Mitchell faced him in NCAA, he once thought Zuo Bai was merely a name without substance. But in the end, he suffered a great loss. That game left a deep impression, and he sometimes even dreamed about it. Hiss, he touched his right ankle. Although the sprain from that time had long healed, he would never forget the feeling of being ruthlessly shaken down in front of everyone. Damn it. This time I absolutely cannot let my guard down. In my home court, I refuse to believe you can win again. It can be said that Mitchell is fully prepared this time, and he and his teammates are filled with confidence. The Jazz cannot be considered a weak team this year. One could even say their strength is quite respectable. The lineup is reasonable. Although they lost Hayward, the addition of Mitchell has made the team more dynamic. They are still strong contenders for playoff qualification. Even if it's just to prove themselves, they must win this match. At this moment, the commentator remarked on the scene, "Today we can see that the entire team's condition is really quite good. After all, it's a home game against the Lakers, and it seems that every player on the Jazz is full of confidence. Of course, this is natural, as it is their home court with their familiar environment and enthusiastic fans. However, it seems the Lakers are not to be underestimated. Their form is quite good too. So it is indeed worthy of being top professional athletes. Their adaptability is still quite strong. Let's see what kind of state the players from both teams will display once the game begins." Before the game, the coach instructed them to closely mark the Jazz. Never let them have a chance to attack. Every ball must be taken seriously. However, this approach will undoubtedly increase their physical consumption, which is completely contrary to the content of that. Of course, Zuo Bai did not doubt the coach's strategy because of this. Listening to both sides is wise. Zuo Bai planned to observe the situation first. If there were no surprises, he intended to continue executing the coach's strategy. But if the other side really employs the tactics from the message on his phone, then Zuo Bai must think carefully. At this moment, amidst the anticipation of the audience, the game officially began. The referee threw the ball into the air. Over here, Utah Jazz's Gobert was the first to strike. He jumped high, desperately stretching his body to tip the ball back to his team. Big Low was still a bit off. In fact, at the moment he jumped, he felt that his jumping ability today seemed to be a bit below his usual training level. It wasn't a very obvious difference. He just felt a bit light when he jumped. After the Utah Jazz gained possession of the ball, they passed it directly to Mitchell. Mitchell shouted to his teammates, according to the coach's arrangements, "Let's run a fast break." Indeed, this is the strategy set by the head coach of the Utah Jazz for them. In the first quarter of the game, the goal is to exhaust the opposing team's stamina as much as possible. In the high-altitude environment, the body lacks oxygen supply. However, this condition can be gradually adapted to, and if the situation is not severe, it will improve after a while. Therefore, they must leverage their natural advantage to the fullest. In the first quarter, they need to expend the opponent's stamina as much as possible. Then after this point, they must push the opponent to their physical limits. This way, the Jazz can easily secure victory in the game. So at the beginning, they launched a fierce attack. After Mitchell received the ball, he accelerated for a fast break. He made a sidestep to shake off the defender slightly and went directly for a layup. The Lakers' defensive players certainly would not let them go for a layup, rushing in to surround and block the shot. Just as they caught up in defense, Mitchell directly connected in midair and passed the ball. The pass was powerful. It went straight through the Lakers' defense and landed in Rubio's hands. Under the basket, Rubio easily scored with a bank shot. 2-0. The Utah Jazz took the lead with 2 points. This also sparked the motivation of the other Lakers players. What the heck? The coach just said to defend tightly, and you come with a fast break. All right, I must make you aware of our prowess with this shot. Wow. It seems the Lakers are planning to retaliate. Indeed, it appears so. The commentator on the scene began to explain earnestly, the Lakers are indeed strong, but this year the Jazz is also a very formidable team. Oh, is Nick Young taking the ball for an attack? Why isn't he passing to Zubac? Didn't you see? Zubac hasn't caught up with his teammates yet. Huh. I see, but I believe Nick Young must feel confident about. Nick Young is isolating for a unknown. He is looking for a shooting opportunity, but the Jazz's defense is very tight. Nick Young found the chance and broke through. He got to the basket, and the defender came to help. Layup. The ball went in. Great shot. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. This shot was indeed spectacular. After Nick Young got past the first defender, he went straight to the basket for a layup. So impressive. Truly impressive. His elegant and sharp breakthrough won the crowd's cheers. However, at this moment, the Jazz's head coach, watching the game from the sidelines, revealed a barely noticeable smile. Keep playing like this, let's see how long you can hold on. On the other side, Zubac ran a few steps and then started to jog back. At this moment, one might mistake him for warming up. He was even slower than a warm-up. Everyone was baffled. What is this? Isn't this just for health maintenance? What's going on with Zubac today? I don't understand either. It seems Zubac has found back to his former rhythm. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. With Zubac and Wiggins, they can be called the guardians of health maintenance. Nonsense. Our Baigu is clearly more out. Meanwhile, Rubio assisted a teammate, and Ingles went straight up to prepare for a layup. At that moment, Lopez rushed in and gave him a block. Bang. Just as the Lakers' teammates were filled with righteous indignation, Mitchell grabbed the rebound. Once again, he made a bank shot from the corner, smoothly sending the ball into the basket. 4-2. This shot was not easy at all. However, the Utah Jazz managed to score without any major issues. Seeing the opponent putting in such effort, Mitchell felt a bit worried. Aren't they tired? But then he remembered what his coach had told him. If the Lakers play aggressively in the early stages, don't worry. The more aggressive they are, the better. This way we will have a greater advantage. So with that thought, he felt relieved. Keep playing like this. Next, both sides continued to exchange attacks. Just as the Lakers scored a basket, the Jazz retaliated again through Mitchell. The score remained deadlocked for a time. All spectators noticed it at once. Zuo Bai seemed off today. Unfocused, lethargic, going through the motions without real effort. Had he caught Wiggins' sluggishness like a contagion? Indeed, Mitchell noticed too. Zuo Bai appeared diminished, noticeably weaker than before. Uncharacteristically inept. He's contributing almost nothing on the court. Could it be that his condition is unusually poor today? Though on the court, everyone still pursues the ideals of higher, faster, stronger. Yet, who wouldn't seize an easy target when one presents itself? Go after him. It's not cowardice. We simply prefer efficiency. An easier path is, after all, the wiser choice. With newfound confidence, Mitchell declared, "Give me the ball. I'll take Zuo Bai unknown." A faint ripple of surprise passed. What the hell? How bold. Taking on Zuo Bai solo. Fine. Admirably ambitious. They passed him the ball. Though Mitchell knew Zuo Bai's reputation in NCAA play today was different, he clearly wasn't at his best. No fear. None at all. So ball in hand, Mitchell immediately targeted Zuo Bai, who was still jogging lightly through warm-up drills. Zuo Bai blinked, startled. What do you want with me? Mitchell replied bluntly, I'm coming for you. To beat you. Beat me. With so many players on the court, why single me out? Mitchell didn't even pause to answer. The logic was self-evident. Strike while the opponent is vulnerable. Kick the sound leg of a man pretending to limp. Except Mitchell had no idea Zuo Bai wasn't limping at all. Though seemingly motionless, Zuo Bai reacted the instant Mitchell shifted direction. In a flash, swish. A single seamless motion. Crack. The ball was stripped clean from Mitchell's grasp. Mitchell froze stunned. Zuo Bai seemed to have moved, and yet somehow hadn't. Yet the ball was gone. And in the next heartbeat, just as everyone braced for Zuo Bai's lightning fast break, he halted mid-stride. Ball cradled securely in his hands, feet planted firmly on the spot. What on earth? Why stop? His sudden stillness nearly sent Mitchell, already pivoting back into defense, toppling over again. Zuo Bai now trusted the private message implicitly. Regardless of its origin, every detail had proven accurate. So he resolved with absolute conviction to conserve energy, down to the last ounce. Slow offense. Zuo Bai, using his Eye of the Emperor, intercepted Mitchell's dribble and came to a halt. Slow attack. Zuo Bai slowly advanced forward. The policies implemented by the NBA to enhance the viewing experience seemed utterly futile against Zuo Bai. I will take my time to attack, and I must not rush. Zuo Bai had come to realize that the suggestions sent to him in that private message were certainly not baseless. It's truly like the Ganges. Listening to advice pays off, and when it comes to energy conservation, I'm well acquainted with that. We can see Zuo Bai is looking for opportunities. He brought the ball to the three-point line, and his teammates were very cooperative, creating space for Zuo Bai. Now let's see how he will. However, it appeared that Mitchell was on high alert. This time the attack should be quite difficult. We could see in previous games that Mitchell's speed is truly impressive. He got tangled up with Mitchell, and escaping is no easy feat. After Zuo Bai pushed the ball to the three-point line, Mitchell lowered his center of gravity and spread his defense. He knew that Zuo Bai's breakthrough and attacks were exceptionally sharp. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to focus on Zuo Bai. From his analysis, it seemed that Zuo Bai's speed today was not fast, slow and steady. He probably had some issues. It's a feint. Mitchell was resolute. He must intercept this ball and give Zuo Bai a taste of his own medicine. Although he had just made a careless mistake and didn't dodge, but there won't be a second chance. Moreover, he wanted Zuo Bai to know that breaking through in front of him was futile. He left. This shift in his center of gravity, don't think you can fool me. As Mitchell jumped to the left, Zuo Bai looked at him with a foolish. Then he took a direct jump shot. Swish. Score. A three-pointer secured. As Zuo Bai jogged back, he glanced back. That gaze seemed to ask, what defense is that? After the Jazz regained possession, everyone was somewhat thrown off their rhythm. They had originally intended to maintain a fast-paced attack, but the Lakers were also affected by their rhythm feeling a bit flat. Both teams continued their fast breaks, scoring wildly. However, after Zuo Bai's recent play, the pace suddenly slowed. This situation felt like doing something very chicken, and suddenly someone presented you with a conic curve to deal with. After finishing the conic curve, when you returned to that very chicken task, it felt like it lost its flavor. It felt bland. The key is that you can't even manage the conic curve. This is just relentless pressure. Clearly, the Utah Jazz's coach also realized this issue and shouted from the sidelines, hey, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. It was at this moment that everyone recalled the strategies laid out by the coach, almost disrupted by Zuo Bai. No, they still needed to get the Lakers caught up in the fast-paced rhythm. Charge. Pass the ball to Rubio. Go down. Faster. The ball was passed back to Mitchell, who once again faced Zuo Bai Heaton. He couldn't understand how this person who appeared to be so slow in front of him could intercept his ball. Am I not fast enough? This left Mitchell perplexed. After all, everyone said he was quick. Yet even with such a quick feint, Zuo Bai could easily. Luck, it must be luck. Mitchell didn't believe such a thing could happen twice. If you have the ability, try to steal it from me again. This time it was another remarkably similar feint. However, this time Mitchell executed the move faster with a larger range and more realism. To be honest, the execution of this move was remarkably high, even reminiscent of Allen Iverson back in the day. Swish. In an instant, Mitchell suddenly found his path clear. Did I just get past him? I actually got past Zuo Bai. Wow, is this for real? Mitchell's heart leaped with joy. See, even this guy isn't that impressive. The commentator on the court also exclaimed, indeed, Mitchell is impressive. That feint was simply beautiful. He smoothly bypassed Zuo Bai in a single step. That was truly cool. You must understand, Zuo Bai is renowned for his exceptional awareness. His steals and defensive instincts are incredibly impressive. One can only say that Mitchell's execution of this move was extraordinarily realistic. Indeed, if it weren't for the speed and range of this move being astounding, it would be extremely difficult to get past Zuo Bai. We can also see the excitement on Mitchell's face. At this moment, cheers from the audience continuously echoed from the atmosphere on the sidelines reached a climax in an instant. However, before Mitchell could rejoice for too long, although Zuo Bai had been bypassed, in the next moment Zuo Bai extended his right hand backward. A reverse steal. Alas, when the ghostly blade emerges, it's hard to see positioning. Sorry, wrong set. In any case, it was a reverse steal. And with that, he directly intercepted the ball from Mitchell, who had just passed him. In an instant, Mitchell was shocked. No way. Is this really? Sorry. In front of Zuo Bai, it's a matter of plucking the feathers as the wild goose passes by. You think you can just get past me? You're underestimating Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai directly intercepted the ball, and then made a turn to gain control of possession. But just at that moment, the referees whistled. BP. Lakers player no. 0 committed a foul. Phew. Mitchell let out a sigh of relief. He thought for sure he would lose that ball, but thankfully the referee called a foul on the opposing team. Thank goodness. However, Mitchell truly didn't expect that after he had bypassed Zuo Bai, he could still accurately intercept his ball. What kind of defensive awareness is this? Zuo Bai smiled. This interception was indeed clean. However, Zuo Bai also knew that such situations where a player reaches in from behind to steal the ball would likely be called a foul. This is something all referees and players almost universally acknowledge. Because when reaching from behind, it's easy to make contact with other parts of the offensive player's body, so this method of stealing isn't common. However, Zuo Bai knew that he had genuinely made a clean steal this time. So he said to the coach, "Coach, let's challenge that request." Zuo Bai confidently told the coach, "I definitely did not touch the offensive player. We can challenge this decision." A challenge refers to a team's request to review a call they dispute. After all, on the court, referees make judgments based on what they see with their own eyes. Therefore, no matter how serious they are, mistakes will inevitably occur. It is precisely for this reason that the rule for challenges exists. If a request to review is made, and it is found that there was indeed an error in the call, the decision will be changed. However, if it is found that the original call was correct, the team will lose one timeout opportunity. Thus, generally teams do not dare to challenge without absolute certainty. However, this time, after hearing Zuo Bai's words, the coach confidently told the referee, "We want to challenge this decision." After hearing this, the technical staff called over the referees. Everyone gathered together to review the action that had just— To be honest, I don't think it's necessary to review this. There is no dispute over this call. I believe Jack made the right. Indeed, it's impossible to make such a precise cut from behind. Exactly, if he could cut that accurately, I wouldn't believe it either. Prior to this, the referees present believed that this action was not contentious. After all, a back cut will inevitably involve contact with the offensive player. It was pointless to review. No need to review. Even if Jesus came, it wouldn't change anything. That's what I said. However, when the technical staff played back the footage, they were dumbfounded. Zuo Bai's action in slow motion clearly showed he was heading straight for the ball. Smack. At the same time, at the moment of cutting the ball, Zuo Bai did not touch Mitchell's body at all. Not even a little. What the hell? Wait, can he really cut like that? That's so precise. I didn't expect it to be true. The referees on the scene looked, however, faced with the facts, they chose to believe. Good call, player. No. Zero did not commit a foul. Possession goes to the Lakers, and the game continues. Upon hearing the revised call, the audience erupted. What the hell? Is he that amazing? I told you, By Good definitely didn't touch anyone. It's so rare to have a call reversed like this. This shows that the cut was truly precise. Invincible, when By Good steps in, you know it or not. Everyone sit down. Don't let others think we haven't seen the world making a fuss. Don't follow By Good without this level. What the guy above said makes sense. After regaining possession, Lakers coach Luke happily patted Zuo Bai on the shoulder and said, "I knew you wouldn't let me down." Zuo Bai smiled lightly. Clearly this outcome was within his expectations. With the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, how could I touch you? It was impossible. The game resumed normally. The Jazz's fierce play against the Lakers was evidently somewhat unexpected. At such an altitude, the effects might not be very obvious for most people. However, under intense physical activity, this difference should reveal itself quickly. However, it seems that while the Lakers were somewhat affected overall, it didn't appear to be a major issue. In fact, the Lakers did experience some problems at the start. They were impacted by the Jazz's rapid play, leading to significant— However, this situation was turned around solely by Zuo Bai's efforts. The Jazz coach clearly recognized this point. He looked serious and furrowed his brow as he watched the game. This kid is not simple. He had not expected Zuo Bai, a rookie just joining the league, to have such an understanding of the situation. This is truly extraordinary. Could he have already figured out our strategy? Strange things. Meanwhile, the Lakers, under Zuo Bai's slowing buff, continued their methodical attack. However, the Utah Jazz had no intention of slowing down. They were not tired at all. Several players quickly moved to prompt the Lakers' activity. Then a series of 2 passes created an opportunity from the perimeter. Mitchell could easily shoot a three-pointer at this moment. However, standing in front of him was Zuo Bai, who was conserving energy and not defending the paint. Damn. Mitchell cursed under his breath. This time he dared not attack Zuo Bai directly. Every young man who considers himself brave will eventually awaken to reality. Although Zuo Bai appeared to lack spirit, he understood that true experts often seem harmless. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many stories of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Perhaps Zuo Bai was trying to trick him into making a mistake. Seizing the opportunity, Mitchell passed the ball to his teammate. Both sides continued this way. Zuo Bai did not advance to participate in the scramble, and his teammates, led by him, also— Both sides continued this way. Zuo Bai did not advance to participate in the scramble, and his teammates, led by him, also— However, the Jazz were playing faster and faster. Intentionally avoiding Zuo Bai during their attacks, they employed skilled fast break tactics that left the Lakers struggling to defend. Almost every shot saw the Lakers concede 2 points to the Jazz. As a result, at the end of the first quarter, the Lakers were behind by 8 points. During the break, the entire Jazz team remarked, "Why do I feel like they aren't cooperating?" Exactly, they're definitely not. They aren't following the game plan at all. We're running so fast, why do they insist on being so slow? It's that Zuo Bai over there, he isn't running at all. However, we gained quite a bit of advantage in the first quarter. That's right, we have such an advantage, what are we afraid of? As long as we maintain our lead, it will be very difficult for them to catch up in the upcoming game. At this moment, Mitchell was somewhat worried as he listened to his teammates maintain the lead. Thinking of Zuo Bai's performance today, Mitchell felt slightly concerned. Having experienced Zuo Bai's terrifying scoring ability during his time in the NCAA, he was well aware. Is 8 points a lot? He worried deeply. Meanwhile, the Jazz coach also spoke sternly in the next quarter. Give it your all on offense. You must bring out the higher intensity you just had. We must not allow them any chance of a comeback. All the players of the Jazz team were filled with vigor, but during the first quarter, Mitchell did not take the court. The substitute players who took the court were brimming with energy, launching a relentless assault on the Lakers' basket. This sudden offensive caught the other Lakers players off guard. They quickly began to retreat. The Lakers' defensive response was swift, but at that moment, Zuo Bai shouted, "Don't rush." The others hesitated slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the Jazz team launched a fierce attack. A beautiful fast pass sent the ball directly into the paint. Scored. The faces of everyone changed slightly upon seeing the Jazz score. What is going on? Are they throwing the game, tanking, or taking bribes? The opponent is launching a fast break, and you tell us not to rush. If it weren't for Zuo Bai's shout, they would probably be dealing with a traitor right now. They even had a plan ready. Report to the coach, we have a traitor among us. How do we handle it? We just mentioned it. I can't explain everything to you right now. After all, Zuo Bai did not want the coach to see him leading the team while openly defying what? Zuo Bai's peripheral vision swept towards the head coach sitting on the sidelines. He then urged softly, I told you not to rush, just trust me. I can't explain everything to you right now. After all, Zuo Bai did not want the coach to see him leading the team while openly defying the coach's tactics. This is really disrespectful. The coach usually trusts you so much, and now you're taking the lead and not following his strategy. What face does that leave for him? Thus, after Zuo Bai finished speaking, he returned to the game. The Lakers held the ball. Because of Zuo Bai's earlier words, everyone's rhythm noticeably slowed down. This led to an interesting phenomenon. On the court, the Lakers appeared sluggish, pushing forward slowly. This state was exactly the same as Zuo Bai's during the first quarter. At this moment, the spectators exclaimed, this is contagious. So the saying goes, those who are near vermilion turn red, and those who are near ink turn black. Being close to Zuo Bai leads to health preservation. What's going on? Why is the whole team like this? Is it because of altitude sickness? That shouldn't be. Other teams have played here before, and the second quarter has just begun. They should still have energy. This is strange. Could this be a tactic from the Lakers? This series of operations left the spectators completely baffled. Even Lakers head coach Luke Walton looked confused. Is this the tactic I assigned? Why does it seem a bit different? On the court, both sides exchanged a few baskets. The rhythm of this match was very interesting. One attack was swift, while this back and forth continued as if they were not interfering with one another. When the second quarter was nearing its midpoint, the Jazz team substituted in Mitchell. When Mitchell took the court, the commentators remarked after the previous break, Mitchell's entry should make the Jazz's offense even. I must say Mitchell's addition this year is indeed a significant change, and in this match we can see that Mitchell's performance is no less impressive than Zuo Bai's. That's right. In this match, Zuo Bai seems to be a bit out of sync. Up to now, he has only contributed 7 points, 4 assists, and 2 steals. This stat can't be called bad, but it definitely feels a bit disappointing given our expectations of him. In contrast, over here, despite having 2 turnovers, Mitchell scored 12 points and made 3 assists in the first quarter. He can be said to be quite an efficient player. It seems this year is indeed filled with talent. These newly joined players have certainly brought us considerable surprises. I wonder if Mitchell will deliver an even better performance in this quarter. When Mitchell returned to the court, the cheers from the Jazz fans immediately grew louder. Over here, Mitchell held the ball. Rubio set a screen for him. Then after getting past Zuo Bai, Mitchell made a 2-step stop at the free throw line. Then with a confident drifting jump shot, scored. 2 more points added. At this point, the score difference between the two teams had widened to 12 points. It seems Mitchell's shooting touch in this quarter is still on fire. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the Jazz head coach on the sidelines shouted excitedly, keep playing like this, and pushed the score difference to 20 points, completely extinguishing their hopes. Over here, Mitchell gave him an okay gesture. The Jazz head coach knew that anxiety and pressure would bring the Lakers even more. If they maintained this advantage, it might push the Lakers' stamina to their limits quickly. They could easily secure a victory. Easy. But in front of Zuo Bai, widening the score gap is not so simple. Transition of possession. As soon as the ball reached Zuo Bai's hands, he faced the basket. He shot. Swish. A crisp sound of the net echoed. The ball fell into the basket with a perfectly arched trajectory. 3 points. To be honest, if there were 4.5 point or even 6-point shots in the NBA, then there would be no need to continue this match. So accurate. This 3-pointer left the Jazz players who had just returned on defense utterly dumbfounded. What? Are you kidding me? We ran this fast just to tire you out during your offense. But we ran for nothing. Looking at their astonished expressions, Zuo Bai helplessly shrugged and said, who told you to let the... Did your coach say that? Who dares to let the opponent shoot? Huh. Isn't that just waiting to lose? If I were the coach, I would have substituted you all out by now. The expressions of the 5 opponents were like sweating like yellow beans. We didn't let you shoot either. The key is you just threw it right after receiving the ball. Who can defend against that? Their complaints unintentionally reached Zuo Bai's ears. Zuo Bai, being patient, explained warmly to them, isn't it about the person? Everyone's strength and shooting range are different. Mainly mine is bigger. Ooh, just bear with it. At this moment, the Utah Jazz could not afford to let Zuo Bai shoot anymore. After all, that ultra-long 3-pointer counts as 3 points. 3 points are indeed 3 points. It sounds a bit off, yet it also seems perfectly reasonable. Regardless, in the following match, they employed a full-court pressing tactic against Zuo Bai. Mitchell directly surrounded Zuo Bai, giving him almost no space. However, Zuo Bai was unfazed by this situation. Ignoring everyone around him, he pushed the ball to the right, made a breakthrough move, and when Mitchell retreated accordingly, he took a jump shot. However, Zuo Bai was unfazed by this situation. Ignoring everyone around him, he pushed the ball to the right, made a breakthrough move, and when Mitchell retreated accordingly, Mitchell had 1,000 wild horses running through his mind. Damn it. Was this really me allowing you to shoot? You had a chance to take a shot. Who could defend against that? Of course, the game continued. The Jazz were still trying to exhaust the stamina of the players on the court through fast breaks. Their strategy was indeed proving effective. One person's stamina consumption was particularly obvious, even showing signs of fatigue. Coach, I can't go on. Huh? Mitchell, are you joking with me? Indeed, the person who was panting and looking exhausted was none other than Mitchell. The coach of the Jazz would never have imagined that the first player to tire out would be one of their own. What happened? Are you really? Mitchell nodded. Although the coach felt some dismay, he reluctantly called a timeout. Looking at Mitchell sitting on the bench, the coach appeared utterly bewildered. He replayed in his mind where he had gone wrong. Shouldn't it be the Lakers players who showed signs of fatigue first according to his... Why was it that one of his team's key players was the first to falter? This was quite unexpected for him, but after thinking for a moment, he understood the problem. That is to say, while they had the advantage of the court and environment, everyone's physical stamina was roughly the same. In an uneven and intense decline, it was quite normal for his team to show signs of fatigue first. Especially for Mitchell. He not only had to bear the burden of fast breaks for the team, but also had to defend against Zuo Bai. On the other side, taking advantage of the Jazz's timeout, Zuo Bai said to his coach, "Aye." Lakers head coach Luke directly waved his hand, interrupting Zuo Bai. "Got it." He nodded and beckoned to someone on the bench. The person on the bench instantly understood, set down the towel, tied his shoelaces tightly, and walked onto the court, all in one fluid motion. There was no unnecessary communication. This also amused the audience on the sidelines. "This cracks me up, so skilled. The substitute is back on the court. This must have been rehearsed beforehand. Luke, I get it, I'm familiar with this. Haha, the key is that Zuo Bai didn't play much in the first 2 quarters, he gets a break now. This is ridiculous. He just made several three-pointers that closed the score gap to single digits, isn't that great? I thought he might throw a few more to tie it up. Come on, do you really think shooting from that far is that easy?" In fact, Zuo Bai's decision to come off the court at this moment was not because he felt unmotivated, nor was it because he didn't want to tie the score right now. Rather, it was because shooting ultra-long three-pointers was indeed. Ordinary people can give it a try, but many can't even touch the rim from the three-point line. Not to mention making the shot, some can't even graze the net. In this situation, shooting a three-pointer from the baseline is quite a challenging task. After continuously shooting a few, Zuo Bai felt a bit of fatigue in his body. This situation was not only due to the ultra-long three-pointers, but also because at such an altitude, he was consuming significantly more oxygen, making him more easily fatigued. Therefore, Zuo Bai did not intend to rush to tie the score right away. Otherwise, how would he play in the next 2 quarters? If he continued this way, shooting another 7 or 8 three-pointers would likely leave him with no strength for the remaining games. This was not a good thing. Moreover, Zuo Bai believed that the mysterious message he received made a lot of sense. Losing a few points in the earlier quarters was not a big deal. They needed to adapt to the current intensity of the game and allow their bodies to adjust to a relatively balanced state, and then give their all in the final quarter to decide the outcome. However, being able to force Mitchell off the court was already beyond Zuo Bai's expectations. On the court, the struggle between the two teams continued. The Lakers had successfully run a counterplay to create an open shot, easily shooting and scoring off the backboard. Meanwhile, the Jazz quickly responded. Their inside player made a low-post turnaround, and seeing an opportunity, directly passed for a cutting player. Rubio easily finished with a layup for 2 more points. At this point, the point difference between the two teams was not large. It remained around 7 points without any changes. Clearly, players like Nick Young were gradually adapting to the rhythm of the game here. Conversely, the Jazz were struggling with their stamina because they had played too aggressively in the first 2 quarters. This resulted in their offensive momentum not being as fierce as before. The second quarter is nearing its end, and it seems the Jazz will enter the third quarter with a lead. I must say the Jazz had a significant advantage in the first 2 quarters. As long as they maintain this lead, they may have a chance to defeat the Lakers at home. Exactly. The key now is whether they can maintain their advantage in the third quarter. However, I personally believe the Lakers might counterattack at this point. Oh, what makes you say that? Haven't you noticed a pattern? Every time Zuo Bai returns to the court, the Lakers quickly close the score gap significantly. Right? Another commentator suddenly realized. This means that although the Lakers were temporarily behind, it was merely on paper, but this situation could turn around at any moment. At this time, the expressions of the Jazz fans were serious as they looked toward. It was as if they were looking at some kind of ominous star. Zuo Bai had just wiped his sweat with a towel, and upon looking up, he felt the unusual gazes around him. What just happened? Beep. At this moment, the score between the two teams stood at 47-40. The Lakers were trailing by 7 points. This score was within Zuo Bai's expectations. Zuo Bai nodded to himself in approval. Not bad, the gap wasn't too wide. Moreover, after a brief rest, Zuo Bai, possessing a 10-fold recovery rate, felt significantly stronger. He patted the substitute's shoulder. Good brother, you've worked hard. Just now, let me take over in the third quarter. He suddenly reached out as if to say something. However, he quickly closed his mouth and lowered his head. He remained silent. Seeing his silence, Zuo Bai assumed it was an unimportant matter and chose to ignore it. In fact, it wasn't very important. The substitute merely quickly closed his mouth and lowered his. During halftime, Mitchell toyed with a plastic bottle in his hand, his expression not looking very good. As Rubio walked past him, he patted his shoulder and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so gloomy?" Mitchell glanced up at him, put the bottle down, and said with a hint of helplessness, "I just feel like this game is a bit frustrating." Frustrating? Rubio was clearly in a good mood and couldn't quite grasp Mitchell's feelings. He asked, "What's frustrating? We're clearly in the lead right now." "I know. But..." Mitchell hesitated. He recalled that he had indeed scored quite a bit during the game. However, he always struggled when facing Zuo Bai. Not to mention scoring over Zuo Bai, even his dribbling was often intercepted. This damn. And he even got humiliated. How could he tolerate that? He did score, but it wasn't against Zuo Bai, which left Mitchell feeling quite dissatisfied. Rubio patted his shoulder. "I might not know what's going on with you, but our team is about to win the game. You should be a bit happier." Mitchell nodded. That was true. Seeing that Mitchell was feeling a bit better, Rubio continued, "You'll handle the team's offensive organization in the third quarter, right?" "No problem. Of course." At that moment, the poor Mitchell who had just taken on the burden of organizing the offense was still unaware. In the third quarter, Zuo Bai was about to launch a counterattack, targeting especially the Jazz's fast break points. Both players returned to the court, and at that moment Mitchell and Zuo Bai coincidentally re-entered the game. The head coach of the Lakers said, "We must seize every offensive opportunity and take this quarter seriously. We need to strengthen our defense and not allow them to score easily anymore." On the other side, the head coach of the Jazz said the exact opposite, urging his players to intensify their offense. Before the fourth quarter arrived, they needed to widen the gap in the score. Moreover, the Jazz's coach had meticulously devised various strategies centered around Mitchell. This meant that as long as Mitchell got the ball, they had numerous ways to launch an attack. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Even the spectators on the court could sense a hint of gunpowder in the air. The game entered the second half, which was crucial in determining the outcome of the match. First, it was the Lakers' possession. Jordan Clarkson replaced Nick Young, and when he got the ball, he knew. When in doubt, passed to Zuo Bai. Without hesitation, Jordan Clarkson passed the ball directly to Zuo Bai. After receiving the ball, Zuo Bai observed the positioning on the court. TSK. It seemed that this play was more suited for a fast break. However, a fast break was simply impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Although that method of play wasn't the best, there was nothing impossible in Zuo Bai's hands. Just as he was about to dribble, he saw Mitchell instantly close in on him. He muttered, "This time I won't give you any chance to shoot. Don't even think about it. Don't even dream about shooting." "No, I'm not planning to shoot." "Nonsense, who the hell believes that? You're trying to deceive me, right?" Zuo Bai looked "Do I look like that kind of person?" After a moment of hesitation, Mitchell firmly stated yes. Zuo Bai scratched his head. "This kid is really stubborn. When I shot just now, couldn't you defend against it? Why would I need to deceive you? Besides, I'm not planning to shoot now anyway. I'm planning to drive past now, and you're coming up to defend my shot, this kid. Isn't that just silly?" However, seeing Mitchell's serious demeanor made Zuo Bai feel a twinge of compassion. One must understand that while this is competitive sports, there are also human emotions involved. Basketball is not just about fighting, it's about human relationships. Faced with such a serious defense, if Zuo Bai were to easily bypass Mitchell with a single step, wouldn't that be a bit disrespectful? After thinking it over, Zuo Bai felt that maybe he should shoot instead. Alright then, I'll take the shot. Mitchell smiled slightly, thinking, "As expected, I guessed right, he definitely intended to shoot." Then at the moment he shoots, I'll directly intercept the ball and counterattack. This plan is perfect, seamless. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai made a breakthrough to the right. This time his speed wasn't particularly fast, and Mitchell quickly followed suit. While defending, Mitchell raised his hands high, determined not to give Zuo Bai any chance to shoot. Zuo Bai had no intention of using a simple move to get past him. He made a turnaround dribble, instantly changing the direction of it. Mitchell also changed his footwork, turning his body to the left. However, even if this maneuver was executed quickly, there was still a timing gap. Zuo Bai directly shifted the ball back to the right with his left hand. When Mitchell realized that Zuo Bai had completely vanished from his defensive zone, he was taken aback. What the hell? He desperately tried to bring his left hand down, attempting to intercept Zuo Bai's dribble. However, Zuo Bai's movement was too expansive, completely creating a gap in defense. Then he seamlessly transitioned into a shot. A super long three-pointer, taking another shot. Swish! Another three. On the other side, Mitchell had already lost his balance, and combined with his earlier attempt to intercept Zuo Bai's ball, it resulted in him falling hard to the ground. Staggered. Later, this scene was captured by the media on site, becoming the front page of the sports newspaper that day. Zuo Bai leaping high for a graceful three-pointer, while below him was the fallen Mitchell helplessly watching Zuo Bai score. After the basket, Zuo Bai kindly helped Mitchell up. Then he said friendly, "I just wanted to score 2 points, but you insisted that I shoot, and now look, you fell yourself. A young man, be more careful next time. I originally just wanted to score 2 points, but you insisted that I go for a three-pointer. What kind of person is this? Does this guy even speak human language?" Mitchell couldn't find the words to describe such a talent. This is just so infuriating. The key is that when you look at his kind smile, you have no way to refute him. Damn it. Meanwhile, after the change of possession, the Jazz quickly launched a fierce attack. Mitchell charged forward with the ball, eager to avenge his earlier fall. When he faced off against Zuo Bai, Mitchell was full of confidence, completely unflustered. His eyes brimmed with mockery and disdain. He slowed his dribbling rhythm, stopping right in front of Zuo Bai. Just when everyone thought he was about to go for a unknown, Mitchell stretched out his hand. Set the screen. Through a screen, Mitchell shook off Zuo Bai in front of him. Then Jordan Clarkson quickly came to help. Faced with Jordan Clarkson, Mitchell's expression gradually relaxed a bit. Thank goodness. With a floating dribble and a brief hesitation, Mitchell quickly changed direction. Boom. In an instant, Mitchell exploded into action. He drove straight past his defender. The audience erupted in gasp. His speed of initiation was astonishing. However, at that moment, Mitchell suddenly heard a calm male voice beside him. The voice carried a hint of confusion, yet it sent chills down Mitchell's spine. It was Zuo Bai asking him, "Where do you With a crisp sound, Zuo Bai surged up from behind to steal the ball, instantly cutting off Mitchell's attempt. Moreover, just as the Jazz players tried to regain possession from Zuo Bai, he made an extremely bizarre pass, returning the ball directly to a teammate. While the Jazz were still focusing their attack around Zuo Bai, the ball had already reached the fast-breaking teammate. Randall and Jordan Clarkson formed a localized 2-on-1. The two executed a brilliant alley-oop under the basket and scored effortlessly. Great play. That was really awesome. It's mainly because Zuo Bai made a great pass. Keep it up, let's play like this next. At this moment, many spectators in the crowd were getting anxious. Many of them were fans of. Because of this, they did not want to see their home team defeated by the Los Angeles Lakers. Initially, they firmly believed that their team would win this game, without a doubt. But now it seemed that the Lakers had no intention of giving up. Come on, didn't they say the Jazz would win this game? Exactly. Hurry up and beat them. Give it your all. How many turnovers have they had already? Seriously, have they not eaten? Exactly. Hurry up and beat them. Give it your all. How many turnovers have they had already? Seriously, have they not eaten? Many felt that the Jazz had not displayed their true level of play. This was their home court. Hearing this, the Jazz players fighting on the court exchanged glances. Yes, this is their home court. How could they allow themselves to be defeated here? Brothers, let's toughen up. Mitchell shouted, taking the lead. Although he was just a rookie, he demonstrated the team's cohesion to the fullest. The fighting spirit and momentum of everyone visibly surged. This was the spirit of fighting. Watching the Jazz's momentum rise sharply, the Lakers braced themselves. After passing the ball twice in succession, the ball reached Ingles, who posted up. Just as he turned around, he spotted Mitchell. Without hesitation, he made a bounce pass. Bang! Nice pass. The ball zipped right past the defender's hands. It landed in Mitchell's hands, and after receiving the ball, Mitchell went straight for the layup. Score. That's how you play. Find the opportunity, Mitchell. Rubio, get ready, hurry up, and come on. The dynamics of the game didn't change much after that, but the Lakers felt that the Jazz's offensive onslaught had become even fiercer. It could be described as exceptionally fierce. Like a torrential storm, the attacks continuously tested the limits of the Lakers' defense. This gradually made the overall fatigue among the Lakers more apparent. Gradually, Zuo Bai also noticed this. The defensive capability of his team was clearly declining compared to earlier. However, the game was still ongoing, and the score between the two teams was steadily widening. Zuo Bai felt a bit anxious, but he was psychologically prepared for this situation. After all, his teammates had been at the forefront, and the intensity of their defense had been quite high. Therefore, it was expected that they would be the first to feel fatigued. At such a time, Zuo Bai would have to step up. Hey, don't get too excited, I'll guard you guys. Saying this, Zuo Bai positioned himself at the top of the three-point arc. At such a time, Zuo Bai would have to step up. Hey, don't get too excited, I'll guard you guys. Saying this, Zuo Bai positioned himself at the top of the three-point arc. Suddenly, he remembered the last time, or the time before that, when he was faked out by Zuo Bai, and his ankle still ached faintly. Seeing that he was hesitating to initiate an attack, Zuo Bai called out. What's wrong? Afraid to attack. Although Zuo Bai's expression was not overly mocking. In Mitchell's eyes, this was absolute mockery. What do you mean afraid? They'll show you that I can attack. Men are most afraid of being told they can't do it. Saying this, Mitchell began his attack. He executed a silky smooth series of dribbles, then pulled back slightly to create space, and accelerated to prepare for a breakthrough. It's important to note that although Mitchell is not particularly tall for a shooting guard, his talent is undeniable. With an arm span nearly 20 centimeters longer, enormous hands, and a speed comparable to that of the Flash Dwayne Wade, his attacks had more advantages and options. This was also one of the key factors for the Jazz to cultivate him as their core. But this time Mitchell's breakthrough was directly. His attacking route was completely blocked by Zuo Bai. Mitchell pulled back, intending to finish the attack with a long two-pointer. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai spoke up. Who gave you the courage to shoot like that? As Zuo Bai's voice faded away, Mitchell was still processing what had just happened when suddenly a figure soared into view before him. Moreover, this height was even greater than his own. With a resounding thud, the ball was slammed down, sending a buzzing sensation through Mitchell's head. The ball was knocked away, followed closely by Zuo Bai rushing in for a steal. Although Mitchell was a bit dazed moments ago, it didn't stop him from instinctively trying to reclaim the ball. He lunged forward since Zuo Bai had just hit the ball away. Thus, the ball was still heading relatively close to Mitchell's side. With his long wingspan, he managed to retrieve it. This left their coach quite startled. Thank goodness, at least we managed to recover this ball, the head coach of the Jazz exclaimed, rising from his seat before sitting back down. Fortunately, they secured this ball. However, how could Zuo Bai's blocking ability be so immense? Even Mitchell's previous shot was thwarted. Wasn't that a bit excessive? The coach shouted from the sidelines. Mitchell passed the ball. At that moment, Mitchell noticed Rubio was open near the baseline. This was no time for impulsiveness, so he quickly passed the ball. Off it goes. However, in the next moment, Zuo Bai extended it. Slap. He intercepted the ball once more. Mitchell was completely stunned. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You can predict a shooting motion, but how are you able to anticipate a pass? Not just him, but all the spectators present wore expressions of confusion. What the hell? He can even see that. This is ridiculous. What is going on here? Turn it off, this is boring. He's already carrying the burden. It's no longer a matter of whether Baigu is impressive, it's about whether he can hold it together. The consecutive steals had thoroughly disrupted their rhythm. Furthermore, Zuo Bai immediately initiated an offensive. Zuo Bai pushed the ball back, then executed a Sam God move, pulling back. In doing so, Mitchell was completely faked out of his vision. Where's the ball? Zuo Bai then charged toward the other side. Bang! With ultra-fast dribbling combined with his incredible vertical leap, he sliced down to the basket. With a one-handed dunk, he scored. Incredible. Even the commentators couldn't help but curse at the sight. It was just this back-and-forth play was simply invincible. After completing this offensive maneuver, Zuo Bai left Mitchell looking somewhat. It was so difficult. This feeling was nothing short of despair. Truly despair. It's hard to imagine, not only was Zuo Bai's defensive range formidable, but his offensive speed and power were also absurd. This sensation had carried over from NCAA to the NBA. Poor Mitchell, even though he had grown to be one of the core players of the team, felt utterly powerless. No way for the next play, we need to work together, Mitchell quietly told his teammates. They all nodded in agreement. After all, Zuo Bai's defensive prowess was evident. Under such defense, scoring would be a challenge for anyone. Just like Chris Paul, whose height and wingspan were not particularly advantageous, yet he was a defensive powerhouse favored by his coach. This was due to Paul's awareness. His instincts were impeccable. In the split second you went for a shot or a pass, he would intercept. Moreover, Zuo Bai's static talent was even superior to Mitchell's in some aspects. This was quite unfavorable. Meanwhile, Mitchell once again held the ball. A teammate came up to set a delayed screen for Zuo Bai. Mitchell seized the moment and moved downward. It seems Mitchell is not planning to go solo this time. What a pity. I thought Mitchell was going to prove himself. But this isn't the time for individual heroics. They had to play steadily to have a chance at winning the game. Your words make it sound like the Lakers are leading right now. Haha, but I believe the Lakers indeed have a better chance of winning the game. Coincidentally, I feel the same way. Just as Mitchell moved downward, he suddenly saw Zuo Bai right in front of him. What was going on? Hadn't there been a screen? However, the spectators clearly saw what had just happened. In the instant they set the screen, Zuo Bai stepped back, bypassing the oncoming help defense, and followed closely. At that moment, Zuo Bai witnessed the scene through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. However, Mitchell had anticipated this situation. Therefore, after he turned around, another teammate quickly followed. Double screen. Not only that, but Mitchell also stayed close to his teammate's body, directly bypassing Zuo Bai. Even though Zuo Bai had anticipated this play, he couldn't compensate for it through defensive awareness. There was a difference of just one position difference. This was something that couldn't be changed. Mitchell successfully disrupted the Lakers' defense after 2 switches and turned around to prepare for a layup. At this moment, the Lakers' defense was completely exposed. The inside was like a no-man's land. Mitchell felt a rush of joy and seized the opportunity to go for the layup. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai jumped out once again. What the hell? At this point, no words could adequately describe Mitchell. What kind of monster is this? He can jump out like this. Zuo Bai's thought process was quite simple. After all, his teammates were beginning to tire. Therefore, he should charge in. And at that instant, Mitchell also made his choice. Since he couldn't dodge this ball, he could only brace. In an instant, Mitchell tightened his core, facing the charging Zuo Bai, exerting all his strength to brace himself. Bang! Of course, Zuo Bai was not unprepared for this moment. Basketball is inherently a sport filled with physical. Thus, Zuo Bai was always ready for the contest. However, this play, Zuo Bai's position was not ideal. He had previously been pushed back one position, so now he was coming in from behind. This led to a slight shift in his landing point after receiving Mitchell's intense resistance. Oh no. The next moment, Zuo Bai suddenly saw his landing point right on Mitchell's foot. Having foreseen this moment, Zuo Bai swiftly adjusted his landing posture. Although his body involuntarily tilted during the struggle, he could still alter his landing position. Zuo Bai stretched his arms vigorously, hoping to maintain his balance. However, the impact he just experienced was over. Despite Zuo Bai's timely attempt to change his foot placement, it proved to be exceedingly difficult. He only managed to shift his. Though he avoided the scene seen through the eye of the Celestial Emperor, he still twisted his ankle upon landing, due to an unfit. In an instant, a sharp pain surged from the sole of his foot to his brain. Zuo Bai knew he could not force himself to stand, otherwise he risked causing even greater secondary injuries. Thus, Zuo Bai allowed himself to fall, minimizing the impact on his ankle. Bang! Zuo Bai fell heavily to the ground. BP. Instantly, the hearts of the fans tightened. What the hell? What happened? Is Zuo Bai injured? Oh no. Quick check on him. Zuo Bai must be fine. He has only played a few games in his career. Please don't be injured. Exactly. This superstar has just begun to rise. He can't fall now. The players from the Lakers quickly surrounded him, their faces filled with concern. On the bench, Zuo Bai's substitute rushed over like the wind. Although it was a good opportunity for him to take the stage, his mind was preoccupied with concern for Zuo Bai's injury. Zuo Bai covered his ankle, squatting on the ground as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Hiss. He knew this was the best outcome he could hope for. He assessed that he had not sustained any severe injuries from the landing, at least his bones were intact. Zuo Bai gently moved his ankle. Fortunately, he had adjusted his posture in time, otherwise this could have been disastrous. Even if it wasn't season-ending, he might have been unable to play normally for months. Zuo Bai felt pain in his foot, likely just soft tissue damage with no problems in his ligaments. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Just as Zuo Bai sighed in relief, he saw Mitchell walk over. I'm really sorry. Mitchell's face was filled with guilt. After all, they were both rookies who joined the NBA this year, and despite the many times Zuo Bai had dominated him on the court, he still held some affection for him. As opponents on the court and brothers off it, that's just how it was. Seeing such a respectable rival, he did not wish to see Zuo Bai suffer any harm. Of course, he had not intended for Zuo Bai. Enduring the pain, Zuo Bai said to them, "It's fine, don't worry about me, take care of yourselves. In the fourth quarter, I will return to claim victory." This statement was captured by the cameras broadcasting the game, igniting fervor among countless spectators. What is a man? This is what a man is. Brother is so tough, I love it. This is a true tough guy. This is amazing, utterly amazing. Ooh, I bow to you. Damn, if it were some superstar in this situation, they would have already left the game to rest. This guy is really giving it his all. His words are both bold and confident. It's truly captivating. At that moment, Zhang Liar, sitting in front of the television, blushed upon hearing this. She mumbled softly, "Silly. How can there be such a foolish man? Shouldn't he take care of his injury properly?" Really? Though Zhang Liar grumbled deep down, she hoped Zuo Bai was okay, and looked forward to seeing him lead the team to victory in the fourth quarter. Moments later, the Lakers team doctor arrived on the court. After a preliminary examination, the doctor cautiously stated, "Although it seems the ankle is only slightly swollen, we cannot confirm if there is any injury to the ligaments and joints. My suggestion is to let him rest for this game." Of course, this was a conservative approach. It was also a responsibility for the health and safety of the athlete. After all, a player's career might last over a decade. It was unnecessary to jeopardize future prospects for just one game. Moreover, Zuo Bai was an extremely promising player whom the Lakers viewed as a cornerstone for their future. After assisting Zuo Bai back to the bench, Lakers head coach Walton said, "Rest well, you won't need to play in the upcoming games." Zuo Bai shook his head and replied, "I just need a moment to rest." And I said, "You don't need to worry, I know my condition." Seeing Zuo Bai so resolute, Walton had nothing more to say. Because in Zuo Bai he seemed to see the shadow of a man. Without Zuo Bai on the court, the Lakers' overall offensive efficiency indeed dropped significantly. On one hand, this was due to their physical exhaustion, and on the other it was because Zuo Bai had previously handled most of the ball control and offense. Now that the team's offensive structure had suddenly changed, they were somewhat out of sync. However, the Lakers were an established powerhouse, and their players' overall strength was still formidable. After the Jazz scored 2 consecutive baskets, they quickly adjusted their rhythm. Over here, Nick Young responded with a three-pointer, promptly stopping the bleeding for the Los Angeles Lakers. The current score was 6,456. The Lakers were only trailing by 8 points. Looking at the scoreboard, several players exchanged determined glances. They were fully committed to closing the gap to within 3 points before the fourth quarter, because they believed Zuo Bai would certainly return in the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, the game continued on the court, and Zuo Bai removed the ice pack, feeling his ankle. It seems to have slightly reduced in swelling. After all, Zuo Bai had the tenfold recovery talent granted by the system, making his healing ability for such external injuries 10 times better than usual. Though it was just basic first aid, it still had some effect. It significantly alleviated the progression of the injury and provided a good analgesic effect. Watching the game as it struggled on, Zuo Bai longed to go on the court immediately, but he knew that he might not be able to exert himself fully, let alone risk exacerbating his condition. However, his thirst for victory had not diminished for a moment. How to win? After pondering for a moment, Zuo Bai found shadow. Despite the commendable performance of the entire Los Angeles Lakers, they still trailed by a few points due to various pressures. 7-0-6-5. Nick Young and his team had given their all, yet there remained a 5-point gap. At this moment, the head coach of the Jazz smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the situation on the court. "Haha, not bad, not bad. This time your strategy has been executed remarkably well. Just continue playing at this pace and exhaust their stamina. They can't hold on any longer. Zuo Bai is injured, and the remaining players are almost out of energy. This game is ours." Upon hearing this, the members of the Jazz were filled with confidence. Although each of them had already depleted a significant, however, there was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. They knew their opponents were even more exhausted. The joy and longing for victory surpassed all other emotions. Meanwhile, the commentators on the court expressed their disappointment, saying, "It seems the outcome of this game is already determined." Indeed, not only that, but Zuo Bai has also been injured in this game. It appears the Lakers truly have no hope of a comeback. But didn't he say before going off that he would return to the court in the fourth quarter to lead the game? Is that true? To be honest, I prefer to interpret that statement as his belief. I believe Zuo Bai wouldn't say such baseless words. He must be planning to do just that. Absolutely. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Zuo Bai said on the sidelines, "Brothers, you all played exceptionally well, just now closing the gap significantly." "Yes, but we are still trailing behind," Ingram said, panting heavily and taking a sip of water. "I fear we are going to lose this round. We have little stamina left, and this environment is draining us too much. Indeed, we are all quite exhausted now. In the fourth quarter, we won't be able to compete with them at all," Randall chimed in. Zuo Bai understood that their reaction was normal. They were indeed very tired now. However, they were only a little bit away from, "Brothers, if you believe in me, let's play the fourth quarter as I say, and I will do my best to lead us to victory." My. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. "But you're injured now." Zuo Bai waved his hand and lifted the eye. "I'm already fine now." Everyone looked at Zuo Bai's injured ankle. The swelling at the junction of his leg and ankle had indeed subsided significantly. Such recovery capability truly astonished everyone present. However, was it really sufficient to return to the court? Just as everyone was preparing to dissuade him from going back on the court, Zuo Bai quickly tightened his shoelaces. He then stood up and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine now." Saying this, Zuo Bai pretended to stomp his feet a couple of times. Everyone looked at him with doubtful expressions. Don't push yourself too hard. It's fine to lose a game. You don't force it." Zuo Bai was grateful for his teammates' concern, but he insisted, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Indeed, when Zuo Bai walked, he could still clearly feel pain emanating from his injured foot. He certainly knew it wasn't worth leaving behind severe aftereffects for a single game. However, he had already started laying out his plans at the beginning of the game. How could he allow it to come to nothing? No matter what, he had to finish this round. Moreover, Zuo Bai already had some ideas. When the fourth quarter returned to the court, all the spectators in attendance were incredulous to see Zuo Bai in the starting lineup for the Los Angeles Lakers. "Is this, wow, he really is back. Great, there's hope now. But is his foot really okay? I saw Zuo Bai walking, and it seems like there's still some impact. Can he really play like this?" But regardless, having Zuo Bai on the court indeed reassures us. Indeed, I hope Zuo Bai can fulfill his promise and lead the team to victory. No matter what, just having Zuo Bai on the court is already remarkable, let's not put too much pressure on him. Regardless, he has already won in my heart in this game. When Mitchell saw Zuo Bai return to the court, his brow furrowed. Although he was glad to see Zuo Bai was fine, Zuo Bai, as the only variable reappearing just as they were about to win, made them feel a... Seeing his expression, Zuo Bai smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you surprised?" "A little." "You don't need to be surprised." Zuo Bai paused for a moment, then continued, "As I said, I will return to the court in the fourth quarter and lead us to victory." "Lead us to victory. Is your foot okay now?" Zuo Bai smiled without answering, walking to the free throw line, simply saying, "Even if I have to do it on one ankle, it doesn't matter. No matter what, just know that I will bring home the victory." The game began. This time it was Zuo Bai taking the throw-in, and Jordan Clarkson hesitated slightly after receiving the ball. This situation was rare. Typically this role would be switched, but since the big brother passed the ball to him, he couldn't let his team down. Jordan Clarkson directly passed the ball to Randall outside the three-point line. After receiving the ball, Randall did not hesitate, and again passed it to the inside, charging towards Big Low. At this moment, Mitchell watched Zuo Bai throughout the entire play, as did his teammates. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Zuo Bai. They dared not leave him unguarded. Not even for a moment outside. However, this directly caused a decrease in defensive attention towards the others. Big Low pushed past the defender and scored with a layup. The 5 members of the Jazz were stunned. What? Why didn't they let Zuo Bai attack? Zuo Bai smiled faintly, knowing the Jazz. In fact, being a shadow occasionally isn't bad. Look at the people you're guarding, so easy. Haven't you eaten? Zuo Bai's mocking remark left the already shaky defense of the Jazz even more strained. On one hand, they were constantly worried about Zuo Bai's presence. On the other hand, they were struggling to cope with the Lakers' fierce offense. The head coach of the Utah Jazz shouted, "What the hell are you thinking? Forget about Zuo Bai, he's injured. Why are you still worrying about him? Focus on the others. He doesn't have the strength to attack. Ignore him." Got it. It seems that those involved are often confused while the bystanders see clearly. They noticed Zuo Bai confidently returning to the court, which kept them worried about his potential sneak attack, but this made them overlook the most important point. Zuo Bai is currently half a patient. How much strength does he still have? Realizing this, everyone felt a bit relieved. Keep an eye on the other 4. At this moment, the Jazz's defensive focus shifted again. Luckily, this time they completely ignored Zuo Bai. However, ignoring Zuo Bai was another mistake. Jordan Clarkson saw that Zuo Bai was left completely unguarded by the Jazz defense. What does this mean? It means it's a great opportunity to shoot. Jordan Clarkson immediately passed the ball to Zuo Bai. At this moment, Zuo Bai was positioned right in the center of the court at the... Since Zuo Bai still felt some discomfort in his ankle, he didn't run back and forth. He simply took a step from the left half, and just as the Jazz players were tightly guarding against the others, they suddenly saw Zuo Bai actually catch the ball. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then they said, don't worry, he won't attack. Right, everyone, don't fall for it. Given his current condition, he shouldn't be able to break through. He will definitely pass the ball. Well, just wait here and defend against his teammates. Don't be fooled. The commentators in the arena also seemed clueless about what Zuo Bai planned to do next. They were curiously discussing at the commentary table, "What do you think Zuo Bai will do next?" "I think given his personality, he will try to take the shot himself. But we can all see his current situation. Can he still attack?" "It's hard to say, but if he can attack, I believe he wouldn't choose to return to the court. I don't think Zuo Bai is someone who would be irresponsible to his team. Let's see how he plans to attack." Seeing the enemy remain motionless, Zuo Bai spread his hands. "What do you mean? Are you giving me free points?" After hearing this, Ingles frowned and prepared to defend against Zuo Bai. He wanted to teach this arrogant rookie a lesson. After hearing this, Ingles frowned and prepared to defend against Zuo Bai. Exactly, Mitchell nodded in agreement. This might just be his way of provoking you, and don't fall for it. Zuo Bai looked helpless. Sigh. In this day and age, no one believes this anymore. He simply said, "Since you insist on giving me 3 points, I won't be polite and will gladly accept it." After saying that, Zuo Bai took a logo shot. He launched a three-pointer. With a high arc, it arched over the arena. Under the arena's spotlight, a shadow was faintly seen flying past. Bang. The next moment, the ball hit the rim. Thud. Due to the high arc of the shot, it almost fell straight down at a very small angle. The ball hit the front edge of the rim. Then because of its weight and force, it was pushed up. Bang bang. The ball bounced twice before finally entering the hoop. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. "What the hell? Did that really go in? That was way too accurate." Although this shot seemed to have a bit of luck involved, I just have to say Zuo Bai is amazing. He really did make that shot. Ooh, I can't believe it. At this moment, the faces of the Jazz players were also quite grim. They had not expected Zuo Bai to make that shot. How could something like this happen? Don't worry, but it was just luck. That last shot was so forced, he won't make a second one. Amidst the disdainful expressions of the Jazz team, Zuo Bai slowly released the ball. The arc of this shot was even higher than the previous one. Zuo Bai increased the force in his hand, while the contribution of his legs to this shot was slightly less than before. Yet, when the crisp sound of the net echoed, everyone present was stunned. Did that really just happen? Everyone couldn't believe it. Did it really go in? That last shot had been such a struggle. Looking at Mitchell's shocked expressions, Zuo Bai smiled and said, "You're right, luck doesn't always favor me, but this isn't luck. It's skill." Zuo Bai made another three-pointer, further diminishing the hard-earned advantage of the Jazz. At this moment, Zuo Bai's performance on the court was completely beyond their expectations. Not only could Zuo Bai take the court, but he was also able to score consistently. Although they could clearly see that Zuo Bai's defensive ability had been somewhat limited since he returned to the game. However, Zuo Bai remained a remarkably sharp spear on the court. This aspect made everyone from the Utah Jazz wary. Zuo Bai's scoring ability was simply too strong to overlook. The previous 2 moments of underestimating him had already caused the Utah Jazz to suffer trailing by 6 points. Zuo Bai's earlier words were no joke. At this moment, the Los Angeles Lakers substituted Nick Young into the game. Mitchell and his teammates analyzed although Zuo Bai can shoot, he lacks breakaway ability, so they conferred. As long as they could limit Zuo Bai's shooting, that would suffice. Moreover, Zuo Bai's shots were stationary, so they didn't need to worry about him moving all over the court. Clearly now limited by his ankle injury, Zuo Bai no longer possessed that ability. Nick Young returned to the court and unhesitatingly passed the ball directly to Zuo Bai. However, Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback and said, "Play the way you are most familiar with." Saying that, Zuo Bai passed the ball back to this left Nick Young looking utterly confused. "What? You want me to play the way I'm most comfortable?" Suddenly Nick Young, the instincts that had been dormant in his DNA, awakened once more. "Oh ho ho. Got it. Isolation." At this moment, after receiving Zuo Bai's pass, Nick Young stood outside the 3-point line and made a feint before shooting. Then, as the defender hesitated for a moment, Nick Young drove towards the basket. Charging. Of course, the Jazz's defenders naturally began to collapse their defense upon seeing Nick Young's movement. Several players stood in the path of Nick Young's advance, forcing him to the right side of the baseline. But this did not stump our young knight. With such a rare opportunity for isolation, how could he pass the ball? Nick Young performed a crossover dribble followed by a spin move, then gathered the ball and executed a fadeaway jumper. Swish! The ball soared high above his head. Even though Rubio jumped high at this moment, he still couldn't block the shot. After all, this was our young knight's signature move. 2 points scored. Beautiful shot. Great shot, truly worthy of being our team's isolation king. That's how you play. At this moment, Zuo Bai walked over and said to him, "Nice shot." Of course, Nick Young naturally shrugged and smiled at Zuo Bai. "After all, you passed me the ball, how could I miss?" "Ha, then he'll return the favor later." "No problem." Nick Young confidently replied, "He'll score as many as you." At this moment, the coaches of both teams on the sidelines were utterly baffled. What was going on? These two should be the most aware of the situation on the court, yet both felt utterly confused. The Jazz's head coach scratched his head upon seeing the current situation on the court. How can Zuo Bai shoot so accurately now? His shooting form is clearly different from usual. And how do their other players still have energy? Shouldn't they be exhausted by now? Meanwhile, the Lakers head coach Luke was not much better off. He also found the current situation on the court increasingly strange. Zuo Bai clearly possessed isolation ability, and his 3-point shooting was very accurate, even with an injured ankle capable of shaking the Jazz's foundation. But why wasn't Zuo Bai continuing to play? Was he trying to conserve energy? But this was already the 4th quarter, why would he still want to conserve energy? Luke Walton thought for a moment, but couldn't understand why Zuo Bai was doing this. The two coaches exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly sensing a hint of confusion from each other's expressions. Then both cleared their throats twice, resumed serious expressions, and nodded slightly. Playing well. Not bad. Executing the strategy well. Yes, just as I thought. Regardless of whether they truly understood. In any case, Zuo Bai indeed had his own thoughts. He could shoot and score 3-pointers right now. Given his current mobility, it had no effect in unknown situations. However, Zuo Bai knew that if the opponents sent 2 players to defend him, his offense would likely face significant obstacles. He couldn't center this offensive play around himself. He aimed to guide his teammates into their offensive rhythm while conserving some energy. All of this was to prepare for something he wanted to attempt in the upcoming game. That would be what he had failed at before. Akashi Seijuro's zone domain. Activating the zone domain was undoubtedly a very energy-consuming task, so conserving some energy and guiding his teammates into their rhythm. This could directly influence the outcome of the game. Though there was an element of risk, Zuo Bai felt he would absolutely not lose. On the other side, Zhang Lier, watching the broadcast, revealed a sly smile. This man truly doesn't play by the rules. But that's exactly how. Meanwhile, the 4th quarter of the game had entered its final stages. Under Zuo Bai's guidance and assist, the Lakers teammates were also finding their rhythm. At this moment, there were still 4 minutes left on the clock. The score between the two teams was only 3 points apart. Zuo Bai felt it was time. For the next shot, take a good feel of it. Zuo Bai looked at everyone and said with a hint of implication, "It's the state I want you to feel." Everyone was slightly taken aback, but soon understood. Oh, it's that state Zuo Bai mentioned. They all began to strive to sense that previous state. A few of them were holding it in terribly, their faces flushed. It seemed like something would burst out at any moment. The surrounding audience looked dumbfounded. What on earth? Has the Los Angeles Lakers collective have to try that hard? What you're feeling is the state of going to the bathroom. I'm talking about the state of playing basketball. What on earth? Has the Los Angeles Lakers collective have to try that hard? What you're feeling is the state of going to the bathroom. I'm talking about the state of playing basketball. Zuo Bai scratched his head and awkwardly smiled at them. You don't have to try that hard. What you're feeling is the state of going to the bathroom. I'm talking about the state of playing basketball. The feeling I'm referring to is the one when you want to win the game. Do you understand? It's the desire for victory. Seize it. Then give your utmost effort to play ball. You don't need to think too much. The rest is up to me. Trust me, we will definitely win this game. Everyone nodded at this moment. So the effort was directed the wrong way. They gradually found their state and initiated an attack with the little time left. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai also began to recall the feeling of entering the zone. Pong pong. Suddenly Zuo Bai seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Pong pong. Once again, this time he heard it even more clearly than before. Zuo Bai gently closed his eyes. Bang. He seemed to fall from a great height. But it didn't hurt. He looked around in confusion, surrounded by emptiness. Is this the zone? Zuo Bai was stunned. It seemed different from when he first entered the zone. Where was that door now? Suddenly a light flashed before Zuo Bai's eyes. The light was so bright that it made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Through the gaps between his fingers, Zuo Bai faintly saw that it seemed like a door appeared in the direction of that light. He walked towards the glaring light. Zuo Bai touched it. Indeed, it was this door. At this moment, Zuo Bai was still unaware that he could touch this door, because his teammates had also just reached their best state at that moment. 1 door. 2 doors. 3 doors. At this moment, the 4 teammates had all entered their best state. Only then did Zuo Bai understand. So it turns out that Akashi Seijuro leading his teammates into the pseudo-zone mode required his teammates to be online too. If their abilities didn't meet the standard to activate the ZONE, this door wouldn't appear. I see. In this state, I was merely playing the role of a guide, helping them open that door. Although this role is also very important, if they themselves are not online, then they cannot enter that state. However, it seems that everything is fine now. With that thought, Zuo Bai used all his strength and pressed his hands firmly against the door, simultaneously exerting force. Creak. The door opened. 1 door after another, ultimately all 4 doors were opened. It was at this moment that Zuo Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Holy crap, he moved. What just happened? Could it be that he fell asleep just now? Not sure, but looking at Zuo Bai like this, can he still play? At this moment, Mitchell, who was matched up against Zuo Bai, also said, "What are you doing? Don't think that I will let my guard down like this. You won't have a chance to score. You're definitely going to lose." He glanced at the little time left. Mitchell had basically put his mind at ease. 3 minutes. No matter what, they couldn't turn the tide in these 3 minutes. Zuo Bai had already locked himself in. The few people on the opposite side also looked tired, so. Hey, wait a minute. Why does their momentum seem to have changed? Not only Mitchell, but even the others noticed this. The momentum of several players in the Lakers suddenly changed. There was a suffocating pressure. At this moment, Zuo Bai, standing in the center of the team, slowly advanced with the ball and said to them, "Sorry, the counterattack has begun." Splash. Suddenly a drop of sweat from Mitchell fell to the ground. From Zuo Bai's gaze, he saw a chilling momentum. It was as if Zuo Bai was the leader of a pack of ferocious wolves, and they were the prey. At this moment, Zuo Bai was burning his stamina, fully unleashing the zone state of the Heavenly Emperors, bringing Nick Young and the others into the pseudo-zone state. Zuo Bai casually tossed the ball high into the air. Mitchell was slightly taken aback, and then he saw a figure flying past. Bang! Ingram. Alley-oop dunk. Zuo Bai pointed at the scoreboard as if saying, "We're just 1 point away." A wave of near-crisis tension surged in the hearts of the Jazz team. What kind of momentum is this? Though Rubio was relatively calmer compared to the rookie Mitchell, he also unconsciously felt some psychological pressure. A tense passing error. This ball was directly intercepted by Nick Young. Slap. Seeing the sudden shift in offense and defense, Mitchell shouted, "I'll guard him." He rushed up, wanting to stop Nick Young before he approached the basket. However, the next moment he realized his speed couldn't keep up with Nick Young. See, how is this possible? It should be known that Mitchell's speed was not only among the best among rookies, but also leading in. Yet at this moment, facing the exhausted Lakers, he couldn't catch up with them. Unimpeded, Nick Young directly entered the paint. Score. 2 points in. The Los Angeles Lakers took the lead by 1 point. My God, this is just it's too unexpected. The Lakers overtook. Hold on. Come on. The audience on the sidelines was getting pumped. Meanwhile, the Jazz fans were silently sweating for their team. They wouldn't lose, right? After the ball was returned, the Jazz players slowed down their pace and said, "Don't rush, we still have a chance as long as we pull apart. Zuo Bai won't be able to participate in defense. It'll be 5 against 4. Find an opportunity for a localized 2-on-1. These words were all heard by Zuo Bai. He muttered to himself indifferently, "Some people always like to simplify things. Alright then, let me show you what despair truly is." A storm-like offensive ensued. The Los Angeles Lakers launched an overwhelming attack. The Utah Jazz appeared like a small boat, swaying helplessly in the wind. At this moment, every player on the Lakers had significantly enhanced their offensive capabilities. Here, Nick Young executed a dazzling spin, cleanly getting past the Jazz player, while on the other side, Ingram showcased his long wingspan with a steaming hot block against the Jazz. Over 3 points. Over 5 points. Although there was little time left, each second seemed to torment the mental defenses of the Jazz. They never expected that the Los Angeles Lakers, who appeared to have little strength left, could still perform at such a competitive level. Aren't they exhausted? Shouldn't they be out of stamina by now? Why does everyone seem so powerful? Just 4 players. Merely 4 players scattered the Jazz's lineup. This is utterly absurd. Only the final attack. Over here, Nick Young passed the ball to Zuo Bai. Then facing the basket, Zuo Bai stood still for a moment. "They'll send you one." He raised his hand. Tapped the ball. Swish. The final 3-pointer completely extinguished the Jazz's hope of victory. BP. The game is over. The fans of the Los Angeles Lakers cheered exuberantly. The commentator expressed his feelings, saying, "Oh my, Zuo Bai truly delivered victory," as he claimed. "I really didn't expect him to return and win the game." Even injured, he persisted until the very last moment, as Zuo Bai is truly an admirable rookie. While we do not advocate playing while injured, this spirit is truly commendable. Watching the lively atmosphere on the court, the Jazz knew it had nothing to do with them. At this moment, the head coach of the Utah Jazz silently lowered his head. "Coach Wee." The players of the Utah Jazz gathered around their coach. They all clearly saw the expression of utter disappointment on the coach's face. The coach felt regret. In the earlier stages of the game, they had such a good situation, but failed to capitalize on it. This feeling is understandable, though any other person would likely feel similarly. However, the coach of the Jazz also knew that there was no way to change it. The performance of the Lakers in the final moments could almost be described as finals level. Whether on the offensive or defensive, the kind of momentum they exhibited was on an entirely different level compared to before. Losing this game is not unjust. Alright, no need to say more. You all performed excellently in this game. As long as we maintain this state, I believe entering the playoffs won't be difficult. This year's Lakers are very strong. We will face them in the playoffs. So starting today, we need to train even harder. Do you understand? After hearing the coach's words, everyone's spirits were lifted again. Yes, coach. Meanwhile, the moment the game ended, Zuo Bai also released his zone field. Instantly, several players of the Los Angeles Lakers simultaneously exited the zone. After all, without Zuo Bai's eye of the Heavenly Emperor zone as guidance, they naturally could not maintain that state. At the same time as they exited the zone, an indescribable fatigue surged through their bodies. Exhausted, they rushed towards the bench, collapsing there without wanting to say a word. Only Luke Walton was still excitedly saying, "You all played excellently in this game. Maintain this state, and we will have no issues even against today's strong teams. Really, your performance today surprised. I don't even know what to say anymore. Come on, you all should say a few words. Come on. Why aren't you speaking?" At this moment, everyone was too exhausted to care about what Luke Walton. They all perfunctorily nodded. "All right, coach, we really need to rest." "Too tired, coach, too tired. Enough, we need to go back and rest." The coach looked bewildered. "Just a moment ago, weren't you all full of energy? How is it that you're like this now? What about the post-game interview?" "What interview, coach? Can you handle it for us? We really can't go on anymore." Seeing the players heading straight to the locker room, the coach felt helpless. He turned to Zuo Bai only to find Zuo Bai waiting. "Coach, I'm even worse off. Oh, I've long reached my limit. I can't even participate in the next game. If you have something to say, talk to the substitutes. Yeah, I need to rest." Then with the support of his teammates, Zuo Bai limped toward the locker room, leaving only the coach and Zuo Bai's substitute on the court, both looking disheveled. "Coach, look at my contributions. They were quite significant. How about we go out for dinner tonight? Celebrating." Luke Walton looked around and saw no one else, while also noticing the eager expression on Zuo Bai's. He could only sigh and say, fine, you're treating. Okay, yeah." After the game, Zuo Bai was taken to a professional facility for an injury examination. The results revealed a sprain of the lateral ligaments in Zuo Bai's right ankle, along with soft tissue contusions and swelling. The doctor's advice was to use topical medications and immobilization, requiring at least 1 week of rest. Only after a week could he gradually resume normal training, and during that time, he needed to be cautious to avoid further injury. When Zuo Bai heard this outcome, he thought it was quite good, since at least it wasn't a bone injury. If there were really a fracture or a torn ligament, he might have to rest for much longer. A week of rest. Zuo Bai pondered what he should do during this week if nothing else came up. Purely resting. Zuo Bai couldn't calm his mind. Just as he was contemplating how to spend this week, suddenly a phone call came in. On the other end of the line was none other than the owner of Antas Sports. He called mainly to say one thing. "Zuo Bai, I heard you got injured during the game. Are you okay? Oh, by the way, a company back home wants you to return for an event. I directly rejected them since you're still injured." Upon hearing that, Zuo Bai almost jumped up. He was worried about how to pass the time these days and was almost turned away. "What event? I'm participating." Of course, the decision to return to the country was not solely based on Zuo Bai's personal considerations. Moreover, the moment he heard about activities taking place domestically, another voice rang in his ears. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering a divine level selection opportunity. The host can start choosing. Option 1, no way I'm going back. The host can take tonight's flight back to Huaxia to discuss related activities. The system will reward the host with a first-class ticket and provide a daily living allowance of 1,000 yuan during the return. If the activities the host participates in during the return include anything related to basketball, the system will automatically activate a leisure training mode for the host, allowing them to improve one talent by 3 each day. Option 2, woof woof. If the host resolutely chooses not to return, the system will reward the host with a permanent title, yes, I'm a dog. This title will be permanently displayed and cannot be cancelled. Not to mention, Zuo Bai was already thinking about going back to see and contribute to the domestic basketball scene. Let's just say this permanent title. Good. Truly good. A man should not indulge in debauchery when strong, nor should he yield when poor. I must clarify, I did intend to return home. Moreover, if I choose to return, I can actually train my talent proficiency while idling during these days. Isn't this a great deal? Originally, Zuo Bai felt guilty for not training these days, but with such a reward, it was as if someone was offering him a pillow when he wanted to doze off. Alright. The owner of the Antas company was somewhat stunned to hear Zuo Bai's unwavering agreement. What kind of activity has yet to be mentioned, and he agreed so easily? Didn't you refuse last time? Why this time with an injured foot are you agreeing to return? And you haven't even heard what the activity is about yet, how could you agree? The owner of Antas was puzzled, and Zuo Bai replied, "It's just that I can't participate in competitions due to my injured foot, plus I've long wanted to return home for a visit, so this opportunity is just right. The details of the activity don't matter, nor does the amount of money. What matters is that I just want to go back." The owner of Antas was deeply moved after hearing this. Tisk tisk tsk. This is responsibility and commitment. Not forgetting one's roots. Good. Since Zuo Bai has agreed, Antas company naturally supports him wholeheartedly. The owner of Antas immediately responded, "Once I sign the specifics with the other party, I'll let you know. I will do it as soon as possible. And if you need a ticket and return procedures, we will handle everything for you. I will arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport." Seeing how polite the owner of Anta was, Zuo Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. I've already arranged the tickets and procedures. I'm going back tonight." "Good. Oh, by the way, just casually asking, what's the name of the company we signed the activity with?" The owner of Anta was slightly taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention to the name of the other party's company since he originally intended to refuse. But since Zuo Bai had asked, he recalled carefully. "I think it's called Jiang's Group." "Oh wait, no, it's Jiang's Group." On the other end of the line, Zuo Bai was stunned. "Is there a difference?" Jiang and Jiang sound quite similar." The owner of Anta smiled awkwardly and then said, "Wait a moment, I'll send the other company's address and related activity details to your email for you to check." "All right." With that, Zuo Bai hung up the phone. Soon after, he received an email from the owner of Anta. This email detailed the content of the event and various terms. Zuo Bai glanced briefly at the activities, confirming that the main event for this return was not some commercial fashion show, but was indeed related to basketball. At this point, Zuo Bai felt half relieved. As long as he could initiate the idle training, that was good. And when he saw the contact information of the opposing company written above, Zuo Bai paused slightly. Why does this address look so familiar? Jiang's Group. Have I seen it somewhere? Holy crap, isn't this the shady place from last time? Zuo Bai instantly realized. The address where he sent the shoes last time was here. All those shoes were sent to this one address. Zuo Bai absolutely could not be mistaken. In an instant, Zuo Bai was stunned. Could it be that the owner of this group is a loyal fan of mine? If that's the case, then it's fine. But what if this owner has taken a liking to me? I'm really stuck in a predicament. Plus, I've heard there are many unspoken rules in this industry. I can't handle this. At this moment, Zuo Bai helplessly asked the system, if I go back and someone wants to exploit me, will you protect me? After a moment of silence, the system replied, this does not fall within the service scope of this system. You are already a mature host. Please resolve such issues on your own. You can't bear to see me being ravaged, can you? In an instant, Zuo Bai seemed to hear the Hey, you laughed right. You definitely just laughed right. Don't play dumb with me, I heard it. This system is a professionally trained system and generally does not laugh. After that, Zuo Bai cursed at it a few more times, but the system surprisingly went offline. Goodness. It seems that relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Zuo Bai would have to be cautious when he returned. Mainly, he needed to protect his own backside. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Zuo Bai had agreed to return for the activity, Zhang Liar instinctively jumped up from her chair. Really? However, after a moment, she considered her image and pretended to casually sit down again. Is it true? The butler nodded. Absolutely true. Intact Company has already responded, and both parties are very satisfied with this activity. Tonight, Mr. Zuo Bai will return to the country. Do you need me to make any arrangements in advance? A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Liar's eyes, and then she raised her head and said, I want. She lowered her voice. You give me a fan card. When Zuo Bai boarded the plane and returned to Huaxia, an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He felt a sense of nostalgia. He never expected that his years of studying abroad would bring about such significant changes. Whether it's the overall environment of the country or urban development, it is not inferior to that abroad. In fact, one could say that in many aspects domestic development has even surpassed that of the lighthouse country. Having studied abroad, Zuo Bai had the most authority to speak on this matter. In many places overseas, slums, black markets, and streets crowded with homeless people can be extremely dangerous. These places are filled with chaos and disorder. It seems that the law is merely a piece of paper. Such situations do not occur in his homeland. No matter where you are as a Huaxia person, you need not worry about your safety. This is the pride of being Huaxia. Although Zuo Bai is currently playing in the NBA, he has always been concerned about the development of basketball in his homeland. He hopes that one day domestic basketball can reach the level of the NBA. Even though this process may be long and there are many tasks to accomplish, it has always been his aspiration, one that has never. As Zuo Bai stepped off the plane and entered the airport hall through the VIP passage, he was instantly surrounded by countless enthusiastic fans. Zuo Bai never expected such a situation upon returning to his homeland. With his height of over 1.9 meters, he was quite recognizable in the crowd. So almost the moment he stepped out, he was surrounded by fans. The area was packed, nearly filling the entire airport hall with nearby airport staff were constantly maintaining order at the scene. Zuo Bai smiled, intending to greet the fans. At that moment, a large hand suddenly pushed Zuo Bai aside. Although the force behind that hand was far less than Zuo Bai's, he did not brace himself, causing him to stagger. Though Zuo Bai was not one to hold grudges, he couldn't help but feel annoyed inside. He glanced at the person who had pushed him aside and saw a stout, middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses. He looked like a bodyguard. Standing next to him was a chubby man wearing large-framed sunglasses and a mask, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Who is this guy? This is so rude. Zuo Bai voiced his confusion. At that moment, the bodyguard suddenly spoke up. Everyone keep your distance. Come on, clear the way. You step back, don't stand so close. Make way, maintain order. That fan, please remain calm. Give some space. The bodyguard shielded the chubby man tightly while the woman beside him also spoke up. Yes, no photos allowed. Clear out. Don't block the way. These two were arrogant and domineering, causing several fans' phones to be knocked. The chubby man, protected in the middle, lowered his head using one hand to cover half of his face as he quickly navigated through, including Zuo Bai. Everyone was stunned. Who the hell is this? Seeing the bewildered expressions on the crowd, the chubby man whispered proudly, I'm an agent. This was a great job. So many fans came to pick me up. I returned specifically to shoot this episode. It seems my fame is indeed considerable. Haha, I really have a lot of face this time. The middle-aged woman was the agent he mentioned. At this moment she also smiled and said, I didn't expect so many people today. Your influence is just too great, Zhang Xiaoxiao. The chubby man nodded happily saying, haha, perhaps I'm just too light. At this time the fans were already quite displeased with the bodyguard and agent pushing them around. Finally someone stood up and shouted, what the hell, who do you think you are? Are you done yet? This ignited the emotions of many. Suddenly everyone began to shout, exactly why are you pushing around like this? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Who do you think you are wearing sunglasses and a mask? If you don't belong here, just scram, don't waste our time watching Zuo Bai. Acting like a brainless fool thinking you're a star just because you have a bodyguard. Can this idiot just hurry up and disappear? Really lacking in manners, I don't even want to argue with people like that. At this point, it was Zhang Xiaoxiao's turn. Aren't you here to see me? Suddenly a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. See you? Who do you think you are? Are you stupid or something? If you have nothing better to do, just leave. Don't waste our time watching Zuo Bai. Get lost. Truly lacking in manners. If there weren't so many people, I would really want to beat you up. Thank the rule of law that saved you, you idiot. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned ugly as he gasped for breath, his face alternating between red and white. Indignant, the agent noticed that the situation seemed to be escalating and hurriedly tugged at Zhang Xiaoxiao's shirt saying, let's go quickly. It seems things are getting complicated. But at this moment Zhang Xiaoxiao could not swallow his anger. He immediately removed his glasses and mask, stepping forward to say, who am I? Now you know. Daring to insult me, now you know who I am. The crowd exchanged glances. Who is this idiot? It was awkward. Incredibly awkward. Zhang Xiaoxiao had never felt so embarrassed before. Almost no one in the crowd recognized him. So they weren't here for him. At that moment someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, I know he's Zhang Xiaoxiao. The host of that variety show. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face lit up with excitement. Yes, it seems there are still people who recognize me. Just as he wanted to revel in his moment, however. Oh, just that idiot. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's just a sissy. Get lost. This is a venue for real men. Exactly, Zhang Xiaoxiao doesn't think we came to see him, right? Just pushed Zuo Bai and didn't even apologize. It's a miracle Zuo Bai didn't argue with him. Zuo Bai is different, it's obvious who the real idol is. Zuo Bai is great, he has such influence, yet remains so down-to-earth. Unlike some people who think they are something special just because they have a bodyguard. At this moment Zhang Xiaoxiao was completely up. On the other side, the media that Zhang Xiaoxiao had previously hired to film him now saw Zuo Bai appearing on the scene and quickly shifted their cameras towards him. Forget Zhang Xiaoxiao, hurry up and film Zuo Bai. In the crowd a girl with a ponytail wrapped up tightly was laughing. Zhang Xiaoxiao slunk away from the scene, bewildered to the very end, never grasping why he had somehow earned the universal disdain of everyone present. Zuo Bai, however, had not anticipated it. His own fans were even angrier than he was. After calming the crowd, he graciously posed for numerous selfies with them. Finally, after taking one last photo, with a peculiar young woman whose face was entirely concealed beneath layers of fabric, he departed the airport. Yet even then confusion lingered in his mind. He could not fathom how word of his return had spread so widely. What on earth was going on? Zuo Bai, of course, remained unaware that Zhang Lier had posted his homecoming announcement on an online forum. Ironically, this very incident propelled Zuo Bai's return to the top of Weibo's trending list so swiftly that countless casual netizens utterly unfamiliar with basketball clicked in expecting to see a boy band idol. Whoa, who is this? He's absolutely stunning. Seriously, girls, this level of charisma is unreal. And it's not just his looks, the subtle definition of his arm muscles. Wow, wow, wow. Girls, I'm done. Who is he? I need to follow him on Weibo immediately. You haven't heard. It's Zuo Bai, the Chinese player who just entered the NBA this year. Wait, NBA? Seriously? Heh, he's probably just a benchwarmer. 5 minutes per game would be impressive. Given his height, he must be a guard. But seriously, which Asian guard has ever truly held his ground in the NBA? Sun Yu was decent, wasn't he? Yet even he retreated back home with his tail between his legs. You clearly kneel too long. You've forgotten how to stand. The internet exists for free. Just look it up. Huh. Can't hold his ground. Ever heard of his thrashing of the Thunder's big? Instantly online forums erupted. Countless non-basketball fans drawn by sheer curiosity flooded in. At first they clicked merely out of interest upon seeing Zuo Bai's photo, but by the time they reached the end they were stunned. Zuo Bai, a previously obscure, virtually unknown Chinese player, had delivered such extraordinary performances. What? Is this real? The last time they'd felt such electrifying hope was during Yao Ming's era. That golden age had represented the absolute zenith of Chinese men's basketball and had ignited unbridled passion among legions of fans. Now Zuo Bai had once again carved out his place in the NBA, filling countless citizens with profound national pride. Simultaneously, another trending topic surged alongside his. Ranked second, Zhang Xiaoxiao flaunts bodyguards at the airport, provoking public outrage. Viewed side by side with Zuo Bai's headline, the contrast was hilariously ironic. That evening Zuo Bai rested at an airport. The next day Yantie proactively contacted him outlining his upcoming schedule. Upon hearing it, Zuo Bai paused. One item stood out: a visit to the Guangdong Southern Tigers of the CBA, and reportedly a heavyweight figure from the Chinese national team would make a special appearance. No speculation was needed. Only Yao Ming could possibly bear such weight. The news genuinely caught Zuo Bai off guard. After all, his hasty return left little time to review the itinerary carefully. Still, he accepted everything readily, provided his seat remained secure. well, everything else was negotiable. Meanwhile, the Chinese national team buzzed with excitement. Zuo Bai embodied the brightest prospect and most representative talent among the new generation. To earn recognition in the NBA, that alone signified the pinnacle of Chinese basketball excellence. Yao Ming, chairman of the Chinese Basketball Association, could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Listening intently to the proposed itinerary, he declared earnestly, the first stop is Guangdong. I must meet Zuo Bai in person. His potential is extraordinary, and with him, the next Olympic Games. Elsewhere within the Guangdong Southern Tigers locker room, a young player named Su Jie scrolled obsessively through Weibo posts about Zuo Bai. Until Du Feng bellowed, Su Jie, are you awake yet? Get out here, now? Oh, right, coming. Reluctantly, Su Jie set down his phone and stepped onto the court. He knew. Tomorrow he would finally meet Zuo Bai, the man who had broken into the NBA. Though Zuo Bai spent his first day back in rest, the system still registered his activities as basketball-related. After all, he truly was engaged in them. Even waiting after all constituted part of the process. So the system activated its idle training mode. Ding dong. Please select a talent for idle cultivation. Instantly, Zuo Bai's talent interface unfolded, unlocked permanent talents. Legendary Siren Shintaro's Emperor's Eye, proficiency max. Legendary Kai's Ryota's Perfect Copy, proficiency max. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuyu's Vanishing Shot, proficiency max. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuyu's Vanishing Pass, proficiency max. Flawless Kagami Taiga's Meteoric Dunk, proficiency 30. Flawless Kagami Taiga's Supreme Leap, proficiency 35. Flawless Aomen Daiki's Bodily Balance Control, proficiency 42. Flawless Aomen Daiki's Hyperspeed Dribble, proficiency 44. Flawless Aomen Daiki's Unpredictable Shot, proficiency 38. Legendary Midarima Shintaro's Full Court Three-Pointer, proficiency max. Without hesitation, Zuo Bai chose the skill he most urgently needed to refine Hyperspeed Dribble. His primary role, after all, was point guard, even if he'd lately been functioning more like a shooting guard. Ahem. Still, he intended to evolve fully into that position. He already possessed formidable scoring ability, but what he required now was effortless ball handling, his paramount priority. Thus, he selected Aomen Daiki's Hyperspeed Dribble for idle cultivation. Ding dong. Idle cultivation initiated. Proficiency will increase by 5 daily. That night, Zuo Bai trained relentlessly, in his dreams. The next morning, as he rose, a startling realization struck him. Wait. What? How did my foot heal so fast? I nearly forgot. I possess tenfold recovery. Damn it. Though significantly improved, he sensed full recovery remained incomplete. Still, he was about 70 to 80% healed, likely fine as long as he avoided excessive strain. Just as he prepared to swing his legs off the bed, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Zuo Bai shouted at the person knocking at the door. A solemn and steady middle-aged male voice replied. Hello, is this Mr. Zuo Bai? I am the person responsible for arranging your activities this time. Zuo Bai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly got out of bed and dressed himself. So he asked, may I ask how you found out my address? I don't believe I've mentioned this to anyone outside, have I? Zuo Bai pondered. His suit, even paired with his neatly trimmed beard, did not appear old. On the contrary, it gave a very proper impression. Zuo Bai was unclear about the visitor's identity and didn't know how the other party knew which hotel he was staying at. So he asked, may I ask how you found out my address? I don't believe I've mentioned this to anyone outside, have I? Zuo Bai, he had randomly chosen this hotel. Moreover, he hadn't even notified ANTA about where he was staying. How did this person know? Zuo Bai was puzzled while the middle-aged man replied, it's because our little boss asked me to come find you. She said you would definitely be here. Your boss. Zuo Bai was somewhat curious about this matter. The fact that they could know where he was quite extraordinary. If it was a guess, that would be impressive. But if it was stalking, well, that would be a bit frightening. Ahem. Although he didn't know which situation it was, if it were the latter, they probably wouldn't have come looking for him. Yes, it must be that way. It better be. So where are we going next? You should have just woken up. We've prepared a hearty breakfast. Please have your meal before participating in the relevant activities. The middle-aged man said, bowing respectfully to indicate a direction for Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai was somewhat flattered. To be honest, he had never experienced such meticulous arrangements. All right. Respect is better than refusal. Zuo Bai followed his guidance to the hotel lobby. After sitting down one after another, several chefs came forward to present various breakfast dishes they had prepared. Even the simplest French toast was presented in such an extravagant way that it looked unapproachable. Zuo Bai's table was already filled with a large assortment of food. There were fragrant toasted bread, smooth scrambled eggs with cheddar cheese, German-style sausages, small grilled filet mignon tuna, sashimi, chawanmushi, matsutake miso soup, and even a bowl of authentic old Beijing zhajiangmian. The middle-aged man said, I wasn't sure what flavor of food you prefer, so we prepared a few common cuisines for you to choose from. Goodness. Although Zuo Bai was not someone who had never seen the world, this was indeed a bit over the top. Ahem, you are too kind. Mr. Zuo Bai, please rest assured this is arranged by our boss. Even if you don't finish these dishes, it won't be wasted. Please don't worry. All right. With that said, Zuo Bai was not polite anymore and began to eat with both hands. His evaluation of the table of dishes was one word. It was simply delicious. This food was far better than the meals served to NBA players. Wow, truly comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one discard. Because the taste was indeed excellent, and he was quite hungry this morning, Zuo Bai surprisingly finished the entire table of food. The middle-aged man had been silently waiting by the side. After Zuo Bai finished eating, he handed him a napkin and said, Mr. Zuo Bai, if you have finished eating, shall we set off? Of course. Zuo Bai wiped his mouth and casually asked, "Where are we going first?" The middle-aged man led Zuo Bai to the long limousine that had been waiting at the door. Then he said, "To the Guangdong team training venue. There will be a friendly match soon." "Oh, so there is a friendly match." Zuo Bai was taken aback. Zuo Bai was stunned. "A friendly match? Are you saying there is a game?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes. How can I play a game after eating so much?" Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, seeing Zuo Bai's expression, understood that he might have misunderstood something. "How can I play a game after eating so much?" Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, seeing Zuo Bai's expression, understood that he might have misunderstood something. So he quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's not to have you play the entire match, but to have you participate briefly. After all, it's a small encouragement for the future successors of the Chinese men's basketball team. That's all." Zuo Bai felt relieved upon hearing this. "I thought so, someone so meticulous wouldn't make such a small mistake. Not to mention the meal affair, just speaking of his foot injury. Although he had indeed recovered significantly, with 10 times the healing ability others outside didn't know, they might still think his foot wasn't healed, and if they arranged a match for him under these circumstances, that would indeed be a bit." So Zuo Bai said nothing and sat in the car being driven to the Guangdong team training ground. Just as Zuo Bai arrived here, he noticed from a distance that numerous people had already gathered around. Many even approached Zuo Bai's car waving their arms. At this moment, Zuo Bai also rolled down the window and responded amicably. Regarding the crowd's reaction, the middle-aged man slowly said, "These should be fans who usually follow your matches. Your performance in the NBA has truly inspired many people in the country. This not only brings glory to China, but also contributes significantly to the domestic sports industry. The fans' enthusiasm can thus be understood." Zuo Bai nodded. Before returning to the country, he had not anticipated that his performance could influence so many people. When the car finally reached the parking area outside the stadium, Zuo Bai saw a group of tall young players and a man in a suit waiting there. As Zuo Bai got out of the car, he immediately recognized the man in the suit. Wasn't this the super high-level Du Feng brother Feng? Upon seeing Zuo Bai, Du Feng immediately approached him. With a beaming smile, he walked over and said, "Zuo Bai, welcome back to the country. I'm really glad to have the opportunity to meet you here today. Come in. Unexpectedly, Du Feng was so friendly. It seems that the rumors from the outside do not match. Zuo Bai smiled and said, "You are too polite, Coach Du Feng. Let's go in and talk." When the players of the Guangdong team entered the gym alongside Du Feng and Zuo Bai curiously surveyed the training facility of the Guangdong team. It is indeed impressive both in terms of architectural scale and standards, having essentially reached NBA levels. In terms of equipment and conditions, the nation has undoubtedly invested a great deal. Zuo Bai understood that the issue would not lie in the conditions. As Zuo Bai scanned the entire arena, he suddenly noticed a girl wearing a hat and mask sitting by the water cooler in the players. Though he referred to her as a girl, this was merely Zuo Bai's guess. She was wrapped up so tightly that it was hard to tell. If not for her petite stature, he would genuinely find it difficult to recognize her. At that moment, Zuo Bai asked, "Coach Du, may I ask who that girl is?" Du Feng glanced over, about to respond, when a middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and said, "That's a fan, please don't mind her." Du Feng cast a suspicious glance at the housekeeper. But being an old hand, he said nothing further and simply told Zuo Bai, "Haha, let's not dwell on that. It's not easy for you to come back. I hope you can give these young players a good lesson. Let them know how far they are from the world's top athletes." Zuo Bai smiled sheepishly. Du Feng then clapped his hands and continued, "Let our Zuo Bai say a few words to the young players." "Good, say a few words." Applause. The crowd lined up waiting for Zuo Bai to speak. In the vast gym apart from their group, only a few professional cameras and crew remained. After all, this was a commercial event, and Zuo Bai's interaction this time would certainly be edited into a video and shared. Zuo Bai considered the scene carefully. After all, with the young players in front of him, it wouldn't be good if he accidentally said something wrong. However, Zuo Bai truly had little experience. After a moment of thought, he decided to employ the skills he had learned from Brother. He resolved to say just a few simple words, adhering to the principle of speaking less to make fewer mistakes. He quietly said to Du Feng, "Coach Du, may I say a few brief words?" "Sure." Du Feng nodded. "Just say a few simple things. It's fine. They will love whatever you say." With Du Feng's approval, Zuo Bai felt reassured. Thus, Zuo Bai slowly began to address the audience. "You are all very talented and have great potential as youth. Of course, the future of basketball in our country will definitely have a place for you. But I hope you remember one thing: talent is something everyone possesses. Some have more, some have less. Even if you are outstanding, there will come a day when you encounter someone more talented than yourself. However, even if our talent isn't the best at times, please remember that hard work is also a form of talent. We may not jump high or run fast, but we must never give up on our efforts. Sweat and hard work will never deceive us. No matter where we go, it will always be the same, even in the CBA or NBA. And what you need to do is work harder than them." These words truly came from Zuo Bai's heart. After all, even after gaining the system, he still did not choose to rest on his laurels. Every day, he was the most active one in the training facility, doing the most basic ball handling and shooting drills without. After listening to Zuo Bai, everyone was slightly taken aback. They were all moved by his words. His speech was entirely different from the usual cliches. This was clearly heartfelt sentiment. Even Du Feng did not expect it. Wow. Wasn't he supposed to say just a few? This was even more stirring than my pre-game pep talk. After finishing, seeing the crowd's lack of reaction, Zuo Bai wondered if he had said something wrong. So he quietly asked, "Coach Du, did I not say it well?" "Not well. It was amazing." Du Feng was almost excited enough to slap his thigh. Are young people really this modest nowadays? Meanwhile, the expressions of the crowd slightly changed. Indeed, many of them were feeling a bit smug due to their current modest achievements. However, Zuo Bai's words had brought them back to reality, making them feel somewhat embarrassed. On the other side, a slender youth after hearing Zuo Bai's words became resolute in his gaze. This person would later become one of Guangdong's key players, Su Jie. After their simple chat, Coach Du Feng said to Zuo Bai, Zuo Bai, it's really not easy for you to come this time. If it's convenient for you, why not let the young players spar a bit, so they can experience the level of the NBA? What do you think? Du Feng knew Zuo Bai had an injury on his foot, so he did not press him. However, Zuo Bai casually said, no problem. Seeing Zuo Bai agree so readily, Du Feng was delighted. This was a great opportunity to train the newcomers. Du Feng excitedly told them, quick. If you have any questions or anything you want to say, hurry up and ask Zuo Bai. One at a time. Don't all rush in. The crowd hurried to consult Zuo Bai with many questions. For instance, how do you maintain such a good rhythm in your game? I see you can always shake off your opponents with a simple move. Your fakes are so realistic. Honestly, many times when I watch on TV, I get fooled. What training methods do you use for your three-pointers? How can you shoot so accurately? Zuo Bai patiently answered each of these questions, sharing his training methods and some practical insights from games with everyone present. This made them feel immensely benefited. In the end, Su Jie approached. With a slightly trembling voice filled with excitement, he said, I want to ask. Without talent, can I still compete at the top professional level like you? Zuo Bai looked at this somewhat frail, slightly over 180 centimeters tall player, smiled, and then gently replied, how do you know you have no talent? Perhaps your talent doesn't lie in height, but as long as you work hard, there will definitely be a place for you on this court. After hearing that, Su Jie's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. At this point, Zuo Bai also felt a bit overwhelmed. Despite consuming the food equivalent of 5 people, he said to everyone, how about this? In the upcoming friendly match, let's split into 2 teams and play a game. After hearing Zuo Bai's words, Du Feng expressed some concern, saying, aren't you injured at your ankle? Wouldn't that be a bit too much to say? Everyone's expression was similar, all looking at Zuo Bai with worry. Just the fact that everyone present was so concerned for him made Zuo Bai feel quite satisfied. He waved his hand and said, it's fine as long as the intensity is not too high, I can manage it. After saying this, he turned to the crowd and expressed with concern, the main purpose of today's gathering is to spar. A friendship comes first, competition second, so it doesn't really matter to me. Hearing Zuo Bai say this, Du Feng was of course extremely pleased. For the young members of their team, this was a quite valuable experience and an opportunity to encounter high-level athletes. Such opportunities are hard to come by again once missed. Therefore, when Zuo Bai spoke, Du Feng quickly arranged excitedly, since Zuo Bai has said, so why aren't you all preparing quickly? Everyone should automatically divide into 2 teams. At this moment, the members of the Guangdong team were excitedly preparing off the court. Zuo Bai was also doing the very important pre-game warm-up, digesting his breakfast. After a moment, when both teams were ready, an unofficial friendly match officially began. Over here, Su Jie and Zheng Fanri were placed in the team opposite Zuo Bai. Since a total of 9 players were on both teams, Su Jie, who originally was not supposed to start, was now on the starting lineup. For Su Jie, he cherished this opportunity to compete. At this moment, the match began. The team Zuo Bai was in was called Team 1, while Su Jie's team was referred to as Team 2. Once the friendly match started, Team 2 initiated the attack first. Zheng Fanri from Team 2 made a strong drive beneath the basket against Ren Junfei. Team 1 did not dare to fall behind, as Hu Mingxian quickly spun past his defender to score, tying the game. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle from the start, which surprised Zuo Bai as he watched. Youth is indeed wonderful. Over here, Team 1 passed the ball into Su Jie's hands. Su Jie did not appear to be an inexperienced rookie. The moment he got the ball, he immediately began his attack. Screen, side pick, Punga go down. After organizing the offense, Su Jie noticed that the opposing team's defensive focus was entirely on the other players, leaving his own defense almost negligible. In that instant, he decisively chose to take a 3-point shot. Swish. Scored. The coach watching from the sidelines couldn't help but sigh, saying, this Su Jie really has confidence. For most newcomers, the biggest issue on the court isn't their technical skill. Rather, it's their lack of confidence. Hesitation and fear of shooting often greatly diminish offensive efficiency. However, there was no sign of such issues. He decisively secured 3 points for his team. Zuo Bai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Playing basketball should be like this. One must never hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Out of politeness, Zuo Bai called for the ball. Let me take one back too. Seeing Zuo Bai smiling, the player guarding him felt an immense pressure. The pressure was enormous. Although he was well aware that Zuo Bai was likely to choose to shoot, they still felt very tense. They feared Zuo Bai would easily drive past them. Yet in this highly tense state, Zuo Bai calmly pulled up for a shot. Swish. The 3-pointer went in steadily. 5-5. Wow, that's so accurate. Truly steady. Tiski's got some skills. I really didn't expect he wouldn't need to. Even veteran Zhou Peng couldn't help but marvel as Zuo Bai's calm demeanor had completely surpassed what one would expect. He truly deserves to be an athlete who has experienced world-class competitions. His shooting was incredibly stable. After this admiration, the match continued. The young players from the Guangdong team were given the most offensive opportunities, which was a way for the seniors to support the younger, and the young players were equally impressive. Everyone's shooting touch improved as they played, continually reaching their best offensive state. By the halfway point of the match, both sides were on fire. Showcasing personal abilities through unknown plays coupled with exquisite teamwork tactics, both sides took turns showcasing their skills. This match was indeed exciting. However, everyone hardly saw Zuo Bai take a shot. Although Zuo Bai was participating in the game, he primarily served to draw attention, allowing other players to take more shots. As over here, Hu Mingxian took a jumper, widening the score once more. 4-2-4-0. At this moment, Team 2 was also Su Jia was even bold enough to shoot. He took a three-pointer off a screen. Swish. Another 3 points. The score never opened to a significant gap. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and everyone felt they were in great shooting form. This situation was also related to their enthusiasm today. Zuo Bai's presence truly excited each one of them. Beep. Halftime. At this moment, both sides returned to everyone's face was filled with excitement. Phew. Did you see that shot I just made? I saw it. That step back 3. Today Su Jia also played quite well. Not too bad, but I still fall short compared to the seniors. No need to be modest, all of you played excellently. It's clear you're all in great shooting form today. Of course we want to perform well and prove ourselves. It can be said that the atmosphere in the resting area was harmonious. At this time Zuo Bai also walked over and said to them, you all played really well. It seems Coach Du has been diligent in teaching you the fundamentals. Your skills are very solid. Zuo Bai sincerely said, I believe that if you continue to work hard like this, even the NBA won't be far from you. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on their faces. Among them, quite a few were already considering the day they would truly enter the NBA. At this moment, a young player from Guangdong suddenly stood up and said to Zuo Bai, Brother Bai, why don't you play a couple more minutes? In the second half, you should take a couple more shots. Zuo Bai patted his stomach, feeling that he had digested enough. He then reached out and agreed. No problem, let's spar in the second half. At this moment, the excited and enthusiastic crowd exclaimed, great. The break time has come to an end. Both teams have returned to the court, and everyone is eagerly anticipating the second half of the match. They are particularly excited about the possibility of facing off against Zuo Bai. After all, Zuo Bai almost represents the pinnacle of NBA talent. If one were to search for a few guard players in today's NBA who are more representative than Zuo Bai, it would be a nearly impossible task. It can be said to be extremely rare. Although Zuo Bai's honors so far may not have secured him a place in history, his strength is undeniable and has already garnered the recognition of many. Being able to face Zuo Bai directly is something they eagerly look forward to. They also want to know just how much their own strength has progressed. On this side, after the game resumed, the second team gained possession of the ball first. Zuo Bai said to them, I need to take good, don't hold back. One must admit young people are full of vigor. They didn't perceive the gravity of the situation. However, Su Jia did not dare to be careless. He knew that in the second half Zuo Bai might actually showcase his true strength. Thus, he carefully observed the situation on the court and began to organize an attack. Bring it up, bring it up. Su Jia watched his teammates' movements, and after 2 pick and rolls, he successfully created an open shot. At that moment, Su Jia did not hesitate to pass the ball. As the teammate emerged from the cover, the ball instantly reached his hands. Shot. Swish. 2 points scored. This basket greatly boosted the morale of the second team. To score 2 points against Zuo Bai was truly no small feat. No, it doesn't seem that difficult. They were simply playing according to their usual tactics, and there wasn't much difference. Could it be that if they continue like this, they might actually win? Perhaps today they could really take a game from Zuo Bai. Although this is just a friendly match, the desire for victory has flashed through their minds. This is a testament to their own. Over here, the first team directly passed the ball to Zuo Bai. There was no other reason, they just felt that it was time for Zuo Bai. However, at this moment Zuo Bai said, don't pass it to me. You all should just play your game. Saying this, Zuo Bai passed. The few players who received the ball were momentarily stunned. Huh? Did Zuo Bai not just say he wanted to play? Why did he? But since Zuo Bai said so, the court is like a battlefield. There's no time to waste. The players quickly began to execute. However, while executing the strategy, they encountered a problem. Their usual tactics were coordinated by all 5 players, but Zuo Bai, he had never been acquainted with Guangdong strategies, had he? Whether there would be issues with coordination, nobody could say. So at this moment they hesitated. However, just then Zuo Bai stepped forward and said, quick, follow the strategy. The others were unsure if the strategy Zuo Bai was referring to was the same as what they had in mind. Nevertheless, they directly passed the ball at that moment. 2 pick and rolls, 1 outside pass. In the instant the defender was drawn away, Zuo Bai truly arrived at the baseline. Snap. He caught the ball securely and scored with a layup. Wow, that's real. I thought the strategy you mentioned was different from ours. Amazing, Brother Bai. This is like a god descending to earth. Invincible. Truly impressive. Brother Bai's strength is beyond doubt. The key is, how does he know our tactics? On the side, Du Feng looked at them as if they were fools. Zuo Bai as a point guard can thrive in the NBA, but does he not know these basic tactics you are supposed to follow? What are the— On this side, Zuo Bai made a cut. The second team was not to be outdone. No worries, we'll take it slow and execute a strategy, right? We'll give them 1 back. Don't panic, take it slow. Their intentions were good. However, they didn't realize that the fearless state they were in would soon face their greatest nightmare in their careers. Su Jia catch the ball. Over here, switch defense. I'll take him. The others hold steady. It's open. Su Jia saw an opportunity in the paint and passed the ball without hesitation. However, at the moment he passed, he caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. To be precise, it wasn't just one person, but that shadow was Zuo Bai. No way. In that instant, Zuo Bai had directly appeared at the point where Su Jia passed the ball. How is this possible? But no matter the possibility, the fact is that the ball was intercepted by Zuo Bai. After stealing the ball, he directly shouted to his teammates, "Get ready to catch the ball, fast break." Saying this, he made a passing motion. At that moment, Zhang Fanri also jumped out in an instant. Not a chance. Zuo Bai's passing motion was only halfway completed. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then the trajectory of his passing motion changed instantaneously. Snap! A pass executed from an almost impossible angle, directly bypassing the second team's defense. This pass left even Coach Du with his eyes wide open, standing up. Damn! Du Feng had never seen such an outrageous pass. The technique of this pass, even the timing control, was near perfect. This was an extremely creative play. At this moment, not only the players on the court were fooled by Zuo Bai's feint, but even the several cameras on the sidelines were. However, even though his teammates did not predict Zuo Bai's pass was incredibly accurate. It landed directly in his team comfortably. The teammate received the ball and made a layup. Scored. Nice. Good shot. That pass was so. On the other side, Su Jie said to his teammates, "Sorry, that was my mistake." His teammates did not say anything. They just regrouped, saying, "No worries, we'll just pay more attention next time." They still did not realize that the strategies they had mastered were in front of Zuo Bai's Heavenly Emperor's eye, as good as nothing. The second team once again tried to create opportunities through off-ball movement. However, Zuo Bai was also playing a game of cat and mouse. A seemingly advantageous pass was intercepted by Zuo Bai once again. Snap! Counterattack scored. At this moment, although the second team did not feel that Zuo Bai had displayed any extraordinary strength, the scoreboard indicated. The point difference between the two teams had already reached 8 points. How did the point gap open up? And no idea. It happened out of nowhere. And huff. Keep your eyes on your assigned players. Don't let anyone slip through. I've been guarding mine meticulously, truly I have, and forget it. Just do your best. And several players wore expressions of pure innocence. Indeed, they felt certain they'd held their assignments tightly. Yet somehow, no one knew how, it would suddenly dawn on them that the player they'd been watching had seamlessly merged into his teammate's movement. And then Zuo Bai would materialize from nowhere to execute a flawless steal. Strange. And here they regrouped and adjusted their strategy. Next time lock on his Zuo Bai. Don't let. Understood. If he steals, we'll clamp down on his teammates. And good. This time we're absolutely certain to succeed. Absolutely certain. And the players exuded unwavering confidence. And such is the fearless spirit of youth. Bold, unburdened, and undaunted. And Coach Du Feng, observing nearby, shook his head in quiet astonishment. Zuo Bai, his technical mastery and uncanny sense of timing across the entire court were nothing short of extraordinary. And if a player like him were to join the national team. The implications were simply unimaginable. Just as Coach Du Feng nodded thoughtfully, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. He assumed it was some clueless newcomer. And already bristling, he turned, only to meet a deeply familiar face. In shock and delight flooded his expression, he opened his mouth to speak. The man raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Let's watch the game first. Du Feng nodded, then smiled warmly and took a seat beside him. Meanwhile, the contest on the court intensified with each passing second. Zuo Bai, leveraging his peerless vision for passing and profound command of the game's rhythm, repeatedly orchestrated brilliant assists for his teammates. Every player on Team 1 found themselves scoring effortlessly from multiple positions. And here lay the crux, and passes were simply perfect, exquisitely timed, and effortless to receive. Nearly every pass seemed to guide the receiver's movement itself. If the ball led the player, not the other way around. And arrive at the right spot, and the ball would arrive there precisely when needed. All they had to do was drop it cleanly through the hoop. Not task neither difficult nor demanding. In stark contrast, Team 2 struggled desperately. Naviri possession, a grueling uphill battle. It was hard. Defending was hard. Scoring was hard. And they realized mid-execution of their plays that Zuo Bai always seemed to anticipate their positioning before they even moved. He appeared to read their intentions, their very plan to finish the play. If nothing escaped his gaze. And it was terrifying. And though Zuo Bai displayed no overwhelming offensive dominance, no flashy dribbling wizardry. His razor-sharp anticipation and surgical passing alone left them reeling. Su Jie's expression grew steady. This match was slowly revealing to him just how vast the chasm remained between himself and true greatness. In another steal, and Team 2 began to lose composure. After all, most were still young, their tempers quick, their emotions raw. I'll take this one. I'm going on. Not brief pause, then consensus. All right. We'll create space for you. Clear the lane. There Zhang Fanri seized the ball and launched a solo drive from the wing. Failing to find an opening for penetration, he pivoted sharply. Coach Du Feng could no longer sit still. He shouted fiercely from the sideline. Zhang Fanri, can't you be tougher? And I could eat you alive. Coach Du Feng could no longer sit still. He shouted fiercely from the sideline. Zhang Fanri, can't you be tougher? And I could eat you alive right now. Zhang Fanri flinched violently. Ni's primal instincts jolted awake. And at that very instant, Zuo Bai slipped silently in from behind. Then, snap, nah steal. And before anyone on the court could react, Zuo Bai was already racing forward with, damn it, back on defense. Don't panic. We've got 3 defenders back. Right. There's no way. Relax. Just stay on your assignments. Zuo Bai planted himself firmly, the ball hovering lightly in his hands. Ni's palms pressed together, his center of gravity lowered subtly. Then he lifted his gaze toward the rim. Nan called out softly but clearly, jump. and that single word carried an almost hypnotic power. The defender directly before him leapt instantly, only to realize midair that he'd been deceived. In that gesture, the so-called Buddha bow had been a feint, but by the time he grasped the deception it was already too late. Zuo Bai had glided past him, and even as two defenders surged forward from behind, their lack of pre-established defensive positioning rendered them utterly ineffective. If the lane were wide open. Zuo Bai faked hard to his right, then executed a seamless barrel roll, and cradling the ball through the narrow gap between the two defenders straight to the basket. Nan slammed home a thunderous reverse dunk. Thud. That dunk subjected the rim to an impromptu quality inspection, and the entire hoop groaned and shuddered. Fortunately, it had been recently serviced. Otherwise it might well have shattered. Rather awkward outcome. That single play left every player on both teams. Indeed, not only the opponents, but even his own teammates stood frozen in disbelief. Three defenders beaten in succession, and finished with a ferocious high-flying dunk. Zuo Bai then turned to the assembled players with calm, unruffled composure and said, "What's going on? The game isn't over yet. Why are you standing there?" In that moment Tenthi finally understood, why he'd once dropped 60 points against the Thunder's big three. And what on earth was this gap in ability? Still a few refused to accept it, determined to test Zuo Bai's limits once more. Yet, sharp no deceleration crossover sent one sprawling flat on his back. A step-back jumper nearly hurled another off-screen. Scorpion tail spin created a full 2-meter gulf. None even attempted to overpower Zuo Bai, but recoiled a full step backward upon contact. Only then did they truly grasp it. Zuo Bai's strength was terrifying, and even seasoned veterans, men who'd battled for years, stared slack-jawed, awestruck, and humbled. This man possessed elite NBA-level talent, and he was unquestionably the future hope of Chinese men's basketball. The final whistle pierced the air. For Team 2, it was pure liberation. Naviri player exhaled deeply. Finally, it's over. Unbelievably tough. He's just on another level, total dimensional domination. After retrieving the ball, Zuo Bai noticed the group's subdued, almost disappointed expressions. Nan felt a pang. After all, this was meant to be a friendly match, and yet everyone now looked thoroughly deflated. Clearly that was entirely his fault. So Zuo Bai stepped forward and apologized sincerely. Sorry everyone. I see you didn't quite enjoy yourselves today. That's entirely on me. I shouldn't have eaten so much this morning. It threw off my performance. Next time, I promise I'll give you a proper full-hearted rematch. Alright. Silence fell, and everyone stared blankly at one another. Bro, you weren't even trying. To be honest, this might be the greatest blow they have ever faced since becoming professional players. They never imagined that they could be completely overwhelmed by a single individual in every aspect. Whether it was passing skills, overall court vision, or individual scoring abilities, Zuo Bai was far superior to them. At this moment they realized that the saying "there is always someone better" is not just a joke. Thinking back to when they hoped to win this match against Zuo Bai, they found it utterly laughable. How could such a thing happen? Win? With what? With their heads. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai noticed someone suddenly appearing at the sidelines after the match. It wasn't that his eyesight was particularly good, but that this person was simply too conspicuous. Standing among the crowd, he was almost 2 heads taller than everyone else, even taller than Dufeng. Zuo Bai became flustered. The Yao. With this shout from Zuo Bai, everyone else turned their attention in that direction. Upon seeing Yao, all the players present turned to look. Oh my god, it really is Chairman Yao? What is he doing here? Exactly. Why is Chairman Yao here? He can't be here just to watch our match, right? Are you stupid? We have matches every day, why would he pick today to come? So that means it's for Zuo Bai. Of course, do you even need to ask? Although everyone played in the CBA and frequently saw Yao, such instances of encountering him alone outside the court, thus everyone felt incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Yao also spotted Zuo Bai and waved at him. Zuo Bai held a great admiration for this legendary figure of Chinese basketball. It could be said that the peak of Chinese basketball's development coincided with Yao becoming the first overall pick and entering. Yao was an 8-time NBA All-Star and was inducted into the Hall of Fame after retirement. He is undoubtedly one of the players who contributed the most to Chinese basketball in history. At this moment, Yao suddenly called out to Zuo Bai. You played well, it was very exciting. Zuo Bai smiled. Everyone played well. I believe their training must be very rigorous. In fact, Yao knew that Zuo Bai's words were merely polite remarks. Zuo Bai had dominated the court against everyone present. Even for the veterans, it was the same. It was evident that the current level of Chinese basketball still lagged behind the top athlete. At this point, Yao gestured to Dufeng, and Dufeng instantly understood Yao's intentions. Alright, you guys hurry up and come over for training. We have things to do here with Chairman Yao. The Guangdong players nodded and quickly stepped aside. Before leaving, they greeted Yao and then departed. With the crowd's departure, Yao finally had the opportunity for a private conversation with Zuo Bai. Yao Ming was indeed he was over 2 heads taller than Zuo Bai, who was a guard. With such an intimidating height, it was no wonder he had such a presence. After all, the Yao could stand toe-to-toe with the peak Shaquille O'Neal. Although Yao Ming had retired many years ago, his innate intimidating aura had not diminished in the slightest. At this point, Yao Ming patted Zuo Bai's shoulder and said, Young man, this is our first meeting, but I have been following you for a long. Really? To be noticed by Chairman Yao is truly an honor. Yao nodded and smiled, asking him, So how has it been in the NBA? Have you felt any discomfort? Everything is fine, right? Actually, it's not bad. My teammates are good to me, and the team and coach respect me. Yao chuckled, surprised that Zuo Bai's treatment was even better than what he experienced when he entered the team. Oh. However, at this moment, Yao Ming was genuinely happy for him. After all, no issues were something everyone hoped to see. Actually, I came here today to ask you something. Of course, this is entirely up to you, and I won't force you. Zuo Bai nodded, encouraging him to continue. Yao paused for a moment, and then asked, have you considered developing with the national team after establishing yourself in the NBA? After saying this, Yao Ming worried he might be misunderstood, so he immediately added, I don't mean to suggest you return to the CBA. We support every player in seeking higher development. What I mean is, would you be willing to come back home to bring some honors to China in international competitions, such as Asian basketball events, or even the Olympics? After saying this, Yao feared Zuo Bai might disagree or have other thoughts. He originally wanted to elaborate further, but Zuo Bai smiled and immediately replied without hesitation, no problem, I am very willing. Huh, really? That's wonderful. Chairman Yao was overjoyed. Yao initially thought Zuo Bai would need to consider this matter more before making a decision. He truly did not expect such a prompt. Zuo Bai's agreement was actually quite reasonable. After all, he had the ambition to revitalize Chinese basketball, so he certainly would not refuse to represent China in international competitions. The two of them quickly reached an understanding. Zuo Bai's eagerness also made Chairman Yao very happy. He intended to recognize this talented and grounded young man. All right then, if there are any matches in the future, I will inform you. At this point, Chairman Yao also reminded him, and one more thing, if you encounter any difficulties in the NBA, feel free to call me. Although I am no longer there, I still have some friends. Chairman Yao's words were humble, but Zuo Bai knew that Yao had considerable influence internationally. Therefore, he could indeed seek help from him if he faced any issues. All right, thank you in advance, Chairman Yao. We are all family. There's no need for formality between us. Yao smiled, brightly, looking like a meme. After finalizing this matter, the next step was the press interview. They discussed some cliché topics and trivial matters. Of course, just as Zuo Bai was about to leave, a girl called out to him. Zuo Bai focused his gaze. Wasn't that the girl who had just been sitting on the sidelines watching the match? As the girl stepped forward, a middle-aged man beside her hurried over, standing respectfully next to the young lady. Zuo Bai was still trying to comprehend the situation when the middle-aged man introduced her. Mr. Zuo Bai, let me introduce you to our group's young lady, Zhang Liar. She is also the initiator of this event. Looking at the girl in front of him bundled up in layers, Zuo Bai couldn't help but wonder if she had some secrets. So he maintained his distance and cautiously nodded, saying, hello, my name is Zuo Bai. Zhang Liar remained silent, her thick mask and sunglasses obscuring her expression. She merely nodded without saying. Zuo Bai thought to himself, is this person really that cold? But whatever, he was just there to participate in the event. As long as there were no issues during the event, everything else was not his concern. Then the butler continued, the young lady really enjoys your matches, so may I ask Mr. Zuo Bai if you could befriend our young lady. Looking at the girl who stood there motionless, Zuo Bai found it hard to imagine she was someone who enjoyed watching his matches. However, since she had asked, he couldn't just refuse. Thus he generously replied, sure, no problem. Initially, Zuo Bai thought to give her his phone number, but after some consideration he said, the time difference between here and there is quite large, so how about adding my account instead? That way I can see your messages too. This time the girl made a rare move and Zuo Bai could see her slightly nodding. How rare? Then Zuo Bai pulled out his phone and opened his social media account. The girl also took out her phone, seemingly bored, and Zuo Bai took a glance at her screen. To clarify, this was definitely not peeking. It was just a simple glance. Very innocent. What surprised Zuo Bai was that the account name on the screen looked very familiar. Gingerbread Man. Zuo Bai couldn't help but exclaim. You can't be that gingerbread man, can you? At that moment, Zhang Liar's hand, which was switching accounts, visibly trembled, freezing midair. If Zuo Bai could see the expression under her sunglasses at that moment, he would surely see a flustered girl whose mind was racing with thoughts on what to do. What's going on? How did he see my nickname? Oh no, oh no, oh no, this is a disaster. I have to come up with a way to bluff him. Men are all foolish, I can definitely pull the wool over his eyes. What should I do? Zhang Liar, think quickly. At that moment, Zuo Bai suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in shock. Wait, were those shoes from last time with you? This address seems to be the same. And how do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Right? You're that strange girl from the airport. No wonder you seem so familiar. With this outfit, you can't be mistaken. A crisp sound rang out as Zhang Liar's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. From beneath her seemingly cold mask came muffled sounds of distress. Zhang Liar's mind was racing with thought. If there were a machine nearby to display Zhang Liar's brain activity, scientists would likely want to study her immediately. How could this happen? How does he know everything? Oh no, it seems like things are getting out of control. What should I do? Should I run? Or change my name? But would he still recognize me? Maybe I should just get a gender reassignment surgery. No, what if Zuo Bai doesn't like men? That's not going to work. But how does he know all my business? It's so embarrassing. I should just slip away. Yes, I need to leave. Just as Zuo Bai was still speaking, Zhang Liar took off like a shot, sprinting 100 meters away. Wow, excuse me. Has this young lady trained in sprinting before? This speed is impressive. The butler wiped the sweat from his forehead at the sight. He felt a bit awkward, but maintained his politeness, saying, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Zuo Bai, please don't mind our young lady. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Zuo Bai felt relieved. Although he had never experienced such troubles as a social butterfly, he understood that many people could be quite shy. It was just that he had never encountered someone as shy as Zhang Liar before. After the butler briefly explained the situation, he picked up the phone that had fallen and took out a brand new identical phone from his luggage, transferring the data into it. Mr. Zuo Bai, please leave me a way to add you on social media, and I'll pass it to the young lady when I return. Zuo Bai, clearly these matters were not significant to him. After finishing these tasks, the butler discussed arrangements for upcoming interviews. Zuo Bai was quite relaxed about these things, entrusting all of them to the butler to handle. Then the butler said, "I'll arrange everything, and I will notify you in advance when it's done." Thank you. At this point, Zuo Bai suddenly asked, "By the way, are there any basketball games in the next few days?" Not touching a ball for a day made him restless. It wasn't a joke. Just like the author during this isolation. Every day in the room, he was fidgeting without anything in his hands, almost attracting the attention of a psychiatrist. The butler had initially considered Zuo Bai's physical condition and hadn't arranged any basketball games for him, but since Zuo Bai had mentioned it, it was certainly not a problem. "I'll arrange that for you right away. The media will be even happier to hear that you're willing to participate in a basketball game. Plus it will enhance the program's appeal." Zuo Bai smiled, saying, "Then I'll trouble you with that." As a result, the next day, many streetball players received invitations to the event. Streetball masters from across the nation converged on a single venue to take part in a match and event that sent ripples through the domestic basketball community. After all, each of these streetball virtuosos could claim dominance over their own turf. Each one represented the public's notion of the highest caliber. Even variety shows and amateur contests held at home proved immensely watchable. Some even suggested that the CBA should invite these grassroots talents to a dunk contest. That alone testified to their exceptional ability, and in the public consciousness, they enjoyed considerable renown. Naturally, the matter provoked a flurry of commentary on domestic forums. "Have you heard? I follow several basketball bloggers, and they all set off today for some event." Right, I think it's in Guangdong." "Yes, that's the place." "What exactly are they attending? Such a big production." "I don't know the details, they didn't say." Seems even the bloggers themselves were uncertain. "Well then, why are they going?" "I heard it's because one person is coming." "Who?" "You don't mean Zuo Bai, do you?" "You guessed right, it's him." "No way. This must be true." 2 days ago, Zuo Bai returned to the country and was swarmed by fans at the airport. So these bloggers will play a friendly with Zuo Bai? Oh my heavens. It's truly enviable. On that day, bloggers large and small and grassroots streetball stars alike assembled. Their motives varied, but the intent was chiefly they came to defeat Zuo Bai. Even if not to beat him, most sought to measure their own strength against his. Opinion was divided about Zuo Bai, a rapidly rising rookie. Some hailed him as the future hope of Huaxia men's basketball, while others considered him overrated. Such divergent views were unsurprising. Yet when the wider public learned of the event, they anticipated the match eagerly. After all, it was genuinely intriguing. Zuo Bai, the prodigious guard lauded as the light of Huaxia, had returned from the NBA. Here he would face the nation's strongest cohort of streetball masters. This was the collision of street and professional basketball, a subject that aroused fascination wherever it was discussed. Consequently, numerous media outlets were already on site interviewing the ballers who had come to honor the invitation. "Hello, Brother Guozi, what are your thoughts on this match? Do you hope to prove yourself?" Brother Guozi rubbed his bald head and replied with a grin, "Pick me. Will there be any juicy rewards?" "Brother Tai Nyo, what do you make of this invitation?" Tai Nyo flexed his solid arm for the camera and declared, "When it comes to rebounds, no one can outclaim me. Under the rim, I am invincible." "Brother Jun, many netizens call you Yi Kong. If you face Zuo Bai today, do you have the confidence to defend that title?" Jun smiled bashfully and answered modestly, "Basketball is about everyone having fun. I can only say I will do my best." "Brother Xing, people say you are among the nation's top dunkers. Do you intend to showcase your superior dunking skills in today's match?" Xing smiled and said, "After all, he is a professional player. When it comes to actual play, I certainly can't match him. But as for dunking, I have yet to bow to anyone in this country." Another reporter interviewed a long-established streetball ace in Huaxia, Wang Tian. He was famed for an American-style game. Although his live footage online was scarce, people regarded him as a formidable grassroots star domestically. Compared with the other players' demeanors in interviews, Wang Tian appeared somewhat arrogant. "Wang Tian, we're honored to speak with you. As a veteran of domestic streetball, do you have anything to say before the match?" "This match, the only one I truly regard, is Zuo Bai." Wang Tian's eyes betrayed casual disdain. He continued, "I find the way those kids play today so ugly, so graceless. Only a flamboyant, flowing American style like mine can truly be called streetball. Watch the match. I will show those self-assured youngsters what real streetball is." Although others brushed off his words, the scorn in his tone was unmistakable. On the day of the match, nearly all the ballers arrived as promised, each brimmed with confidence, primed to shine. The professional streetball players had begun early shooting and warming up. Except for Zuo Bai. "I slept well. Let's see what's for breakfast, hee," Zuo Bai said, springing out of bed and bounding down to the dining hall. In truth, Zuo Bai's attitude was perfectly normal. After all, it was only a friendly match. If it was friendly, why not keep it relaxed and harmonious? Clearly others felt differently. To them, this was a golden opportunity to display their talents, and they would not miss it. Especially Wang Tian. Though the match had yet to begin, a substantial crowd had already gathered. This was not a formal game. They had chosen an outdoor arena. There were no spectator stands, yet fans pressed close, craning their necks. The atmosphere felt even more boisterous than in a... This was the spirit of street basketball. The players had warmed up long enough, and most had reached a solid rhythm. As the start time approached, Zuo Bai finally appeared on the scene. The moment the fans recognized him, the sidelines erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Zuo Bai smiled and waved about to say a few words when suddenly someone stepped forward and blocked his path. Zuo Bai's gaze faintly met the person before him. The individual appeared arrogant, sporting a slight mustache and dressed in an American-style basketball training outfit with a basketball tucked under his arm. He stood in front of Zuo Bai and said, "Hello, you must be Zuo Bai. I am Wang Tian." Wang Tian. At the moment Zuo Bai heard this name, he almost blurted out a greeting to the other's father. It wasn't a matter of rudeness, nor was it a lack of manners. Zuo Bai simply wanted to know the relationship between this Wang Tian and Wang Tian Ba. However, he ultimately refrained from asking the question. Zuo Bai merely said, "May I ask if you have any guidance for me?" The other person maintained his air of arrogance, slightly lifting his chin as he replied, "Nothing much, I just wanted to say that this match is a showdown between the two of us, so I hope you won't take it too lightly." Wang Tian positioned himself on equal footing with Zuo Bai in this statement. Moreover, he held an air of unattainability towards the other street ball players present. This attitude made everyone present feel quite displeased. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai, looking confused, quietly asked the butler who had come over, "Excuse me, is this person someone of great significance? Is he a renowned basketball figure in Huaxia?" Zuo Bai naturally had a fair understanding of Huaxia basketball, but he didn't want to offend any basketball veterans due to his ignorance. So he decided to ask. However, the butler remained calm and replied, "It's fine, you don't need to worry. He's been suffering from a midlife crisis for 30 years. "Oh, I see. Then I understand." Zuo Bai appeared enlightened. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak the moment he arrived. At this moment, the host immediately stood up and announced, "All right, now we are at the thrilling moment. Today is a clash between professionals and street players. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the highly anticipated Zuo Bai to the stage." Wow. The host energized the atmosphere. He then introduced the streetball players who would be appearing today to the audience. Among them were several well-known streetball players as well as some lesser-known but capable players. Everyone's reactions and performances on the court varied, but only Wang Tian wore a face full of pride, as if it were a great honor for him to be among them. After the host had introduced the players from both sides, he divided them into two teams. Just as the host was about to separate the two teams, Wang Tian suddenly stood up and said, "Host, I hope you understand one thing. Do not put me and Zuo Bai on the same team. I do not want to be on the same team as him. I want to be opposite him. I want him to know that there are also experts on the streets of Huaxia." This speech was something Wang Tian had prepared in advance. He had spent 3 days struggling with his limited knowledge to come up. Originally, he thought this statement would impress many in attendance. However, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, the host secretly cursed, "Damn idiot, I never intended to put you on the same team as Zuo Bai." However, with so many spectators present, and considering he was the host, he naturally couldn't say such things. So he steadied himself, adjusted his emotions, and said, "Rest assured, you will definitely not be on the same team as him." "That's good." Seeing that the audience had no reaction, Wang Tian stood to the side, somewhat disgruntled, still pondering whether he had made a mistake somewhere. Meanwhile, at this point, as both teams were getting ready for the match, Zuo Bai suddenly noticed a message. The sender was Gingerbread Man. The message contained only a few short words, "Watch your feet." Zuo Bai smiled slightly. It seemed this young lady truly was a bit shy. Since that day he had exchanged contact information, she had only sent him these few words. "Hello. Goodbye." Originally, Zuo Bai thought this young lady might have some grievances towards him. What Zuo Bai did not know was that these words were the result of Ginger Liar painstakingly condensing hundreds of words into this short message. Writing and deleting, deleting and writing. Only these few words remained. However, the essence was concentrated. Ginger Liar felt that these words were sufficient to convey her meaning. Meanwhile, the match officially began under the cheers of the audience. In the team opposite Zuo Bai, there were 4 experts: Wang Tian, Guozi Tainyo, and Xing Ge. On Zuo Bai's team, there was Jun Ge, and then no one else. The rest were mostly streetball players of average fame, but strong skill. It was evident from the distribution of players that it clearly favored Zuo Bai's side. As everyone knows, Zuo Bai is too strong. Zuo Bai glanced around at his team's lineup and discovered a very serious issue. His team seemed to be a bit short in height. Even Jun Ge noticed this and asked Zuo Bai about it. Every position was basically a head shorter than the opposing team except for Zuo Bai. Not to mention anything else, just based on height and physique, Zuo Bai could even play the power forward position in his entire team. One must admit this is the gap. Zuo Bai, who could only play the 1 and 2 positions in the NBA, surprisingly found himself playing the 4 position in the streetball arena back home. There is indeed a gap. The top amateur level in the country still has a long way to go to reach professional standards. However, for this particular match, Zuo Bai felt that even if they were a bit shorter, it shouldn't be a big issue. At worst, he could just grab a couple of rebounds. Go with the flow, they shouldn't lose. However, at that moment, the sound of the system suddenly rang in his ears. This thrilled Zuo Bai. He hadn't expected that participating in such a friendly match back home would activate system rewards. Congratulations, host, on triggering a god-level choice. Choice 1. The host continues to slack off, ultimately allowing the team to lose the match, and sincerely marvels at the opponent's strength. The system will reward the host with the title of first person to slack off, and gives Zuo Bai a resounding slap. Choice 2. Step up to grab rebounds for teammates' missed shots, demonstrating sufficient dominance in front of the opposing center. The system will reward the host with the talent of perfect level purple origin Dun's underbasket destruction power. Why even choose? Zuo Bai's expression instantly became resolute as he said to everyone, "Don't worry about the shots, I've got the rebounds covered." The ball here was passed to Zuo Bai's opponent. To be precise, it was because the center Tainyo on the opposite side had a slight physical advantage over Zuo Bai. Thus, with a narrow advantage, he seized the possession of the first ball. Fast break. Tainyo shouted, directly passing the ball. At that moment, the atmosphere at the venue was instantly ignited. Countless spectators began to shout loudly, "Go! Awesome! Attack charge! Go Zuo Bai, defend, defend! Stop cheering for Zuo Bai, he's injured, it's just a friendly match." Well then, did Zuo Bai leak oil? After Tainyo passed the ball, Guozigu originally intended to catch it. However, at that moment, Wang Tian suddenly emerged. Bang! He directly intercepted the ball. Guozigu shouted, "I had an open shot." Guozigu originally planned to take a three-pointer to score first, but Wang Tian gave him a look and then said, "I'll take it, you just spread out." Although Guozigu was a bit unhappy there were so many fans on the scene, he didn't want to argue with his teammate. Thus Guozigu moved aside. After all, the game had just begun, and there would be plenty of opportunities to show off again. After Wang Tian got the ball, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he provocatively called out to Zuo Bai, "Hey, Zuo Bai, come out, and let's duel." When the spectators heard Wang Tian directly challenging Zuo Bai, they were all taken aback. What? He's so confident. However, Zuo Bai stood still in the paint, seemingly not taking his words seriously at all. This made Wang Tian a bit awkward. At that moment, the team's guard caught up. "Hey Wang Tian, your opponent is me." Wang Tian disdainfully shook his head. Clearly this opponent was not what he wanted. However, with the shot clock running down, Wang Tian couldn't be too picky. He quickly dribbled the ball twice with his right hand. When Wang Tian noticed this, he didn't force an attack as going further and could very well lead to a dead end. So Wang Tian chose to execute a quick stop and pull back with a behind-the-back dribble, halting midway. Then, as his opponent also stopped, he executed a through-the-legs move, throwing the ball from his right hand to the left. This was a flashy maneuver typical of streetball. However, who wasn't a streetball player here? The little players from Zuo Bai's side quickly saw through it and followed closely. Although Wang Tian succeeded in the through-the-legs move, there was no room left for a breakthrough. So he paused slightly, then turned and jumped for a fadeaway shot. If the shot went in, he would have truly shown off. But unfortunately, who could successfully show off in front of the protagonist? The ball hit the back rim and bounced out. The moment the ball came out, Tainyo rushed from the outside to the paint. "Don't be afraid. I'm coming." Tainyo's physique was indeed full of power. An ordinary guard player before him, he knocked aside opponents with ease. Even Jungu, a very active defender, was powerless against a tank player who was in a completely different weight class. Tainyo charged straight into the paint, claiming the most advantageous position, and said, "This rebound is mine." Schwa? The rebound was slowly coming down toward him. Tainyo smiled slightly. He knew the shot was coming. However, what he didn't know was that just as he prepared to catch the rebound, Zuo Bai on the other side leaped up at the same time, and Zuo Bai jumped higher. Zuo Bai seemed to glide through the air, extending his right hand and directly snatching the ball. Bang! Zuo Bai firmly grasped the rebound. Then he said to Wang Tian, "When I said to shoot freely, I meant for my teammates, not you." In that moment, Wang Tian was momentarily stunned. Zuo Bai grabbed the ball with his right hand and forcefully flicked it forward from behind. Bang! A beautiful bounce pass that went right through Wang Tian's legs, landing in Jungu's hands just past the half. Although Jungu wasn't very tall, probably just over 170 centimeters, his speed, explosiveness, and skills were. Upon reaching the basket, he performed a sudden slow three-step layup, easily fooling the player who tried to block him from behind. Then he scored with a smooth bank shot. 2-0. Zuo Bai scores first. Shingo looked somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Zuo Bai to jump that high just now. Although he had some understanding of Zuo Bai's height from the video, it was nowhere near as impactful as seeing it live. He felt that Zuo Bai's jumping height just now even surpassed his own. This is not a matter of Shingo being arrogant. He was under 1.8 meters tall, but his jumping height was close to 120 centimeters. However, Zuo Bai was nearly 15 centimeters taller than him. It is well known that the taller a person is, the harder it is to jump. With the added weight, it was truly absurd that Zuo Bai could possess such terrifying leaping ability. Moreover, Zuo Bai didn't train specifically for dunks like he did. Each has its expertise. He couldn't imagine what kind of height Zuo Bai would reach if he trained his jumping like he did. TSK. Shingo indeed felt immense admiration for the strength Zuo Bai displayed. The spectators were cheering, but Wang Tian's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He complained to Tainyo, "How did you miss that rebound? You couldn't even beat a guard." Tainyo felt a bit wronged, but more than that, he felt defiant. "If you had made the shot, there wouldn't have been a rebound, would there? Blame me." Tainyo ignored him and directly focused on the next round. Wang Tian actually knew he was in the wrong. He was just embarrassed about missing that shot earlier and wanted to vent a little. Guozigu brought the ball up from half court. Shingo seized an opportunity and directly dashed into the paint. Guozigu also timely took the shot and passed the ball. Originally, Shingo planned to perform a reverse dunk as soon as he received the ball. However, just as he raised his hand, he saw someone smiling at him from the side. It was seriously terrifying. Because that person was Zuo Bai. Shingo didn't dare to be careless, and after thinking for a moment, directly passed the ball. The ball once again landed in Wang Tian's hands. Facing the defense in front of him, Wang Tian was not going to make a mistake this time. He wanted revenge. Wang Tian's expression turned serious as he looked at his opponent. He was continuously testing with 3 threats, and then he felt that his position seemed to be firmly locked by the other party. This made Wang Tian somewhat annoyed. How could the opponent defend so tightly? Not finding an opportunity, Wang Tian wouldn't just wait idly. Thus, he directly pushed his ball with both hands, aiming to smash it into the defender's face. Bang. In the moment the defender was utterly confused, Wang Tian immediately activated his speed. In an instant he shook off the defender before executing a magnificent reverse layup. Score. However, despite scoring, everyone present was quite perplexed. Wang Tian's move was clearly somewhat excessive. In the understanding of Huaxiao, this is an extremely disrespectful action. However, Wang Tian remained unconcerned, shrugging as he said, "What's wrong? Is there any problem? This is street ball. I'm playing American street ball, do you understand?" Wang Tian displayed an arrogant. This left many present quite dissatisfied. Damn, why is he so cocky? This is clearly disrespectful, it's too excessive. Honestly, I also think it's excessive. How can you smash the ball into someone's face? That's just lacking in basic decency. The crowd erupted in curses, and the little guard on Zuo Bai's team couldn't hide his anger. For a moment, the referee hurriedly came out to maintain order, fearing the situation would spiral out of control. At this time, Zuo Bai patted the little guard's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" The little guard replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Thus, Zuo Bai stood up at this moment and said, "Your move was indeed a street ball move, but this is Huaxia, not the streets of America. If you want to play Waxia's basketball on Waxia's streets, I think that's fine. But you can't make such moves that are clearly unacceptable to others that makes them feel disrespected." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zuo Bai's words were quite reasonable. At this moment, Wang Tian also nodded and said, "Only then did the match return to normal." The referee announced the score is now 2-2. The game continues. Zuo Bai inbound the ball to the little guard. At this time, Jungu also cooperatively stepped forward to set a screen for him. Bang. He directly blocked Wang Tian. In that moment of opportunity, Jungu made a quick cut, and together with the little guard they executed a perfect play. Score. Next, both sides continuously exchanged attacks. Jungu just hit a three-pointer, and Guazi responded with a three-point. Over here, Tainyo, relying on a back post, just scored one, while Zuo Bai's center executed a reverse run and made a hook layup. Both sides were trading baskets, but when 10 minutes into the game, the score had opened up quite a gap. 2-1-2-7. The main difference between them was one thing: the rebounds. Although Zuo Bai didn't get many offensive opportunities in this match, he seemed to put in little effort, yet managed to grab almost all the rebounds. Why do I say almost? Because among those rebounds, some were snatched while others were just picked up. Zuo Bai directly predicted the position of some rebounds. Almost without moving, he simply took them into his hands. How daring, how carefree. Zuo Bai's team had more offensive opportunities, and that's why the score widened. Guazi passed the ball to me later, "I'll go on, you know," Wang Tian said to them. Guazi knew this was a team game, so he didn't linger. He simply said okay. In the next round, after receiving the ball, Guazi immediately passed it to Wang Tian. However, Wang Tian stopped at the three threats. "This is our duel, but to be honest, I think you can't defend me at all." The little guard then executed a flashy move, tossing the ball away. However, the defender obviously knew that he couldn't just watch the ball. He had to focus on the person. After all, Wang Tian always want to pick up the ball, so he couldn't be deceived by a feint. It must be said that both of Wang Tian's moves were seen through by the opponent. This made him quite annoyed. After finally retrieving the ball with great effort, he was already somewhat furious. It must be said that both of Wang Tian's moves were seen through by the opponent. This made him quite annoyed. After finally, damn it. Thus, during this breakthrough, when Wang Tian suddenly stopped and pulled back, he directly pushed with his left hand. Bang. The opponent was already retreating, and at this moment Wang Tian pushed him. He directly knocked the little guard down. Then, taking advantage of that brief opening, Wang Tian scored. The spectators were furious. "Why is it you again? Is this how you play basketball with such moves? You're too excessive. What kind of move is this? How can you play basketball like this? Isn't this pushing someone?" The referee gave this move a technical foul and declared the goal invalid. However, the spectators were still not appeased. They felt that this move deserved an unsportsmanlike conduct foul. The little guard jumped up abruptly, but before he could approach to argue, Zuo Bai preemptively stepped forward. Very seriously, he said to Wang Tian, "A reasonable move." The little guard jumped up abruptly, but before he could approach to argue, Zuo Bai preemptively stepped forward. Very seriously, he said to Wang Tian, "A reasonable move. Do you know that your previous action could easily injure him? If you had just made him stumble, I wouldn't say a word. But you clearly had a hand movement, you pushed him down. This kind of action shouldn't be seen on a basketball court." Zuo Bai's words left Wang Tian momentarily stunned. But soon he argued back confidently, "This is a stumble. It's a normal move. Ew, I think there's nothing wrong with it." Nothing wrong. Zuo Bai didn't continue to argue with him. Instead, he said, "Okay, since you say there's nothing wrong, let's continue." Everyone was bewildered. Was that it? Wasn't Zuo Bai going to demand an explanation? In the next moment, Zuo Bai said to his teammates, "Wait a moment to switch defense. I'll guard him." Haha, great. Hearing this, Wang Tian was even happier. He had been looking forward to a onion with Zuo Bai. However, Zuo Bai coldly replied, "I'll make you realize what a true stumble is. I hope you're ready." After the previous incident, it was evident that the atmosphere at the scene had turned somewhat ominous. Many felt displeased due to Wang Tian's recent actions. Moreover, this was not the first time Wang Tian had behaved this way. It made even the players in his team feel a bit uncomfortable. Out of goodwill, Guazi reminded him, "Wang Tian, that's a bit excessive. This is just a friendly match." Wang Tian, however, remained indifferent and replied, "What's wrong with a friendly match? If it's a competition, it should be taken seriously. Besides, my actions were quite reasonable." He wore a look of nonchalance, as if his previous actions were well within acceptable limits. Guazi had nothing more to say. He merely nodded, saying, "All right, it's your choice." However, Guazi knew that someone would surely regret it later. Zuo Bai regained possession of the ball. As soon as Zuo Bai received the ball, Wang Tian immediately closed in on him. One of his hands continuously interfered with Zuo Bai's position to shoot, while the other hand was extended far away in the opposite direction. On one hand, he aimed to prevent Zuo Bai from penetrating, while on the other, he wanted to stop Zuo Bai from attacking from the other side. This strategy was entirely reasonable. However, he seemed to have forgotten one thing: he was not facing an ordinary player, but Zuo Bai. Facing Wang Tian's positioning, Zuo Bai showed no hesitation and executed a low sweep, knocking Wang Tian's arm. This was a legitimate move. After all, within Zuo Bai's cylindrical range, such actions were completely within the rules. After brushing aside Wang Tian's hands, Zuo Bai immediately shifted his weight to the right. This play posed a threat to Wang Tian, indicating that Zuo Bai would break through to the right. He instantly retreated. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai said, "You guessed wrong." Zuo Bai executed a quick crossover. Bang! The ball was back in his hands. At that moment, Wang Tian had already been completely shaken off balance. Wang Tian was shocked, feeling as if he would fall at any second. He struggled to stabilize himself, straining his ankles and flailing his arms. He could not allow himself to fall in front of so many people. How could he be shaken off? In the next moment, he barely managed to stand firm. At that instant, a hint of relief crossed Wang Tian's face. Haha, is that all? Is that what you call being shaken off? Not much. I told you, you can't shake me, you don't have the opportunity. Wang Tian was exceptionally pleased, as if he had already defeated Zuo Bai. However, Zuo Bai showed no signs of being affected. He merely smiled slightly and said, "I hope you can still be this tough later." Then Zuo Bai swiftly pulled away, and before Wang Tian could regain his balance, executed a wide crossover. Was it fast? Wang Tian had the most authority to comment on that. It was more than just fast, it was incredibly fast. With that move, Wang Tian was completely deceived. His defensive direction was completely opposite to Zuo Bai's attack. He felt urgent, wanting to recover his defense. However, the next second, he felt a wave of weakness in his ankle. Wang Tian's balance was completely disrupted. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, everyone could see Wang Tian just fall straight to the ground. Bang! Before Zuo Bai made his layup, he glanced back at Wang Tian lying on the ground. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of pity. Zuo Bai scores. Oh my, what a feigned move that directly knocked him off balance. So fast, the execution of that move was incredibly quick. This really reminds me of Allen Iverson's signature crossover back in the day. Many spectators were also getting excited. Cheers erupted from the sidelines. Cheers. It seemed that whether or not the shot went in was no longer important. What mattered was that this play had almost knocked him off balance the first time and directly took out Wang Tian's ankle the second time. Wang Tian realized he had become the center of everyone's attention, but he felt no joy whatsoever. Because he wanted to get up immediately, but he found that his fall had been quite serious. Very serious. He could barely put any strength on his right foot. At that moment, he wanted to stand up, but it seemed he couldn't stand at all, much to the satisfaction of many spectators. He brought this upon himself. He said he couldn't be shaken off without touching the opponent. Looks like he doesn't know Zuo Bai. Absolutely. He might have to leave the court now. Well done. Wang Tian was extremely unwilling. He had originally wanted to prove himself in this match. However, the result was that he was knocked off balance in front of everyone. Moreover, it was a clean knockdown. Zuo Bai said nothing about it, not even reacting. This made Wang Tian feel worse than being mocked, because it felt as if the opponent was looking down on him, scrutinizing him. This feeling was utterly destructive to his self-esteem. After a moment, Zuo Bai simply told the staff present, "Contact the on-site doctor, we need to substitute someone." The staff nodded. Subsequently, they carried Wang Tian off the court. Wang Tian felt unwilling. However, the gap in strength between him and Zuo Bai made it impossible for him to face this issue. He indeed could not compete with Zuo Bai. The difference between them was just too vast. This disparity even made Wang Tian lose the thought of resistance. He accepted it. After Wang Tian left the court, the staff arranged for another player to take his place. The game resumed normally. The small guard in Zuo Bai's team was extremely grateful that Zuo Bai had avenged him. However, Zuo Bai replied, "What? Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything, that was just normal play. He fell on his own, I wasn't trying to teach him a lesson." Seeing the slight smile on Zuo Bai's face, the small guard understood the situation. So he said nothing in thanks, but instead threw himself into the game even more. As the game reached 3/4 of the way through, the gap between the two teams had stabilized at about 10 points. 7-6, because neither side was really defending, or perhaps their defensive awareness simply couldn't match their offensive skills. Thus, the attacks from both teams were quite spectacular. Basically, neither side could defend against the other. The crucial plays relied heavily on rebounds. And what the audience didn't expect was that the Iron Bull, who they thought would dominate in terms of rebounding, at that moment, looked as if his face was about to droop to the ground. "Bro, I'm begging you, aren't you a guard?" "Yes, I am a guard." Zuo Bai nodded, looking at Tainyo with a puzzled expression. He did not understand what Tainyo had to feel wrong. However, Tainyo was on the verge of tears. He was truly desperate. After all, he was a center. But how could he not even compete with a guard for rebounds? Damn it. There's nothing he could do. After all, Zuo Bai's wingspan was even as long as Tainyo's, who was over 2 meters tall. Moreover, Zuo Bai's jumping ability far surpassed that of Tainyo. Undoubtedly, in terms of rebounding, Tainyo was no match for Zuo Bai. It was precisely for this reason that the opposing team only had one chance to shoot. On the other hand, Zuo Bai's team could afford countless mistakes. Here, Jungo missed a difficult layup, and Zuo Bai directly snatched the rebound from above Tainyo's head. He casually tossed it to Jungo. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Jungo did not disappoint Zuo Bai's rebound. From beyond the 3-point line, he took a sidestep and shot. Score. The score was widening, and on this side Guo called for a timeout. Although they never thought they could win against Zuo Bai, they were still serious about this game. On the sidelines they began to discuss tactics. Xingge, you should try to find opportunities in the paint later. Your jumping height gives you a chance to grab rebounds. I need you to play a role on the offensive end too. Xingge nodded. Indeed, with Tainyo being suppressed, he was the only one in their team who had a chance to grab rebounds. On this side Guo continued. Tainyo, try to hold your defensive position as much as possible. You can't let Zuo Bai keep grabbing rebounds over you, Qingyu. After all, he was a guard. He wasn't specifically a center and couldn't possibly have more experience than you, right? Tainyo nodded. Indeed. Thinking about it this way, he had indeed been caught off guard by Zuo Bai. He had even forgotten such a simple logic. Damn it. Zuo Bai was just a guard. Why should he be afraid? In terms of both height and weight, he had the advantage. How could he let a guard intimidate him? Zuo Bai was impressive, but he couldn't possibly ignore the physical conditions, could he? Thinking of this, the morale of the group was lifted again. Alright, let's go. When Guo and the others returned to the court, Zuo Bai's team was also prepared with their decision. They planned to make Jungu the focal point of their outside attack. This strategy was not because Zuo Bai was less accurate, nor was it because Zuo Bai was tired. The intensity of today wasn't actually that high. Nor was it because Zuo Bai was tired. The intensity of today wasn't. Furthermore, today's match was merely a friendly game. Zuo Bai hoped more people would participate in this match and allow that little guard to have more control over the ball. His main role today was to control the rebounds and protect the basket. The game continued. Guo initiated. When he faced Jungu, Xingge came up for a screen. Although Jungu reacted quickly, he chose to go around the defending player. However, Guo did not plan to use the screen to get past him. Instead, he accelerated directly from the direction where Jungu had been standing. In this way, Jungu ended up going around in circles. However, at that moment, the little guard came up to defend, blocking Guo. Guo paused slightly. He initially intended to take a jumper. However, in the next second, he saw someone cutting into Xingge. Without hesitation, Guo passed the ball. Pop. Xingge received the ball, took off, and prepared, but at the same time a figure blocked him. It was Zuo Bai. This scene left the spectators dumbfounded. Damn it. Both of them jumped so high. This is crazy. Why was it possible to play basketball in the air? Is this a battle of gods? I report these two have left the ground aerial combat. I can't believe humans can jump this high. Thinking of his own puny jump, wow. Xingge believed his jumping height was not low. A jump of 1.2 meters gave him a significant advantage compared to CBA players. Moreover, he was in good shape today, and he was performing well. But Zuo Bai was blocking him right in front. And was looking down at him. As the saying goes, when the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Xingge passed the ball to Tainyo, who was standing under. Upon receiving the ball, Tainyo went for a strong move. After shaking off Zuo Bai's team center, he went for the layup. At the moment he went for the layup, there was no one under the basket except the center and Zuo Bai, so this shot seemed destined to go in. However, at that moment, a slight change occurred. As Zuo Bai descended, his right hand slapped down at the same time. He perfectly intercepted the ball during Tainyo's shooting process. Pop. Although he only grazed it slightly, the immediate effect was that everyone could see the trajectory of the basketball change slightly. The ball veered off course. At that moment, Tainyo was also shocked. Did I just touch it? He had only seen Zuo Bai in the air and had gone for the layup. But how could he have expected that someone's arm could extend that far? The ball's trajectory changed instantly. What had been a well-planned bank shot layup suddenly altered direction at this moment. The ball did not go directly into the basket, but instead hit the side of the rim and bounced up vigorously. At that moment, everyone's hearts sank. The ball bounced on the rim twice before narrowly dropping into the basket. Phew. That scared me. I thought the shot. On the opposite side, Guo's expression was one of utter despair. This is simply absurd. Guo was inherently a projection-oriented player given his height. Without a good shooting ability, it would be quite challenging to play in even slightly professional matches. However, even a player like Guo could only sigh helplessly after witnessing Zuo Bai's recent shot. That shot was just too damn accurate. From such a distance, and still so accurate. Truly invincible. If I could do that, maybe I could play in the NBA too. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, the commentator shouted, Zuo Bai has made an ultra-long three-pointer. Incredible. This is the talented new guard from Huaxia, Zuo Bai. At that moment, Zuo Bai finally realized the crowd was cheering. What the hell? Did I just throw a three-pointer? Oh no. My mistake. I meant to make a quick pass, but I lost focus. Zuo Bai expressed his apologies to everyone present, saying, my mistake. I won't throw it next time. Who would have thought the crowd would cheer even louder? Oh my god. So humble. Zuo Bai, you're my bro. You don't need to be modest. Just go for it. Right? Anyone who doubts you will take care of them. Go for it, brothers. The more they talked, the more exaggerated it became. Forget it. I won't explain any further. Let's just play the rest of the game slowly. In this match, Zuo Bai also made sure to give his teammates plenty of opportunities to shine. On this side, Guo and Jungu exchanged three-pointers, creating a small climax. Zuo Bai indeed tried to give everyone chances to perform. But of course, the one having the worst time was Iron Bull, as he was responsible for rebounding. Zuo Bai had tasks to accomplish, so he couldn't let go of the rebounds for him. So you could see that while others were performing well on the court, Iron Bull was being completely overwhelmed. From the start until now, he hadn't managed to grab a single ball while matched up against Zuo Bai. It was truly tragic. Since this was a friendly match, which had a certain performance aspect, everyone wasn't too concerned about how many points they were ahead. After all, even a fool knows. Zuo Bai cannot lose. Therefore, everyone maintained a stable mindset, just trying their best to play the game at its best. On this side, as Guo attempted a difficult three-pointer, but missed, Xing jumped from under the basket for a high difficulty. This moment, just as the game was nearing its end, brought the atmosphere to a peak. Everyone was stunned by that dunk. It was indeed very impressive. Xing truly deserved to be at the top of the dunking scene in Huaxia. The commentator exclaimed at this moment, Xing's dunk is simply a leap. He leaped over the rim. That dunk was simply dominating. So cool. The audience cheered along. On this side, Jungu immediately followed up with a three-pointer. However, just like Guo, he also missed. The basketball hit the edge of the rim and bounced high up. Then it fell back down. At that moment, Iron Bull gathered all his strength and jumped up. He wanted that ball, not for the sake of food, but for pride. Damn it, can I even grab one rebound? However, the reality once again hurt Iron Bull's young spirit. In the adult world, many things don't just rely on effort. Sigh. Iron Bull saw once again that although Zuo Bai, he was the first to start coming down. Undoubtedly, when Iron Bull landed back on the ground, Zuo Bai was still in the air and only just starting to descend. Iron Bull felt helpless. He even started to feel like he didn't want to play anymore. This isn't just competing for a spot, buddy, this is smashing the spot. You think you're Lao Luo. But in Iron Bull's moment of distraction, he overlooked a very serious issue. That is because he landed first, his current position slightly overlapped with Zuo Bai's feet. In other words, at this position, Zuo Bai could easily be tripped. At this moment, Iron Bull didn't realize it, but Zuo Bai did. He certainly knew Iron Bull didn't mean it. Even with Iron Bull having drool hanging from the corners of his mouth, it wouldn't. He looked like he was in a daze. However, the problem was very real. Now that he was landing, he was likely to get hurt even more. In a moment of desperation, Zuo Bai had no other choice. Originally intending to grab a rebound, Zuo Bai could only go for a dunk, because after dunking, he could hang his entire. This would avoid the danger of landing. Additionally, this is also a way to protect the player allowed by the rules. So Zuo Bai lifted the basketball back up high, with both hands holding the ball. Then, bang, a powerful dunk that scored. The small rim bore pressure that one his age shouldn't have to withstand. Zuo Bai hung on the rim for a few seconds. Only after Iron Bull reacted did he choose to come down. Phew. Zuo Bai was relieved for his cleverness. But at that moment, the surrounding audience was stunned. A folded dunk in midair. What the hell? That's incredible. So impressive, this was just so. Zuo Bai is indeed a legend. Stop calling him a legend, that fat guy just made it, let's talk about something else. Then, Brother Bai forever the boss. The audience erupted, even the commentator was excessively excited. Such an amazing dunk is truly a rare sight in a lifetime. Oh my god, this is Zuo Bai's answer ball. This is the light of our Huaxiao guards. Zuo Bai looked around at the people. He thought they might have misunderstood something. What did I answer? I'm just afraid of getting hurt, hey. However, before Zuo Bai could explain, Xing approached him with admiration. What did I answer? I'm just afraid of getting hurt, hey. However, before Zuo Bai could explain, Xing approached him with admiration. What did I answer? I'm just afraid of getting hurt, hey. However, before Zuo Bai could explain, Xing approached him with admiration. He didn't even have a chance to explain. The audience was even more excited. How many times did Zuo Bai want to speak, but had no opportunity? This world truly only hears what they want to hear. It's so hard to speak the truth. After the match ended in a lively atmosphere, a voice echoed in Zuo Bai's ear. Congratulations, host, the task is complete. Has the task been completed? Zuo Bai was slightly taken aback. This is indeed good news. He finally no longer has to bully Tinyo. Ding dong, rewards will be issued to the host immediately. Perfect level under basket impact talent of Zuo done. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. It has finally arrived. This is exactly what he wanted. It is important to note that although he does not need to attack the inside line too much during the regular season, once the NBA games reach the playoffs, the intensity will rise to a whole new level. This represents a significant change. This is precisely why some teams perform remarkably well during the regular season but collapse in the playoffs. This is because after the intensity increases, many players struggle to adapt to the rhythm of the game. They miss shots and commit more turnovers. To put it bluntly, the NBA's official league intentionally allows for increased physicality. They encourage players to actively engage in confrontations. Therefore, if he finds himself in the playoffs facing teams with a higher intensity, it would likely put him at a disadvantage. After all, his identity as a guard will not change, and that is beyond doubt. He will still be at a disadvantage against tall and strong centers. However, with the under-basket impact talent of Zuo done, he now has at least some strength in the close combat area under the system. Open my permanent talent list. Ding dong, it has been opened for you. The permanent talents you have unlocked are as follows: Legendary Akashi Seijuro's Eye of the Emperor Proficiency Max. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuya's Flawless Imitation Proficiency Max. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuya's Disappearing Shot Proficiency Max. Legendary Kuroko Tetsuya's Disappearing Pass Proficiency Max. Perfect level Kagami Taiga's Meteor Dunk Proficiency 30. Perfect level Kagami Taiga's Super Vertical Leap Proficiency 35. Perfect level Aomin Daiki's Body Balance Control Proficiency 42. Perfect level Aomin Daiki's Ultra Fast Dribbling Proficiency 49. Perfect level Zuo Dun's Underbasket Impact Proficiency 20. Perfect level Aomin Daiki's Irregular Shooting Proficiency 38. Legendary Midorima Shintaro's Full Court 3-point Shot Proficiency Max. One can see that the talent of Zuo Dun has just been acquired with only 20 initial proficiency. It is not much. However, it is sufficient. After all, he can still improve it in the future. Over here, the match has just ended. The host rushed onto the court to interview both teams for the final remarks. This consists of both teams' evaluations of the match. Surprisingly, the evaluations from both sides were remarkably that is, Zuo Bai is simply too strong. To be honest, everyone present was completely overwhelmed by him. Although he did not actually match up with each of us, it is clear that his strength far exceeds ours. Whether it is his passing awareness, his grasp of rhythm, his sharpness in breaking through, or his explosive physicality. These are levels we grassroots players cannot reach. It is precisely for this reason that he can enter the NBA as a guard from our China. He is truly strong. On this side, Xingu also said earnestly, even as someone who specializes in dunking, I can only say I am in awe of Zuo Bai's physical attributes. His physicality is truly too strong. Even in this single aspect of dunking, I was completely overwhelmed by him. Many expressed their admiration for Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai had not initially intended to dominate like this. He wanted to be a bit more polite. Sigh. Forget it and no need to explain, or they might think he is mocking them. That would ruin the mood. So facing the host's pressing questions, Zuo Bai said not a word. He merely gave a thumbs up. In the following days, Zuo Bai continued to participate in various fan interaction activities. This also stirred up the enthusiasm and positivity for basketball in the country. It reached a level that, while not unprecedented, was close enough. These days' experiences made Zuo Bai feel the warmth of the domestic fans. At the same time, it made Zuo Bai sense the warmth of his hometown. He could feel that no matter where he was, countless fans were supporting. This feeling gave Zuo Bai more confidence. It also fueled his desire to continue leading the team forward in the upcoming. Not just the playoffs, but even the finals were within Zuo Bai's thoughts. Meanwhile, thinking of how he hadn't checked on the team's situation in a few days, Zuo Bai picked up his phone to look at the current game results. In this week's 3 games, the Lakers won 2. One game was a close loss to the Pelicans by 1 point. That was no big deal. And today there happened to be a match in progress. This is the Lakers facing off against a team referred to as the strongest in the West, even a historically great team, the Golden State Warriors. This year's Golden State Warriors have a terrifying lineup. Not only do they have the Splash Brothers Klay and Curry, but this year, they also have Durant joining. This directly elevates the lineup from the Splash Brothers to the Waterfall Brothers. At this moment, the game is in the second. There is even a live broadcast of this match online. Zuo Bai casually clicked in and even paid to open an ad-free membership. However, the next scene left Zuo Bai in disbelief. The second quarter of the game was not yet over, and the score had already reached 4-8-3-1. The Warriors were in an overwhelming position, taking an absolute lead. Not only that, but currently only Durant remained on the court. Curry and Klay had already been substituted for rest. Yet even so, the Lakers still had no way to respond. Seeing this, Zuo Bai fell silent. He casually dialed the butler's phone and expressed his desire to leave tomorrow. Originally, they had a farewell ceremony or something planned for the next afternoon, but that no longer mattered. After understanding the situation, the butler directly said, if Mr. Zuo Bai wishes, you can return tonight. Tonight? Zuo Bai was taken aback. Surely there are no flights available tonight. There are. The butler answered affirmatively. We have a private jet. Subsequently, Zuo Bai took a private jet under the Jiang Group back to the United States. Meanwhile, the outcome of the game had already been decided. The Warriors defeated the Lakers 1-0-8-7-9, achieving a resounding victory on the road against the Los Angeles Lakers. This match dealt the biggest blow the Lakers have faced this season. When Zuo Bai returned to the team's training ground, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the training ground was usually, but today Zuo Bai saw the lights still on at the training ground. As he approached the door, he could still hear the faint sound of basketballs being dribbled inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, you're still here, he said. The person still training turned around at the sound. After glancing at Zuo Bai, he smiled helplessly and asked, you're back? Yes. How is your foot injury? Zuo Bai nodded and replied, it's almost healed. That's good. Why are you still training here so late? I don't remember you being this diligent usually. Aren't you known as the young hero Yang? Zuo Bai joked with a smile. At this moment, Nick Young revealed a bitter smile. He recalled the bitter defeat he had experienced. They were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Warriors. Zuo Bai knew this as well, so he chose not to continue the topic. The two started picking up balls and practicing in silence. At some point, Zuo Bai had lost count of how many three-pointers he had. Suddenly, Nick Young spoke slowly. You know, sometimes I really envy you. Hearing this, Zuo Bai paused slightly. He then shot the ball into the hoop and turned around to ask, what do you mean? Nick Young shook his head. You're young, talented, and you have unlimited possibilities. The future belongs to you, there's no doubt about that. As for me, I'm no longer young, and even now, I don't even have a championship ring that belongs to me. At this point, you could see the corners of Nick Young's mouth twitch slightly. He said helplessly, maybe this year is my last year, but this year I've encountered such opponents. You understand, him not someone who fears the weak, him just saying it casually. Zuo Bai certainly understood. This match had dealt a significant blow to Nick Young. He was running out of time. The young hero Yang was already over 30. If there was no chance of winning the championship this year, he really might end up like this. Nick Young sighed slightly. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai came up and patted his shoulder, saying, don't worry, the ring will come. We will have our chance. Nick Young remained silent. However, when he looked at Zuo Bai, he always felt inexplicably reassured. Zuo Bai had almost become the anchor of the team. Just like when Kobe was on the court, everyone would not give up hope, no matter how strong the enemy was. In the next game, Zuo Bai said, next time we will definitely take victory over them. Nick Young was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, yeah. The next day, when everyone heard that Zuo Bai had returned, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wow. Why did you come back so late? How does it feel to be home? Your foot injury timed itself perfectly, just in time to miss the Warriors. You have no idea what kind of humiliation we suffered. They were too strong. You can't imagine how many offensive strategies they had. Just the three-pointers nearly killed us. Next time you have to at least show them a thing or two. Everyone was chatting and joking, but it was mostly just pleasantries. At this moment the coach came out. What are you all doing? Hurry up and train. The coach's tone was very serious, and everyone lowered their heads like a group of children who had done something wrong. This was understandable. After all, they had just lost so badly, it was normal for the coach to have a grim expression. Seeing them still so happy only made him even angrier. Everyone quickly picked up the ball to start training, and at that moment the coach directly called Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai, wait a moment. Everyone paused slightly and looked over. At this moment, everyone was speculating. The coach calling Zuo Bai over at this time, wouldn't he want to talk about him? That would be too cruel. After all, Zuo Bai had just come back, and he hadn't done anything yet. At this moment Kuzma stepped forward and said to the coach firmly, Coach, I think you can't be so excessive. Zuo Bai just came back and our loss in that game had nothing to do with him. The coach suddenly turned his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He then said, I know I didn't say anything. Then why did you call Zuo Bai to stay? Can't I have something to discuss with? Oh, I see. Kuzma's earlier bravado disappeared at this moment, and he waved his hand and said, Then it's fine, coach. I'm going to practice now. Wait a minute. Suddenly the coach called him back, revealing a friendly smile and saying, You reminded me losing that game you played a significant role. What was your shooting percentage in that game? Kuzma broke out in a cold sweat, scared to say a word. But how could the coach let him off so easily? He said directly, Today you will practice 1,000 mid-range shots. Go. Kuzma was on the verge of tears. At this moment the coach retorted, Aren't you leaving? Do you think it's not enough? No. Coach, I'm going right now. After saying that, Kuzma ran off to practice. Tears were still glistening in the corners of his eyes. This must be tears of gratitude. Over here the coach indeed had important matters to discuss with Zuo Bai, because during this match the coach discovered many problems within the team. These problems could no longer be delayed. In the past, when Zuo Bai was around, these issues could be somewhat concealed, but this match against the Golden State Warriors exposed all of their current problems. Unstable offense, weak defense, insufficient rotation depth. Almost all the problems they had now were touched upon. It can be said that with so many problems existing, it was truly incredible that Zuo Bai was able to lead the team to such a record in previous matches. Today the coach straightforwardly asked, Zuo Bai, how do you think we should adjust the team's current problems? Zuo Bai had long anticipated this question. After all, regarding this matter, he had already guessed that this day would come. So Zuo Bai said without hesitation, We need to strengthen our roster. And this is the only solution. Indeed, Zuo Bai has his own views on the adjustments to the team. This matter is indeed very important. Zuo Bai is not cowardly. He believes that relying solely on oneself to lead the team is not feasible. And basketball is not an individual sport. When the overall roster of the team shows clear problems, the opponent's offense becomes very easy, which is hard to compensate for with individual skills. Moreover, overexerting one player is inherently dangerous. Many players have been forced into early retirement due to such high-intensity usage. Even if Zuo Bai does not focus on health, he still wants to play for a couple more years. However, regarding this matter, he believes that the team's coach must have had his thoughts about it long ago, or else he wouldn't have brought it up at this juncture. So Zuo Bai asked, Coach, do you think now is a good time to strengthen the team? The coach silently nodded. I believe it is time for the team to reinforce. Clearly, he also thinks that the time has indeed come. Generally, teams aspiring for the championship tend to seek reinforcements around the mid-season. After all, this is when they believe the situation is clear and hopeful, making adjustments to the roster to chase the championship. But the current Los Angeles Lakers clearly no longer need to observe the situation, because they hit the jackpot during the draft. Zuo Bai's performance has greatly surprised them, reigniting the expectations of Lakers fans for this season's results. In the previous few games, this has already made a significant impact. Zuo Bai's arrival has transformed the Los Angeles Lakers into a team with championship potential. At this moment, adjusting the internal personnel structure may not be a bad choice. However, who to select? That is a question. Logically, Luke Walton hadn't considered these troubling issues before. After all, this year the Lakers are in a complete rebuilding phase, not aiming for the finals. They weren't even very concerned about making the playoffs. The depth of the rotation is insufficient, and after Zuo Bai, thus the team indeed has numerous existing problems. For example, the defense on the guard line is relatively weak, the depth of the rotation is insufficient, and after Zuo Bai leaves the court, there's no stable offensive force. Most importantly, many players lack experience and are too young. Although the Lakers have considered using these young players as the foundation of the team, such as Ingram and Kuzma. However, it is evident that Zuo Bai's current combat power and demands far exceed their previous expectations. Thus, the team's current thought is the same, to see if they can increase the team's defense and average experience through reinforcements. Chase the championship. At this point, the coach asked again, Zuo Bai, how confident do you feel about our chances of winning the championship this year? Zuo Bai remained silent and raised one hand. 50%. Looking at Zuo Bai's raised hand, Luke Walton murmured. His tone was not one of disappointment. On the contrary, there seemed to be a hint of surprise in his tone, as this had far exceeded Coach Luke Walton's expectations. After all, they know who their opponents are this year, the Cleveland Cavaliers led by LeBron James, who are currently on a hot streak. The Thunder boasting a trio of superstars in Westbrook, George, and Carmelo. And there's also the Rockets, who have a stunning record and MVP-level performance from Harden this season. Not to mention, almost every team is an all-star team. Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, and Draymond Green. Such a luxurious lineup has made the Warriors a nightmare for almost all teams. Although two of these teams have lost to them in the regular season performance cannot be compared with the playoffs. These teams should not be underestimated. For Zuo Bai to say they have a 50% chance of winning the championship this year is surprising. The coach is left wondering whether this is youthful naivety or confidence in Zuo Bai's abilities. However, he has a nagging feeling that Zuo Bai truly has the potential to lead the team to a championship. This is also a significant reason why the team's leadership decided to reinforce this year. Actually, we've been studying this matter for a while. We have an initial list of players. Take a look and see if you have any thoughts. The coach then handed a list to Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai glanced at it. It seems the team is genuinely serious about this. However, when he saw the names on the team's list, Zuo Bai was stunned. LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook. What the hell is this? Is the leadership joking with us? Not to mention whether these teams would be willing to give their cores to the Lakers. Let's talk about the most crucial question. Do they have enough assets to acquire these top core players? The Lakers certainly have the money and are not short on it. However, they are also chasing the championship this year. Why would they give their team core to you? Unless you can offer something more enticing. Who are you kidding? Are you suggesting trading Isaiah Thomas for James, Kuzma for Davis, Jordan Clarkson for West? If that could really happen, Zuo Bai wouldn't even need to take the court to win a championship. Seeing that Zuo Bai had not spoken for a long time, the coach said this list is just a preliminary selection, a few players that the leadership is quite interested in. If they still want to acquire these players in the long run. So you might have the opportunity to collaborate with them next season or the season after. What do you think? Zuo Bai did not comment on, but this clearly expressed Zuo Bai's attitude. Coach, I think we should seek some more reliable, immediate reinforcements, rather than waiting for a superstar to join our team. After hearing this, the coach awkwardly smiled. Indeed, whichever one of these three players is traded, it would mean a significant contract. Moreover, these players cannot possibly be made available for trade this season, whether it's the Cavaliers, Pelicans, or Thunder. They wouldn't be that foolish. At this moment, the coach thought for a moment and said, so do you already have some ideas in mind? Zuo Bai smiled slightly. Of course, I do have a few candidates that can enhance our team's average experience and defensive intensity. The coach's eyes slightly moved. He hurriedly asked, who are you talking about? Then Zuo Bai whispered three names in his ear. The three of them. The head coach was not unfamiliar with these three names. They had once been formidable players in the league, and during their peak they were indeed the talk of the league. Indeed, although they are not at their peak now, if they could join the Lakers, it would significantly enhance the current roster. They now possess experience and skills of an upper-tier level. Whether in defense or gameplay experience, these are the very aspects the current Lakers team lacks. Moreover, these candidates could actually be acquired. They are not core players of their teams, so there is a chance. The coach, he quickly gestured to Zuo Bai and said, alright, I'll discuss this with the higher-ups immediately, I believe there won't be any. I trust they will consider your suggestion, and I will notify you as soon as there are any updates. If these trades can go through, it would indeed be an excellent choice. Zuo Bai smiled and said, alright coach, I'm just making suggestions. Ultimately, it's up to you to make the decisions. But I really like your suggestions. Luke, who had been troubled by this matter, felt a wave of relief after hearing these words. It was as if he had forgotten about the previous day's crushing defeat to the Warriors. He was now bustling and preparing to discuss further strengthening arrangements. After looking at the upcoming match schedule, Zuo Bai was momentarily stunned. Tomorrow they would face the Bucks. What a coincidence. Zuo Bai secretly mused. The reason he found it coincidental was not due to any other reasons. It was because just yesterday, after witnessing the Warriors win that match, Giannis had posted a comment underneath. If it had simply been a regular celebration of the Warriors' victory, it wouldn't have struck him as anything noteworthy. He might not, however, that comment was rather unusual. He distinctly remembered Giannis writing underneath, is this the Lakers without Zuo? Well, it's nothing special. By the way, congratulations to the Warriors on their victory. It seems the top seat in the West is secured. This statement was clearly a disdainful jab at Zuo Bai's other teammates. And a mockery. This annoyed Zuo Bai. While players trash talk or say things online, it is their freedom. However, since he encountered the next match, well, sorry, but isn't it time to settle this? With this thought, Zuo Bai casually commented underneath that message, oh really? Then see you in the game. After Zuo Bai sent this message, the entire internet practically exploded. What? Is this a formal declaration of war? This is going to be exciting. Haha, Zuo Bai actually replied to him personally. Looks like a fight is about to break out. I wonder if Giannis is panicking now. How could he panic? Giannis is formidable too. Indeed, after all, Giannis was a #1 draft pick. What? Are you watching the game up there? Of course, what's up? Then tell me what's Giannis' full name. On this side, although Zuo Bai and the other person did not say anything extreme, nor did they exchange pleasantries about each other's families, everyone remained polite. However, this incident was enough to excite the media. After all, it was proof of the rivalry between. Furthermore, the Los Angeles Lakers had just experienced a painful defeat. This time, what kind of performance would they? Many people were certainly looking forward to it. Hence, numerous media outlets created quite a stir regarding this match. Various reports were centered around this game. They generated a lot of topics, all revolving around the two players in this match. Of course, the final outcome was also quite. It drew considerable attention and the viewership skyrocketed. Zuo Bai did not pay much attention to these matters. He was only concerned about the upcoming game. In this match, the Lakers would host the Bucks. In fact, it wasn't just Zuo Bai who was taking this game seriously. His teammates felt the same. The previous match against the Warriors had left each of them with plenty of pent-up frustration. With Giannis' provocation, everyone was in a similar mindset. This game must be won. They practiced late into the day. Yet no one complained of fatigue. After finishing their practice, they simply went to rest. When the next day arrived, everyone was filled with determination to win this match. How's your condition today? Zuo Bai asked. A few of them exchanged glances and replied, I feel great today. Honestly, I'm not afraid of Giannis, not even his brother. Neither am I. I'm determined to hold Giannis to under 20 points. I will defend him rigorously. Everyone was extremely excited. It felt like elementary school students before a spring outing. Zuo Bai smiled, but such a state of mind was good. Without pressure, they might just deliver an unexpected performance. When everyone arrived outside, they could see the fans had already been waiting eagerly. The distant shouts of many could be clearly heard. They exchanged greetings and entered the players' tunnel. The coach was already waiting for them there. Boys, how are you feeling today? We're great, coach. Each of them patted their chests as they spoke. Seeing their good condition, the coach felt half relieved. He said, that's good. Today's opponent is no pushover. You must know that Giannis is growing at an astonishing rate. Just a few days ago, he scored 40 points. However, their biggest problem, as you all know, is that their entire team lacks shooting, and you can completely give Giannis space to shoot. Today's tactic is just that, give Giannis space to shoot. Understood? Everyone nodded. Give space for shooting. Isn't that my specialty? Coach, you can rest assured. Yes, just keep your heart calm. This is something we can handle completely. Meanwhile, after everyone happily entered the arena, the coach specifically kept Zuo Bai, Nick Young, Jordan Clarkson, and Zuo Bai's substitute behind, and said to them, there is still one thing to pay attention to for this match. After the coach finished speaking, Nick Young first asked, what's the matter? The coach addressed them, in today's game we can anticipate that Giannis will definitely choose to exploit his advantages against you. Our lineup is relatively small, so Giannis will certainly look for opportunities to target the weaker players through switches. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Moi. They didn't understand why the coach didn't say this in front of everyone earlier. Of course the coach noticed the confusion. He then said, that's because if they are unaware, the effect will be better. If Giannis finds a switched player unprepared, he will naturally lower his guard. And when Giannis is ready to overpower you, pull the chairs away. Got it. Only then did everyone understand. Damn. Amazing, coach. How did I never realize you were this clever before? This tactic is great, haha. Coach, you've become much smarter today. The coach smiled awkwardly. I'll just take that as a compliment. Only Zuo Bai, listening to this conversation, had some doubts. Coach Luke is indeed a decent coach, but he primarily excels in tactics. When it comes to this sort of psychological cleverness, it is definitely not his strong suit. Did he come up with this himself? Or did someone guide him? It's hard to say. However, Zuo Bai felt that what he said earlier definitely had its feasibility. And it was highly feasible. The game was about to start, and Zuo Bai didn't have time to think too much, so he prepared to take the court. When both teams' players entered the arena, the audience was in an uproar. I swear. Brother Bai, I love you. So cool. Brother Bai, crush them. Go Lakers. How dare you provoke our brother Bai, you must not want to live. Little bucks, let's turn them into appetizers today. I'm from Inner Mongolia, I'll go first. Alright, brothers upstairs, I'll start a fire for you after the game. On this side, when Zuo Bai stepped onto the court, it was evident that Giannis' gaze swept over him. It was a vigilant, but after sizing up Zuo Bai for a moment, he seemed to squint with a hint of disdain. At this moment, Zuo Bai walked towards Giannis, meeting his gaze. Giannis was slightly taken aback. Damn, so fierce. Wasn't I just looking at you a bit longer? Now you want to settle this? Isn't the new guy a bit too fierce? Giannis thought, pretending to be nonchalant as he withdrew his gaze. Yet Zuo Bai continued to walk over. Giannis was slightly startled. He looked at Zuo Bai, his eyes filled with caution. He didn't want to receive a technical foul before the game even started. In the end, Zuo Bai approached and simply said, I noticed you squinting. Is your eye uncomfortable? I have eye drops here. Do you want? Giannis couldn't hold back. What the hell? I thought it was something serious. It turns out he came over just to say this. Damn. Looks like this kid is a bit timid too. Oh, I thought he was bold. However, Giannis at this moment didn't say anything else, just calmly replied, thank you for your kindness, but no need, my eyes are fine. Zuo Bai nodded thoughtfully. He then said, oh, so your eyes are fine, then why can't you shoot properly? Isn't there something wrong with your eyes? Said in an extremely caring tone, perfectly in line with his earlier concern. Really, not awkward at all. Except for Giannis's expression, which for some reason looked bad. I have no idea what the problem is. At this moment, the audience, hearing Zuo Bai's words, was laughing so hard that tears were coming. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. So your eyes are fine. Giannis' expression, I'm dying laughing. He looks like he's about to cry. The key point is that Zuo Bai was clearly trying to show concern. Why does he look so innocent? Who's good at math? Come calculate Giannis' psychological shadow area. 6666. A brother Bai is always on the front lines of fun. On this side, Giannis was so angry his teeth were about to shatter. Yet he couldn't say anything. After all, if he made any move now, the referee's little card wouldn't be blind. So Giannis merely said fiercely, hey kid, you'll regret this. Oh really? Zuo Bai smiled casually and said, I'm quite curious about what regret feels like. To be honest, since Zuo Bai came to the NBA, he really hasn't experienced what regret feels like. Although everyone says to regret, sigh. It's troubling. Meanwhile, the commentators at the commentary booth were smiling as they discussed this game. This game hasn't even started yet, and it's already so exciting. I really don't know what will happen once the game begins. Haha, Giannis is indeed interesting. He can be said to be the most fearless player in the entire NBA. Indeed, but he also has that kind of strength. However, it's obvious that Zuo Bai isn't easy to deal with either. But I still think Giannis will have an advantage. Don't you think so? Of course not. What do you want to bet? Sure, why not? If I lose, I'll strip and walk around in front of the camera. Bet this big. Another commentator was taken aback. Damn, weren't we just putting on a show? Turns out you are settling After hesitating for a moment, he said, alright, let's bet. I believe Giannis won't disappoint us. Haha, you're bound to lose. It's a promise. The audience is watching. Alright. On this side, the audience was already impatiently waiting. Seeing the bet between the commentators, everyone was, that guy will strip. The Lakers are definitely going to win. I don't know if the Lakers will win, but I do know that Giannis' talent is, the Greek freak is not to be trifled with. Do you think Zuo Bai is worse than him? Maybe Zuo Bai's potential talent is slightly higher than Giannis, but in my opinion, I favor Giannis. Hee, how about we make a bet too? As the moment of the game started, everyone put down their popcorn. Because at this moment it finally began. Both sides. Jump ball. On the Lakers side it is Big Low for the jump ball, while on the Bucks side it is Giannis. In terms of height, Giannis is at a slight distance. However, his jumping ability is extraordinary. With a hook shot, he seizes the opportunity and swats the ball away. Bam. Wow. We can see that the Bucks have gained possession of the ball first. That pass was executed perfectly, directly sent to the waiting Middleton on the perimeter. Although Middleton is the second in command, his personal strength is not to be underestimated. Indeed, especially his mid-range capability, which is truly impressive. Oh. He passed to Bledsoe, a beautiful assist down low. Let's see how he handles this ball. Is he planning to go He's going for the layup? Great shot. The Bucks score the first 2 points. After scoring, the enthusiasm of the Lakers fans in attendance remained undeterred. Instead, everyone stood up cheering, attack. Let them know our strength. Don't hold back, let them understand what respect means. Pass the ball to Zuo Bai. On this side, the Lakers' Kuzma began their attack. Zuo Bai quickly passed the ball, which perfectly landed in Kuzma's hands. He searched for an opportunity, looking for a chance to drive to the basket or for a teammate to assist. However, the Bucks' defense they gave him no chance. Therefore, Kuzma did not hesitate and directly chose to shoot. Shua. He shot directly. The shot was clean and decisive, but it still fell slightly short. Bang. The ball hit the rim. At that moment, Big Low and Giannis both jumped simultaneously, ready to contest for the rebound. As a center, Big Low certainly held a physical advantage. However, Giannis was simply too exceptional. With his long wingspan and jumping ability, he snatched the ball into his embrace. A smirk appeared on his lips, a look of disdain. Attack. Giannis shouted, directly passing the ball to John. John was wide open. Thus, the opportunity was quite favorable as he received the ball, preparing for a layup. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a figure running swiftly in front of him, blocking his path. That figure was Zuo Bai. Of course, upon seeing Zuo Bai, John was not flustered. A guard. What is there to fear? Even if his blocking area is large, how much can it be? Besides, he was already charging forward with speed on his side. There was nothing to be afraid of with this shot. Going for the layup. Without a second thought, John continued to accelerate, and as he approached Zuo Bai, he executed a reverse. He thought this move would allow him to easily dodge Zuo Bai and score. However, in an instant, he realized that Zuo Bai had indeed disappeared. But his ball was also gone. What the heck? Where's the ball? After a moment of confusion, John discovered that figure had already run back, ready to attack. This was not only unnoticed by John, but even the commentators with a godlike view had failed to realize what had happened. After reviewing the recording several times, they finally noticed that at the moment John shot, Zuo Bai's right hand had made a slight precise movement. And it was this small motion that accurately deflected the ball away. What the heck, that was outrageous. Did you see that shot? I saw it without needing to be told. It was just that I didn't understand it at the time, but I'm not blind. No wonder John looked so confused. Even another person wouldn't have reacted in time. Indeed, such a steal, there are few in the entire league who could comprehend it. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers began their counterattack right after the steal. When they approached Giannis, Zuo Bai smiled. Weren't you just looking down on me? Why the long face now? Giannis said nothing. He knew he was at a disadvantage now. He merely glared fiercely at Zuo Bai and said, bring it on. Giannis lowered his center of gravity, significantly ready to welcome the opponent's attack. His expression was serious, and with his long wingspan and exaggerated defensive range combined with his muscular physique, he was undoubtedly a nightmare for all attackers. Most people would feel a twinge of fear just by looking at him and would hesitate to attack. However, Zuo Bai chuckled lightly and then said, what are you thinking? You don't really think your defense looks cool, do you? Giannis was taken aback. Then he saw Zuo Bai pass the ball right over his head. That's right, right over his head. For most people, this passing style is not advisable. After all, in such a situation, if the opponent reacts, it could lead. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai had already grasped that Giannis was focused solely on defending against him, completely unaware that he would pass the ball. Thus, the ball unexpectedly landed in the hands of Zuo Bai's teammate. Great pass. Kuzma attracted the defender and then passed it to Big Low. Big Low was also well coordinated, directly overpowering Tyler to score with a dunk. 2-2. The score was level. Giannis was somewhat surprised. He thought that with that rebound, he could definitely pull the score to 4-0. But he never expected that his rebound would be stolen by Zuo Bai. Damn it. It seems this little guard has some skills. At this moment, he thought to himself, it looks like he needs to take the next game a bit more seriously. At least with this little guard in front of him, he would need to exert much greater effort to overpower him. You can only talk trash for this little while. Don't think you'll have a chance to say such things again. Feeling Giannis' anger, Zuo Bai said, sorry, you'll soon find out whether I have that. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. However, Giannis was even angrier. This clearly showed that he was being looked down upon. As the well-known Greek freak, he actually sensed a hint of mockery in the eyes of this little Asian guard. Isn't he just a rookie? How dare he be so arrogant towards me? Giannis gritted his teeth and said to his teammates, focus on attacking the paint today. Everyone spread out for a moment, I want to go onion on. Has this Giannis never been hit since he was little? Doesn't he know that the last person who said this is buried under 3 meters of single-handedly? When has anyone ever succeeded with that? At this moment, everyone cleared a path for Giannis. Only after they did Zuo Bai realize. So Giannis wants to go onion on. And it's not me. Kuzma, standing in front of Giannis, was trembling with fear. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. Whoever said that, go find them. You're talking about Zuo Bai, why are you trying to go onion? Kuzma looked helplessly behind him. However, Zuo Bai, suppressing a laugh, gave him a thumbs up. Kuzma felt like crying without tears. Bro. Bye bro. He wanted to shout, but couldn't bring himself to do it. This is a match. He couldn't do anything that would lower the morale of his side. With no choice left, Kuzma could only brace himself. He understood Giannis' offense, after all they had faced each other before. Giannis' offense was incredibly fierce, especially his impact in the paint, which was quite outrageous. He could only say that Giannis' current skills were still rather rough, and he didn't have a good shooting game. Even his free throws were terrible. Yet even so, Giannis could still score 20 to 30 points per game. This shows just how terrifying his talent is. Kuzma gave him a step back, just in case Giannis suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, inside the paint, Randall was also getting ready. If Giannis were to force his way inside, he would be prepared to give him a solid. At this moment, Giannis made a series of behind-the-back dribbles. Then he found the opportunity, and when Kuzma wasn't paying attention, made his move. Don't dawdle. Giannis taunted as he broke through. Kuzma felt utterly helpless. Damn it, I wasn't dawdling at all. You're just breaking through so fast, what can I do? However, Kuzma had no time to refute this, because there was simply no time to argue. Even though he had given Giannis a step, Kuzma still couldn't keep up with Giannis' first step. This explosive power is incredible. Although Kuzma was right next to Giannis, he was already being surpassed. Moreover, Giannis was poised to exceed him even further. Help defense. Kuzma yelled, disregarding everything else. How could the teammates not know? Everyone was focused on Giannis. However, when Randall rushed in to form a defense with Kuzma, Giannis actually jumped. Exactly. He jumped right after stepping just past the free throw line. He jumped directly from there. This caught Randall and the others completely off guard. At that moment, Giannis stretched out his arms with all his might. Bang. Dunk score. No technique, just pure emotion. At that moment, Giannis yelled at Zuo Bai and the others. Is this it? Is this your strategy? Giannis scored purely by overpowering them with his physical talent. He could even say that he has always played relying on this strength. Zuo Bai ignored him. He simply said lightly, is the game over? So excited. This phrase made Giannis feel like it was a punch to soft cotton. Damn it. He clearly scored. Why does it feel so unsatisfying? Giannis began to fall back with his teammates. The Lakers weren't as intense in this game as the Bucks. They weren't putting in much effort. They weren't overly excited either. Everyone was calm, maintaining steady play. Over here, Zuo Bai made a long pass to Kuzma, who upon receiving the ball passed it back to Zuo Bai without stopping, because the first pass easily attracts the defender's attention. So when the second ball came back to Zuo Bai, there was only one defender. This wasn't a significant challenge for Zuo Bai. Seizing the opportunity, he took a hesitation step. The defender was instantly caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Which way is he going? Left? Right? Is he going to break through right away? Is the first move a fake? What about the second one? In an instant, he considered countless scenarios. These scenarios are certainly useful, because if you start predicting before your opponent makes a move, you won't be caught off guard. However, he could never have imagined that for Zuo Bai the least useful thing was predicting. With a single hesitation step, Zuo Bai directly saw what was going to happen next. If he wanted to break right, the opponent's speed was not slow and would react. At that moment, a slight change of direction would suffice. It would directly cause the opponent to stumble and lose their footing. Watch your ankles. Zuo Bai smiled slightly at his opponent and then accelerated and broke through. He changed direction. The defender's prediction was completely useless. The instant Zuo Bai broke through, he lunged forward. The center of gravity was instantly disrupted. And then with Zuo Bai's sudden change of direction, the defender was utterly bang. He fell. Zuo Bai had directly faked him out. Meanwhile, after Zuo Bai had faked out the defender in front of him, Middleton reacted immediately. He chased up for a help defense. This choice was undoubtedly correct. It was correct at any time. However, correct does not mean effective. Without the slightest hesitation, Zuo Bai accelerated, and when he reached under the basket, he pulled the ball with his right hand. It was a Ronda-style fake layup. This move is classic, yet exceptionally effective. Middleton jumped up. Zuo Bai turned around and effortlessly banked. These two shots were relatively easy. Compared to the Bucks' explosive style, the Lakers' scoring actions were much more pleasing to the... How should I put it? If I were to use a food metaphor, it would probably be Dove chocolate. Seeing the score tied once again, Giannis shook his head. This script was different from what he expected. He had initially thought of widening the gap with the Lakers from the start, at least letting them know the difference in strength. So he came out firing on all cylinders from the beginning. But now it seems the Lakers are not some soft persimmons. Giannis was preparing to continue his offense, but his momentary hesitation was still noticed by everyone. When the Bucks... Unsurprisingly, Giannis faced Kuzma once again. Kuzma is truly unfortunate. Giannis does not bully anyone, so he chose a forward from the Lakers to face off against. In this situation, it's forwards against forwards, which is certainly better than some forwards who only target guards right. Yet Kuzma is on the verge of tears. He certainly does not enjoy facing off against a physical monster like Giannis. Furthermore, there is still a significant physical gap between the two of them. At this moment, Randall patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all right, you can switch out." Kuzma immediately gave him a grateful look. He said, "From now on, you are my second brother." Undoubtedly his first brother is Zuo Bai. Randall replied, no need to be so polite. In fact, Randall had long wanted to have a matchup against Giannis. Although Randall is a power forward, Giannis is technically a small. However, due to Giannis' exaggerated physical attributes, he can often even handle the opposing center. Thus, Randall harbors an obsession with going head-to-head with Giannis. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if Randall can actually hold his own against Giannis, wouldn't that substantially raise his salary next? Randall stood in front of Giannis, saying, hey, bring it on. Giannis stepped back 2 paces, loosening up. To be honest, even Giannis had to take a moment to gauge Randall's physique. But it was merely a momentary assessment. Giannis used the space he created to accelerate and charge forward. Bang! The two collided fiercely. This impact caused even the strong Randall to stumble. After stepping back 2 paces, he regained his balance. However, Giannis charged at him once more. Bang! Bang! Another 2 consecutive clashes directly penetrating. Then he executed a powerful dunk. A brutally aggressive layup. Randall had absolutely no response to this play, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent is the core of the team. Randall is merely a blue-collar worker, so most people were not surprised by the outcome. So how was my confrontation? Are you satisfied? Giannis laughed heartily. Clearly he was feeling a bit arrogant. However, Giannis also felt a little fatigued. Playing against such a physical four is indeed quite challenging. Primarily, it is exhausting. After all, the opponent's height and weight are significant factors that do not change. This made Giannis feel that it's more comfortable to play in smaller positions. Then his gaze swept over Kuzma and the others. Just as he hadn't reacted, yet he suddenly heard his teammate shout, quick defend. Giannis immediately turned his head and realized that he had been caught off guard. He saw Zuo Bai running towards the basket while calling out, come on, I'm open. Over here, Nick Young did not hesitate. He quickly passed the ball, though it was slightly high. But he knew that for Zuo Bai, a little height doesn't matter at all. Zuo Bai leapt up, caught the ball, and executed a slam dunk. Bang! What an incredibly spectacular shot. This shot was beautiful. Haha, Giannis was still reveling in his scoring delight only to have this basket stolen. This is hilarious. When did Zuo Bai run out? I don't know, I turned around and saw him darting out. Haha. That was an easy score. As expected, Zuo Bai not only has skill and talent, but he also has brains. Most importantly, he's so damn handsome. I'm so envious. How can there be such a perfect person? It's fine, don't be envious, you're not bad either. Although you're a bit ugly, but, are you complimenting me? Be confident. I am complimenting you. After scoring, Zuo Bai said, you didn't leave your brain at home before the game, did you? Saying this, Zuo Bai pointed at his own head with a smile. This infuriated Giannis. Damn it, the score is still tied, and he's acting so arrogantly. Damn. At this moment, Giannis said to his teammates, wait for a guard to come and set a pick for me. Okay. So when Giannis held the ball at the top arc next, everyone immediately moved up and swapped Randall out. Randall, caught off guard, collided with the incoming defender, which knocked him back solidly. What the hell? At that moment, Randall really wanted to curse, saying they were breaking the rules with such a surprise attack. But there are no such things as surprise attacks in the game. This is a competition. A black cat or a white cat, the one that catches mice is a good cat. After the guard switched out with Randall, the defender in front of Giannis became Nick Young. To be honest, Nick Young's defense wasn't that great to begin with, and facing such an extraordinarily tall and talented player, his defensive impact was even more negligible. As expected, Giannis faced Nick Young and prepared to post up, scoring directly as he penetrated the paint. However, the moment Giannis prepared to back him down, Nick Young suddenly recalled what the coach had told him before he entered the game. Damn, the coach really knows his stuff. How did he predict that Giannis would start backing him down in the paint at this moment? He was indeed right. At this moment, Nick Young followed the coach's instructions closely. When Giannis made his first contact, he pushed back with all his strength, making Giannis take a step back. And when Giannis attempted to press forward for a second confrontation, Nick Young slipped away. Hey, I'm out. Damn. Giannis stumbled, causing his entire body to lose balance and fly forward. Giannis realized something was off. Though he hadn't expected it, things had developed to this point, and he could hardly be unaware of the opponent's intentions. Giannis stretched out a hand to block Nick Young, who was trying to steal the ball. Just then, Zuo Bai, who had been prepared, rushed out and took control of the ball. Good job on the retreat. You flatter me. In front of Giannis, the two acted as if no one else was around, and after a brief exchange, Zuo Bai passed the ball with a sly move from behind. Smack. Big Low caught the ball and executed a slam dunk. Score. After the start, the score remained tightly contested between both sides. Originally, Giannis Antetokounmpo aimed to quickly widen the gap, but instead he found himself being overtaken by the opposing team. After the start, the score remained tightly contested between both sides. Originally, Giannis Antetokounmpo aimed to quickly widen the gap, but instead he actually not really, it seemed just average, right? However, the strength Zuo Bai displayed on the court made it quite challenging for him. Damn it. Giannis felt as if he had punched a wall of cotton. He had the strength, but nowhere to use it. He wanted to confront the opponent head-on, but that was merely his own wishful thinking. Everyone could see it. No one on the opposing team paid him any attention. Zuo Bai ignored him. Even his own pants. Nick Young not only ignored him, but even pulled away his chair. Damn. How was he supposed to play like this? Giannis felt incredibly frustrated by this style of play. Meanwhile, when Giannis got the ball, the Lakers made an exceptionally bold decision. Everyone completely vacated the perimeter. You heard that right, completely vacated. Now 5 players were stationed in the paint directly surrounding the Bucks center. This was no longer a cheese sandwich situation. This was a 5-sided cheese sandwich. The rationale behind this approach was that they were not worried at all about Giannis taking a shot. They even let Middleton take 3-pointers. The most accurate shooter on their team was merely their guard Eric Bledsoe. However, he wasn't that precise either. It could be said that the entire Bucks team was not proficient in shooting. Middleton could make 2-point shots, but his 3-point shooting was indeed several tiers lower. As for Giannis, he was complete. Giannis awkwardly glanced around, noticing that there was no one within 2 meters of him, which made him feel utterly embarrassed. What the hell does this mean? Zuo Bai shrugged. Just as you see, that's exactly what it means. Giannis was furious. However, Zuo Bai remained. He firmly believed that Giannis had no bullets in his gun. Compared to his own, Giannis was miles behind. Giannis certainly wasn't going to take that lying down. Who could bear being told in front of a crowd that their gun was empty? Who could? At that moment, Giannis was determined to prove himself. He slowly took a shot with an extremely awkward posture. Then, well done. This shot was completely unsurprising. Thud. Saying it was a total air ball would be an exaggeration, but it indeed just grazed the rim. It was nowhere near going in. Zuo Bai instantly seized the rebound. In fact, even if he hadn't gone for it, that shot, because in the paint, all his teammates were there. After Giannis missed, he was still shouting, "Get the rebound. Get the rebound." However, the center who was trapped in the middle looked utterly helpless. "I can't help you, bro. Can't you see they've surrounded me?" The Lakers easily secured the rebound, and then immediately launched a fast break. The entire court was basically in a passing motion, dribbling only once. The speed was incredibly fast. Even Giannis, known for his speed, nearly couldn't keep up. However, his physical attributes were still explosive, and as the Lakers charged towards the basket, Giannis arrived just in time. Shoot. At that moment, Giannis jumped as well. He had been waiting for this moment. He was waiting to give them a big block as the Lakers. However, he saw that the shot was launched very high. Very high. Giannis was stunned, gazing at the basketball soaring above him, realizing then the opponent had no intention of shooting. Instead, they planned to initiate a secondary attack. Over here, Zuo Bai had already been waiting under the basket, grinning. He then directly scored the ball into the hoop. Points. Effortless, smooth. Aside from some fatigue from running over, Zuo Bai didn't feel any tiredness at all so far. Meanwhile, in the online livestream, the comments kept flashing. It was evident that the viewers were quite excited. The Lakers' offense feels so effortless today. Indeed, whether on offense or defense, it feels so easy. It's strange the Bucks shouldn't be that weak. Haha, mainly because Giannis isn't shooting. We should thank Giannis for that. Thank you. Thank you, Giannis. Hey, the one above, are you that fake fan from last time? Do you even know Giannis' full name? I know it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. I meant in English. What? Alright, fake fan. Over here, Giannis' face was dark with anger. He felt that today's game was exceptionally frustrating. Extremely frustrating. It was bad enough that the opponent looked down on him, but the key was that he really couldn't score. Scoring was just too hard. This was the first time he felt this way since entering the league. Middleton over at the free throw line asked, "So how are you planning to play? Do you need us to clear the way for you?" Clear the way? But it seems they aren't following us. Thinking of this, Giannis fell silent. After all, facing a crowded paint area, he indeed had no great confidence. It was tough. After hesitating for a moment, Giannis said, "How about I just give it a go, and then I'll pass it to you later?" Middleton nodded. After all, as the team's second-in-command, he still had scoring ability. After the inbound pass, Giannis brought the ball near midcourt, and in front of him, it was completely empty. Giannis' heart churned with frustration. If it were ancient times, and he were leading troops, Zhuge Liang's empty city ruse would absolutely make this fierce warrior feel, "Are you looking down on me?" and charge in recklessly. If it were really like that, it would probably mean the downfall of the sleeping dragon in his lifetime. But at this moment, he held back. A real man doesn't fall for immediate loss. If he can't score, it would just be his own loss. After hesitating for a second beyond the three-point line, he directly passed the ball into Middleton's hands. Middleton didn't hesitate either. The instant he received the ball, he prepared to shoot. But just at that moment, suddenly a figure flashed in. Zuo Bai. Middleton was slightly taken aback, but the shot was already taken. Influenced by the earlier shock, this shot was a bit low. Smack. It crisply hit the rim. Middleton was displeased. Wasn't it said that they wouldn't defend against the shot? Giannis was even less pleased at this point. What does it mean that they won't defend my shot? At this moment, I wanted to interview Zuo Bai. How did you manage to make 2 men simultaneously unhappy with just 1 cent? This was not a case of Zuo Bai wanting to treat differently. He was generally quite confident in the shooting of the Bucks. However, from the perspective of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he saw that the previous shot would indeed hit the rim. There was no choice since he had seen it. He couldn't just stay back and not defend. That would be a bit too disrespectful. Thus, Zuo Bai showed the utmost respect to his opponent by jumping out directly to interfere with the previous shot. As expected, Middleton was startled by this sudden defense, losing his aim and hitting the rim hard. Since the opponent's shot missed, the rebound undoubtedly became the key point. Both teams jumped up ready to contest for the rebound. Who would have thought the Bucks, who were perceived to have an advantage in this aspect, were being tightly squeezed outside the rebound area by the Lakers? Giannis still wanted to jump up and reach for the ball. But how could it be so easy for him to grab it? The Lakers players directly controlled the rebound. Kuzma received the ball and immediately launched an offensive towards the front court. Finding the opponent's weak spot, he scored with a quick counterattack. What the hell was that? Timeout. At this moment, the Bucks head coach unhesitatingly called for a timeout. Seeing the anxious Bucks coach on the sidelines, Zuo Bai smiled slightly. He truly did not expect them to lose their composure, so the Bucks coach returned to the court and immediately began scolding his players. What were you playing just now, eh? You were so wide open, yet you didn't take the shot. And Giannis, with your physical advantages, make sure to score in the paint as much. Middleton and Bledsoe, you both need to stretch out to create space and give Giannis opportunities to score. If the opponents don't follow you out, then create opportunities through passing. If all else fails, let Giannis break through and dish out. How can you not handle such a simple situation and still call yourselves NBA players? What are you doing? The Bucks head coach was furious. He had even rolled up his sleeves to warm up on the sidelines. Damn it. However, Giannis, feeling somewhat wronged, said, "But they were guarding me from so far away. If they guard you that far, then just engage. This is the perfect opportunity to push through. If you don't shoot, then just charge at him. Can't you do that?" Giannis nodded. Sigh. Shooting was the most difficult thing in the... Giannis felt that shooting was quite mystical. Oh, it felt like an AK-47 shooting a headshot. Sometimes, even when he was out of position, the ball still went in. But at other times, he felt he had aimed perfectly, released the shot, and yet it went off course. Giannis shook his head, deciding not to. Meanwhile, the Lakers coach excitedly spoke to his team. "I really didn't expect you to play so easily in this game." "That's right. While maintaining your form is crucial, don't let your guard down psychologically." The others nodded in agreement. Kuzma, feeling excited, stepped up to take credit. Coach, how was that fast break I just made? Did you see how awesome?" The coach frowned. "Forget it, let's not dwell on it. It's not good to be too affected on the court. Okay, boys, tidy up and prepare to get back on the court. Don't be complacent and stay ready for the upcoming game." All right. When the Bucks returned to the court, the two teams had already been separated by a 4-point gap. The Bucks players clearly didn't take this 4-point deficit too seriously. They believed that once they found their rhythm in the game, they could easily catch up that 4 points. With the referee's whistle, the game after the ball was thrown in from the baseline, it was directly passed to Middleton. As the second in command of the Bucks, he was generally, and with a reliable teammate, Zuo Bai was still a bit cautious regarding his shooting. But it wasn't a big deal. His shooting wasn't accurate enough to be feared. For Zuo Bai's explosive power, the moment Middleton shot, he could almost interfere, so he wasn't overly worried. Middleton made a fake shooting motion, but Zuo Bai was not fooled. Sorry, even Kyrie Harden and Paul's fakes could. What are you thinking? Seeing that Zuo Bai didn't move, Middleton thought for a moment and prepared to take a three-pointer. But just as he was about to shoot, Zuo Bai suddenly pushed off the ground with force, leaping diagonally forward, reaching out with one hand. At this moment, Middleton was already in the air, and he had only two choices: either to shoot against Zuo Bai's defense, or to pass. Otherwise, if he landed again, it would be a violation. Without hesitation, Middleton chose to pass. Giannis. Good. Giannis jumped up, catching the ball in midair and accelerating toward the paint. However, at that moment, the Lakers defenders quickly tightened their defense. Seeing this, Giannis chose to charge forward instead. "So you want to clash with me, huh? Then bring it on." Giannis lowered his shoulder and accelerated, wanting to teach them a lesson about strength. However, the next second, the well-prepared Lakers team collectively withdrew at the moment Giannis approached. They slipped. Everyone scattered, leaving only John under the basket standing there with a look of terror. From his expression, it seemed you could faintly read a few words: "Please don't come over." But there was nothing he could do. Giannis' speed was simply too fast, and he couldn't stop this shot. Bang! Giannis collided solidly with his teammate, while on the other side, Nick Young attempted to steal the ball from behind. However, this time Giannis was protecting the ball, tightly holding the basketball, close as he and his teammate fell to the ground. Seeing this, Middleton slid down from the three-point line, stretching out his hand for the ball. Here. Giannis passed the ball. Middleton readied for an alley-oop layup. But at that moment, a large hand reached out from bang. The moment he went for the layup, he heard a loud sound coming from the backboard. This was the result of Zuo Bai's emphatic block. Cruel, it is truly too cruel. Middleton's layup was mercilessly pinned to the board by Zuo Bai. However, his teammates were not to be underestimated. As soon as Zuo Bai landed, they jumped up to rebound. In the end, it barely made it in. Although it finally went through the hoop, everyone present felt it was still a struggle. Why is it so difficult for the Bucks to score a point? Even if that shot went in, there would still be a 2-point gap between the two teams. However, this does not mean that the Lakers couldn't score on this play. Zuo Bai reorganized the offense, making a high pass directly. Nick Young received the ball and made a bounce pass back to Zuo Bai, a smooth dunk for the score. In contrast, the Bucks were having a much tougher time on their end. Their star player Giannis was struggling right from the first round. Trying to lay it up, the opposing team wouldn't give him enough space to make it comfortable. When attempting to shoot, he lacked accuracy. If he wanted to force his way through the defense, the opponents would pull the chair out from under him, catching him off guard. I mean, talk about pulling the chair. I don't know how many times that has made Giannis stumble. I can't take it anymore. Right now, he just wants to tell these Lakers players, you sneak attack, you can't handle it, you're trash, you have no strength, and you don't even dare to confront me, Heaton. It's hard, so hard. Giannis felt for the first time how important a good shooting hand was. Meanwhile, the Lakers kept scoring steadily and effortlessly, which was pleasing to watch. When the defensive focus of the Bucks was on Zuo Bai, he always managed to use a clever pass to make the opponent's defender lose their way. And when the opponent focused on preventing his breakthrough, he could always finish the offense with a beautiful shot. By the end of the first quarter, the score difference had reached 7 points. 2-7-2-0. This left Giannis feeling incredibly incredulous. He originally thought the Lakers were a bunch of soft persimmons, or even a ragtag group, but he didn't expect it to be so challenging. He entered the game full of confidence, but now he found himself surpassed. Damn it, is this a joke? During the break of the first quarter, the Bucks head coach rearranged the strategy. You two come down, let's bring in the guards. John, you shouldn't stay up there, let Giannis play center. When we get the chance, shoot from the perimeter, got it. When they pull out, immediately pass the ball to Giannis, don't hesitate, understood? Everyone nodded. They certainly couldn't continue playing like they did in the first quarter. Giannis' advantages hadn't been utilized, greatly diminishing their offensive strength. Only by restraining the perimeter could they have a chance. Meanwhile, the Lakers were also drawing up a new strategy. After hearing it, everyone smiled knowingly. Ha ha ha, this strategy is great. Alright, don't worry coach, we will definitely execute it to the end. No problem, leave it to us. Doesn't that just collapse the Bucks' mentality? I'm dying of laughter, I really can't wait to see what they think later. Zuo Bai also shook his head with a smile. This tactic was indeed effective. How clever the coach was today. There must be something. The second quarter officially began. Both teams returned to the court, and it was obvious that there had been a significant change. They had clearly weakened their control over the inside, while strengthening their firepower from the perimeter. The changes on the Lakers' side were minimal. It was not Zuo Bai on the court, but his substitute, so the scoring responsibility shifted to Nick Young, Kuzma, and Ingram. The game continued. The Bucks launched a fierce offensive from the start. They constantly harassed the Lakers' defense from the perimeter, and when they found an opportunity, they passed the ball to Giannis. Giannis took big strides toward the paint. With the Lakers' defense spread out, the inside wasn't as crowded as it was before. Giannis charged directly into the Lakers' paint with 2 big steps. At this moment, Giannis was feeling very excited. Honestly, he had never felt this excited when he completed a dunk for the first time, because he finally found his rhythm again. He had regained his playing style. This is me. This is Giannis. Get ready, I'm going to prove myself with a dunk. Look closely. Let you know what talent is. I'm dunking. Huh. Beep. Lakers fouled 2 free throws. In that moment, Giannis fell silent. Just as he jumped to dunk, a large hand came from behind, perfectly interfering with his dunk. It didn't pull him or grab him, but damn it just happened to create a foul interfering with his dunk. That made his previous shot go awry. Damn. Giannis glared fiercely at the culprit behind him, who quickly dodged his gaze and scampered away. Nick Young, who heard Giannis roar under the basket, stood by the free throw line and said, I'm watching, let me see what talent look. You? Nick Young looked relaxed. Giannis, standing at the free throw line, honestly, is on par with Simmons. Wait, that's a bit unfair as Simmons is stronger than damn Giannis. So putting Giannis on the free throw line is no different from feeling good. Giannis hesitated at the free throw line, afraid to shoot. Looking at the hoop, he just felt it was far and near. After hesitating for a moment, Giannis finally took the shot. Thud. Thud. 2 missed shots without a doubt. The second rebound went directly to Nick Young, who chuckled. I saw your talent, truly exceptional. Saying this, Nick Young laughed as he began to attack. However, this action, is he really treating a tiger like Hello Kitty? Nick Young had originally used a spin move to easily drive to the basket, but who would have thought someone suddenly rushed up behind him? A Greek freak leaping straight up to the rim. At that moment, the Lakers fans in the stands felt their hearts tighten. On this side, Giannis Antetokounmpo executed a powerful block, directly snatching away Nick Young's layup attempt. It was astonishing. No one expected someone could block an opponent's layup during a fast break. Of course, this would not have been possible without Giannis' terrifying jumping ability or his exceptional wingspan and hands. This is pure talent. After grabbing the rebound, Giannis pushed forward without hesitation, charging straight into the Lakers. After weaving past 2 defenders, he leaped high and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Scoring. Wow. Giannis' talent is indeed impressive. This is his style of play. Impressive indeed. It seems we can't underestimate him. His physical attributes are terrifying. Isn't that right? Every time I watch him, left in awe. The audience was all stunned by Giannis' recent performance. Undoubtedly, Giannis' talent is among the best in history, and that play was undeniably explosive. Even Giannis himself recognized that his recent play made a strong statement. He patted his muscular arm while facing the lake. This is strength, you understand. Watching this scene, Zuo Bai also nodded slightly. There is indeed something remarkable here, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Some people are indeed arrogant because they have the capital to be so. Regardless of how substantial that capital is, it's certain. However, Giannis' style of play is too one-dimensional, making him very vulnerable to being targeted. Thus, Zuo Bai didn't take this performance too seriously. On the court, a Lakers player once again received the ball. Nick Young looked for an open spot and took a mid-range shot. He scored. This year, Middleton was also unyielding, responding with a move just inside the 3-point line, of fake to create space, followed by a quick stop and jump shot, scoring 2 points. In the ensuing match, Kuzma also found his rhythm, sinking a corner 3-pointer. The ball returned to the Bucks, where Bledsoe also answered with a mid-range shot. It went in. Suddenly, both teams' scoring abilities exploded, each refusing to yield to the other. Everyone seemed to have a remarkable shooting percentage. In reality, the players' shooting percentages were not low, but at this moment their shooting touch had suddenly ignited. Neither side seemed to miss. Gradually, the Lakers noticed that the Bucks' shooting percentage had suddenly increased. As a result, their defensive focus gradually shifted from the paint to the perimeter, and of course the Bucks players noticed this change. Good opportunity, they are pulling back. There's space inside, quickly pass the ball to Giannis. The two quickly passed the ball into Giannis' hands. Their thought was to watch Giannis dominate the paint next. Effortlessly. However, Giannis was still caught up in his prior shooting. Both teams had been coasting, and at the moment he received the ball, he instinctively assumed he should also take a shot right. So under the desperate gazes of his teammates and the puzzled stares of the Lakers players, Giannis took the shot. Poof. Stable, very stable. I can only say Giannis is indeed impressive. Seeing that this shot was not going to go in, Giannis certainly wouldn't just stand there waiting helplessly. The moment he took the shot, he dashed toward the basket, ready to grab the rebound and dunk it back. We can see that Giannis' shot did not go in, but it's a bit unfortunate. Indeed, he should have chosen a more suited offensive approach. At this moment, the two commentators on the court expressed, But he dashed out the moment he shot. Perhaps he intended to grab the rebound himself. Giannis' speed is impressive. It looks like he has a chance. He jumped up, he grabbed the rebound. Let's see what he plans to do next. Is he going for a dunk? However, the Lakers players were also ready and they wouldn't let him dunk so easily. Although Giannis' physical talent is indeed, but unfortunately if you don't take a shot we have the most effective way to deal with you, which is fouling. Beep. The Lakers foul. He gets 2 free throws. Giannis felt despair. If given the choice between shooting free throws or going to eat dirt, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, shooting free throws is just too embarrassing. This isn't just about pride, it's mainly because he can't make them. The shooting percentage is too low. Just think about it. Originally, he wanted to show off a dunk in front of the girls watching around the court. But now he gets fouled and has to shoot free throws and he can't even make it. How embarrassing is that? Moreover, it's not just a few girls scattered around the court. This is the NBA broadcast, so humiliating. But he couldn't avoid shooting free throws. After all, if he got lucky and made one, it would be a scoring opportunity for the team. Sigh. Shoot. Poof. The first shot unsurprisingly missed. The Lakers fans in attendance had already begun to cheer prematurely. He won't make it. Isn't free throws supposed to be a sure thing? Oh, but the one standing at the free throw line is Giannis, so it's fine. Hey, you in the stands, is that polite? Polite are you in the stands? Alright, get ready to grab the rebound. At this moment Giannis could hear the jeers from the crowd. Wiping the sweat from his hands, he silently thought, God, please help me. I know I usually can't make them, but I haven't made a single free throw in this game. Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Let me make this one shot. If not, I'd exchange 10 years of my life for it. Please, Giannis initially thought he was just trying to motivate himself and didn't take the word seriously. But this shot actually went in. Swish. He actually made it. For a moment Giannis was stunned. How could it be that the wish I just made actually came true? Did I just make an incredible profit? At that moment, he seemed to faintly hear someone speaking in his ear. No backing out now. It was evident that the lettered brother had begun to adapt somewhat. The impact of Nick Young and the others' chair-pulling tactic was becoming less significant. At that moment Zuo Bai said, Coach, it's about time for me to go on the court. Zuo Bai was quite clear about the situation on the court. Moreover, their outside shooting power had also strengthened. They had reached a point where the Lakers had to take notice. The Bucks, feeling the heat, were unfazed by Zuo Bai's entry onto the court. He glanced at Zuo Bai and smiled, saying, You're only coming in now. I thought you were scared. He glanced at Zuo Bai and smiled, saying, You're only coming in now. I thought you were scared. Giannis was momentarily caught off guard by this remark. He snorted dismissively and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, that won't last long. I don't think so, Zuo Bai said with a slight smile. On the court, the atmosphere became lively again. Zuo Bai replaced Nick Young, telling him, He'll take care of Giannis for you. Okay. Kuzma replied cheerfully. Facing Giannis, Zuo Bai thought, Is this it? Zuo Bai appeared unremarkable with his height and physique. In fact, he felt he could easily overpower Zuo Bai. At that moment Giannis laughed. He found Zuo Bai's overconfidence amusing. You're not joking with me, are you? This is your defense. Looks like you want to lose even faster than I'll help you with that. Giannis, slightly taken aback, decided to accelerate without even bothering to change direction. He thought he could easily get past Zuo Bai with one step. However, when he realized Zuo Bai was still right next to him, he was surprised. What did it matter? With just a little contact, Giannis could easily push him aside. Did this little guard really think he could challenge him? As he charged to the basket, Giannis collided into Zuo Bai. Even against a player of a bigger position, Giannis expected to create some space. But this time he didn't expect Zuo Bai to barely budge. Just a little bit. Zuo Bai had withstood the collision. Giannis was taken aback. Whoa, so tough. He had to admit Zuo Bai was one of the toughest guards he had seen. However, it wouldn't matter. With his height and reach, Giannis had an absolute advantage. This was something Zuo Bai could never compensate for. Although there was no space, Giannis decided to go for a jump shot. You came here yourself, and you will regret it. Giannis leaped, hands clasped around the ball. But just as he was about to ascend, Zuo Bai's hand came down swiftly. With a solid swipe, he knocked the ball away. In an instant, Giannis lost the ball, his body falling awkwardly. Zuo Bai smiled and said, Should I regret that? This was clearly a taunt at Giannis' earlier comment, but Zuo Bai had no time for idle chatter. This was an excellent opportunity to launch a counterattack. Zuo Bai sprinted, drawing the defenders, then made a behind-the-back pass. The ball sailed out from the blind spot of the opponents. Although Giannis had never heard that shooting range equates to truth, he was slightly panicked at this moment. The instant he saw Zuo Bai raise his hand, he realized that the man before him seemed to be serious. Whoosh. A three-pointer was taken directly. Zuo Bai stood not far from the baseline, and Giannis had never seen such a scene. Is this the range of human shooting? However, despite Giannis looking up in disbelief as the three-pointer flew over his head, it headed straight for the basket. Swish. Accompanied by the sound of the net, Giannis shouted in disbelief, How can this be possible? This is magic. I report that someone is cheating. Giannis was stunned. How could this person throw it in from so far away when he couldn't even make a free throw? Is this for real? Isn't this a cheat? You call this skill? I don't believe it. Are we not playing the same game? Giannis was completely bewildered, mechanically returning to defense. When he reached Zuo Bai's side as expected, Zuo Bai approached and said, Now you know the whole court is within my shooting range. Impossible. That was just luck. Luck. I have to admit luck does play a part in shooting. Then Zuo Bai paused and added, But that applies to you. The Bucks scored 2 points, and after the transition of offense and defense, Zuo Bai stood there once again and took a three-pointer. Swish. Another super long three-pointer went in. Giannis knew this was definitely not luck. If it were luck, those two shots would have already used up 30 years of lifespan. This is undoubtedly strength. Remembering what he had just said about the game just beginning, Giannis felt a bit embarrassed. This is not just the beginning. This is already over. How can we play against such three-pointers? Just standing there unmoving. However, after Zuo Bai made those two three-pointers, he did not continue. Although others did not know, Zuo Bai was well aware of how exhausting this long-range shooting was. His shooting ability was indeed relatively stable. However, the physical exertion was quite significant. If ranked from the most to least exhausting, it would roughly be tightly marking the ball handler mismatching defense against forwards' fast breaks after steals and long-range breaking through with the ball shooting from the three-point line, scoring under the basket, loafing around, and resting by the water cooler. That's probably the categorization. Therefore, while super long three-pointers are indeed flashy and unbeatable, they are also exhausting. They come second only to active defense and fast breaks. Thus, they cannot be used as a primary offensive strategy. As long as the opponent knows you have shooting threats, your ability to drive to the basket or attract defensive pressure will greatly improve. Just like now, Giannis was tightly guarding, his eyes fixed on Zuo Bai's movements. It could be said that Giannis would react to almost any action Zuo Bai took. Zuo Bai feinted to the right, and Giannis' weight shifted that way too. Zuo Bai pretended to shoot, and Giannis' weight followed. It is well known that when defending, one is not afraid of the opponent following their movements. What one fears is when the opponent does not move at all. At this moment, it was quite easy for Zuo Bai to get past Giannis. Zuo Bai made a feint followed by a change of pace. He directly shook off Giannis' defense, although Giannis was extremely fast and quickly followed up. But Zuo Bai did not stop after the feint. A simple pause, then he accelerated backward. Taking advantage of Giannis approaching, he broke towards the paint. Although simple, it was also the most effective. This action was all about grasping the rhythm. When Giannis realized something was off, he shouted, "Holy SHD, come help with the defense." At this moment, the Bucks players rushed in to help defend. And at this time, Zuo Bai directly made a Euro step, preparing for a reverse layup. However, at this moment, Giannis charged in, preparing to directly block him from behind. After all, Giannis' jumping ability is, as long as he jumped from behind, Giannis had a good chance of succeeding. "Give it to me," Giannis roared. He jumped up fiercely. However, Zuo Bai had already anticipated this. "Want to block me? That's no different from dreaming. Have you ever seen a supporting character block the protagonist? Even if you were the second male lead, it wouldn't work, let alone you're not." Zuo Bai pulled back and sent the ball towards the hoop from an even greater distance. Score. Phew, that startled me. Zuo Bai pretended to wipe his sweat, but Giannis was not pleased at all. "Scared you? Are you kidding me? Why does this guy talk so much trash? And it's so sophisticated. Damn." Here, Giannis' anger was all directed towards the basketball in his hands. Giannis' powerful body was now exploding with energy. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was firing on. Over here, Middleton attracted defensive attention after getting the ball, then directly passed it into Giannis' hands. Then, catch it. After Giannis got the ball, he unleashed his physical talent to the fullest. Bang. A powerful dunk. Then Giannis made a leap step. I have to say, this leap step is absurd, basically covering a distance equal to double that of an X, provided that the Yugoslav step is not considered a foul. After all, the technical action of the Yugoslav step is indeed a bit of a bug. Giannis went for a dunk right over the defender. However, Giannis had not finished celebrating yet. Zuo Bai immediately launched a counterattack. Fast break. Thus, they stole the ball. Wow. The Lakers immediately countered and scored 2 more points. Good play. This ball had a great rhythm, taking advantage of the opponent's defensive gaps to start the counterattack. Indeed, Zuo Bai rarely misses good opportunities. Such opportunities are ones he must seize. That's Zuo Bai's strength. He is indeed a top guard player. Seeing this, the opponents realized they couldn't continue like this. Subsequently, the Bucks head coach called a timeout once again. This time, they changed their lineup, strengthening their defense against the paint, while keeping the hot-handed Brogdon on the court to pressure. After this adjustment, the Bucks' control of the interior rebounds became stronger. For a time, the Bucks' second-chance scoring ability significantly improved, even showing signs of closing the gap. At this moment, the Lakers also brought Randle onto the court, and Zuo Bai made it. "Next, I will take responsibility for grabbing offensive rebounds while you handle the defensive rebounds." "Are you going to grab rebounds?" Before the teammates of the Lakers could speak, Giannis Antetokounmpo from the Bucks took the lead and said, "Don't joke around, you grab rebounds. You clearly are just a guard." After saying that, Zuo Bai didn't refute. But this only gave Giannis an opportunity to vent. He thought Zuo Bai was silent because he lacked confidence. After all, when Giannis started to play in the paint just now, he had been thoroughly outplayed by Zuo Bai. But now for a position like a rebound, you actually want to get involved? Funny. Are you here to take a dump? Are you kidding? What does grabbing rebounds have to do with you? If you want to admit defeat, then just surrender quickly. Is someone unaware of my name, Zuo Bai? What do rebounds have to do with me? Hee. At this moment, the audience also laughed. He probably doesn't know Zuo Bai's efficiency in grabbing rebounds. Zuo Bai never needs to move to grab the ball. He just stands still and the ball comes to him. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. What you all are doing is grabbing rebounds. Zuo Bai is waiting for the rebounds. Indeed. Everyone was looking forward to how the next rebound would unfold. Would the Bucks along with Giannis completely control the rebounds, or would Zuo Bai successfully grab the board? Everyone was eager. Of course, at this moment, Giannis was also eagerly anticipating. However, this anticipation had a hint of being ready to enjoy. It was precisely because of this that Giannis even relaxed a bit in the upcoming game. "Perhaps I am indeed not as good as you in shooting, but grabbing rebounds. Sorry, this is my domain." The Bucks advanced the attack. As Middleton pushed the ball to the three-point line, he took a shot after using a teammate's screen. Good shot. This shot from the audience's perspective looked like it was going directly into the basket. However, bang! This shot hit the backboard directly. After all, the ball was halfway in, but it was hit with a bit too much force. As a result, the ball bounced right back out. However, when Giannis saw the ball rebound, he was actually quite happy. After all, if that ball had gone in, how would I showcase my rebounding skills? The rebound is mine. Giannis leaped high, reaching out with his right hand to grab the ball. Then he secured the ball in his hands. Giannis smiled. Is that all there is to it? Just this, say. He then jumped up, preparing for a putback dunk. I thought it would be something impressive, but this is all there is to it. Giannis was even happier after getting the ball. He realized that Zuo Bai had no competitive edge at all. Bang! Giannis, having successfully dunked, laughed. Is this your strength? Is this what you call grabbing rebounds, eh? Ha ha ha, this is nothing. However, Zuo Bai showed no change in expression. After all, I am the one grabbing offensive rebounds. This is not my defensive area. As the Lakers launched their offense, Zuo Bai faced tight defense from the Bucks. After all, the opponents knew that Zuo Bai's three-point shooting ability was indeed a huge threat. He was simply too accurate. The opposing team not only had Giannis marking him closely, but also sent another player to follow closely behind him, ready to defend against Zuo Bai's drive. However, since the opponent assigned two players to defend Zuo Bai, it also meant that the Bucks' defense had vulnerabilities. One person was left open. Zuo Bai made a feint, and as Giannis got tricked, Zuo Bai directly passed the ball out. Bang! As Kuzma received the ball, he quickly stopped and took a jump shot. However, Giannis' defensive speed was simply too fast. He actually caught up the moment Kuzma released the shot. This shot also affected Kuzma's shooting. Bang! The ball hit the side of the rim. Then it bounced out. Giannis' eyes flashed. He rushed up and said, "This ball is mine too." However, when Giannis rushed to the angle where the ball bounced out, he found that someone was already standing there. Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai chuckled. Sorry. The conclusion about whose ball this is had already been established. Zuo Bai stood still without moving at all. However, the leaping Giannis could not catch up. Because Zuo Bai did not move, if he bumped into Zuo Bai, it would result in a foul. Therefore, Giannis stopped. It was precisely because of this that Giannis did not grab this rebound. His expression became some. However, Giannis did not feel it was anything impressive, nor was he displeased. It was just good luck. Zuo Bai scored with a putback for an easy 2 points. Easy game. Zuo Bai smiled as he prepared to retreat to defense. Meanwhile, Giannis shook his head and said, "Isn't it better to just admit defeat? You want me to teach you a lesson? Just wait, rookie. You'll know the harshness of the NBA, I guarantee it. Wait a minute, tighten up the defense under the basket. Increase the intensity." Did you hear that? Giannis said to his teammates. In an instant, the Bucks' defense intensified. Both sides traded blows. The Lakers' turnover rate slightly increased, but they still maintained their lead in the score. Over here, after the Bucks completed an attack, the score was tied. The offense and defense switched again. Giannis laughed. Is this your strength? This is nothing. Next, I will take the game. Zuo Bai shook his head, seemingly not taking the scoring difference seriously. Then he said, "But all the offensive rebounds are mine, right? It seems that since just now you haven't taken a single offensive rebound from me, have you?" Saying this, Giannis fell silent. Because this was indeed the case. It was somewhat embarrassing to say it out loud. However, they really hadn't let Zuo Bai lose an offensive rebound. Even when the Lakers had their first offensive turnover, Zuo Bai's second chance scoring efficiency was terrifying. Over here, Giannis said seriously, "There won't be a next time you won't get this ball. Is that so? Then I look forward to it." The Lakers began to launch their offense. The Bucks defended the paint tightly. This time, Giannis personally guarded the paint and said, "Push him out of the paint. This is not where he should be." Everyone thought that such tight paint defense would definitely put immense pressure on Zuo Bai, even to the point that he couldn't even get in. However, they did not know that Zuo Bai, with the explosive power of Zuo and Dun in the paint, was not an ordinary guard. The interior defense of the Bucks is impenetrable. Over here, Giannis, Middleton, and others have all taken advantageous positions inside. Moreover, they are giving special attention to Zuo Bai, who is about to charge into the paint. Several players have completely sealed off. It can be said that even if there is a rebound later, it absolutely has nothing to do with Zuo Bai. His current position is unfavorable, and the paint is quite crowded. This area has become the domain of these giants. Yet Zuo Bai still charges in. What the hell is he thinking? Don't worry about him. Our only opponent right now is Lopez. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Zuo Bai poses no. This is about grabbing rebounds, not about whose skills are better. The key to rebounds is position and physicality. As long as he occupies a favorable position, no one can take the rebound that is already in their hands. The ball is coming. Get ready. Nick Young, seeing the opponents curled up in the paint, took a shot from beyond the arc without swish. Bang. A bizarre occurrence transpired. Even a shot made while being guarded went in, but now without, the ball bounced high into the air. Instinctively, Nick Young rushed in to contest the rebound. However, the paint was completely dominated by the opposing Bucks. He couldn't find a good opportunity. Just as Nick Young hesitated, he suddenly saw Zuo Bai charging in fearlessly. "Hey, don't go, there's no chance." Nick Young was momentarily stunned. If Lopez couldn't grab the rebound, they wouldn't have a chance to launch another attack. This situation is indeed not very friendly for their guards. While there might be a chance to pick up scraps, the odds are simply too low. It's almost impossible. At this moment, the spectators began to shout, "What the heck? He's still going in. This is too hard." They've all taken good positions. Indeed, this feels impulsive. It's not surprising that Zuo Bai might make mistakes. After all, he's still a rookie. In this situation, it's better to fall back. Exactly, the opponents have basically locked down the paint, and Zuo Bai's actions are irrational. I agree. The audience was filled with confusion. Even the coach on the sidelines frowned slightly. This was indeed an irrational decision. Did Zuo Bai really not realize the current situation? This is not a chance to grab a rebound. He should be waiting for an opportunity to steal during a fast break or quickly fall back. But now Zuo Bai is still blocking the opposing players. This is a bit excessive. The coach clearly did not understand this. However, Luke Walton said nothing. After all, he had quite a bit of faith in Zuo Bai's basketball IQ. He didn't think Zuo Bai would be the type to act impulsively, so he decided to keep watching. Meanwhile, the commentators expressed their confusion and then watched as Zuo Bai charged into the... The ball has come down. The Bucks look confident there should be no problem. That's right, the rebound should be secured. Zuo Bai's choice this time is questionable. In situations requiring on-the-spot judgment, issues will always arise. What really matters now is how the Bucks will attack next. Seeing the rebound headed straight for Middleton, Giannis shouted, "Hey, Middleton, catch the ball. Grab it." Middleton reached out to catch the ball. At this moment, the Lakers' interior was completely... Securing this ball was unquestionable. He didn't think too much. However, the next second, he saw Zuo Bai suddenly squeeze in from between the players. This is futile. Middleton snorted coldly. Seeing Zuo Bai ready to contest the ball, he prepared to confront him. Bang! Zuo Bai charged into the paint and directly engaged Middleton in a battle of strength. Of course, Middleton... But the next second, he was shocked to discover the explosive force of this small guard was terrifying. That impact was not just... It was also about sheer weight. Honestly, the moment he made contact with Zuo Bai, he felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Or rather, like being struck by a huge iron hammer used for demolition. That was the feeling. Suddenly, Middleton felt a pang of breathlessness. He held back his strength to maintain his position. However, Zuo Bai's impact was utterly unreasonable. Middleton, who was completely unprepared, was pushed aside by this series of impacts. And Zuo Bai forcibly seized the rebound with this tremendous impact. Immediately after, he performed a hook shot right score. When the ball went in, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Because everyone in the crowd felt one thing. That is confusion. What just happened? Did I see that right? Did Zuo Bai just score? He pushed Middleton aside. What the heck? Is this for real? This is insane. Is this guy still a guard? Middleton, who is 2 meters tall and weighs 200 pounds, was actually pushed aside by Zuo Bai. What the heck? Everyone was shocked at this moment. Even the coaching staff couldn't sit still. The Bucks head coach never expected something like this to happen. Giannis originally planned to attack directly after Middleton received the ball. However, he found that not only did Middleton not secure the ball, but he was also pushed aside by Zuo Bai. How is this possible? How did he do that? The commentator looked puzzled. He couldn't even explain it to others. He now wanted to ask himself what exactly was going on. Did he think he was LeBron? How could Zuo Bai possess such strength? Giannis walked over with a skeptical expression and asked, "Hey brother, what's going on?" "I don't know either," Middleton said, looking bewildered. Then he added, "The main thing is, I completely didn't understand how this guy could have such immense power. His impact is comparable to most centers." Giannis frowned, clearly in disbelief. "Forget it, I won't say anything else. They'll go have a go at him. I want to see if he has that strength." Over here, Giannis directly matched up against Zuo Bai. Clearly, the battle situation has escalated once again. Giannis had reached the point where he wanted to compete with Zuo Bai to determine superiority. "You think you're really good at rebounding, huh? Then, let's have a competition, come on. Let me feel just how impressive you are. Come on, I'm waiting for you to challenge me." Zuo Bai felt helpless, but he was a good person. He always loved helping others. That was just a small effort. He generally would agree. Fine, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard such a request. Zuo Bai was even a bit skeptical. Is Giannis a bit masochistic? Does he just want someone to score over him or something? Sigh. I often feel out of place because I'm not silly enough like them. Over here, Giannis directly initiated the attack. After Middleton's screen replaced Zuo Bai, Giannis immediately passed the ball into the paint. Bledsoe cut in seamlessly. A beautiful transition. The ball. Blocked. Clearly, Lopez under the basket was not just a decoration. This time the forced layup did not succeed. Giannis' expression was somewhat awkward. However, he did not stop. Instead, he continued. No worries, seized the opportunity for a second attack. Catch the ball. After the Bucks grabbed the rebound from the baseline, they quickly passed the ball to the shooter outside the three-point line. Just as the opponent was about to shoot, Zuo Bai suddenly leaped out from behind and swatted the ball away. Whack. Unbelievable, this is outrageous. That was really brilliant. Zuo Bai rushed forward instantly, taking control. Unbelievable, this is outrageous. That was really brilliant. Zuo Bai rushed forward instantly, taking control of the ball, while the Bucks were preoccupied with stealing. Hey. Zuo Bai held the ball with both hands and threw it from between his legs. Not only did he pass his own screen, but he also went through Giannis' legs. Li Guqing exclaimed, "What a great play." With a swoosh, Zuo Bai's pass directly sent the ball to Randall, who had run to half court. After receiving the ball, his teammate quickly seized the opportunity. An easy fast break layup. The fast break surged to the basket for a bank shot. However, Giannis was fully unleashed. He actually chased after it directly. The speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, Giannis caught up with Randall. At this moment, Zuo Bai shouted, "Watch your back." Block. Randall heard him. However, at this point, he had already released the shot with no chance of turning back. The ball was firmly swatted against the backboard. Bang. With a loud crack, the ball shot up into the air. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, "That shot was actually blocked." This is indeed quite impressive. Giannis' speed and explosiveness are remarkable. Look at his rim protection ability, it's truly extraordinary. Indeed, this ability is top-notch, even when counting all players in the league. Now it's time to see how the Lakers will respond. Randall, of course, felt very guilty. He wanted to rush in, but his body couldn't quickly return to defense due to the inertia of land. However, at this moment, he saw hope. Behind him, Zuo Bai rushed out. Zuo Bai dashed to Giannis' side, fighting for position to grab the rebound. However, at this moment, he saw hope. Behind him, Zuo Bai rushed out. Zuo Bai dashed to Giannis' side, fighting for position. Zuo Bai frowned. What? This guy is really too melodramatic. Is this contagious? Should I stay away from him? Zuo Bai said nothing, but he could sense the power coming from Giannis. It was indeed immense. Giannis was truly putting... Zuo Bai certainly did not hold back either. The talent of Zuo Dun was on full display. Although he had only 20% proficiency, the strength he could exhibit at this moment was not to be underestimated. The two instantly engaged in a struggle, and for a moment neither could gain the upper hand. The commentator at this time exclaimed, "The two have really started to battle for the rebound. What a spectacular showdown! Both seem to be exerting all their strength. Indeed, Giannis seems to have used all his strength, leaving nothing behind. But now neither can gain the upper hand. This scene is too outrageous. Giannis actually can't win against Zuo Bai in this regard. I never expected this." Although Zuo Bai had a significant advantage against Middleton earlier, who would have thought he would not lose at all against Giannis? So strong. Sometimes I can't believe this guy is really an Asian guard. This rookie will always bring us miracles. Over here, Giannis wore a face of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zuo Bai had such strength. This strength was even comparable to his own. This is impossible. Giannis' heart was beginning to waver. He felt that this situation was simply outrageous. Outrageously absurd. Zuo Bai said, "Did you not want to experience some resistance? As you wish." In an instant, as the ball fell, Zuo Bai exerted force. At that moment, Giannis even felt a more terrifying impact. This force actually knocked Giannis backwards. He took a step back. Accompanied by Giannis' face of disbelief, Zuo Bai jumped high and grabbed the rebound. Smack! This definitely wouldn't delay, as Zuo Bai jumped up ready to initiate a second attack. At that moment, Giannis instantly lunged forward, his body reacting quicker than his mind. He aimed to stop Zuo Bai from scoring. So at this moment, Giannis jumped up as well. The two were about to collide in midair. At this moment, Giannis realized what he had done. If he knocked Zuo Bai down, it would result in a flagrant foul. But in the air, what could he do? Giannis could only watch as he got closer to Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai held the ball with both hands, but in the air, what could he do? Giannis could only watch as he got closer to Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai held the ball with both hands, seemingly still planning to dunk. Giannis knew that this foul seemed unavoidable. Just as he was filled with despair and collided with Zuo Bai, suddenly an immense force rushed in. This force actually knocked Giannis flying in midair. Afterwards, Zuo Bai remained completely unaffected, raising his hands high. Bang! A slam dunk. And one. Over here, Giannis never dreamed that he would be dunked on. Not just Giannis, but everyone present at that moment was equally astonished. Zuo Bai actually dunked on Giannis. And he even completed an N1. What the hell? Is this for real? Holy crap. Zuo Bai dunked on Giannis. Isn't that too strong? Unbeatable. So cool. Indeed impressive. Ordinary people can't compare. There's no way this is just too strong. Giannis himself couldn't believe it. Zuo Bai actually completed an N1 over him. Dunked on. This is simply beyond comprehension. Oh god, how can a guard have such explosiveness? This guy is no longer a guard, but at that moment he was definitely a different player. Who could it be? Shaquille O'Neal. Close enough, he just knocked Giannis aside. This is really hard to believe. Everyone was utterly astonished. However, Zuo Bai over here wore an expression of calm. To be honest, he had anticipated such an effect long ago. And Dun's ability to attack the basket was almost a bug. Although his proficiency was only at 20% for a forward like Giannis, it was a clear mismatch. No doubt about it. He mismatched him. It was entirely expected that he would knock Giannis aside. Yet the poor Giannis looked utterly bewildered at the scene unfolding before him. He thought that he would be the one to shove Zuo Bai away. He even expected to be called for a foul. However, he never imagined he would be the one knocked aside. Although this meant he wouldn't have to face a foul, why did he now feel even more frustrated? Damn it. He felt like such a failure. Did he think too much? As Zuo Bai approached the free throw line, he noticed Zuo Bai's gaze seemed to sweep over him. In that gaze, there was a hint of pity. Still want to compare who's stronger? I'll accompany you to the end. Of course, this was about strength, not anything else. Swish. The ball went in. The Lakers completed this offensive play with a three-pointer, which thrilled their fans. At that moment, fans shouted from the stands, "Lakers are awesome. Lakers YYDS. Zuo Bai is too strong. Go. Brother is so strong, I love it. Let's go, let's seize the game." Zuo Bai's powerful basket raised the atmosphere of the game to a peak. Almost all players on and off the court could see that Zuo Bai had completely dominated the flow of the game. Giannis, who lacked shooting ability, posed no threat to Zuo Bai's defense. At that moment, Giannis had completely lost the fearless demeanor he had when he first entered the game. He was completely dazed. The limits of a guard had entirely exceeded his imagination. He clearly looked like he was on a different, but in the end, they were indeed not on the same level. He was completely overwhelmed. Whether in attacking, defending, or passing, he couldn't match Zuo Bai. A comprehensive crushing. This left the Bucks head coach feeling utterly helpless. Oh brother, our core player can't even compare to a rookie. Originally, he thought Giannis had the aura of a great general from the Three Kingdoms, invincible in the world. But now seeing this, what the hell? How can someone be even more fierce than him? In the second half of the game, although Zuo Bai didn't stay on the court the whole time, his teammates resolutely followed the strategies laid out by the coach to deal with the Bucks. As a result, Giannis found it very difficult to play. Their scoring ability was restricted by more than half. Consequently, in the following games, it became extremely difficult for them to catch up. putting a tough demand on them. It was so difficult. Thus in the second half of the game the Bucks were basically in a suppressed state. Even if they occasionally had a chance to catch up they struggled. Finally at the moment the game buzzer sounded the Bucks lost with a score of 8-7-9-6. This time the Los Angeles Lakers celebrated their victory once again. After the game, every player's face was filled with excitement. That was awesome. Coach, your strategy worked really well. Yes, even when Zuo Bai wasn't on the court Giannis offense still posed no significant threat. Although Giannis has some weaknesses this was the first time he felt unable to exert his strength. It was so comfortable to play. Coach, I must say that was brilliant, truly brilliant. Incredible. At this moment the coach waved his hand humbly saying, let's keep a low profile. I'm not that Luke Walton's face turned red. He graciously accepted the praise from these players. However, on the other side the Bucks head coach did not look quite as good, because he realized that the Lakers coach had thoroughly studied their tactics during this game. Throughout the game their strategies had not played a significant role, ultimately resulting in rushed shots. Even after making several adjustments to their plans, he felt a sense of being toyed with by the Lakers. Before leaving he said to Luke Walton, this time you were lucky, but next time it won't be the same. I'll remember this player of you. And you this time it was just our oversight, don't get too happy. I hope to see you in the playoffs, we'll compete then. Just as the Bucks coach finished his threat and was about to leave Zuo Bai suddenly called out to him from behind. Why not the regular season? The Bucks head coach pretended not to hear, but his footsteps quickened slightly. Zuo Bai shrugged asking his teammates, why is he running so fast? I haven't said anything yet. Everyone looked puzzled. Clearly they could settle their grudges in the next game, so why wait? Of course the Bucks head coach had his own plans. First, he wasn't sure if they could win the next game. Secondly, if the Lakers didn't make the playoffs, wouldn't he be able to mock him? But most importantly, if he wanted to thoroughly study a team, it would take a lot of time. This was something he needed to plan over the long term. After the game, the Lakers' victory brought joy to all the Lakers fans present. However, at that moment, Zuo Bai called the coach aside and quietly asked him, Coach, honestly, where did this strategy come from? The head coach of the Lakers suddenly changed his expression and coughed twice. What are you saying? I don't quite Coach, we're not outsiders, just tell me if there's something wrong. Oh, what is there to say? The coach. I assign you tactics, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Zuo Bai's gaze seemed to see through everything, making Luke Walton feel quite uncomfortable. He felt as if his very shorts were being exposed. Alright, is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'll take my leave. You all play. Coach, you can fool others, but not me. I certainly acknowledge your coaching skills, but the tactics used in this game are clearly not your style. With that said, with Zuo Bai's expression that implied he would spill if Luke didn't, it indeed made Luke Walton feel a chill down his back. Eventually unable to avoid it, Luke called Zuo Bai aside and whispered, the thing is I received a text message before. A text message? Exactly, a text message. Luke Walton then took out his phone and pointed it at Zuo Bai. See, normally, I wouldn't even look at this kind of junk message, but for some reason I ended up reading it that day. And after reading it, I found what was said in the message oddly reasonable. Then I briefly analyzed its feasibility and ended up sharing it with you all on the court. I honestly didn't expect that what was said in the message would be so useful. Following this tactical arrangement actually yielded. As he spoke, a hint of surprise appeared on Luke Walton's face. Although he felt that even without this text, he could have won this match with his tactics. But it certainly wouldn't have made the opponent suffer so much, nor would he have won so easily. Zuo Bai was taken aback for a moment, then asked him, so who do you think sent it? The coach shook his head. I don't know, but I feel like it was probably a prank by a fan. After all, there are plenty of fervent fans who use all sorts of channels to pull such stunts. Luke Walton's words made a lot of sense, as they had indeed encountered many such situations in the past. Various fans would flood them with letters. While some of them contained useful references, Luke Walton didn't take this to heart. Luck played a large part after all. Perhaps it was the same person sending it, but next time there's no guarantee it would have such an effect. It was likely just a stroke. Professional skills still rely on the coach. However, this seemingly trivial joke by a fan brought a certain face. Jiang liar. Could it be her? What are you saying? Oh, it's nothing. Thanks to your wise decision today, coach, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Oh, alright, don't forget training tomorrow. Before leaving, Luke Walton reminded Zuo Bai, as he held a high opinion of this young man. As long as he trains diligently, along with his talent reaching all-star level, would be no big deal. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai hurriedly left the venue. Although many reporters tried to stop Zuo Bai for an interview along the way, he was a loyal fan of Naruto. Any jutsu like the shadow clone technique was a piece of cake for him. When surrounded by the media, he simply pointed to the right. Look, there's an idiot. All the media turned their cameras towards it. They soon realized it was an empty lot. Just as they were about to ask what they were supposed to look at, suddenly someone entered the frame. Are you here to interview me? With so many, Kuzma felt a little pleased seeing so many reporters gathered here. After all, apart from being dunked on by Giannis twice, he had performed remarkably in this match. Of course, these reporters had no mood to interview Kuzma alone, as Zuo Bai's performance was the hottest topic right now. However, when they turned around, they found Zuo Bai had vanished. Where the heck did he go? He tricked us. Then we can only interview the idiot now. Oh no, Kuzma. What a waste. Though each of them had a look of regret, but adhering to the principle of never leaving empty-handed, they still surrounded Kuzma and proceeded to interview this lucky. When Zuo Bai returned home, it was already close to midnight. Due to the time difference with the mainland, it was about 13 hours. So it was roughly noon back in the mainland. He opened his phone and found the friend he had added earlier. Tearful gingerbread man. He then wrote in the chat box, did you watch today's game? The tactics our coach provided were true. We easily won this match. Just then as Zuo Bai put down his phone, he suddenly received a reply. I watched it a simple reply of 4 words. Although Zuo Bai was surprised at how quickly Jiang Liar could reply. However, this made it easier for him. He intended to clarify the following questions directly. So what do you think of our coach's tactics in this game? Would it be better if you were in charge? However, this made it easier for him. He intended to clarify the following questions directly. So what do you think of our coach's She replied, I think his tactics are already perfect. I don't have any other ideas. However, Jiang Liar did not expect that Zuo Bai would directly conclude one thing from what seemed to be an innocuous reply. That is, Jiang Liar definitely understood tactics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like that, as she would have just replied, I don't understand tactics. Something along those lines. Hee. The little girl thinks she can challenge me, but she's still too green. After confirming this, Zuo Bai bluntly said, Alright, stop pretending you're the one who texted the coach, right? In an instant, Jiang Liar's pupils shook. Wait, how did he know? Oh no. In an instant, Jiang Liar realized. Oh no, I've been tricked by this bad guy. Can I log off in time now? Seeing that the other party had not replied for a long time, Zuo Bai also roughly knew that he was indeed right. No, it was precisely because of this that Zuo Bai did not continue to confirm anything, but directly said, Alright, we can discuss the specifics in person when we have time. Let's contact each other when we do. At that moment, the other party's gray profile picture suddenly lit up again, returning a few words, tomorrow morning. Zuo Bai hesitated for a moment, and then asked, What do you mean by tomorrow? Do you have time tomorrow morning? He knew it. Coming over early tomorrow, Jiang Liar still needed to adjust to the time difference. It seemed quite exhausting to think about it. However, at that moment, Jiang Liar said, It's nothing. I'm currently in Los Angeles. What are you doing in Los Angeles? It's nothing much, just that my family has a manor here. We come here to play for a few days every year, and since Christmas is approaching, my father is meeting a few clients here. Jiang Liar didn't know why she was explaining so clearly, but she still recounted all these reasons. What are you doing in Los Angeles? It's nothing much, just that my family has a manor here. We come here to play for a few days every year, and since Christmas is approaching, lying on his genuine leather sofa, Zuo Bai pondered for a moment, wondering when he could live such a life. Sigh. Although Zuo Bai could already be considered a half-rich person, now the cash he had was not much. After all, according to those contracts, his salary now amounted to just over 20 million. Although the system rewarded him with a house and a car, he had little expense in daily life. But who doesn't like the life of the rich? Many people say that being rich brings various unexpected troubles, to which Zuo Bai just wanted to say one thing. I'm a worldly person, oh let me bear this pain. Before he could finish his sentiment, another message came from across. How about it? Is tomorrow too early? Not too early, then let's do it tomorrow. In fact, Zuo Bai had some things he wanted to tell Jiang Liar. After arranging the time and place for their meeting the next day, the conversation ended for today. For some reason, after chatting with him for a while, Zuo Bai suddenly felt hungry. He wanted to eat. Cough, it's strange. After a simple meal, Zuo Bai went to rest. On the other side, Jiang Liar originally wanted to rest early. But as everyone knows, one cannot sleep the night before a school trip, so the next day Jiang Liar left the house with heavy dark circles under her eyes. However, she usually dressed fully when going out, so it was hard to tell anything, and it didn't matter. The time they agreed on was 9 in the morning, meeting in front of a cafe. When Jiang Liar arrived, the butler said, Miss, please be careful. Don't worry, Jiang Liar replied cheerfully as she hopped out of the car. The butler sighed and glanced at the clock. It was quite punctual. It was already 6:30. I wonder if that cafe has opened, should I follow her? But Miss wouldn't allow it, or would it be inappropriate for him to follow? Yet he felt somewhat uneasy not following. Sigh, so difficult. The butler was now seriously doubting how much intelligence this genius girl truly had. On the other hand, Jiang Liar was completely unbothered. She ordered a cappuccino and sat back in her chair, leisurely waiting for the agreed-upon time to arrive. Then another cappuccino, and yet another cappuccino. After getting tired of cappuccinos, she ordered a latte. Finally, the agreed time arrived, and Zuo Bai appeared. Although Zuo Bai had not interacted much with this young lady, he still recognized her at a glance from the crowd in the cafe. The girl who was bundled up the most. Is that you, Jiang Liar? Yes, it's me. You came. I didn't notice at first, haha. What does it mean to not notice? Jiang Liar had already glanced at him 3 or 4 times since Zuo Bai entered the cafe. However, as a genius, Jiang Liar would certainly not say such an easily exposed lie. She wore specially made sunglasses, ensuring that no one could see where her eyes were looking. Smart, right? Zuo Bai didn't mind, and directly sat down, politely asking, Have you been waiting long? I'm really sorry. In fact, there were still about 10 minutes left until the agreed time, and Zuo Bai had arrived early, but he didn't expect Jiang Liar to arrive even earlier than him. But out of politeness, Zuo Bai still said so. After hearing this, Jiang Liar shook her head and said, No, I just arrived. Although during these 2 hours Jiang Liar had drunk enough coffee to feel nauseous, her mood inexplicably brightened at that moment. Zuo Bai glanced at the coffee on the table, thinking this young lady is different. She has already drunk so much coffee in such a short time, it seems she really loves coffee. I should find an opportunity to send her some later, especially since I have some matters to discuss with Jiang Liar. After a few polite exchanges, the conversation gradually turned serious, and Zuo Bai asked directly, So the text message that Mr. Luke received was indeed sent by you, right? Although there were thick sunglasses in between, Zuo Bai seemed able to see Jiang Liar's expression at that moment. Jiang Liar instinctively tilted her head slightly. The word she originally wanted to deny got swallowed back, and she finally grudgingly admitted, It was me. Zuo Bai was evidently not surprised by this answer, and continued to ask, Then why did you do that? Jiang Liar fell silent for a moment. Zuo Bai thought he might have asked too directly, so he explained, I was just curious to ask, don't feel pressured. Let's just chat normally. Zhang Liar nodded then said, I just wanted to see if my prediction was correct. I have no other intentions, this is just my personal small interest. Zhang Liar thought this matter might make Zuo Bai feel a bit unhappy, so she continued, of course if you mind I won't. Zuo Bai immediately said happily, if you're interested in this matter why not come to our team? We can apply for a temporary assistant coach position for you. What do you think? Zhang Liar was taken aback, nearly knocking her glasses off. Are you serious? I said if you're interested you can join our team and we'll apply for an assistant coach position for you. Although this job is unpaid, at least you will have a VIP seat for every game. How about that? If you like any star player you'll get to see them up close and even ask for their autograph. Bilabula Zhang Liar didn't catch much of what was said, but she heard one line, if you like any star player. In an instant Zhang Liar lowered her head and adjusted her glasses. Covering her mouth with one hand, she whispered I would. That's great. Zuo Bai never expected that persuading this young lady would be such an easy task. He initially thought that young ladies like her usually had peculiar temperaments, asking for strange things like foot massages. Cough cough. He didn't expect it to be this easy. So Zuo Bai said that's excellent. If you have time in the next few days I'll take you to tour the team and introduce you to our coach. I have time today. Oh, this young lady seems different from the ones portrayed in dramas. Shouldn't it be the norm for her parents to force her into marriage with her days packed and crying out to run away from home? How could Zhang Liar have so much free time? Thinking of this, Zuo Bai blurted out a question, may I ask, are your parents forcing you into marriage? You know, like one of those suitors who come knocking, or perhaps one of those medical students just coming down from the mountains? No. Zhang Liar frowned slightly, her heart tightening. Why is he asking this? Is he worried about me? Or does he need to confirm something? What should I do? Zhang Liar felt her head overheating, as if it would crash at any moment. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was stroking his chin deep in thought. It seems that novels are indeed deceiving. Sigh. Finally, Zuo Bai said to the still lost in thought Zhang Liar, let's go, then we need to report to the team. Okay. Before leaving, Zuo Bai sent a message to Lakers head coach Luke, saying, Coach, wait a moment, I'm bringing you a talent. Wait for me. At that moment, Lakers head coach Luke had just arrived at the gym. When he saw the message, he was completely bewildered. What is this about? What talent? It can't be another Asian prodigy, can it? This is going to be big, the Lakers dynasty is coming. So Luke Walton excitedly rushed to his office, changed into his sharpest suit, tied his tie, and tidied his hair. Such a genius deserves a good impression. Luke Walton tidied his hair while humming a tune. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai brought Zhang Liar to the parking lot. The butler, seeing the young lady come out, swiftly hid behind the car. After all, the young lady had told him to go home early. If he was discovered now, he would surely face a scolding. Don't be fooled by the butler's age, he was still agile and had much chance to drive this car that was. However, Zhang Liar still caught a glimpse of a corner of clothing in the convex mirror at the parking lot entrance. Zuo Bai said, since you didn't drive here, let's take my car. It can only fit 2 people anyway. Of course, Zuo Bai was driving his Lamborghini today. He hadn't had much chance to drive this car that was rewarded to him by the system, so it was perfect for a joyride. Zhang Liar exclaimed upon seeing the car, oh my, I think we have one of those at home. My dad said it's not cheap, but did you buy it yourself? Yes, Zuo Bai admitted without hesitation. I earned this through hard work bit by bit. Zhang Liar nodded. Smiling, she said, I rarely see anyone working so hard. People like you are becoming increasingly rare. Most people I know ask their parents for gifts on their birthdays. Indeed, Zuo Bai replied, putting on a knowing expression. At that moment, Zuo Bai suddenly heard a voice from the system, host, are you sure this is what you earned through hard work? Zuo Bai smiled slightly, of course. Deep Blue, give me a boost, and let me see what your limits are. What the heck? Zuo Bai recently discovered that teasing the system every day was quite enjoyable. Looks like I need to tease it more in the future, haha. At this point, when Zuo Bai and Zhang Liar arrived at the Staples Center, the Lakers head coach was already waiting at the entrance. He spotted Zuo Bai and Zhang Liar from afar, excitedly walking over and greeting them. Hey Zuo Bai, I'm over here. Is this your friend? My goodness, why didn't you say so a little earlier? I could have come to greet you both. The coach was very enthusiastic. However, this kind of enthusiasm was overwhelming for Zhang Liar, who suffered from social anxiety. The coach excitedly patted Zuo Bai's shoulder and then glanced at Zhang Liar. He froze. He looked Zhang Liar over again, noting her height was just over 1.6 meters, and what's going on here? The WNBA isn't my concern, right? What kind of genius is this? After hesitating, Luke ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing he might offend this talent recommended by. After all, since Zuo Bai recommended her, she must have some remarkable qualities. Thus, the 3 of them walked into the training room of the gym. At that moment, the team was engaged in a 5v5 training session. Although Zuo Bai wasn't there, his substitutes were making a total of 10 players. This match had reached halftime with a very close score of 3-7-3-6. At this moment, Zuo Bai said, Coach, let me formally introduce you to this young lady, Zhang Liar. I hope she can take a temporary assistant coach position with our team. What do you think? Assistant coach? Luke looked astonished. While he appreciated Zuo Bai, this idea seemed a bit too crazy. Then Zuo Bai grinned and explained, Coach, do you remember the text message? A text message? What text message? After a moment's hesitation, the Lakers head coach suddenly recalled something and asked, You don't mean that message I received just before our game against the Bucks, do you? Yes, Zuo Bai nodded. Exactly that one. But wasn't it just a prank from a fan? Are you absolutely certain it's really her? Absolutely certain. Luke Walton's expression remained skeptical. Though he desperately wanted to believe Zuo Bai, it was admittedly rather extraordinary. Think about it. Yesterday I told you I'd received such a message, and today you're telling me you've already found the sender. Does that? Nonetheless, Luke Walton was still willing to grant Zuo Bai an opportunity to demonstrate. After all, Zuo Bai had surprised him far too many times. Who before the draft could have imagined that a rookie guard from China would deliver such an extraordinary performance in his very first NBA season? So turning to Zuo Bai, he said, "Okay then, we'll wait and see how she performs." No problem. Zuo Bai knew Zhang Lier possessed profound tactical insight. Though he couldn't yet gauge the full extent of her capabilities, he felt confident they would be exceptional. After all, judging by her previous two performances, her competence far surpassed that of an ordinary assistant coach. As the two returned from their conversations, Zuo Bai noticed Zhang Lier curiously scanning her surroundings, as if everything were utterly new to her. "Have you never been to a training facility before?" Zhang Lier remained silent, shaking her head vigorously like a child's bauble. For someone with severe social anxiety, the cardinal rule was, and always would be, to avoid crowded places at all costs. Truthfully, she would never have set foot in this facility today, if not for Zuo Bai. If forced to attend, she would have insisted on renting the entire venue first. Zuo Bai gestured toward the ongoing scrimmage on the court and asked, "What do you think of this match? Which side do you think holds the greater chance of winning it?" Hearing this, Luke Walton leaned in attentively. He too wished to hear the young woman's analysis of the game. At that moment, halftime had just passed. The score was tight, within 2 points, and both teams' rosters appeared nearly identical on paper. Frankly, even Luke Walton himself, the Lakers' head coach, could not confidently predict the winner. Given how evenly matched they were, the outcome truly hung in the balance. A single mistake or an extraordinary burst of brilliance could tip the scales. It was, objectively speaking, an impossibly difficult question. Yet Luke Walton stayed silent, listening, intently eager to hear what insight this young woman might offer. After a brief pause, Zhang Lier whispered softly to Zuo Bai, "The team attacking the right side has a higher probability of winning. Since I entered, their penetration efficiency has vastly outstripped that of the team attacking the left. Without coaching direction, the left side team will likely remain unable to contain them in the second half. Persistent defensive breakdowns will inevitably erode their composure. This may well lead to further lapses and errors. Moreover, the left side team relies on a narrow scoring repertoire, primarily three-pointers and mid-range jumpers from the 45-degree angle executed by that meme-worthy player. Should those shots be contested, or should his shooting rhythm falter, they stand at serious risk of defeat. Thus, the right side team is almost certain to prevail." Zhang Lier spoke so quietly that even Luke Walton, who had deliberately leaned in, could not catch a single word. Zuo Bai, however, grasped every point she made. That meme-worthy player, he realized, must be Nick Young. Indeed. Watching Zuo Bai nod repeatedly beside him, Luke grew increasingly impatient. Once their exchange concluded, Luke quietly tapped Zuo Bai's shoulder and asked, "Hey, what did she say?" "She said the right side team is guaranteed to win." Zuo Bai shrugged, wearing an effortlessly That's it. What else did you expect?" Luke Walton was left momentarily speechless. Truly, what else was there to hear? Hadn't he simply wanted to know which team she believed held the edge? Then why did this feel so strangely unsatisfying? Something felt off. Wait. It was only then that Luke Walton suddenly realized what had unsettled him. He tapped Zuo Bai's shoulder again and said, "Hold on, you two just spoke for ages. And yet you summarize it in one sentence. You don't understand. Concision is the essence of wisdom." Luke sighed deeply. He had originally hoped to compare her reasoning with his own, but upon hearing her conclusion, he sensed little value in her answer diverged entirely from his own. He had watched this game from start to finish. Granted, he'd stepped away briefly, but he knew Nick Young's shooting had been scorching, numerous threes, nearly all falling. He estimated Young's three-point accuracy hovered around 50%, a remarkably high mark. Moreover, Young's squad featured Brandon Ingram, a formidable talent in his own right. Thus, Luke firmly believed the left side team would prevail. This stood in direct contradiction to Zhang Lier's prediction, and at that very moment the left side team extended their lead. From every angle, Luke remained convinced his assessment was sound. Sigh. It seems this prodigy Zuo Bai spoke of isn't quite as extraordinary as claimed. Though mildly disappointed, Luke quickly dismissed the thought, recalling Zuo Bai's immense contributions to the team. After all, he was still young. Occasional misjudgments were only natural. Yet reflecting further, he acknowledged his own mindset had shifted recently, perhaps overly eager to believe the world teemed with such rare talents. Good heavens, how could there possibly be so many? Having one standing beside me is already miraculous enough. And you propose another. Oh my. Then I'd gladly trade every cent I've secretly stashed away over the past 20 years. The match was still ongoing at that moment. The three of them were sitting by the sidelines watching. Luke Walton rested his chin on his hands, silently observing the changes in the game and analyzing each player's performance today. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai leaned casually against his chair, awaiting the outcome of the match. As for the petite Zhang Lier sitting next to Zuo Bai, she sat up straight, her hands constantly rubbing against the fabric of her. She wasn't watching the game at all, instead she kept stealing glances at Zuo Bai. Steal a glance. Turn away. Steal a glance. Turn again. However, during one of these furtive glances, Zhang Lier suddenly locked eyes with Zuo Bai. This startled her, causing her to quickly turn her head, nearly knocking her sunglasses off her face. She adjusted her glasses, and then Zhang Lier heard Zuo Bai calmly say, "Would you like something to eat?" "Something to eat? No. No thank you." "All right then." Although Zhang Lier declined, Zuo Bai was unbothered and went to grab some snacks, placing them in between himself and Zhang Lier. Then he casually took out something and asked the coach if he wanted any. Luke glanced over and indicated that he wasn't in the mood to eat. It didn't matter if you two aren't going to eat, I'll eat myself. Thus between these two deeply contemplative individuals, Zuo Bai began happily munching on snacks. Hearing the continuous crunching sounds nearby, Luke Walton secretly rubbed his forehead. How can this kid be so carefree about eating? Doesn't he realize that the player he mentioned isn't actually that impressive? I never noticed before that this kid is such an optimist, sigh. Reflecting on Zuo Bai's past, there were many training sessions where he had been substituted midway. Thinking about it, it was indeed rather laid back. Considering this, it fit his character quite well. Sigh. But Luke sighed. However, since Zuo Bai hadn't been delayed in training and competition, he didn't voice any complaints. After all, this was just part of the players' personal lives. After all, looking across the entire NBA league, there were quite a few players like him, such as the Happy Beast and Golden State Kindergarten among others. It's normal. Over here the match was approaching its end. Currently Nick Young's team was leading the opposing team by 5 points. The coach lowered his hands and leaned back against his chair. It's over, the dust has settled. It seems that Nick Young's team has indeed won this match. Luke Walton felt a bit disappointed. Just a bit. After all, this was something he had anticipated, so he did not display excessive disappointment. At that moment he stood up and said to Zuo Bai, "It's unfortunate, Sai, but they can treat you and your friends, and then we can go have some. Don't worry, I'll treat you all for lunch today." At this moment Zuo Bai set down his snacks, looked up at the head coach, and asked, "What's up, coach? Isn't the match still ongoing? Are we going to eat now? Isn't it a bit early?" Luke checked the game time. There were less than 2 minutes remaining. Then he said, "The game is almost over." But halfway through his sentence he suddenly stopped. Indeed, with only 2 minutes left in the game, it would be better to wait and watch, otherwise it might seem disrespectful to the players. After all, this player was Zuo Bai's friend, and the head coach was quite respectful. Thinking this, he continued to watch the match. Alright, let's finish watching the game, and then we'll talk. At this point there was only a little time left. Luke felt that there wouldn't be much. Over here the team on the right initiated a counterattack. A very clever pass and cut maneuver penetrated the inside, shaking off the defensive player under the basket, and scoring. Nick Young was dismissive. No matter how many points they scored, with so little time left, could they really win? Besides, I can answer back with a three-pointer. Nick Young was about to confidently turn around, when suddenly he heard a sound behind him. Thud. It was the crisp sound of iron hitting. The ball heavily struck the back of the rim. Everyone knew that hitting the back of the rim was very close to scoring, yet it failed to go in. And due to their relaxed state, the offensive team on the right seized another opportunity. They swiftly transitioned to offense and pushed into the paint. Bang! Another 2 points scored. At this moment the point difference between the two teams was reduced to just 1 point. What? Nick Young looked at the current score, slightly surprised. He had originally thought that his earlier three-pointer would be enough to seal the game, but who would have thought that the missed shot just now allowed the opponent to launch a counterattack? However, this time he calmed down. He couldn't afford to miss this shot. Huff. Because of his hot shooting touch in the first half of the game, all his teammates had faith in his three-point ability. Thus, in this crucial moment, the ball was entrusted to Nick Young to take the shot. Of course, Nick Young lived up to expectations, executing a step-back three-pointer after using a screen from his teammate. The ball headed straight for the basket. Then bang. The ball was mercilessly rejected by the rim. No one expected this scene. With only one last attack remaining, the offensive team on the right grabbed the rebound, followed by a beautiful bounce pass, scoring in transition, sealing the game. And it was at this moment that the match ended. The offensive team on the right managed to catch up with 6 points, successfully winning the game in the final moments. This moment was unexpected for both Nick Young and Luke Walton, the Lakers' head coach, sitting in the audience. They won. How is that possible? Luke Walton was in shock as he turned to look at Zuo Bai and Zhang Liar sitting beside him. He saw Zuo Bai still leisurely eating snacks, and on the other side Zhang Liar seemed to show no change in expression. After all, you couldn't see her expression anyway. At this moment Zuo Bai suddenly put down his snacks and said, "What do you mean, how is that possible? Didn't we just say that the team on the right would definitely win?" This was expected. But seeing Luke Walton's shocked expression, Zuo Bai suddenly realized something. "Coach, you didn't think Nick Young's team would win?" "Huh? What? Don't say that, I never said that." Although the coach vehemently denied it, his expression had already betrayed him. Finally realizing that he couldn't hide his true feelings, Luke Walton simply came clean. "Forget it, that's what I thought, but I believe it was just luck." "Bad luck? That doesn't mean anything." Indeed, Luke Walton's words were not entirely incorrect. It was certainly a matter of bad luck. That last shot, had Nick Young's arc been just a bit lower or the force of his shot slightly less, it would have been a guaranteed score. It was clear that those last 2 three-pointers were merely a matter of inches. To be blunt, had a grasshopper jumped on the court at that moment, that shot might have gone in. However, the last shot did not go in, which was simply due to bad luck, right? But at this moment Zhang Liar, who had been silent on the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Although her voice was still not loud, it was at just the right volume for Luke Walton to hear. "No. This is not luck." After hearing her voice, Luke Walton paused slightly, and then said, "Of course luck plays a part. It's evident that their luck was better at the last moment, which is why they won the game. Such things always happen on the court. Sometimes it's hard to say whether a shot is due to luck or fate. Actually, there's no need for us to overanalyze it. The final result indeed turned out as you predicted. The team on the right won, and your prediction was certainly not wrong. I will arrange for you a temporary assistant coach position, as Zuo Bai suggested, and you can report to the team for the next game." The coach was not one who couldn't handle losing. It was just that such randomness was too much. He ultimately conceded the validity of the opposing team's success. However, Zhang Liar did not accept that this was luck. She earnestly explained to Luke Walton, "This situation is quite normal. Clearly, the team attacking from the left has obvious flaws in their offensive strategy. Relying solely on the continued explosion of a single player to score is problematic. But Nick Young was extremely hot. His three-point shooting percentage in the first half was quite high. I believe there's nothing wrong. At this moment, Luke Walton countered. After all, this was common knowledge among everyone. People do have hot streaks, and consecutive scoring during such times is entirely normal. Therefore, he believed that during Nick Young's hot streak, such an offensive strategy posed no issue. This was in fact a widely accepted consensus in basketball. Many players, when they are feeling hot in the first 2 quarters, coaches tend to give them more opportunities to handle the ball in the later. However, John Lyer was very confused by this method. She seriously stated, "What you call a hot streak is merely an extraordinary performance by a player over a period of time. It cannot be used as a basis for judgment. Have you heard of the regression to the mean theory? It is a theory proposed by the author of Black Swan. To put it simply, let me give. When you know that the probability of getting heads or tails when flipping a coin is 50, if you see heads come up several times in a row, will you still bet on heads for the next flip? Similarly, if a player has a seasonal average three-point shooting percentage of only in the 30s, and then in this game shoots over 50%, do you believe he can maintain that performance going forward? This is the regression to the mean theory, and there are further proofs supporting this argument, such as. Upon hearing this, Luke Walton felt like his mind was spinning. Unlike everyone else present who was taking their time, he was listening to John Lyer speak in an extremely fast mechanic. Though he was trying hard to keep up, he was nearly overwhelmed. Finally, he could only quickly say, wait a moment, let me digest this. To be honest, Luke Walton had never considered these things before. This is real science. He glanced at Zuo Bai, who was calmly snacking nearby, and said, why aren't you surprised? Didn't I tell you already? The team on the right was bound to win. Besides, you have to believe in science. In that moment, Luke Walton truly found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, John Lyer's remarks completely overturned his previous worldview. What they considered common knowledge was unexpectedly debunked by science. At this moment, John Lyer continued, but her pace slowed a bit. So I think it's quite normal for the team attacking from the right to win. If the team on the left ultimately won, that would be luck. Of course, there are many unknown variables and uncontrollable factors on the court, so I cannot make very accurate predictions. I can only provide a general forecast. This is currently the limitation of science. The controllable variables are simply too few. If humanity could truly master the method to calculate all variables, perhaps we could really predict the future. Listening to John Lyer's reflections, Luke Walton felt that having this girl as an assistant coach might be a bit of an underutilization of her talents. Luke cautiously asked, afraid that this girl might say something else that would shatter his worldview. He was not young anymore and couldn't handle such upheaval. So how confident are you in your earlier prediction? John Lyer fell silent for a moment before saying, 98%. Actually, my predictions have been quite inaccurate lately. As she said this, she inadvertently glanced at Zuo Bai. It was this man. He had almost become the reason for all her failed predictions. John Lyer could never understand why someone could have a hot hand for one game, and then again for a second and third game. However, this statement left Luke Walton utterly shocked. 98%. Is that what you call being inaccurate? Zuo Bai, where did you find this girl? Who on earth is she? Her. Zuo Bai shrugged and said, just like me, an ordinary basketball enthusiast. After a moment of contemplation, Luke Walton said, all right, I'll arrange a coaching position for her immediately, the kind with a... To be honest, such contracts are out of reach for most people. Even many players who have retired from the NBA do not have the opportunity to secure such contracts. There is no doubt that this was a tremendous acknowledgement of John Lyer's abilities. However, Zuo Bai said, forget it, a temporary contract will suffice. A formal contract might impose too many restrictions on her. Zuo Bai also understood that someone like her, who is a young lady of privilege, would find a formal contract too limiting. After all, a young lady could hardly spend every day with the team. There wouldn't be any reason for that. However, at that moment, John Lyer suddenly spoke up. All right, let's go with a formal contract. I want one that lasts a long time. The longer the better. However, the addition of an assistant coach to the Lakers before the game didn't cause much of a stir. Nevertheless, for John Lyer, it was quite a joy. To be precise, she actually hoped no one would know. As a socially anxious person who shunned the spotlight, what could she say? All she could say was, thank you all for not knowing me. Thank you. After all, John Lyer's goal had already been achieved. However, within the team, this news quickly spread. After all, changes in the coaching staff were most palpable to the players. At first, their reaction was one of surprise. Later, it turned into curiosity. Did you hear? A new coach has arrived. Yes. It seems she's even a girl. No way. Is that true? Of course, she's supposedly Chinese like Zuo Bai. WOC. I feel like there's something more to this. Exactly, I sense an unusual aura. Hey, what are you guys blabbering about? At that moment, Zuo Bai appeared in the locker room. The group that had been joking around quickly dispersed, looking guilty. We didn't say anything. Really, we didn't say a thing. Seriously, the weather is nice today. Zuo Bai chuckled. Why is it that people from all over the country always talk about the weather when they want to change the subject? All right, what do you all think of the new coach? We have no thoughts. We think the new coach is great. Yeah, it must be good. I heard you recommended her, so there shouldn't be a... Several people nodded vigorously. However, Zuo Bai knew that they had no real understanding of the new coach's strengths. They were just saving face. Sigh. But Zuo Bai didn't care to explain. After all, when they were on the court, they'd find out. John Lyer indeed had talent. Moreover, her talent was no less than his. Although her strengths were in completely different areas, that was just fine. Zuo Bai would also have the chance to leverage her abilities. This would become a significant boost for him on the court. After leaving the locker room, Zuo Bai headed to the coach's office. This was a special request from the coach. After finishing certain matters, he needed to visit the office to see him. As for what Zuo Bai had already guessed the gist of it. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zuo Bai pushed the door open. The coach smiled and set aside his work upon seeing him. Come in and sit. The coach adjusted his glasses, beaming. He said to Zuo Bai, the matter we discussed last time has basically... Really? The coach nodded. Really? Zuo Bai was surprised that the other party agreed to the transaction so quickly. It was evident that this player was not very important to the other team's roster. That's good news. When can we finalize the trade? Soon, but there's one issue. What issue? The Lakers head coach hesitated for a moment, then said they also want a player to fill their gap. Who? Jordan Clarkson. After pondering for a moment, Zuo Bai asked, what does your management think? We believe a trade is a trade, and we will see if it is worthwhile. The Lakers head coach adjusted his glasses and said after all the management originally had thoughts of trading Jordan Clarkson. Then let's proceed, as you say. Zuo Bai thought for a moment. This trade was quite suitable regardless. After all, the player they were exchanging was Derrick Rose, who was currently with the Cavaliers. The Windy City Rose. He was also the first overall pick of the Bulls back in the day. The youngest MVP ever at the peak of his career. Although injuries over the past few years had made everyone feel quite... However, there was no doubt that Derrick Rose remained a highly skilled player. Whether it was his defensive enthusiasm or his experience in handling plays, both were of top quality. This was precisely what their team currently lacked. Experience. Although new players bring vitality and future, there's also the problem that most newcomers need time to grow. Not everyone can join the league and become a primary scoring force. This was not good for a team that wanted to compete for the championship this year. Moreover, Zuo Bai felt that Rose was somewhat underestimated after his injuries. Thus, trading for Rose now was actually a good thing. Not only could he become an immediate asset for the team, but in the future Rose would surely become one of the main forces. Having confirmed this matter, Zuo Bai felt very happy. The next day's game was almost forgotten by him. When Zuo Bai remembered, he still needed to pay attention. Because the next day's match was against one of the legendary powerhouse teams, the Green Army, the Celtics. This was not even the most interesting part. The most interesting thing was that Zuo Bai was about to meet his basketball enlightenment mentor, Kyrie Irving. After joining the Celtics, Irving instantly became the team's primary scorer. He led the Celtics through various challenges. It seemed that the games he lost to Zuo Bai previously were now less significant. However, both would encounter each other in the NBA, and that day had already arrived. It was tomorrow. At this moment, online discussions about this upcoming game were extremely... Countless fans were bringing up old stories. The Renaissance. Videos of Zuo Bai dominating Irving on the street courts were instantly resurfacing. The internet was buzzing, becoming a carnival for netizens. It could be said that this game was set to become the most thrilling build-up before the Christmas showdown. Meanwhile, over here, while everyone was intoxicated, Irving was not having such a good time. He looked at the comments online feeling... However, he also didn't want to argue with these ordinary people. After all, they didn't even know whether the earth was round or flat. How could they understand my solitude? Sigh. Masters are often misunderstood, with too few who truly appreciate me. Although I did lose that game, it was merely a friendly match. I'm not angry, I won't hold grudges. I'm a player of refinement. At that moment, he suddenly saw a comment claiming he played like trash, and Irving immediately grabbed the keyboard and said, tomorrow you better watch closely. One could say that Owen's remarks stirred up a storm. Countless netizens replied beneath his comment. So you finally plan to exert yourself? That's fantastic, there's going to be a good show. You don't plan to prove yourself in such a match, do you? Not at all, you already lost last time. What difference will this time make compared to the last? Don't joke around, Owen. Can we not compare Owen to a newcomer? Can you say something insightful? Exactly, Owen's accolades already prove his strength. He doesn't need to compare himself to a rookie. I think the previous comment is right. Owen is a top scorer in the league, that is indisputable. Everyone stop thinking about it. How could a rookie possibly beat him? However, that is the truth. But I wonder if Owen will win this time after losing the last match. I think the chances are slim. Nonsense, you clearly don't understand the game. I believe Owen will definitely win. I also believe Owen will win. I vote for Owen. Haha, it is expected that Owen will win the next match, but if he doesn't, that would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, the online discourse around this matter exploded. Clearly, there were quite a few instigators among them. This inadvertently added a lot of pressure on Owen. However, at this moment, a heavyweight figure appeared and came to his rescue, saying, everyone shouldn't put such immense pressure on a player. Although this shows your recognition of his ability, just enjoy the game. The person who posted this was none other than Owen's former teammate LeBron James. It's known that the two were quite good friends during their time with the Cavaliers, although later on when Kyrie Irving left the Cavaliers, rumors of discord arose between them. However, it seems that James still acknowledges this friend in his heart. Following James' message, many netizens ceased their inquiries, but they became extremely curious about the upcoming match. Who will win? Meanwhile, Kyrie Irving, having shut off his social media, was alone in his room, reviewing videos from previous videos of his match against Zuo Bai. It was from that very game that Zuo Bai's name gradually entered the public's consciousness. And it was precisely because of that match that heaven knows Owen has been under tremendous pressure this season. Countless doubts and mockeries echoed in his ears. However, Owen proved himself this season, with an average score of 25 points remaining the sharpest blade in the NBA. Owen looked at Zuo Bai's performance in that match and thought it really wasn't that impressive, was it? To be honest, he should have been able to recognize those fakes. Moreover, his handling of some key plays clearly showed he was a bit too complacent at that time. He shouldn't have blindly tried to prove himself with technical moves. There were clearly better ways to score. Thus, this time Owen could be said to be full of confidence. He felt that this time he absolutely would not lose. In fact, for Owen, he never feels there is a possibility of losing in any match. He believes his breakthroughs are the sharpest in the league. There is a saying that perfectly describes Kyrie Irving. When your offensive methods are rich enough, then even the tightest defense becomes useless. Only you can defend against yourself. Kyrie firmly believes in this statement. Thus, he is filled with anticipation for tomorrow. He must win, and he will win. For the Celtics, tomorrow's match is merely another regular season game between two powerhouses. But for Owen, this will be his opportunity for redemption. On the day of the match, everyone arrived as promised, with many fans even waiting outside the arena before it opened. Wow bro, you're here this early too. Of course I'm looking forward to this match so much I didn't sleep a wink last night. That's awesome bro. Me too, I worked the night shift last night and came straight here. Sleep? Hell no. Oh, you just reminded me I still need to go to work later. Forget it, hell with work, I quit. Right, we should all just collect welfare together. Sure. When Zuo Bai entered, he was besieged by many reporters. These reporters were extremely eager, as Zuo Bai's attitude in this match would become the focal point of everyone's attention. Mr. Zuo Bai, could you please answer what are your thoughts on Owen's provocation? Mr. Zuo Bai, do you intend to rewrite the previous legend in this match? Do you have anything to say about facing Owen? Anything at all? Do you think Owen is a formidable opponent? Or do you not regard him as a threat at all? After hearing these questions, Zuo Bai was momentarily stunned. What? Am I playing against Owen today? Suddenly, all the reporters holding microphones and professional cameras fell silent. To be precise, they were all at a loss for words. The cameras that had been flashing non-stop also halted at that moment. It was as if the air had solidified. Everyone looked at each other, and they realized that the questions they had prepared were all pointless. Then, as everyone's minds cleared, they were about to turn back to ask Zuo Bai other questions. However, they soon discovered that Zuo Bai had slipped away. Damn, how did he do it? He was clearly surrounded by us. How did he manage to slip away from so many people? And he is so tall and conspicuous. How did we not notice him at all? This man is too terrifying. We were all fooled. Damn, it turns out we fell for his trick. I thought I was hallucinating. When Zuo Bai returned to the lounge, he chuckled. Competing with me? He's not quite ready for that. He reckoned that even if he stopped playing basketball, he could still write a book. The 100 Ways of Zuo Bai to Escape Practical Edition. As for the question the reporters asked at that time, there is no doubt. Of course I knew that the opponent in this match was Irving. Such an important matter, if I didn't know, how could I claim to be a professional NBA player? Am I that kind of person? Haha. Too funny, they underestimate me too much. However, when Zuo Bai opened his wardrobe, he intentionally tucked a folder given to him by Jiang Liar inside. That's not something important. Of course, it's not a pre-match analysis report on the opponent's status and characteristics. Absolutely not. Of course, everyone had a copy of this report. Even the head coach of the Lakers, Luke Walton, received one from Jiang Liar. Of course, everyone had a copy of this report. Even the head coach of the Lakers, Luke Walton, received one from Jiang Liar. His first reaction was, did you sneak into the Celtics coach's office in the middle of the night and steal their data? However, after thinking it over, a frail girl like her probably wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. So Luke Walton was just incredibly shocked. When these players saw this news, they also gained a very detailed understanding of the opponent's various characteristics and tactics. Although they might not remember everything, it would certainly have a positive impact on the upcoming game. Over here, Zuo Bai said, all right, brothers, remember the coach's tactics. We're getting ready to go on the court. Okay. Yesterday, the coach rearranged their tactics, and this tactic was unforgettable for them. However, every player felt very curious as to why the team's style changed so dramatically after that girl joined the team. They had previously executed superstar tactics. Get the ball to O'Neal. Get the ball to Kobe. Get the ball to Zuo Bai. Something like that. Of course, it's not that they didn't have other cooperation tactics, but they simply weren't. At this moment, just before the match, everyone was mentally prepared. Everyone knew that the Celtics were definitely not a weak team, and they were one of the oldest traditional powerhouses in history. Their lineup this year should not be underestimated either. Not only did they have Irving's powerful addition, but they also had a gift. Both of them were strong players. Although Irving's strength had been more prominent in recent matches, Tatum's role should not be overlooked. Therefore, everyone was cautious. They dared not underestimate them. Since they couldn't afford to ignore them, Zuo Bai said, Brother Bai, it's up to you to limit Irving's scoring. It's up to you to lock him down. Go Zuo Bai. I'm cheering for you from the sidelines. Don't worry, Brother Bai, I'll definitely be the one on the sidelines waving the towel with the most enthusiasm. Tactics, tactics, don't forget the tactics. Zuo Bai was helpless. These guys had already thrown the tactics out of their minds. Facing Kyrie Irving alone would probably be difficult to maintain for the entire game. After all, Irving's offensive style is incredibly versatile. Even with the enhancement of the Heavenly Emperors, keeping up with Irving's movements would still be quite a challenge. The reason I had a slight advantage when facing Irving on the court earlier was not only because the previous game was relatively short, it was also because I used an experience card. The reason I had a slight advantage when facing Irving on the court earlier was not only because the previous game was relatively short. It is well known that Irving's breakthrough is exceptionally sharp. If the opponent continues to exhaust my stamina, I wouldn't be. After all, although my physical strength has significantly improved, it still falls short of the top level in the NBA. Moreover, from now on, they should be preparing for the playoffs and cannot rely solely on me to hold the ball. So when the playoffs come, significant problems will arise. This was not only Zuo Bai's personal consideration, but also the earnest advice of an unknown girl named Jiang. However, everyone just took it as a joke. Then they exchanged smiles and said, all right, Brother Bai, don't worry, we remember it clearly. Let's go show them what we've got. Go, let's go. When they arrived on the court, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. Although this was the Celtics' home court, there were still many passionate Lakers fans. Of course, there were also quite a few Zuo Bai fans. Naturally, among these fervent fans, there were many women. Zuo Bai, I love you. Go Zuo Bai, show them what you can do. MVP, I love you. Zuo Bai, I want to have your baby. Can you add me on WeChat, Zuo Bai? You can do anything you want. At this moment, the man beside the provocatively dressed female fan said, Ahem, if Zuo Bai doesn't add you, can I add you instead? I'm only 18. Get lost. You old pervert, my body belongs to Zuo Bai. Over here, Zuo Bai had long been accustomed to the cheers. However, it was the first time for Zhang Liar to be at the scene. When she heard those shouts directed at Zuo Bai, her little fists were, Zhang Liar even wished she could stand up and shout to the people behind her, shut up. But as someone with social anxiety, her face turned red, and she couldn't utter a single word. In the end, wanting to compete with them, she could only muster a weak voice, Zuo Bai. Go for it. However, this voice was so small that even the coach beside her couldn't hear it clearly and turned back to ask, did you just say? The players on both sides had already taken their positions. Irving walked up next to Zuo Bai. This was their second meeting. Irving noticed that in just a few short months, Zuo Bai seemed to have matured even more than before. If he had previously looked like a complete rookie, now he could feel a sense of professionalism emanating from Zuo Bai. You seem to have taken on the appearance of a professional player now. Irving nodded and said in acknowledgement, not bad, but this time I won't be as careless as before. Zuo Bai replied with a smile, no worries, relax, friendship, first, competition second. Irving was taken aback for a moment, then said, haha, that's true. Friendship first, competition second. The two shook hands amicably, which moved many people present. This is the spirit of sports. However, when the two turned back to their teams, they were both thinking, competition first. Of course, although both of them were determined to win this match, they also understood one thing: winning this game would not be so simple. The Boston Celtics have a strong roster this year, featuring top scorers like Kyrie Irving along with Jason Tatum, Al Horford, and Jaylen Brown. On the defensive end, they have the likes of Marcus Smart, a formidable perimeter defender. Their lineup can be considered a championship contending roster, showcasing impressive strength. On the other hand, while the Los Angeles Lakers lineup may seem slightly thinner, they have already proven their strength in recent games. They are capable of making the playoffs. As the game was about to begin, the cheers from the crowd were deafening. Enthusiastic fans waved their belongings, rallying support for both teams. The commentators on stage were clearly excited about this match, keenly observing the lineups of both teams. We all know that during his college days, Zuo Bai began to draw attention because he defeated Irving back then. That's right, it was a game, but it wasn't official, it was more of an event. However, that indirectly proved Zuo Bai's capability. Indeed, and after systematic training and the experience gained during college basketball, he must have improved significantly. I really look forward to their encounter once again. Oh, what kind of sparks will fly? Did you see what Irving said on social media the day? What did Irving say? You can check it on your phone, but I can only say that for this match, Irving seems to be very confident. However, Zuo Bai is a talented point guard. Oh, honestly, among this year's players, I believe he has the most potential to win the. You actually have such high expectations for a rookie. Haha, let's wait and see. At this moment, both teams' players had already taken. With the sound of the referee's whistle, both teams moved. Bang! A spectacular jump ball, and the Celtics immediately regained possession. Tatum is indeed a good player. After securing the ball, he quickly assessed the situation and passed it to Kyrie Irving, who was controlling the ball. Of course, this was part of their coach's strategy. After receiving the ball, Irving squinted and scanned the players on the court. After understanding everyone's positioning, Irving signaled them to spread out for an isolation play. ISO. Everyone understood the cue. Although Horford played as a center, he was a functional center for the Boston Celtics. He possesses dribbling and shooting abilities, and his skills are quite balanced. He is not just a traditional center, but one who can create space. So at this moment, Horford quickly moved beyond the three-point line, drawing the Lakers' interior players out as well. Upon seeing some space, Irving immediately found Zuo Bai. Hey brother, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Zuo Bai scratched his head and remained silent. But in his heart, he thought, aren't you the one who approached me? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. Since he initiated contact, Zuo Bai naturally wouldn't retreat. He lowered his center of gravity and slightly spread his legs. Meanwhile, as Irving approached the three-point line, he also lowered his center of gravity, preparing for an offensive posture. However, Zuo Bai knew this was a feint. As Irving changed his footwork, Zuo Bai moved in response. It was a sudden stop and a three-point jump shot. Such an unexpected shot is the hardest to defend against, but Zuo Bai kept what? At the moment Irving shot, Zuo Bai rushed up, his right hand raised high directly in the path of Irving's shot. This was something Irving absolutely didn't expect. Fortunately, Irving's shooting speed was quite fast, and the shot barely grazed Zuo Bai's hand. Bang! The ball barely missed, hitting the edge of the rim and bouncing up. Oh no, what a shame. At this moment, the commentators expressed their regret. That shot was so close to going in. We can only say that the game has just begun. Oh, perhaps Irving's shooting rhythm hasn't fully kicked in yet. That's true. After all, the game has just started, and this is only the first shot, so Irving might still be a bit cautious. Let's see what kind of performance he will give later. As the Lakers' interior players jumped up, they contested with the Celtics for the rebound. Unfortunately, they were just a bit short. After regaining the ball, they launched a second attack, and Tatum scored. Although that shot eventually went into the basket, Irving felt slightly uneasy in his heart at that moment. He could clearly sense it. Zuo Bai seemed to have become stronger. This feeling surprised him greatly, and also filled him with trepidation. Although from the outside it seemed regrettable that he missed that shot, only Irving knew that not being blocked on that shot was truly fortunate. How could Irving not have done his homework? He had rehearsed in his mind that if he faced Zuo Bai this time his strategy would be to score with a surprise attack. After all, such an offensive tactic is the most unexpected, and it was rarely used during his previous encounters with Zuo Bai. But this time he found that as he prepared to attack, Zuo Bai's defense instantly followed suit. Moreover, Zuo Bai's speed was completely no less than his own. Just as Irving was contemplating, Zuo Bai casually remarked, "Phew, that was close, so what a pity." After hearing this, Irving did not respond. He didn't know whether the words "what a pity" and "that was close" were directed at him or himself. But at this moment, Irving became even more serious. Because he knew that the man before him was worthy of him giving his all to face. Although he was just a rookie, he intended to use all his strength to defeat him. Over here, the Lakers are preparing to initiate their offense. Nick Young passes the ball to Zuo Bai, who sets a screen and creates some space. Zuo Bai follows the screen, ready to break through. Just at that moment, Smart from the Boston Celtics suddenly rushes in. At the same time, he provides a delayed defense for Zuo Bai. "Don't think you can get past me." However, before Smart could finish his sentence, Zuo Bai executed a smooth crossover dribble and effortlessly got past him. Smart lifted his head to face the empty air in front of him, slightly embarrassed. Damn, that was way too fast. After Zuo Bai explosively maneuvered past Smart, he quickly faced the second defender. In that brief moment of pause, Smart was right behind him, pursuing closely. The two formed a double team. Just when everyone thought it would lead to a steal, Zuo Bai made a sharp right turn. He smoothly maneuvered out of their double team and executed a hook shot. Score. What the hell? Incredible. That was too impressive. This is indeed amazing. Invincible. That's been looked way too smooth. So cool. Zuo Bai forever. This effortless basket tied the game. As Irving took possession, the Boston Celtics launched their offense again. As one of the league's top scorers, Irving's offensive skills are incredibly diverse. This time facing Zuo Bai, he would unleash his "Zuo Bai, are you ready?" When Irving reached the three-point line, he looked up at Zuo Bai. Zuo Bai remained steady, his gaze fixed on the ball in Irving's hands, and said, "Bring it on." Irving executed a series of crossover dribbles, then made a quick sidestep to break through. As he shifted his center of gravity to the left, he pulled the ball back and turned. Bang! Then with the same side foot, he abruptly stopped and executed a step-back jumper. This slick combination of moves was extremely entertaining to watch. If it were any other defender, they would likely have lost their bearings. This combination was so graceful that countless spectators were left speechless. Wow, that's so cool. This is the basketball of my dreams. What boy wouldn't want such ball handling skills? That's just too impressive. I love it, brothers. What about you? Incredible. That play was indeed amazing. To be honest, not only were the spectators amazed, but even the cameraman was stunned by that play. The camera almost couldn't keep up with Irving's move. It felt so real. It nearly revealed his bank card password. However, after executing that series of moves, Irving found that Zuo Bai still hadn't been shaken off. He looked up and realized Zuo Bai was still right in front of him. Damn, how is that possible? But the truth was that even Irving's step-back maneuver couldn't shake Zuo Bai. That familiar feeling returned to Irving's heart. Those eyes seemed to see through all his feints, staring intently at him. Irving couldn't get past Zuo Bai. Damn, such impressive dribbling didn't get him by. What kind of defensive awareness does it take to achieve this? It's not Zuo Bai's fault, it's just that Irving's flashy moves are utterly ineffective. Hey, you're right. I thought the same before my ankles got crossed. Over here, Irving slightly frowned, swallowing hard. But he was prepared, having anticipated such a situation. So he remained calm and decided to truly win by leveraging speed and physical advantages. After doing a series of quick crossovers, Irving accelerated, but Zuo Bai wasn't to be underestimated. He exploded with energy to keep up, and for a moment neither could be discerned. But Zuo Bai wasn't to be underestimated. He exploded with energy to keep up, and for a moment neither could be discerned. Although typically the offense holds the advantage, this time Irving clearly felt he had no upper hand. Moreover, he felt that throughout his offensive process, Zuo Bai was consistently able to match his rhythm. This was utterly absurd. However, with the ball in hand, Irving naturally wouldn't back down. He used his left shoulder to push, then he exploded to the right, extending his arm to release a high shot. Whoosh! The ball soared high. At that moment, Zuo Bai leaped up forcefully. The height took Irving by surprise. Why is he jumping even faster than last? Fortunately, Irving played it conservatively, fully extending his right arm to shoot from the farthest point. Bang! The ball ultimately hit the backboard and landed steadily in the basket. Phew! Irving exhaled. He never imagined scoring a basket could be so challenging. However, Zuo Bai, who didn't block the shot, obviously showed no signs of disappointment. He stretched his shoulders and said, "That should be enough warm-up. Oh, let's get serious now." Initially, Irving didn't quite understand this statement, but when Zuo Bai received the ball, he grasped its meaning. It was despair. Zuo Bai slowly dribbled to the three-point line, then suddenly accelerated to break through with an extremely high center of gravity. This burst of speed was something even a top-notch ball handler like Irving could never have anticipated. Quick! Wait. In an instant, Zuo Bai had a half-body lead over Irving, and at that moment Smart timely came in for support. However, was his defense effective? Zuo Bai executed an absurdly low crossover, sending Smart flying to the other side. As he reached the basket, Horford was already waiting here. "Don't think you can get past me." Horford was fully engaged, firmly maintaining his defensive position. As Zuo Bai jumped, Zuo Bai made the pass. This ball was delivered with remarkable precision, almost directly into his hands. The feint for a layup successfully deceived the opposing defenders. Undoubtedly, that was a good play. However, the action was so convincing that even his own teammates fell for it. Slap. Even though the ball was sent right to him, he still managed to lose it. After all, such sudden events can be quite startling. What the hell? How could he drop this ball? Haha, it turns out the NBA also has butterfingers. I'm dying of laughter. Really, one person has the ball and 9 panic. Haha, my brother Bay's pass made me panic. Hey, why aren't you panicking? Is it because you're not panicking that you dropped the ball? I'm dying of laughter. But regardless, it was indeed because this ball wasn't caught that a good offensive opportunity was lost. The ball not caught by his teammate bounced twice and then went out of bounds. His teammate awkwardly looked at the ball out of play and said, "Brother Bai, this was all my fault." However, Zuo Bai merely smiled slightly. "You caught it well, but don't let it happen again." Meanwhile, Tatum let out a small sigh of relief. He thought for sure that this ball would go in. Thankfully, the Green Army was quite fortunate. Although the Lakers did not score this time, missing this scoring opportunity didn't mean the Lakers wouldn't score later. Zuo Bai fully showcased his assisting ability, which made the Green Army's coach quite wary. Over here, the ball returned to the Green Army, and they clearly realized that relying on individual plays to score was not a real. It's not that it can't be done. Rather, it lacks significance. This is not the most efficient scoring method. Furthermore, it would exhaust the main players too much. Thus, Jason Tatum said at this moment, "Irvine passed me the ball for a shot, he'll make a play inside." But Irvine glanced at him, and then said, "Giving the ball to me is your best option." You? Tatum had the words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. Irvine was not wrong in this regard. As the team's most capable scorer, he certainly had that confidence. However, he clearly hadn't recognized the situation he was about to face, which was not someone else, but Zuo Bai. And next bang. Oh, my god, Irvine actually got blocked. This is just terrifying. Despite Irvine's scoring prowess, he can still get blocked under such circumstances. Zuo Bai's blocking ability is extraordinary. Seeing the subsequent play where Zuo Bai delivered such a brutal block on Irvine left everyone quite excited. Even near the bench among the first audience, many had already covered their eyes. It was just too brutal. Irvine's expression was somewhat grim. After all, many were looking forward to his matchup with Zuo Bai, and this is how it ended. However, this does not mean Irvine had no way to score. He believes that his quick stop jump shot for 2 points would be no problem. It was just that scoring with a layup seemed a bit challenging right now. But what Irvine desired was to dunk over Zuo Bai's head, and he wanted to respond to the Lakers' earlier performance. So with that mindset, Irvine faced Zuo Bai, without fear opting for hard drives to the basket each time. Turn fake stop feint dunk. The maneuvers were fierce as a tiger, yet the score was 0-5. Soon the result was quite clear. Bang, bang. The ruthless sound of blocks echoed continuously. Zuo Bai directly executed a series of blocks on Irvine. By the end of the first quarter, Zuo Bai had already blocked Irvine 5 times. This was painfully frustrating for Irvine. He could not understand why Zuo Bai as a guard could exert such a large defense. Normally, even an average center wouldn't have such defensive pressure. In fact, the fundamental reason Zuo Bai put him under such pressure was that all of Irvine's fakes were ineffective in front of Zuo Bai. With yet another block and an assist leading to a teammate's score, the first quarter ended. At this moment, everyone was astonished by the score on the court. 3-1-5. Unbeknownst, the Lakers had surprisingly taken such a large lead in the first quarter. What the hell? This is a complete domination. Incredible. I thought the whole game would be closely contested, yet what is going on? Leading by a large margin in the first quarter. Incredible, truly incredible. It seems Irvine isn't that great either, as Zuo Bai is indeed amazing. Of course, before entering the NBA, Zuo Bai had already beaten Irvine, so he must be even better now. However, some extreme Green Army fans remarked, "Hee, it's just that Irvine isn't up to par. I think Tatum should be the one to take over. Trash Irvine. Not worthy of staying with us Celtics." Of course, Irvine heard these doubts from the crowd, but Irvine scoffed at them. He sneered at those who looked down on him, and then said to the coach on the sidelines, "Coach, don't worry, he'll make a comeback in the second quarter. I just had a few mistakes." The coach looked at Irvine. Although he felt a bit troubled after all, the main strategy of the team still revolved around making Irvine the primary scorer. So he could only say, "All right, in the second quarter you adjust your state first, and if it doesn't work we will talk then." The coach was considerate of Irvine's situation. Irvine nodded, loosened his wrist, and then said, "Phew, don't worry, the good show is just beginning." On this side, the Lakers had a resounding victory in the first quarter, and Luke Walton was very pleased. He said to Zuo Bai, "Your performance was quite impressive, keep it up." Undoubtedly, the coach was very satisfied with his performance. The teammates were harmonious at this moment. But Zuo Bai sat in his chair, trying hard to regulate his breathing. The intensity of the first quarter and Irvine's frenzied offensive made Zuo Bai feel a slight fatigue. He hadn't felt this way at the end of the first quarter in a long time. Phew. Luke Walton didn't notice Zuo Bai's condition. However, at this moment, someone on the court was quietly watching Zuo Bai. At this moment, Zhang Lier has already realized that Zuo Bai's physical exertion here is somewhat excessive. Moreover, as soon as Owen got the ball, the first thing he did was seek out Zuo Bai. This also elevated the intensity of his defense to a whole new level. It is well known that defense is even more tiring than offense. Thus, this led to Zuo Bai's continuous depletion. Although Zhang Lier could tell that Zuo Bai could still hold on for a while, it was time to let the main players rest. However, it was clear that everyone thought winning the first quarter was too easy. They never expected Zuo Bai to feel tired. Just like in a favorable situation, you never know how difficult it is to win with the MVP who supports you. When you're still mocking, is that all? The key players in your team are already close to losing their patience. Upon realizing this, Zhang Lier went directly to Zuo Bai's side and quietly asked, "How are you feeling right now? Do you need to take a break?" In fact, Zuo Bai was indeed a bit tired. He didn't expect Zhang Lier to notice this. However, Zuo Bai actually wanted to seize the moment. He hoped to score a few more points while the situation was favorable before taking. Moreover, with the tenfold stamina recovery, he could easily hold on for a while longer. So Zuo Bai simply said him fine. If you think I'm tiring, just call a timeout for me. Thanks. After saying this, Zuo Bai flashed her a slight smile. At that moment, Zhang Liar felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. However, she replied, Who needs your thanks? I was just asking. But by the time she said this, Zuo Bai had already turned away to throw some water. He didn't hear her. Yet for some reason, Zhang Liar felt that it was better that he didn't hear her. When both teams returned to the court for the second quarter, Irving was in perfect form. He swore that in this quarter he would show Zuo Bai a thing or two. However, many spectators on the sidelines looked on with disdain at Irving's attitude. Do you even know why we fell behind in the first? Exactly what is Irving even doing? If you can't perform, just get off the court. Pass the ball to Tatum. He had several good opportunities, but didn't pass. Stop talking him speechless. What garbage is this? R&M, refund us. Zuo Bai, on the other hand, ignored Irving's provocation. However, Irving became even angrier because of this attitude. He said, Good, very good. You will regret your current attitude. I swear. The game resumed. Although the Lakers were ahead in the eyes of the fans, they were indeed leading and had the advantage. When Irving had the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Irving, unfazed, faced off against Zuo Bai once more. Are you ready? Anytime. Of course, as soon as Zuo Bai finished speaking, Irving directly launched an attack. This time, Irving did not use his usual moves, but instead chose to drive straight in. Irving's choice rendered Zuo Bai's heavenly eye completely ineffective, because he was simply driving and nothing else. There was no choice but for Zuo Bai to keep up. But this time, Irving unleashed his full speed to break through, instantly shaking off half a body length. Realizing this, Irving chose to maximize his advantage. Using his body to block Zuo Bai, he went up for a layup. Score. This left many spectators stunned. Wait, Irving scored. Is this real? Did I see it wrong? He scored so easily this time. Everyone was in disbelief. In fact, this phenomenon was very strange. People couldn't believe that a top scorer in the league could easily score from a rookie. It sounded quite magical. But this was how reality unfolded. After scoring, Irving also remarked, Not bad, you almost defended against me. Zuo Bai paused slightly. Had he said this before? It sounded familiar. However, after discovering this attacking style, Irving became addicted to it. He continuously launched fierce attacks against. Although Zuo Bai initially burst forth with stamina, he still had a high chance of defending against him. But isn't it unreasonable to have a cheetah run long distances? The quick back and forth of repeated offense and defense drained Zuo Bai's stamina rapidly. Although they had strategies on the offensive end, Zuo Bai still played a significant role in it. Therefore, he could hardly find a moment to. After several rounds, Zuo Bai was indeed feeling a bit tired. Meanwhile, Irving's scoring became even easier, and he managed to score 9 points in a row. Seeing that Zuo Bai's stamina was depleting, Zhang Liar seized the opportunity from the sidelines. She directly shouted to the referee, I request a timeout. The referee looked at the little girl. Among the many players over 2 meters tall on the court, she appeared quite out of place. Whose child is this? Why aren't you paying attention? Can anyone just run onto the court? After a moment of silence, Lakers coach Luke Walton said, Well, she's new to our team, let's just go with what she says and call a time. Looking at Luke's serious expression, the referee was taken aback. Wait, is he actually the coach? In the face of the referee's incredulous expression, he ultimately chose to trust Luke. A timeout was called. Lakers request a timeout. After returning to the sidelines, the coach asked what happened. Why did you suddenly call for a timeout? If it weren't for Luke having witnessed Zhang Liar's potential earlier, he would never have called a timeout in such an unclear situation. However, after Zhang Liar explained, he understood. How could this coach be less observant than her? At this moment, the audience present was utterly dumbfounded. What the fuck? Wasn't it said before that Kyrie Irving's shooting touch wasn't that great? But his current performance. It certainly doesn't resemble someone who's not doing well at all. This is simply an MVP level. At this time, after Zuo Bai left the court, Irving's performance became even more formidable. One could say he was virtually The other spectators were equally astonished by Irving's performance. Even those who criticized him earlier had fallen silent. Impressive, I regret my previous rashness. Irving, this is too strong, invading the enemy's ranks as if they were unguarded. Amazing. His performance is almost on par with Zuo Bai's. Indeed, he just forced the Lakers to call a timeout. It seems there's still a gap between Zuo Bai and the league's top scorers. The crowd exchanged glances. It appeared they regretted what they had said earlier. Now it seems Kyrie Irving is indeed stronger. Meanwhile, many viewers watching the live broadcast commented, that was true. But Zuo Bai is still impressive. Wasn't he stronger during his rookie season? Indeed, during that period, Zuo Bai was slightly. But this also shows that Irving is currently stronger. It seems Zuo Bai isn't as mystical as he claims. But this also shows that Irving is currently stronger. It seems Zuo Bai isn't as mystical as he claims. Irving's strength is indeed remarkable. In this encounter with Zuo Bai, he has clearly gained the upper hand, even with some minor mistakes in the first quarter. Although he was blocked by Zuo Bai, the match is still ongoing. In the second quarter, Irving once again altered the tide of the game with his extraordinary performance. As a result, Irving at this moment is utterly invincible. What does it mean to have strength? He shouted towards the sidelines. As a result, Irving at this moment is utterly invincible. What does it mean to have strength? He shouted towards the sidelines. Both Zuo Bai and Irving accounted for nearly half of the team's points. One could say their duel was the focal point of today's match. At this time, many spectators' evaluations of Zuo Bai's performance were clearly not as favorable as Irving's. The cheers from the crowd spoke volumes. At this moment, the faces of the Lakers bench were not looking good, especially Zuo Bai's substitute. His expression was the most troubled. Zuo Bai. Brother Bai, don't take it to heart, the atmosphere here is just like that. Exactly, they mean no harm. Right, Zuo Bai, don't mind it, this is the norm. After they finished speaking, others also looked over. They were unsure if this would have any impact on Zuo Bai's state of mind. Each person's face reflected a sense of worry. Watching Zuo Bai sitting there with a towel draped over his head, silent and contemplative, they were all deep in thought. Could it be that the current Zuo Bai couldn't handle the pressure? This won't do. One must understand that a player's mentality is crucial for their performance. A good mindset can lead to double the results with half the effort, but when their mindset falters, they are likely to become anxious and uncertain, leading to mistakes that shouldn't occur. At this moment, the camera turned to the bench, giving Zuo Bai a close-up shot. At this time, the commentator on stage said, "What happened to Zuo Bai? Is he feeling down?" "Not sure, but I believe Zuo Bai isn't the type to give up easily. However, his current state does appear quite disheartened. Indeed, after all, since entering the league, Zuo Bai has always been the center of attention. Perhaps he can't bear this sense of disappointment now. Sigh, it seems rookies still need more experience." At this moment, Lakers head coach Luke Walton also approached. He sighed with concern. "Sigh, it seems Zuo Bai is just an ordinary young man. His mentality still needs to be tempered. If he can't handle a change in the audience's opinion, how can he lead the team? It seems it's time for me, the head coach, to show my wisdom and persuade him." Luke tugged at his collar and then strode over toward the camera. "Ahem, this Zuo Bai." However, before the coach could, Zuo Bai suddenly looked up and asked, What are you all looking at me for?" The crowd was bewildered, so he didn't hear. When Zuo Bai removed the towel from his head, the crowd noticed he was actually wearing an earpiece. Then Zuo Bai took off his noise-canceling headphones. He stared blankly at them. "What's up?" The crowd felt awkward. They thought Zuo Bai was depressed. It turned out I was the foolish one. Zuo Bai stood up and stretched. Then he glanced at the current score on the court and said, "We actually tied it." The crowd nodded. As Zuo Bai listened to the cheers for Irving, he began to grasp the situation. It seems Irving performed well in the second quarter. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. Now this is interesting. At this moment, Zuo Bai's energy was tenfold restored, feeling much better. Because he wasn't drained to begin with, recovery was relatively quick. "Come on, let's get our spirits up. In the third quarter, we will strive for more." Seeing Zuo Bai return to the court without a hint of fear, Irving shook his head slightly. Should he say he's a young man unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth? Or should he say he doesn't know what's good for him? Clearly he had decided that he couldn't handle me, yet he still said such things to the audience. Is he not afraid of being slapped in the face? Then Irving approached like a life mentor. "Zuo Bai, you are a good player, but you can't. This is a fact you need to acknowledge. It's not shameful. In fact, there are very few players in the league who can guard me." Zuo Bai looked at Irving and then smiled slightly. "That's something I wanted to say to you as well. Don't get too excited, the game has just..." Then without looking back, Zuo Bai walked toward his side of the court. Irving was momentarily stunned. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of pressure from Zuo Bai, although it was only for a moment. However, that feeling was unforgettable. Irving grinned, thinking to himself, "Am I actually intimidated by a rookie? Haha, I've really been feeling a bit strange lately." At the beginning of the match, Irving was still unaware that Zuo Bai had fully recovered to his previous state. Zuo Bai was now bursting with energy. After the Boston Celtics scored 2 consecutive baskets, Irving felt that the situation was no different with or without Zuo. He had already taken control of the game. It's not that different, really, no challenge at all. When possession returned to the Celtics, Irving waved to his teammates and said, "Pass me the ball, I'll take care of them." His teammates looked at Irving's position, and it wasn't good since he was currently trapped between 2 Lakers players. Nick Young and Ingram had completely shut down Irving's left and right offensive routes. They hesitated for a moment, but Irving kept urging, "Come on, what are you hesitating for?" Unable to avoid it, they eventually passed the ball to Irving. The moment Irving received the ball, he instantly got into the zone. Facing the defense of Nick Young and Ingram, Irving decisively chose to break through directly between them. "Come on." Nick Young, seeing Irving charging, and showed no fear as they both tightened their defense. This was a tactic they had deliberately set up as per John Lyer's strategy, intentionally leaving a defensive gap between the two. For a top scorer like Irving, he would never miss such an opportunity when he saw a defensive gap. Sure enough, Irving charged straight into the trap they had designed. In fact, this was not even a trap, because if they left such a gap, an offensive player could easily shake off the defender with. The reason they dared to do this was that they had a factor that no other team had. That was Zuo Bai's block. Irving advanced directly along the path of the 2 defenders, just a step away from the basket. When he executed his most he exposed the ball ahead of time. Irving is so fast. He's already at the Lakers' basket. We can see that Irving shows no sign of slowing down. He must be going for the layup. Epic. Truly worthy of Kyrie. His speed is really much faster than ordinary people. This is no joke. Will Irving score with this shot? The commentators were very tense upon seeing this scene. Everyone knew that Irving's shot was forcing the opponent to make a choice, because if you don't plan to defend, when Irving lifts the ball, he will go straight for a layup and finish the offense at the fastest speed. However, if you react to his exposed ball, Irving will choose a 3-step layup and score after you land. Moreover, the most outrageous move is if he sees your positioning leaning toward a certain direction, he will switch hands to score. This is Irving, one of the top scorers in the league. He has no idea how many points he has scored using this move against NBA, but unexpectedly something happened that caught everyone off guard. The moment Irving exposed the ball, a shadow flashed past. Bang! At the same time, a deafening sound rang out, and Irving felt empty-handed. Where's the ball? When Irving turned his head, he found that the ball in his hand had already been swatted away by Zuo Bai. At that moment, everyone, damn, that was so fast and accurate. Steady and ruthless, is that what you mean? What the hell, that was a preemptive strike. I can assure you that was definitely not preemptive because I saw clearly that Zuo Bai lunged forward the moment Irving made that choice. Is this for real? What kind of reaction is that? Irving looked innocently at the referee, wondering if that play was not a foul. However, the referees showed no reaction. Good play. Zuo Bai, who had easily intercepted, immediately countered with a layup, regaining 2 points. The score was tied again. My God, the current situation is extremely tense. Although Irving has explosively scored in these 2 quarters, he still hasn't pulled away from the Lakers. It seems Zuo Bai still has potential. Indeed, just from that last steal, Zuo Bai's awareness is truly impressive. But Irving must be feeling pretty frustrated. Haha, this time, he will definitely take the ball himself. I think you're right, Irving can definitely pull something like this off. And sure enough, just as the commentators on the court said, Irving chose to take the ball again. He said, "Hey, do you think you can defend me? Try to defend me again." Irving felt that the last time was definitely luck. No one can react that quickly. Absolutely not. He believed such luck would not come a second time. Thus, Irving did not hesitate and chose to attack again. This time, however, he faced only one defender instead of the 2, Kuzma alone. "Hey man, take it easy." Kuzma felt a bit nervous seeing the furious Irving in front of him. At that moment, Irving did not respond to him. He only said, "Are you looking down on me? You're sending just one person to you'll regret it." Just as the Lakers expected, Irving did not hesitate and directly chose to go on. With 2 swift crossovers, he shook off Kuzma like a sharp knife, driving straight for the basket. Just when everyone thought there was hope, the situation changed once again. Nick Young suddenly emerged from who knows where and jumped high for a big block. But at that moment, a smirk appeared at the corner of Irving's mouth. Too naive. Finally, Irving mockingly pulled his hand back from the layup position, then executed a reverse layup. This change directly bypassed Nick Young's defense. This is simply spectacular. At that moment, countless fans shouted, "What a divine layup." Indeed, Irving has proven one thing to us: no matter how many defenders the opponent has, he can still make the shot. One of the league's strongest scorers, Kyrie Irving. It seems that this year's trade for Irving by the Celtics was indeed a good. Haha, Irving is invincible. As a Celtics fan for 10 years, I can definitely say he is the one we have been waiting for. This shot is definitely going in. Even a divine being can't stop it, I'm telling you. Irving is awesome. In an instant, countless Celtics fans stood up cheering for Irving. However, the next second, at the moment Irving went for the layup, he saw a figure suddenly appear in his blind spot. Then he heard Al Horford shout loudly, "Watch out, pass the ball." In that instant, Irving immediately realized something. But at that moment, it was too late for him to pass. Because a layup is an action that concludes the phase, if he hadn't planned to pass from the start, it was impossible to send the ball out. Irving was strong in spirit, but weak in strength. Now Irving could only take a gamble. He could only bet that Zuo Bai had no bullets in his gun. However, Irving was still too young. Bang! Once again, Irving was ruthlessly blocked by Zuo Bai. Seeing this situation, Horford originally wanted to go up and contest for the rebound. But he saw that the ball was swatted away by Zuo Bai, and it actually passed right through his legs. Then it bounced directly into the hands of a Lakers player behind him. What the hell? Horford was stunned. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? A steal plus a through-the-legs play. But Zuo Bai showed no signs of emotion, directly commanding, "Tunon, good opportunity." Ingram and Kuzma did not waste this opportunity, executing a clever play to smoothly send the ball into the basket. The Lakers took the lead. At this point, Irving felt a bit anxious. He shouted at Zuo Bai, "Only relying on sneak attacks isn't a real skill. If you have the guts, come challenge me on." These 2 plays had been too frustrating for Irving. He had gone past one player, then 2, but was intercepted by Zuo Bai at the moment. Who could endure this? But at this moment, Jason Tatum next to him advised Irving, "It's obvious they are targeting you. Oh, just pass the ball to me later, I can." "No need." Irving firmly rejected, saying, "They can't defend me, there won't be a next time." In the first 2 quarters, Irving had almost single-handedly brought the Lakers to this point. Naturally, he would not take the Lakers lightly now. And because of that, Irving was unwilling. He felt that Zuo Bai's last 2 plays were aided by his teammates. Without his teammates, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. "So what? Are you brave enough to go on with me?" Facing Irving's provocation, Zuo Bai replied, "On is fine, just a bit tiring. Don't make excuses, just say if you dare or not." Zuo Bai checked the time. There was still a little over a quarter left in the game. With this time, his stamina would be enough. "Since you said that, let's do it." Owen's lips curled into a slight smile. How to describe it? It resembled the smile of a child whose dreams have just come true. Owen dribbled the ball a couple of times casually and drew closer to Zuo Bai. He then said, "If I manage to get past you in one step, don't blame me." "No problem, bring it on." At that moment, the small figure of Zhang Lier on the sidelines suddenly showed a hint of concern. She had noticed that Zuo Bai had exhausted a lot of energy during the first 2 matches. He had only rested for about 10 minutes. Even if Zuo Bai's condition had somewhat improved, it shouldn't be too much better. Facing Owen's intense offense again, now would it affect his performance later? Furthermore, Zhang Lier was confident that Zuo Bai could completely overpower Owen's attacks when he was at full strength. However, this was a full match, which was fundamentally different from a situation where 1 or 2 shots determined the outcome. The reason she had assigned specific tactics to the Lakers players was to evenly distribute everyone's energy consumption. This way it could create more shooting space for Zuo Bai. However, there are pros and cons. The downside is that the team's offensive and defensive efficiency wouldn't be very high, as executing tactics required the involvement of more than 2 players, which posed its own issues. But in Zhang Liar's view, choosing to compete in stamina with a middle school boy was not a wise decision. Despite her furrowed brow, Zhang Liar still felt that Zuo Bai must have his own considerations for in her impression. Zuo Bai was not a reckless person. At this moment, the audience was also chattering, "This next shot will definitely go in." I agree. Owen just had a bad feel before this time. He absolutely won't miss. I also believe Owen will be just fine. If Zuo Bai dares to take it, then he will pay the price. Nonsense, our Zuo Bai is invincible. Exactly, Zuo Bai has already blocked him twice. It won't be any different this time. I support Zuo Bai. In an instant, the fans of both sides were in heated disputes. Zuo Bai and Owen were constantly testing each other on the court. Owen tried to directly find the defensive loophole of Zuo Bai, but he found that Zuo Bai merely stood in front of him, making him feel as if he were facing an impenetrable wall. Owen tried to directly find the defensive loophole of Zuo Bai, but he found that Zuo Bai merely stood in front of him, making him feel as if he were facing an impenetrable wall. Moment. Owen picked up the ball and moved it to the right, trying to find an opportunity. After a large crossover dribble, Owen chose to change direction and break through. He attempted to tear open a gap in the defense with his speed. However, this method, which had been successful in previous matches, was firmly blocked by Zuo Bai this time. Bang! Zuo Bai used his body to withstand Owen's attack. Although it hurt a bit, Zuo Bai laughed and said, "If I can't get past you in one step, how about I give you another step?" Owen, seeing Zuo Bai's confident expression, was even more enraged. He snapped, "Don't be careless, rookie. The game isn't just about breaking through." After saying this, Owen abruptly stepped back and launched a surprise shot. Not sure if he learned this move from LeBron, it was certainly unexpected. Owen took a three-pointer shooting while leaning back. The feel was incredibly soft, and the motion was very graceful. However, the sound of the block was exceptionally loud. Bang! One must say that Zuo Bai vividly embodied the essence of hospitality of the Chinese people. Fearing that the opponent wasn't full, he served up a steaming hot pot instead. At this moment, Owen was dumbfounded. When the ball flew out, Horford charged in and confidently snatched the ball. After seeing this scene, Zuo Bai let out a slight sigh. A mistake. I really didn't expect him to be there." Upon seeing Horford catch the ball, Owen's expression changed. He pointed to the top of his head and shouted, "Set a screen for me." Smart executed a screen that directly swapped out the defender in front of Owen. Then Owen positioned himself against the defender and turned to the inside just as Horford's pass arrived perfectly. Owen fought off the defender and went for the layup. At this moment, the previously tense audience began to relax. This surely can't miss, right? Not sure who suddenly said that, but then they witnessed a brutally violent scene. Zuo Bai jumped high from behind Owen, a height that almost surpassed Owen's half an arm. This was beyond description. It was a direct dimensional strike. Bang! Just as the ball was about to hit the backboard, it was forcefully pinned down by Zuo Bai. In that instant, everyone seemed to witness the young James on the court. A violent block shattered Owen's once hopeful heart. This was way too ruthless. Why was that guy Superman? How could anyone jump so high? Why not practice high jump instead? Why is he even playing basketball? This is just absurd. Who said that just now? If you hadn't said it, wouldn't that shot have gone in? What do you mean by saying it? Do you think I wanted to? This is purely luck. The crowd fell silent, quietly watching the subsequent match unfold. Meanwhile, the Celtics suddenly realized something. That is, Zuo Bai seemed to be serious. Zhang Liar was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected that the Zuo Bai who had previously consumed so much energy could recover in such a short time. How could this be possible? He had looked so tired just a moment ago. Could it be that he was pretending? At this moment, Luke Walton, who was nearby, seemed to notice the confusion in Zhang Liar's eyes and said, "Zuo Bai, that's just his personal trait. You'll get used to it." Zhang Liar forced a smile. If it weren't for this mysterious man, she probably wouldn't have taken so long to figure him out. The Celtics intensified their defense. Smart defended on the perimeter while Horford kept a close watch under the basket. In an instant, their defensive intensity surged several levels. Yet Zuo Bai remained resolute, driving the ball as if he didn't regard their defense at all. At that moment, someone from the sidelines unexpectedly said, "Now that they're defending like this, surely he can't score, right?" The person hadn't finished speaking for 10 seconds when Zuo Bai swiftly maneuvered to the basket and executed a large reverse hook shot, scoring. Score. At that moment, the Celtics fans were stunned. Did he actually make that shot? However, the most critical issue now isn't this shot, but who was the idiot talking nonsense just now? Does he really enjoy not setting that flag? Facing such tight defense, Zuo Bai managed to score. And he scored that fast. This is outrageous. Don't let me find out who has such a sharp tongue. Exactly. Or else I'll make him see if my words are better than his. Ahem, well, I have a friend who said he also wants to give it a try. This broken road. But seriously, how could Zuo Bai make that shot? He just went past 3 people. Why does it feel like his shooting touch is even better than when he left the court? I don't understand either. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then they recalled the question. Yeah, why does Zuo Bai seem to be in better shape than before? It's important to note that the defensive intensity of the Celtics is much higher now. Could it be that Zuo Bai hasn't exerted his... How terrifying would that be? However, that thought only flickered for a moment, and everyone still felt that. Such a thing. The match continued. Meanwhile, Irving's state was gradually changing. He still held confidence in himself. However, his teammates were reconsidering how to pass the ball to him, pondering whether there were better shooting opportunities. After all, there are others in the team who can score besides Irving. Pass me the ball. Hurry. Even though Irving shouted, his teammates still delivered the ball to him, but this significantly reduced the team's offensive efficiency. Because of this, the already difficult situation for the team worsened. After a few attempts, the Celtics coach couldn't sit still. He requested a timeout from the referee on the court. Then he made a decision that surprised everyone. Irving, you're coming out for now. In the second half, we will rely on Tatum and Horford to maintain the offense. Be decisive with outside shots. Irving can take a break. This statement left Irving dumbfounded. I'm sitting out. I'm the main player of the team. Am I not the core of the team? This timeout clearly wasn't to allow him to recover his stamina. It was simply to take him out. Coach, why? Irving raised his hands in confusion. However, the coach looked resolute, as if to say, you should know the reason. The coach's decision wasn't out of cruelty, nor was it targeted at Irving. It was because Irving's lone wolf performance had already cost the team points. Had they not played that way just now, they might not be trailing. Moreover, during the previous exchanges, the coach didn't think Irving could handle the opponent. Seeing is believing. Zuo Bai was even more impressive than he had heard. So he believed it was time for Irving to cool down. Take a break. This is the coach's arrangement. Irving looked at the coach, his eyes full of helplessness. He didn't understand. Why did the coach want to take him out? Although he hadn't performed well just now, didn't the coach believe he could turn the game around? Didn't the coach believe he could win this game back? After all, Irving chose the Celtics because he wanted to be the leader of the team. He wanted to prove to the world that he could lead the team. He could become the leader of the team. However, the coach's decision to take him out had already violated Irving's original intentions. He shook his head and said, fine, do as you please. Then Irving tossed the towel onto the bench and sat cross-legged over there. The coach let out a wry smile. Sigh. Irving is indeed a good scorer, but the problem is obvious. Perhaps the team shouldn't keep this player. This thought suddenly surfaced in the mind of the Celtics head coach. Meanwhile, when the game restarted, the Celtics players had transformed into a lineup centered around Tatum. Zuo Bai saw Irving on the bench and asked, not going back in. Tatum replied, don't worry about that. Right now you have to face me. I wasn't worrying. Zuo Bai said earnestly. Then he added, anyway, it doesn't matter who it is. Even Tatum, who had been relatively rational, couldn't help but react to them. He said to Zuo Bai, all right, just you wait. He'll make you pay for those words. Zuo Bai ignored him. Finding a substitute driver is useless. Wow. It seems the atmosphere on the court is tense between both sides. Upon closer inspection, it's not really two sides, it's just one side. Although we don't know why the Celtics took Irving out, it must be a tactical consideration. However, when Irving faced Zuo Bai, he didn't show all-star level performance either. Let's see how Tatum performs next. Tatum felt very displeased with Zuo Bai's attitude. He decided to work hard to score and prove himself. Soon. At the end of this quarter, the coach patted his shoulder and said, that's enough, you did your best. Tatum wore a face full of grievance. He didn't understand. He couldn't fathom why someone could be so strong. Zuo Bai's grasp of timing and control of his could almost be described as monstrous. He didn't even give himself a chance to shoot. If the opponent's physical quality was exceptional or their entire technique was superb, Tatum wouldn't feel any psychological burden. However, Zuo Bai had just now completely failed to exhibit any extraordinary physical qualities. Merely relying on his judgment of timing had already made it quite uncomfortable for him. Even the abysmal shooting percentage was below 30%. At this moment, Tatum finally understood. Damn, so this is what kind of defense Irving faced. At that moment, a sigh from a fan echoed from the stands. The voice said, are we going to lose this? Lose what? And beat him up, and come on guys, move. Ever since the start, this kid's been jinxing us from the sidelines. Blame him for the team's loss, and beat him up, and by the final quarter, the Boston Celtics had already lost all chance. 9,077. Not 13-point gap. And with Zuo Bai still on the court, everyone knew. And that even Jason Tatum and Al Horford, once brimming with fiery resolve, now stood utterly deflated. And it's just too hard. Looks like we underestimated the Lakers after all. And that rookie truly possesses extraordinary talent. And yes, his individual prowess is exceptional. I get the sense he hasn't even begun to push his limits yet. And moreover, he seems intimately familiar with our offensive. Exactly. Time and again, our intended plays were read and thwarted before they could unfold. And it's genuine. This game is utterly absurd. And coach, they've dissected our entire system. And at that moment, Brad Stevens, head coach of the Celtics, stood with furrowed brow. The opposition had clearly come prepared. And they had underestimated the Lakers. And this team, once dismissed as a tanking squad, had transformed, energetic, aggressive, thanks to the arrival of a single rookie. He hadn't anticipated this shift. And my mistake, I erred gravely. And Coach Stevens shook his head, his face etched with profound self-reproach. And he never imagined he'd lapse into such reckless overconfidence. He bore no small responsibility for the team's defeat. And yet, as despair settled over the entire squad, Kyrie Irving, with disdain etched across his features, he addressed them in, is this your attitude? And have you already surrendered? And having spoken, Irving strode slowly onto the court. In that instant, Irving resembled a lone hero, magnificent and solitary. And at that very moment, Celtics fans rose as one, showering him with thunderous applause. His retreating figure loomed like a titan, unparalleled, indomitable. And that unyielding spirit ignited something in his teammates. It stirred them to realize they had no right to give up. And what precisely did they have to surrender? And damn it, the game wasn't over yet. And go on, and Celtics, go on, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. Never yield until the final second. And exactly And Kyrie, brilliant, and cheers erupted in. Yet during the fourth quarter, Irving himself demonstrated, through sheer performance, just how formidable Zuo Bai truly was. Final score 11,098. And the Lakers triumphed decisively. And by then the crowd's sentiment had undergone a complete reversal. Their faces shifted faster than the monkeys of Mount Ame. And, damn it, that's downright humiliating. And, I told you not to bother playing. It's just wasting time. Utterly pointless, to drag it out like this. And, that's Kyrie for you, stubborn to a fault. And pointless, I'm out. Zuo Bai was simply overwhelming, and so overpowering it inspired despair. And Irving realized his every move was anticipated counter-neutralized. Nas if Zuo Bai could read his thoughts at a glance. That unnerving sensation haunted him throughout the entire contest. In the end, Irving lost the game. And no, rather the Celtics lost the game. Regardless, Irving fought with unwavering resolve until the final buzzer. And though defeated, he honored himself fully. And when Zuo Bai completed all 4 quarters, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It was as though he had just finished an intense, sweat-drenched practice, yet without the usual exhaustion. And truly, still he understood he had remained in a state of near-perfect energetic equilibrium, where his body's energy supply effortlessly matched its expenditure. Thus, for once, fatigue barely touched him. Ni's gaze drifted toward Jiang Lier seated courtside. This young woman has truly surprised me. In her tactical adjustments, initiated only midway through the second quarter, had granted Zuo Bai effortless command over the game's rhythm thereafter. Moreover, his teammates had intelligently shared the burden, making this contest remarkably efficient. Then externally following the game's conclusion, analysts hailed it with extraordinary praise. Zuo Bai's style of play had far surpassed all expectations. Could it be true that Kyrie Irving and the entire Celtics roster had been utterly dominated? It was preposterous. And that familiar bandinaclet theatrically intense youth, the virtuoso ball handler, and the maestro of craft, and the philosopher, and the human thinker, and Kyrie Irving, dominated entirely by Zuo Bai. The revelation exploded across the internet, and I genuinely never imagined Zuo Bai could dismantle Kyrie like this. It's not merely dismantling Kyrie. It's that the entire Celtics lineup couldn't counter Zuo Bai, and though Boston held an early lead overall, the Lakers were simply magnificent. Indeed, the Lakers were more dominant, and Zuo Bai's performance surpassed even that viral video. And, granted, it lacked those explosive highlights, but it flowed with seamless, refined grace. Exactly, more mature, more controlled. And Zuo Bai is extraordinary in joy for some, a sorrow for others. And the Celtics tasted the bitter sting of defeat. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors secured yet another victory. As of now, their record remained flawless. Such perfection was historically rare. And countless fans erupted in euphoria. The Universe Warriors live up to their name. And, truly astonishing. This year's Warriors are practically guaranteed the championship. Absolutely, no question. And Stephen Curry didn't even take the court in that win. And Kevin Durant closed it out. Cold, lethal, decisive. Incredible. And still the Lakers aren't far behind. Haven't they lost just one game so far? True, they've only fallen to the Warriors. And who'll ultimately prevail remains anyone's guess. And same old chant, Lakers, champions. But I heard rumors. Big moves brewing for the Lakers lately. And oh yes, you heard too. Correct. Rumor has it the Lakers are negotiating several trades. And elsewhere in Luke's office, trade documents were being finalized with urgency. The counterpart in those negotiations, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the subject, and Derrick Rose. This transaction proceeded swiftly primarily because both parties were eager to facilitate the deal. Not only did the Lakers desire to acquire Derrick Rose at this time, but on the other side the Cavaliers also hoped to obtain a... It was precisely for this reason that the trade progressed quickly. Here Lakers head coach Luke Walton was doing everything in his power. As this matter was gradually being solidified, everyone began to notice the actions of both the Lakers and the Cavaliers. For a moment, there was much discussion online. Am I seeing this right? The Cavaliers actually traded Rose away. Rose was traded again. This is so frustrating, poor Rose. The child of Windy City now reduced to this. To be honest, Rose is currently just a role player, so it is normal for the Cavaliers to use him as a trade chip. Honestly speaking, the Cavaliers really don't need Rose. After his comeback, he is at best a role player. The current Cavaliers have LeBron James and the Flash. They simply do not need Rose. As for why the Lakers want him, it's hard to say. Perhaps they are looking to increase their rotation. In no time, the information online was growing increasingly abundant. Although most of the comments were reflections on Rose, many were discussing the value of this trade. It was unlikely to alter the championship capabilities of either team. If this were the MVP version of Rose, he would have the ability to change the landscape of the league. But now, most people feel that Rose is just average. Many even believe that trading Rose for Jordan Clarkson along with a significant compensation was a steal. Because Jordan Clarkson is still young, he has more potential than the injury-riddled Rose. They felt that the Lakers' trade seemed questionable. However, when they heard that the trade was suggested by Zuo Bai, everyone began to think differently. Zuo Bai, isn't that just nonsense? Suddenly, everyone's perspective on the matter shifted once again. Brothers, I'm serious. Zuo Bai is a good player, but this is ultimately a decision that falls within the coach's domain. Zuo Bai is just stirring up trouble. Indeed, I think Zuo Bai is completely meddling in matters that don't concern him. Stirring up trouble for sure. Rose is merely a role player now. Choosing Rose, they will regret it. I wonder what kind of performance Rose will display. At this point, many turned their attention to the Lakers' plan. They believed Zuo Bai's idea was indeed problematic. Zuo Bai lacked the foresight of a coach. He could not compete with the management's years of experience. His view on the situation was not comprehensive enough. The young man is still too inexperienced. Regardless of what they said about this, in the end it all had to be proven on the court. Would this lineup configuration be more reasonable? Could it provide the Lakers with better competitiveness? Ultimately, what would the outcome be, and what kind of strength could Rose demonstrate? These are all questions. Yet most people were not optimistic about this matter. In the upcoming games, the Lakers still displayed considerable competitiveness. After consecutively defeating the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, the team finally welcomed this day. The Lakers and the Cavaliers completed the trade concerning Rose. On this day, the team officially announced to the outside world that Rose would be joining the Los Angeles Lakers. Naturally, many fans were extremely excited. However, more of Rose's fans were worried as they feared that he would still be used as a role player after joining the new team. Perhaps he wouldn't even get any playing time. But then Zuo Bai posted an update on his personal account saying, "We warmly welcome Rose to our team, and we are all looking forward to a better performance together on the court in the future." This statement also reassured all of Rose's fans. However, they simultaneously began to worry. What kind of performance could Rose deliver? After suffering through so many injuries over the years, what could the current Rose still produce? Everyone was very concerned. At the same time, this issue gradually became a hot topic among the media. What do you think? Rose is about to play his first game with the Lakers. How will he perform? I believe the Lakers will be quite a good team. After all, Rose has solid experience, and he is the youngest MVP ever. Don't bring up the MVP. Rose is no longer the player he once was. The next game will reveal everything. Meanwhile, Rose arrived at the team to begin his first trial practice. When he entered the team, Rose felt a wave of emotion. Since those 2 injuries, he seemed to have transformed from a genius adored by all to a trade chip that no team wanted. Over the years, he had been discarded by numerous teams. Traveling from city to city, he had often thought he would make a comeback, once again returning to his peak, once again proving himself before the world. Yet every time he was treated as an insignificant bench player by the teams. In this vast world where his home, Rose looked at the city before him, contemplating, where is truly his place? Here he feared he would also be treated like in other cities as a tactical executor. Or perhaps just an ordinary rotational player. Perhaps in less than half a year he would be traded to another team. In truth, he had long since become accustomed to the feeling of being discarded. What he had experienced over the years had, although disappointed, he had grown accustomed to it. He no longer saw himself as the youngest MVP in history. He was no longer that young man. This time he entered the team with a similarly humble mindset. He had no expectations for this team or Los Angeles. For this reason, when he entered the team and saw the players welcoming him on both sides, he was taken aback. "You guys, you came to welcome me." "Of course. Who else could I possibly be welcoming? I meant you, obviously. Do we have any other newcomers on the team? Come on. Hey Rose, we've been waiting for you forever." Rose felt flustered and overwhelmed. Such treatment had been absent from his life for many years. "Thank you, everyone." Zuo Bai had eagerly anticipated Rose's arrival. So too had the rest of the squad, given that Rose was Zuo Bai's personal recommendation. After all, every member of the team deeply admired Zuo Bai, whom they regarded as enigmatic and inscrutable. Zuo Bai wasn't merely extraordinary in his own right. Even the young girl had recommended, Jiang Liar, radiated an aura of profound mystery. Each of them displayed astonishing prowess, so extraordinary it left their teammates utterly awestruck. And as for Rose, the man Zuo Bai had endorsed, they placed unwavering trust in him. That very faith prompted them to greet him with a ceremonial corridor of welcome at the arena entrance. And now, as preparations unfolded, Rose received an exceptionally warm reception. Teammates enthusiastically briefed him on upcoming strategies along with all essential introductions and logistical details. For the first time in years, Rose felt genuinely valued, a sensation that stirred within him an unexpected quiet. It was as if, truly, he had been acknowledged. After several days of seamless integration into the team, the Lakers officially announced that Rose would make his debut as a Lakers player in the next match. The undying Rose of Windy City seemed poised to bloom once more upon the hardwood. In this game, the Lakers would face off against the New Orleans Pelicans. Countless fans eagerly awaited the sparks Rose would ignite on the court. Yet, even more press sought answers to his. Had Zuo Bai's judgment proven correct this time? Before the game, media analysts offered scathing commentary. The son of Chicago versus the son of America, Anthony Davis, the most talked about player of this matchup. Will he dominate the game? Will the prodigious rookie Zuo Bai prevail over Anthony Davis? Or will Davis triumph? Will the Lakers unveil a new tactical system in this contest? We can't say for certain, but one thing is guaranteed: this will be an electrifying clash. Prior to tip-off, Zuo Bai consulted with the head coach, and together they made a bold decision. Derrick Rose would start on opening night. It had been years since Rose dared dream of such an honor. Stunned, he asked hesitantly, "Coach, are you absolutely sure it's me?" Luke Walton responded with an approving nod. "Absolutely, it's you. How this team begins the game rests entirely upon..." "Yes, sir." Rose understood this match might be his long-awaited chance, perhaps his only opportunity, to reclaim his legacy. "Thank you, coach. No thanks necessary. What matters most is that you demonstrate your true ability, for the sake of the..." "Besides," the coach added, "there's someone on this team who believes in you, deeply." Rose paused, momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him: Zuo Bai. He sensed Zuo Bai standing firmly behind him, not just as a teammate, but as a pivotal force shaping his resurgence. Truthfully, Rose felt immense gratitude towards Zuo Bai for offering him a rare, transformative opportunity, and he resolved to seize it with unwavering resolve. Understood, coach. On the eve of the game, fans buzzed with anticipation. Yet when game day arrived, Anthony Davis declared before tip-off, "Gentlemen, true rivalry exists only between equals. And in my view, no such equal has yet appeared." The words were a naked provocation. Clearly, Davis bristled at being compared to a prodigy whose star had already faded. Who was he? The chosen one of heaven. Franchise cornerstone of the Pelicans. Would he ever accept being measured against an never? Not even Zuo Bai warranted serious consideration in his eyes, let alone the so-called son of Chicago. Oomph. You'll find out soon enough, in this game. Just wait and see who truly reigns supreme. Game day finally arrived, and the arena seats filled to capacity long before tip-off. Fans roared with unrestrained fervor. Even before the opening whistle, reporters swarmed the court for pre-game interviews. Big Brow, what are your thoughts today? Will you defeat your opponents? Any message for the opposing team? Go ahead, say a few words. Big Brow exuded unshakable confidence. Calmly facing the camera, he declared, "My opponent. As for Zuo Bai, I'll show him exactly what dominance means." Reporters exchanged knowing grins. Perfect. And drives ratings. Sigh, these days there are simply too many fools, and not enough. We love that attitude. That's what makes compelling television, and drives ratings. Sigh, these days there are simply too many fools, and not enough con artists to go around. We don't even need to bait them anymore. They volunteer drama themselves. Excellent. No matter who wins or loses, as long as this narrative endures, the media emerge as undisputed victors. Still, many journalists conceded Davis held a point. Rose, merely a role player. How could he possibly contend with a franchise superstar? As for Zuo Bai, that remained a matter of fate. Yet the moment the game began, everyone froze in disbelief. The starting lineup did not feature Zuo Bai, but Derrick Rose. What a... Zuo Bai isn't starting. Rose is starting instead. He just joined the team yesterday. Are they joking? Seriously, won't Big Brow demolish him? What does this even mean? Have they abandoned strategy altogether? They're putting a blue-collar player from another team in the starting five. Looks like the Lakers are truly faltering. I'd actually expected this game to be thrilling. Who could have predicted such a twist? At the sound of the opening whistle, Big Brow glanced dismissively at the Lakers lineup. Is that all? I'll crush you, with one hand. Upon seeing the starting lineup of the Los Angeles Lakers, Anthony Davis couldn't help but scoff. It was quite simple to understand the situation, just comparing their paper strength made it clear. The New Orleans Pelicans are significantly stronger than the current starting Los Angeles Lakers. They not only have Anthony Davis, but also DeMarcus Cousins along with the defensive powerhouse, Drew Holiday. Additionally, they have on-court strategist Rajon Rondo. Their entire team's offensive efficiency is quite impressive, and with Anthony Davis' significantly improved offensive efficiency this season, they have no fear of the current Lakers. I initially thought that player named Zuo Bai from your team would take the court, but it turns out he didn't even have the courage to face us. Anthony shrugged dismissively. At that moment, he felt that using such a lineup to compare with himself was a complete insult. This Derrick Rose, Nick Young, and others simply don't have the strength to compete with him. Meanwhile, the upper management of the Pelicans had already made bold statements before the game. If the Lakers approach the game like this, then they will win, and it will be very easy. In this game, we believe we won't need to exert much effort. From what we see now, we will win very easily. Of course, the reporters directly inquired about their bold statements. Don't you know about the Lakers' recent record? Their performance is quite terrifying. If we exclude the Golden State Warriors, their record is probably the best in the league. However, the Pelicans head coach shrugged and replied, that's because they got lucky and didn't face us earlier. If they had faced us earlier, how could they maintain such a record? He continued, it only shows that they have been quite fortunate, otherwise we would have crushed them long ago. Regardless, his words could only prove that the Pelicans had immense confidence in their players. However, what the audience was looking forward to was not just the harsh words exchanged between the two teams, but rather the fierce play. Enough talk, let's start the game. Derrick Rose responded succinctly to the doubts from the opposing side. This made Anthony Davis' expression shift slightly. That attitude towards him was quite arrogant. Did he mistakenly believe in his own strength, thinking he could win? Fine. Let me shatter that unrealistic fantasy. As the referee tossed the ball, Anthony Davis leaped vigorously, catching the ball with one arm. He then swiftly tossed it to his teammate with his enormous, easy game. His teammates received the ball and immediately launched a rapid counterattack. Due to their swift offensive speed, the moment they received the ball, the opponents were already rushing out and Kuzma's defense was instantly shaken off. At this moment, Ingram wanted to rush in to assist his teammate in defense. However, with a quick bounce pass from the other side, the Pelicans charged effortlessly into the Lakers' restricted area. True to their usual confident style, this time was no different. When the Pelicans players reached the paint, they chose not to take a direction. Instead, they forcefully tossed the ball towards the backboard, which bounced high upon contact. Just as some spectators thought, could this shot be a mistake? Suddenly, a figure soared high into the air, firmly catching the ball that was thrown into the air, and then executed a power bang. The deafening sound of the slam echoed through the arena. Oh my goodness, Anthony Davis' dunk was simply Is the opening this thrilling? It seems he's in excellent form today. Perhaps Anthony Davis will bring us even more surprises today. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire game was completely energized by Anthony Davis' dunk, with countless fans cheering exuberantly. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire game was completely energized by Anthony Davis' dunk, with countless fans cheering exuberantly. That dunk was indeed spectacular. Moreover, the audience present could clearly see. The New Orleans Pelicans chose to start the game in such a manner to score which undoubtedly had an element of showmanship. It seemed they didn't regard the Lakers before them at all. Feeling this, countless fans remarked as expected Anthony Davis and their team should win this game easily. I really don't understand what the Lakers were thinking putting Derrick Rose in the starting position. I feel he is simply not capable of handling. Indeed, if you say give Derrick Rose a rotational position, I think that would be more reasonable. Besides, after such a substitution in their lineup, I don't see any significant improvement in their defense. Isn't that just not? Let's see how he performs next. In fact, Zuo Bai, who was on the court, knew that what the audience was saying wasn't baseless. He had considered these issues. However, he believed that Rose had the ability to adapt to the current intensity of the game, and he thought that as long as Rose was given enough playing time, he might even return to his peak. Though most people online felt that Rose's peak was limited to the first 2 years after he entered the league, Zuo Bai knew that if it weren't for the injuries, Rose's achievements would have been far greater. Although he may not possess the same explosive physicality and speed now, his strength is certainly far beyond his current. Zuo Bai was confident that perhaps this game would be Rose's redemption. Meanwhile, Derrick Rose had not fully adapted to his current role, as he had done too much of the dirty work in the past. Yet he was very talented, and just after a while he began to gradually adjust to his position. Then upon receiving the ball, Rose also commenced his first shot in his career with the Los Angeles Lakers. After this shot, those who had previously doubted him quickly chose to silence themselves. Can Derrick Rose handle the ball? Looking at the Lakers, it seems they intend to let him initiate the offense. I don't know what they're— If I were the coach, I definitely wouldn't do something like this. The opposing team is so strong, how can Rose compete with them? I bet he can't even dunk now. Rose was not affected by these words. He withstood the pressure and then pushed forward with the— He hadn't played such an important role in the team for a long time. This long-lost familiar feeling made him both excited, and Rose reached the three-point line and said, "Come up," and set a screen. Nick Young reacted very quickly after hearing this. He rushed up immediately, ready to set a screen for Derrick Rose. However, at this moment, the Pelicans' defensive anchor Jrue Holiday also noticed this and tried to maneuver around Nick Young's screen. However, Derrick Rose took advantage of this directly. It turned out he wasn't trying to set a screen. Instead, he intended to use his teammate's screen to shift the defender's focus onto the teammate setting the screen. At this moment, Rose chose to initiate directly from the side where he was originally going to attack. Although he was no longer the lightning-fast Derrick Rose of his youth, he still managed to bypass the defender using his experience. Then he scored with a low layup. A victorious start, bringing the Lakers back within 2 points. At this moment, Anthony Davis did not feel there was any issue. What's the big deal about making one shot? It's alright. The game is still long. Then Anthony frequently connected with his teammates for points in the paint. Not only that, Anthony's performance from the perimeter was also noteworthy. He made all 3 of his shots in the first quarter. In the first quarter, Anthony Davis' shooting was remarkably hot. However, despite scoring so many points, he casually waved his hand and said, "I haven't even started to exert myself yet." Although Anthony Davis felt very relaxed and had a smooth first quarter, things did not go as they had anticipated. They had not pulled away from the Lakers. To be precise, they had not led the Lakers at all. When the first quarter ended, the score was— the Pelicans only had a 1-point lead over the Los Angeles Lakers. Moreover, when the quarter ended, the ball possession was still with the Lakers. This means that if the Lakers can score on the next possession, the Pelicans might even be trailing behind the Lakers. This left many spectators in the arena quite surprised. Wow, even though every shot by the New Orleans Pelicans looks impressive, why is it that the score gap hasn't widened? Yeah, it seems like Anthony's scoring is even more impressive, but why hasn't the score gap widened? This is really strange. It is indeed strange. I don't understand. I just feel like Rose hasn't had any impressive results. How are they maintaining the score? I don't get it. Meanwhile, the commentator reviewing the first quarter's stats was also taken aback. He saw that Rose had scored 8 points and had 4 assists in the first quarter. What? This is ridiculous. Everyone had completely missed how spectacular Rose's performance was in the first quarter. No dunks, no sharp breakthroughs, no breathtaking lightning-fast first steps. Yet quietly he managed to achieve such excellent statistics. Did he really score that many points? When the commentators looked closely at the technical stats, they finally realized. The statistics were without any issue. Rose truly scored that many points. Once he broke through after a fake pick and roll, and another time, he made a jumper after double crossovers. He also scored with a little floater after using a teammate's screen and on a putback from a teammate's shot. Although each offensive play was unremarkable, they were simple and effective. Moreover, he frequently organized his teammates for offense, racking up quite impressive stats. It's amazing. I never imagined Rose could play so intricately. Indeed, in our minds, Rose seems to still be that young man who played so recklessly. He used to change direction without slowing down and dunk without hitting the rim. But we really didn't expect that. Looking back, Rose has developed such refined skills. Clearly, with his current skill level, he could fully take on the role of a competent starting point guard. Exactly, although it was just 1 quarter, I believe this is enough to illustrate the point. Indeed, Rose has adapted to his current phase, and we witnessed a different Rose in this game. To be honest, before the first quarter ended, no one could have imagined that without Zuo Bai they could compete so evenly with the Pelicans led by Anthony Davis. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns, yet I will always love the Windy City Rose. Rose has truly matured, although he relies more on skill now. Seeing him play healthy makes me very satisfied. And Rose is playing quite well? I really didn't expect him to adapt so well in the Lakers. Haha, it seems the Cavaliers coach is going to cry in the bathroom. This trade is a huge win for the Lakers. Whoever said Zuo Bai's judgment was off, come out and face me. Woo! Rose felt the atmosphere on the court. It had been a long time. A very long time since he felt this way. At this moment, he seemed to become the youngest MVP once again, playing under everyone's gaze. Over the years, he had drifted among various teams, always sitting on the edge of the bench waiting for the coach's occasional glance that might let him on the court. It had been a long time since he played so thrillingly. Strangely, suddenly a tear welled up in his eyes. He quickly picked up a towel and pretended to wipe his sweat, not wanting others to see his embarrassment. At this moment, the Lakers' head coach Luke Walton walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "Can you still play in the next quarter?" Luke did not doubt his strength. However, this was Ross' first game with the Lakers, and he was uncertain about Ross' stamina, and thus Luke simply asked a common question. But to Derrick Rose, this inquiry carried a different implication, perhaps stemming from past concerns, making him somewhat overly sensitive. He explained with a hint of worry, "Coach, I can still play him fine." Luke Walton did not say anything after seeing his demeanor. He merely pretended not to notice and said, "It's great that you can play, but save your energy for now. Let Zuo Bai take the court in the second quarter." Rose nodded, fully compliant with the team's arrangements. After all, he was already thrilled to be starting again. At that moment, Zuo Bai approached, patting his shoulder and saying, "Brother, don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to showcase your skills." Seeing Zuo Bai's expression, Rose felt inexplicably relieved. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this quarter to you." "No problem." After Rose's performance in the first quarter, Zuo Bai and Zhang Lier could clearly see that the decision to bring Rose onto their team was undoubtedly correct. This trade could not simply be described as valuable, it was a tremendous gain. Zuo Bai estimated that the Cavaliers' owner must be crying in the restroom. They never expected that by letting Derrick Rose go so easily he would achieve such impressive results. At this time, the audience's reaction to Derrick Rose's performance intensified, while Davis' mood grew increasingly displeased. Clearly, it was he who delivered the spectacular dunks and other outstanding plays in the first quarter. Why was the audience disgusted? Indeed, I feel it too. It's a bit scary. Especially with those eyebrows, wow, even more intimidating. He wanted everyone to know who truly dominated the game. After Davis returned to the court, the audience began to murmur, "Why do you feel there's a hint of killing intent on Davis' face?" Indeed, I feel it too. It's a bit scary. Especially with those eyebrows, wow, even more intimidating. He only wanted to— I'm dying of laughter. I wonder how the second quarter will go. In a state of extreme anger, can Davis score 20 points in a single quarter? Who knows, but I think this quarter will be exciting. Looking forward to Rose's performance. However, what nobody expected was that Rose did not take the court in the second quarter. Instead, Zuo Bai played. Davis' anger intensified. "Good, very good. You're just in time. I think taking on Rose isn't enough excitement, just wait and see." Zuo Bai scratched his head and said, "Let's not discuss whether I'm here at the right time. The key is how you have the courage to face." This time it was Davis' turn to be stunned. "What does it mean to question my courage? I am a core player and undeniable all-star. What courage do I lack in facing a rookie? Is he implying that he is superior to my skills? Damn it. How could I be underestimated by such a rookie? Are today's kids really this arrogant? Is it that I, Anthony Davis, can no longer hold my ground, or how dare they? You have courage, which I admire, but I will show you what true terror is. Leading us by just 1 point. That is true." Davis was speechless. He was indeed only 1 point ahead of his opponent. Meanwhile, the ESPN reporter broadcasting from outside observed their exchanges and said, "Originally, I thought they appeared evenly matched at the end of the first quarter, but with Zuo Bai's addition, how will this game unfold? It's hard to say. However, I believe Zuo Bai has provoked someone he shouldn't have. When Anthony Davis gets angry, it's truly— Although I really like Zuo Bai, perhaps he doesn't realize who he just provoked. We can only wait and see how this rookie performs." As the second quarter began, everyone could see that the once relaxed Davis from the first quarter now wore a serious expression. He looked incredibly suffocating. At that moment, many in the audience also felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Davis, not for any particular reason, but simply because he was so tall. Those impressively long arms combined with his exaggerated body proportions. He was a living basketball monster. As Zuo Bai stepped onto the court and gained possession, he received a warm welcome from the pack. Smart immediately stepped up to tightly guard him. Although Zuo Bai constantly attempted to shake off the defender with probing steps, Smart was an experienced defender. "Stop trying it with just probing steps, you won't get past me," Smart said to himself as encouragement. Zuo Bai smiled slightly. He then executed Gage's classic triple threat, move a series of probing fakes followed by a feint shot. Everyone on the court knew that Zuo Bai was a point guard with shooting skills, so no one dared to underestimate his shooting ability. As a result, Zuo Bai's fake shot caused Smart to lose his balance. Taking advantage of this, Zuo Bai quickly lowered his center of gravity and passed the ball to the right. At that moment, Smart, thinking Zuo Bai was genuinely going for an attack, jumped sideways preparing to guard against Zuo Bai's. However, Zuo Bai merely swept the ball to the right. Seeing Smart completely fooled, Zuo Bai acted without hesitation. He pulled up for a jump shot. A beautifully executed jumper, the basketball swished through the net. Swish! Point scored. This move was incredibly smooth. He scored without even moving from his spot. All the spectators were stunned, realizing basketball could be played like this. It was absolutely amazing. Honestly, even if Carmelo Anthony himself were here, that shot couldn't have been smoother. Everyone felt that this shot was indistinguishable from Gage's style. There was even a unique elegance to Zuo Bai's play. The audience, of course, was unaware that this shot was inspired by his previous encounters with Anthony activating his Ryota Kai's talent. A flawless imitation. After this three-pointer, the Lakers took a 2-point lead. Zuo Bai scored 3 points effortlessly right after stepping onto the court. Clearly, Anthony Davis would not yield so easily. He probed, repeatedly testing defenses before launching his attack. As a teammate set a screen and the defense switched, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope hesitated for a split second. Davis seized the opening and exploded toward the paint. The pick and roll was executed flawlessly, and Davis's burst left Zuo Bai no time to react. Thus, Anthony Davis drove straight into the opponent's restricted area. Though Brook Lopez rose to contest the shot, his block attempt proved futile. Davis shrugged off Lopez's resistance and slammed the ball home with a thunderous right-handed dunk. Excellent play, a masterful offensive sequence. That move flowed with remarkable fluidity, truly impressive. Honestly, even playing center, Anthony Davis is nothing short of extraordinary. His height and wingspan speak for themselves. Mediocrity simply isn't in his repertoire. Absolutely true. Immediately after that basket, Anthony Davis had struck again. As Zuo Bai prepared to initiate offense, he found himself trapped in a double team. One defender being Marcus Smart, tasked with perimeter defense, the other none other than Anthony Davis himself. The pressure exerted by this tandem was immense. By now, Zuo Bai had fully deciphered the New Orleans Pelicans' tactical. They sought to exploit Anthony Davis's physical dominance, maximizing their inherent advantages, while simultaneously deploying dual coverage to stifle Zuo Bai's scoring. A meticulously calculated stratagem. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Yet the Los Angeles Lakers had anticipated precisely such a scenario. This foresight stemmed from Zhang Lier's pre-game analysis. Indeed, Zhang Lier's preparation transcended mere scouting. It encompassed not only exhaustive intelligence on the opponent's fundamentals, but also meticulous anticipation of both their established and potential tactical variations. Even rookie star Derrick Rose wore stunned disbelief upon first reading the report. Is this man a prophet? Thus, the team had long agreed upon a countermeasure. With uncanny, near supernatural passing precision, Zuo Bai delivered the ball to a teammate, then immediately cut toward the rim while another teammate sealed a screen for him. Nick Young stationed himself at the corner ready to receive. Though no one quite grasped how Zuo Bai had threaded the pass through traffic, the outcome was undeniable. All eyes watched bewildered as the ball inexplicably vanished from Zuo Bai's hands and reappeared cleanly in Nick Young's. Though the corner wasn't Young's preferred shooting zone, his reputation as an unpredictable marksman, the young swordmaster, meant the Pelicans dared not leave him unguarded. Though the corner wasn't Young's preferred shooting zone, his reputation as an unpredictable marksman, the young swordmaster. Though the Pelicans boasted a veteran floor general on the court, Rajon Rondo, affectionately dubbed Coach Long. He instantly recognized Zuo Bai as the linchpin, the player destined to deliver the decisive blow, and charged forward shouting, "Quick, pass coming." Shut down Zuo Bai. Before Rondo could finish his warning, a Lakers screener sealed him off completely, leaving him helpless. He could only watch powerless as Zuo Bai soared beneath the basket for an alley-oop dunk. Well, not quite. Instead, Zuo Bai opted for a smooth, controlled layup, gently rolling the ball into the net. Ha ha ha, unbelievable. Truly our brother Bai. Layups over dunks, every time. Legendary. I thought he'd evolved, but clearly I overestimated him. Skipping a dunk on a fast break. Hard to justify. It's his signature style. You wouldn't understand. You should have seen his college days. He made this look conservative. Impressive, yes. But that's merely your tactic. If it were real, you still couldn't beat me. Anthony Davis nodded after Zuo Bai replied calmly. Isn't victory most elegant when achieved with least effort? Does a two-point basket lose its value because it wasn't tactical? After a brief silence, Davis realized he truly had no retort. Ha ha ha, unbelievable. Truly our brother Bai. Layups over dunks, every time. Otherwise, in verbal sparring, he'd never match Zuo Bai. To be rendered speechless, that was mortifying. Since words failed him, he would let the ball speak instead. Once more, Anthony Davis prepared to attack the paint, aided by but Zuo Bai had already seen through the ruse. At the very instant the Pelicans screener stepped forward, Zuo Bai materialized. Then, not only did Davis freeze mid-motion, but even his teammate poised to deliver the pass stood utterly dumbfounded. How could Zuo Bai react so swiftly? Do I pass, or hold? As the old saying goes, hesitation invites. That fleeting pause was all the Lakers needed. Their defense snapped into place. The Pelicans lost their chance, but the sequence wasn't over yet. Exploiting the Pelicans' tactical reset, Zuo Bai lunged forward and stole the ball cleanly. A spectacular steal. In that instant, Lakers teammates instinctively surged forward in perfect unison, launching a blistering fast break. Brook Lopez had already sprinted beneath the rim. Zuo Bai, spotting the opportunity, wasted no time, delivering a crisp low bounce pass that landed perfectly in Lopez. Lopez caught it and rose for a two-handed layup. Yet just as he released the ball, Anthony Davis closed in from behind. Davis launched skyward, fingertips striking the backboard with a resounding thwack. And the fast break attempt was swatted, unbelievably ruthless. Good heavens, how can a fast break get blocked? It's outrageous, utterly. Every spectator sat frozen, eyes wide, not from the block itself, but from what followed. The seemingly dead play miraculously revived in Zuo Bai's hands. For the ball, knocked loose midair, had been cleanly snatched by another player suspended in flight. Zuo Bai leaped high, then grasped the basketball with both hands and followed it up with a powerful dunk, firmly sending. No, it shouldn't be described as steady at all, because as he sent the ball into the hoop, the entire hoop shook violently from the force of his dunk. It creaked and groaned. Suddenly, the entire court erupted with intense cheers. While that shot from Zuo Bai was I thought it was already ridiculous to get blocked, but he actually managed to grab it. Brothers, I'm impressed. How about you? The key is that after grabbing it, he didn't stop there. He violently dunked it. Invincible. The cheers weren't just from the audience. The commentary booth was also shocked by Zuo Bai's nearly superhuman performance. What kind of operation is this? Zuo Bai's body at that moment was like a spring, extremely stretched. With both hands raised high behind his head, his entire body arched backward, and at the moment he caught the ball, his body instantly straightened and slammed down. Moreover, at that moment his jump height had already far exceeded that of the hoop. Is this even a normal person? This is simply monstrous. Is such a move reasonable? Should such a move even occur on an NBA court? Is this even human? Just moments ago when Davis saw Zuo Bai score in such a manner, his face was filled with shock and he was certain that he could never do such a move. If it were someone else like LeBron James, especially a younger LeBron, perhaps he might be able to pull it off. But to say he could do it himself, that was absolutely impossible. Sure, he could dunk, but if he were to catch that ball in midair, a ball without any trajectory, and to complete such a dunk, he couldn't do it. The requirements for core strength in both situations were simply not comparable. This is not even on the same level. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching this debut of Rose on television was the Cavaliers team, namely the current player known as the best in the league, LeBron James. When he saw this scene, his eyes were also filled with shock. It was even so exaggerated that he dropped the taco he was holding onto the floor. What the hell? He touched the back of his head with the hand that wasn't holding the taco. He was completely stunned. How could such a crazy thing happen in this world? Could he even do such a move? Even someone as strong as James hesitated for a moment. He didn't dare to firmly say that he could pull off such a move when he was younger. That said, LeBron James felt that perhaps he could have done it when he was young, but that was only a possibility. After all, he had never, before this, no one had ever seen a ball that was blocked by a dunk still be caught again and then dunked. This completely transcended. Then the New Orleans Pelicans called a timeout because of that play. Coach, we really have no way to deal with that shot just now. That's right, we can't be blamed for this, can we? At that height, I doubt even Anthony Davis could manage it. While everyone was explaining, they mentioned Davis, which made him quite displeased. Who the hell said I can't reach it? Seeing Davis' confident expression, the teammate was taken aback and then asked, if you can reach it, why didn't you grab that ball back? At that moment, Anthony Davis seemed to realize something. It seemed he had been outsmarted. Just then our coach Rondo spoke up. That guy's natural talent is exceptional, that goes without saying. His talent can even be compared to yours. After saying this, Rondo gave a meaningful glance at Anthony Davis. What do you mean? I mean nothing else. I'm just saying to deal with a guy like this, we shouldn't rely on unknown tactics. We should attack in a way that takes advantage of mismatches against him. Like let you Anthony Davis take him on. After hearing this, the coach nodded. I think Rondo is right. Given the current situation, we do need to limit Zuo Bai. Otherwise, if we let them score like this, it will be very hard for us moving forward. Davis, you take him on. After hearing this, Anthony Davis smiled. Coach, are you sure? Of course, what can't you do it? Of course not. Anthony Davis smiled, slightly eager to say, I can't wait. This time, Anthony Davis finally had the chance to go unknown with Zuo Bai. How could he refuse? And at the moment the game restarted, Zuo Bai noticed that the opponent's positioning had clearly changed and the ball handling point seemed slightly different. Clearly, they had now placed Anthony Davis in the forward position while Cousins was assigned to the center position. At this moment, Rose exclaimed in surprise, Zuo Bai, did they really change their strategy? Calm down. It's a standard. Zuo Bai hadn't expected it. Did this damn Jiang Lier say it too accurately? Honestly, if that guy had peeked at the author's script, but that's how it happened. The opponent actually did switch player positions at that moment. It seemed Anthony Davis was about to launch a fierce attack. He looked up at Zuo Bai and said condescendingly, although I don't know what you're mumbling about, just wait, your good luck has run out. Then they saw the Pelicans launched an attack. Anthony Davis broke through from the outside into the inside, creating chaos. Then during the process of teammates spreading out, they found an open spot and passed the ball to the wing. Coach Rondo, positioned behind that teammate, received the ball and charged into the paint. Rondo feigned his signature move, then went for the layup. However, even though this shot was his signature, Zuo Bai had already seen through his strategy. At the moment he went for the layup, Zuo Bai rushed out and directly blocked his passing lane. Yet Rondo was able to perceive the change in the situation at the moment of the shot and adjusted his shooting trajectory. His original layup posture was suddenly transformed into a backward pass. And at this moment Anthony Davis also arrived. He caught the ball with both hands and dunked. Scoring. Roar. Who else? This shot seemed to respond to Zuo Bai's previous goal. Anthony chose to complete this attack in the same manner. At this moment his expression seemed to say, what do you think? Your actions are nothing remarkable. However, Zuo Bai appeared oblivious, launching a counterattack, while Anthony was busy showing off. What the hell? Are you ambushing me? Anthony Davis shouted. Then they realized that Zuo Bai had already charged ahead. How could he be so fast? The young man has no honor in combat. So quick. I was careless. Rondo, Holiday, and Davis followed closely behind. In this situation, they could hardly catch up to Zuo Bai. He showcased his ultra-fast dribbling to perfection. At this moment, Zuo Bai executed a magnificent layup with an elegant scoop. The Pelicans coach on the sidelines was left dumbfounded. What the hell? What did I tell you to do? Didn't I instruct you to defend Zuo Bai properly? Is this your best? Stop showing. Anthony Davis was equally helpless. He didn't expect that in just a split second Zuo Bai had slipped past him. This was truly embarrassing. Showing off never lasts more than 3 seconds. Next, although Anthony and Rondo executed a play successfully passing the ball to Cousins, he then completed a shot. However, he felt unsatisfied. He felt he was still somewhat underestimated just now. When possession returned to the Lakers, he found that before he could seek out Zuo Bai had actually approached him proactively. Seeing this, Anthony Davis directly laughed. "What do you mean looking for death?" Zuo Bai questioned. "No, I just want to keep it." Anthony Davis was stunned. "Keeping it simple. You came to me. Fine. Fine. You successfully angered. Since you dare to say that, don't blame me for being rude." Anthony stood firm before Zuo Bai. "Bring it on, don't just talk tough." Zuo Bai didn't respond. He then executed a quick ball fake, swiftly creating space. Just then, Zuo Bai took a shot. Anthony laughed. "One step of space. You actually dared to shoot like this." Looking for death, Anthony Davis jumped up. His blocking range was terrifying. With his innate talent, he held the upper hand against the mismatch. However, just as he aimed to block Zuo Bai's shot, he suddenly heard a crisp swish from behind. Swish. The ball. It went in. Anthony turned around in confusion, looking at the ball that had just fallen through the... He was stunned. What the hell? When did that shot go in? Zuo Bai smiled and directly retreated on defense. This shot could be taken directly, especially with the opponent mismatched against him. Plus, there was a certain visual disparity. It made it easier to mislead the defense. Easy. The spectators on the sidelines shouted, "Accurate. So accurate. Incredible," and the release was so... Anthony Davis didn't even react. It's not that he didn't react, it seems he simply didn't see it at all. Yes, he definitely didn't see it, as Zuo Bai's release was too fast. Impossible, how could he not see it? Even if it's fast, it shouldn't be like that. Then why do you think Davis was completely still, eh? Do you know the Pythagorean theorem? I know, could it be? Well, knowing is enough, but has nothing to do with that. Worm. Over here, Rondo leaned in to ask what happened. Didn't you see him shoot? Anthony Davis replied, Although this left Rondo incredulous, wearing an expression of frustration, he simply said, "Forget it, just pay attention." The ball returned to the Pelicans. Rondo brought the ball up, and after a couple of passes, he opened a small gap in the Lakers' defense. He then drove in for a layup. He passed the ball into the hands of Anthony Davis under the basket. Once again, Davis caught the ball and turned for a hook shot. Score. Good shot. Nice. The Pelicans' offense is indeed quite good. After all, there's still a coach on. At this moment, after making the shot, Davis only had one thing on his mind. That is, to defend against Zuo Bai's shot. He thought to himself that he hadn't seen the opponent's shot earlier. It must have been because he wasn't focused enough. It must be that way, otherwise there's no explanation. How could he not even see the opponent's shot? So this time he needed to prepare again. Just as Zuo Bai was about to shoot, he had to give him a block. Definitely. Seeing Anthony in front of him so serious, Zuo Bai probably also understood, saying, "Are you confused because you didn't see my shot just now, eh? And now you want to stop me on this shot?" Davis smirked and said, "What are you scared?" "Scared of what?" Zuo Bai pointed behind him, saying, "Look over there." Davis was taken aback, then turned to look. The result was, "What the hell? The ball, how did it go in again? How is this possible?" Zuo Bai smiled and said, "Anything is possible." Seeing this scene, Rondo shouted, "What are you doing? Why were you just watching him shoot? Do you even want to win?" Anthony Davis felt wronged. How could I just watch him shoot? I completely didn't see him shoot at all. However, the result was indeed as such, and Anthony Davis didn't know what else to say. He only said, "Next time I will see it." After saying that, he ran towards the front court. Rondo furrowed his brows. He found this situation very strange. As a professional player, how could he not see the opponent's shot? And it wasn't just once. There was definitely something wrong. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Rondo did recall something odd. It seemed that Zuo Bai's shooting posture was slightly different from normal. Yes, this seemed to be the issue. Next time he needed to pay attention. This time the Pelicans' attack was entrusted to Cousins, but Cousins' three-pointer missed. Lopez grabbed the rebound. Then the Lakers launched a counterattack. Nick Young broke into the paint, and after being double-teamed, passed the ball to Zuo Bai. However, Davis had been waiting here for a long time. "I've been waiting for this. Don't even think about scoring again." Yet at that moment, Zuo Bai once again took a decisive shot, scoring 2 points. Davis still hadn't reacted, but over here Rondo's eye, he shouted, "I got it. I figured out what's going on with his shot." At this moment, Rondo felt as if he had unlocked some remarkable secret. With an excited expression, he proudly declared, "I understand now. I have figured out how he does it." At that time, Rondo quietly approached Anthony Davis. Then he said, "I know why you can't see him when he shoots. It's because he lowers his shooting point more than usual every time he shoots. That's why he can shoot without moving his hands too much. You focus too much on his hand movements when he shoots, and you didn't notice that he has already released the ball before his hands even..." Rondo briefly explained the situation to Anthony Davis. Although Davis didn't fully understand, he was greatly shocked. Was there really such a way to shoot? So it wasn't my fault for not seeing it clearly before. After hesitating for a moment, Davis asked the most critical question. "So what should I do to stop him?" Rondo thought about it and realized that if it were up to him, it would probably require another explanation. That would be a bit troublesome since there isn't much time on the court and they didn't plan to. So he said to Anthony Davis, "Never mind, let's do it this way. I'll handle the perimeter defense. If he breaks through, just focus on stopping his inside attack." Anthony Davis immediately agreed. "No problem. I can't see him shoot, which is a bit awkward, but defending the inside isn't something I'm bad at." With specialization in different areas, since he could understand, let Rondo take care of the defense while he focused on the inside. Sure, no problem. Knowing they had figured out the method to counter Zuo Bai's shooting, Anthony felt exceptionally relieved. At this moment, it felt as if they had already won the game. As Anthony Davis looked at Zuo Bai again, his expression seemed to convey 2 words. "I see through you completely. Fool, your trick no longer works on me. I don't even know why I'm using two words. It's as if the confused person who just got hit was no longer him. At this moment his expression seemed to indicate that Zuo Bai was destined to lose. Rondo confidently approached Zuo Bai and said, "Kid, I know you have skills, but that trick of yours just now is useless. I have seen through its principle." To be honest, Zuo Bai hadn't expected that. To see through the principle of his previous shot was already impressive. However, seeing it and being able to defend against it were entirely different matters. Yet their expressions suggested they already believed they could stop him. "Sigh. Who is the young one here?" Zuo Bai smiled and said, "If you think you can stop me, then give it a try." He spoke his words quite literally. However, Rondo sensed a hint of disdain from this rookie. "What do you mean? Do you think I can't defend against you, eh?" "No, I'm just saying you can give it a try." Rondo saw the sincerity in Zuo Bai's eyes. But why did those words sound so infuriating? He seemed to understand why everyone who had played against Zuo Bai before had such unpleasant expressions. Turns out they were angry. But at that moment Rondo was also getting angry. "Didn't you just say I couldn't stop you? I've already seen through it, yet you still claim I can't stop it. Fine. Then let me show you how I can defend against you." When it was once again the Lakers' turn to attack, Zuo Bai received the ball. Rondo stayed close to Zuo Bai from beyond the three-point line, knowing this player's shooting ability was quite terrifying. He couldn't afford to underestimate him just because he was a rookie. Thus Rondo gave him the highest level of defense. However, it was well known that Zuo Bai was one of the players who feared close. Zuo Bai dribbled between his legs and then dribbled behind his back, creating a gap in the defense. Even though Rondo quickly followed him again due to the defensive gap earlier, Zuo Bai shot the ball because Rondo's body was moving forward, making it impossible to jump at the same time as Zuo Bai. Thus Zuo Bai took the shot. But considering the situation, Zuo Bai once again used the disappearing shot. At that moment a smile appeared at the corner of Rondo's mouth. That expression seemed to say, "You fell for it." At that moment Rondo shouted to the backcourt, "Now? Block it." Rondo had calculated the timing perfectly even if Zuo Bai had used this shooting method. Now Anthony Davis could definitely see Zuo Bai's shooting timing from the side to give him a big block. "I see it. I see it. Leave it to me." At this moment Anthony Davis clearly saw Zuo Bai preparing to shoot. However, Anthony Davis indeed saw the timing of Zuo Bai's shot, but at the moment, he was ready to block. He discovered that Zuo Bai's release was simply too fast. Even though he had seen it, his body speed couldn't stop Zuo Bai from completing the shot. Swish. With an incredibly crisp sound of the net, the ball once again fell steadily into the basket. This time Davis was a bit stunned. "I clearly saw it, so why couldn't I keep up? Is it because his release speed is faster than mine? That shouldn't be possible." The spectators on the court watched as the ball once again sank into the basket, all of them in shock. This is what power looks like. With this release speed, even if you see it, you still can't stop it. What is an unsolvable problem? This is it. Zuo Bai is invincible. Amazing. You're impressive, you understood, but you still couldn't stop me. Invincible. Rondo felt incredibly astonished by this because even he himself could not anticipate and defend against such release speed. Let alone Anthony Davis, who needed to. After several consecutive attacks, although Anthony Davis was unable to defend against Zuo Bai's shot, the skill of the disappearing shot has its limitations as it cannot be used repeatedly many times. Every time they discovered that the ball would vanish and go into the hoop, they gradually shifted their focus back to the ball rather than them. After a few attempts, the effect of the disappearing shot began to diminish. Moreover, his moves had already been seen through by Rajon Rondo, so the effectiveness was correspondingly reduced. However, it didn't matter. After all, the score gap between the two teams had widened. The Lakers were now leading by 7 points. At this time, the team substituted in Derrick Rose, replacing Zuo Bai. In the subsequent game, Rose surprised many spectators with his hot performance. He frequently scored with floaters near the baseline and unexpectedly delivered a stunning shot from beyond the arc. As the game approached the final quarter, the New Orleans Pelicans had not even a chance to retake the lead. Despite Anthony Davis exerting all his strength and Cousins performing admirably during the game, they still trailed by 1 point as the game reached its final quarter. At this moment, the audience could not help but exclaim, "Zuo Bai is indeed impressive. His judgment of players is so accurate. I never expected Rose to perform so well after joining the Lakers. He must have scored over 20 points in this game, right? It should be 26 points. Wow, that's truly amazing. I am the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers and I want to report this. Ha ha ha, what a scam." At this moment, the Cavaliers owner, who had heard about Rose's excellent performance in his first game, was sitting in front of the television. He watched Rose's splendid performance on the court. "This is ridiculous." He was almost cursing. Rose had never shown such performance when he was on the team before. How did he suddenly play at a superstar level after joining the Lakers? In fact, the Cavaliers owner felt deceived, but they also felt no injustice as they had not given Rose enough playing opportunities before. Since you did not give him enough chances, how could you know he could perform like this? So this was evidently biased. Meanwhile, as the game reached the final quarters, Zuo Bai returned to the court again. At this moment, the situation on the court changed because in this game, Zuo Bai had not exhausted too much energy. He unleashed his full power in the fourth quarter. He showcased spectacular dunks, power dunks over defenders, and alley-oop dunks for the audience. At the moment the game, Anthony Davis could only hear the buzzing sound of the hoop next to his ears. It was cruel, too cruel. However, LeBron James, who was watching the broadcast, was suddenly enlightened. Originally, he was focused on this game partly because his former teammate Rose was about to have his first game with the Lakers. On the other hand, he was also interested because Anthony Davis would be playing in this game. After all, since Brow joined the league, James had been paying close attention to him. James even had a thought that if Anthony Davis wanted to switch to another team in the future, he might consider bringing Brow under. LeBron James felt that if he could team up with Brow, they might create a dynasty together. However, after watching this game, James' thoughts suddenly changed. In fact, even Anthony Davis' triple-double performance, it was solely because of this Asian rookie named Zuo Bai. In him, James saw infinite potential. At that moment, a nearly crazy idea surged in James' mind. He wanted to bring his talent to Los Angeles. After thinking about this, James felt a bit restless. He looked at the calendar and realized that his birthday was just a few days. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called his agent saying, "Hello, can you hear me? Do you know that talented rookie from the Lakers?" "Yes, the Asian guard, right? Do as I say." After arranging all this, James had a satisfied look on his face. Great. If everything is arranged, perhaps he would have the chance to redeem himself this year and even create a three-peat dynasty for himself at the end of his career. At this time, the Los Angeles Lakers, who had just finished the game, concluded it with an undisputed 13-point victory. At the end of the game, reporters surrounded Davis, who had struggled mightily on the court. They pointed their microphones at Brow and asked in turn, "Do you think there were any regrets in this game? What do you think of Zuo Bai's performance? Can he be considered your strong opponent? Who do you think is mainly to blame for the loss in this game? Was your forced three-pointer in the third quarter the reason for the team's failure? In this game, Rose's plus-minus was almost the same as yours. Do you think he is still inferior to you?" Anthony felt extremely angry at these questions. He waved his hand to refuse to answer. Clearly, he was not satisfied. It's just a loss in a game. Who hasn't lost a game? Warriors. Don't even mention that season's Warriors. To me, they are. After this game, countless reporters praised the performance of the Lakers. The discussion around Zuo Bai's performance had become a common topic. However, what truly shocked them was Rose's performance. There was even a post titled "The Windy City Rose Blooms Again" that had become the #1 trending topic on sports forums. Although Rose had only played one game, his performance made everyone feel that the once great Rose had returned. The Lakers' upper management was also very satisfied with this trade. Therefore, they decided to expedite the implementation of the other two trades suggested by Zuo Bai. How are these two transactions progressing? Do they have any updates now? The owner of the Lakers spoke to his subordinates, and the office worker responsible for handling data reported back, "Boss, it seems that the Charlotte Hornets are indeed interested in completing this transaction with us." "Oh, really? That's right, I have already received the specific transaction intention document they sent over. If you have time, you can take a look." "Good, very good." The owner of the Los Angeles Lakers wore a pleased expression. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this player. For this player is none other than the renowned Dwight Howard. A joyful beast on the court. As a player in the top 75, Howard's combat power and defensive abilities are beyond doubt. One could say that within the restricted area under the bat, a joyful beast on the court. As a player in the top 75, Howard's combat. Although Howard's age has gradually increased over the years, many of the newer rookies do not show much respect for this veteran. Howard's performance on the court also seems to be gradually declining. However, since Zuo Bai has recommended him so firmly, the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers has no hesitation. Of course, the price they discussed with the Charlotte Hornets is quite reasonable, otherwise the other party would not agree to let him go. Seeing that the other party has a desire to trade, the owner of the Lakers felt much better throughout the day. In his eyes, it seems that the championship for this season is already within reach. Just thinking about the possibility of the Lakers winning another championship this year filled him with joy. With Zuo Bai, the entire team's vitality and enthusiasm have improved significantly. This is truly a great thing. Who would have thought that the first overall pick traded away back then would have such usefulness? Who could imagine that an overall pick could change a team? To be honest, even throughout history, there are not many first overall picks who can achieve such a thing. Of course, it's not only the first overall picks who can do this like Jordan. Ahem. By the way, no one would forget that Jordan wasn't a first overall pick, right? Meanwhile, Zuo Bai received an unexpected invitation after the game. "LeBron James, you mean the one who yells Taco Tuesday all the time?" She pushed her sunglasses up her face and asked. "LeBron James, you mean the one who yells Taco Tuesday all the time?" She pushed her sunglasses up her face and asked. Yes, that's the one." Zuo Bai smiled, surprised that Jiang Liar knew about this. It seems she watches quite a few short videos. But regardless of the circumstances, he never expected that as a newcomer he would be invited by James. This is a treatment not everyone can receive. Typically, the attendees are good friends of James or some old rivals. For instance, players like Paul and Westbrook are possible attendees, but generally rookies who just joined the league would not have the chance to attend James' birthday party, let alone being actively invited by him. Zuo Bai found it strange. He had no connection with James, the current top player in the league. Why would he invite him? Could it be? Suddenly a thought surged in Zuo Bai's mind. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Although this idea was somewhat terrifying, he thought it might not be impossible. However, since he was invited, declining would not be a good idea. So Zuo Bai said, "Jiang Liar, do you have anything going on in a couple of days? Would you like to join me for this birthday party?" "You?" Jiang Liar suddenly paused mid-sentence. Then she said, "You? I can't go if they invited you not." Zuo Bai initially thought that bringing someone along would mean more food to share. However, since Jiang Liar didn't want to go, he didn't press. He simply said, "All right then, do you want any player signatures or anything? I can bring one back for you." Player signatures. Jiang Liar, who had been completely uninterested in this matter, suddenly brightened up and quietly asked, "Any player will do." Seeing the look in her eyes, Zuo Bai thought she must have a player she likes, and then he said, "Of course, no problem. Just let me know." Zuo Bai patted his chest and assured Jiang Liar. After a long pause, she finally stammered out a sentence. I want you." The voice became softer and softer until it was barely audible. Zuo Bai couldn't hear clearly and asked, "What? What did you say?" "I." Suddenly Zhang Liar's tone changed, becoming, "I said I want Jameis' signature." Sure, no problem." Zuo Bai scratched his head, puzzled as to why she suddenly became so. "What did I do wrong?" "Ahem." However, since James invited him to his birthday party, asking for a signature shouldn't be too difficult, so Zuo Bai sent James a message. It stated that he agreed to attend and thanked him for the invitation. Seeing Zuo Bai accept his invitation, James looked like a 12 or 13-year-old child, not at all like a man in his 30s. Meanwhile, James' wife asked him, "What's making you so happy? Your team won, but I've never seen you this happy before." James smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm going to meet a player at my birthday party." "Which player are you going to meet?" "In this NBA league, who doesn't know you?" "I've never seen you so happy, but it's not a female player, is it?" Hearing his wife's question, James quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? You should know who I am by now." His wife laughed as she wasn't doubting James, just teasing him. After a moment, she asked seriously, "Is it a good friend you haven't seen in years?" James smiled mysteriously. "You'll know on that day." "Still keeping me in suspense, huh? Alright, I need to check which emails haven't been signed yet." "Huh." Old James was delighted. Meanwhile, the teams for the Christmas Showdown were officially confirmed. The Christmas Showdown was initially expected to be between the Cavaliers and the Warriors. After all, the Christmas battle is one of the most exciting games of the year. This match is significant as countless families across the United States tune in to watch, making it a highly important event. The viewership for this game is typically among the highest for the entire year. Thus, the NBA usually schedules matches between teams that are highly talked about or set up fateful encounters. However, this year the teams in this match turned out to be unexpectedly different from the anticipated Cavaliers and Warriors. This time it was the Lakers versus the Warriors. When the match list was announced, many viewers thought there had been a mistake. How could it be the Warriors facing the Lakers? Why not the Cavaliers? Although the Cavaliers were also participating in the Christmas battle, it was truly surprising that they did not face the Warriors. However, upon further reflection, everyone understood that their decision was quite intentional. After all, the Warriors are currently considered the top team in the league, and even the Cavaliers led by LeBron James cannot. The Lakers, on the other hand, are currently the team with the closest record to the Warriors. Moreover, the two teams had previously faced each other in a brief encounter, and although the Lakers' talented rookie Zuo Bai was not present, they still lost to the Warriors. And it was a crushing defeat. In this Christmas Showdown, Zuo Bai's official return marks another encounter between the two teams. As for who will win, it's hard to say. After all, the Warriors possess the strongest roster in the league, while the Lakers boast the talented rookie Zuo Bai. Additionally, the Lakers have recently acquired Derrick Rose, who has also performed quite well in this match. This has raised expectations for the Lakers. I think the Lakers are likely to lose again in this match. Why do you say that? Isn't Zuo Bai back with the team? But just look at the Warriors lineup. Do you think the Lakers can win? That's true. The current Warriors are a historically great team. It's tough to win against them. But isn't Durant's foot is indeed injured, but that doesn't matter. Even with Klay Thompson, Curry, and Green, that's still a terrifying combination. That's a fair point. If that's the case, I feel like the Warriors have a better chance of winning. Aren't you just being a fence-sitter? I'm just being honest, you know nothing. In no time, discussions about which team would win flooded the internet. Countless netizens voted for the Golden State Warriors. They believe the Warriors were more likely to influence the outcome of this match, especially since they had the star player Curry. Furthermore, the top 3D player Klay Thompson has also been in excellent form lately. Coupled with the presence of Draymond Green, the entire team is remarkably competitive. Even though Durant is missing this match due to his foot injury, this does not diminish the optimism surrounding the Golden State. In addition to the game's outcome, there is another aspect that has drawn significant attention. That is, who is more accurate with three-pointers, Curry or Zuo Bai. Many media outlets have recognized this and have been fervently hyping it up before the game, comparing the two players' statistics for them. They analyzed everything from shooting attempts and shooting conditions to catch and shoot and dribble shooting. In the end, they reached a conclusion. Kyrie's three-point shooting data while running and catching the ball is significantly better than Zuo Bai's, whose three-pointers lean more towards individual ball-handling shots. Although the types of data are not the same, it's evident that both possess terrifying three-point scoring abilities. This matter will find its conclusion in this match. Zuo Bai is about to face the current league's strongest three-point shooter Stephen Curry in the Christmas Showdown. Many sports news headlines were dominated by this announcement. After all, this situation is truly eye-catching. Undoubtedly, the protagonists Zuo Bai and Curry both felt bewildered upon seeing this news at home. They felt nothing like the fervor and urgency depicted in these reports. They simply thought, isn't this just a game? Why does it have to be about determining who is superior? What's the deal? But this is the media's common tactic. They did not mind. They were just silently looking forward to the upcoming match. Before this game, Stephen Curry also reviewed Zuo Bai's performance in previous games. Upon witnessing Zuo Bai's deep three-pointers, Kyrie's eyes widened in disbelief. It almost overturned his understanding of three-point shooting. He can make shots from that far. Is this guy even human? Though Curry had made a few shots from that distance before, he never specialized in such long-range shooting. He only attempted them under pressure. It was mostly luck. But it was clear that Zuo Bai had embraced this seemingly unreasonable three-point shot as part of his an Asian rookie terrifyingly skilled. As Curry watched Zuo Bai repeatedly attempt such shots in previous games, a wave of curiosity surged in his heart. In the next game, I must have a good talk with this kid. After other match results were announced, the awaited day finally arrived. The night before the Christmas Showdown. The first game of the Christmas battle was between the 75 Airs and the Knicks. The second game during prime time was the Warriors against the Lakers. All fans were extremely eager. When the Christmas showdown began, the viewership ratings for the television broadcast reached a peak. This impact far exceeded the effects of previous years' Christmas showdowns. At this time, many high-ranking officials of the NBA were quite satisfied with this match arrangement. This was truly catering to the audience's preferences. After the Knicks and 75 Airs completed their match, the highly anticipated game arrived. Lakers vs. Golden State Warriors. Ku Retian, in, oh my god, my idol is here, and Ku look at me, and Ku, the eternal god, and as the Golden State Warriors entered the arena, fans lining the court erupted into frenzied cheers. And the Warriors were widely regarded as this year's dark horse favorites to claim the championship. Naturally, their fan base was both vast and fervent. And Stephen Curry bit down on his mouthguard, then flashed a warm welcoming smile and waved to the crowd. Truly, Curry's smile possessed an almost healing warmth, second only to Zuo Bai's. Zuo Bai, I love you, and Zuo Bai, look at me. I'll bear your children, and go, win this one. Beat the Warriors and wipe away last year's shame, and go in. And as Zuo Bai stepped onto the court, he spotted it was James Harden, the same player who had faced them in prior contests. And Zuo Bai, long time no see, Harden greeted him warmly. Zuo Bai hadn't expected to see him here, but responded with equal enthusiasm. In Harden, what brings you here? Do you? Yes, we're playing the Thunder tonight. In the Thunder, that'll be no easy match. Good luck. Haha. Thanks for the good wishes. In truth, Harden felt little pressure ahead of that game. The Houston Rockets boasted formidable strength this season. The Houston Rockets averaged 110 points per game this season, a mark placing them among the league's elite offensive. Thus, even confronting the Thunder's vaunted trio, Harden felt no trepidation. Yet one lingering matter weighed on his mind: his recent loss to the Lakers. Gazing upon this longtime rival, a complex wave of emotion washed over him. And sigh. With a wry smile, Harden said, if we meet in the Christmas Day showdown, it'll surely be a spectacular clash. And rest assured, I won't hold back. I intend to redeem myself in our next encounter. I'm looking forward to it. And good luck with your game. And if I ever visit China, remember to treat me to a ride in a yellow. Haha. No problem. Zuo Bai held a favorable impression of James Harden. Though fond of nightlife, Harden was at heart earnest and endearingly guileless. When Stephen Curry first laid eyes on Zuo Bai, he noted the young guard stood nearly as tall as himself, with a similarly lean athletic frame. Impressive, and clearly a natural-born marksman. And Curry called out, hey, I hear your three-point shooting is deadly accurate. True. False. And Curry blinked, utterly flabbergasted. He'd never heard such a reply before. And he simply chuckled and replied, then let's settle it on the court. Thereafter, the Golden State kindergarten began their warm-up drills. 1 to a 4-fer, 2 to a 3-fer. In watching their practiced yet oddly whimsical routines, Zuo Bai half wondered whether he'd accidentally wandered onto the set of a children's show. Could this possibly be a kids' program? From the sideline, Lakers head coach Luke Walton watched the Warriors practice intently and sighed deeply. Then inexplicably, he turned to Zhang Lier beside him and asked, do you think we can win this game? Zhang Lier glanced over, but remained silent. She knew the question wasn't truly addressed to her. It was more a murmur of self-doubt. Walton's concern stemmed from the Warriors' deceptively casual demeanor during warm-ups. Yet beneath that relaxed surface lay ironclad fundamentals and scorching hot shooting rhythm. Even Curry's seemingly offhand tosses, those improbable gravity-defying shots, all found nothing but net. It was astonishing. Though Zuo Bai had just rejoined the Lakers, facing the league's undisputed top team left his confidence uncertain. What truly were their odds of victory? Yet one truth remained unshakable, and if they couldn't defeat the Warriors today, how could they dare dream of the championship? And notably, Kevin Durant wouldn't even suit up for this game. Their immediate firepower was significantly diminished. If they still lost under these circumstances, it would deliver a crushing blow to the team's morale. At that moment, Zhang Lier spoke. Don't worry, we will win this game. Luke Walton glanced at the young woman beside him, and inexplicably sensed an aura akin to Zuo Bai's. It was a presence that inspired unwavering trust, uncanny, inexplicable. Very well, let us await And the warm-ups concluded. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The game had begun. Instantly, the arena's energy surged to fever pitch. On one side, Warriors fans roared, go, Warriors for the championship, and crush them. Go, GOAT. Plan unchanged. Warriors for the championship, And so the opening tip-off commenced. Stephen Curry watched as JaVale McGee and Brook Lopez leapt for the tip, already poised to receive the ball. At the referee's toss, both soared skyward. McGee lived up to his reputation as the undisputed king of vertical explosiveness, snapping the ball cleanly to a teammate. Snap. Draymond Green seized possession and instantly fed the ball to Curry beside him. All eyes had been fixed on Green's reception, leaving no one prepared for Curry's sudden razor-sharp cut toward the basket. Though famed for his three-point mastery, Curry's athleticism, strength, and mid-range finishing ability ranked among the greatest in NBA history. Brandon Ingram reacted instantly, but his defense proved futile. Curry absorbed contact, then executed a flawless reverse layup, swish. Just like that, the Warriors opened the scoring with 2 points. When the Lakers inbound, their first instinct was to feed Zuo Bai, until he suddenly bellowed, don't pass to me. Too late. Draymond Green intercepted the pass. Oh no, Although Zuo Bai saw this scene through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he only became aware of it 2 seconds ago. Even though he knew Dream Chaser Green was coming to steal the ball, he needed to convey this information to his teammates and make them understand what was happening, which took more than just 2 seconds. Thus his teammates still passed the ball and the events unfolded. Green stole the ball. What a steal, beautiful. Hurry, Warriors counterattack. What an opportunity, go fast. After the steal, Dream Chaser Green was right under the basket, and everyone would have to make a choice in such a crisis. Immediately rush to defend. Typically during such tense moments, the offensive player wouldn't think much and would seize every moment to shoot. However, Dream Chaser Green was not an ordinary player. He played with his mind and certainly understood that everyone would expect him to go for a layup at that moment. But he refused to do so. As he saw the surrounding Lakers players rushing to defend, Dream Chaser Green threw the ball behind. A beautiful no-look pass that accurately delivered the ball to Curry on the perimeter. The moment Stephen Curry caught the ball, he raised his hand preparing for a quick shot. However, at that instant, Zuo Bai, who had anticipated this, had already moved to defend the perimeter. One hand directly blocked Kai's shooting path. This defense was executed exceptionally well. Had it been someone else, they would likely have been blocked. Even if not blocked, this shot would be heavily interfered with, losing its accuracy. Yet Stephen Curry truly lives up to the title of the strongest shooter in the league. Even under such defensive conditions, he shot steadily, showing no signs of being affected. In the next moment, the ball soared through the air in a high arc, then fell into the basket. Swish. Score. What a beautiful offense and steal. The Warriors lead by 5 points at the start. Indeed, even I felt a surge of excitement watching as Zuo Bai's defense was spot on, but even so, Curry managed to score. That's truly remarkable. Not just remarkable, it's simply unbelievable. The commentator on stage shouted almost frantically. After scoring, Curry also did his signature shoulder shimmy. At the same time, he pointed to the sky. I must say, Kai's shot was indeed extreme. Even Zuo Bai hadn't expected it. So accurate. Zuo Bai sighed in resignation, but didn't dwell on it. There was nothing he could do about the shot. All he could do was make sure to score next time, that was all. The audience witnessing this wave from the Golden State Warriors was also very excited, with countless fans shouting for the Warriors to win the championship. However, it was evident that Curry's hot start with 5 consecutive points had greatly boosted the morale of the Golden State Warriors. Yet the Lakers' next offense remained unaffected. Come on, come on. When Nick Young was attacking with the ball, he shouted to the players at the baseline, spread out. Given their knowledge of Nick Young, they all assumed he was going to take the ball and go for a onion-on. After all, Nick Young's penchant for onion-on play is world-renowned. When Green instructed them to step up and prepare to defend, Nick Young suddenly a figure darted into the recently cleared paint. This caught the Warriors somewhat off guard. At that moment, McGee rushed out to defend Zuo Bai's massive hand, nearly covering the. However, Zuo Bai remained unhurried. He halted his right hand's dunking motion midair and completed a switch, slamming the ball home with his left hand. Bang! This ball was forcefully slammed into the basket by Zuo Bai, and not only that, it also resulted in a foul on and one. Zuo Bai's shot not only scored, but also gave the Warriors a taste of their own medicine. Standing at the free throw line, he confidently sank the shot. The Lakers scored 3 points. The score is now 53. Over here, the Los Angeles Lakers sounded the horn for a comeback. The game became even more intense in an instant. Even though the Golden State Warriors were without Kevin Durant, the Splash Brothers still performed exceptionally well, frequently making. In the first quarter, they combined for 7 3-pointers, racking up 21 points. Additionally, Iguodala also hit a 3. In just the first quarter, the Golden State Warriors erupted, scoring a total of 30 points. That's an incredibly scary score. Of course, the Lakers were not caught off guard. They were also on the offensive and scored 25 points in the first quarter. It's worth mentioning that Zuo Bai single-handedly responded to the Warriors' 4 3-pointers in the first game, and his current 3-point shooting percentage is 4 for 4. At this moment, the commentator said, although this is only the first game, it has certainly been quite exciting to watch. The Lakers are performing quite well, as Zuo Bai's 3-point shooting percentage is astonishingly high, even more so than Kai's, in fact. But we can't say that. The Warriors also scored quite a bit in the first quarter. Clearly, everyone is giving their all in this Christmas showdown. I believe the second quarter will be even more exciting than this one. The already ecstatic audience became even more thrilled at this moment, because the Warriors' firepower is overwhelmingly strong. It can almost be said that the 3-point line is the Warriors' domain. Even if you manage to guard Curry, you'll still miss Klay. Even if you manage to guard the Splash Brothers, you will certainly miss an Iguodala. Though the Warriors' death lineup may not sound reasonable, its actual effectiveness is incredibly powerful. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Kerr said to Stephen Curry, the Lakers' defense simply cannot handle your offense, so just create opportunities and take as many 3-pointers as possible. And increase the efficiency of our movements. We need to leverage our roster's advantage and wear them out. Got it. Curry nodded, but with a thoughtful expression, he then raised another question. We cannot defend against Zuo Bai's attack. He possesses an exceptional 3-point shooting ability as well. This is the instinct of Stephen Curry as a top-tier shooter. Furthermore, he has no effective defensive measures against Zuo Bai's style of offense. Zuo Bai has an overwhelming variety of scoring methods. Moreover, his 3-point capability is entirely on par with his own, leaving Curry with no effective way to limit Zuo Bai's scoring. However, upon hearing this, Kerr simply shook his head and casually remarked, it's fine, even if the Lakers score more, it won't surpass you guys. Their best-case scenario is merely a mutual explosion of points. As long as you maintain a steady performance, Kerr is quite confident. As long as a few members of his team perform steadily, they are undoubtedly among the strongest offensive forces in the league. Currently, the Lakers have only a limited number of players who can score, let alone do so consistently. Therefore, he is not worried about losing this game at all. That is an impossible scenario. Go ahead and do it boldly, you will be fine, Kerr said, patting his chest. Curry shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, all right then, let's continue. He had a nagging feeling that Zuo Bai still had some tricks up his sleeve. At present, Zuo Bai seemed to have only exerted a fraction of his strength. After all, Zuo Bai's incredible long-range three-pointers had yet to be unleashed in this game. Did he use all his strength? Curry certainly did not believe so. Regardless, he needed to keep pushing himself in this quarter. There can be no slackening whatsoever. On the other hand, for the Lakers, Zuo Bai was substituted out due to tactics. In his place came Zuo Bai's backup, and Zuo Bai's backup was extremely excited, as in this match, he would directly face the league's superstar of the small ball era. Upon seeing this person, Curry couldn't help but wonder to himself, who is this guy? He seems a bit unremarkable. Wait a minute. Since he can be Zuo Bai's backup, he must have some strategic significance on the court, right? What are this guy's strengths, and is he also a ball-handling core? He looks a bit dull, doesn't he? Although Curry was unsure of what kind of performance Zuo Bai's backup would deliver, he still took the matchup very seriously. After all, his understanding of Zuo Bai made Curry quite wary. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai's backup approached Curry and said, wait a moment, please take care of me. Curry chuckled and replied him. From the beginning of the match, Curry was completely focused. When he saw that Zuo Bai's substitute was not the first to receive the ball, he guessed, so this guy isn't the ball-handling core. However, Curry did not let down his guard. He suspected that although this player was not the ball handler, he might be the point of attack. Perhaps he needed to be guarded against his offense. With that thought, Curry moved in closer. However, they did not pass the ball to Zuo Bai's substitute. Derrick Rose received Kuzma's pass, followed by a crossover and a quick stop, and then he shot the ball. Curry instantly became, is he going to pass the ball? Then Rose made a shooting motion and jumped high. Curry positioned himself in front of Zuo Bai's sub, preparing to intercept. However, Rose did not pass the ball, and no one on the court even glanced at him. He just shot. Swish. The two-pointer went in. At that moment, Curry was stunned. No pass. Did he see my defense and decide not to pass? He looked at Zuo Bai's substitute, pondering. He felt this guy's presence on the court must have some significance. After all, he was Zuo Bai's substitute. But in the following plays, Curry was completely bewildered. Zuo Bai's substitute didn't even touch the ball. Every time they launched an attack, it seemed they completely disregarded the existence of Zuo Bai's substitute. TMD. What is this? Is he really just a tool? Curry couldn't believe it. How could Zuo Bai's substitute be on the court without participating in the offense at all? Is this reasonable? However, these few plays were precisely because Curry was constantly defending Zuo Bai's substitute, so the others felt no pressure on offense. Facing the wide-open paint, they could easily score on layups. Moreover, since Curry was preoccupied, they had no worries about it. It was rather comfortable to play. When the spectators saw this scene, they all laughed. How did that Zuo Bai substitute manage to guard? Haha, I'm dying of laughter single-handedly against a superstar. Curry probably hasn't figured out why Zuo Bai's substitute isn't participating in the offense. Curry, Zuo Bai is so fierce, why is his substitute not attacking at all? Is this reasonable? I'm dying of laughter. After a few more plays, Curry gradually began to understand. It seemed he had been deceived. This Zuo Bai's substitute truly did not attack. He just ran around the court, aimlessly never receiving the ball. Was he just wasting his energy for no reason? So during the transition to offense, Curry finally couldn't help but ask, bro, why did the team put you in? Why don't you attack? Me. Zuo Bai's substitute looked around as if realizing there was no one else. He continued, it's because the team needs me. When Zuo Bai is resting, I use my energy, and my only virtue is my stamina. Silence ensued. Curry was truly silent. I'm just an elementary school student. Is this how you treat me? This isn't right. So the team didn't expect him to score at all. In an instant, Curry felt utterly deceived. However, Curry didn't say much after that. After all, who could he blame for being deceived? Only to take the ball for the next possession and prepare for a three-point counterattack. Now that he knew the opponent had no real skill, Curry was ready to go unknown and score. However, just as he reached the three-point line, he suddenly noticed a person in front of him. That person was Zuo Bai's substitute. His hands waved in front of Curry, going up and down, looking quite irritating. Curry moved left, and so did he, constantly shuffling his feet. How to describe it? Well, it was like a piece of adhesive. Although it might not be able to restrict Curry in any way, it was so annoying. Curry had to exert more physical strength to shake off Zuo Bai's substitute defense. Although his defense was utterly ineffective, it was not a foul. Moreover, he was incredibly clingy. This guy was truly annoying. Although Curry eventually managed to make the three-pointer, that play certainly left him feeling quite uncomfortable. At this moment, the score stood at 4-6-5-0, with the Lakers trailing by 4 points. Zuo Bai's substitutes were fully energized, tightening their defense, constantly harassing Stephen Curry. To be honest, Curry never expected to face such a troublesome defender. Although it wasn't the kind of pressure typically found in defense. However, it was indeed quite frustrating, like a fly buzzing incessantly around his ear. Damn. Curry made a series of fakes and slipped past him once, but the defender quickly recovered. Again, he moved past him. In the end, Curry was forced to drive to the basket for a layup, only managing to score 2 points. 5-2-4-6. The Warriors temporarily led by 6 points. However, although the Warriors' scoring did not stop, Kyrie's stamina was being severely taxed during this period. Swapping substitutes for main players' stamina. This was a total win. Seeing this, Kerr couldn't help but feel uneasy. He never expected Zuo Bai's substitutes, while not contributing offensively, would be so irritating defensively. He had no idea who taught them this. Anyone capable of teaching such defense was truly bothersome. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I will definitely have a word with them. At that moment, Zuo Bai, sitting on the bench, suddenly sneezed. Achoo. After sneezing, the coach looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Been sitting too long, feeling a bit cold. Maybe, Zuo Bai replied, not really knowing why he sneezed. But it's not cold right now. Strange. Anyway, it's time for him to go on court. Alright, you should get on the court quickly. Okay. The Lakers coach called for a timeout, and then substituted Zuo Bai into the game. During the handover, Zuo Bai's substitute said to him, Brother Bai, don't worry, I've drained a lot of his stamina. We are sure to win. Good. You did well. Zuo Bai patted his shoulder. He looked very satisfied with his performance. This left Kerr on the opposite side dumbfounded. Damn. So this was all. With things having escalated to this point, Kerr would not allow them to be caught off guard. So he waved his hand decisively. Curry looked bewildered. Coach, are you sure about this? You want me to take a break now? I'm sure. Kerr was clear as day. He would not allow himself to fall for such a simple trick, letting the opponent's substitutes replace our main players, then letting their main players come in to take advantage of weakened defenses. Nice try, but I won't fall for it. What kind of head coach would I be? With that thought, Kerr immediately substituted in their substitutes. He told his substitute player just one thing: do everything you can to exhaust Zuo Bai's stamina. Got it. Do everything possible. He patted his chest, promising to fulfill the mission. Then on the very first play, Zuo Bai breezed past him and even gave him a backward glance. That look seemed to say, where are you? As for any extra stamina drain, not at all visible. It must be said the slap in the face came too quickly. The Warriors substitute was also extremely embarrassed. He never expected Zuo Bai to be so hard to defend against. With just a single rhythm, he was cleanly outmaneuvered. Impressive. Although afterwards Livingston and Iguodala could also contribute some scoring for the team, the heavier burden still fell on Klay Thompson. After all, Stephen Curry was still the core of the Warriors. When he was not on the court, the team's offensive efficiency noticeably. Meanwhile, Zuo Bai seized the opportunity to close the gap in points. Three-pointers rained down. He was almost unstoppable from the perimeter. By the end, even all the Warriors fans dreaded the ball ending up in Zuo Bai's hands. Because whenever he shot, they had a bad feeling that it was going in. By the end, even all the Warriors fans dreaded the ball ending up in Zuo Bai's hands. Because whenever he shot, don't you know how accurate this guy's three-pointers are? God, can someone please defend his three-point shot? Damn, is he going to shoot again? No way, did it go in again. Please don't let him get the ball. My goodness. All the Warriors fans could see that even if it allowed the Lakers inside players a chance to cut, they must not let Zuo Bai get the ball. Because once Zuo Bai shot, it was highly likely to go in. Which is more painful, a three-pointer or a two-pointer? Everyone could do that. At this moment, Kerr, sitting on the sidelines, shook his head repeatedly. This guy is surprisingly accurate. On the other hand, Stephen Curry was not surprised by this situation. Because he knew Zuo Bai's current style of play was entirely expected. This was his shooting percentage. Without a doubt. However, Stephen Curry did not expect him to be so absurdly accurate. This three-point shooting percentage might even surpass his own. Although the intensity of the defenses faced by both was different, this was still quite an exaggerated situation. Coach, what do you think we should do next? Kerr fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating a strategy. Then he made a decision. If you feel rested enough, get on the court, and then let Klay Thompson defend him. If that doesn't work, then add Iguodala. Curry was startled upon hearing this. After all, Klay and Iguodala were practically their main defensive players on the perimeter. To have both of them defend Zuo Bai at the same time. What about the others? But as it turned out, Kerr's decision was not wrong, which alleviated some pressure on the Warriors' defense in the However, the process of defending Zuo Bai was quite painful. When the Warriors called a timeout and changed their defensive strategy, they suddenly realized something. Zuo Bai could still score under such defensive conditions. This match is absolutely riveting. Not just worth it, it's a total steal. Unbelievable. I've only seen such three-pointers from Curry before. Wow, is he peaking right out of the gate? After a series of three-pointers from Zuo Bai, everyone was astonished. By the end of the second quarter, Zuo Bai had pushed their lead over the Warriors to 10 points. Kerr looked on with a heavy heart, never expecting this seemingly ordinary rookie to widen the gap against the Warriors. Kerr glanced at the stats sheet in his hand, astonished to find Zuo Bai's three-point shooting percentage at a staggering 70. A three-point shooting percentage of 70 means that for every shot you take, you average about 2.1 points. Other players can't even make every layup. Even if they scored on every inside attack, it would max out at 2 points. Yet Zuo Bai's efficiency in every attack exceeded 2 points. This is unprecedented. They had already sent their best defensive specialist to guard Zuo Bai. What if he were left open? What would his shooting percentage be? He couldn't even dare to imagine. While Kerr was frowning on the sidelines, Curry and Klay approached, saying, Coach, we can tighten our defense on him. As fellow perimeter player, the coach paused for a moment. He knew Stephen Curry was an exceptional shooter, but he was uncertain how effective they could be in However, it didn't seem wise to let Zuo Bai continue scoring. Regardless, it was worth a try. All right, let's see how you and Klay handle this. Kerr thought for a moment defense was never their top priority, so it was fine. He believed that based on scoring ability, Curry and Klay Thompson would definitely not lose to the Los Angeles Lakers. Fine, if we can't defend, let's just go all out. Let's harm each other. As the third quarter began, everyone expected the hot-handed Zuo Bai to continue his previous performance. To everyone's surprise, Zuo Bai didn't take the court at the start of the third quarter. Zuo Bai sat on the sidelines with a seemingly nonchalant expression. Curry felt as if he had just punched a pillow. He planned to defend diligently, but now, Zuo Bai wasn't even playing. What were we being so serious for? But considering the 10-point gap, Curry thought let him stay off. No worries. This was a perfect opportunity to make a comeback. When the Splash Brothers returned to the court, the Warriors regained offensive control. While Zuo Bai rested, they actually scored well. As the strongest team in the current NBA, the Warriors executed an impressive. If Stephen Curry is the core of the Warriors, then Zuo Bai is the core of the Lakers. With Zuo Bai absent, the Warriors faced almost no defensive pressure. They didn't have to focus on Zuo Bai like before. Normal defensive pressure would suffice. On the other hand, Stephen Curry continued to uphold his title as the best shooter, sinking threes and quickly tying the score. The audience erupted with excitement, especially the Warriors fans. They never expected both teams to have such terrifying scoring abilities. Not only was Stephen Curry scoring, but Klay Thompson's three-point shooting was also stable. In just a moment, they tied the score. The Warriors are still the champions and not switching this time. I won't switch either. The plan remains Warriors for the championship. This match is definitely going to the Warriors. Curry's three-point shots are divine. What do you mean? Do you think Zuo Bai's threes are inaccurate or something? It's not that Zuo Bai is inaccurate, but Curry is a god of three-pointers. Zuo Bai smiled slyly when he heard the system activate. What is there to hesitate about? Can't I discern between personal interests and collective interests, which is more important? Am I really that kind of person? To give me a choice under such circumstances is simply an insult to my character. Ding dong. Congratulations, host choice successful. Please complete the task as soon as possible, and the system will reward you based on your performance. Zuo Bai was quite satisfied. After all, a single regular season game could not determine the final outcome of the season. However, a single talent could be the key factor that changes the result of the final championship. In the face of such matters, Zuo Bai could absolutely discern clearly. After that, he stood up and moved around a bit, but under the serious gaze of Curry, he sat back down. Stephen Curry was baffled. This plot shouldn't be developing like this, right? Sitting down. Shouldn't he be warming up and preparing to come on and save the team from disaster? How could he just sit down at this moment? Even Curry shouted at him, "Aren't you going to get on the court? You're going to lose the game." Zuo Bai merely thought for a moment before replying, "No, don't worry, the victory in this game is not necessarily yours yet." Not only the Warriors felt Zuo Bai's actions were somewhat unbelievable, but even the Lakers head coach Luke Walton was equally. What's going on? When I saw Zuo Bai so eager, I was planning to call for a timeout to let him on the court, but how come he sat back down in the blink of an eye? Moreover, seeing Zuo Bai's calm expression, Luke waited a moment longer, but Zuo Bai still showed no intention of coming on, which made Luke a bit anxious. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Luke Walton's throat was almost bleeding from coughing. It seems Zuo Bai still didn't intend to speak, and he couldn't hold it anymore. He rubbed his throat and said, "Zuo Bai, you do plan to come on, right? I just saw you warming up, didn't you?" "I did indeed warm up just now." Zuo Bai glanced at Luke Walton and replied, "It's just that I sat for a bit too long, and my waist feels a bit sore. I just wanted to stand up and stretch a bit. You all can continue." "Ah, sore waist. You're not planning to come on. I think I'm still in control of the situation, no worries." Actually, Zuo Bai's underlying message of no worries was that even if they lost this game, he could still win it back later. Moreover, the system might complete the task before this game ends. With 1 quarter left, catching up wasn't impossible. So Zuo Bai wasn't too worried. Seeing Zuo Bai so relaxed, Luke Walton decided not to overthink it. Forget it. Anyway, they were facing the Warriors. Even if this game didn't allow him to take revenge, it didn't matter, he could endure. Besides, since Zuo Bai said everything was still under control, he didn't need to rush. If they lost, the first to be targeted by the media wouldn't be him, it would definitely be Zuo Bai. It has nothing to do with me. With that thought, Luke Walton simply let go of himself and tossed the coach's tactical. Meanwhile, amidst the incredulous expressions of the Golden State Warriors, Zuo Bai was indeed able to endure and watch as his team fell behind by more than 10 points. Every time the Warriors scored, their fans erupted in excited cheers. And every passing moment meant the Lakers were getting further away from winning this game. On the court, Rose, although possessing relatively rich experience and outstanding ability, wasn't very familiar with tactics since he had only recently joined the Lakers. Because of this, when the Warriors increased their defensive intensity, Rose found it uncomfortable to play. Meanwhile, others were also struggling to score, primarily facing the significant offensive threat from the Warriors. Their psychological pressure was immense. Everyone was afraid of losing the ball, which caused their offense to become a bit hesitant. And because of this hesitation, their shooting percentage dropped even lower. To be honest, Zuo Bai was also starting to feel restless. After all, watching his team being scored on continuously was not a... Finally, when the 4th quarter began, the system once again chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the God-level choice task. Rewards have been issued. The permanent talent reward of Yang Yen shooting. In an instant, Zuo Bai felt his body merge with a very wonderful sensation. It was a warm feeling, as if a stream of heat flowed through him. At this moment, Zuo Bai directly told the coach, "Coach, I can go on now." "Great, that's wonderful." Honestly, if Zuo Bai hadn't planned to come on, Luke Walton was considering leaving work early. Now the point difference between the two teams had reached 17 points. If Zuo Bai didn't come on in the last quarter, there would be no point in continuing this game. When the 4th quarter began and fans saw Zuo Bai back on the court, many were expressing their sentiments. "Wow, I thought he wouldn't dare to..." I also thought he was afraid of losing and wouldn't dare to come on, but unexpectedly he returned. But what's the use of coming on now? The Splash Brothers three-pointers haven't stopped, and the point difference is so large. That's right, I feel that even if Zuo Bai comes back now, it won't matter, they're bound to lose. Sigh. It seems this game has no suspense. The Warriors are indeed the strongest team in the league. Of course, after all, the Warriors haven't lost a single game this season. Luke was of course very happy to see Zuo Bai on the court, but before he came on he still asked, "Do you think the game is still under control?" Of course. Although the Splash Brothers and other players were cooperating very well, they were not invincible. On the offensive end, they still primarily relied on three-pointers. And in this regard, Zuo Bai had yet to meet an opponent. When Zuo Bai returned to the court in the fourth quarter, he bore not only the expectations of his teammates, but also the hopes of the Lakers fans present. Upon returning to the court, Zuo Bai glanced at the scoreboard and then said to them, "I suggest you all guard against me, because I am going to use three-pointers to seal the game. To win a game by 3 points, do you think you are Curry? I do not believe any miracles will happen now. If they truly do, it can only be said that this is God's game. The two teams are still more than 10 points apart. It is impossible to win." I think so too. I can basically celebrate the Warriors' victory in advance. I have to admit the Warriors are still strong side. To be honest, the audience off the court found it almost unbelievable that the Lakers could create any miracles after witnessing Curry and Klay Thompson's performance just now. The Warriors' firepower remains undiminished. To say they would lose now is simply a joke. The Golden State Warriors cannot possibly lose. Not to mention they are still leading by over 10 points. Even if the two teams had the same score, they would not think the Warriors could lose to the Los Angeles Lakers. After all, how much can one Zuo Bai, who did not perform well in the previous quarters, really change? No one knows. But they do not believe the Warriors will lose, because the strength of the Warriors is simply too formidable. However, Curry and Klay Thompson remain completely. Both of them know that now with Zuo Bai back on the court, the situation will inevitably change. And this change may very well determine the outcome of the game. Thus, they did not let their guard down at all. Upon seeing Zuo Bai return to the court, Curry said to him, "You're back. Don't worry, we will give you the tightest defense, absolutely." On the other side, Klay Thompson also stood not far from Zuo Bai, saying, "Kid, I will do my utmost to defend you, be prepared." Zuo Bai smiled slightly. As the game began, the moment he received the ball, he said to the two in front of him, "A strict defense, huh?" Then without hesitation, Zuo Bai shot from the spot where he received the ball. This was Zuo Bai's ultra-long three-pointer. Curry and Klay Thompson both reacted in that instant, but it was already too late. Zuo Bai's ultra-long three-pointer was swish. A high arc accompanied by a crisp net sound. This shot went perfectly through the hoop. This works too. What? Damn, this is what an ultra-long three-pointer looks like. This is simply outrageous. What is this shooting range? The range is indeed the truth. Such a terrifying range is simply the truth among truths. It's biblical. If you compare this to Kai's ultra-long three-pointer, it barely reaches midcourt. It can't even be looked at. Terrifying. After the shot went in, Curry could only helplessly chuckle. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Although he knew before the game that Zuo Bai had such shooting ability, he still, because in his subconscious, he never considered the spot where Zuo Bai received the ball as a shooting area. In his common sense, this was impossible and unreasonable. No one would choose to shoot from there, but Zuo Bai could. Meanwhile, Klay, seeing this scene, patted Kai's shoulder and said, "It's okay, we will defend him closely all over the court." The Warriors, with a huge advantage, were now more inclined towards conservative tactics. Although they would take three-point shots, they would only do so when they had an excellent shooting position. More often, they preferred to cut inside. However, as the game reached the final moments, Zuo Bai no longer needed to conserve it. Thus, I saw a jumping acrobat in the Los Angeles Lakers interior. Seeing Zuo Bai's performance inside, all the spectators couldn't help but exclaim, "Did this guy grow up on springs?" Moreover, Zuo Bai's unreserved play in this final quarter was infinitely more explosive than at the beginning. Terrifying. Some spectators even joked he's not playing anymore, he's showing his cards directly. The master of scoring, it seems Zuo Bai still plans to win by a point. Ha ha ha, classic one-point win. While on this side, as Curry drove to the basket, Zuo Bai took 2 quick steps, stopped, and jumped high with both feet, slamming the ball down from the backboard. Shouldn't the limit of humanity be a dunk? What is this height where his head is above the rim? Man can have. Shouldn't the limit of humanity be a dunk? What is this height where his head is above the rim? Man can have. Is this normal? Kai's face displayed disbelief. This truly challenged the limits for him and the Golden State. Fortunately, he only thought that Zuo Bai didn't dunk much, otherwise he would definitely not want to match up against him. Absolutely not. After successfully defending, Zuo Bai took another three-pointer. This time, although the ball did not directly fall into the hoop, it hit the front of the rim and seemed to pause for an instant before bouncing high. Then with a swish, it fell into the hoop. The Los Angeles Lakers scored another 3 points. After 2 more exchanges, Zuo Bai had managed to close the scoring gap to single digits. Now the point difference between the two teams is only 9 points. At this moment, there is still more than half of the fourth quarter left. All the spectators remain incredulous. Even Coach Kerr feels somewhat hard to believe. If they continue at this pace, perhaps the Lakers could really make a comeback. He shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Klay, do not give him any shooting space." Considering Kai's energy expenditure, the task on the defensive end was actually a combined effort, with Klay bearing a greater share of the defensive responsibility. Klay understood this well. He closely adhered to Zuo Bai. But Zuo Bai, with his ample energy, had terrifying explosiveness and speed. Klay's first step in defending Zuo Bai was rather forced. And then Zuo Bai made a quick stop and jumped to shoot again. This time Curry, who was assisting in defense, rushed up in response, yet it did not have much effect. Zuo Bai scored again. Seeing that the score difference was only 6 points, if it weren't for the Warriors scoring on a fast break, Kerr might have called for a timeout. Of course, even so, the situation is not optimistic. It seems that if they only rely on conservative methods, they might not last until the end of the game. This rookie is too terrifying. Thinking of this, Kerr hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made a decision. Referee, I request a timeout. At this moment, Kerr had already seen through the situation. The Los Angeles Lakers were clearly energized by Zuo Bai's pressure. Moreover, due to Zuo Bai's terrifying scoring ability, the point gap was gradually being closed. Originally, Zuo Bai's three-pointers hitting 1 or 2 hadn't caught Kerr's attention. But now the situation was different. This outrageous long-range three-pointer had gone in consecutively so many times. It was utterly ridiculous. This time it was a three-pointer. If he made more, then all previous efforts would be in vain. He had to find a way to limit Zuo Bai. So he explained the upcoming defensive strategy in detail to Klay and Curry. The two understood immediately. Don't worry, coach, we won't let you down at the critical moment of the game. All right, I trust you both. But we need to defend against his three-pointers. Understood. After they spoke, the coach nodded. On the other side, Lakers head coach Luke Walton said, "You guys are doing great. Make sure to pass the ball to Zuo Bai. Remember, for the next plays, try to pull it to the perimeter for Zuo Bai's three-pointers to quickly close the score gap. If the opponent double teams Zuo Bai, you need to set a screen for him." Got it. Everyone nodded. Indeed, at this moment, the one they could trust the most was Zuo Bai's finishing ability. The point difference between the two teams had now shrunk to just 8 points. The Lakers were going all out, pinning their remaining hopes on Zuo Bai's three-pointers. Clearly, the Warriors would not let them succeed so easily. Meanwhile, the crowd on the sidelines was getting heated. Brothers, I'm getting anxious. The game is getting better and better. Go Lakers. Today might be the day the Warriors' undefeated streak is broken. The Warriors' first loss is about to be taken away by the Lakers. What do you mean taken away? Is that even serious? But the Lakers are still behind. Why are you so confident? Exactly. I still think the Warriors will win. The short pause ended and both sides returned to the court. Zuo Bai assessed his stamina. He estimated that he could last until the end of the game without any issues. After all, he hadn't participated much in the first 2 quarters. Now, even under high-intensity game rhythm, he believed he could hold up. Thus, Zuo Bai let loose. He was prepared to continue using his ultra-long-range three-pointers and the explosive power, full firepower. Warriors today, Nicholas Zuo Bai will slay you all. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. The game continued. This time, as soon as Zuo Bai got the ball, he was instantly surrounded by Curry and Klay. Their defensive speed was incredibly quick, leaving Zuo Bai almost no time to breathe. Everyone could see that the Warriors were serious. Zuo Bai kept probing for an opportunity. Then, seeing a gap in their defense, after all facing the simultaneous defense of 2 top-tier perimeter players, it was quite difficult to attack directly. Kuzma received the ball and immediately attacked the basket. Iguodala stepped in front of Kuzma after seeing this scene. He knew that Kuzma's offensive ability was not weak. If it were a three-pointer, he might consider not being so aggressive. But if Kuzma was going to attack the basket, he had to defend. However, when Iguodala stepped up, Kuzma chose not to attack. Instead, he made a pass, sending the ball from over his head to Nick Young on the wing. Since Curry and Klay had gone to guard Zuo Bai, they had formed a 2-on-1 situation. At this moment, Nick Young was practically wide open. Good play. Luke Walton stood up excitedly. That was a brilliant pass. A completely open shot should have a high probability of going in. However, Klay suddenly burst out from behind. You want. This defensive move startled Luke Walton on the sidelines. Damn, is this going to be a block? If such a mistake occurred now, it could very likely bury the team's hopes. After all, they were still trailing. But just as Klay charged out, Nick Young smiled slightly and then lowered the ball from over his head. Immediately afterward, everyone saw a figure pass by Nick Young, then catch the ball from his hands and use Nick Young's body. It's Zuo Bai. It's him. He's planning to shoot. It's a three-pointer. Everyone realized at that moment. It turned out that Nick Young hadn't shot earlier because he had already planned to pass the ball to Zuo Bai. At this moment, even though Curry and Klay wanted to come up to defend, it was already too late. With their hearts willing but their strength insufficient, the two could only watch Zuo Bai steadily sink the ball into the basket. Swish. The point difference between the two teams was just 5 points. Seeing this, the spectators were stunned. They all yelled, "My God, this is truly a miracle. The point difference is only no way are they really going to turn the game around. This is outrageous. Is this the Christmas showdown? So exciting. I can hardly breathe, afraid of missing any spectacular shots." Huh. Aren't you afraid of missing the next 50 years? You crack me up, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the Warriors positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, and Curry received the ball, then passed it to Klay. Klay as always took a steady shot from the baseline. Three-pointer. Whoosh. However, for some unknown reason, this shot didn't. The ball hit the edge of the rim, just barely missing. Bang. The ball unexpectedly bounced out. Zuo Bai, taking advantage of his speed, snatched the ball right from in front of McGee. Then he quickly countered, pushing to the half-court, and immediately took a three-pointer. Under the watchful eyes of everyone who had expressions of no way, Zuo Bai's shot fell slowly. Bang. Swish. The ball hit the backboard, and then went straight into the basket. The Los Angeles Lakers were now only 2 points behind. With 2 minutes left on the clock, it seemed that the Lakers could completely win this game. Stay steady. Come on, oh my. There's hope. Go Lakers. Warriors, don't lose. Come on. Don't mess this up. Warriors for the championship. Lakers for the champ. Under the immense pressure of the game, Curry seemed to enter an unprecedented state. As the offense and defense shifted, he looked at the basket before him. He then received a pass from his teammate and shot directly. That's right. Curry had just crossed the midcourt line. and shot. As Stephen Curry watched Zuo Bai's shooting form, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, like something was just beyond a thin layer of glass. However, after witnessing Zuo Bai's shot, he suddenly seemed to grasp something profound. Soon after he attempted a shot, a mid-court three-pointer scored. The ball perfectly through the net. My God, did that shot really go in? This is unlike before when luck played a significant role in such long-range shots. This one surprisingly, went in just as Curry had in. A mid-court three-pointer scored. The ball perfectly through the net. My God, did that shot really go in? This is unbelievable. Oh, I never thought that shot could actually go in. Why is Curry not holding back after Zuo Bai's shot? This is outrageous. It's like gods battling each other. Invincible, both of them are too strong. This is absurd. Could it be that Curry is just lucky today? I'm not sure, but it's quite possible. Even Kerr was surprised that the usually composed Curry would make such unreasonable attempts at this moment. Yet despite being unreasonable, he made the shot. This left Kerr perplexed. Did Curry now consider such attempts to be... Did he have confidence at the moment he took the shot? For someone to have such confidence in a shot like that was indeed shocking even to Curry. He never expected Curry to possess such confidence now. It's worth noting that Curry had never practiced such long-range three-point shots before. He had merely played around with it casually. Moreover, after making the shot, Curry showed no signs of surprise or excitement. Instead, he said naturally, "Don't worry, I will make more shots like this. I've mastered the technique. To be honest, I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I wouldn't have learned this skill now." Zuo Bai smiled slightly, noticing that Kyrie's aura was indeed different from before. Could it be that he also grasped that state? Zone. Although Zuo Bai felt that Curry's aura was still somewhat different from when he entered the zone state, it was quite close. It was already taking shape. Could it be that this skill could awaken in others too? However, Zuo Bai thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, with so many top NBA stars in the world, it wouldn't be surprising for the elite among them to awaken such abilities. He just never expected Curry to awaken the zone during a match without anyone guiding him. That was quite outrageous. Because of Kyrie's recent three-pointer, the score was once again pulled to a 5-point lead, and the situation became uncertain. However, this only ignited Zuo Bai's competitive spirit. Having an equally matched opponent excited him. Zuo Bai hesitated for a moment and said, "While it's impressive that you can make such a three-pointer, it doesn't change anything. The game will end soon. I will win this match." Upon hearing this, Curry smiled back at Zuo Bai. "I won't easily give away the victory in this match. Let's see who can win. That's what I intend to do." In the next two plays, both sides traded shots, one from the baseline, one from midcourt, and they all went in. The commentators watching this scene exclaimed, "These two must have agreed to cheat. Bro, I've never seen such a ridiculous game. I agree, who can such three-pointers really be considered normal? This is simply outrageous. I concur, this is something beyond the ordinary. At this moment in the game, to witness such an exciting showdown is truly historic. I've never seen such an exciting game. Even in the history of the NBA, this is definitely rare." For the commentators' astonishment, the most pressing matter was still the outcome of the game. Over here, the Los Angeles Lakers maintained their offensive strategy, led by Zuo Bai, who did not disappoint their expectations, making consecutive long-range three-pointers. Although this consumed a lot of energy, it was crucial as the match reached its final key moments. Zuo Bai was not worried about tiring out at the end. Meanwhile, Stephen Curry was also quite impressive. Though he had just mastered this ability, he showed no signs of needing to adapt, and his scoring ability was frightening. His accuracy from midcourt was also terrifying. For a time, both sides went back and forth in 2 rounds with neither side missing a shot. This is terrifying. This is truly terrifying. Both sides are scoring like crazy and no one has missed. This shooting percentage is simply unbelievable. With just 1 minute left in the game, another offense from the Warriors. If they score this time, the Lakers won't have many. This time, Curry felt significant pressure on the court. As the game neared its end, this shot could very well determine the outcome. However, such pressure did not affect Curry. As is well known, you can always trust Curry. He took a midcourt three-pointer, and the gap between the two teams increased to 5 points again. Awesome. The Warriors have won. This match is definitely a victory for the Warriors. It's basically settled, they've won. As long as they prevent Zuo Bai from scoring, there's no suspense left in this match. They've won, they've won. Defense. After Curry made that shot, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "It seems you have no chance this time. Lady Luck is not on your side. You've lost." Zuo Bai looked at the remaining time and said, "The game isn't over yet, don't be hasty. You never know who will win." Curry, seeing Zuo Bai's confident expression, said, "You know we will be guarding you." "Of course I know, but what does that matter? Come on, let's see who can win." Here the Golden State Warriors' defensive intensity against Zuo Bai instantly reached an unprecedented level. They even used 3 players to defend him. Not only were Curry and Klay the original core of the perimeter involved, but also Andre Iguodala, who possessed the power to defend against LeBron James. For these 3 players, it could be said that they formed the strongest defense of the Warriors. At this moment, everyone believed that even if Zuo Bai was exceptional, he was already beyond help. It was too difficult. There was simply no opportunity. However, the reason Zuo Bai dared to challenge the opponent was because there was a type of confidence that he could make the shot. Zuo Bai continuously searched for this opportunity, and then with a large crossover, he directly shook off both defenders. And with such positioning, Zuo Bai acted without hesitation. He took a three-pointer, and in an instant he shot the ball straight through the gap between the 3 defenders. At that moment, the entire audience was stunned. Wow, amazing. Did you see that 3-man defense? It was like so terrifying. Is this true power? What kind of three-point ability is this? The crowd exchanged glances, because the defense of those three players was like a wall. It seemed there was no gap at all for them to attack. How could this be possible? Zuo Bai could actually find the weak point in such a defense. Moreover, at the moment Zuo Bai shot, the Warriors indeed interfered with him. He made that shot. It was too difficult. So terrifying. The score was once again back to a 2-point difference. Curry never expected this. But now the initiative was still in the hands of the Warriors. After all, they still had a considerable advantage. The ball was in their possession. Moreover, they were still leading. In such a situation, Curry made a choice. Let's go for 2 points. At this moment, Curry nodded in satisfaction. Because given the current situation, the Warriors only needed to secure a 2-pointer to essentially lock in the victory. There wasn't much time left now. Going for 2 points was a conservative and good choice. However, Curry did not expect this. For Zuo Bai, being conservative was not a good thing. Curry initially intended to pass the ball directly to McGee, but as soon as McGee received the ball, he was instantly surrounded by the Lakers defenders, and he had no choice but to pass the ball. They tried to organize another attack. However, the moment Curry received the ball, Zuo Bai suddenly jumped out. Oh no. Curry rushed up to receive the ball, but Zuo Bai's jumping height was far greater than his. He actually snatched the ball right from above Stephen Curry's head. At such a critical moment, a mistake could almost directly determine the outcome of the game. McGee felt incredibly guilty and said, "My fault." Oh no. But there was no time to dwell on this now. Zuo Bai and his team immediately launched a counterattack. The Warriors quickly reacted and shouted, "Quick! Get back! Double team Zuo Bai!" Because at this moment, they clearly understood one thing. If others score, it would only be 2 points at most. They still had a chance to push the game into overtime. But they absolutely could not let the ball fall into Zuo Bai's hands. If Zuo Bai's 3-pointer went in, it would be fatal. The pressure would shift to their side. Thus, the defense immediately surrounded Zuo Bai. It was almost a dramatic scene. 5 players were defending, just one. Of course, Zuo Bai wasn't foolish. Maintaining a decent shooting percentage against 2 defenders was already very difficult, let alone facing 3 or even 5 defenders. 1 person against an entire team was impossible. Did you think this was some kind of invincible fantasy novel? Even during Jordan's peak, he couldn't take on 5 by himself. Unless the skill gap was massive. One LeBron could take on 5 mediocre players, perhaps even more. But Zuo Bai was facing top-tier players at the NBA level. In such a situation, how could Zuo Bai not pass the ball? Smack. Because of his extraordinary performance in previous games, all attention was naturally focused on him. So when Zuo Bai passed the ball, it was very natural. No one noticed that the ball had already been passed out. And when Nick Young received the ball, he also seemed slightly surprised. However, he quickly steadied himself. Then he took a 3-pointer. At that moment, no one expected Zuo Bai to make such a choice. However, they weren't too worried. After all, this shot was not taken directly by Zuo Bai. Yet Nick Young's shooting touch was quite good, especially at such a critical moment. This shot actually went in. Nice. Oh my god, it actually went in. Great shot. The Lakers win. Invincible. You can trust your teammates. This is team sports. Haha, they actually dared to surround Zuo Bai. When it was 1 against 5, I felt like I saw God. After that shot went in, the Warriors players and fans seemed somewhat disinterested. They felt that this shot had almost sealed the game. There was no need to keep watching. They had lost. However, seeing that there were still 10 seconds left, the Warriors would never give up. Curry said, "Give me the ball, I'm coming in." Hearing this, Clay replied, "Okay, they'll set a screen for you." In these final 10 seconds, the Warriors began their last attack. Zuo Bai certainly knew that the Warriors intended to let Stephen Curry take the last shot. So Zuo Bai went all out to defend Curry, showing no signs of letting up. When Stephen Curry received the ball, Zuo Bai immediately guarded him tightly. For a moment, Curry found it hard to shake him off. But at that moment, Clay's screen arrived just in time. Curry seized the chance and accelerated with Clay's screen. Although Zuo Bai anticipated this, Curry had no intention of simply shaking off Zuo Bai. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity, creating space to shoot. At this time, the commentator shouted, "Half-court shot." Could this shot actually go in? It's simply outrageous. Amidst the incredulous expressions of everyone, Kyrie's shot was indeed at the limit. Although separated by a body length, Zuo Bai's blocking range was still quite ridiculous. It was close to being blocked. However, Kyrie's shot remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of disturbance. The ball went in. What the hell? Amazing. Is there really a twist? I'm genuinely impressed. I'm kneeling. Incredible. Is this the Golden State Warriors? At this moment, all the fans in the audience stood up. This match was simply too exciting. That shot actually went in, something no one expected. At this point, the Warriors led by 2 points. A near buzzer beater against the Lakers. This time, there's completely no hope left. Indeed, the Lakers are now trailing by 2 points, but only 2 seconds remain. 2 seconds. It seems like a lot in novels, but in reality, it's not much. No miracles now, really. It seems the Warriors are still the Warriors, invincible. This year, I've already seen the result of the finals. The Warriors will sweep. Sigh. Even the Lakers have no way out. All the spectators believe that the Lakers had completely lost this match. Warriors fans had already begun their early celebrations. Meanwhile, many Lakers fans started leaving hastily. They felt very disappointed. They had originally anticipated a victory in this match, even a miracle, but the final result left them feeling very disappointed. What can you do in 2 seconds? If this could turn the game around, it would truly be a miracle. That would be a moment for history. The Warriors have 5 players defending against you. Do you have a way? Not getting blocked would be a success. Of course, at this moment, the Warriors have 5 players defending against you. Do you have a way? Not getting blocked would be a success. Of course, at this moment, the Lakers called for a timeout. In the final critical moment, they needed to discuss their strategy. Luke Walton said, "Zuo Bai, for the last shot, we likely still need to rely on you." Even though we know the opponent's defense against you will be the tightest, but with only 2 seconds, I believe no one else can initiate a full court attack apart from you. Teammates will do their best to set screens for you if there's an opportunity shoot. The coach had already thought through the strategy for this last. He planned to tell them in a moment how to proceed. However, at this moment, Zuo Bai said, "Coach, I understand your intention, but let me take the last shot. Everyone spread out, give me space." The coach was shocked. He knew that for the last shot, it was highly likely that all 5 opponents would defend against Zuo Bai. If there's no cooperation from teammates, then how could Zuo Bai have the chance to shoot? Wouldn't that be a guaranteed block? What was he thinking? However, in the final attack, the coach could only do so much in such a short amount of time. Alright, the coach ultimately chose to trust Zuo Bai's idea. Now he could only pin his hopes on Zuo Bai. After all, then it's up to you. Everyone looked at Zuo Bai's expression and their faces grew serious. Go for it. We believe in you. Even if you miss, it's okay, no worries. We have no choice but to clear out for you. Zuo Bai replied with a smile. Trust me, I'm confident we can win. Seeing Zuo Bai's confident expression, everyone asked, really? You're confident? Of course. What's your level of certainty? 90%. Everyone was taken aback. Are you serious? Of course, do you think I'm joking? Though everyone didn't know what was going on, they weren't surprised by Zuo Bai's confidence. This was definitely not unfounded. Zuo Bai was absolutely confident. Alright, we'll clear out for you. Don't worry, just leave it to me. On the sidelines, everyone saw the Lakers seriously setting up their tactics, and they all felt there's no need. Now looking at it, no matter how they played, they would lose. It would be better to lose quickly and just surrender. Everyone also saw that during the match, Zuo Bai hadn't even gotten the ball and was already tightly guarded by all 5 Warriors. The 5 Warriors players seemed to stick to him, following him wherever he went. You could see a dark mass of figures constantly. It was because not only was Zuo Bai moving around on the court, but all 5 Warriors players were surrounding him directly, enclosing him from all sides. Whether he could catch the ball was uncertain. Not to mention, he still had to shoot that damned 3-pointer in the upcoming match. This was simply too difficult. And because of this, the Los Angeles Lakers had never found an opportunity to pass the ball. Just when they were at a loss, Zuo Bai suddenly made a reverse run, successfully creating space between him and the defender. In that instant, Zuo Bai successfully caught the ball. However, the Warriors remained calm. They knew catching the ball did not mean success, but rather that the game was just beginning. Because from this moment, the clock started ticking. As long as the Warriors defended against Zuo Bai's shot, they would already win. Was it not easy for 5 people to defend? As long as they all rushed up at the moment you shot, and as long as they did not foul, that would be victory for the Warriors. In the face of absolute defense, all fakes were useless. Zuo Bai realized this, as well, making no fakes at all. Instead, he went straight for a jump shot. Seeing Zuo Bai shoot directly, the Warriors players all smiled slightly. The spectators on the sidelines even began to celebrate early. It's no use, he's definitely going to get blocked. Seeing Zuo Bai take the shot, all the Warriors players rushed to block him. They all knew deep down that They all knew deep down that this moment was perfectly timed. It would definitely be a flawless block. However, at the moment Zuo Bai shot, they did not hear the expected sound of a block. In that moment, the Warriors were stunned. The ball is actually in the air. Zuo Bai did not perform any feints, at least not in the conventional sense. This is the new ability Zuo Bai has acquired. In fact, it could be considered a type of feint. At the moment of his shot, Zuo Bai did not directly throw the ball, but instead flicked it upwards with his hand, tossing it into the air. The Warriors were completely unprepared for this, and all of them rushed to block the shot, only to find that Zuo Bai had misled them. Just as the Warriors finished their block, Zuo Bai, utilizing his ability to hover in midair, caught the ball once again. Although Zuo Bai's feet were still in the air, not having touched the ground, this shot was not considered a violation. At this moment, everyone was taken aback. Because even if he caught the ball, it seemed futile. Was he really planning to shoot like this? What else can he do? Zuo Bai can't possibly be thinking of shooting from this position. This is too absurd. Can he really make a second shot like this? It's impossible. There's absolutely no way it can go in. The distance is just too great. Everyone thought. The difficulty of this shot was immense. First, maintaining balance in midair was already quite challenging. Not to mention having to shoot from such a distance to make a three-pointer. Is this even possible? Is it reasonable? Yet under the incredulous gazes of the entire audience, Zuo Bai released the. At the moment the ball left his hands, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. Beep. All eyes were fixed on. The ball traced an incredible arc in the air. Then it descended from above, heading straight for the hoop. The ball went in. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Even Stephen Curry, who was closest to Zuo Bai, held his head in disbelief. The crowd erupted with excitement. Everyone thought, can this really count as a score? They looked toward the referee, seemingly asking if the shot was valid. However, the referee made a gesture confirming it was a good shot. The score was valid. The Lakers led by 1 point. The game is over and the Lakers have won. What a... Even the commentators couldn't help but shout as if they couldn't believe what just happened. In this situation, the Lakers actually managed to win. This is a miracle, a miracle. My God, I never thought we could win under these circumstances. This is truly astonishing. Zuo Bai, he is the son of miracles. He always manages to create miracles for us. This is just incredible. Zuo Bai led the Lakers to defeat the once invincible Golden State Warriors. From this moment on, the Warriors' undefeated record for the season has ended. The crowd was in a frenzy, drowning out nearly all other sounds in the venue. Meanwhile, viewers at home were also jumping up in excitement. At this moment, they seemed even happier than when they saw the Lakers win the championship. Because in this game the Lakers broke the record set by the Warriors. The Golden State Warriors finally received their first loss of the season. The Lakers came from behind to win the game, and it happened. The Lakers won. When the game ended, and he saw the ball go through the hoop, even Zuo Bai felt tremendous. After all, this was his first attempt at the Sunflame shot, and this time it was combined with a super long three-pointer. It was Zuo Bai's first try at using both shooting talents simultaneously. Moreover, he was not very proficient with this skill. Besides, facing 5 defenders while making a shot was still a bit too much. The fact that the shot went in was largely due to luck. At that moment, Zuo Bai's teammates rushed over to celebrate with him, while players from the Warriors also approached. The first to speak was Curry. "I really didn't expect that you could make that shot. It seems the goddess of luck was not on our side." Zuo Bai smiled and said, "It's just luck. I was simply fortunate this time." Curry shook his head helplessly. Although he was magnanimous, he still felt that this defeat was quite unexpected. If it had been someone with a worse temper, they might have already been ready to throw punches. For example, our Leaf Tours tonight. If they didn't go up and throw a combination punch, they probably wouldn't step off the court. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson had a rather helpless expression as he sighed and said to Zuo Bai, "If it weren't for the fact that we are both endorsers for Anta, I would seriously be angry at anyone else who made such a last-second shot." Klay never imagined that a situation with a 999 chance of victory could still be overturned. With that probability, he could just go buy a lottery ticket. Haha, just luck, just luck. At that moment, Zuo Bai's teammates from the Los Angeles Lakers rushed over, jumping up to celebrate with him. "Oh my god, you really did it. This is a miracle. We defeated the Warriors. We have avenged ourselves. Who said we couldn't beat the Warriors? We won. Thanks to you, Zuo Bai." Zuo Bai replied to his teammates, "What are you talking about? If it weren't for that three-pointer you made earlier, we wouldn't have had a chance to win. This is the result of everyone's effort. We all performed excellently. We won this game." The joy and cheers drowned out the entire arena. The commentators at home were also in a frenzy at this moment, shouting that this was a miracle from God. Meanwhile, the NBA officials in their office smiled and said, "I knew it. Choosing them for this game was the right decision. We just broke a ratings record. This was the most exciting game of the Christmas showdown. Oh my god, this is just too thrilling. No scripted play could have been this exciting. Did you see the ratings online? This game is definitely going to be a classic that will remain in history." In an instant, the news of the Lakers winning the game sent shockwaves throughout the basketball community. The announcement of Lakers championship quickly rose to the top of trending searches. The critical shot made by the Los Angeles Lakers was arguably the biggest turnaround of the year, and perhaps the greatest turnaround in. The impact of this match was immense, leaving countless Lakers fans exhilarated. They witnessed the unwavering spirit displayed by the Los Angeles Lakers and their ability to hit the game-winning shot. This filled them with hope. The once invincible Warriors tasted their first defeat of the season at the hands of the Lakers. Most importantly, Zuo Bai's final three-point shot opened many eyes, demonstrating that the game could be played in such a way. Zuo Bai's shot was edited into various videos, and many attempted to recreate it online. Most importantly, Zuo Bai's final three-point shot opened many eyes, demonstrating that the game could. Executing this move not only requires immense core strength, but also unparalleled control over the basketball. This move cannot be easily completed. It is quite challenging. Even for an average person, attempting to replicate this shot from the three-point line is already very difficult. Even recording the video takes multiple attempts, and the final result feels very unnatural, lacking the grace and elegance of Zuo Bai's shot. After all, attempting to successfully replicate the original movement is already a considerable challenge, so naturally, it cannot be very aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, Zuo Bai's shot was an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. It was this shot that allowed ordinary people to intuitively grasp the gap between them and NBA players. This move is too difficult. It's simply beyond what a human can achieve. This is just absurd. Oh, honestly, even while practicing, I can't make such a shot, and to do it in a game is even more. Regardless of anything else, this shot is legendary, right? Zuo Bai is simply too strong. I bow down in respect. And as this day came to an end, this moment became the most talked about scene of the entire Christmas showdown. It was not just about this critical shot, but also a memorable day marking the victory over the Golden State Warriors. Since the start of the season, the Golden State Warriors had maintained an undefeated record. Their path to the playoffs and a potential championship seemed nearly assured. Everyone knew that the Warriors were exceptionally strong this season, with the duo of Curry and Klay Thompson capable of dismantling the league's most formidable defenses. Adding to this was the unanswerable jump shot and outrageous rim protection of the Grim Reaper Durant. The Warriors dominated every team they faced, crushing their opponents. But no one expected that when facing the Lakers they would actually lose, and to lose while holding a significant lead in the game. This match not only delighted the spectators, but also gave hope to other teams aspiring for the championship. This year's Golden State Warriors are not invincible. Houston Rockets' James Harden said in the team's locker room, "Everyone saw that if the Lakers can beat them, then we can too. Let's all work harder, there's no problem." Chris Paul, you won a championship this year too, right? I think we shouldn't fear the Warriors. Chris Paul nodded in agreement. He has always been passionate about such matters. Seeing Harden express such sentiments made him even happier as he said, "I completely agree. Shall we come to a consensus?" "Of course. So we agree not to go to nightclubs anymore." What did you say? I didn't understand. Can you repeat? Thunder team, the still peak performing Westbrook, said to the two of them, "Did you see? The Lakers actually defeated the Golden State Warriors. This is truly unbelievable. The Warriors are so strong this year, yet they can lose, so nothing is impossible." Isn't our goal the championship? Our general Paul George also nodded, saying, let's go. We also have a chance. Let's defeat the Lakers and the Warriors to win the championship this year. Meanwhile, the other side's Carmelo Anthony remained silent, hesitating for a moment before bringing up another matter. It seems the Lakers are considering a trade, apparently planning something regarding my trade. I heard the management mention it. Westbrook and Paul were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. They didn't understand. Could the Thunder trio really be disbanded? However, Carmelo continued, but it seems the leadership shares my opinion. We are not in favor of this trade. Really? So you won't be traded to the Lakers? I think that should be the case. We should continue to chase the championship together. Alright, let's go. In the next game, we must let the Lakers know who their biggest rival is. Meanwhile, the core of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the hero of this city, LeBron James, after witnessing this scene, excitedly shouted at home. This is a miracle. This kid is indeed impressive. It seems my judgment was not wrong. LeBron James nodded. He knew that the young man he chose truly possessed unparalleled talent. As long as he joins forces with me, I will have a team capable of creating a dynasty. It was precisely for this reason that James became more determined to get to know this young man during his birthday party. As the date of their meeting approached, LeBron James was filled with anticipation. Online discussions about Zuo Bai and the Lakers winning the championship were increasing. More and more people believed that the biggest dark horse of this season had emerged, and the Lakers probably had incredible championship. If they could strengthen their squad during the season, the Lakers would absolutely have a chance at the championship. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant replied to comments about the Lakers winning the championship online. When I return, there will be no more suspense. If you disagree, let's compete. Beneath Kevin Durant's post appeared several comments that bore the suspicious air of paid endorsements. This time, it's Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is simply the most handsome. KD is the greatest of all. Compared to KD, Zuo Bai is nothing but a junior brother. The Lakers only won because of luck, and they won't be so fortunate again. Yet upon closer inspection, the crowd realized, damn it, weren't these all lawn tees all accounts? Every single record of activity showed nothing but likes and replies to Durant's posts, always within moments of his. Otherwise, the accounts were utterly dormant. The evidence was irrefutable. Haha, I'm dying laughing. Durant remains gloriously, unapologetically Durant. I'd love to drink your bathwater. May I? Oh, brother, do. This irresistible aura of yours. That man remains unchanged, exactly as he always was. Durant himself found the situation rather amusing and showed no concern whatsoever upon being exposed. He promptly logged into his verified main account and declared, what I said is true. Truth needs no disguise. No one, not today, not ever, can stop us from claiming the championship. After the laughter subsided, fans turned analytical and found the matter far more grounded than it first appeared. Though the Golden State Warriors had indeed lost to the Los Angeles Lakers this time, that loss did not reflect the team's full potential. With Kevin Durant sidelined by injury, the Warriors lineup lacked the overwhelming strength of their peak configuration. Moreover, the Lakers had edged out the Warriors by a single point in the final decisive moments. Thus, public optimism toward the Warriors remained both reasonable and justified. Many fans believed this season would be the most compelling in recent memory, the ultimate outcome shrouded in thrilling In the games following the Christmas Day showdown, Zuo Bai adhered strictly to the playing schedule devised jointly by Zhang Lier and the head coach: 2 games then 2 days rest. This regimen not only preserved his physical stamina, but also significantly reduced the risk of injury. Furthermore, advanced statistical modeling had already projected an impressively high win probability, even under this Meanwhile, Derrick Rose's integration into the Lakers grew ever more seamless. He mastered their evolving tactical systems and forged deeper chemistry with his teammates. He frequently led the team to outstanding performances. Frankly speaking, the Cavaliers owner would have denied his regret if he hadn't been lying. Who could have imagined that a player long plagued by injuries would still deliver near all-star caliber play? Granted, it lacked the explosive brilliance of his prime years. Yet, even so, his current level of performance ranked unquestionably among the very best of the new generation. This trade had been a catastrophic miscalculation. Elsewhere, the Los Angeles Lakers owner expressed profound satisfaction with the team's trajectory. Zuo Bai's decision, Rose's contributions exceeded even their highest expectations. Yet on another front, matters proved less auspicious. The Oklahoma City Thunder had flatly rejected their trade proposal. As expected, in truth, the Lakers owner had never truly believed the deal feasible. After all, the Thunder still harbored championship ambitions, and thus had no intention of parting with Anthony. Had they been willing, the Lakers could certainly have met their asking price. Consequently, the Lakers owner felt a quiet pang of disappointment, until another piece of news lifted his spirits entirely. You're certain? The Charlotte Hornets have accepted our trade proposal? The owner's voice brimmed with genuine astonishment. For just moments earlier, he'd learned his offer had been approved. This time, the transaction details had been formally finalized. The Hornets' senior management had agreed to the deal, an unexpected, exhilarating breakthrough. Though the Anthony deal had fallen through, news of the Hornets' agreement arrived like a welcome gift. It seems this year's championship roster is nearly complete. Gazing at the finalized trade list in his hands, the Lakers owner broke into a broad, satisfied smile. Securing the title this season had demanded extraordinary effort. Gazing at the finalized trade list in his hands, the Lakers owner broke into a broad, satisfied smile. Securing the title this season with the deal consummated, Dwight Howard officially returned to the Los Angeles Lakers, becoming a pivotal, indispensable piece of their championship puzzle. LeBron James's birthday arrived swiftly. and sent ripples across the entire basketball world. Though not a formal holiday, nearly every marquee name in the sport made an appearance. Superstars, all-stars, and Rookie of the Year contenders alike gathered under one roof. James had hosted the celebration at his own estate. Fortunately, his mansion was vast enough to accommodate the entire constellation of guests. By the way, who's arrived so far? And who's still missing? James asked his wife Savannah. Savannah smiled knowingly, still fretting over your old friends. You've been asking since yesterday. What's really on your mind? Surely you'd recognize them if they walked in. James shook his head. No, Savannah. I'm awaiting a distinguished guest. A distinguished guest. You've teased this for ages, so who is it? You wouldn't know him. You've never met. Never met. Savannah, intrigued by his enigmatic expression, pressed further, but he offered no reply, his face still taut within. Confused, she wondered who could this close friend possibly be. Was it Wade? But he'd already arrived. If she didn't know him, could it be some legendary figure from basketball's ancient pantheon? Yet since James refused to reveal the name, she resolved to wait patiently. Meanwhile, other guests began noticing James's unusual preoccupation. After discreet inquiries, they discovered the truth. He was waiting for someone. Instantly, curiosity ignited across the room. Who was this mysterious guest? Meanwhile, Zuo Bai was stuck in traffic. Zuo Bai glanced at the time. He truly did not expect that there would be traffic jams abroad. He had imagined that foreign countries were all rural scenery with few people. In reality, the roads abroad are indeed long and tedious, stretching endlessly, but in fact the places where traffic jams occur are still the same. Moreover, most of their roads were constructed over a decade ago, or even more than 20 years ago. So in every aspect they are not as new as the roads back home. The technical specifications used are all outdated. They have long been discarded back home. Thus, driving on this road is truly a torment for Zuo Bai. It seems I've arrived a bit late. Zuo Bai looked at his watch. The time was just past 11 in the morning. Previously, the invitation sent by James stated that the gathering was at 11 o'clock. However, Zuo Bai thought to himself, being just a rookie, it should not matter if he was late. There should be no big issue. No need to panic. Judging by the current traffic situation, it would probably take another 10 minutes to arrive. 10 minutes. If he sneaks in a little late, it should be fine. Surely no one would notice him. It shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, LeBron James noticed that Zuo Bai he felt a bit anxious. Could this kid be ignoring me? However, James quickly thought otherwise. After all, Zuo Bai is not some arrogant guy. His reputation among everyone is quite good. He must just have something going on. James nodded. He then addressed the guests present. Apologies, we originally intended to cut the cake at this time, but there was a slight issue with the cake, so please bear with us for a moment, alright? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but no one said anything. They simply nodded and replied, of course, no problem. Don't worry, we are not in a hurry. Hey buddy, it's your birthday today, take it easy. Of course, everyone knew who the real star of the day was. James. Who would dare to make things difficult for him? Certainly not, so everyone was willing to wait a few minutes. However, the people present were not foolish either. Many of them had heard that James was seemingly waiting for someone. And at this moment, everyone began to doubt. Is there really someone worth making so many people wait for? If there is, who could that person possibly be? While everyone was waiting, Zuo Bai finally found a clear path. He pressed the accelerator all the way down, finally unleashing the performance of the sports car. In less than 10 minutes, he managed to arrive at James' home. Upon arrival, Zuo Bai noticed that the front of the house was filled with luxury cars. The cheapest ones were worth at least $1 million. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were rows and rows of them. It was quite a spectacle. Wow. It seems I really have arrived a bit late. The parking spaces were nearly full. What else could it be but late? Zuo Bai hurriedly parked the car, pretending nothing happened, and then quietly slipped inside, of course, after the security personnel at the door checked his invitation. When Zuo Bai thought he could secretly sneak in while everyone was celebrating without anyone noticing. However, when Zuo Bai pushed open the door, he froze. What the heck? Why is everyone looking at me? Zuo Bai was dumbfounded. The others present were also stunned. How could there still be someone who hadn't arrived? At that moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Everyone exchanged glances. Then at this moment, several people recognized Zuo Bai and exclaimed, "Whoa, you came too. Isn't that Zuo Bai? Haha, you're here too. It's you. I didn't expect you to be invited here as well. Come, sit over here." At this time, Curry also recognized Zuo Bai. With a big brother demeanor, he said, "Hey, you made it. Come sit with me, the cake will be ready soon, and the gathering can continue." Zuo Bai nodded. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly heard James exclaim, "Zuo Bai, you're here." At this moment, Curry said, "He just arrived, I told him to wait a bit, and we are ready to continue." Upon hearing this, James immediately replied, "Alright, no need to wait, let's continue." Everyone was confused. Wait a minute, didn't we just say we were waiting for someone? Why are we starting now? This inevitably led everyone to think a bit more. Could it be that the person they were waiting for was indeed a real matter? And that person was Zuo Bai. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such a question in their minds. Although there was no concrete evidence, it seemed. This situation was a bit too coincidental. Too coincidental. Zuo Bai just arrived, and now the pause is no longer an issue. If you say it's not a coincidence, no one would believe it. However, today no one would openly say anything, as it is simply the way of being human. Seeing through, but not revealing. Clearly, LeBron James has some unusual feelings towards Zuo Bai, and everyone could. To be honest, everyone invited today can be considered prominent figures in the league. Zuo Bai as a rookie is clearly not. Even if he indeed has performed well, the league is ultimately a place where seniority matters. No one expected James would actually go to such lengths for a rookie. Meanwhile, on the other side, James' wife Savannah saw the expression on James' face, which looked like he had won the lottery, and was equally perplexed. She had no idea what could have happened to make James this happy. So did you meet an old friend, or did you see some little sweetheart? No, James smiled and shook his head saying, my distinguished guest has arrived. Oh, really? Then I must meet them, Savannah said playfully. But in her heart, she had already concluded that the guest must be a legendary and perhaps even one of Russell's caliber. Saying this, she held the prepared tray and headed to the reception room to find that newly arrived legendary player. She approached Wade and asked, I heard that James seems to have a friend he's eagerly anticipating. Do you know who it is? Wade pouted his big cheeks and said, not sure, but someone did come earlier. Who? Wade pointed over there. When she saw Zuo Bai, who had just entered a short while ago, Savannah was stunned. Him? What? Is he so young? Although Savannah initially did not realize that James and the others were Zuo Bai, she hesitated as she recalled James' behavior after Zuo Bai's arrival. Could it really be this kid? But he looks to be only around 20 years old. How could he make James so eager? Is this possible? Does he truly have some extraordinary qualities? However, the others present also picked up on something from the conversation between Wade and Savannah. James. The others. Zuo Bai. At this moment, everyone's mind was racing. Could it be that James has intentions of courting Zuo Bai? It's important to note that LeBron James, as the current #1 in the league, possesses considerable dominance throughout the entire. As a player whose peak lasted for a decade, LeBron James' strength is evident. There's even a saying that has circulated. Now Zuo Bai's performance is undeniable. Everyone has witnessed his strength, and nearly all active players who have. Now Zuo Bai's performance is undeniable. Everyone has witnessed his strength, and nearly all active players who have faced him left with a profound impression. This kid will definitely develop even further. At today's gathering with James, they sensed that LeBron seemed to be. That is to say, perhaps these two will team up someday in the future. This is a terrifying prospect. This feeling is akin to Jordan and Elijah Bird in Magic. Although Zuo Bai has not yet reached the level of such superstars, or even that of an all-star. However, no one doubts that Zuo Bai will reach such heights in the future, much like Rose did back in the day. As long as he can stay healthy, becoming an all-star, or even a historically significant superstar, is merely a matter of time. If these two were to join forces, the landscape of the league would instantly change. With this thought, everyone present couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. And afterwards, the banquet continued. Everyone present was very respectful towards LeBron James, engaging in brief conversations and well wishes. Although they were rivals in the NBA, many of them were quite good friends in private. Of course, there were also quite a few media friends present who captured numerous photos of James and other friends. However, the media friends captured a series of surprisingly astonishing photos. That series of photos showed Zuo Bai, more precisely Zuo Bai, indulging in a feast in the corner when suddenly James approached. This scene was directly captured by the reporters trailing James. Zuo Bai's slightly surprised expression combined with the heaping plate of food in his hands. It looked somewhat amusing. However, what surprised the media the most was that James would actively seek a conversation with the rookie. The key issue is that Zuo Bai had never even met James before. Hello Zuo Bai, how are you? Are you enjoying the party? James greeted him. Zuo Bai smiled and politely replied, very well, everything is great, and the food is delicious. For example, this butter taco, this tuna taco, and this beef taco. They're all quite good. As long as you like it. James smiled. After all, today is Tuesday. After a brief chat, the average conversation time with any one person was about to conclude. With so many people present, James naturally wanted to spread the love evenly, and each person's average time was about this long. As various media planned to move on to the next person, they found that James hadn't moved at all. He's still there. It seemed he had no intention of leaving. What's going on? Why is James still there? Asked the media head. Another staff member could only respond honestly, I'm not sure what's going on. It seems James doesn't plan to leave and wants to chat a bit more. That's impossible. He doesn't even know Zuo Bai, and they haven't interacted before. The media head was baffled. But then what James said immediately caught their attention. By the way, this season with the Lakers, have you considered the possibility of winning a championship in the future? The media present was stunned upon hearing this. A championship? Why would LeBron, as the top player in the league, actively inquire about a rookie's thoughts on winning a championship? Isn't this a clear sign of goodwill? The implication of James' words was already quite clear. That is, Zuo Bai, could there be a chance to team up with James? All the media present were overjoyed upon hearing this. Their hands trembled with excitement, not expecting such a development to occur today. Originally thinking it was just a birthday party for James, they never anticipated such surprising reports would emerge. Just when everyone thought Zuo Bai would respond to James with great excitement and enthusiasm, Zuo Bai instead said, of course I've considered it. My conclusion is that we are going to win the championship this season. This season. Upon hearing this, James momentarily paused. Then he smiled slightly, seemingly in disbelief. Do you know what kind of opponents you will face this season? I know you are strong, but isn't it a bit too difficult to win the championship this season? Zuo Bai took another taco and then said, it's nothing, I'm not too worried. If the opponents are strong, we just need to be stronger. Since entering the NBA, I've learned a lot. James replied, I know you still have room for growth, but if you want to win a championship this season, you first have to beat me, kid. Huh. Zuo Bai chuckled awkwardly and then said, I know this sounds a bit arrogant, but I won't let anyone stop us from winning the championship. Ha ha ha, good. LeBron James burst into laughter upon hearing this response. If young people aren't a bit arrogant, can they really be called young? LeBron James knew that Zuo Bai seemed to have made up his mind this season. But that's fine. Let's see if this kid truly has the strength to earn his respect. LeBron James greatly admires the young man before him. He is full of energy, capable, and possesses considerable. He needs such a young talent, but LeBron James won't let Zuo Bai easily seize the championship this year. He knows Zuo Bai has performed quite well since entering the league, but that is merely commendable for a newcomer. If he truly wishes to become an NBA superstar, Zuo Bai still has a long road ahead. In other words, although LeBron James has thoughts of recruiting Zuo Bai this season, the current attitudes of Zuo Bai and the Lakers make it unrealistic for them to become teammates this season. After all, the chances of the Los Angeles Lakers letting go of players are quite slim, and this season James has a team that can genuinely contend for the championship. However, he has come to understand Zuo Bai's attitude. If there is an opportunity, they might become teammates next season. Yet in this season, LeBron James will not let Zuo Bai win so easily. He admires the young man. However, this does not mean he will allow Zuo Bai to win effortlessly. In fact, LeBron James hopes Zuo Bai can learn a lesson this season. Because if that is the case, the likelihood of James and Zuo Bai becoming teammates next season will be even greater. Although the Los Angeles Lakers may not be keen on trading Zuo Bai, they might not be unwilling to have him join their ranks. To be honest, James has long had the intention of bringing talent to Los Angeles, and this opportunity is merely a chance to fulfill something he has desired. I hope to see you on the court. I eagerly await that day to come. Zuo Bai smiled and said to him, "So do I." After their conversation ended, the reporters nearby were stunned. TMD, is this for real? LeBron James actually has such high expectations for this rookie. This is terrifying, and it seems he is quite willing to become Zuo Bai's teammate. Hiss. This is indeed a major news story. This event is sure to cause quite a stir in the fan forums here. They never expected to dig up such explosive news when they initially planned to take some photos and report that everyone is doing well. Such boring news. Quick. We must rush to publish this news before anyone else. Did you hear? They have already started moving. We cannot fall behind. Hurry, we need to take action too. Get this news on the front page as fast as possible. What? You say there is already a scheduled news piece? TMD, that scheduled news. Listen to me. Editor, can you hear me? I have a very urgent matter to discuss with you. In an instant, the media present went into a frenzy. When this news was revealed, everyone who saw it was shocked. LeBron James is actually paying such attention to a rookie. This can be considered one of the biggest news stories of the year. As a newcomer, how can one measure their success? One way is to defeat the veterans in the industry. The other way is to make the veterans aware of you and to be wary of you. When a rookie has caught the attention of the top player in the league, it signifies that he has already succeeded. On the other side, the party continues. Many present have just heard the conversation between LeBron James and Zuo Bai. Deep down, they feel somewhat displeased. After all, James' words clearly elevated the rookie's status excessively. What? Does that mean everyone else on the sidelines isn't worthy? Just because you see potential in him, you look down on us. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant also attended the party. He approached Zuo Bai and said, "I heard you want to win this season's championship, but I think you're thinking too highly of yourself." Though Durant's injury has not fully healed, he has mostly recovered. Standing in front of Zuo Bai, it is evident that he towers over him by a whole head. He said to Zuo Bai, "Kid, don't think that just because you are now some NBA star, winning a championship is still far from your reach." Durant's words carried deep meaning. To the onlookers, it seemed that Durant's words were meant to guide a junior, yet it also sounded like a competitive rival issuing a warning to another. At that moment, Westbrook also approached Zuo Bai and said, "I think Durant's right. Don't underestimate the NBA, though it's not as easy as you think. The championship is still very far away. Moreover, we won't let you win the championship easily. Young man, don't think too much. If you don't believe it, just return to the court." As more people gathered around, it was clear that most were not pleased with Zuo Bai's earlier declaration. A rookie dares to claim he will win the championship. Who do you think you are? Michael Jordan. Even Michael Jordan could not lead a team to victory alone. He had two excellent teammates, Pippen and Rodman. The current Lakers do not seem to have players of that caliber. If we really talk about threats, Zuo Bai is the only one who poses a significant one. Therefore, most did not take his words too seriously. Although the Lakers' current record seems strong, the playoffs are completely different from the regular season. The intensity is greater and the impact on rebounds and the inside game is higher. Some teams may achieve impressive records during the regular season with a run-and-gun strategy, but they often falter in the playoffs. Thus, what can a single guard like Zuo Bai change? However, when the gathering concluded, everyone came across some news. Dwight Howard announces his joining the Los Angeles Lakers. Indeed, LeBron James is not wrong at all. Zuo Bai is certainly not as close to the NBA championship as he imagined. Not to mention that the Warriors still maintain considerable competitiveness. Even now, there are many strong teams around. Moreover, each of them is ambitious. So seeing a rookie who just joined the NBA saying such things is truly shocking to many. Many people are surprised by Zuo Bai's performance, and his ambition is something that many find quite rare. Netizens have also sparked considerable discussion about this matter. Truly worthy of this year's strongest rookie, his momentum is indeed different from others. While others are still pondering whether to claim this year's Rookie of the Year, he is already considering winning the championship this year. You don't understand? The physicality of individuals cannot be generalized. Indeed, just like when I was in a state of extreme anger, I fed a tiger with my bare hands. I believe that with his current performance, contending for the championship should not be too difficult. Indeed, it shouldn't be too difficult as long as he has a reliable teammate. Haven't you seen that Howard has returned to the Lakers this season? So isn't this a sure win? But Howard's return to the Los Angeles Lakers doesn't seem to be of much use. What do you mean? Are you looking down on our No, I certainly don't mean that. I just think that for the Lakers to make a final push for the championship, just having Howard isn't enough. I share that feeling. Howard is no longer the peak Howard of the past. What kind of performance can he deliver? We are not sure. However, it is said that this trade was recommended by Zuo Bai of the Los Angeles Lakers. After all, the last trade he mentioned was quite successful. However, looking at it now, the Lakers may be playing a bigger game. That's not impossible. Anyway, I believe Zuo Bai can win this year's championship, and I will always support the Los Angeles Lakers and Zuo Bai. Although there is a lot of discussion about this trade online now, Zuo Bai has no mood to pay attention to these things, because he knows that what truly awaits him is determining what position Howard will play in the next game. How well they utilize Howard will determine whether they can achieve a commendable performance in the upcoming matches. Moreover, this matter will even determine what kind of results they will ultimately achieve this season. Therefore, Zuo Bai takes these matters very seriously. Upon returning to the team, he immediately started discussing this matter with the head coach Luke Walton. Coach, what do you think would be the best position for him on our team? After all, in terms of personnel decisions, Zuo Bai respects the head coach's opinions greatly. Coach Luke Walton replied, "Don't think too much. How to utilize Howard is still up to you." After saying this, Luke Walton waved his hand and looked rather helpless, saying, "You and that girl you brought, Jiang Liar, should discuss how to handle personnel matters." In fact, Luke does not doubt himself. He just feels that regarding personnel issues, he really doesn't need to worry. After all, these two can handle it. Just analyzing it randomly might not be as effective as the decisions made by these two. Zuo Bai and Jiang Liar have clearly earned the recognition of Coach Luke Walton. Their awareness and grasp of many matters have already surpassed that of an average coach. In fact, in many situations, they are more adept than him. Thus, Luke Walton simply chose to be a hands-off manager, allowing himself to enjoy some leisure. Isn't this a delightful... Of course, Zuo Bai did not disappoint the head coach's trust and smiled, saying, "All right, I'll study it carefully and report." The head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, Luke Walton, nodded, clearly very satisfied with Zuo Bai's response. "All right, no problem. Just go ahead and do your thing, as long as you don't come to me if something goes wrong." Zuo Bai chuckled and nodded. He knows that when Luke says this, he does not think anything unexpected will happen. Without hesitation, Zuo Bai directly returned to the training facility to prepare for the next steps. Regarding what position the Beast Howard should take upon returning to the Lakers, when mentioning this, some readers might think this is what position can Howard play? Of course, it is the center position. However, that is not the point. It refers to what primary responsibilities Howard will undertake in the upcoming games. For instance, will he play a role after fast breaks, only connecting in the team's offense, or will he be responsible for bolstering the team's defense in the upcoming games? Determining this position is quite crucial, as often issues within teams arise from unclear divisions of labor. Thus, we often see some individuals performing poorly in one team, but experiencing a significant boost in performance after switching to another team. Of course, I am not implying that any specific player is a burden to their teammates. Please don't say I am a hater of James. It is simply the case that a coach's arrangement of gameplay for a player can significantly influence that player's performance. Perhaps a player who is a role player in a team not suited for him can shine as an all-star in a team that fits him well. The same goes for Howard. He may not be at his peak now, but as long as he is placed in a suitable position, he can deliver remark. When he arrived at the Lakers venue, he saw that incredibly muscular figure. Zuo Bai greeted him, saying, "Hey, Howard." Upon hearing the shout, Howard was clearly taken aback. He turned around to look at Zuo Bai and immediately broke into a smile, saying, "It's you, Zuo Bai." Howard smiled warmly, and upon seeing Zuo Bai, he walked directly over. He knew that Zuo Bai played a significant role in his return to the Los Angeles Lakers. If it weren't for Zuo Bai's suggestions to the Lakers management, it would have been much more difficult for him to return to Los Angeles. Being able to return to Los Angeles made Howard quite happy. If it weren't for various circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to leave Los Angeles. Now he felt extremely pleased. Seeing Zuo Bai made him even more cordial. "Howard, are you adapting well now? You shouldn't be feeling any discomfort, right?" Howard, originally a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, felt completely at ease. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, everything here feels great. This place is truly nostalgic." Hearing this, Zuo Bai nodded in satisfaction and said, "As long as you feel comfortable, we should discuss the tactical arrangements. After all, returning to the team requires an adjustment period. Plus, having been away from the Lakers for so long, I think you'll want to greet everyone on the team." Howard nodded and said, "Indeed, I really want to greet everyone since it's been such a long time since we last met." However, after looking around, Howard asked in confusion, "Aren't we supposed to arrange the tactics soon? Where's the coach?" Howard knew that during tactical practices, not only the assistant coach should be present, but also the head coach himself. After all, arranging tactics is a significant matter that cannot afford any mistakes. If something goes wrong in the tactic, it could seriously impact the final results. That would be quite a problem. Thus, the head coach typically emphasizes the individual positioning of players and the initial adjustment to team tactics. At this moment, Howard felt quite puzzled. There was not even a trace of the head coach around. Zuo Bai, after hearing this, simply smiled and said, "No, this time it's not Coach Luke who is in charge." Howard's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of confusion. "If it's not Coach Luke, then who is it? Is it some new... It's not a new coach." Then Zuo Bai pointed to himself and said, "I will be the one arranging the tactics from now on." After hearing this, Howard clearly had two question marks appear above his head. A player is responsible for arranging the... You must be joking. Even the likes of Rondo and Chris Paul cannot guarantee they can do that. Let alone you, just an ordinary rookie. Although Howard had a good impression of Zuo Bai, this was a different matter. One thing is one thing, These two matters cannot be compared. Just because I have high hopes for you doesn't mean you have the ability to execute such tactics. However, since Howard had just returned to the team, he didn't say much. He just nodded and asked, when will the other players arrive? The other players have already arrived. Everyone is just waiting for you. After that, Zuo Bai took Howard to meet the current players of the Los Angeles Lakers, including Nick Young, Kuzma Ingram, and Derrick Rose. Upon seeing Howard, they all greeted him warmly. Zuo Bai's substitute even went up to pat his solid muscles. Then with admiration he said, wow, your muscles are impressive. If you push me I might just collapse. Then Zuo Bai's substitute added, you don't know, before you came by, Go said that after you arrived the team would definitely become more competitive. We're all looking forward to it. That was who would lead them in the upcoming first tactical arrangement. After all, he believed that Zuo Bai was not joking, but Howard did not expect everyone to be so courteous towards him. As the man who could single-handedly trade for LeBron during his peak, he had undoubtedly entered a decline. Yet now this feeling seemed to bring him back to his peak days, to that glorious era. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt so valued by others. Though just a few short sentences, their words meant a lot to him. Howard said with some emotion, everyone, it's great to be back with the Lakers and to be your teammate. Of course, after the enjoyable first meeting, Howard suddenly remembered a very serious question. That was who would lead them in the upcoming first tactical arrangement. After all, he believed that Zuo Bai was not joking, but his curiosity compelled him to confirm with everyone. What surprised him even more was that everyone answered in unison, it's Zuo Bai. Looking at their sincere and earnest expressions, Howard momentarily did not know how to react. Were they telling the truth? Why couldn't he understand a single word? Seeing their natural demeanor for a moment, Howard couldn't even tell who was actually confused. Is it really me? Do you really think it's reasonable for a player to take the coach's place and hold meetings for others? At this moment, everyone added, it's not just Zuo Bai, there's another person, our new assistant coach. Her name is Zhang Liar. Zhang Liar. Upon hearing this name, Howard clearly furrowed his brows. Then he said, who is she? Is she a retired player from some team or a member of a prestigious family? No, Then he said, who is she? Is she a retired player from some team or a member of a prestigious family? No, Howard's expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to doubt, and finally to madness. It can be said that in just a few seconds he seemed to experience the joys and sorrows of life. What the hell is going on? Has the world changed, or have I grown old? Howard found this utterly unbelievable. The key is that thinking back on it now, the coach must have completely condoned this. Is this reasonable? Meanwhile, Nick Young and the substitutes for Zuo Bai saw the expression on Howard's face and thought helplessly, Howard is still too young, looking like someone who has never seen the world. What's there to be surprised about? How is this unreasonable? Isn't this just standard procedure? Ever since joining Zuo Bai, these few people's psychological endurance has skyrocketed. Bang. Now the things they once thought were unreasonable have become reasonable. Zuo Bai teaching tactics. Reasonable. Zuo Bai playing the 5 position. Reasonable. The sun rising from the west. In the river. The earth is flat. This is just too reasonable. However, although Howard's expression was quite surprised just now, after waiting for a moment, he ultimately accepted this fact. Alright, this crazy world. I won't care anymore. You all do what you want, just tell me how to play, and if we lose, don't blame me. In the end, Howard succumbed to Zuo Bai's arrangements and became an important pillar on the defensive end for the Lakers. Zuo Bai's specific arrangement for him was to adopt a small lineup during fast breaks. At this time, Howard was sitting on the bench, but when the team entered a defensive counterattack, Howard had to take on more responsibility. Overall, the team positioned Howard as a defensive core. Moreover, at appropriate times, Howard would also take on the role of the center. Regarding how to create better shooting opportunities for Howard in the paint, Zhang Liar also laid out more detailed tactics for him. To be honest, before he met Zhang Liar, Howard thought this girl, who looked a bit small, had just gotten in through connections. He really didn't believe this girl had much coaching potential, let alone that she could offer useful suggestions. This is not looking down on Zhang Liar, nor does he have any issues with her. Otherwise, Howard wouldn't have cooperated so fully. He was just being fair. The image of this girl really did not match those of the great coaches in history. Just think about it. Among the legendary coaches, you can think of which one isn't an old man with a head full of white hair. This girl with a ponytail, who looks like she could be either an adult or still a child, really doesn't seem like a head coach. However, when Zhang Liar actually began to explain tactics and how to handle various positions, Howard was stunned. To be precise, he was completely subdued. Because Zhang Liar's level of professionalism far exceeded his imagination. He never expected that a girl like this would understand so much highly specialized knowledge. Not only her knowledge base, but also her understanding of various tactics was quite thorough. This feeling was not that of common knowledge learned professionally. Rather, it was very creative. Many things made Howard feel. Howard even had a premonition that if he had met Zhang Liar earlier while with the Los Angeles Lakers, he might have achieved even greater success. But as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Meeting her now is not too late. Howard not only discarded his previous doubts, but he also listened attentively to everything Zhang Liar said. He even expressed that he would seriously review everything when he went back, striving to thoroughly understand every word Zhang Liar had said. Zhang Liar nodded in satisfaction and said he is a student worth teaching. To be honest, this scene was quite amusing. A towering, muscular Howard earnestly nodding and seeking knowledge from a girl who is only a bit over 1.6 meters tall is indeed quite amusing. Meanwhile, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Howard had already returned to the Los Angeles Lakers for about a week. The outside world was also quite looking forward to Howard's return. Media coverage frequently appeared on the front page. Everyone wanted to know if the changes in the Lakers roster could become the key to their championship this year. Of course, many fans were very supportive of the Lakers winning the championship and were very excited about Master Howard's return. There were also quite a few fans who felt that since this trade was facilitated by Zuo Bai, it might go as smoothly as the previous. Moreover, they thought that Master Howard's return might yield quite a good performance. However, a considerable segment of people believe they thought that Howard's current state might not have much of an effect upon returning to the Lakers. The current Howard is no longer the beast that soared through the air. Do you still think he is the former dominant force in the paint? That's right, it's hard to say how much fighting power Howard has now, and there are many excellent newcomers in the paint. With this roster, winning the championship seems a bit difficult. I think Zuo Bai is being too naive. Sigh, if this roster were 10 years ago, there would still be hope for a championship run. A healthy Rose and a peak Howard. They're all veterans now. What kind of performance can the current Los Angeles Lakers produce? I think it's all unknown. Of course, these people were just offering a one-sided analysis. On the other hand, the famous sports media ESPN specifically aired a program discussing this matter. In this program, the host bluntly stated regarding Howard's return to the Lakers, "I'll just say this, the beast returning to the Los Angeles Lakers is a mistake. The current beast is completely out of sync with the Lakers, whether in terms of style of play or their requirements. If they put Howard on the court, the only outcome can be failure. The Lakers will prove their failure and Howard will leave behind a failed experience in his life. I'll just leave it at that. Zuo Bai. I hope you don't give the team any more foolish suggestions." It must be said that ESPN holds quite a significant influence in the realm of sports media. After he voiced this statement to the public, it certainly stirred considerable public opinion. Many fans have stepped forward to assert that there is nothing wrong with ESPN's prediction. Although the Los Angeles Lakers are indeed performing well currently, and there seems to be a trend towards contending for the championship. However, it is important to note that the playing style of the Los Angeles Lakers and their newly acquired Howard do not seem to perfectly complement each other. Even though Zuo Bai's current performance on the basketball court has proven his capabilities, there are still many who hold differing opinions. A player should not be burdened with so many responsibilities. What he needs to focus on is performing well in his own role. As for the team's decisions, this is not something a player should meddle in. Many believe that if the current Lakers allow Zuo Bai to run rampant, it could potentially lead to the biggest joke in history. The team can appropriately consider the opinions of players, but if they allow them free rein, it would be sheer nonsense. That's absolutely right. As the management of the team, how can you let a player handle so many matters? This will only tarnish the team's reputation and waste the salary cap every year. To be blunt, it could even jeopardize the team's future. I think the Lakers have too much faith in Zuo Bai. If this continues, you will eventually suffer losses. He is just a young man in his 20s. Why do you have such confidence in letting Zuo Bai take on such an important decision? In an instant, opinions on this matter online varied widely. Although some expressed support for Zuo Bai's decisions, believing that the current Howard still has the strength to compete. They believed that this trade was very worthwhile. However, this group remained a minority. After being swayed by the prevailing sentiment, most online discussions leaned toward ESPN. As for the announcement from the Los Angeles Lakers regarding the next game in which Howard is set to play, many people adopted a pessimist. Of course, Zuo Bai and Howard were not affected by this. One had long grown tired of these rumors while the other was completely. As for the rumors, they were completely oblivious to them. Upon hearing these external speculations, the other teammates of the Lakers felt it was utterly excessive. They thought that Zuo Bai must be feeling very upset, but was just putting on a brave front. He showed no signs of distress. The expressions of the crowd when looking at Zuo Bai were filled with admiration. Now that's what I call a real man. When faced with adversity, he remained unflinching, burying all his sadness deep inside. A man, a real man. Now that's a true man. In that moment, the Lakers players' admiration for him grew even more. Finally, the day of the game arrived. This day was also the day the Los Angeles Lakers officially announced that Howard would be starting. Leading up to the game, many fans expressed their anticipation. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, what is the ultimate outcome? The anticipation for this game remains unchanged. And on this day, the question of who was right before the game would soon be revealed. Is that even a question? Of course we are right. The Lakers have no chance in this match. They are bound to lose. He is not cut out to be a starter. Moreover, he is so out of sync with the current system of the Lakers. I agree that after this game it will prove that we were right. Meanwhile, ESPN saw the momentum online shifting in their favor and felt quite pleased. The host of their program felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Before the game began, their live broadcast was all. The assistant helped him put on the microphone and arranged the clothes he needed for the program. Today, he rarely joked with his assistant. "What do you think? Am I looking sharp in this suit?" His assistant chuckled and replied, "You look very sharp. Ooh, I wish you success on the show in advance." Upon hearing this, the ESPN host proudly said, "Today's program is bound to be a success. Haven't you seen the kind of public opinion it has stirred online? Everyone is supporting me. It is well known that my public opinion has caused them a significant impact. Let me put it this way, even if they could perform well in this game with such public opinion influencing them, they will not perform well. The pressure on them is too great. I can assure you this game will end just as I predicted." The small assistant beside him looked at his expression and said nothing, as she felt the same way. In this match, the Los Angeles Lakers are now caught in the turmoil of public opinion. Under such pressure, anyone would feel extremely nervous. Not to mention Zuo Bai, a rookie who has just joined the league. He surely has never faced such a situation as Zuo Bai might be feeling incredibly down right now. The small assistant imagined that Zuo Bai might be in some corner feeling very dejected while looking at messages on his phone. Every day, he probably couldn't sleep feeling very low. It must be that kind of state. Little did they know at that moment Zuo Bai. I won. What the heck? How did you win again? Tell me the truth, did you cheat? Exactly how could one person keep winning like this? Are you sure the way you're teaching us to play this game called Mahjong is correct? Why can't we ever win? Right. Last time I felt like I had won, but you insisted I was missing a tile. Did you cheat? In response to their expressions, Zuo Bai simply replied, if you don't believe me, you can ask O'Neal. This is how it's done. At that moment, several big men gathered around the Mahjong table, their faces filled with grievance, as if they had just been bullied. When the Lakers head coach Luke Walton entered the locker room and saw how much fun they were having, he was utterly perplexed. What's wrong with you guys? Aren't you a bit too happy? Cough, cough. At that moment, the head coach of the Lakers cleared his throat. Everyone's gaze fell upon the coach who had just coughed. What's wrong, coach? Is your throat not feeling well lately? Maybe you should take a break. Exactly, coach, you must take care of your... Right now there's nothing wrong with the team, I just don't overexert yourself. The coach looked helpless. There really wasn't anything. You guys are my biggest source of trouble. It's truly exhausting. What are you all still playing games for? Don't you know that the game is about to start? Hurry up. Zuo Bai and the others chuckled, then replied, got it, we're on it. Coach, don't worry, the starters for this game are Zuo Bai and Howard. Oh, what's there to be concerned about? Alright, we'll go. After the group happily left, the Lakers head coach Luke Walton curiously glanced at the remaining Mahjong on the table. After studying it for a while, he murmured to himself, it seems quite interesting, maybe I should go home and figure out how to play this. Cough, cough. But that's a discussion for another time. After all, the pressure facing the team in this game is still considerable, so they shouldn't be too relaxed. Because they are about to face the Spurs. As everyone knows, the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich, is a highly... They also firmly believe in the concept of team basketball. Under Popovich's system, almost every player can find their role, whether on the offensive or defensive, and their gameplay is remarkably smooth. This is the advantage of their tactic. Moreover, not only is their tactical system excellent, but they also possess some very good players. For instance, the strongest, the War Machine, Kawhi Leonard. They also have the peak-performing Aldridge. Although Pau Gasol and the crafty Ginobili are no longer in their prime, it cannot be denied that they remain excellent players. Furthermore, within the Spurs' tactical system, both of them can still shine. Hence, this game will definitely not be an easy win because the Spurs roster is not weak. Their fluid offense and suffocating defense are both highly praised. So perhaps many believe that the Lakers will be at a loss when facing the Spurs. The Lakers rely on Zuo Bai's offensive prowess and individual talents to win games. Facing the Spurs now, they might truly feel helpless. However, the Lakers currently seem relatively optimistic because everyone on the court is very relaxed and they believe they will win the game. When they arrive at the Spurs' home court, they can hear the cheers from the massive crowd. Countless fans have come to support their team. Almost all the fans present are cheering for the Spurs. After all, the San Antonio Spurs are playing at home, which gives them a home advantage. This is understandable. Once on the court, countless fans began to fervently discuss. Here come the Lakers. I think their morale looks pretty good. They don't seem at all like a team that has been beaten down. Indeed, come on, don't joke around. They've obviously wiped their tears and dried their eyes. Zuo Bai is clearly just putting on a brave face. He knows this game is going to be a disaster. Exactly, the online sentiment is so severe. Zuo Bai probably realizes how wrong his previous choices were. But how come Zuo Bai doesn't look like he has any psychological pressure? Have you seen someone under pressure still smiling like that? Right, the whole team seems very relaxed. They don't seem like they're faking it. Originally, the ESPN host had planned to say a few words before the game started, but seeing the current online sentiment, he was completely taken aback. Before, everything was fine, and almost all the sentiment was leaning towards the Lakers facing imminent failure. How could his stylish attire and confident demeanor change the narrative so quickly? This left him somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, because even if the sentiment had shifted slightly, at a critical moment he needed to deliver. So he analyzed the Lakers' current situation thoroughly on the broadcast. Ultimately, it led those fans who had just felt the Lakers might not be as he claimed to be brainwashed once more. Seeing the final situation gradually recover made him very happy. In the end, he brazenly declared in the live broadcast, let me put it this way, the San Antonio Spurs will definitely win this game. Los Angeles is about to face a bitter defeat. Recently, the Lakers' proud rookie is about to become a rookie struggling against the Spurs defense. If I'm wrong in any way, I'm willing to apologize to the Lakers in person. But clearly there's no way I'm wrong. At this moment, the narrative surrounding this game had reached its peak. And it was just then that the game officially started. To everyone's surprise, the first player on the Lakers' starting lineup was the Beast Howard. Naturally, many fans felt quite nostalgic and welcomed the Beast back home. However, more were still questioning whether this decision was right or wrong. Although this lineup may not seem young anymore within the Spurs system, each player can actually play more minutes in the league. What Zuo Bai didn't expect was that the opponent didn't start Kawhi. This was quite surprising. If one were to say it was because they wanted their players to rest, that would be acceptable. But if it meant they didn't think they would lose, that seems to imply something entirely different. Zuo Bai looked at the opponent's roster and smiled. Interesting.